In strict accordance with Mr. Jiang Bai's last will and testament, the lawyer announced clearly beside the hospital bed, all cash assets, real estate holdings, and proceeds from the auction of his shares shall be donated in full to children in impoverished mountain regions. Standing nearby, Jiang Bei watched silently as the faces of so-called relatives and friends twisted in shock and fury. They say that in the moments before death, a person relives their entire life, from birth to marriage to raising children until the end. His life had been short, only 45 years, and he hadn't died of illness but of sorrow, regret, and self-loathing. The memory before him froze on the year he turned 24. The year he had nothing. The year his wife and daughter left him forever. Only in loss did he learn what love truly meant. Driven mad by grief, he threw himself into work, clawing his way to unimaginable wealth and status. He gained power others could only dream of. He amassed fortunes beyond measure. But after that day, his face never truly smiled again, only performed smiles for show. The rest of his life was spent drowning in remorse. His first half had been wasted in ignorance, his second half punished by fate. And the punishment came in the form he deserved most: the permanent absence of the two people who loved him unconditionally. As his vision blurred, he thought he saw his wife's radiant face once more and his daughter's bright, innocent smile. Then everything shattered. His throat was parched. His head pounded like a drum. A man like me deserves hell, Jiang Bei thought bitterly. He forced his eyes open, struggling to make sense of his surroundings. Above him hung an old, yellowed fluorescent tube. To the side stood a vintage, solid wood wardrobe. The walls were simply whitewashed, no decorations, no warmth. Beside the bed sat a small bedside lamp. Everything felt both hauntingly familiar and strangely alien. This is, gritting his teeth against the throbbing pain in his temples, Jiang Bei pushed himself upright and squinted at the calendar hanging on the wall. August 5th, 2000. A thunderbolt struck his mind. His eyes flew wide, open, bloodshot, trembling with disbelief. This was the day. The single day had cursed himself for every waking moment of the past 2 decades. Am I reborn? Before he could process it further, voices drifted in from outside the door. Mommy, please don't cry. Mommy, a child's soft, tearful plea and a woman's quiet sobs. Jiang Bei staggered out of bed. His head still swam from last night's drinking. His steps were unsteady, the stench of alcohol burning his nostrils. His bloodshot eyes gave him a wild, almost monstrous look. With shaking hands, he pushed open the bedroom door. In the living room, he saw her, the slender back of his wife, trembling slightly as she held their daughter close. The little girl's eyes were red and wet with tears. His heart felt pierced by 1,000 needles. Daddy, Daddy's awake. The child wriggled free and ran toward him. This was his daughter, Jiang Xinyang, and the woman his wife, Su Wanrong. At the sound, Su Wanrong turned. The bruise around her eye, the raw slap mark across her cheek, the dried blood at the corner of her mouth. All of it screamed what he had done. Domestic violence, gambling, alcoholism, had been a monster, and only their deaths had ever shaken him awake. Jiang Bei, Su Wanrong said flatly, her voice hollow, let's get a divorce. Unless you kill me today, I'm taking Yang Yang and leaving. He remembered it all too well. In his previous life, he hadn't cared, had woken up, demanded money, and gone straight back to his gambling dens and karaoke bars with his useless friends. And that very day, while riding a bicycle back to her parents' home, Su Wanrong, lost in despair, had been struck by a truck at an intersection. Both she and Xinyang died instantly. For the rest of his life, Jiang Bei never blamed her, not once, because the fault was entirely his. Slowly, he knelt and gently touched his daughter's hair, dry and brittle from malnutrition. Then he rose again. Su Wanrong watched him, eyes filled with resignation, bracing for the blow she believed would come. If a beating meant freedom for her and her daughter, she'd welcome it. Wanrong, Jiang Bei choked out, voice raw, just give me one more chance. It'll change. She allowed a bitter laugh. I've heard that line 100 times. Every time it was the same. Every time, his change lasted only until he got his hands on her paycheck. Then it was back to drinking, gambling, wasting everything. She was done believing. You just want money, right? She reached into her worn-out handbag and pulled out 3 crumpled 100 yuan bills. Here, take it all. Please just let me and Xinyang go. I'm begging you. She knew him too well. He wouldn't refuse. He never did. But then Jiang Bei surprised her. Give me 3 days, he said firmly, staring into her eyes as she prepared to leave with their daughter. With these 300 yuan, they'll turn it into 30,000. Su Wanrong's expression didn't flicker. She wiped the dried blood from her lip, picked up Xinyang, and headed for the door. Yang Yang, we're going to Grandma's. But Mommy, I want to stay home, the little girl whispered, clinging to her mother's sleeve. She didn't understand divorce, but she knew she didn't want her parents apart. "Be good, sweetheart," Su Wanrong murmured, stroking her hair. Just as she reached the door, Jiang Bei stepped in front of her. "Jiang Bei," Su Wanrong suddenly screamed, voice breaking. "Are you going to push me even further?" Chapter 2. The Nightmare Intersection. "Get out of my way." Holding Xinyang tightly with one arm, Su Wanrong shoved at Jiang Bei with the other. "Just listen to me, please." He gripped her wrist gently but firmly. "I know I've been a bastard, but believe me, this once he'll work hard. He'll support you both. He'll give you a good life. Just don't leave tonight. Stay. One more night." His eyes were still bloodshot. The stink of alcohol made Su Wanrong laugh a cold, empty sound. "So if I don't believe you," she said, "you'll hit me again, won't you?" Her smile used to light up his world. Now it only reflected despair. Guilt tore through Jiang Bai's chest. How many unspeakable things had he done? He wanted to explain, but what could he say? His actions had spoken louder than any apology ever could. "Move." With a surge of strength, Su Wanrong wrenched free, shoved him aside, and flung the door open. She hurried down the stairs, clutching her daughter like a lifeline. She couldn't bear to look at him another second. She had raised Xinyang alone, better alone than with a monster. Mothers may seem weak, but when it comes to protecting their children, they become unbreakable. But Jiang Bei knew the truth. If she left now, history would repeat itself. The accident would happen again. His heart sank. Ignoring his dizziness, he stumbled after them. The narrow stairwell reeked of rotting garbage foul, but oddly sobering. Maybe to her, he thought bitterly, "I'm worth less than this trash." He tripped on the last step and fell hard onto the pavement, gravel tearing into his palms. Up ahead, Su Wanrong was unlocking her bicycle. She glanced back, but her eyes held no concern. Whether he lived or died meant nothing to her now. "Daddy!" Xinyang broke away and rushed to help him up with her tiny arms. "I'm okay, sweetheart," Jiang Bai's voice cracked as he pushed himself upright, sheer willpower keeping him on his feet. "Yang, get on the bike." Su Wanrong lifted her daughter onto the seat without sparing Jiang Bei another look. "He'll walk you," he insisted, staggering after them. His body was collapsing, but he knew. If he didn't stay close, if he didn't warn her about that intersection, tragedy would strike again. Even if he passed out right here, she wouldn't stop, because he no longer deserved to be called a husband or a father. This life was his second chance, not for glory, but for redemption. To undo the irreversible. To save the ones he loved. Su Wanrong didn't understand why he was following. She assumed it was another act, another scheme for more money. But this time, his motive was pure survival. Theirs. She pedaled slowly for safety, and Jiang Bei, gasping and sweating, managed to keep pace behind her barely. He didn't matter to her anymore. And maybe that was fair. And there it was. The street corner that had haunted his dreams for over 20 years. The nightmare intersection. The traffic light ahead began flashing green. Su Wanrong, eager to cross and to escape him, rolled toward the crosswalk. Traffic was light. She figured she could make it. "Su Wanrong," Jiang Bei shouted from just meters behind. "Don't rush the light. You've got Yang with you." If had only called her name, she might have ignored him. But mentioning Xinyang snapped her back to reality. She slammed the brakes. The bicycle stopped just before the crosswalk. And in the next instant, a speeding truck roared past, missing them by inches. Chapter 3. He was afraid the intersection was not congested, and the truck fortuitously encountered a green light, maintaining its speed. Had Su Wanrong insisted on ignoring the warning moments ago, a tragedy would have surely unfolded once more. In that instant, Jiang Bei felt as though he had been drained of all vitality, collapsing onto the ground, one hand gripping the rear seat of his bicycle, gasping for breath. Sweat poured down his forehead. "Dad, what's wrong? You should sit down. I'll get off and walk." Xinyang struggled to dismount. "I'm fine," Jiang Bei replied, lifting his head to offer his daughter a smile that was far from reassuring. His gaze then turned to Su Wanrong, who remained rooted in place, staring blankly at the street. Su Wanrong, shaken, began to feel a twinge of regret upon hearing Jiang Bei's voice. Consumed by despair, she could not help but ponder. If I had disregarded Jiang Bei's warning and recklessly sped through that green light, would I have met my end? Would death have meant the end of everything? And what of my daughter? Jiang Bei struggled to his feet, attempting to reach out to Su Wanrong, but she recoiled as if struck by an electric shock, the force of her withdrawal causing him to stagger back a few steps. "Don't touch me," Su Wanrong shouted, her eyes wide with fury. "Wanrong." Jiang Bei opened his mouth, yet at that moment, no word seemed potent enough. Perhaps the only topic left for him and his wife was their daughter. "Wanrong, you're still carrying our daughter. Did you not see how perilous that was? Please ride slowly. I'll take you both to your mother's house and then return." Jiang Bei implored, desperately. At least he had succeeded in averting the impending disaster. Daughter? You still remember you have a daughter? Su Wanrong suddenly laughed, her tone mocking. Had we ridden through that intersection and been struck, would it not have all come to an end? No, it would mean you'd never again earn money for me. You would no longer have the opportunity to call Yang Yang a burden, to speak of abandoning her. Everything could have been yours. Tears streamed down Su Wanrong's face in that moment. Though she no longer feared death, her daughter had yet to experience the beauty of this world. She could not be selfish. She had to endure, to raise her daughter, even if it meant relying solely on herself. Jiang Bei, I don't care what you intend to do. I have given you all my money, and I am left with nothing. Tomorrow, we will divorce, and we will no longer have any ties. Su Wanrong shouted, on the verge of collapse. Wanrong, trust me one last time. I can provide a good life for you and our daughter. I swear. Jiang Bei insisted, his resolve faltering. The once mighty CEO had vanished, replaced by this seemingly weak and ineffectual man, reduced to empty promises. Jiang Bei, do you take me for a fool? After all these years with you, if you had ever allowed me a single day of peace, I would not be in this position. Su Wanrong's emotions spiraled out of control, and the memories of their 4 years of marriage flooded her mind. The once diligent and earnest young man has transformed, now exhibiting a volatile temper and succumbing to a myriad of vices, even resorting to violence against her. Initially, she was concerned for her daughter. Yet now she sees not a glimmer of hope. The girl, following him, endures nothing but suffering. Wanrong, believe me, I shall not squander this 300 yuan. I will engage in business, and within 3 days, I will return with 30,000. I will secure a larger, superior home for you, and provide a better life for you all. Jiang Bei spoke without restraint, beads of sweat cascading down his cheeks. He was genuinely alarmed, for he had no inkling of how to mend their nearly shattered marriage. Even if this thought had crossed his mind countless times, he had devised numerous answers. Wishing for his daughter to live like a princess, free from want, so that when she grew and attended school, she could be transported like her peers. He envisioned buying Su Wanrong beautiful clothes, taking her shopping, to the movies, and traveling with Yang Yang during leisurely times. She had met him in her prime, and he was supposed to be responsible for her future. Yet, when this opportunity presented itself before Jiang Bei, it felt so elusive. The summer evening breeze was gentle yet biting, threatening to topple him at any moment. He was utterly drained. The silence etched on Su Wanrong's face pierced his heart like a dagger, filling him with regret for the past. One cannot salvage a woman who has already descended into despair, even if she bore your children. It's unnecessary, Su Wanrong replied coldly. Jiang Bei's grandiose claims and promises were not new, but they had always revolved around money, each time without exception. This time, he had escalated to making such audacious assertions. Su Wanrong's heart, steeped in despair, remained impervious to Jiang Bei's assurances, even his oaths, stirring no ripples within her. Everything must conclude by tomorrow. Wanrong, grant me 3 days. Just 3 days. Jiang Bei shouted from behind. Su Wanrong offered no reply, not even a glance backward. As the red light turned green, she resumed her journey, slowly driving away with her daughter. Jiang Bei bit down on his lip, the pain and blood serving as a stark reminder to keep his spirits from plummeting. He relied solely on his willpower to persist, trailing behind. Wanrong, Yang Yang, Jiang Bei murmured softly. The two women represented his final hope for rebirth in this life. His vision blurred, the surroundings seemed to dissolve, and he could no longer discern reality from illusion, but he could only see that woman, not far ahead, riding away with her child. And on the car's rear seat, the child occasionally looked back, tears of sorrow on her face as she called out for her father. Jiang Bei ran with all his might. He stumbled, but rose again. He could not allow this dilapidated bicycle, nor the mother and daughter upon it, to vanish from his sight. He pursued with all his being. Fear had gripped him. The journey of 3 kilometers was a mystery to Jiang Bei, who could hardly comprehend how he managed to endure it. Only upon witnessing Su Wanrong return to her family home, cradling Yang Yang as she ascended the stairs, did he finally feel a sense of relief wash over him. He made his way to a nearby recliner, intending to rest for a moment, but darkness suddenly enveloped him, and he succumbed to unconsciousness. Chapter 4. The Qixi Festival. Fortunately, the sweltering heat of August in Donghai City ensured that even the night would not rouse one from slumber due to the cold. After a disoriented night spent outdoors, Jiang Bei eventually regained consciousness, fully aware of his surroundings. The gnawing hunger in his belly and the throbbing pain in his head were stark reminders that this was no dream. He had truly been reborn. Gazing at his hands, smeared with dust and stained with dark red blood, he looked up towards the window of his mother-in-law's house. momentarily lost in thought. The events of the previous night replayed vividly in his mind. Su Wanrong's despairing and indifferent gaze, and Yang Yang's tear-streaked face. The 300 yuan left behind by Su Wanrong in that moment constricted Jiang Bei's chest, making it difficult to breathe. Slowly, he rose to his feet. He needed to devise a plan, at the very least, to earn some money and show Su Wanrong that he had changed. He used the last 2 coins in his pocket to satisfy his hunger before hastily returning home. Entering the bathroom, he stripped off his shirt and rinsed his body with cold water, vigorously slapping his face. The foul odor that clung to him gradually washed away, as though the anguish within his soul was also being cleansed. He tore off a page from the calendar, revealing a new date, August 6, 2000. It was the 7th day of the 7th lunar month, and today was indeed the Qixi festival, he murmured to himself. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration illuminated his eyes, and he hurriedly left his home. With 10 yuan in hand, he rented a cargo tricycle from a shop downstairs, braving the sweltering summer sun as he made his way to the flower, bird, and fish market. Due to the festival, the demand for roses was exceptionally high. In this era, those who were affluent enough to afford roses for their wives or girlfriends typically purchased them from flower shops, leaving few who would venture to such markets. Nevertheless, today, a substantial number of roses remained unsold at the flower market, and the vendors understood that if these roses were not sold by the end of the day, they would be left with unsellable stock. Thus, Jiang Bei, fully aware of the vendors' anxieties, could not be easily deceived. The common sales tactics claiming that roses would be gone if not purchased immediately held no sway over a business-savvy individual like him, particularly because he had the confidence to negotiate. While other goods might be difficult to procure, spending 250 yuan on these fresh, natural roses represented a significant transaction for the vendors. After comparing prices at several stalls, Jiang Bei chose the one with the lowest price, securing nearly 1,700 fresh roses at a rate of 1 dime each. He carefully loaded them onto the rented tricycle, arranging with the vendor to collect them in 2 batches, half now and half later in the afternoon, with the payment also divided accordingly, using sunshade cloth to protect the flowers, ensuring their freshness and vibrancy. Jiang Bei then departed for a nearby stationery shop located at the entrance of a middle school, where he spent the remaining 40 yuan entirely on translucent, patterned plastic wrap and some brightly colored ribbons. Upon returning home, he busied himself, as time was of the essence. If he could sell all the roses by the end of the afternoon, his task would be deemed successful. Wrapping each rose in the transparent film and tying them with ribbon appeared to be a light endeavor, yet completing the packaging for nearly 1,000 roses proved quite challenging. Nevertheless, Jiang Bei knew he must diligently attend to each flower, for this was the foundation upon which he aimed to provide a better life for his wife and daughter. By around 1 o'clock in the afternoon, he finally completed the packaging of the roses, letting out a sigh of relief. As he stood up, however, he nearly fainted from a lack of oxygen, his head feeling heavy. Leaning against the wall, he entered the bathroom to splash cold water on his face. After several trips moving the flowers to his tricycle, he set off towards the People's Park, a few kilometers from home. In this age, celebrating Valentine's Day typically meant taking a stroll in the park or spending 10 yuan to rent a swan boat for a couple of hours on the lake. When it came to selling flowers, he knew he could not directly approach the men who were coerced into spending money. Instead, he opted for a more subtle approach. "Gentlemen, would you care to buy a rose for this lovely lady beside you? Each one is only 5 yuan. At this moment, women would often glance at their companions with hopeful eyes. Although they might consider 5 yuan a considerable sum, who among them would not appreciate flowers, especially those adorned with pink ribbons and wrapped in translucent, patterned paper? Naturally, if a man hesitated to spend even 5 yuan, the outcome would likely be unfavorable, particularly when their desire to purchase was piqued. Jiang Bei would add, "If you buy a quantity of roses equal to your girlfriend's age, I can offer a 10% discount." By grasping these psychological nuances, Jiang Bei managed to sell out the flowers in just over 2 hours. He then hurried home to continue packaging and transporting. By 5:30 in the evening, Jiang Bei set out once more on his tricycle. This time, his destination was several local Western restaurants. The more accurately he could identify his clientele, the easier it would be to sell his flowers. There is no such thing as a free lunch, so upon entering a restaurant, Jiang Bei would first greet the manager or owner on duty. He would offer them 50 yuan as a token for facilitating the sale of his roses. Their role was quite simple: to announce in the dining hall, "Gentlemen, would you like to buy a rose for the lady at your table? Just 100 yuan for a quantity equal to her age." He would then present a beautifully packaged rose for their inspection. Older couples usually preferred to return home to prepare a lavish dinner. While most patrons at such establishments were affluent individuals, and the ladies were typically not very old. There were certainly many who had forgotten to prepare roses or had only brought gifts. As they beheld the expectant gaze of his girlfriend, he found himself generously reaching for his wallet, secretly grateful that this Western restaurant also offered flowers for sale. Otherwise, once Valentine's Day had passed, should his girlfriend discover that her friend had received flowers, it might lead to unnecessary complications or discontent. This particular circumstance became the very reason Jiang Bei was counting money atop the mountain bike. Selling nearly 1,000 roses through just a handful of Western restaurants was simply unfeasible. Yet, Jiang Bei had another avenue, the cinema, standing by the entrance at this hour. The pace of flower sales surpassed even that of the afternoon in the park, with most customers approaching him with inquiries about prices without him needing to initiate the conversation. As 8 o'clock approached, only a few roses remained, with just over 20 unsold. Given a few more minutes, he could easily part with them and earn 100 yuan. Just then, a strikingly handsome man approached from the roadside, inquiring, "Brother, are you selling flowers?" The man, dressed in a crisp shirt, brightened upon seeing Jiang Bei and hurried over, disregarding the authenticity of Jiang Bei's intentions. "No, I'm not selling," Jiang Bei replied, shaking his head without hesitation. "Brother, I'm in a real hurry. How much did you pay for them? I'll offer you double. No, 10 times the amount." The man wiped the sweat from his brow, glancing anxiously at his watch. "My wife is in the hospital, about to give birth. I wanted to buy her a bouquet of roses. It's Valentine's Day, and finding a flower shop at this hour is difficult. I know these are likely for your wife or girlfriend as well, right? Please, help me out." Sighing softly, Jiang Bei conceded, 5 yuan per rose. "I'll sell you 11, and keep 9 for myself." Although the man felt it was a modest offer, he refrained from pressing further. The gesture of parting with more than half the roses was already a significant favor. 11 roses denoted unwavering devotion, while 9 symbolized everlasting love. Both held profound meaning. Jiang Bei smiled faintly. Aside from a few fried dough sticks that morning, he had not eaten all day, and after a long day of selling flowers, he barely had the energy to smile. Hearing this, the man's previously furrowed brow relaxed. "Well said, brother." His eyes sparkled with hope as he quickly retrieved 550 yuan from his pocket, handing it to Jiang Bei. "Just give me 5 more. 11 roses for 55 yuan. That's the price for all the flowers I'm selling today." Jiang Bei accepted the 50 but shook his head, declining the rest. This had long been his business principle, staying grounded and honest, earning what was rightfully his, and refusing to inflate prices based on market demands. He had made too many mistakes in the past. "Then I want to be polite," the man replied, producing a 100 yuan bill from the 500 he had just offered and pressed it into Jiang Bei's hand, clutching the roses tightly as he departed, leaving no room for refusal. "Thank you, brother. If given the opportunity, I shall certainly treat you to a meal. My name is Song Chongqing, and I am employed at a synthetic fiber factory." A man, having distanced himself, suddenly turned back, waving his hand and calling out loudly. Jiang Bei, with a bitter smile, shook his head and picked up the 100 yuan from the ground. His stomach rumbled, and he glanced around. Aside from a few Western restaurants, there were hardly any affordable eateries in sight. Nevertheless, feeling relatively well, Jiang Bei mounted his bicycle, carrying the last 9 roses, and headed towards the Su residence. Chapter 6. Why Jiang Bei wished to tell Su Wanrong about his day, for he had not forgotten that today was Valentine's Day. He brought the 9 roses to see her and their child. Occasionally, he wiped the sweat from his brow, pedaling the tricycle with determination. The evening breeze felt remarkably different from yesterday. Though still dry and hot, it enveloped him in warmth and comfort. Behind him, his worn yet coin-filled backpack provided a sense of security, an assurance that wealth beyond measure in his previous life could never bestow. For he knew that this money might demonstrate to Su Wanrong that he was genuinely striving, perhaps even altering her perception of him, if only slightly. He had erred in countless ways, and even if he had to repay with his life, it would not be an exaggeration. Should Su Wanrong choose to strike him, even if it meant his demise, he would harbor no grievances. Yet, he could not afford to perish just yet. He must strive to provide them with a better life, the one he failed to attain in his past existence. The burden on his back brought him a sense of grounding, and a faint smile graced his lips, intensifying the force with which he pressed down on the pedals. He yearned to see his wife and daughter soon. Upon arriving at the Su family's building, Jiang Bei secured his bicycle and ascended the stairs with the roses in hand. He paused on the 3rd floor, a place he had not visited in a long while. Taking a series of deep breaths, he steeled himself for what lay ahead. He anticipated the wrath of his in-laws, the possible assault from his brother-in-law, or, worst of all, the likelihood of being barred from entry altogether. He did not dare hope to be welcomed into the Su household. He only wished to catch a glimpse of Su Wanrong, to see if the marks on her face had faded, if fortune smiled upon him. Perhaps he might exchange a few words with her, expressing that he had made efforts to change, and imploring her for just 2 more days to prove his resolve. Though the specter of divorce, which had filled him with dread, had not materialized today, Jiang Bei remained unrelieved. He continued to take deep breaths, attempting to relax his facial muscles and his spirit, while the gnawing hunger in his belly seemed the most potent remedy at that moment. Jiang Bei raised his hand and gently knocked on the door. Knock, knock, knock. The iron door, a relic from the late 20th century, trembled with each rap, mirroring the quickening of his heartbeat. Was she well? Was their daughter safe? Knock, knock, knock. No response. Jiang Bei instinctively knocked a bit harder. This antiquated iron door lacked a peephole. If anyone were inside, surely they would at least inquire who was at the door. Yet, regrettably, there was still no reply. Knock. Knock, knock. Do not knock anymore. They are not home. The elderly man across the hall opened the door, his impatience palpable. Aren't you that son-in-law of old Su? He remarked, surprised to recognize him. He was well aware of the man's character. Although family matters should remain private, it was no secret that Su's daughter had often returned home in tears. He had heard her return yesterday, accompanied by the sound of old Su's furious tirade. Despite his silence, the disdain in the old man's eyes was unmistakable. Here to find your wife? He could not help but inquire. Yes, sir. May I ask where my family has gone? I miss them terribly, Jiang Bei replied urgently, turning around. The old man remained silent, scrutinizing Jiang Bei with suspicion, his gaze lingering on the roses in his hand. Could it be that this son-in-law of the Su family was undergoing a transformation? This afternoon, they went to the hospital. That little girl seems to have caught a severe cold, rather serious, I believe, the old man remarked with a dismissive curl of his lip. If you're looking for them, just head to the hospital. With that, the old man abruptly shut the door, unwilling to waste more words on Jiang Bei, a man he deemed worthless. In that moment, cold sweat poured from Jiang Bei, realizing his daughter was gravely ill. His hands trembled violently, sweat trickling down his neck and soaking into his clothes as he rushed down the stairs. Tears streamed down his face, merging with the sweat, rendering him breathless. He cried out to the heavens, Why? I acknowledge my mistakes. I truly do. Why won't you spare my daughter? What has she done wrong? The fault lies with me. Come at me instead. Chapter 7. What more do you want? Enough noise. What is wrong with you at this hour? A voice shouted. You can't sleep and you want tea, let others sleep either? If you're insane, hurry to a mental hospital. Look at that fool crying downstairs. It's quite amusing. His wife commented. The lights in the building across the street flickered on in response to Jiang Bei's anguished cries. Besides cursing the rudeness, many were simply mocking him. Here was a man, broken, overwhelmed by the weight of his family. How could he appear in such a state when he was meant to bear the responsibilities of his household? Memories of his violent outbursts towards his wife and harsh words directed at his daughter surged in his mind, deeply piercing Jiang Bei's heart. He was a scoundrel, an unrepentant scoundrel. This label would not be shed, no matter how he might change in the future, just like in his previous life. Even if he presented a glamorous facade to the outside world, he remained haunted by a lifetime of regret within. His grip on the roses had turned his knuckles white. His face was devoid of color, his entire being seemed on the brink of collapse. Why? Jiang Bei murmured to himself. What has my daughter done wrong? He mounted his tricycle, his bloodshot eyes wild with desperation as he sped towards the hospital. At the intersection, the screech of tires pierced the air as he slammed on the brakes. Kid, that's a red light. Are you trying to get yourself killed? Do you not even know how to look for cars? Crying in such a manner, can you still call yourself a man? Hurry and descend into hell for a rebirth. Look at him, weeping like a forsaken hound. Has he lost his wife or child? No, individuals of his ilk do not deserve a family. At this age, he is still riding a tricycle. The drivers, compelled by the pressures of Jiang Bei, rolled down their windows, hurling scornful insults at this despondent man, his face drenched in tears. Yet, Jiang Bei remained oblivious, his head bowed as he pedaled onward with determination. Indeed, he is unworthy of his wife and child. The beautiful and gracious Su Wanrong. The adorable and understanding Yang Yang. What lives could they have led? What perfect childhoods could they have enjoyed? What kind of existence do they endure alongside a scoundrel like him? Now, even passers-by could discern his plight, his impotence laid bare for all to see. Jiang Bei seemed to hear the sound of his own heart shattering. He felt unworthy of the very title of man. He was undeserving. Jiang Bei screamed in a frenzy. Within him resided a ferocious beast, yet at that moment, it was ensnared. This beast could only utilize Jiang Bei's body to unleash its own helpless outcry upon the world. Jiang Bei's emotions had spiraled into chaos. He felt on the brink of madness. The shrill screech of the tricycle's brakes shattered the night as it halted at the hospital entrance. Jiang Bei tumbled from the vehicle, crashing violently to the ground. The jagged stones cut into his left arm, blood streaming profusely. His right hand, clutching a bouquet of roses, bore the brunt of his desperation, reopening wounds that had only just begun to heal. The vibrant wrapping of the roses was now stained with his blood. The tricycle lay overturned, and Jiang Bei could scarcely hear the security guard's furious shouts behind him as he scrambled to his feet, stumbling toward the hospital doors. Yang had fallen ill, suffering from a high fever, which was quite serious. Just yesterday, she had not eaten dinner, returning to the Su household. And with her emotional turmoil coupled with the chill of the evening breeze, she likely caught a cold. The image of the small figure, crying and calling for her father while riding her bicycle, flashed once more in Jiang Bei's mind. It was all his fault. Jiang Bei felt as if his head might burst. In a frenzied rush, he stormed into the inpatient department, racing through the ward floors, searching for his wife and daughter. Surely they must be here? With no one left at home, they must be at the hospital, right? This must be the Donghai Central Hospital. Would he still be able to see his daughter? The searing pain in his left arm intensified, blood dripping, each drop echoing against the corridor floor. The astonished gazes of those in the hallway, along with the nurses chasing after him, believing him to be madly running amok. Every aspect of this scene mocked the man's helplessness. As he emerged at the fourth-floor corner, he finally came to a halt. Before him, not far away, sat a woman on a chair at the entrance, covering her face and weeping softly, as it was yesterday. Yet this time, she was engulfed in profound anguish. The illness of her daughter had rendered Su Wanrong's heart equally afflicted. Beside her stood Su Dongliang, a tall man clad in a blue work uniform, fervently articulating something, his expression fraught with rage, yet he occasionally sighed when his gaze fell upon Su Wanrong. He was her younger brother, an honest lad laboring alongside their father. At that moment, Jiang Bei, who had just witnessed this scene, felt as though he had been frozen in time. The beast within him ceased its roar. His emotions had settled into a heavy stillness, everything suspended in that fleeting instant. His hands trembled lightly, he gasped for breath, his eyes stung with tears, gradually blurring his vision until only the sight of his weeping wife remained. At that moment, tears streamed down Jiang Bei's face uncontrollably. What should I do? Should I approach now? Jiang Bei questioned himself, yet found no answers. He longed to comfort his sobbing wife, but fear held him back. The once mighty tycoon, with a fortune in the billions, found his greatest dread was confronting his own wife and daughter, particularly under such dire circumstances. Struggling to move, he yearned to see his wife, to offer her solace. He also wished to check on his fever-stricken daughter, to gently grasp her hand and reassure her that he was there and everything would be all right. But were they truly okay? Jiang Bei cautiously approached, blood still dripping from his arm, the pungent scent of antiseptic in the hospital numbing his senses. Each step he took felt like an arduous journey. Wanrong. Jiang Bei called softly from a distance. Upon hearing his voice, Su Wanrong shuddered slightly, yet continued to weep, covering her face as if she had heard nothing. To her, it made little difference whether he came or not. She was capable of caring for their daughter on her own. Jiang Bei, how dare you show your face here? Su Dongliang suddenly shouted, striding toward Jiang Bei, his fists clenched tightly. Dongliang, there's no need for this, Su Wanrong said slowly, rising from her seat. What purpose would there be in confronting this scoundrel? Would it heal her daughter? Yet, the sound of fists slicing through the air echoed nonetheless. Jiang Bei narrowly evaded the punch and made his way towards Su Wanrong. You missed, Su Dongliang exclaimed, whirling around. Jiang Bei, what do you want now? Su Wanrong gazed silently at Jiang Bei, his body covered in dust, his arms marred with scratches, blood flowing freely. He still bore the backpack she had gifted him on their wedding day, when everything had seemed so blissful, and he clutched several roses in his right hand. Had he not claimed he was earning money? Was it through fighting that he sought to provide? What was his purpose now? What do you even want? Su Wanrong's suppressed anguish erupted at last. In a moment of fury, she struck Jiang Bei sharply across the face. Chapter 8. I am here with you. A sharp, clear sound echoed as Su Wanrong struck Jiang Bei across the face. The force of the slap sent him staggering to the side. And had he not caught himself against the wall, he would have fallen. Su Wanrong had delivered that blow with considerable strength, showing no mercy whatsoever. What do you want? Get lost, she hissed. In that moment, the physical pain was trivial. It was the anguish within her heart that was truly unbearable. Please, sister, try to remain calm. Let us sit down and talk, Su Dongliang urged, rushing to support the unsteady Su Wanrong, his voice gentle yet firm. He cast a resentful glance at Jiang Bei. This man had shattered his sister's heart. She had defied her family to be with him, yet how had he treated her? This scoundrel was utterly unworthy of her devotion and elicited nothing but disdain from him. Dongliang, I'm fine, Su Wanrong said, steadying herself as she resumed her seat. Her gaze icy as it fell upon Jiang Bei. At that moment, Jiang Bei seemed to remember something and awkwardly approached, presenting the flowers he held. Wanrong, it's Valentine's Day, he said, oblivious to the blood that stained the petals. I don't want them, Su Wanrong replied, leaning against the wall, breathing heavily. Jiang Bei, where have you been all these years? Do you really believe these gestures can redeem you in my sister's eyes? Don't be delusional. You are a disgrace. Su Dongliang scoffed. Jiang Bei opened his mouth, unable to muster a defense against Su Dongliang's words. Indeed, he was a disgrace. Wanrong, how is Yang Yang? Is the fever severe? May I see her, just for a moment? Jiang Bei pleaded softly. Su Wanrong looked up silently, her lips pressed together. Meanwhile, Su Dongliang, who had been suppressing his rage, could no longer contain himself. Jiang Bei, can you not have a shred of dignity? How dare you inquire about her? Our parents are inside. Do you have the audacity to enter? Wanrong, may I go in to see Yang Yang? Jiang Bei ignored Su Dongliang's outburst, pleading for a glimmer of compassion from Su Wanrong. He had made too many mistakes. Even if the path to the hospital bed were fraught with peril, he would brave it. I finally found you. Why did you run away? Don't you know this is a hospital? What if you disturb the other patients? A middle-aged nurse approached, her voice low yet filled with anger as she glared at Jiang Bei. I'm so sorry. Jiang Bei quickly apologized. Just be more careful next time. The nurse waved him off. It was common to encounter such individuals in the hospital. However, upon noticing Su Wanrong sitting before him, she paused and couldn't help but ask, is this your partner? Just as Su Wanrong was about to respond, Jiang Bei interjected, Miss, my daughter is inside. How is she? Is she all right? Has her fever subsided? Is she in any danger? The nurse scrutinized Jiang Bei, her gaze finally resting on his arm, her brow furrowing. When she was admitted, she had a high fever of 38.7 degrees Celsius that hasn't subsided. The situation isn't very optimistic. She has just received an antipyretic injection, but we do not yet know how she will respond. However, the child's age is too tender. The adults must brace themselves psychologically. The nurse hesitated, uncertain whether to utter the forthcoming words. Sister, what is wrong with my daughter? What is wrong with my daughter? Su Wanrong steadied herself against the wall, her complexion turning as pale as a ghost. The nurse gently sighed, a hint of reluctance in her voice as she spoke. The child's brain may be damaged due to the high fever, and there is also a possibility of pneumonia. She will need to be hospitalized for observation. The mention of brain damage and pneumonia made Jiang Bei's vision darken, nearly causing him to faint. I am not trying to frighten you. If an unfortunate situation arises, prepare yourselves mentally. There have been far too many cases of children suffering brain damage due to high fevers. Yet Jiang Bei could never fathom that such a fate could befall his daughter. When the nurse uttered those words, he was utterly at a loss. His mind was a blank slate, and he felt as if he could grasp nothing. He could, given a little time, provide the finest things in the world for his wife and daughter. But why was fate playing such a cruel joke on him? Hadn't he endured enough torment in his previous life? Must it all be repaid in this one? Jiang Bei felt as though a heavy stone compressed his chest, making even breathing a laborious task. He stepped back, leaning against the wall, striving to inhale deeply. He did not know what to do or what he could do for his daughter at this moment. Should he clasp his hands in prayer to the heavens? If that would truly help, he would gladly do it. If he could sacrifice his own life to restore Yang Yang's health, he would not hesitate for a moment. That was his daughter, his incredibly understanding daughter. Meanwhile, Su Wanrong had collapsed to the ground, her eyes vacant as she stared ahead, murmuring, Yang Yang, Yang Yang. This resilient woman, upon hearing such potentially devastating news, had also been brought to her knees. Her life had dwindled down to just this daughter, a middle-aged nurse. Having witnessed such scenes far too often, felt a pang of sorrow for the family, but knew she must proceed with the necessary actions. Who will come with me to settle the hospitalization and treatment fees? Sister, ensure that my niece receives the best medication and treatment. Su Dongliang exclaimed suddenly, his emotions surging. This child is the lifeblood of our family. She absolutely cannot be harmed. Su Dongliang seemed to have an epiphany, hastily rummaging through his pockets until he produced a bank card, clutching it tightly. Money is not an issue. I have funds available. Come with me. The nurse replied to Su Dongliang. If we opt for imported medications, it could prevent many subsequent complications, and the efficacy is quite commendable, although the cost will be steep. She could discern that this family was not affluent, yet such scenes unfolded daily. I will accompany you, Su Wanrong said weakly as she mustered the strength to rise. Sister, wait for me here. I can manage on my own. I still have a considerable salary, Su Dongliang insisted, quickly supporting Su Wanrong. She shook her head, remaining silent. She was already too frail. I will go as well. Jiang Bei suddenly interjected, following in their footsteps. Jiang Bei, do not let me see you again. In a few days, you and my sister will finalize the divorce, and thereafter, our family will have no connection with you. Yang will also be severed from you. You wretched scoundrel. Jiang Bei weakly shook his head, nearly devoid of the strength to speak. Huh. Su Dongliang merely sneered at the pitiable Jiang Bei before turning to assist Su Wanrong as they continued to follow the nurse. Jiang Bei could do nothing but trail behind, enduring the physical pain that spread through him, unwaveringly following along. Chapter 9. I have returned. The onlookers in the corridor finally caught sight of the man who had just rushed past. Though they remained silent, the disdain etched on their faces was unmistakable, with some even pointing and whispering among themselves. A man in such a disheveled state would hardly evoke any sympathy, especially now. He dared not walk beside his wife, instead trailing behind at a distance, stumbling forward with a tattered cloth bag slung over his shoulder. Making his way to the payment counter on the ground floor, he stood quietly by the counter, his face ashen, exuding an air of helplessness. He was at a loss. Having never encountered such a situation, even during his first failed venture in his previous life, he felt no heartache. Everything felt numb to him. Yet now, the depth of his heartache was such that he could instinctively disregard the pain from the bleeding wound on his arm. Are you certain you want the best medication? It will be rather expensive, the nurse inquired at the payment desk. Yes, Su Dongliang replied without hesitation, nodding vigorously. The nurse sighed softly, then communicated something to the woman inside before retrieving the prescription from the doctor to assist in procuring the medication. She understood that the ensuing costs would nearly plunge a family into despair. However, for the sake of that fragile life, ensuring its healthy survival was a choice nearly every family would make. The medications were all imported, alongside the costs for a 2-week hospital stay. If there are no issues, please sign and proceed with the payment. The nurse handed the bill to Su Wanrong, for she was the child's biological mother. 3,000 yuan. Su Wanrong was immediately taken aback by that figure. She worked at a chemical fiber factory, earning less than 500 yuan a month, while also supporting her daughter, and often had her wages taken by Jiang Bei to fuel his gambling and drinking habits. How could she possibly come up with 3,000 yuan? Sister, I will go get the money, Su Dongliang suddenly declared, turning away before Su Wanrong could respond. This was money he had saved diligently, meant to alleviate his father's burdens, and to be used for purchasing a house and marrying a wife. Since he graduated from vocational school, he had worked alongside his father, gradually saving every bit he could, laboring tirelessly without complaint, even helping his father with some of his work. Yet in this moment, he unhesitatingly decided to part with this substantial sum for his sister. Su Wanrong leaned against the wall, tears streaming down her cheeks, her eyes swollen and red, unsure of how many times she had cried that day. In the face of Jiang Bei, her tears had long since dried. Her sole hope in life was her daughter, Yang. Wanrong, I have money. Jiang Bei quietly stepped forward and murmured, refraining from voicing his thoughts while Su Dongliang was present. As he sought to avoid futile disputes, he was already weary. He feared he might faint right there, for he yearned to ascend the stairs and see his daughter once more. He had promised both her and her mother that he would change, that he would transform this 300 yuan into 30,000 within 3 days. He could not simply succumb to defeat. Su Wanrong's tear-filled eyes pierced Jiang Bei's heart deeply. She remained silent, her head bowed in exhaustion. Jiang Bei wished to speak. Yet when he opened his mouth, words eluded him. He turned to the nurse waiting nearby. May I make a payment? I am the child's father, he earnestly inquired. Of course, the nurse nodded in response. Jiang Bei exhaled softly, retrieved his blood-stained backpack from his back, and placed it upon the payment counter. The straps bore the marks of his bloodied hands, leaving 2 glaring crimson imprints upon it. You're hurt, the nurse frowned, having discerned the situation. The family's attitude towards the man before her spoke volumes. It's nothing, I'm fine. I'll just pay, Jiang Bei replied softly, grasping the backpack zipper with effort, as if he had lost all strength. The blood-stained zipper emitted a faint sound as he tugged at it. With a gentle rip, the backpack finally yielded, revealing its contents to the onlookers. Money, a full bag of cash. Crumpled bills nearly filled the backpack to the brim. Nurse, I have money. I can pay with this. Jiang Bei wiped the sweat from his brow. First, attend to your wounds. Don't let the money get stained with blood, the nurse advised. Right, just a moment. I'll be right back. Jiang Bei nodded earnestly, and then hurried towards the restroom not far away. Wait. The nurse raised her hand to say something, but the man had already dashed away. Not that way. I'll take you to get your wounds bandaged. The nurse gently shook her head, glancing at the woman beside her. Su Wanrong lifted her gaze, staring blankly at Jiang Bei's frantic retreating figure. His hands, stained with blood, and his arm, riddled with wounds, prompted her to ponder his actions. What had he done today? And that bag of money, the vivid red imprints on the backpack gnawed at her heart. Was he truly striving? Was this his notion of effort? Was he resorting to fighting and risking his life for wealth? Was this what he meant by change? The glimmer of hope that had flickered within Su Wanrong was swiftly extinguished. Yang, how could she possibly need a father akin to a tyrant? Jiang Bei desperately splashed his face with cold water, washing away the sweat and tears, cleansing the wounds on his arms, vigorously scrubbing the dried blood from his right hand. The nurse was right. This money must not be tainted with blood, not a single drop. The cold water intensified the pain of his injuries. Yet his heart remained fixed on his daughter. The white shirt was already drenched in sweat, the dried perspiration taking on a slightly yellow hue. And he had just fallen from a tricycle, leaving a portion of his body covered in dust. Jiang Bei had no time to dwell on this. He wiped himself with his shirt and then donned it inside out. He could not allow his daughter to see her disheveled father. It would break her heart. Thinking of his daughter, still lying on the hospital bed, uncertain of her condition, Jiang Bei felt a pang of sorrow welling up in his eyes. He lifted his gaze to the ceiling, forcefully stifling the tears that threatened to spill. He could not falter. The refreshing chill of the water invigorated him somewhat. And he hurried back. Nurse, I'm back. I've come to pay for my daughter. Chapter 10. I am the child's father's sister. I've brought the money back. At the same time, Su Dongliang returned, standing behind Jiang Bei, clenching a stack of 100 yuan bills. Upon seeing Jiang Bei, he could not restrain himself from shouting. What are you still doing here? Get out. We don't need you. Leave my sister and Yang alone. Never let us see you again. I'm here to pay for my daughter, Jiang Bei said weakly. You want to pay? We'd be grateful if you didn't ask my sister for money. We don't need your contribution. Su Dongliang sneered, then reached out to shove the already feeble Jiang Bei aside. Jiang Bei stumbled back, colliding with the wall. At that moment, Su Dongliang finally noticed the backpack, the one Jiang Bei had just brought in. This money. Su Dongliang opened his mouth, but found himself at a loss for words. It is the father of the child who has come to pay, the nurse explained. We don't need his money. Su Dongliang shouted fiercely, snatching the backpack and forcefully throwing it at the now steady Jiang Bei. In an instant, the 5 and 10 yuan bills scattered across the floor. Use my money. You'll need yours to marry someone. Let me compensate them. It was my fault, Jiang Bei said, picking up the bag from his feet, steeling himself. Now you're thinking about compensation? Where were you before? Is it only when something truly happens to Yang that you feel regret? Su Dongliang approached him, gripping Jiang Bei's collar, his eyes aflame with anger. I know I was wrong. Let me go. I must pay for my daughter. From somewhere, Jiang Bei summoned the strength to push Su Dongliang away, clutching the now empty backpack. He took measured steps toward the payment counter. Su Dongliang was about to say something when he was stopped by Su Wanrong. She gently shook her head, offering no words. Indeed, what reason did this man have not to compensate for his daughter? 3,000 yuan? Even if he were to produce 30 million, should it not be expected? If something were to truly happen to his daughter, what good would any amount of money do? Could it bring her back? Jiang Bei opened the compartment of his backpack, trembling as he counted the 50 and 100 yuan bills. I'm still 500 short. Sister, just wait a moment. This money will suffice. Jiang Bei forced a smile. Despite the circumstances, he turned around, squatting on the ground, gathering the scattered banknotes one by one into his hands. 10, 20, 30, 408. 409, 500. Jiang Bei counted meticulously, the few bills in his hand gradually transforming into a small stack. Sister, that's enough, he said, struggling to rise to his feet, then unsteadily returning to the window, trembling as he handed over the money. Wait a moment, I'll prepare a receipt for you. The nurse replied. Thank you. Thank you. Jiang Bei nodded repeatedly, pleading, please save my daughter. I beg you. You must save her. I cannot live without her. Rest assured. She will be fine. The nurse nodded, a bittersweet smile gracing her lips. She was unaware of the man's past deeds, but at least he was striving for his daughter, willing to forsake everything, including his dignity. Thank you. Thank you. Jiang Bei continued to express his gratitude. Family members, please come with me. The nurse called to Su Wanrong and Su Dongliang. The siblings exchanged a glance with the grateful man, silently following the nurse back. Meanwhile, Jiang Bei turned back, gathering the remaining coins on the ground, stuffing them into his backpack with urgency. His movements suddenly imbued with strength, he quickly secured the zipper and ran towards the staircase. His daughter would have the best medicine, and she would be cared for by dedicated professionals. She would be all right. Soon, Jiang Bei re-emerged from the staircase and spotted Su Wanrong sitting nearby. He approached her gently. Wanrong, may I go in to see Yang? Just for a moment. Just to take a look? Jiang Bei implored softly. Su Wanrong remained silent, tears silently streaming down her face. This time, Su Dongliang did not ask him to leave again. Though he was unsure how this disheveled man had managed to gather such a sum as a fellow man, he felt it was only right to show respect to Jiang Bei, a father fighting desperately for his daughter. Even if he had broken the law or risked his life, he had at least achieved some visible change. You can go in, but my parents are inside, Su Dongliang said flatly, casting a glance at Su Wanrong beside him, sighing. All right, Jiang Bei replied, gently pushing the door open. Inside, Su Guoliang turned upon hearing the door and upon seeing Jiang Bei. He was momentarily taken aback before standing up abruptly. Clenching his fists, they creaked ominously. Mom and Dad, I just want to see Yang. Can I please see her? Jiang Bei approached, suddenly kneeling, tears welling up uncontrollably in his eyes. He felt remorse for his daughter, for his wife, and especially for Su Wanrong's parents, who had entrusted their daughter to him. Su Guoliang was stunned, the anger in his eyes gradually dissipating. There is a saying that a man's knees are made of gold, and often, only men understand one another. Yet, the memories of his own harsh treatment of his daughter were vivid in his mind. Fine, you may look, he finally relented. Beside them, Su's mother, Zhang Hong, abruptly turned around. Upon recognizing Jiang Bei's approach, she stood up and delivered a resounding slap. What misfortune has my daughter endured to be with such a scoundrel like you? What wrong has my granddaughter committed to have you as her father? Tears had already stained Su's mother's face. She struck Jiang Bei repeatedly, who did not flinch but lowered his head, seemingly repenting for his past. I should never have agreed to this marriage, he thought. In Jiang Bei's mind, Zhang Hong had always been the one who disregarded emotions, constantly mocking her daughter's union. However, it was only after the previous life, during that funeral when Su's mother fainted from grief, that he truly understood the depth of her sorrow. At this moment, the traces of tears on Su's mother's face were evident. Mom, I was wrong. I truly understand my mistakes. May I please see Yang? Jiang Bei spoke softly. Do not strike him. He is the child's father, Su Guoliang intervened. At this juncture, what good would it do to beat Jiang Bei to death? Although he had little faith that Jiang Bei would genuinely change, he at least knelt down today, seeking to see his daughter and acknowledging his past errors. With a heavy sigh, Su Guoliang turned away, choosing not to look at Jiang Bei any longer. He might not be a good husband, but in this moment, he was indeed a good father. Jiang Bei, supporting himself on the ground, rose and gently approached the bedside. He beheld his daughter's unnaturally flushed face due to the fever. Chapter 11. I promise you. Jiang Bei sat quietly, his eyes brimming with tears. He reached out, placing the back of his hand on his daughter's forehead, which felt warm. The nurse just came. As long as the medication is administered, there should be no further issues. Su Guoliang remarked coldly from the side. Jiang Bei, with his back to him, nodded heavily, gently caressing Yang face. Daddy, the sleeping Yang suddenly murmured. Yang misses Daddy. Yang doesn't he want to leave? Yang wants to go home. Mom, can you forgive Daddy? Yang, it's Daddy who is sorry. Jiang Bei's tears flowed uncontrollably as he sat beside the hospital bed, cradling his head in despair. His mouth opened wide, yet he dared not make a sound, fearing he would wake his sick daughter. Daddy, why are you crying again? She coughed softly. Please don't cry, okay? Cough, cough. The tender, fragile voice, accompanied by her coughs, struck Jiang Bei's heart like a thunderclap. He frantically wiped his tears with his arms and then lifted his head, forcing a smile for Yang. Daddy, you're here, but your smile looks so ugly, she chuckled, also coughing lightly. She wished to suppress her coughs. She understood she was ill and in the hospital, and each cough brought concern to those around her. Though she tried her best to hold back, she could not refrain. When you recover, Daddy will smile beautifully, Jiang Bei replied, grinning widely in an attempt to appear more pleasant, though the tears in his eyes continued to swell. Daddy, you look even uglier when you smile. Yang giggled through her coughs. Yang gently coughed again, instinctively covering her mouth with her small hand. When I get better, will Daddy take me to the park to play? Yes, Daddy will always be there for you. He has made many mistakes in the past, but he will treat you both very well from now on. Daddy, what does very well mean? It means that if you want the stars from the sky, Daddy will pick them for you. Standing by the bedside, Su Guoliang and Zhang Hong exchanged a glance, their eyes filled with a complex array of emotions. Yet, as they thought of their daughter, their hearts ached even more. Outside the door, Su Wanrong, having heard the voices within, finally steadied herself against the wall and peered inside. Upon seeing Yang Yang awake and realizing that the hospital fees had been settled, she could not help but push the door open and enter. However, as she lowered her gaze, her eyes inadvertently fell upon the 9 roses carelessly strewn on the floor, their vibrant red wrapping strikingly bright. Not wishing to linger on the sight, she stepped through the door, leaving the man's actions behind her. Mama. Yang Yang suddenly reached out her hand, calling to Su Wanrong. I feel much better now. My fever has gone down, but I still need rest. I will have to stay in the hospital for a few more days for observation until I am completely well. Su Guoyang interjected. By the way, I have settled the hospital expenses. Su Wanrong pursed her lips, at a loss for words. Su Guoyang was momentarily taken aback, then turned to Jiang Bei, who was seated by the bedside, disbelief evident in his gaze. Su Wanrong responded softly, taking a seat beside her daughter, gently stroking Yang Yang's little head. Be good, Yang Yang. Once you recover, you can leave the hospital. I will be here with you these days. With a sigh of relief, Su Wanrong managed a gentle smile, although her eyes were still red and swollen. Daddy, look how beautiful Mama looks when she smiles. You should learn from her, Yang Yang suddenly remarked. The atmosphere in the room grew heavy with silence, and Su Wanrong's hand, which had been caressing Yang Yang's head, paused momentarily before she resumed tucking her daughter's hair behind her ear. Mama, when I leave the hospital, can we go home? Yes. Su Wanrong replied with a smile and a nod. I want to go back to our home, where we can all be happy together like other children. Daddy said he would take me to the park and treat us very well. Su Wanrong remained silent, unwilling to deceive her daughter. Yet Yang Yang seemed to sense something, suddenly grasping Su Wanrong's hand with a look of sorrow. Mama. Coughing once more, Yang Yang's condition appeared to worsen. Yang Yang, I promise you. Mama will agree to everything. Please don't scare me. Once you're better, I will take you home, Su Wanrong exclaimed, embracing her daughter tightly. In that moment, no one could fathom the internal struggle she endured, yet beyond Yang Yang's pleas. The only reason she would return to that sorrowful home to confront the scoundrel was that he cared for Yang Yang. He was willing to spend his own money to treat her, and today, he had come to the hospital when Yang Yang was nowhere to be found. He seems to be striving to become a good father. As long as he can treat Yang Yang well, what does it matter if she endures some grievances? At this moment, Yang Yang, cradled in Su Wanrong's embrace, gently turned her head and flashed a triumphant smile at Jiang Bei. Her laughter was so joyful that it seemed to mend his shattered heart, and he too revealed a genuine smile. Yet, the tears in his eyes could no longer be contained, cascading down like a torrential downpour. Daddy, don't cry, and Mommy shouldn't cry either. Yang Yang softly patted Su Wanrong's back, whispering. Jiang Bei, using his arm to wipe away the tears, said, Yang Yang, wait for Daddy a moment. I will be back soon. Daddy, you must come back. Daddy promises you. Jiang Bei nodded solemnly, and then stepped outside with his backpack. Why are you out here? Su Dongliang asked Jiang Bei with a furrowed brow. You must have been kicked out. However, he had just witnessed Jiang Bei kneeling to see his daughter. Jiang Bei felt as if a fishbone were lodged in his throat and shook his head gently, unsure how to explain. Dongliang, could you do me a favor? What kind of favor? Just tell me. A flicker of wariness appeared in Su Dongliang's eyes. Could this scoundrel have ulterior motives for his feigned sincerity today? Give me 2,000 yuan. Jiang Bei spoke suddenly. Su Dongliang was about to unleash a torrent of curses when he saw Jiang Bei offering him the tattered bag. There should be over 3,000 inside. Take this money. Wanrong has no funds, and the expenses for Yang Yang's medical treatment shouldn't fall on you. This surplus, please give to Wanrong. The remaining 2,000, I need to take out for business. I can earn money. I just need you to help me exchange some of it for smaller bills at the bank. I can't leave, as I want to spend more time with Yang Yang. I'm afraid of losing them, Jiang Bei thought, slowly leaning against the wall and closing his eyes. Su Dongliang stared blankly at the cloth bag in his hand, gazing at the pallid, exhausted man before him. Chapter 12. Daddy, can you tell a story? Jiang Bei breathed softly. After spending the night outdoors and working tirelessly on Valentine's Day, he had not eaten anything except for a few fried dough sticks in the morning. His spirit was on the brink of collapse, his body so weak that he could barely walk without swaying, having nearly fainted countless times. Now, he finally had the chance to rest, even if it was merely for a few seconds of shut-eye. It felt like a luxury. Su Dongliang looked at Jiang Bei in astonishment. Today's Jiang Bei was a tremendous shock to him, as if he had transformed into an entirely different person. The man who had once drunkenly assaulted his wife and threatened to throw her downstairs when Yang Yang cried was nowhere to be seen. He was willing to kneel just to see his daughter, to humble himself in pursuit of the best treatment for her. Although they all understood how much a nurse could actually help, in times of panic, people desperately cling to hope, often placing it in the hands of so-called divine beings. Where did you get the money? Can you really do business? Su Dongliang couldn't help but ask. I suppose I can, Jiang Bei weakly replied. Then where did this money come from? Today is Valentine's Day, and I went to purchase some roses to sell. Your sister gave me 300 yuan yesterday. Su Dongliang is aware that although Jiang Bei speaks easily, the effort he has expended cannot be so trivial. How could he possibly turn this small amount of money into over 6,000? So what are your plans moving forward? Will you continue selling flowers? I am uncertain, however. With Valentine's Day now past, it seems unlikely that I will sell anything. Jiang Bei shook his head, realizing that his brother-in-law was filled with questions. Yet he simply lacked the energy to provide further answers. Jiang Bei slowly opened his eyes, propping himself against the wall to rise. I leave this matter to you. Save the money wisely for your future home and bride. If you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to let me know. Su Dongliang, momentarily stunned, nodded absently before realizing the inconsistency. Even if he truly made a profit from selling flowers, as he mentioned, such opportunities arise only once a year. How could he find the confidence to continue in business? If business were so easy, wouldn't everyone be wealthy? Wait, your money. Su Dongliang quickly withdrew 2,000 from the cash he had just taken and pressed it into Jiang Bei's hand. He could not afford to owe any favors to that scoundrel. The remainder was meant to compensate Yang. But what about this blood? Su Dongliang lowered his gaze, staring at the tattered bag stained with blood, momentarily lost in thought. Dad, Mom, don't you have work tomorrow? Jiang Bei asked with a forced smile. We will stay a while longer before heading back. In the evening, let Wanrong accompany you here. Although Su Guoyang was somewhat pleased with Jiang Bei's behavior today, years of disappointment could not be overlooked so easily. His restraint in not confronting Jiang Bei today was merely for Yang sake. What business is it of yours whether we work or not? If you wish to leave, just go. Are you off to meet some friends for a night out? Now that you have money, it seems. Zhang Hong scoffed quietly from the side. Mom, you misunderstand me. Tomorrow is Monday, and Wanrong must also work. You both should return to rest while I stay at the hospital. Jiang Bei forced a smile. Huh, we don't need you, Zhang Hong replied, momentarily taken aback, turning her head away from the dazed Jiang Bei. Yet, where Jiang Bei could not see, she sighed softly. If only this boy had acted like this sooner. Unfortunately, many things cannot be salvaged. She understood her daughter Su Wanrong's temperament all too well. She could endure for Yang, but that family could not be restored. We can no longer interfere in young people's matters. Su Guoyang approached, gently patting Zhang Hong's shoulder, speaking softly before leading her out of the hospital room. Within the room, only the three of them remained. How many years had it been since such a harmonious atmosphere was present? Yet, the setting felt suffocating. Jiang Bei stood behind Su Wanrong, her slender figure shielding Yang's gaze. Mommy and Daddy have promised me. Please don't be angry with Daddy anymore, all right? Yang's tender voice reached his ears. I envy other children. They all have parents and happy families, and Yang wants that too. Cough, cough, cough. Mother, in truth, Father is quite wonderful. You have not seen him. Today, he held me and wept, so worried for me. Why have you fallen silent, Mother? Yang gently shook Su Wanrong's hand. Su Wanrong was aware of Jiang Bei standing behind her. What could she possibly say at this moment? To deceive Yang, to deceive herself? She found it impossible. Wanrong, you should head back early. You have work tomorrow, Jiang Bei said, taking a deep breath as he approached. Dad, you're back. Yang exclaimed suddenly. Yes. Jiang Bei replied with a smile, sitting beside Yang and tenderly stroking her head. He lifted his gaze to meet Su Wanrong's. I won't go back. I will stay here with Yang. Su Wanrong shook her head, realizing she had not spoken to Jiang Bei in such a calm manner for a long time. Wanrong, Yang is unwell too. You mustn't wear yourself thin, or how will you manage work tomorrow? I have arranged for 2 days off, Su Wanrong replied nonchalantly. Then how about this? You rest tonight, come back in the morning, spend the day with Yang, and I will keep her company at night. Does that work? I know you prefer not to see me. I can come back in the evening, but may I spend some time with Yang? I wish to fulfill my responsibilities as a father, Jiang Bei pleaded. Su Wanrong remained silent, contemplating for a while before looking at Jiang Bei. All right, Mother. You should go home. I will stay here with Father. We will see you tomorrow. Yang waved her hand, eager to send Su Wanrong away. Su Wanrong smiled as she stood, gently tapping Yang's little head. Have you taken to banishing me now? Jiang Bei stared, captivated. He was entranced. Su Wanrong was beautiful, with an iconic oval face, large eyes, and a simple yet graceful beauty. When she smiled, it could truly be described as breathtaking. Yet, how long had it been since such a smile graced her face? Noticing Jiang Bei's gaze, Su Wanrong quickly withdrew her smile before turning to leave. Once the hospital room was left with only the father and daughter, Yang Yang's sparkling eyes began to twinkle with mischief. "Father, will you tell me a story to help me sleep? I'm tired, but I can't fall asleep without a story." Jiang Bei, with a tender smile, replied, "Of course I can tell you a story, but you must promise not to kick off the covers tonight." As he spoke, he tucked her blanket snugly around her. "All right." Yang promises. "Then shall I tell you the tale of a little duck searching for its mother?" Jiang Bei pondered before continuing. "I've heard that one. Do you have another? What about Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs?" Yang had not yet heard that one. "Daddy, lean down to tell it. You must be tired, too." Chapter 13. The promises made later. The prince and princess lived happily ever after, Jiang Bei recounted, resting his head on Yang pillow, his voice gradually fading away. These stories were deeply familiar to him. In his past life, after that day, he fell into despair, uncertain of what else he could do. Beyond the numbing routine of business and the pursuit of profit, he would daily visit the kindergarten adjacent to his home, observing the children within and the parents braving the sweltering heat to collect their offspring. Before slumber, he would delve into fairy tales, committing them to memory. He was uncertain of the purpose of these actions, yet he pondered, perhaps this was the last vestige of redemption for his soul. Though it led to sleepless nights steeped in longing, the following day would find him ensnared once more in his monotonous existence. Yang turned her head, propping her chin on her hands, her large eyes fixed upon her father, who was soundly asleep with his eyes closed. Gently, she tugged the blanket around her, covering Jiang Bei's upper body, and softly stroked his head, a charming smile gracing her lips. Gradually, she nestled beside him, cocooning herself under the shared blanket. Occasionally, she would glance at her father, once a figure of menace, and tenderly touch his pale face illuminated by the moonlight. As night deepened, this marked the first time in Yang memory that her father had kept her company as she drifted into sleep. Was this not the profound affection her father had spoken of, the feeling of being cherished deeply? With the dawn, Jiang Bei rubbed his eyes and finally awakened. He was oblivious to the moment he had succumbed to slumber the previous night, having dozed off on a stool beside the hospital bed. It was only when he felt something atop his back that he realized it was the blanket. Who had covered him? Where was Yang? A chill ran down his spine as he noticed the bed was empty. Just then, a slight movement beside him alerted him to the truth. Turning his head, he discovered Yang, peacefully asleep beside him, sharing the blanket. For 2 consecutive days, Jiang Bei had no idea how he had managed to endure. Even after a night spent dozing in such a position, an unprecedented vitality coursed through him. His young daughter was the source of this newfound energy. Jiang Bei smiled, preparing to rise but quickly reconsidered, fearing that even the slightest movement might disturb Yang. Morning light streamed through the window, bathing the pair in its warm glow. Jiang Bei gently shifted his position, pulling the blanket down a bit to shield his daughter's face from the sun's rays. He propped himself up with one hand, waiting for the other to regain sensation before delicately tucking a few stray strands of hair behind Yang's ear. A smile, unlike any he had worn in recent days, graced his face. This was his daughter, his own flesh and blood. She would not leave him again. As he smiled, tears welled up in Jiang Bei's eyes, unnoticed by him. The surrounding scene blurred with the appearance of his tears, yet his petite, slumbering daughter radiated warmth in his heart, much like the sunlight streaming through the window. Unbeknownst to him, a single tear gently fell upon her cheek. When Jiang Bei finally regained his senses, he observed that Yang's eyelashes fluttered gently twice before she opened her bright, large eyes and gazed in his direction. She rubbed her eyes and sweetly inquired, "Daddy, are you awake?" "Oh, Daddy, cough cough. Why are you crying again? Did you not promise Yang that you wouldn't cry anymore?" "Daddy, this is happiness," Jiang Bei softly replied, lifting his daughter into his arms and gently placing her back on the bed, draping his own blanket over her. When had that emotionally detached man, who stood atop a mountain of wealth, ever exhibited such a disheveled appearance? Aside from the solitary nights spent lamenting his wife and daughter, when had he ever shed tears of genuine relief? To outsiders, he had lost over 100 billion in wealth, yet within his heart, he felt he had gained the world. "Daddy, your story yesterday was wonderful." Cough cough. "Will you tell Yang another story tonight?" she suddenly asked. "Yes, tonight. Daddy will stay with you." Jiang Bei nodded, tenderly wiping away the tears on his face. "Oh, Mommy is here." Yang suddenly pointed toward the door. "Be good. Yang, Daddy promised to take very good care of you, and I also promised to treat Mommy well. Daddy has to go out to earn money during the day. Can you let Mommy keep you company?" Then I'll wait for Daddy here," Yang replied with a smile, though her eyes betrayed her reluctance. Yet, in her young heart, she had begun to understand that her father was changing. He would undertake the same responsibilities as her mother. earning money so that their home would no longer be a battleground over finances. I'm leaving, Jiang Bei said softly to Su Wanrong as he opened the door. Yang has just woken up. After she finishes her breakfast, please remember to ask the nurse to check her temperature again. Yang should be free of fever, but her cough is still severe. Thank you for your efforts these past few days. Su Wanrong replied coldly, nodding before stepping into the hospital room. In contrast to the deeply slumbering Jiang Bei, who was exhausted from overwork, Su Wanrong had barely slept that night. She could not comprehend why Jiang Bei had suddenly been injured or why he had presented so much money, especially upon returning home. When Su Dongliang had given her over $1,500, she was utterly perplexed. When Su Dongliang mentioned that it was from Jiang Bei, her first instinct was to refuse. However, knowing it was meant for Yang, she reluctantly accepted. She could reject Jiang Bei's compensation and sever all ties with him. But what about Yang? Could Yang be as carefree as she? He was Yang's father, a man who was becoming better. This man had done something she could not fathom. She did not understand why he was suddenly so wealthy, as if she had never truly known him. But would she wait for Yang to be discharged? To return home together? To that house filled with despair and tears? Meanwhile, Jiang Bei stood at the door, letting out a soft sigh as he watched Su Wanrong's retreating figure and Yang waving her tiny fist at him, her voice calling out, "Daddy, go for it." He collected his emotions, which were tinged with reluctance, and slowly turned away, departing. Today, he is set to embark on a greater endeavor, having made a promise concerning Su Wanrong. Chapter 14, Conducting Business. As a man, Jiang Bei shall no longer contravene his commitments. Even though he once led a dissolute life, he vows to amend his ways henceforth. He assured Su Wanrong that he would transform this 300 yuan into 30,000 within a mere span of 3 days. Regardless of the one-sided nature of his determination, he feels compelled to act. With yesterday accounted for, only today and tomorrow remain. He possesses a principal amount of 2,000 yuan. While it may seem daunting, for a titan of commerce who has returned after more than 2 decades, it is decidedly attainable. Although having 6 or 7,000 yuan in startup capital would have made it simpler, he refuses to renege on his promise, even in its absence. Jiang Bei arrived at a small eatery outside the hospital, consuming as much breakfast as possible, even if it left him feeling uncomfortably full. He was already contemplating the battles he would face today. The struggles would be even more exhausting than yesterday, as he would be too preoccupied with making money to spare a moment for meals or any other activities. Once he had satiated his hunger, Jiang Bei mounted the tricycle he had rented the previous day and set off towards a garment factory that resided within the recesses of his memory. Xianyang Garment Factory. This establishment was relatively basic, aligning with Jiang Bei's expectations. In this era, such factories are plentiful, and the prices for finished garments are modest, including popular items like t-shirts and shirts. Naturally, they cater to bulk purchases. If one were to arrive with a mere 100 or 80 yuan, hoping to acquire a few inexpensive garments, they would find no one willing to assist them. Moreover, another reason Jiang Bei chose this factory was its superior quality. In the early 21st century, incomes were modest, and the trend of spending extravagantly to keep up with fashions was not embraced. Thus, the quality of clothing took precedence over style. Jiang Bei did not rush. He recognized that appearances are paramount in business. Clad in his tattered attire, he knew no one would be inclined to negotiate with him. Therefore, he returned home to groom himself, donning a crisp white shirt, with long sleeves concealing the unsightly wounds on his arms. He then re-rented the tricycle for 2 more days and stopped by a nearby shop to purchase a box of Zhonghua cigarettes before departing. Upon reaching the garment factory, it was already 9 o'clock in the morning. He parked the tricycle beneath a tree not far from the entrance and proceeded towards the security office at the main entrance. He offered a Zhonghua cigarette to the security guard. "Sir, I am here to discuss a business matter. May I inquire if General Manager Zhao is available?" Jiang Bei inquired with a smile. The guard, taken aback by the sudden presence of the youth, instinctively accepted the cigarette. "Yes, he is on the 2nd floor. I will call his assistant for you." "No need, sir. I am acquainted with General Manager Zhao," Jiang Bei replied with a smile, waving his hand dismissively as he moved on. The security guard, not harboring any suspicions, recognized that the cigarette was genuine and noted that the individual before him was well-dressed, likely a businessman. Consequently, he dismissed the thought of calling for someone to attend to the visitor, preferring to avoid unnecessary complications. In his previous life, Jiang Bei was acquainted with the owner of this clothing factory, Zhao Ziqiao, a decidedly astute individual. To illustrate, after establishing a reputation for the high quality of his garments, he successfully launched his own brand, leading to a significant increase in prices. He was a shrewd businessman who adopted a steady approach. However, this very trait posed a limitation. His focus on immediate profits hindered his capacity to pursue greater ambitions, constraining the company's development. Apart from the initial years of Jiang Bei's entrepreneurial journey when they had some interactions, he had long left Zhao behind. To describe him as steady is indeed complimentary, while labeling him as short-sighted would not be unwarranted. Currently, Jiang Bei sought out Zhao precisely because of this disposition. If someone were to greet him and ascertain his purchasing volume, it might turn out to be more trouble than it's worth. Jiang Bei navigated his way to Zhao Ziqiao's office with ease, gently knocking on the door. "Come in," came a middle-aged voice from within. As Jiang Bei entered, he finally laid eyes on the Zhao he remembered. "Long time no see, Uncle Zhao," he said, casually taking a seat on the sofa. "You are Zhao Ziqiao?" Zhao appeared momentarily taken aback. Jiang Bei maintained his smile. In his previous life, he had been significantly inferior in status during their first encounter. At that time, upon seeing him, Zhao had seemed to recall something and inquired if he were the son of Jiang from Lin City. It was only later, as Jiang Bei's business flourished, that he realized he bore a resemblance to the son of that Jiang, having only met him in childhood, leading to Zhao's mistaken recognition. Yet, wasn't he this a way to foster relationships in the business world? Zhao had continued with phrases suggesting future introductions, referring to them as promising young talents. In this life, however, Zhao Ziqiao was somewhat bewildered by Jiang Bei's unexpected visit. "Uncle Zhao, you truly forget easily. My surname is Jiang," Jiang Bei smiled. "Ah, so you are young Master Jiang," Zhao Ziqiao exclaimed, slapping his forehead as if suddenly enlightened. In truth, he was somewhat unclear about the situation and was contemplating contacting Jiang Dawei of Lin City after this young master departed. "Young Master Jiang suddenly comes to visit. Why didn't he, Mr. Jiang, inform me in advance? It seems I have been remiss in my hospitality," Zhao remarked. "Uncle Zhao, please do not contact my father," Jiang Bei hastily replied. "Oh, I ran away from home without informing my father. After so many years of studying abroad, why would I rely on my family's business? That would be dreadfully boring," he scoffed, displaying a look of disinterest. Moreover, being handsome and well-groomed that morning, he appeared quite the youthful gentleman. "You young scholars are truly something," Zhao Ziqiao mused, resting his chin on his hand with a smile. "Uncle Zhao, I have come to discuss business with you," Jiang Bei declared, sitting up straight. "What business?" "I require a shipment, yet my available funds are somewhat limited," Jiang Bei remarked earnestly. "Young Master Jiang, if you find yourself short on capital, you could simply ask Mr. Jiang for some initial funding. Why complicate matters?" Zhao Ziqiao expressed his growing skepticism. His identity is such that with a little inquiry, it could be easily uncovered, and he had encountered numerous fraudsters over the years who sought collaboration, no less than 80. If not 100. Would that not render my efforts futile? Jiang Bei responded with a smile, reassuring Zhao Shu that he would procure only as much merchandise as his finances permitted. The Jiang family values integrity in business dealings and would never default on payments. Jiang Bei jested, clearly noting the sigh of relief that escaped Zhao Ziqiao upon hearing his words. It was prudent to instill a bit of fear in someone like Zhao Ziqiao. The remainder of the negotiations would be far simpler thereafter. "What are you saying, young Master Jiang? As you embark on this venture, you can count on your uncle for assistance," Zhao Ziqiao retorted with a frown. Chapter 15. Couples attire. Business people possess a knack for eloquence. However, if Jiang Bei were unaware of their rhetoric, he would not have amassed significant wealth. Discerning which words to heed and which to trust is an art in itself. At the very least, in this initial transaction, neither party could claim an advantage over the other. Naturally, should Zhao Ziqiao be inclined to concede a modest profit for the sake of fostering a more substantial future collaboration, that would be even better. "Uncle Zhao, you jest. If I sought your assistance, I might as well have my old man hand me the money directly. This time, I merely brought some funds to venture out on my own, tired of his incessant complaints about the difficulties of entrepreneurship," Jiang Bei laughed. "Ha!" Zhao Ziqiao chuckled heartily. "Young Master Jiang, indeed, I believe your intellect will undoubtedly lead to considerable success in Donghai. By the way, young Master Jiang, how long do you intend to stay in Donghai?" Zhao Ziqiao inquired. The answer to this question would determine whether he would extend assistance to Jiang Bei and whether he should indeed contact Jiang Dawei. "It won't be long. Likely just a few days to test the waters and ascertain the situation," Jiang Bei replied after a moment's contemplation. "So, how much capital have you prepared for this trial?" Zhao Ziqiao suddenly lost interest. It was time for earnest business discussions, and he was not inclined to offer much assistance to young Master Jiang. Nor would he reach out to Jiang Dawei. "Not much, just over 10,000 yuan, Jiang Bei smiled. "Oh, may I ask which market you intend to explore? Perhaps I could offer some advice." Zhao Ziqiao was not particularly surprised by this figure. After all, it was quite normal for the young master of the Jiang family to carry over 10,000 yuan as pocket money. While the amount did not ignite his enthusiasm, he would still pay a modicum of attention, given their friendship. This figure was also a reflection of Jiang Bei's understanding of Zhao Ziqiao's circumstances. 10,000 yuan worth of goods over 2 or 3 days could be considered a reasonable sum. After today, Jiang Bei felt confident that he could leverage this money to secure a 10,000 yuan transaction. However, he must ensure that Zhao Ziqiao approaches this collaboration with the seriousness it warrants, which is the very reason he invoked the name of young Master Jiang. Perhaps in the pedestrian street area, but Uncle Zhao, I do have a small favor to ask of you, Jiang Bei suddenly interjected. No worries, since you've addressed me as Uncle Zhao. It is only right that I assist you, Zhao Ziqiao replied casually. After all, the most crucial aspect had already been established. Young Master Jiang was intent on trading money for goods. I wish to procure a batch of clothes with prints. This is within your capabilities, isn't it, Uncle Zhao? Of course, Zhao Ziqiao straightened himself and nodded. I intend to design a series of patterns myself, and I would like your assistance in printing them, Jiang Bei stated. That is certainly feasible, but I must caution you that the goods cannot be delivered immediately, Zhao Ziqiao remarked, furrowing his brow. There is no need for haste. I only require 800 yuan worth of goods by this afternoon before 5 o'clock. Jiang Bei said nonchalantly, rising to hand over an envelope. I happen to withdraw this amount in change, so I'll give it to Uncle Zhao now. He still had over 100 yuan for other uses. By tomorrow, the remaining goods worth 10,000 yuan will be ready, correct? I shall return in the morning to collect them and withdraw the funds along the way, ensuring no delays for either of us. Naturally, that poses no problem. The quality and efficiency of the goods from my side are beyond reproach. Zhao Ziqiao accepted Jiang Bei's payment, casting a glance at the envelope before placing it in his drawer. Young Master Jiang, please follow me. It's an opportune moment to discuss with the design department what sort of patterns you envision. On this end, I can offer you the lowest price of 9 yuan per piece, especially since these will be printed. I'll ensure that 200 pieces are ready for you before this afternoon, and you needn't worry about the quality. You'll see for yourself shortly. Rest assured. Uncle Zhao, I have always heard my father commend your commitment to quality in business, Jiang Bei replied with a smile. Ha! In business, one must always adhere to the principle of honesty. Zhao Ziqiao waved his hand dismissively, though inwardly he felt quite gratified. Jiang Bei's choice to sell clothing stemmed from a simple rationale. Yesterday was Valentine's Day, and a shopping event was taking place in the pedestrian street, lasting 3 days. Initially, Jiang Bei intended to capitalize on the Valentine's Day profits for a quick financial gain before gradually establishing his business. However, faced with a lack of alternatives, he was compelled to rely on the memories of his past life to forge ahead. The garments he intended to sell were anything but ordinary t-shirts. He aimed to market couple outfits, a trend not yet fully embraced in the domestic market at that time. While they may have gained traction in larger cities, the concept of couple outfits had yet to take root in Donghai. Before long, Zhao Ziqiao had escorted Jiang Bei to the design department. Xiaowang, please assist this young Master Jiang. He wishes to design some patterns, and I need you to execute his requests for production at the factory shortly. This batch is quite urgent. We need to print 200 pieces this morning. Is that acceptable? Zhao Ziqiao inquired directly. Absolutely, Mr. Zhao, Xiaowang affirmed without hesitation. After all, the white t-shirts produced in such garment factories are certainly pre-prepared, merely awaiting printing when needed. Although there are suppliers like Jiang Bei who design their own patterns, they are relatively few. Young Master Jiang, feel free to communicate any requirements directly to him. I have some matters to attend to, Zhao Ziqiao remarked. All right, then, Uncle Zhao, please carry on with your tasks. Jiang Bei responded with a nod. He was already satisfied with what he had asked Zhao Ziqiao to do. His primary objective was to ensure the timely receipt of the goods today. Although the price was not insignificant, it was still reasonable. He was confident that he could sell these t-shirts at a 4- to 5-fold markup, subsequently acquiring another batch. If all went well, he would have 30,000 yuan by tomorrow, allowing him to bring his wife and child home once Yang was discharged from the hospital. What style of design do you require, young Master Jiang? Please share the patterns you have, Zhao inquired. Here they are, young Master Jiang. For instance, this red heart can be split in half and printed on 2 shirts, one on the left and the other on the right, maintaining the appearance of a single design. This one also needs to be divided into 2 pieces, but they should be printed in the center, along with this one as well. After Jiang Bei conveyed his instructions, he departed, using the remaining funds to purchase 2 large clothes racks and order a custom-made illuminated sign emblazoned with the word fashion. By afternoon, he brought the 200 printed t-shirts directly to the pedestrian street, just as the young men and women were finishing work and looking to unwind. Chapter 16. His promise in this era, young professionals had limited options for leisure after work. With mobile phones not yet ubiquitous and computer gaming still in its infancy, the only available entertainment was an arcade, which was hardly suitable for couples. During this time, the Pedestrian Street's 3-day promotional event for the Qixi Festival had become their prime destination after hours. Jiang Bei had a clear understanding of his target clientele, young couples with purchasing power. Convincing them to spend 30 or 40 yuan on a t-shirt that would please their girlfriends was hardly a challenge. While the price might seem steep, its novelty justified it. Jiang Bei's pricing strategy was also noteworthy. Each t-shirt was set at 39 yuan, with no discounts or haggling. Being a price starting with a 3 naturally made it more acceptable than 40 yuan. With only 200 pieces available, he knew that if one customer hesitated, others would seize the opportunity. With the promotional event in full swing, foot traffic on the pedestrian street was guaranteed. As Jiang Bei displayed the sign and arranged the clothes on the racks, a crowd quickly gathered. "Boss, what are these? What are couple outfits? Can you lower the price? 30 yuan for one is too expensive. I'll buy 2. Can you make it a bit cheaper? The same quality shirts cost only 20 yuan elsewhere." In response to such inquiries, Jiang Bei simply smiled and shook his head. "I'm sorry, but the price is already quite low. These are the latest couple outfits, and the cost price is substantial. At 39 yuan each, this is already a promotional rate. If Jiang Bei truly relents, he may have to offer his garments at a reduced price. Although the prices have risen somewhat, the quality remains commendable. Particularly when young couples hear terms like the latest styles, couple outfits, and fashion, their enthusiasm for consumption invariably surges." Jiang Bei harbors no concerns regarding the sale of his clothing. On the contrary, as time passes, more people gather around him. Despite the fact that street vending is technically illegal in this era, the bustling pedestrian street makes it impractical for the city management to enforce the law, allowing them to turn a blind eye. By 8 o'clock, the 200 pieces of clothing Jiang Bei brought had all been sold out. This moment coincided with the peak foot traffic on the pedestrian street, a time when many families venture out for a stroll after dinner. Although Jiang Bei feels reluctant to leave, his stock has been entirely depleted. For those who missed out on purchasing clothing, fret not. I shall return tomorrow. However, tomorrow will be the final day, so I encourage those wishing to buy couple outfits to arrive early. Thank you all for your support, Jiang Bei announced loudly. He then dragged his weary body homeward, taking his coat rack and luminous sign with him, before hurrying back to the hospital to visit Yang Yang. Upon entering the ward, he noticed that Su Wanrong was preparing to leave. "Wait a moment, Wanrong," Jiang Bei said, mustering his courage. He understood that Su Wanrong's disappointment in him had transcended mere words. Were it not for Yang Yang, he might never have the opportunity to speak with this woman again. Su Wanrong turned slightly, stepping back to maintain an unreachable distance from Jiang Bei. Silent and observing him intently. "Wanrong, I may have something to attend to tomorrow evening, so I will arrive a bit later. Could you stay here a while longer with Yang Yang? But rest assured, I will definitely come," Jiang Bei said, wiping the sweat from his brow. "I will fulfill the promises I've made." Su Wanrong nodded subtly before turning to leave. She had grown weary of speculating about Jiang Bei's intentions, and the commitments he made no longer held significance for her. Disappointment is rarely instantaneous, and a heart filled with despair cannot be mended in a single day. Jiang Bei reached out, wishing to stop Su Wanrong to say something further, but the words failed him. He merely sighed softly and approached the hospital bed. "Daddy, you need to be a bit braver." Yang Yang, nestled under the blankets, suddenly poked her head out. Jiang Bei smiled wryly and shook his head. "What do you know? Your mother is still upset with me. Daddy, I can sense that Mommy is not as angry anymore." Yang Yang's big eyes sparkled. Hearing her words, Jiang Bei gradually began to understand. It seemed that although Su Wanrong's demeanor towards him remained aloof, it was not as extreme as before. With this thought, Jiang Bei silently smiled. The two women he owed the most were the source of his long-standing worries. Therefore, Daddy must persevere and be a bit braver, he said, affectionately ruffling Yang Yang's hair. His smile becoming more genuine. "Daddy, will you tell me a story tonight?" "Of course. Tonight, I shall regale you with the tale of the brave Ali Baba and the 40 thieves." "Yay, yay," Yang Yang exclaimed excitedly. "However, you must promise me, dear, to lie down quietly in bed and sleep tonight, while I will take the other bed. And I must not kick off the covers during the night." The following morning, Jiang Bei found himself in the same situation as the day before, leaving only after Su Wanrong's arrival. Despite his intentions, he still could not muster the courage that Yang Yang had urged him to find. As he departed, disappointment etched itself upon Yang Yang's face. She longed for the day when her parents could walk hand in hand with her in the park, just like other children. She eagerly awaited that moment, hoping her father would exhibit a bit more bravery. The heart of a child remains ever innocent, She envisioned her father as a prince from a fairy tale, bravely kissing the princess. "Mother, why do you hesitate to speak more with father?" Yang inquired, her gaze fixed on Su Wanrong as she approached. "Do you still refuse to forgive him? Stop it. After breakfast, you need to continue your foretreatment," Su Wanrong replied with a disapproving glance at Yang. Cough, cough. Yang's little face contorted in discomfort as a sudden fit of coughing overtook her. Su Wanrong displayed an expression of helplessness, gently patting her back. It was not that Jiang Bei lacked courage. Rather, he felt he had no grounds for bravery. In Su Wanrong's eyes, he remained a scoundrel. Yet to fulfill his promise of earning 30,000 yuan, he still had one more day to fight for it. The merchandise worth 10,000 yuan took him an entire day to sell, even after securing the stock from Zhao Ziqiao that morning. He tirelessly shouted in the bustling pedestrian street under the sweltering sun, striving to capture the attention of passers-by, hardly allowing himself time to eat. His body weary and his head spinning from hunger. When he finally held over 30,000 yuan in cash, he felt every effort had been worthwhile. By the time he returned to the hospital, it was nearly 11 at night. The thick stack of cash in his backpack felt as heavy as his heart, for he was determined to honor his promise. Chapter 17. I did it. Dragging his weary body, his left hand weakly grasped the hospital staircase railing. In his right hand, he clutched a sweet cream bun, priced at 1 yuan, savoring it bite by bite. As he ascended to the 4th floor, he hurriedly swallowed the last few bites of the bun, having chewed them just enough to get them down. He adjusted his shirt, now soaked with sweat and clinging to his skin, and made his way toward the nearby ward, filled with growing concerns. Was his daughter's condition improving? Was his wife still there? She had to work the next day. Would she be happy to see this money, to witness his efforts? Even a little joy would suffice. Taking a deep breath, he stood outside the door, angled his body, and peered through the narrow glass pane, catching sight of the scene within the ward. Su Wanrong sat with her back to him at the bedside, holding a fairy tale book, narrating a bedtime story to Yang. Yang lay quietly on the bed, occasionally glancing toward the door. Perhaps her view was obstructed by Su Wanrong, as she failed to notice Jiang Bei, who was turned to the side. There was a hint of anxiety in her gaze, clearly indicating her longing to see her father. Jiang Bei let out a soft sigh, gradually crouching down to place his backpack on the floor, from which he retrieved a bundle of money wrapped in white paper. Within 3 days, he had achieved his goal. Aside from the 4,000 yuan for Yang's medical expenses handed to Su Wanrong, he had also earned an additional 30,000. He had succeeded. Yet, Jiang Bei felt no joy or relief. Instead, his heart felt as though it were being twisted by some unseen force. He was uncertain how to face Su Wanrong in a moment. He adjusted his backpack, held the money in one hand, and gently knocked on the door with the other. The crisp sound echoed through the hospital corridor. Yang, who had been lying quietly in bed, immediately sat up, her gaze peering over Su Wanrong's shoulder toward the door. "Daddy." Cough, cough. "Daddy's back." Her eyes sparkled with brightness as she waved her hands, calling out to Jiang Bei. The joy in her eyes was unmistakable. Her father, whom she had awaited all day, had kept his promise to visit her. Everything he had assured her was fulfilled. He would no longer deceive her or her mother. Meanwhile, Su Wanrong's body trembled slightly as she repositioned Yang back on the bed. At that moment, Jiang Bei had already pushed the door open and entered. He approached the bedside, a smile adorning his face as he gazed at Yang, who reciprocated with a radiant grin. She bore a striking resemblance to Su Wanrong and would undoubtedly grow into a beautiful young lady. Su Wanrong set aside the storybook she had been holding and picked up a small bag from the nightstand, preparing to leave. She did not look at Jiang Bei, nor did she exchange a word with him, for there was no necessity. At that moment, Yang, aware of her mother's intention to depart, felt a rush of urgency. Clutching her small blanket tightly, she looked eagerly at Jiang Bei. Her bright, large eyes seemed to implore him, "Daddy, please stop Mommy. Daddy, be brave." Jiang Bei nodded earnestly at Yang, then turned his attention to Su Wanrong, who was already shouldering her bag and preparing to leave. He reached out gently, grasping her arm. Before Su Wanrong could respond, Jiang Bei spoke first. "Wanrong, could you please not leave just yet? I have some things I wish to discuss with you." Su Wanrong turned around, shaking off Jiang Bei's hand, her stunning face devoid of any expression as she regarded him. "What is it?" she asked calmly. Jiang Bei felt as though his breath was trapped, and Su Wanrong's indifferent gaze left him at a loss for words. Meanwhile, Yang's encouraging look rendered him momentarily speechless. "If there's nothing else, I'll head home," Su Wanrong said coolly, preparing to depart. "Daddy, Mommy, Yang is tired. Can you talk outside?" Yang interjected, suddenly covering her head with her blanket. Okay, Daddy will go out, Jiang Bei quickly replied, following Su Wanrong out of the hospital room. Wanrong, wait a moment. Jiang Bei called out, seeking to retain her attention. Su Wanrong turned her head to gaze at the man who seemed hesitant to speak. This is 30,000 yuan. As I promised you, I have fulfilled my word, Jiang Bei declared without restraint. He understood that Su Wanrong was indifferent to the amount of money involved. She did not care whether she would truly change. Her heart had long since withered. Yet, Jiang Bei felt compelled to strive to awaken her spirit. This is what I earned. I have not broken my promise. I have been working hard to make money, he continued, slowly unwrapping the bundle of cash. A thick pile of blue 100 yuan notes was neatly tied together, alongside yellow 50 yuan notes and light blue 10 yuan bills. Cold sweat streamed down Jiang Bei's forehead as his hands trembled while he placed the money on the adjacent chair. He then crouched down, setting his backpack on the ground, unzipping it to reveal a chaotic assortment of colorful 1 and 2 yuan notes. Wanrong, I did it. I promised you, and I earned 30,000 yuan in 3 days. From the 300 yuan you gave me, I succeeded. I will not deceive you again. Will you forgive me? Jiang Bei remained crouched on the ground, sweat trickling down his forehead. He cared not for his disheveled appearance. All he desired was to see Su Wanrong smile. She could smile beautifully, just as she had the day before when she relaxed upon seeing that Yang was unharmed, her laughter genuine and heartfelt. Chapter 18. Father is a hero yet. The unchanging expression on Su Wanrong's face pierced Jiang Bei's heart. He was at a loss, unsure of what he had done wrong or how to atone for his past mistakes. Wanrong, he murmured, staring blankly at her. Jiang Bei, do you perceive me as someone who is swayed by money? Why did I defy my family's opposition to be with you? Su Wanrong gently pushed aside the money on the chair and took a seat, fixing her gaze on Jiang Bei. Jiang Bei opened his mouth, uncertain of how to respond. Indeed, why did Su Wanrong choose to follow him despite her family's disapproval? Was it not because he was a diligent and steadfast man? Although his family was modest, their life together was warm and harmonious. If Su Wanrong were the type to covet wealth, with her beauty, she could have easily chosen a wealthy suitor. Yet she did not. She believed that she and Jiang Bei could build a future together, raising a lovely child. However, after his parents tragically passed away in an accident, the once earnest man gradually transformed, befriending unsavory characters and becoming a complete scoundrel. Now, he stood before her with money in hand, asking for forgiveness. Was that even possible? Did she truly care about money? I do not concern myself with where this money came from. It has no bearing on me. Jiang Bei, I will not forgive you. Not ever. Su Wanrong leaned against the chair, eyes closed, speaking slowly. She recognized Jiang Bei's desire for change, but it was too late. A flicker of determination crossed her brow. Once Yang was discharged from the hospital, they would proceed with the divorce. The house is left to you. It was purchased by your parents and has no connection to me. I do not seek your money, but Yang must stay with me. Should you wish to see her, I consent to you visiting, even allowing her to spend a few days with you, for you are her father. Jiang Bei stared blankly at Su Wanrong, suddenly feeling a wave of panic and helplessness. He had never anticipated hearing such news today or receiving such a decision from her. Yet, it was clear that their relationship had become untenable. After stating this, Su Wanrong rose and walked toward the staircase, leaving no time for Jiang Bei, who had collapsed onto the ground, to react. Her departure was hasty yet graceful, and the glaring bills piled on the chair seemed to mock Jiang Bei's disarray. He lifted his head, staring vacantly at Su Wanrong's retreating figure, yearning to stand and rush after her, to stop her. But what would that accomplish? What meaning would it hold? He did not know. Jiang Bei kept his head bowed, his hands gripping his hair tightly in anguish. Silent tears streamed down, soaking the ground. While Su Wanrong's final, heartless words pierced Jiang Bei's already fragile heart like steel needles. They were no longer possible. His current identity was merely that of Yang's father, not her husband. The hospital room door slowly creaked open, and Yang emerged, gently sitting beside Jiang Bei and wrapping her small arms around his trembling one. Daddy, has mommy left? She asked softly. Jiang Bei slowly raised his head, his eyes devoid of life as they met his daughter's gaze. Daddy has earned so much money. Why did mommy still leave? Daddy didn't deceive her, did he? Daddy did everything. He coughed, his voice thick with emotion. Tears cascaded down Yang's face as she noticed the money stacked on the chair. She wasn't truly tired. She had merely suggested that her parents go outside to talk, perhaps believing that her presence was the reason for their tension. She understood that adults needed to converse without children eavesdropping. Thus, after sending her parents away, she intended to listen quietly from behind the door. However, what she overheard was not the reconciliation she had envisioned, nor any plans for returning home together after her discharge. Instead, Her parents were getting a divorce. She did not comprehend what divorce meant, yet the term had lingered in her ears these past few days. Today, it seemed to dawn on her that divorce signified her parents would no longer be together, that she would live with her grandmother and see her father only occasionally. Daddy. Yang gently caressed Jiang Bei's head, calling out softly. Jiang Bei's tears flowed uncontrollably. He was at a loss for how to provide his young daughter with a complete family or how to help her accept this reality he himself struggled to grasp. Yang, I am sorry, he murmured, holding her close, tears streaming silently. Please don't cry, Daddy, Yang said, tenderly tidying his disheveled hair. I don't want Mommy and Daddy to divorce. I'll stay in the hospital for another month. Daddy, please try harder and don't give up. Mother will surely forgive you. She will. Father will not give up. Yang, do you believe in him? Jiang Bei raised his head, gazing at Yang, who had declared she would not cry but had already turned into a weeping child. Yang believed in her father. He was a hero akin to Alibaba. Chapter 19. Yang Su Wanrong stood at the corner of the corridor, her gaze shifting from turmoil to resoluteness. She had never cared about wealth. Her utmost concern was whether their family could attain happiness. She was unaware of how Jiang Bei had acquired such a substantial sum of money. Yet the memory of his injuries from that day lingered vividly in her mind, as though he had suddenly become affluent. But what could that man, who had indulged in drinking and gambling for so many years without even attending work, possibly do? Had he broken the law? Otherwise, how could he suddenly possess so much wealth? Su Wanrong chose not to dwell on these thoughts any longer, yet her resolve remained unshaken, regardless of Jiang Bei's demeanor. Even if he truly changed, they could never return to the way things were. Although Yang's innocent cries pierced Su Wanrong's heart, it would be all right. Yang was still young and would eventually grow accustomed to it. That man would provide paternal love, while she would offer maternal affection. Whatever transpired between her and Jiang Bei would not affect Yang. She believed that with her own capabilities, she could raise Yang well. Su Wanrong reassured herself as she departed the hospital under the cover of night. This evening, Jiang Bei did not tell Yang a story. Neither of them were in the mood for it. After tucking Yang in, he returned to the adjacent caregiver's bed, and the fatigue from the past few days soon lulled him to sleep. Meanwhile, Yang waited for Jiang Bei to fall asleep before opening her eyes and tilting her head to gaze outside. The moonlight streamed through the window, illuminating her tear-filled large eyes, making them glisten like jewels. She turned to glance at her father, who lay asleep beside her, recalling the words of the nurse earlier that day. The nurse had said, "Little girl, you are recovering quite well these past few days. You won't need to stay in the hospital for half a month. If you persevere through these final days, you should be able to go home this weekend." Counting on her fingers, she realized that only 5 days remained until her discharge. At that time, she had cheerfully asked her mother if her calculations were correct. In her heart, she eagerly anticipated that after 5 days, her parents would take her home, and they could enjoy a day in the park together over the weekend. However, now she did not wish to leave the hospital. She wanted to stay a few more days. Her mother did not want to forgive her father and was even considering divorce, which would separate them. She felt at a loss regarding how to assist her father. It seemed that staying in the hospital a while longer might be acceptable. Yang felt somewhat fatigued by her thoughts, bewildered by the complexities of the adult world. Her father had evidently changed. He worked diligently to earn money and kept his promise to visit her every day. Reflecting further, Yang recalled her parents often reminding her not to kick off the covers at night, lest she catch a cold. Thus, she gently kicked off her blanket with her little feet, glancing at her hospital gown, and lifted it slightly to reveal her fair little belly. Gradually, she felt an intense heat within her body. In a state between sleep and wakefulness, she thought she heard her father's voice. He dashed out like a man possessed, calling for the nurse. "Nurse, come quickly to see my daughter." The warm morning light streamed into the hospital room, where a needle was once again inserted into Yang's tiny hand. "Daddy, why are you crying again?" Yang gently caressed Jiang Bei's head with her other hand, her hoarse voice barely above a whisper. "Daddy hasn't taken good care of you," Jiang Bei lamented, filled with regret as he gazed at Yang's frail form. And he slapped himself harshly. "Daddy, don't cry. Can Yang stay in the hospital a little longer?" she inquired. Jiang Bei stared blankly at his daughter, as if a realization dawned upon him, yet an overwhelming sense of helplessness and guilt flooded his heart. Was it his fault that his daughter kicked off the blanket? He covered his face, tears streaming through his fingers. He had shed more tears in these past few days than in his entire life. Yang merely wished for a complete family. But what was he to do? Who could tell him what to do? Jiang Bei's heart screamed in despair. Then Daddy must persevere. Yang can only help buy you some time. She coughed delicately, covering her mouth with one hand. Her flushed face, reddened by fever, pierced Jiang Bei's heart like a dagger. What about Yang Yang? How is she? At that moment, the door swung open, and Su Dongliang rushed in. Today, Su Wanrong was returning to work, so he had taken a leave of absence to accompany Yang Yang. However, he received alarming news early in the morning that Yang Yang had fallen ill again. Yang Yang caught a cold last night. Jiang Bei stood there, stunned. Is this how you accompany Yang Yang? Su Dongliang gripped Jiang Bei's collar tightly, demanding answers. Uncle, please don't be angry with my dad. It was Yang Yang who kicked off the blanket again. Chapter 20. Fury. Su Dongliang, dejected, released Jiang Bei's collar and approached the bedside, his expression softening. Yang Yang, your mother will be worried sick seeing you like this, he sighed. Uncle, don't worry. Yang Yang is fine. Just a few more days in the hospital, and I'll be all right, Yang Yang replied with a smile. Though she was weak, there was an inexplicable joy in her voice when she spoke of staying a few more days. Su Dongliang gently ruffled Yang Yang's small head, shaking his own. Uncertain of what to say, at that moment, he turned his gaze toward Jiang Bei, the biological father of this little girl. Jiang Bei stood there, looking somewhat lost. A stark contrast to the man who had desperately sought to see his child just 2 nights ago. Jiang Bei, come with me, Su Dongliang said, rising and speaking calmly. He had tried to persuade Su Wanrong over the past few days, but her resolute decision to divorce remained unchanged, regardless of his arguments. He knew his sister's character well. Beneath her seemingly fragile exterior lay an unwavering strength. He had witnessed Jiang Bei's transformation. Although he was uncertain whether Jiang Bei's claims about doing business were genuine, he recognized that this man had indeed changed, at least in light of Yang Yang's presence. This was the crucial factor that softened his attitude toward Jiang Bei. Jiang Bei trailed behind Su Dongliang as they exited the hospital room, taking a seat on a chair by the door. He bowed his head, uncertain of what to say. His thoughts were in disarray, grasping at nothing. My sister will come by after work tonight. How do you plan to face her? Su Dongliang's words pierced through his reverie, causing Jiang Bei to shudder. Indeed, Wanrong would arrive this evening. How would she react upon discovering that he had failed to care for Yang Yang? I don't know, Jiang Bei replied, shaking his head. With a sigh, Su Dongliang continued. Jiang Bei, I can't discern your true intentions this time. However, if you dare to mistreat my sister or Yang Yang again, I shall not let you off easily. Jiang Bei lifted his gaze, staring blankly at the young man beside him, who was 5 or 6 years his junior. Ignoring Jiang Bei's stare, Su Dongliang looked ahead and spoke calmly. I've advised my sister, but she would not heed my counsel. I can see you wish to change, but it may be too late. The rest is up to you. Please treat her kindly, even if divorce becomes inevitable. My sister's heart is not made of stone. She is merely hurt by you. I am uncertain whether my words today will bear any fruit, but I hope you will not disappoint her again. It is no exaggeration to say that over the years, he had given far more to Yang Yang than the man beside him ever had. Once upon a time, he had urged Su Wanrong to divorce Jiang Bei. Yet this man seemingly transformed overnight, striving for change. That day, Jiang Bei's actions had indeed struck a chord with Su Dongliang. Jiang Bei parted his lips, a torrent of words yearning to escape, yet what emerged was a feeble promise. I will not let her down again. As time passed, the nurses grew increasingly busy, and little Yang Yang once again required close attention. Su Dongliang and Jiang Bei remained in the hospital room, keeping her company, playing with her, and watching over her as she napped. Yang Yang's fever had subsided, and the good news was that the imported medication had prevented any alarming complications from a second bout of fever. However, the bad news was that the ordeal had left her exceptionally frail. At 5:30 in the evening, Su Wanrong rushed to the hospital after finishing work. Upon seeing Yang Yang, her worries could no longer be contained. Yang Yang, how are you feeling? Are you all right? She asked, gazing at her daughter, who sat weakly on the hospital bed, coughing and calling for her mother, her trembling hand outstretched. Mama, it's just that Yang Yang kicked off the blankets again. Don't worry, I'm fine, she coughed, attempting to reassure her mother. Su Wanrong's complexion drained of color, her eyes filled with anxiety and worry. Yet, upon laying eyes on Yang Yang, her concern morphed into anger directed at the silent man standing beside her, who had uttered not a single word. Chapter 21. A father's responsibility. Is this how you care for Yang Yang? Don't you know to wake up at night and check if she has kicked off her blankets? You should help her cover up. Are you unaware of Yang Yang's poor health? Do you not realize why she is so small? It is because of you. You have drained all the money from the household, leaving Yang Yang malnourished. Jiang Bei, you do not deserve to be called a father. Su Wanrong's cold and unyielding gaze pierced Jiang Bei's heart like a knife. Confronted with his wife's accusations, he found himself at a loss for words, for the blame lay squarely upon him. The frailty of their child Yang Yang was his fault, as was their impoverished home. Despite his attempts at change, as Su Dongliang had remarked, it was all far too late. How could he have fallen asleep the moment his head touched the pillow? Was he truly that exhausted? That weary? Yang had kicked off the covers, worsening her cold and igniting a fever. Was not the fault also his? Su Wanrong was aware that she needed to rise in the night to cover Yang. So why did he not? He was the father, after all. This was the duty of a father. Su Wanrong was not mistaken. It was my fault, Wanrong. I am so sorry, I am so sorry. Jiang Bei murmured softly, feeling utterly helpless at that moment. Jiang Bei, get out of my sight. I never want to see you again in my life. Su Wanrong shouted in a low voice. She had never expressed herself this way before, even when Jiang Bei had acted like a scoundrel. She had never resorted to such outbursts. But now that Yang was ill, she truly believed Jiang Bei to be a good father, only to realize once more that she was mistaken. A dog cannot change its nature. I was wrong. Wanrong, can you forgive me just this once? Jiang Bei chastised himself with relentless slaps, unable to defend his actions or find the words to plead for Su Wanrong's forgiveness. He lacked even the basic awareness to cover Yang with a blanket. Mommy, please don't blame Daddy. Yang struggled to sit up in bed, propping herself up with her hands, desperately attempting to reach the ground with her feet. She wanted to embrace her father and stop him from hurting himself. But she was too small, her body too frail. Daddy, Mommy, cough. Yang, don't move, Su Wanrong exclaimed, disregarding Jiang Bei as she hurriedly cradled Yang and laid her back down on the bed. Yet the tears in Yang's eyes were painfully vivid. Mommy, it's Yang who has been disobedient. I want to cough. I want to stay in the hospital a little longer so that Mommy and Daddy can make up. It's not Daddy's fault. It's Yang who is disobedient. Please don't be angry with Daddy, okay? Daddy is very tired. He has to go out to work during the day and still come to be with Yang at night. The night before last, and the night before that, Daddy fell asleep while telling me stories. Yang cherished this version of her father. Mommy, can you not be angry? Yang's tears fell in a cascade as she earnestly defended her father. Mommy isn't angry anymore. Su Wanrong's heart melted at her daughter's weeping. Even the hardest of stones would yield to such sorrow. Mommy, can you forgive Daddy? Yang grasped Su Wanrong's right hand tightly, shaking it earnestly. Seated by the hospital bed, Su Wanrong gently stroked Yang's hair, offering no answer to the question but softly murmuring, "Be good, Yang, be good. Mommy, please promise me." Yang's voice gradually faded, her weakened body succumbing to sleep once more. Su Wanrong gently wiped away the tears at the corners of her eyes, letting out a soft sigh. She then rose to her feet and turned her gaze towards Jiang Bei. Chapter 22. I promised you. What are you still doing here? Su Wanrong's demeanor shifted as she coldly inquired. In front of Yang, she was a strong and tender mother, yet before Jiang Bei, she transformed back into an impenetrable iceberg, seemingly impossible to thaw. Jiang Bei stood there, awkwardly frozen, his face swollen from his own hand, too timid to meet Su Wanrong's eyes. The ruthless business tycoon had long since vanished, replaced by an ordinary man paralyzed by the emotions tied to his wife and daughter. Perhaps he was even less than an ordinary man. He did not know how to salvage this crumbling family. If only someone could stand before him and illuminate a path forward, he would be willing to sacrifice everything for it. Su Wanrong cast him a fleeting glance, refraining from further argument with Jiang Bei. She did not wish to disturb her daughter, who had just fallen asleep, and thus she turned and exited the hospital room. Su Dongliang, after casting a deep look at Jiang Bei, sighed softly and followed his sister out. Inside the room, only Jiang Bei and his peacefully sleeping daughter remained. Jiang Bei moved with heavy footsteps to the bedside. Having ceased his tears, crying was a sign of weakness for a man. Yet he knew he must take action. The promise that held immeasurable significance for him was regarded as worthless in Su Wanrong's eyes. The blood-stained backpack, glaringly present, was something Jiang Bei could not bear to look at, along with the more than 30,000 yuan inside it. What good was that money now? Without his wife and daughter, without a family, what purpose did his life hold? Leaning against the wall, Jiang Bei endeavored to steady his breathing. The tear stains at the corners of Yang's eyes incessantly provoked him. He wanted to scream, to vent his anguish, but did he have the right to do so? No, he did not. Everything that had transpired was of his own doing. It was he who had struck his wife and yelled at his child. He had promised Yang that no matter the cost, he would restore their family. If one day proved insufficient, then a month, a year, or even a decade. Before long, the door to the room swung open once more, and Su Dongliang entered, his expression fraught with concern. However, Su Wanrong, having hurried to the hospital upon learning of Yang's fever, was nowhere to be found. Where is your sister? Jiang Bei turned his head, his expression vacant with worry. My sister has gone home, Su Dongliang replied tersely, saying no more, though the furrow in his brow betrayed his thoughts. Jiang Bei discerned this unease. What is wrong with your sister? Has something happened? Jiang Bei felt an inexplicable anxiety surge within him, suddenly realizing that Su Wanrong's state today was decidedly unusual. By all accounts, her disappointment in him was not new. She would not rehash past grievances, for that was not her character. Even if she felt pained by Yangyang's fever and blamed herself, she would not lose composure in front of the child, especially when he had made efforts to change and be a good father. Such behavior would undoubtedly affect Yangyang's fragile heart. However, she still proceeded with such actions. Something must have happened to Su Wanrong. Jiang Bei's heart felt as though it had been seized by an invisible force, making it difficult for him to breathe smoothly. What exactly has happened to your sister? Upon seeing Su Dongliang's hesitance, Jiang Bei could no longer contain himself. He pushed himself up from the chair and firmly grasped Su Dongliang's shoulders. Speak. What has happened to your sister? You cannot hide this from me. You promised to let me take good care of her. Jiang Bei spoke urgently, beads of sweat beginning to form on his forehead. Su Dongliang struggled, his brow furrowed in distress. Jiang Bei had not been mistaken. Something indeed had befallen Su Wanrong. Yet, what use was it to speak of it with the man before him? What assistance could he offer? Just tell me. Jiang Bei shouted. I promised I would look after both of them. Come with me. Don't wake Yangyang. Su Dongliang sighed, turning to leave the hospital room once more. Chapter 23. Compensation. My sister, Su Dongliang, sat in a chair outside the hospital room, her head hanging low in exhaustion. Today, upon hearing the news of Yangyang's fever, coupled with her inability to leave her post, she had become somewhat anxious. In her haste, she inadvertently damaged a machine on the production line. Her superior intended to dismiss her, and as she was merely a contract worker without formal employment status, she faced the prospect of compensation for the machine's repair costs, amounting to approximately 50,000 yuan. Su Dongliang lifted his head briefly to glance at Jiang Bei before falling silent again, shaking his head weakly. Indeed, he could earn a few thousand yuan, perhaps by taking advantage of Valentine's Day to sell roses, a rather opportunistic endeavor. Beyond showcasing Jiang Bei's slight entrepreneurial acumen, what good did this serve? Once Valentine's Day was over, could he still sell flowers? Could he continue to earn a few thousand each day? Yet, this predicament was no longer a matter that could be resolved with a mere few thousand yuan. What then? Jiang Bei inquired in a low voice. He could not produce 50,000 yuan, but he could devise a solution. Moreover, 50,000 was merely the initial sum. What? Jiang Bei's brows furrowed deeply. According to the higher-ups, if they unanimously attribute the machine's damage to my sister's actions, resulting in a halt of the entire production line, they may hold her accountable for the loss of income. In severe cases, my sister could even face legal action. Su Dongliang spoke softly, his voice trailing off. He struggled to fathom the gravity of the situation. In this day and age, for ordinary citizens like the Su family, being taken to court was akin to a prison sentence. This could very well be the fate that awaited Su Wanrong. What would be the compensation in the worst-case scenario? Jiang Bei asked firmly. Unlike Su Dongliang, who was in a state of panic, he understood that such matters merely required covering the company's losses. At this moment, he had no inclination to console Su Dongliang. Regardless of the circumstances, he was determined to aid Su Wanrong. 10, 15, at least 150,000. Su Dongliang's hands trembled. Even if the Su family were to sell their home, pooling every last saving from himself and his father, they could scarcely gather such a sum. In fact, they could not even come up with 50,000 at present. However, they have already gone to borrow money, preparing to sell their house. Even if he does not buy a house or get married, his sister absolutely cannot go to prison. When do they need the money? Jiang Bei asked in a deep voice. Tomorrow, they will need it. The 50,000 for the machine repairs. They will demand it by tomorrow. Su Dongliang helplessly covered his eyes. What should we do? What should we do if my sister goes to prison? What about the rest? Jiang Bei clenched his fists. The rest will probably have to wait until the machine is fixed. Considering the downtime, my sister will also lose her job. 50,000. Jiang Bei glanced at the darkening sky. But where can he earn money now? He indeed had nearly 40,000. But what about the remaining amount? Over 10,000. Where will he earn that tonight? If he goes out to earn money, who will care for the weak Yangyang tonight? Jiang Bei's mind was in turmoil. Suddenly, Su Dongliang seemed to remember something and grasped Jiang Bei's arm, as if clinging to a lifeline. Jiang Bei, do you still have money? Didn't you say you were going out to do business? Did you make any money? Can you lend me some first? I will pay you back after I return my sister's money. I will work to repay you, Su Dongliang asked urgently. Yes. Jiang Bei took a deep breath, then gently walked into the hospital room and took out the tattered cloth bag. Count it. There is less than 40,000 here. I will figure out the rest. The day before, he had brought over 1,000 pieces of merchandise, and even with a high foot traffic, without any promotional strategies, he could not sell everything. Thus, Jiang Bei had to forfeit some profit. This bag contained around 38,000. When the drawstring was opened, Su Dongliang was stunned. Chapter 24. She cannot be so selfish. That thick bundle of cash wrapped in white paper, along with the colorful change piled together in the bag, stimulated Su Dongliang's nerves. Where did he get so much money? Jiang Bei, what have you been doing? Are you breaking the law? How did you acquire this much money? Su Dongliang's voice trembled. He gently opened the white paper package and saw the neatly bundled cash. Although he had mentally prepared himself, seeing so much money before him was still overwhelmingly shocking. Su Dongliang's breathing quickened. His sister was saved. She was saved. Once they sold the house and borrowed some money, his sister would not have to go to prison. He could work extra to gradually repay this money. Jiang Bei did not pay attention to Su Dongliang's reaction. He was worried about Su Wanrong. In this era, a stable job represents an unspoken significance. Su Wanrong had entered the chemical fiber factory right after high school due to her capabilities, and given her 2 more years, she could certainly secure an office position. But now, not only did she have to compensate for her own mistakes with the family's hard-earned savings, their house, but she also had to incur a substantial debt. This was something Su Wanrong could not accept. She was a strong woman. How could she bear to see her family brought down by her? Su Dongliang, quickly send a message to your sister. Inform her that Yang Yang is in trouble. Hurry. Jiang Bei suddenly lifted his head and whispered urgently. All right. I will call my sister right away. Su Dongliang suddenly realized something and hastily pulled out his pager. While in a daze, he rushed towards the phone booth downstairs. At that moment, Su Wanrong, who was already by the riverbank, appeared ashen. Jiang Bei was right. She would not want to burden her family. If she were to die, then her mistakes would cease to matter, wouldn't they? The court summons had yet to arrive. Although she did not wish for death, she had a lovely daughter and longed to see her grow up. She could not afford to be selfish. Her daughter still had that man to care for her. Although he had been a scoundrel in the past, at least he had changed somewhat. He was willing to fight for their daughter. Surely, he would take good care of her, wouldn't he? In truth, Su Wanrong did not blame him today. Once she calmed down, she comprehended Yang Yang's intentions and recalled how Jiang Bei had been working tirelessly for that so-called promise. However, the event had already transpired. Su Wanrong gazed at the riverbank, swaying gently in the evening breeze, illuminated by dim lights. If I jump in, will it all come to an end? 150,000. My brother wouldn't he have to withdraw his hard-earned savings from years of labor, and our parents wouldn't he have to sell their house, would they? But Yang Yang, when you realize you no longer have a mother, will you cry? Tears streamed down Su Wanrong's cheeks, silently falling to the ground as she walked towards the river's railing. Just then, her pager suddenly buzzed. Instinctively, she picked it up. Her mind had been on edge since Yang Yang was hospitalized. She noticed call after call coming through. It was her brother. What could Su Dongliang want at this moment? Su Wanrong couldn't help but wonder. However, seeing a nearby phone booth, she approached it to return the call. Sister, hurry to the hospital. Quickly. Yang Yang is in trouble. Su Dongliang's urgent voice was genuine, but it was not Yang Yang who was in trouble. He feared for his sister's safety. The call unexpectedly ended with a beep, leaving Su Dongliang without further words. Su Wanrong's hand felt suddenly weak, and the receiver slipped from her grasp, gently swaying in front of her. Yang Yang, she murmured, then turned her gaze towards the river behind her, running towards the roadside without looking back. Chapter 25. I deceived you, brother-in-law, my sister is fine. My sister is fine. Su Dongliang's eyes were already red. He dashed back to the door of the hospital room, his body trembling with fear. It seemed, for the first time in a long while, he called Jiang Bei brother-in-law. He had no one to rely on. He once thought he could depend on his parents, but seeing the gray in their hair, he understood he must support this family. The family must not fall apart. Yet when calamity truly struck, he was overwhelmed with panic. While the man he once looked down upon was now there to uphold his world. Sit down and talk, he said. Jiang Bei spoke softly, patting the chair beside him. His brows furrowed. How much more do we need? I will find a way, no need to rush. Tonight, once Yang Yang is asleep, you stay here with her. And I will go earn some money. Keep a close watch on your sister. Do not let anything happen to her. Trust me, give me some time. Money is not an issue, Jiang Bei said in a deep voice. In a state of utter confusion, he had no idea where to earn money. Although the capital had increased, the urgency of the situation was overwhelming. Where could he possibly earn over 10,000 yuan in a single night? It was still feasible to delay Su Wanrong's side. Tomorrow at noon, he would bring the money to the chemical fiber factory to pay the first fine. Brother-in-law, I trust you. I will look after my sister. I will keep her safe. Thank you, Su Dongliang said, collapsing into the chair, his face etched with pain. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he hurriedly pulled out his bank card. Brother-in-law, this is my salary card. There's also a savings book at home with 10,000 yuan. Including what you have, it's enough for 50,000 yuan. Can we use it to pay my sister's fine? How can you earn so much money at this late hour? You stay here with Yang, and I will think of a way to get the rest from my dad. My sister will be fine, right? Your sister will be fine. She is my wife. Jiang Bei interrupted Su Dongliang sharply. I will repay you this money, brother-in-law. If my sister divorces you, I will definitely repay you, Su Dongliang murmured. Intimidated by Jiang Bei's demeanor, the bloodshot eyes and cold voice made him feel as if he were sitting beside a demon rather than a man. I have already said it. She is my wife. Jiang Bei slowly rose, leaning against the windowsill in the corridor, his gaze tranquil as he looked outside. 150,000 yuan could shatter the Su family completely, could lead Su Wanrong to contemplate ending her life to quell this disaster. Yet it could not defeat a once mighty business mogul. As long as he was alive, he could achieve anything. Yet the woman in work attire, her expression frantic as she rushed through the hospital doors, struck a chord in Jiang Bei's heart. How was he to face her? Had he deceived her once more? A sudden pang of pain pierced Jiang Bei's heart. He had promised Su Wanrong that he would never lie to her again, and that he would fulfill every promise made to her. Yet today, he had deceived her again. He stared blankly as the woman rushed through the doors of the inpatient department, entering the building. The footsteps in the hallway grew clearer, echoing in Jiang Bei's heart, making him feel utterly ashamed. Sister, Su Dongliang's voice called from behind. Jiang Bei turned his head silently, watching Su Wanrong emerge from the hallway. She was as beautiful as ever, even with tears in her eyes. What about my daughter? What happened to Yang? Su Dongliang, speak to me. Su Wanrong reached Su Dongliang, shaking his shoulders vigorously. When she received no response, she attempted to rush into the ward to see her daughter. However, Jiang Bei's words halted her steps. Yang is fine. I'm sorry, I lied to you. Chapter 26. The sinner Su Wanrong's body momentarily stiffened. Yet she still refrained from turning around. Gently, she pushed aside Su Dongliang, standing at the threshold of the hospital room. Through the narrow glass pane, she beheld Yang, peacefully slumbering within. At that instant, she felt as though all her strength had drained away, staggering back 2 steps before collapsing onto the bench by the door. She lifted her gaze, calmly observing Jiang Bei. Silent tears cascaded down her cheeks. It had been a long time since she had wept over Jiang Bei's deceit. Perhaps the last time was 2 years ago. Her sobs were so quiet that the sound of tears falling onto her clothing resonated with startling clarity. Jiang Bei was at a loss for words. This was his fault. He never intended to deceive Su Wanrong. He had promised her. Yet, without this lie, he was uncertain of what awaited him. Perhaps another devastating blow? And then there was the prospect of divorce. If Su Wanrong truly sought to end their marriage this time, how could he refuse? He had deceived her once more. He had betrayed her again. Why? Did you not promise me you would never lie to me again? Did you not promise me? Su Wanrong murmured softly. Su Dongliang, why did you have to join him in deceiving me? Am I truly a woman destined to be betrayed? What have I done to deserve this treatment from both of you? Speak. Please, both of you say something. Su Wanrong's emotions unraveled, yet she did not succumb to madness. Rather, she appeared to have lost her soul, softly conversing with herself. Her once radiant eyes now dulled, her pallid complexion, and the tears that fell like rain became the most terrifying weapons, brutally piercing Jiang Bei's heart. He stepped forward, crouching before Su Wanrong, whispering, Wanrong, I am sorry. I am so sorry. At that moment, any explanation felt utterly futile. He did not wish to justify his actions. He was wrong, unequivocally so. All he could do was apologize for his misdeeds, even if Su Wanrong might never forgive him. Perhaps it was due to this single message that she had relinquished her thoughts of self-harm. Yet, what right did he have to concern himself with her? Su Wanrong leaned against the wall, not even granting Jiang Bei a glance from the corner of her eye. When disappointment reached its zenith, what could she do but silently accept it all? Nothing. I am sorry, Wanrong. It was I who deceived you. You may hit me. You may curse me, if you wish, Jiang Bei spoke softly, like a penitent sinner forced to confront his impending punishment. Wanrong, why? Tell me why? Su Wanrong lowered her head, gazing at Jiang Bei, her voice barely a whisper. Jiang Bei hung his head in defeat. He was indeed a sinner. But, Wanrong, as your husband, I will assist you with your matters. I promise I will fulfill my vows. Will you trust me? For Yangyang's sake? Jiang Bei finally lifted his head, his expression solemn. A self-deprecating smile graced Su Wanrong's lips. Meanwhile, Su Dongliang felt as though his heart were shattering. He understood all too clearly what Jiang Bei had meant moments before. He also realized that his sister might indeed be driven to despair, attempting to atone for her mistakes with her life. "Sister, please do not blame him," Su Dongliang implored as he stood beside Jiang Bei, striving to convey their concern for her well-being, fearing for her safety and mental state, which compelled them to deceive her into returning. "Sister, please do not hold it against him. You need not worry about financial matters. Your brother-in-law has prepared everything. Tomorrow, we shall accompany you to settle the fines. Tomorrow, we will go? These funds, sister, are not worth the price of your life," Su Dongliang urged, his forehead glistening with sweat. "Brother-in-law?" Su Wanrong finally seemed to grasp the implications, casting her gaze towards the tattered cloth bag nearby. She understood all too well what it contained: money and the so-called promise. "Su Dongliang, are you willing to call him brother-in-law merely for this money?" Chapter 27. Fainting sister, it is not as you think, truly. Su Dongliang shook his head in distress. "It is not because of the money. Your brother-in-law has genuinely changed. He is not the person he once was." "Then who is he? What has he done to me that you believe I could forget?" Su Wanrong retorted, her tone devoid of agitation, remaining as indifferent as ever. "Sister." Su Dongliang found himself at a loss for words. Indeed, could one so easily forget all that Jiang Bei had done in the past? He turned to look at Jiang Bei, who was crouched on the ground, momentarily engulfed in confusion. Yet, he understood he did not address this man as brother-in-law solely for financial gain. However, he genuinely believed the man had transformed, as if he were a different person altogether. He recognized his willingness to strive for Yang, to unhesitatingly offer all his resources for Su Wanrong. He remained concerned for Su Wanrong's safety. Though he had deceived her, he felt it was different, truly different. "Sister, no matter how difficult it may be, you still have us, and you have our parents. You have Yang. She cannot do without you. She is still so young," Su Dongliang urged earnestly. "Yang." Su Wanrong finally seemed to recall something, struggling to rise as she made her way toward the hospital room's door. Through the narrow window, she gazed at her sleeping daughter, a faint smile gracing her lips at the sight. Her daughter was safe. Suddenly, darkness enveloped her vision, and she fainted entirely. Jiang Bei, still crouched on the ground, lunged forward, catching her before she fell. "Dongliang, go, find a doctor, hurry." Jiang Bei rose, cradling Su Wanrong in his arms. Her complexion was alarmingly pale. Surely, she had not eaten all day. She had left so late last night. Had she not slept well? She must have been preoccupied with worries about the factory all day long. The woman in his embrace still bore a smile, a reflection of her relief upon seeing Yang asleep. Yet, to Jiang Bei, that smile felt painfully glaring. He silently roared in fury, a beast within him yearning to break free, seeking to tear apart this world. Yet Jiang Bei tightly bound it, vowing to transform this world into a more beautiful place. Before long, Su Dongliang arrived with the on-duty physician. After assessing Su Wanrong's condition, he remarked, "Her unconsciousness is due to hypoglycemia. Has she not eaten all day?" Coupled with her emotional distress, she fainted. "Carry her inside, and wait for the nurse to administer a glucose drip. She must rest well tonight. She cannot endure any more stress." "I understand. Thank you, Doctor," Jiang Bei fervently nodded. Once the doctor departed, he lowered his head again, gently wiping the tears from Su Wanrong's face with his other hand. "Look at the beauty of her smile. When will she smile for me?" Jiang Bei slowly lifted Su Wanrong into his arms and entered the ward. After the nurse arrived to set up the four, he stepped back outside to join Su Dongliang, who was waiting. "Is my sister all right?" Su Dongliang quietly inquired, harboring no resentment towards Jiang Bei. In fact, at that moment, he felt a pang of sympathy for this man he referred to as his brother-in-law. This man, once so reckless, had undeniably changed. His transformation was so profound that it could not be overlooked. "Your sister is simply exhausted. She needs rest. By the way, the remaining sum of over 10,000, I'll rely on you for that. I intend to stay here with them tonight." Jiang Bei spoke with vacant eyes. "I'll bring the money to you tomorrow morning." "Brother-in-law, don't wear yourself out," Su Dongliang replied. "I will head home to inform my parents, lest they worry. I'm fine. You should return home early." Jiang Bei gestured dismissively, closing his eyes and leaning weakly against the wall. "Brother-in-law, is there anything else?" "Nothing more." Su Dongliang hesitated, then sighed before departing. Chapter 28. Night. This night, many would be restless. Su Dongliang could not sleep, burdened by concern for his sister's condition and the matter at the chemical fiber factory. Merely paying 50,000 tomorrow would not resolve everything. That was just for the repairs. There were still subsequent approvals to obtain, and they might even have to face court if they could not gather the remaining 100,000 in compensation for lost work. His sister could potentially face imprisonment. The elderly Su couple also found themselves awake, troubled by their daughter's plight. However, upon hearing from their son that their daughter was with Yang at the hospital, they felt a sense of relief. They were desperately considering ways to borrow money or even sell the apartment they had moved into just a few years prior. The only good news that day was Jiang Bei's willingness to lend nearly 40,000, an astonishing sum he had brought back from the hospital, to cover the initial compensation for Su Wanrong. Upon hearing this, Su Guoyang and Zhang Hong were both astonished and elated, reminiscing about the man who had once knelt before them, pleading to see their daughter. That day, he had already provided several thousand for Yang's hospital fees, which was remarkable in itself. But now, where had he procured such a substantial amount? Though they had once been deeply disillusioned with Jiang Bei, his recent transformation had not gone unnoticed, particularly in light of the significant sum involved, which truly revealed the depths of a person's heart. Su Dongliang had only a vague understanding of the money involved, ultimately concluding that it was merely the result of business dealings. This realization caused a furrow of worry to appear on the brows of the elderly Su couple. Su Guoyang was reluctant to accept the money from Jiang Bei, whose origins were dubious. However, their own funds were woefully insufficient. Even if they attempted to borrow money tonight, it would be futile. After all, in this era, 50,000 yuan constituted a substantial sum, particularly since Su Wanrong had resolutely decided to divorce Jiang Bei. How could she possibly continue to use his money? As parents, they were well aware of their daughter's disposition. Zhang Hong concurred with this sentiment, believing that Jiang Bei had neglected their daughter for far too long. Could such debts be measured in monetary terms? The mere 38,000 yuan was a pittance, a mere concession to that beast. Yet, when Su Guoyang broached the subject of their daughter's future with Jiang Bei, Zhang Hong fell silent, turning away to discreetly wipe her tears. She too recognized the transformation in Jiang Bei but, as a woman, was reluctant to acknowledge it. Her heart ached for her daughter, and she worried for her granddaughter, fearing the loss of paternal affection at such a tender age. The future of Su Wanrong after settling these debts, and her employment prospects, were no longer within their realm of consideration. Thus unfolded a night in the Su household, steeped in conflict and sorrow. The hospital's night was one of solitude. With Jiang Bei seated alone on a chair against the wall, eyes closed in a semblance of sleep. His fatigue was of the spirit, not the body. His heart was in disarray, and even his attempts to force himself into slumber were in vain. Occasionally, he would rise to glance through the glass door, finding some solace in the sight of the mother and daughter peacefully slumbering. He would quietly enter the ward to check his daughter's temperature, concerned about fever or whether she had kicked off the blanket. After tending to these worries, he would stealthily exit the room, fearful of disturbing their rest. This mother and daughter were more precious to him than his own life. As the long night finally yielded to the pale light of dawn, the corridors of the hospital were illuminated by the sun, heralding the arrival of a new day. Jiang Bei slowly opened his eyes and went downstairs to purchase buns and porridge for his wife and daughter, eagerly awaiting Su Wanrong's awakening. He sat on a chair in the corridor, hastily consuming his meal. To his surprise, Su Dongliang arrived before Su Wanrong had awakened, bringing with him a bundle of money. "Brother-in-law, this is 20,000 yuan that my father and I have saved. Please take it. I want to accompany you to the factory today. I need to head to the construction site. Stay with my sister. Use the remaining money for business, brother-in-law. I must leave now." Without waiting for Jiang Bei to refuse, he tossed the money down and dashed away. Jiang Bei gazed at the money in his hands, an entire 20,000 yuan. Presumably, this represented the entirety of the savings accumulated by the two men of the Su family over the years, now handed over to him without any consideration of retaining some for themselves. Jiang Bei sighed softly. An already numbed heart felt a flicker of warmth. Watching Su Dongliang's hurried departure, he called out urgently, "Dongliang, I will repay you this money." As Su Dongliang was about to descend the staircase, he poked his head out, smiling and waving his hand. "Brother-in-law, money is of no concern to me. I can still earn more. Just take good care of my sister." With that, he turned and made his way down the stairs. Jiang Bei could only manage a wry smile and shook his head, having already made up his mind. In his previous life, his relationship with this brother-in-law was far from amicable. In fact, there was a deep-seated animosity in the eyes of the Su family. The deaths of Su Wanrong and Yang were solely attributed to him. Although Jiang Bei later endeavored to atone for his past, offering financial support and arranging for Su Dongliang to join his company to secure a better life for them, the Su family refused every bit of it. They were ordinary individuals who relied on their own efforts to make a living, and they would not allow any monetary considerations to overshadow their enduring resentment. Jiang Bei carefully tucked the money away before rising to his feet, quietly entering the hospital room with the purchased buns and porridge. At some point, Su Wanrong had awakened. She lay on the bed that was meant for a caregiver, gazing at Yang, who was still soundly asleep, her back turned to Jiang Bei. Wanrong, I brought breakfast for you, he said softly as he approached. Su Wanrong did not respond. Don't overexert yourself. Yang will worry. You needn't fret about the money. It's all taken care of, he added, placing the breakfast on the small cabinet beside the bed before silently stepping out. Once Jiang Bei had left the room, Su Wanrong lay back down, staring at the ceiling. Her gaze was no longer as vacant as it had been the previous day. Instead, a hint of anxiety crept in. She turned her head toward the door, then her eyes fell upon the buns and porridge on the small cabinet beside the bed, lost in thought as she gazed quietly at them. Just then, a voice from behind disrupted her reverie. Mom, cough, cough, were you just looking at Dad? Yang had woken up and was aware that her father had come in earlier, even if she hadn't been fully awake at that time. Now, seeing her mother lying on the adjacent bed, she couldn't help but ask. Su Wanrong shot her a sideways glance, admonishing, don't say such things. Yang quickly covered her mouth, her eyes narrowing into crescent shapes, a look of delight on her face. Su Wanrong could easily discern her daughter's thoughts. With a gentle sigh, she looked at Yang with a mixture of resignation and affection. Suddenly, Yang pointed at the breakfast on the bedside table, her face lighting up with excitement. Mom, is that the meat bun Dad bought? I'm hungry. Yes, Su Wanrong replied, sitting up to check if Yang had a fever before retrieving the breakfast. Go ahead and eat. It's from your good father. Is Mom jealous? Yang asked. Shall we eat together? Mom isn't hungry. Then Mom is jealous. Yang teased. Su Wanrong playfully poked her daughter's small head with a finger, then, with a bittersweet smile, picked up a bun and took a small bite. Mom mustn't feel jealous over Yang eating Dad's food, okay? Understood. Now eat your bun, and have some porridge too, so you don't choke. Su Wanrong spoke helplessly. Yet she couldn't help but recall that she had to go to the factory with him today to settle the payment. However, that sum of money. Chapter 30, No More Divorce. Originally resolved to part ways with Jiang Bei, Su Wanrong found herself reminiscing about Jiang Bei's appearance that day. He had brought the money. Trembling as he presented it before her, he stated that he had fulfilled the promise he made to her. Now, upon learning of her predicament, he unhesitatingly offered all the money he had. If only her family could have produced that 50,000 overnight, she would never have contemplated such drastic actions. Who, besides Jiang Bei, could possibly make up the remaining sum? A staggering 30,000. Su Wanrong set down the soft, fragrant bun, unable to resist glancing out the door. Had he been sitting in the corridor all night? In recent days, it would be impossible to claim that Jiang Bei's actions had not touched her heart. Yet the memories of their years together loomed vividly in her mind. She was neither Su Dongliang nor Su Guoliang and Zhang Hong. She was the one who had shared her days and nights with Jiang Bei, watching him gradually transform into a monster. How could she accept the weight of 3 years' worth of experiences in just 3 days? Was it possible that he had truly changed? Mom, what's wrong? Yang also put down the bun in her hands, her face filled with concern as she looked at Su Wanrong. I'm fine, Su Wanrong replied, shaking her head as she lifted the half-eaten bun once more, taking small bites. Your grandmother will be here soon. Your dad and I need to step out for a bit. Upon hearing this, Yang's eyes immediately welled up with tears, and she exclaimed, Mom, you're not going to divorce Dad, are you? You can't get divorced, you can't. Coughing, she struggled to comprehend what divorce meant. Where would they go? She was merely frightened that once her parents left, she would never see them together again. Yang, dear, I'm just going to work today. Your father is helping me with something. Su Wanrong quickly reassured her, embracing Yang. Really? Mom, you can't lie to Yang. When have I ever lied to you? Su Wanrong replied with a wry smile. That day you said you would take me home once I was discharged. You lied then. Suddenly, Yang broke free from Su Wanrong's embrace, and the tears she had been holding back finally spilled over. Yang, Mom. Su Wanrong was left speechless by her daughter's cries. Indeed, that day she had deceived Yang. Though unintentional, how different was Jiang Bei's deception from hers? He must have anticipated something and used that reasoning to persuade Su Dongliang to mislead her. Did he fear for her life? Did he truly care about her? Su Wanrong's mind was in chaos, while Yang's silent tears pierced her heart with pain. Yang, I promise you, once you are discharged, I will take you home, Su Wanrong said, reaching out to pull Yang into her arms. But Yang retreated to the head of the bed, shaking her head. I don't believe you. Mom has changed, Mom lied to Yang. You said you were going to divorce Dad, and then Yang would never see him again. Yang didn't want this. Yang wanted her father. Upon witnessing her daughter in such distress, Su Wanrong was immediately engulfed by panic, her tears cascading down, drop by drop. Mama, I promise you, I won't divorce anymore, all right? I won't divorce. Mama assures you. In that fleeting moment, she was uncertain of her own thoughts, of how those words escaped her lips. Was it merely a concession to prevent her daughter from crying, or had she truly rekindled a glimmer of hope for that man? She was unsure. Mama can no longer deceive Yang Yang, can she? She coughed. Yang Yang, with her tear-streaked face, finally lifted her gaze, mustering a smile. Mama won't lie to you anymore. I will never deceive you again, Su Wanrong murmured as she gently embraced her daughter. Outside the door, Jiang Bei, who had overheard fragments of their conversation, struggled to steady his breath. Chapter 31. Shall I ride you home? At that moment, he longed to burst through the door and envelop that woman, the one he owed a lifetime of apologies, and their obedient, understanding daughter. In his heart, no matter the extent of his sacrifices for this mother and daughter, it seemed only fitting, even if it cost him his life. Yet, his daughter harbored a simple wish. She never envied other children for new toys or the privilege of attending kindergarten with many friends. Despite her tender age, she possessed remarkable understanding. All she desired was for her parents to be by her side. But even such a modest request was beyond Jiang Bei's reach. Ultimately, it was his daughter who accomplished all of this. With her tears, she managed to keep Su Wanrong by his side. Jiang Bei clenched his fists, aware that he had a more significant task ahead of him. His daughter had helped him retain his wife, and now it was his turn to mend Su Wanrong's shattered heart through action. He would strive to uphold this family, to protect his wife, to safeguard Yang Yang, and to provide for them both. He was a man, a husband, and a father. He vowed to give them, in this life, what he had failed to provide in the last, double the love and care. Seated in a chair, Jiang Bei listened to the sounds emanating from within as he opened his backpack, organizing the scattered bills. He counted out 50,000 yuan, repackaged the money, and cautiously zipped up his bag. He had never been a man of many words, but he could convey his intentions through his actions, allowing Su Wanrong to feel his transformation. By the time his mother-in-law, Zhang Hong, arrived at the hospital, it was already past 7 in the morning. She cast a fleeting glance at Jiang Bei before entering the ward. This was the most significant shift in her perception of him. Not long after, the jubilant voice of Yang Yang calling for her grandmother echoed from within, accompanied by the sound of Su Wanrong's footsteps. As the door swung open once more, a somewhat haggard Su Wanrong finally stood before Jiang Bei. Wanrong, shall we head to the factory now? Jiang Bei asked, his demeanor somewhat awkward as he gazed at her. He was perpetually at a loss when faced with the woman before him, despite her being his nominal wife. Su Wanrong nodded slightly, still grappling with her own regrets for promising Yang Yang that she wouldn't pursue a divorce. Yet, upon witnessing the man's clumsiness in addressing her, she couldn't help but exhale softly as she turned away. Should she grant him another chance? Just one last opportunity? He had indeed transformed recently, as if he had become an entirely different person, beginning to care for himself and for Yang Yang. If he were to revert to his former self, then a divorce would be inevitable, regardless of Yang Yang's stance. Su Wanrong contemplated this within her mind. The two walked in silence down the hospital corridor, one ahead of the other. Once they reached the ground floor, Jiang Bei recalled the rickshaw he had rented a few days prior, realizing he might have kept the owner waiting. May we return home first? He asked. What for? Su Wanrong inquired, puzzled. I rented this vehicle, and I forgot to pay the rental fee yesterday. Besides, my clothes are dirty. I need to go home and change, Jiang Bei explained, scratching his head awkwardly. Su Wanrong paused for a moment, clearly taken aback, before nodding in agreement. By the way, how will you get back? What about your bike? She asked. I didn't ride it yesterday. It's at home, Su Wanrong replied nonchalantly. Then how will we get home? And how will we get to the factory? Jiang Bei furrowed his brow, glancing again at the rickshaw, and couldn't resist suggesting, how about I ride and take you with me? Chapter 32. Neglect. Just like the gentle breeze on a sultry summer day, it was stifling and arid. After uttering those words, Jiang Bei found himself momentarily flustered. He hadn't meant anything by it, yet Su Wanrong's slightly furrowed brow unsettled him. I didn't mean it that way, Wanrong, he stammered, struggling to clarify. No need. I'll walk home myself, Su Wanrong replied, shaking her head, disregarding Jiang Bei's awkwardness, and turned to head in the direction of home. Jiang Bei glanced at the rented rickshaw, then at Su Wanrong, who was already several meters ahead. With a determined sigh, he climbed aboard and slowly followed her. Standing at a height of 168 meters, Su Wanrong was considered tall among women, yet her weight was under 100 pounds. This was not the prevailing standard of beauty in their era. She was merely too slender, a result of years spent ensuring that Yang Yang received the best of everything. And the man trailing behind her remained unresponsive. She bore everything silently, akin to the parents of her generation, pinching pennies. Jiang Bei struggled to appreciate Su Wanrong's slender frame, feeling only a pang of heartache. The loose, light blue work uniform she wore appeared somewhat baggy on her. Upon returning to the building's entrance, Jiang Bei paid an additional 20 yuan to the shopkeeper for the rickshaw rental. Such a vehicle was only worth about 100 yuan in the current market. Yet Jiang Bei found himself stretched too thin, lacking the time to purchase one outright. Exiting the shop, he called out to her, "Wanrong, please wait a moment. I'll go change my clothes and be right down." With that, he dashed into the stairwell. Su Wanrong stood in a daze, gazing at Jiang Bei's hurried departure, her eyes drifting to the tricycle he had left behind, her words caught in her throat. To truly understand a person, one must observe not only their daily demeanor, but also the subtleties that define them. What was Jiang Bei like in the past? If he truly needed a tricycle, why would he rent one? Even if he chose to rent, it would merely be a pretext. He would deceive to acquire the vehicle and perhaps return it after a few days, a fortunate outcome for someone devoid of shame and integrity. Moreover, the current situation, where he exceeded the rental period and still intended to promptly compensate the owner, was inconceivable. When had he become so mindful of commitments? Of course, Su Wanrong could not fathom the myriad of changes Jiang Bei underwent over the subsequent 20 years, nor could she grasp the principles that led him to amass a fortune in the billions. Among these principles, integrity was paramount, yet it was the one quality he was most miserly with regarding her. Before long, Jiang Bei rushed back, a sense of urgency in his voice. "Wanrong, is there still time? If not, you should take a taxi. You can't afford to be late for work." Su Wanrong gently shook her head, replying, "It's unnecessary. After today at the factory, I won't be returning to work." Her demeanor carried a hint of melancholy. Even during her maternity period, she had not relinquished her job, returning to work promptly after her leave. In this era, many women were laid off from factories due to childbirth. Now that she faced the prospect of losing this stable job, what would she do? This was something Jiang Bei had not considered, or rather, had overlooked in recent days. In his mind, he had been solely focused on providing for the family and accumulating wealth, neglecting the fact that Su Wanrong's greatest concern was her job security. "Wanrong, I will find a way to help you," Jiang Bei pondered for a moment before suddenly declaring, "Let us head to the factory first. And thank you for this financial support." Su Wanrong sighed softly. She no longer harbored expectations for him to do more. If he could truly change, if he could refrain from boasting, lying, and idling, then that would be sufficient. "Wanrong, never say thank you to me. It was I who wronged you," Jiang Bei said softly, extending his hand. But Su Wanrong had already turned to leave, as if she had not heard him at all. Chapter 33. The culprit Jiang Bei ran his fingers through his hair in frustration, then mounted his bike to follow her. Truthfully, he was uncertain about how to proceed. If it were merely a matter of making money, he could earn billions, even tens of billions. In this era where 50,000 yuan was considered astronomical, given a little time, he could achieve it. Yet, he had overlooked what Su Wanrong valued most, a seemingly unremarkable yet stable job. But what could he do? He was now in a position where he could not even muster the less than 10,000 yuan needed to continue his business, money that came from Su Dongliang. Watching the slender figure walking along the uneven road, Jiang Bei felt a familiar pang of anguish. It was a painful sense of helplessness. By around 8 o'clock, the two arrived at the entrance of the chemical fiber factory. Jiang Bei parked his bike and proceeded towards the office building within the factory. Following Su Wanrong, I ascended to the second floor. This was the office of the workshop director, who could be regarded as Su Wanrong's immediate superior and the individual who held the power to determine her fate within the company. If all went well, considering Su Wanrong's capabilities, she would likely ascend to a deputy director position in a few years, even if she did not reach this particular rank. However, that remained contingent upon various factors. Standing at the office door, Su Wanrong took 2 deep breaths, attempting to adorn her face with a natural smile before gently knocking on the door. Witnessing this, Jiang Bei could only clench his fists helplessly. What was he to do? Or rather, what could he do? "Come in." A youthful voice emerged from within, tinged with fatigue. Su Wanrong pushed open the door and said, "Director Song, I am here to submit yesterday's payment." "Oh, Xiao Su, please wait for me here for a moment. We will head to the finance department together shortly." Director Song replied casually, before returning to his work. "All right," Su Wanrong responded, stepping into the office, with Jiang Bei following closely behind her. Upon hearing the additional footsteps, Director Song lifted his head and was met by Jiang Bei's gaze. At that moment, Jiang Bei finally understood why he found Director Song's voice somewhat familiar. Song Chongqing, the man who had purchased the last 11 roses on Valentine's Day? Song Chongqing appeared momentarily taken aback, then stood up, a sincere smile gracing his face as he exclaimed, Ah, it's you, young man. That day, my wife was overjoyed to receive the flowers and then went into labor, delivering a healthy baby. The doctor mentioned that the roses you provided lifted her spirits, giving her the strength to give birth to a hefty son weighing over 7 pounds. Otherwise, she was prepared for a cesarean section, and I was at a loss for how to thank you. Please have a seat for now. I have a few matters to attend to, and then we can chat further, Song Chongqing said with a smile, moving toward Jiang Bei. Meanwhile, Su Wanrong stood frozen, bewildered by the scene. How did Jiang Bei know Director Song? From Song Chongqing's remarks, it seemed he had assisted him in some way. Did he truly sell flowers on Valentine's Day? No. Director, there seems to be a misunderstanding. I am here to accompany my wife in settling a fine. Jiang Bei shook his head, not perceiving his assistance to Song Chongqing as particularly significant. He was merely a flower vendor, and Song Chongqing had paid for the flowers, even adding nearly 100 more. In terms of sentiment and logic, if anyone ought to express gratitude, it should be him. Xiao Su is your wife. Song Chongqing paused, nodding slightly. Then please wait here for a moment. I will finish my task and take you both to finance. With that, he returned to his desk. The noticeable shift in Song Chongqing's demeanor was undoubtedly influenced by Jiang Bei's presence. As the factory's belle, Su Wanrong was well aware of her impact, especially since Song Chongqing had occasionally witnessed her coming to work with injuries, marks on her face that makeup could hardly conceal. The true instigator of all this turmoil, aside from Su Wanrong's partner, could be no one else. Chapter 34. Song Chongqing to strike one's wife is the most impotent display of a man's character. Especially over the years, he had heard whispers about Su Wanrong's husband, how he indulged in gambling and drinking, a veritable scoundrel. Thus, upon realizing that Jiang Bei was indeed Su Wanrong's spouse, any lingering gratitude he might have felt dissipated entirely. Such a wretch was unworthy of respect. The mere fact that he had not been summarily expelled was a testament to his mercy. Song Chongqing gripped his pen, continuing to scribble on a document. Meanwhile, Jiang Bei, who had been quietly seated nearby, suddenly recalled something upon seeing Song Chongqing. The factory director of the chemical fiber plant also bore the surname Song. He could not remember the exact name, but he had followed the plant's downfall in the news and had come across reports indicating that this director Song had encountered legal troubles and found himself imprisoned. Furthermore, this director's son had also lost his job due to the fallout, apparently as a workshop supervisor. The incident had occurred around the end of the year. The specifics involved the deputy director colluding with internal personnel to tamper with raw materials, substituting inferior goods for profit, particularly since many products from the chemical fiber plant were destined for external markets or export. When such a breach occurred, the deputy director would undoubtedly bear primary responsibility. Yet the director would not escape unscathed either. Subsequently, the plant ceased cooperation with the majority of its suppliers and gradually fell into disgrace. At that time, Jiang Bei had merely felt a twinge of regret upon learning of his wife's factory's misfortune, but this visit to the chemical fiber plant had rekindled those old memories. I have taken care of this matter. Please follow me, Song Chongqing announced, neatly folding the cash and rising with a receipt in hand. Jiang Bei pondered for a moment, deciding to keep his thoughts to himself for the time being, intending to reassess upon their return. He was not foolish. Discussing such matters indiscriminately could invite unnecessary trouble. However, if it concerned Su Wanrong, it was an entirely different matter. All right, Director Song, Su Wanrong nodded, rising voluntarily while Jiang Bei, carrying his bag, followed closely behind. After paying the 50,000 yuan fine and returning to Song Chongqing's office, there remained an additional issue to address. Xiao Su, I understand this was not intentional on your part, but the factory has its regulations. Even if I wished to assist you, it would be beyond my capacity. Song Chongqing stated earnestly from behind his desk. Su Wanrong replied, nodding in silence. As for the losses incurred from the production line due to machine failures, that would need to be calculated separately, how long the repairs would take and the exact amount owed. However, I estimate it will be around 100,000 yuan. You should return and arrange the funds. Director Song, may I inquire if we can submit the remaining 100,000 yuan on time? Is there any possibility of negotiating my wife's employment? Jiang Bei unexpectedly posed the question from his position beside her. Su Wanrong's expression shifted slightly, yet she remained silent, clearly wishing to ask, but lacking the courage to do so. After all, the man seated behind the desk was her immediate superior, an authority she could not surpass. Mr. Jiang. Song Chongqing turned his head, casting a calm gaze at Jiang Bei. Firstly, the amount of money involved may not necessarily be 100,000. This is merely my estimate. It could be 80,000 or even 120,000. As for your wife's position, there is no room for negotiation. Her recent mistake has severely disrupted the assembly line's operations. The factory has already shown leniency by only requiring you to compensate for the lost working hours. Considering that Xiao Su has been with us for so many years, what will happen if the delay in production leads to an inability to supply goods on time or results in dissatisfaction from our partners? I presume you have not contemplated these consequences, Song Chongqing retorted. At that moment, as he concluded his remarks, Su Wanrong's face had already turned pale. Chapter 35, By What Right? Song Chongqing had articulated his stance with clarity. This was the outcome of the factory, taking into account her years of service. Her negligence had damaged machinery, resulting in lost production time, and thus the compensation naturally fell upon her. As for her job, that was a matter beyond consideration. Failure to pay would result in a lawsuit. Even if payment was made, her position would not be secure. Su Wanrong hung her head, her eyes vacant as she stared at the floor. I understand your point, and I have already considered it, Jiang Bei interjected suddenly. Oh, shouldn't the factory assess the impact on our partners, thereby placing the compensation on your shoulders? Song Chongqing's tone turned icy. Since you have thought it through, you should recognize that this is the factory's policy, which has already been quite forgiving. Not at all. I believe these goods need not be shipped, Jiang Bei said flatly, as if discussing a trivial matter. Yet, to Song Chongqing's ears, this was utterly absurd. No wonder people spoke of Su Wanrong's partner as inept, full of bluster, and a scoundrel. It seemed to be the case. Song Chongqing chuckled, but his laughter quickly morphed into fury. He rose, his voice cold and commanding. Do you even grasp the implications of what you are saying? Can you fathom the losses the factory would incur if these goods are not shipped? At that moment, Su Wanrong was startled. She tightly grasped Jiang Bei's arm, anxiously urging, "Don't say anything reckless, please." She then turned to Song Chongqing, saying, "Director Song, I agree to resign. I accept my dismissal." Jiang Bei, however, gently patted Su Wanrong's hand, attempting to soothe her. But how could her composure be restored at that moment? Was it due to his silent comfort? The terror in Su Wanrong's eyes was palpable. She feared that if Jiang Bei were to say anything further, the repercussions would only worsen. After all, this had already been the factory's decision after showing mercy. Yet, Jiang Bei, a seasoned player in the business world, was not easily intimidated. Having decided to assist Su Wanrong in resolving this matter, he would not hesitate. Jiang Bei gently clasped Su Wanrong's hand, looking at the enraged Song Chongqing with an air of indifference. However, I can assure you that if these goods are shipped, the cost will not merely reflect the losses incurred. Preposterous. Song Chongqing slammed his hand on the desk, rebuking him. Before delving into these matters, I would like to inquire. Director Song, what is your relationship with Factory Director Song? Jiang Bei suddenly asked. He is my father. Song Chongqing's gaze had turned completely frigid. His current position was undoubtedly due to his father's support, yet it was also a reflection of his own abilities. Thus, he harbored a deep disdain for others invoking his father's name, especially this incompetent man before him. Oh, so he is your esteemed father. That brings me some solace. Jiang Bei replied with a faint smile, before swiftly redirecting the conversation. If you doubt my words, I believe you should examine the quality of this batch of goods. Surely, the quality issue is far more critical than any delay in time. Nonsense. Do you have any idea how much our Donghai chemical fiber factory exports to other provinces and even overseas each year? Just because you claim there is a quality issue, does that make it so? If there really were a problem, I could easily repay you the 100,000. Song Chongqing scoffed. Director Song, you may not have grasped my intent. I am suggesting that if there is indeed a quality issue with the goods, the ramifications for the chemical fiber factory would likely extend beyond a mere delay in delivery, wouldn't it? Song Chongqing's demeanor shifted to one of calm. Indeed, what if? Just what if this scoundrel speaks the truth? If the quality were compromised, resulting in exported products becoming a laughingstock, the repercussions would tarnish not just the reputation of the chemical fiber factory, but also reflect poorly on his father. But he also found this notion to be far-fetched. On what grounds do you make such a claim? Song Chongqing furrowed his brow, countering the assertion. Chapter 36. The furious Song Chongqing and the composed Jiang Bei stood in stark contrast at that moment. In Su Wanrong's eyes, Jiang Bei was nothing short of a reckless troublemaker. She had initially believed that today's events could simply be brushed aside, pay the 50,000 in fines, and then devise a plan for the remaining funds. Even if she left the chemical fiber factory, she could find another job. Although it might not be as stable as her current position, she could at least earn a living through her own efforts. However, all of this had been shattered by Jiang Bei. He spoke of making money and cleverly maneuvering his way to profits, which had even caused her to harbor a slight change of heart towards him. At the very least, she was willing to give him a chance, having promised Yang Yang that she would not divorce him. Yet, what had her concession yielded? Just more empty bravado from this man. Even if he claimed that he could turn 10,000 into a million, she would not find such exaggeration surprising. But to audaciously assert that the chemical fiber factory's goods were of poor quality, and to do so in front of a workshop director. Not to mention that Song Chongqing's father was the very director of the factory. Su Wanrong felt an overwhelming urge to escape. Her heart raced as she struggled to confront the unfolding situation. Tell me, on what basis do you dare to say such things? Song Chongqing thundered. Director Song, it is my fault, all my fault. He is just talking nonsense. He is merely speaking out of turn, Su Wanrong hurriedly interjected. She was apologizing. Yet she was neither apologizing to this man nor assuming responsibility for him. Rather, she simply wished to escape further punishment. Neither the Su family nor she herself possessed the capacity to confront the retribution from the chemical fiber factory. She was just an ordinary citizen. Wanrong, do not fear. For I am here, Jiang Bei gently reassured, supporting her frail shoulders. You being here only brings me trouble, doesn't it? I truly believed you had changed. Su Wanrong wept, her tears cascading down her cheeks, reflecting her profound anguish. The sight of her tears pierced Jiang Bei's heart like daggers. Nevertheless, he had to persist. To shelter Su Wanrong beneath his wings. Having resolved to intervene, he was determined to see this matter through, for the sake of this woman, his wife. Jiang Bei gently drew Su Wanrong behind him and confronted Song Chongqing, stating, You need not concern yourself with how I dare to speak or from where I glean this information. But are you willing to wager? Song Chongqing furrowed his brow. Although he recognized the man before him as a worthless scoundrel, he could sense an undeniable confidence radiating from him, as if every word he uttered was substantiated by reason. Yet, the absurdity of his claims was palpable. Wager on what? Song Chongqing retorted. On the quality issues of your chemical fiber factory's goods, Jiang Bei replied directly. He understood that once Song Chongqing had countered, he had already attained success. In 4 months, the factory would face upheaval, and if all went as anticipated, it would be this batch of goods that would be exposed. Jiang Bei was unconcerned about the ramifications, for once the matter surfaced. It would undoubtedly not be a mere quality issue concerning a single batch. The deputy factory director had already profited immensely from this situation. If you lose, any damages incurred by Su Wanrong's negligence, which led to the factory's machinery being compromised, will be your responsibility. Moreover, you will publicly apologize for your ludicrous statements in front of all the factory employees. Song Chongqing spat bitterly. Very well, a reasonable demand. Jiang Bei replied with a soft smile, nodding in agreement. Meanwhile, Su Wanrong's complexion turned deathly pale upon hearing these words. She could not fathom that the factory where she worked would face any quality issues. As an employee there, did she not understand its workings better than Jiang Bei? But what if you lose? Jiang Bei suddenly countered. Chapter 37. Trust me once Song Chongqing laughed in disbelief. I lose. On what grounds would I lose? If I do lose, I will repay the 100,000 in lost work costs. And I will publicly apologize to you and your wife in front of all the factory employees. He scoffed coldly. As for the money, we shall settle it ourselves. Jiang Bei waved his hand dismissively, his expression serene. The damage to the machinery and the compensation for lost work were not directly related to the quality of the products. These were two separate matters. He would not resort to fallacious arguments to absolve the other party of the 100,000. This was Su Wanrong's oversight, and it was a responsibility they had to bear. If it were merely about that sum, he would not involve himself in the factory's troubled affairs. Song Chongqing appeared noticeably taken aback. Because he believed that Jiang Bei's sole aim was the 100,000 yuan. His so-called gamble was merely a wager of his insignificant dignity, risking even the slightest chance, which was less than 1 in 10,000. I do not require your apology. Jiang Bei continued. After all, you are not at fault. What is it that you desire? Song Chongqing inquired in a low voice. I wish for my wife to retain her position here. Is that too much to ask? Is it truly that simple? Song Chongqing questioned, perplexed. As the workshop director, whether Su Wanrong could continue her employment hinged entirely on his decision, provided she were to settle the fine. Typically, a worker who had made such a significant error would face termination. Indeed, it is that simple, Jiang Bei affirmed solemnly. He spoke with calmness regarding the quality issues of the synthetic fiber factory, remained unperturbed when asserting that Song Chongqing need not demand the 100,000 back. Yet he grew earnest when discussing Su Wanrong's job. This was the first substantial act he intended to undertake for her, securing the job she valued. Very well. I shall speak with my father tonight. He will personally dispatch someone to ascertain whether there are quality issues with this batch. We will thoroughly inspect every detail of the merchandise in the coming days. Should the defect rate not exceed the anticipated figures, I shall offer my apologies. Jiang Bei nodded, a light-hearted smile gracing his face. Excellent. Song Changqing retorted with a cold laugh. And what of my wife? Can she continue to work these days? Of course, came the reply. Then I thank you, Director Song. Jiang Bei nodded, taking Su Wanrong's icy hand as they departed. Her eyes had lost their luster. Her face devoid of color, she appeared terrified. Standing outside the office, Jiang Bei sighed gently. Why, Jiang Bei? Why? Su Wanrong finally regained her composure, gazing at the man before her, tears silently streaming down her cheeks. Wanrong, please believe me. I promise, I shall not disappoint you again, Jiang Bei implored earnestly. He seemed entirely transformed from the man who had just confronted Song Changqing in the office. Why? What have I done to deserve this treatment time and again? What must I do for you to spare me? Is this all meaningful to you, Jiang Bei? Does delaying these few days hold any significance? I no longer care about this job. Truly, I do not. Please, will you apologize to Director Song? Jiang Bei, I beg you, just apologize to him, Su Wanrong pleaded, shaking his shoulders with urgency. Her voice was faint, and she did not dare to raise her voice in the hallway. Wanrong, trust me just once. In a few days, when the inspection results are revealed, everything will be all right, Jiang Bei said, unable to articulate why he was so certain, which was precisely what troubled him. He could not possibly reveal to Su Wanrong that he had traversed from 20 years into the future. Would anyone believe such a tale? He simply wished to safeguard his small family and care for this mother and daughter. Wanrong, will you trust me just this once? I have promised. I shall not deceive you again. Chapter 38. Comparison. Jiang Bei, how can I possibly trust you? How can I believe you? Su Wanrong's tears struck at Jiang Bei's heart with great intensity. Her swollen eyes were painfully piercing. Can you grant me a few days? Once the situation is clarified. We shall. Jiang Bei faltered, yearning to embrace the woman before him, yet he hesitated, feeling unworthy. He wished to convey to her that the scoundrel, that devil, had vanished. He had changed, and he would treat her and their daughter with kindness. But did it hold any significance to express such sentiments? It was meaningless. Let us wait a few days. Everything will conclude then. Su Wanrong gently wiped her tears and slowly descended the stairs. Wanrong, where are you going? Jiang Bei asked urgently. Su Wanrong paused, turning to face him, a smile unexpectedly gracing her face. I am going to work. After all, you have argued so fervently to secure me this opportunity. I shall earn some money in these days, and when I am eventually dismissed, I will have a bit more income, 1 TI? She delicately dabbed at the corners of her eyes and, having said her piece, left without glancing back, denying Jiang Bei any chance of retaining her. Enough. She had reached her limit. She had once believed Jiang Bei had changed, but today's events had once again wounded her. It was all merely a figment of her imagination. Jiang Bei stared blankly at Su Wanrong's retreating figure, at a loss for words to keep her. Had he hurt her once more? He was uncertain. His mind felt muddled, as if filled with glue, unable to untangle his thoughts. In front of Song Changqing, he had been so confident, so composed, feeling entirely in control. He was not a failure. Yet, before his wife, he was rendered speechless. He dared not make any further promises, even if he believed he could fulfill them. Su Wanrong's heart had long since become fragile under his relentless torment. Lowering his gaze to his hands, he noticed the small wound on his right hand had begun to scab. He murmured to himself, did I err? Leaning against the wall, he felt utterly drained of strength. Turning to glance at Song Changqing's office in the distance, his resolve gradually solidified. He was not the one at fault. It was the former version of himself. He would provide Su Wanrong with everything she desired, along with their daughter. This wager would be fulfilled in a few days, and he would help Su Wanrong regain her job. Jiang Bei clenched his fists, taking deep breaths until his breathing steadied, before he departed. Tragically, at that moment, Jiang Bei remained oblivious to the challenges Su Wanrong was about to face. She returned to the workshop, where the massive machine had already been taken away for repairs. Upon her arrival, her colleagues ceased their conversations, their gazes subtly drifting towards her. She had overheard snippets of their whispers. How could she return? Could it be that she truly gathered that 50,000? It can't be that simple. I've heard there are additional compensation fees, totaling 100,000. What? Where did Su Wanrong acquire such a vast fortune? They wondered. Once a daughter is married, she is like water poured away. What could the Su family possibly do to assist her? With her beauty, earning money should be a simple task. Otherwise, how could her useless husband ever provide her with such funds? Su Wanrong chose not to respond to the gossips. Perhaps her appearance contributed to her unpopularity among her peers at the factory. In this era, the most beautiful person is often the most isolated. Before marriage, Women compete over whose job is superior, but after marriage, the measure of worth shifts to the capabilities of their husbands. Yet, Su Wanrong had become a subject of ridicule in this regard. Quietly, she returned to her station, staring blankly at the empty production line. Chapter 39, A Solution. In truth, Su Wanrong had long since grown accustomed to such scrutiny. She was neither foolish nor oblivious. Rather, her familial circumstances had drained her of the energy to ponder other matters. As for the mockery directed at her, she felt no desire to contest it. After all, the criticisms were grounded in truth. The hushed whispers, barely audible, continued to reach her ears, yet her expression remained unflinching. However, her heart was ensnared in turmoil. Regardless of Jiang Bei's situation, it no longer affected her. But what about Yang? Could she truly endure her husband's transgressions for the sake of her daughter? The answer was, of course, no. Yet, she had promised her daughter otherwise. With her hands pressed against her head, the calm in her eyes gradually morphed into anguish. Behind her, the gossips seemed to revel in the unfolding drama, their enthusiasm reignited. Jiang Bei rode away from the chemical fiber factory on his tricycle, having come to terms with his circumstances. He was resolute when the truth became apparent. Su Wanrong would understand that his actions were not mere bravado. Including now, he was determined to strive for the 10,000 yuan penalty owed for Su Wanrong. He had 7 days, yet only 8,500 yuan as his starting capital. Transforming this sum into 12 times its value within a week would indeed prove challenging. Nevertheless, Jiang Bei, having returned to this era from over 20 years in the future, was undaunted and confident. Though he could not engage in substantial ventures, he could still explore smaller avenues for profit. The market for couple-S attire was already saturated, and Jiang Bei was reluctant to maintain close ties with Zhao Zixiao, as his recent disappearance likely led Zhao to assume he was merely a wealthy heir returning home to inherit the family business after a failed escapade. With no reliable platform to sell clothing, Jiang Bei found himself at a disadvantage in an age where sports brands were rapidly establishing themselves in Huaxia, making steady growth of his shop virtually impossible. Thus, he resolved to alter his strategy. The essentials of life, food, clothing, shelter, and transportation, constitute the foundation of society and are the easiest means of generating income. Achieving success in these industries would not require significant initial investment. As long as he could grasp a hint of curiosity, that alone would suffice. Moreover, the advantages of this livelihood industry can yield substantial profits in a short span. Driven by a curious mindset, yet the drawbacks are equally evident. Jiang Bei finds himself unable to expand significantly in this sector, as he lacks the time to engage in market competition. Presently, enterprises such as Alibaba and Tencent have entered their growth phases, and it would be implausible for Jiang Bei to claim he is not envious or does not wish to partake in their success. Similarly, the real estate sector, on the brink of a bubble, is another field Jiang Bei aspires to enter, albeit lacking the requisite capital. Given that he cannot continue to profit from apparel, he resolves to shift his focus elsewhere. Jiang Bei briefly contemplates the feasibility of his new strategy and promptly alters his course towards a pedestrian street that has just concluded a promotional event. As it is a weekday morning, the foot traffic on the street is remarkably sparse. Few would venture out under the blazing sun to shop, and the elderly seeking fresh produce would likely opt for nearby markets. Identifying a clear niche is paramount. Subsequently, Jiang Bei directs his attention to the storefronts lining the pedestrian street, particularly those vending ready-to-eat products, keenly sensing an opportunity. It is evident that most shops currently offer trendy beverages. In contrast, the much-anticipated bubble tea, set to enter the Chinese market, has yet to gain traction. However, the scarcity of raw materials makes acquiring the necessary tapioca pearls and coconut jelly quite inconvenient. With only a week at his disposal and lacking access to the pedestrian street's promotional advantages, Jiang Bei's eyes suddenly light up. He has conceived an idea. Chapter 40. A new venture with sufficient capital and time at his disposal. Jiang Bei no longer needs to rely on so-called promotional benefits. He can create his own traffic. He believes he can elevate the pedestrian street's footfall through his own efforts. Although this may sound somewhat exaggerated, Jiang Bei is convinced of his capability. As he strolls along the pedestrian street, he meticulously observes the shops on either side, searching for a suitable location to establish his own store. At a street corner, he notices a storefront that comprises 2 joined units. It is likely owned by the same individual. However, such combined storefronts are not particularly desirable in a pedestrian area, and the rental costs are undoubtedly exorbitant. Nonetheless, this does not concern Jiang Bei. Despite the corner location appearing less than ideal, distanced from the core commercial establishments of the pedestrian street, what if he considers another aspect? If he could indeed drive foot traffic to the area, This location would be exceptionally advantageous. Furthermore, with a sufficiently spacious shop, Jiang Bei would possess greater confidence in his endeavors. In just 7 days, aiming to transform an initial capital of 8,500 into at least 100,000 is no small feat if possible. Why not pursue both avenues simultaneously? This large combined storefront could allow him to operate 2 businesses concurrently. Having realized this, Jiang Bei promptly notes down the owner's contact details and heads to a nearby phone booth to discuss the rental specifics. Even though the other party spoke exuberantly about the advantages of the large commercial space, Jiang Bei remained utterly unmoved. He exhibited a profound inner conflict. While the shops on the pedestrian street indeed thrived, their vibrancy was concentrated in the core areas, particularly those adjacent to shopping malls. In contrast, this dual-purpose shop, located at a street corner, appeared somewhat superfluous. Lowering the rent was not Jiang Bei's primary intention. Rather, he sought to negotiate a deferred rental payment. The collaboration was ultimately solidified at noon. Jiang Bei adeptly navigated the entire negotiation process, seizing upon the other party's urgency to lease the shop and seemingly making a judicious compromise. The agreement stipulated that he would rent the shop for at least 1 month, but due to the exorbitant rent, he required additional time to secure the necessary funds. Nonetheless, the compromise lay in his willingness to pay a daily rent of 200 for the first 3 days. The remaining sum of 5,400 would be settled once Jiang Bei obtained the funds 3 days later. The other party readily consented. Jiang Bei's understanding of the landlord's psychology was evident. He refrained from bargaining over the rent. Of course, when the other party casually inquired about Jiang Bei's purpose for renting the space, and he replied that it was for selling beverages, there was a moment of silence, though no admonition was offered. The glance exchanged bore a hint of schadenfreude, as if another unsuspecting soul had unwittingly extended a month's rent. Although a month seemed rather brief, it was preferable to leaving the space unrented, allowing him the opportunity to engage in further discussions. Throughout the afternoon, Jiang Bei busied himself acquiring juicing equipment and negotiating for essential supplies such as yogurt, fruit, packaging boxes, and plastic cups. By 8 o'clock in the evening, he finally mounted his tricycle and headed to the hospital. His shirt was thoroughly soaked with sweat. Yet Jiang Bei felt no discomfort. Instead, he was invigorated. Inside the hospital, Su Wanrong had finished her shift, and today, Su Guoyang and Zhang Hong were also present, bringing the family together. However, Su Wanrong's gaze remained somewhat vacant, a state that persisted until Jiang Bei's arrival at the hospital. Jiang Bei, what have you done? Why did you make that bet? We had already decided to sell the house to repay Wanrong, so why did you need to complicate matters further? Zhang Hong could no longer contain her anger upon seeing Jiang Bei. In Chapter 41, What Will You Do? Zhang Hong had clearly been crying, her eyes swollen and red. She approached, her palm striking Jiang Bei repeatedly, a manifestation of helplessness. Yet Jiang Bei's pain resided not in his body, but in his heart. This was a display of a mother-in-law's disappointment. He was at a loss for words, left to passively endure the situation. Mom, trust me. I promise to take good care of both mother and daughter, Jiang Bei murmured softly. Is this how you take care of my daughter and granddaughter? What if you lose the bet? Can we still rely solely on selling the house? Mom, stop blaming him. It's already meaningless. Su Wanrong's voice came through faintly. On this day, it was not she who initiated the gossip with her parents. Rather, the elder Su couple, upon observing Su Wanrong's unusual demeanor upon her return, pressed her for answers. Indeed, something had gone awry, and it was once again due to Jiang Bei. Meanwhile, Su Dongliang, seated nearby, could only hang his head in despair. Uncertain of how to defend Jiang Bei, they were all too familiar with Jiang Bei's penchant for grandstanding. Yet he had kept the promises he made to his sister, even going so far as to gather the funds to pay her fines. Su Dongliang had also noted Jiang Bei's recent behavior, which prompted him to address the man as brother-in-law, an unprecedented occurrence. However, he lamented how things would be so much better if Jiang Bei could simply amend his ways. Yet, today he had the audacity to gamble with Song Chongqing, the son of the workshop director at the synthetic fiber factory, wagering on the quality of their goods? Was this not sheer folly? Even if Su Dongliang wished to speak in Jiang Bei's defense, he found himself at a loss for words. Oh, what misfortunes had befallen the Su family? Zhang Hong stepped back, taking a seat beside Su Wanrong, her head bowed in tears. Su Wanrong could only offer her mother comfort, saying, It's all right. Dad, Mom, will you trust me just this once? There really are issues with the goods from the synthetic fiber factory. I just want enough. Su Wanrong suddenly exclaimed. Jiang Bei, that's enough. How much further must you push us before you find satisfaction? Jiang Bei opened his mouth to respond, but was rendered speechless. He had been overly optimistic, believing that once the day arrived when everything would be clarified, all would be well. Indeed, that day would come, yet the current predicament left him utterly helpless. Jiang Bei stood there, feeling as though he were out of place within the Su family. "Dad, I will find a way to manage that 100,000 yuan, he stated, forcing himself to speak. "No need. I have already contacted someone to sell the house. Once the funds from the sale are received, I will borrow the rest." "And that should suffice," Su Guoyang replied calmly. "Dad, please believe in me. I will make it happen. I promised I wouldn't deceive Wanrong again." Jiang Bei stepped forward, urgency in his tone. "Dad, Mom, I have secured a shop to start a business. Give me a few days. Trust me, I can earn that 100,000. Su Wanrong lifted her head, a bitter smile on her face as she inquired, "But the money is due in no later than 7 days. 100,000, Jiang Bei? What kind of business can you possibly conduct to earn that in just a week? Are you selling flowers for Valentine's Day or something?" Jiang Bei found himself at a loss for how to explain, noticing Su Dongliang beside him, his expression filled with hope. Suddenly, Jiang Bei asked, "Dad, is Dongliang working tomorrow?" "Yes," Su Guoyang answered succinctly. "Could you let Dongliang take a few days off? I need his help. I will produce results," Jiang Bei insisted. "Do you understand that if Su Dongliang takes unexpected leave, it would be tantamount to quitting?" "Jiang Bei, what exactly do you intend to achieve? Is your aim to bring ruin upon our family?" Su Guoyang exclaimed, his eyes ablaze with fury as he fixed his gaze upon Jiang Bei. Chapter 42. Selling fruit. Jiang Bei stood there, unable to muster a reply, his head bowed in silence. Su Wanrong had just lost her job. And if Su Dongliang were to lose his as well, what then? Jiang Bei understood that, in the eyes of the older generation, engaging in business was fraught with the risk of loss. Where could one find the stability of honest labor? Meanwhile, the fire of anger in Su Guoyang's eyes gradually diminished. He sighed softly, as if he had aged several years in an instant. Yet the glimmer of hope in Su Dongliang's gaze was unmistakable. He was aware that his son was not fond of his current work at the construction site. Just a few days prior, Su Dongliang had suggested, "Why not get a driver's license? Driving outside holds more promise than working on the site." He had consented to this notion. However, with Su Wanrong's sudden predicament, Su Dongliang had no choice but to continue working at the construction site, sacrificing his modest aspirations for the sake of his sister. "You young people, make your own decisions," Su Guoyang suddenly declared, turning away to gaze absently out the window. Su Dongliang, seated beside his father, abruptly stood up and called out, "Dad." Su Guoyang responded without turning to face him. "Dad, I want to give it a try. I believe I can make money," Su Dongliang said with difficulty. "Go ahead and try. If it doesn't work out, I will swallow my pride and help you return." Su Guoyang replied indifferently. Beside them, Zhang Hong observed her son and the audacious Jiang Bei, who had indeed offered Su Wanrong 30,000 yuan, and for a moment fell silent. Any further words would merely transform into a sigh. "Rest assured, Dongliang, you won't be at a loss by following me," Jiang Bei said gently, patting Su Dongliang on the shoulder. "I'm fine. If we truly make money, we won't have to sell the house." Su Dongliang replied with a smile. His thoughts were simple. All he desired was a stable life for his family, and that sufficed. "Dongliang, get some rest tonight. Tomorrow, come to the hospital with a tricycle by 5 o'clock. We need to leave early to pick up the goods," Jiang Bei advised with a grin. Su Dongliang nodded and then turned to his father. "Dad, I'll head back now." "Go on." Su Guoyang waved his hand, opting for silence. With Su Dongliang's departure, the atmosphere in the corridor fell into a deep silence. Jiang Bei entered the hospital room to accompany his daughter. As he gazed at Yang Yang's rosy cheeks, peacefully asleep, his heart felt as though it had been filled with something profound. A nurse entered, removing Yang Yang's fur. "The little girl is doing quite well," she remarked. "Although she has had 2 fevers in succession, timely medication has mitigated any serious issues. With a few more days of rest in the hospital, she should be able to go home next week. As parents, you should be more vigilant. A child so young shouldn't be allowed to catch a chill again." Jiang Bei could only nod in agreement, determined to be a responsible father. Like he had promised Yang Yang, he would strive to be an excellent husband as well. The following day, at the break of dawn, Su Dongliang rode his tricycle to the hospital with Zhang Hong. Jiang Bei then took Su Dongliang away from the hospital, heading towards the storefront on the pedestrian street. Making use of the early hours, they set about cleaning the premises once more, ensuring that the interior was tidy and bright. "Brother-in-law, what exactly are we going to do?" Su Dongliang inquired, wiping the sweat from his brow, unable to contain his curiosity. The sudden decision of Jiang Bei to rent such a large space on the pedestrian street left him incredulous. A place this size would surely cost at least 5,000 or 6,000 a month, right? "We're selling fruit," Jiang Bei replied with a smile. surveying the interior of the shop and nodding in approval. It's good enough. Come on, we need to pick up the goods. We're opening today. Oh, I see. Su Dongliang nodded, somewhat dazed. But shouldn't we be going to the market to sell fruit? Selling fruit here on the pedestrian street. What kind of fruit could possibly earn us 100,000 in a week? Chapter 43. The unseen. A barrage of questions flooded Su Dongliang's mind. Even now, he struggled to grasp Jiang Bei's reasoning. How did he intend to make money? What made him think that selling fruit could yield 100,000 in just 7 days? Yet, despite his confusion, Su Dongliang felt a blind admiration for the man before him. At the very least, he respected Jiang Bei's acumen when it came to making money. He followed Jiang Bei out of the empty store. Suddenly, Jiang Bei halted, as if recalling something important. He turned to Su Dongliang with a serious expression and said, Dongliang, it's crucial that we settle the terms of your pay before you assist me. Brothers should be clear about finances. Brother-in-law, you're making money for my sister too. We can skip the salary discussion. Su Dongliang shook his head in refusal. You're currently without a job, at the very least. Your parents should see that working with me has potential, Jiang Bei replied with a smile, shaking his head. Then, how about you pay me half of what I made at the construction site? After all, selling fruit shouldn't be as strenuous, Su Dongliang suggested earnestly. While he believed in Jiang Bei's capabilities, he couldn't shake off the concern about potential losses from selling fruit, especially with such a large rental commitment. I'll offer you 10,000 as a monthly base salary, plus a 10% commission. I might only be here for a few days, after this week. I'll be off to pursue other ventures, leaving the management of this shop to you. 10,000. Su Dongliang's eyes widened in disbelief. It's nothing. Your contributions warrant fair compensation, Jiang Bei said with a reassuring pat on his shoulder, then proceeded to ride off on his tricycle. Su Dongliang silently repeated 10,000 to himself as he mounted his bike to follow Jiang Bei, still struggling to believe it. After all, working at the construction site, he was young and strong, earning even slightly more than Su Wanrong. Yet, he only made a little over 600 a month. 10,000 was an amount he couldn't hope to earn in a year. However, the calmness with which Jiang Bei stated it instilled an inexplicable sense of faith in Su Dongliang. But as he rode along, doubts crept back in. Was Jiang Bei once again indulging in grandiose claims? No matter how much he admired Jiang Bei, it was hard to accept such statements at face value. Only the most prominent shops along the pedestrian street could possibly see a profit of 10,000 a month. So what made Jiang Bei think he could achieve that? What he relied upon was his intellect. After Su Dongliang and Jiang Bei completed their procurement from various suppliers, he finally comprehended the situation. Dongliang, keep an eye on this half of the stall. We need to divide our tasks. You will handle this, called fruit salad, where customers can select from these pre-cut fruits at 10 yuan per pound. Finally, add yogurt according to the proportion, ensuring the packaging is sealed properly. Remember to ask customers how many spoons they need, and keep yourself clean. We are in the food business, and hygiene is paramount. My task involves freshly squeezed juice, to which ice must be added, but not excessively. If customers desire, we can also create a mixed fruit flavor, priced at 5 yuan per cup. Make sure you memorize all this. In a week, this stall will be yours to manage, and I will have Mom come over to assist you. Su Dongliang nodded vacantly, gazing down at the colorful baskets of fruit. Even if he were to indulge, he wouldn't know which one to choose. There were simply too many. Yet now, these fruits must be cut and arranged for customers to select, followed by the addition of yogurt. Fruit salad? He had never seen or even heard of such a method before. He glanced at Jiang Bei, who was busy unloading goods, and suddenly felt a flicker of belief that perhaps, as his brother-in-law claimed, he could indeed earn 100,000 yuan. Chapter 44. Establishing a reputation in this era. Relying on a single product to generate profit within a mere 7 days is undoubtedly impossible, especially since the opportunity of the pedestrian street had already been missed. Nevertheless, Jiang Bei was determined to leverage these two novel concepts to attract foot traffic. His two ventures could complement each other and create mutual benefits. At this juncture, the advantages of a corner shop became apparent. Passers-by may not have intended to stroll through the pedestrian street. They simply stumbled upon this unique fruit-selling method and decided to purchase a pound. In turn, he could benefit from the pedestrian street's foot traffic. Although he was mentally prepared for a prolonged battle over the next 2 days, he called out, "Come take a look. Fruit salad. Freshly squeezed juice." Whenever he spotted a passerby. Yet, during daylight hours, how many people could one encounter on the roadside? Even if there were, they hurried by, completely indifferent. Don't waste your energy, Dongliang. Just take a good rest over here. Jiang Bei waved his hand and poured himself a glass of ice water. Your brother-in-law has sold only 1 serving of fruit salad, while you've already consumed 2 cups of juice. Su Dongliang expressed his impatience, This is nothing like I imagined. In my view, the moment the shop opened and the sign was displayed, customers would flock in. What a fresh and wonderful offering. However, contrary to his expectations, no one came. It's Thursday. If you're not here selling fruit with me, what are you doing? Jiang Bei asked with a smile. Working at the construction site. Su Dongliang replied, pouting. Exactly. You have to work, so why wouldn't he others? Su Dongliang couldn't help but exclaim. What about all this fruit? Won't it spoil by the time they get off work in the evening? Before him lay an array of cut watermelons, apples, and strawberries that had begun to wilt. Each sight piercing Su Dongliang's heart with anguish. Are you afraid they will spoil? Then just eat them. I've already told you, if you wish to eat, do so. Jiang Bei remarked nonchalantly. Brother-in-law, why are you not the least bit anxious? Su Dongliang inquired again. Just wait, Jiang Bei replied. Having already devised a method to establish his own reputation by allowing this initial batch of fruits, worth hundreds of yuan, to be discarded. At the end of the pedestrian street, which could be considered a new beginning, 2 garbage bins awaited not far from the shop. Soon enough, they would become Jiang Bei's second vital ally. It was only later that night that Su Dongliang grasped the intention behind Jiang Bei's actions. As the clock struck 5:30, the first wave of customers began to flow onto the pedestrian street. Jiang Bei glanced at the fruits before Su Dongliang and suddenly instructed, Dongliang, move these fruits over to the garbage bins and remember to dump them after you've relocated them. What? Brother-in-law, you mean we are not keeping these? Su Dongliang was bewildered. They're not fresh anymore. They will spoil, so why keep them? Jiang Bei shook his head. What a pity. If we sell them at a lower price, someone would surely buy them. Trust me, disposing of them is more valuable than selling, Jiang Bei insisted. Though Su Dongliang struggled to comprehend this logic, he nodded and began to carry the fruits towards the bins, hoping against hope that Jiang Bei would call for him to stop. Such splendid fruits. At 5:30, the pedestrian street finally buzzed with activity. A group of young individuals, freshly off work and clad in uniforms, ambled about, likely seeking leisure after their shifts. They soon spotted Su Dongliang pouring fruits into the garbage bins. What are you doing? Why are you throwing away those fruits? One young man approached, incredulous. Wasting food is the most disgraceful crime. While these fruits may not appear fresh, they are still perfectly edible. My brother-in-law said they're not fresh anymore, so we are discarding them, Su Dongliang replied. What? The young man's voice instinctively rose in pitch. These are fruits, including kiwis and strawberries, which are not cheap. I can't even afford to buy them. Don't throw them away. Wait. Sell them to me at a lower price. I'm sorry, but we do not sell fruits that are not fresh. In this sweltering heat, it could upset someone's stomach. Jiang Bei interjected as he approached. Are you the owner? The young man pressed, his tone sharp. Do you not realize these fruits are not rotten? They are merely not fresh. I understand, but our shop does not sell anything that isn't fresh. I'm sorry, Jiang Bei maintained, unwavering in his decision. The group then noticed the shop sign, fruit mix, freshly squeezed juices. The latter was easy to comprehend. Many households own juicers. However, one young man queried, what is this fruit mix? Why does it cost 10 yuan per pound? Owner, I'd like to order a serving. Seeing you discard so many fruits, I want to try one. Patience, we will prepare your order after the fresh fruits are cut, came the reply. Jiang Bei smiled and waved his hand, pointing towards Su Dongliang over there. At that moment, the slow on the uptake Su Dongliang finally grasped the situation. After discarding the fruit, he hurried back into the shop, thoroughly washing the small bowls before swiftly slicing the fruits. Everyone, please wait a moment. Su Dongliang thought to wipe the sweat from his brow, but suddenly remembered something. Hastily grabbing a paper towel from the side. After wiping, he discarded it into the trash, washed his hands, and continued to slice. This seemingly casual scene further solidified the decision of several young customers who had opted for fruit salad. A shop that only sells fresh fruit and maintains such cleanliness is worth 10 yuan just to taste. As the first serving of fruit salad was generously covered in yogurt, the entrance of the shop finally buzzed with activity. The small team of over 10 people saw more than half of them flocking to purchase a serving. On this hot summer day, the refreshing fruit was irresistible. The remaining few opted to buy freshly squeezed juice from Jiang Bei's stall, as it was comparatively cheaper than fruit salad. However, in such a short span of time, enough interest had been generated to attract more onlookers. Many curious passers-by gathered to see what new shop had opened. Those enjoying the fruit salad couldn't help but share the proprietor's business acumen. The owner is genuinely sincere. He discarded perfectly good fruit that was slightly less fresh due to sun exposure. You should have seen it. So much fruit, bowl after bowl. It pained my heart to watch. You ought to check it out. Their fruits are laid on ice, incredibly fresh. Plus, they had so much yogurt. Just 10 yuan for a serving. And the fresh juice, blended from 3 types of fruit, is absolutely delightful. While it may not be a case of 1 spreading to 10 and 10 to 100, there was certainly a ripple effect of promotion. Especially as pedestrians on the walking street noticed people indulging in fruit salad, dipped in yogurt, their appetites were further whetted in the sweltering heat of summer. Compared to ordinary fruit, the price was not exorbitant, making the all-inclusive fruit salad seem even more appealing. The freshly squeezed juice, combined with ice, was also far more refreshing than standard beverages. Yet, unbeknownst to many, the seemingly cost-effective fruit salad had a production cost of less than 5 yuan, while the freshly squeezed juice only cost 2 yuan, yielding profits that exceeded 100%. The yogurt was purchased wholesale, as were the fruits. But how high could wholesale prices be? Especially since Jiang Bei had signed a substantial monthly contract with the supplier. Starting tomorrow, the minimum order quantity would be at least 5,000 yuan, necessitating dedicated delivery personnel. Chapter 46. Good days. Once the fruit salads were prepared for the customers, Su Dongliang began to call out, "Come take a look. New style fruit salad. A combination of over a dozen fruits. You won't regret it. The freshest, freshly squeezed juice, mixed to suit your taste preferences." He even composed a catchy jingle himself. "Stop calling out. It's time to pack up and close," Jiang Bei said with a smile. "Brother-in-law, what time is it?" Su Dongliang was momentarily taken aback. He felt utterly unwearied. After all, the customers merely selected their fruits and handed them over for weighing, then added a touch of yogurt. "Can you believe it? It's already 8 o'clock. Have we really been selling for 2.5 hours?" Su Dongliang exclaimed, momentarily taken aback, astonished at how swiftly time had elapsed. "Brother-in-law, I'm not tired. I can still sell." "What will you sell? Is there any fruit left?" Jiang Bei gazed at his younger brother-in-law with an air of resignation. Yet he had not misjudged his character. The lad was indeed diligent and industrious. "By the way, have you prepared the portion for Yang that I asked you to?" Jiang Bei inquired once more. "It's ready, brother-in-law," Su Dongliang replied. "That's good to hear." Jiang Bei nodded approvingly. "Boss, is there any fruit salad left?" A middle-aged man approached, visibly anxious. "I want to buy a portion for my daughter to take home." "I'm sorry, but we have run out." Jiang Bei shook his head. "I hesitated to purchase it earlier. Seeing so many people enjoying it made me want to buy one for my daughter too." The man sighed, expressing his disappointment. "Boss, will you be open tomorrow?" "I will come back to buy some." The man continued. "We will be open, my friend. If you come by tomorrow, I'll give you a portion free of charge. I too have a daughter, but I must apologize for today." Jiang Bei smiled warmly. "All right." The middle-aged man paused, then nodded enthusiastically. After all, 10 yuan for a serving of fruit salad was considered a luxury for many. As the man departed, Su Dongliang turned, still in disbelief, and observed Jiang Bei, who was engrossed in tidying up. Beside him was a red bucket used for collecting money, which was already brimming. "This is all profit from today. We only brought in 2,500 yuan worth of goods today, but aside from the initial 100 yuan worth of fruit that was discarded, everything else has been sold." The total here, along with Jiang Bei's earnings, amounted to nearly 5,000 yuan in change. Su Dongliang still harbored doubts. Could they truly sell out? Would they be able to settle the 5,000 yuan bill tomorrow? The answer was affirmative. In fact, even at this moment, more customers were approaching, inquiring about the availability of fruit salad and freshly squeezed juice. Jiang Bei set aside his tasks, responding with a smile that they could return tomorrow. The customers expressed their regret at not having been able to enjoy it today and promised to arrive early the next day. "Dongliang, take this change to the bank tomorrow and exchange it for 5,000 yuan in bills. We cannot owe our suppliers," Jiang Bei advised while continuing to tidy up. "I understand, brother-in-law." Su Dongliang nodded earnestly, then packed the money from the bucket into his backpack before closing the stall's door. Once Jiang Bei finished his work, the two of them rode away on a tricycle from the pedestrian street. "If all goes well, tomorrow should be even better, right?" "It will be, won't it?" "It certainly will." Su Dongliang gripped the handlebars tightly, pedaling with vigor to keep pace with Jiang Bei. So this was how one made money. He was truly remarkable. Before long, the two returned to the hospital, delivering the final portion of fruit salad to Yang. Su Dongliang gazed at Yang's joyful smile and Jiang Bei's content expression, feeling as though his heart was filled with something profound. Would his sister soon experience such happiness? Chapter 47. Our family is wealthy now. Upon seeing Jiang Bei and Su Dongliang arrive, Su's mother chose to withdraw, unwilling to engage with a son-in-law who merely spouted grandiose claims. Su Dongliang lingered at the hospital for a while longer, accompanying Yang before departing. In the hospital, Jiang Bei remained by Yang's side that evening, regaling her with enchanting tales from his memory, captivating her with every word. As she savored her fruit salad, she would occasionally share a piece with her father, eagerly continuing to listen to the stories. Jiang Bei, observing his daughter's radiant smile, found himself momentarily lost in thought. With Friday approaching, he envisioned the bustling weekend foot traffic on the shopping street, anticipating a lucrative opportunity. If all went well, he might even achieve his goals within 5 days, rather than a week. Excluding the 5,000 from Su Dongliang, he still had 3,000 in liquid assets. Today was merely the first day, and he sensed that the 2,500 worth of goods he had was already pushing the limits, though he had not anticipated such remarkable success. This seemingly inconspicuous corner shop was on the brink of becoming a sensation thanks to his 2 new products. Daddy, what happened to Cinderella next? Yang Yang inquired, noticing her father's momentary distraction. Well, he began. The prince waited for a long time, but did not find the woman from the ball. So, he took his men and the glass slipper to search the town for her. He chuckled, and Cinderella's 2 sisters faced quite the consequences. Yang Yang joined in his laughter. Daddy, you should have some fruit too. It's very sweet. All right, Daddy will have some. Su Dongliang pedaled his tricycle at breakneck speed towards home. Unable to contain his excitement for even a moment longer, he yearned to share with his parents and sister all that had transpired that day, and what he and Jiang Bei had accomplished with their money. Surely, they would be delighted. Having secured his tricycle, he dashed upstairs, clutching tightly to the backpack brimming with coins. This was over 5,000 yuan, all earned today. It was also the payment for goods to be delivered tomorrow, with Friday upon them. The evening promised an influx of weekend strollers on the shopping street. His brother-in-law was astute. He had only procured these goods today, and aside from the first batch of fruit sold during the day, everything else was gone. Even that initial batch had not been wasted. It had served a significant purpose in establishing their brand. When had that man become so adept at business? Knock, knock, knock. Su Dongliang rapped eagerly on the door. Who is it? Came Su Guoliang's voice from within. Dad, it's me. Su Dongliang whispered urgently. The door opened to reveal Su Guoliang, his face etched with worry. What are you in such a hurry for? Many neighbors are already asleep. Can't you knock a bit softer? Su Guoliang grumbled, his voice weary from apparent exhaustion. Dad, come inside. Let us talk, Su Dongliang urged, stepping into the room. Su Dongliang swallowed hard, clutching his backpack as he squeezed into the house. What has got into you tonight? Su Guoliang inquired, closing the door. Dad, where's my sister? Su Dongliang waved his hand, his urgency palpable. She's inside. I'll go get her. There's good news. Su Dongliang replied, heading towards Su Wanrong's room. Suddenly, he paused mid-stride and asked, by the way, Dad, has the house sold? Have we made contact? We've already been in touch. They'll come to view the house the day after tomorrow. If all goes well, we might sell it by next week, Su Guoliang sighed. This house is quite spacious. Once sold, we can gather some funds, perhaps around 100,000. As long as our daughter is safe, everything else can be negotiated. After selling the house, we can rent a place, cover the rent, and save to buy a home for our son. Dad, don't sell the house. We don't need to sell it anymore. I'll go get my sister. Our family has money now. Chapter 48. The ability what money? Su Guoliang was just about to ask when he saw Su Dongliang racing towards Su Wanrong's room. Soon enough, the 4 members of the Su family were gathered in the living room, all looking at Su Dongliang with skepticism, including Su Wanrong. Su Dongliang swallowed again, clearly anxious. Yet he ignored their gazes as he unzipped his backpack. Sis, look. He trembled with excitement. Earlier, while collecting payments, he had felt little, but now, as he presented the money before his family, he experienced a rush of exhilaration and fulfillment. He realized he could indeed assist his family with his modest abilities. Dad, we won't have to sell the house anymore. We have money now, Su Dongliang exclaimed. Sis, look at this money. It's over 5,000. His backpack overflowed with coins, reminiscent of the time Jiang Bei had presented money, but now their parents were present. Dongliang, where did this money come from? Su Guoliang was taken aback. He had never anticipated such a delightful surprise from Su Dongliang. Though 5,000 seemed insignificant compared to 100,000, it was still a substantial sum. Thus, gathering the remaining funds from the house sale would become much simpler. Su Dongliang wanted to explain further, but was unsure how to begin. He believed that this amount, combined with what they would get from selling the house, would suffice. Zhang Hong, too, expressed her relief. Dongliang, where did this money come from? Only Su Wanrong stared blankly at the money, seemingly grasping something, yet struggling to believe it. It had only been a day since Jiang Bei had asked Su Dongliang for help. Could it be that he had truly earned this much in just one day? Yet, Su Dongliang's response provided clarity. Dad, Mom, this money is all earned. I made it today, thanks to brother-in-law Jiang Bei. He spoke softly. Out of the 5,000, 2,005 was the cost, and the rest is profit. However, this is for tomorrow's payment. Jiang Bei, When did he earn so much money in a single day? Zhang Hong's voice rose in pitch, filled with astonishment and suspicion. However, Su Guoyang's expression darkened as he could not help but recall Jiang Bei's recent peculiar behavior. Glancing at Su Dongliang, his furrowed brow deepened with worry. In a hushed tone, he inquired, Dongliang, you haven't broken the law, have you? What exactly are you involved in with Jiang Bei? How could he possibly earn such a fortune in a single day? What kind of merchandise could yield double the profits? Su Wanrong's brow was tightly knitted. She had decided not to concern herself with Jiang Bei's affairs. Yet she could not bear to witness Su Dongliang descend into moral decay alongside him. No, Su Dongliang shook his head vigorously. My brother-in-law rented a shop on the pedestrian street and bought a lot of equipment, refrigerators, juicers, and fruit. We are merely selling fruit. Su Dongliang elaborated, but was abruptly interrupted by Zhang Hong. Su Dongliang, you are making thousands a day selling fruit. Do you take me for a fool? Zhang Hong exclaimed, striking Su Dongliang's back as if to rouse him from a stupor. Our family is just an ordinary one. How could we engage in illegal activities? Dad, Mom, sister. You've all misunderstood. We really are selling fruit. Su Dongliang suddenly stood up, his face flushed with indignation. On the corner of the pedestrian street, there's a shop selling fruit salads and freshly squeezed juices. They combine various fruits into chunks with yogurt. It's quite a novelty. Yang just had some today. My brother-in-law and I have not broken the law. Even the money he earned previously was through honest means. He earned it through his own efforts. With that, he clutched his backpack tightly and dashed back to his room. Chapter 49. Hesitation at that moment. The sense of injustice and the grievance of being misunderstood by his family weighed heavily upon Su Dongliang. He was uncertain whether he was standing up for Jiang Bei or for himself. Yet he recognized that tonight he was confronting the misunderstandings Jiang Bei had endured over the past few days. He had indeed changed, but his past actions had rendered his family skeptical of him. Su Dongliang wiped away the tears that had unwittingly slipped from his eyes, sat on his bed, poured out the money from his bag, and began to organize it. Tomorrow, he needed to go to the bank to convert this money into denominations suitable for the suppliers. In the living room, following Su Dongliang's sudden emotional breakdown and departure, an unusual silence ensued. Su Guoyang slowly lit a cigarette, bowing his head as he took one drag after another. Old Su, what do you think? Is it really that kid making money selling fruit? Zhang Hong finally could not contain her curiosity any longer. Su Wanrong also snapped back to reality, turning her gaze towards Su Guoyang. I am not certain. Su Guoyang shook his head, but don't we know Dongliang well? How could he possibly engage in illegal activities? He has never lied in his life. I believe what he says is true, albeit it is indeed hard to believe. Perhaps Jiang Bei is genuinely changing. We just haven't witnessed it. Isn't it on the pedestrian street? Tomorrow night, after work, we can go and see for ourselves, can't we? You really should stop worrying so much. Su Guoyang chuckled lightly. Father, Mother, I apologize for the trouble I have caused you. Su Wanrong's expression darkened as she could not help but speak. You are the flesh of my flesh. Why utter such words? Zhang Hong gently wrapped her arms around her daughter's shoulders, wiping away the tears at the corners of her eyes. Have you thought about what to do regarding Jiang Bei? Indeed, he had boasted so grandly. Yet he has genuinely earned a substantial amount of money. Mother, I am uncertain, Su Wanrong replied, shaking her head, her expression tinged with anguish. Her attitude towards Jiang Bei had just begun to shift, yet he had made such grand claims and dared to gamble. However, at this moment, she truly witnessed Jiang Bei's transformation, yet Yang had become the unbreakable bond between her and Jiang Bei. Zhang Hong, observing her daughter's expression, began to comprehend the situation. Her daughter had always been strong-willed and independent, possessing a stubbornness reminiscent of her youth. When had she ever hesitated? Yet now, she found herself in doubt. Her resolve regarding divorce had begun to waver alongside Jiang Bei's changes. One could only hope that Jiang Bei had genuinely improved and would treat her daughter well in the future. Let us return, dear wife. It is not our place to meddle in the affairs of the young, Su Guoyang said, patting Zhang Hong's shoulder. After extinguishing his cigarette, he rose and headed toward the bedroom. Zhang Hong cast a glance at Su Wanrong, sighed softly, and followed suit. Su Wanrong remained seated on the sofa, cradling her knees. She could not help but think of Yang, still hospitalized, the man who once resembled a scoundrel, and the emotionally charged Su Dongliang, who had defended Jiang Bei passionately this evening. Su Dongliang was her own flesh and blood, her brother. Even if her heart was hardened, she felt momentarily lost. Perhaps his words during that gamble were indeed grounded in certainty, not mere bluster. He had followed through on every promise made in recent days, vowing never to renege. There was no need for him to gamble for the sake of his job. Gradually, Su Wanrong found herself believing that Jiang Bei's grand declarations might genuinely lead to success. The following morning, Jiang Bei awoke to find Yang wide-eyed, gazing at him. He scratched his head, realizing he must have dozed off while telling her a story the previous night. Daddy is such a sleepyhead. The sun is already up. Yang exclaimed with a smile upon seeing her father awake. Chapter 50. Unexpectedly, a smile appeared on Jiang Bei's face. He reached out, gently touching his daughter's forehead to gauge her temperature before ruffling her hair affectionately. Stretching, he drew back the curtains. Are you going to sell fruit today, Daddy? Yang inquired, tilting her head. Yes, Daddy must work hard to earn money, Jiang Bei replied with a smile. Then will I still get to eat fruit tonight? Yang hesitated before asking. She understood that the fruit was meant for sale, yet she could not resist the temptation, for it was truly delicious, filled with various fruits. Of course, if you want some, Daddy will bring it back for you every day, all right? Jiang Bei countered. No, Yang suddenly shook her head. Oh, why not? Jiang Bei asked in surprise. Because this is something that Dad intends to sell, and with the proceeds, he can provide for Yang. If he sells one less portion, then Yang would have one last chance to enjoy it. Yang, with her tiny hands clasped, expressed her inner conflict. Haha, Jiang Bei wanted to laugh, but found it difficult. So he explained, in truth, your father sells many portions of fruit salad every day. Your portion is not essential. As he spoke, he gently tapped Yang's little head with his finger. If you enjoy it, I will bring you some every day. After all, who do you think I earn money for? Is it not for you and your mother? But if I eat one less portion, then you can sell one more, right? Yang tilted her little face upwards, gazing at Jiang Bei with curiosity. And then you can earn a little more money to make mother happier, correct? At this, Jiang Bei was struck into silence. The happiness of both you and your mother is equally significant. He sat on the bed, cradling Yang gently in his arms. Well then, I want fruit salad tonight, Yang declared. All right, Jiang Bei replied, affectionately ruffling her hair and pulling the little blanket closer as he softly rocked her. Later, around 8 o'clock, Su Dongliang and Zhang Hong arrived, prompting Jiang Bei to take his little brother-in-law away. Zhang Hong had intended to ask a few questions about business before arriving at the hospital, but refrained from doing so. Though she had come to trust Su Dongliang's words, she felt the need for reassurance and wished to see for herself that evening. Meanwhile, the two on the tricycle hurried towards the pedestrian street store. Upon arrival, they discovered a few individuals waiting in the shade. Their eyes lit up upon seeing Jiang Bei and Su Dongliang approach. Boss, you finally made it. What time do you open? It's already 8:30. Why are you just arriving? Hurry, I want a portion of fruit salad. Boss, I want one too. My mother was hospitalized yesterday and couldn't eat anything. I brought her a portion of fruit salad, and she felt much better after eating it. I searched everywhere this morning, and your shop is the only one that sells fruit salad. My wife is insisting on it. The crowd eagerly chimed in before Jiang Bei could even unlock the door, sharing praises about how delicious the fruit salad was and how fresh the ingredients were. This scene left Su Dongliang wide-eyed. He had never anticipated such a remarkable response. However, wasn't today merely Friday? Even Jiang Bei was taken aback. Everyone, please wait a moment. Today's fruit has yet to arrive, Jiang Bei said with a wry smile, estimating it would take until 9 o'clock to get there. No worries, boss. We can wait here for a bit, came a reply from the crowd. All right then, please hold on a moment. For your 4 orders, there will be no charge. Just remember to help me spread the word later. Really? Thank you so much, boss. Chapter 51. Hunger marketing indeed, it was genuine. Jiang Bei nodded with a smile. By offering free fruit salads, these individuals could assist him in promoting his business. As for how effective it would be, Jiang Bei could not predict, but certainly, it would yield more than the 20 yuan he had invested. After opening the shop, Jiang Bei proceeded with Su Dongliang to clean the tools for the day. By 9 o'clock, the supplier's vehicle arrived. Jiang Bei handed a pack of cigarettes to the driver and said, Brother, please convey to your leader that we need to increase the quantity of the 2 batches of goods this evening, adding an extra 1,000 for each batch. That should be fine, right? Rest assured, the additional payment will be settled by the end of the day. The driver nodded with a smile, pocketed the cigarettes, and began directing others to unload the goods. To ensure the quality of the fruit, Jiang Bei and the supplier arranged for the delivery in 3 batches. In the morning, due to fewer hands, they received an initial batch of 1,000. 2 more batches of 2,000 each were scheduled for 5 and 7:30 in the evening, with the current order being an additional 1,000 for the evening. The inadequacy of last night's delivery prompted Jiang Bei to remain vigilant. With people already waiting this morning, he felt a surge of confidence, knowing he would not struggle to sell the goods. Moreover, he wouldn't be too fatigued, as tomorrow and the day after would be the real test. The circumstances of today were vastly different from those of yesterday. Although daytime customers remained sparse, there was a slight improvement, with a few individuals occasionally purchasing some items. Particularly at noon, 2 sedans arrived, placing orders for dozens of fruit bowls. So taxing was the work that Su Dongliang couldn't even take a lunch break after preparing the fruit bowls. The afternoon unfolded similarly. By 5 o'clock, Jiang Bei and Su Dongliang received the new shipment and disposed of the fruit that had spoiled in the heat, readying themselves for the challenging tasks ahead. Despite selling barely half of the 1,000 yuan worth of fruit and yogurt that day, their enthusiasm remained unshaken. Even 20 minutes before the peak hour at 5:30, they began their preparations, making fruit bowls and freshly squeezed juices. However, when the peak period arrived, they found themselves in a flurry of activity. At 7 o'clock, with the remnants of the morning's stock and the newly arrived 3,000 yuan worth of goods, little remained. After 7:30, a second wave of customers would flood in post-dinner. After all, it was Friday. Jiang Bei wiped the sweat from his forehead with a tissue, contemplating whether to have the supplier deliver earlier or add more stock. Ultimately, he decided against it, reasoning that altering their collaborative plan at the last minute would be impolite, and he was also adhering to a new marketing concept of hunger marketing. No one could have anticipated that Jiang Bei would implement such a strategy in this context. The first wave of hunger marketing manifested precisely at 7:15. I'm sorry. We've sold out of fruit," Jiang Bei exclaimed suddenly, to those who had squeezed their way to the front after waiting for so long. This announcement was akin to a bombshell, exploding in their hearts. Instantaneously, a chorus of questions erupted. "Could we please form a line? The next shipment will arrive at 7:30, and you will still be able to purchase then, so please remain calm. Given the heat, we cannot receive all the fruit at once to ensure freshness. We hope for your understanding." Upon hearing that one could still purchase fruit salad and freshly squeezed juice, the individuals in question felt their anger dissipate. Moreover, upon deeper reflection, it became evident that the young proprietor's words held merit. In such sweltering heat, even humans struggle, let alone the fruits. Squeezing them dry would be rather cruel. Better to heed the advice of others and patiently wait in line. At that moment, Su Wanrong, Su Guoliang, and Zhang Hong, after lulling Yang Yang to sleep, departed from the hospital and made their way to the pedestrian street. Chapter 52. Transformation. The trio from the Su family chose to trust Su Dongliang's words. Their skepticism lay with Jiang Bei, a man known for his grandiose claims and checkered past. Although Jiang Bei's recent behavior had indeed surprised them and altered their perception, they felt it prudent to witness the situation with their own eyes. After all, the notion that one could earn several thousand yuan in a day merely by selling fruit was quite astonishing. As the Su family approached the pedestrian street, their brows furrowed with concern. However, upon arrival, they were met with an astonishing sight. From a distance, they could see 2 long lines of eager patrons. What was happening? Su Guoliang, having just lit a cigarette, trembled and watched it fall to the ground. He could hardly believe his eyes. The level of excitement was beyond comprehension. Could it be that this bustling scene was orchestrated by Jiang Bei and Su Dongliang? Were they truly selling fruit? Why was there such a crowd? Zhang Hong exclaimed in astonishment. "Let us go and take a closer look, lest we misinterpret the situation," Su Guoliang urged, steadying his breath, overwhelmed by the spectacle before him. Su Wanrong, though silent, revealed her astonishment through her wide eyes, mirroring the disbelief of her parents. As they drew nearer, they finally spotted Su Dongliang slicing fruit and Jiang Bei diligently preparing juice. The sight of freshly squeezed juice and fruit salad left Su Guoliang momentarily rooted to the spot. Before long, after Su Dongliang completed the first batch of fruit, they truly grasped the meaning of popularity. "Hey, young man, I would like 2 servings of fruit salad." "I want 3. Brothers in front, don't hesitate. Take a few pieces of everything. There are more behind us." "Thank you. Everyone, have your change ready. Let us not waste time waiting for the boss to make change." As Su Dongliang weighed the fruits for his customers, adding generous portions of yogurt, he welcomed them with a smile and accepted their money. He occasionally wiped the sweat from his brow with a nearby tissue. They were undoubtedly exhausted, yet their smiles remained genuine. Indeed, this young man has truly transformed, Su Guoliang could not help but remark, glancing at his daughter. Su Wanrong stood entranced, momentarily at a loss for words. In her memory, Jiang Bei was an ne'er-do-well, a brute who abused his wife and berated his children. Yet now, he greeted each customer with a sincere smile, presenting every cup of freshly squeezed juice with care, just as Su Dongliang did. It appeared they had indeed found success. Zhang Hong, too, could not restrain her words. "Let us take a quick glance and then return to the hospital. We wouldn't want Yang Yang to awaken and find us absent." Su Guoyang gently patted Zhang Hong's shoulder. Meanwhile, Su Wanrong remained transfixed, gazing at the two figures of Jiang Bei, her mind in turmoil as they clashed within her thoughts. It felt as though they were vying for supremacy, questioning which one was the true Jiang Bei. Perhaps, the present incarnation of Jiang Bei is the authentic one, she murmured softly to herself. Just as her daughter Zhang Hong was about to call out to Su Wanrong, Su Guoyang shook his head to prevent her. The elderly couple observed Su Wanrong's slender back. Su Guoyang sighed softly, while Zhang Hong could no longer hold back her tears. Do you think Jiang Bei will treat our daughter well in the future? Zhang Hong inquired. He probably will. Let us not interfere in the affairs of the young. Su Guoyang replied with a gentle smile. Dad, Mom, let us return. Su Wanrong suddenly turned and spoke. Everyone, please form an orderly line. Those who cut in will not be served. Boss, I would like 2 cups of freshly squeezed juice. Apple, strawberry, and pineapple mixed. Please hold on a moment. Chapter 53. Astonishment. Jiang Bei and Su Dongliang were unaware that Su Wanrong and the others had already visited. After 7:30, the influx of customers surged, and the 3,000 yuan worth of goods nearly took a toll on Jiang Bei and Su Dongliang. Even for Jiang Bei, who found it somewhat easier, his arms ached. His head felt dizzy, and the smile on his face had grown rigid. As for Su Dongliang, it was even more taxing. Yet, when Jiang Bei glanced over, he couldn't help but smirk inwardly. The lad appeared unfazed, his smile as genuine as ever, and his movements remained swift. Around 8:40, in just a little over an hour, the 3,000 yuan worth of goods was entirely sold out. Had Jiang Bei not warned the customers in line that the fruit salad would soon be sold out, the consequences would have been dire. Even so, the shop was surrounded. Tomorrow, everyone, if you wish to buy, please come early. I will ensure there is sufficient stock. Jiang Bei said, mustering courage. Boss, this is unfair. Last night, I wanted to buy another serving, and you were out of stock. Now, tonight, the same? I barely stepped in for a quick look, and it's all gone. Can't you stock more? If your supplier can't keep up, just switch. Will you be open tomorrow? At what time? I'll be here early to buy several servings and store them in the fridge. My daughter has been clamoring for some since yesterday. And I was delayed at work today? Yes, I will open at 9 o'clock tomorrow as usual, Jiang Bei replied with a forced smile. This was not a particularly aggressive marketing tactic, yet it had proven quite effective. Jiang Bei was confident that many of those visiting the pedestrian street on Saturday would be unfamiliar with the offerings. That would be the true challenge. The decision not to increase the stock further today was also influenced by their physical conditions. At this moment, these were trivial matters. The real battle awaited them tomorrow. Su Dongliang and Jiang Bei mounted their tricycle, as per usual, bringing along a serving of fruit salad for Yang Yang. Brother-in-law, I feel as though my bag is bursting with cash. Su Dongliang, brimming with excitement, patted the backpack slung over his shoulder. It seems I might have to move the barrel home directly tomorrow, Jiang Bei remarked with a smile. I need to prepare some hemp rope. Carrying this money feels uneasy. I'll seal the lid and tie the barrel to myself. Su Dongliang chuckled in response. Their hearty laughter echoed along the roadside. Today, they had sold goods worth 7,000 yuan, bringing their total sales to an impressive 15,000. What surprised them most was the unexpectedly high demand for freshly squeezed juice, which was selling remarkably well, rivaling the fruit salad offerings. The fruit salad and juice complemented each other perfectly. Customers could choose any fruit they wished to blend into juice from the chopped fruits available in the fruit salad section. Relying solely on either the fruit salad or the freshly squeezed juice would not have yielded such profits, especially given the challenges posed by long queues. Did Dad make any money today? Yang Yang poked her little head out from under the covers, peering past Su Wanrong's neck at Jiang Bei, who had just entered through the door. Of course we did. Jiang Bei waved at Yang Yang with a smile, but paused as he noticed Su Wanrong by the bedside. She turned her head quietly, her expression still somewhat aloof, yet the turmoil in her eyes was unmistakable. She seemed uncertain about how to face the man with whom she was supposed to have severed all ties. What brings you here tonight? Jiang Bei approached and sat beside Su Wanrong, maintaining a respectful distance. I visited the pedestrian street earlier and noticed you were busy selling, so I didn't want to interrupt. I came back to keep Yang Yang company. Su Wanrong instinctively responded, then felt a twinge of surprise at her own candidness with this man. Chapter 54. I will take good care of you. Taken aback by Su Wanrong's reply, Jiang Bei couldn't help but inquire, you saw everything? Yes, Su Wanrong nodded. The couple had long since lost any semblance of affection, and their current exchange felt utterly surreal to both. Su Wanrong was bewildered by her own reactions, while Jiang Bei felt a quiet joy within. Since his rebirth, his greatest wish was not to amass wealth, but to provide a good life for his wife and daughter, to repay the debts of the past in double measure. and to atone for his previous actions. By the way, this is the fruit salad. Wanrong, you should try it, along with Yang Yang. Jiang Bei finally remembered the fruit salad and hurriedly offered it to Su Wanrong. I want to eat it. Let Yang Yang have it. Su Wanrong instinctively refused. But Yang Yang is still small. This is a pound of fruit, and it might upset her stomach, Jiang Bei replied, glancing at Yang Yang and giving her a playful wink. Yang Yang, in turn, clenched her little fist and encouraged Jiang Bei with a supportive gesture. Mommy, if I can't finish it, let us eat it together, okay? The fruit salad is really delicious, Yang Yang proclaimed, climbing onto Su Wanrong's lap with earnestness. All right, Su Wanrong smiled, gently ruffling Yang Yang's hair in agreement. In recent days, I took Dong Liang to engage in a small venture, and the outcome has been rather favorable. If all goes well, we should be able to gather the 100,000 yuan in a few days. Jiang Bei suddenly interjected, saying, There's no need to sell my parents' house. At their age, they deserve to enjoy their retirement in comfort. If we truly find ourselves in dire straits, it would be our own house that we sell, wouldn't it? Su Wanrong pondered for a moment before unexpectedly expressing her gratitude. Thank you. Yet, Jiang Bei's smile abruptly faltered. He couldn't help but turn to Su Wanrong, his face reflecting regret, his eyes filled with turmoil. Coincidentally, Yang Yang was watching him as if she understood the bravery her father was about to summon, her gaze brimming with encouragement. That day, Yang Yang's words echoed in his ears. Daddy, be brave. You can do it. Wanrong, while gently stroking Yang Yang's hair, lifted her head, looking at Jiang Bei with confusion. Wanrong, please refrain from thanking me in the future. This is simply my duty. I am Yang Yang's father, and I am also your husband. Whatever you require, I shall endeavor to fulfill, even if it means risking my life. Truly, Wanrong, trust me, I will take good care of both of you. Jiang Bei felt a sting in his eyes. This was the culmination of his heartfelt confessions over the years. Indeed, should he ever be faced with a situation requiring such sacrifice, how could he possibly hesitate? For he owed his life to Su Wanrong and Yang Yang, as well as the most crucial obligation of a man, responsibility. At that moment, having summoned the courage to voice these sentiments, he felt as though he had liberated himself. Yet, all of this hinged on Su Wanrong's willingness to listen to him earnestly. Su Wanrong stared at Jiang Bei, realizing that this was a promise not born of empty words aimed at deceiving her for financial gain. It appeared that he had genuinely transformed. Even today, despite the lingering complexities in her heart, it felt as though everything had crystallized at that moment. She found herself at a loss for words, especially under Jiang Bei's earnest gaze, which seemed like a first for her. No, it wasn't the first time. During their wedding, he had vowed to care for her for a lifetime, yet he had broken that promise. But what about now? How should she respond? Chapter 55. He has changed. Su Wanrong felt inexplicably uneasy. Lowering her head, she noticed her fingers stiffening as she gently combed Yang Yang's hair. Could she truly trust him once more? Su Wanrong was uncertain. The turmoil within her stirred a sense of unease. Although she had witnessed Jiang Bei's transformation over the past few days, it felt too swift. So swift that it seemed almost surreal. Yet, paradoxically, this was precisely what she had longed for. No, she did not desire this. She had never wished for Jiang Bei to be a grand hero or a man of great wealth and acumen, earning thousands in a single day as he did now. All she desired was a life of tranquility, one that she could gradually attain through the collective efforts of herself and her husband, leading to the stable existence she yearned for. Indeed, a life of stability is synonymous with a good life. The occasional hardship or fatigue is inconsequential. After all, her daughter Yang Yang is a girl, and there is no need to worry about purchasing a house for her in the future. All that is necessary is to provide her with a quality education, ensure she attends university, and prepare a suitable dowry for her. Suddenly, Su Wanrong felt as though she was contemplating too far into the future, prompting her to instinctively halt. At the same moment, her hand lingered in midair. Yet, this desired life, whether it be stable or ordinary, is fundamentally rooted in the harmonious foundation of their family of three, built upon the premise of her having a husband who cares for her and a father who is good to Yang Yang. It seems that Jiang Bei is an indispensable part of the good life she envisions. Yang Yang tilted her head, gazing into Su Wanrong's eyes, which appeared somewhat flustered due to her inner turmoil. Mom, she gently spoke. In Yang Yang's heart, her father had bravely taken a step forward, akin to a prince on a white horse approaching her and her mother. Yet, why was her mother still hesitating? Mom, it's all right. Su Wanrong took a deep breath, managing to display a smile as natural as possible. She gently patted Yang Yang's head before raising her gaze towards Jiang Bei. Wanrong. Jiang Bei felt an inexplicable sense of panic. He was puzzled by the complexity of Su Wanrong's gaze. Despite having an intuitive understanding of human nature in his previous life and being adept at grasping the psychology of his competitors, at this moment, he found himself utterly baffled, overwhelmed by confusion and a flicker of hope. She is my wife. Wanrong. Su Wanrong placed Yang Yang on the bed and turned around, her expression grave. How many years have we been married? She asked softly. Next month marks exactly 5 years. Jiang Bei's heart seemed to leap into his throat, and he could only answer Su Wanrong's question truthfully. Indeed, 5 years. Su Wanrong pursed her lips, and a self-deprecating smile suddenly surfaced on her stunning face. Jiang Bei's heart constricted violently at that smile, causing him pain so intense that it felt as if he could scarcely breathe. Do you know how I have endured these 5 years? In the beginning, you were wonderful, steadfast, and honest, much like the reliable pillar you are now, working diligently without complaint. But then, after the tragic loss of your parents, you changed so swiftly that I could hardly recognize you. You turned to gambling and drinking. And when money ran out, you took it out on me. You have not been good to Yang Yang either, Su Wanrong spoke softly, her eyes glistening with tears that gradually spilled over, cascading down her cheeks and soaking her clothes. This pierced through Jiang Bei's final defenses. He yearned to rise and fetch a tissue to wipe Su Wanrong's tears, but his body felt suddenly weakened, rendering him immobile. I have long made up my mind to divorce you and raise Yang Yang alone. I can provide her with a better life. I know, Wanrong, Jiang Bei choked out. Su Wanrong's tears fell even faster, as if reaching an emotional crescendo. Her lips trembled slightly. Jiang Bei, why have you changed so suddenly? Chapter 56. A complete home faced with Su Wanrong's probing questions. Jiang Bei found himself at a loss for words. He understood her concerns. Yet how could he grant her the time she needed to alter her perception of him? If he were to let his guard down for just a moment, they might leave him forever. What then would he do? If it were possible, he would wish to spend every minute by their side, but alas, he was a man burdened with the weight of familial responsibility. He had to earn a living, to provide for his wife and daughter. I do not know, Jiang Bei murmured, shaking his head gently, forcing himself to respond. The tears streaming down Su Wanrong's face pierced his heart like a sharp blade, tortuously slicing through every inch of his being. Why, Jiang Bei? Please, tell me why. Su Wanrong lowered her head, covering her face as she wept softly. Beside her, Yang Yang sat, yearning to comfort her mother, yet at a loss for words. Tears welled in her eyes as she gazed at her father, her expression filled with unspoken hope, as if silently urging him. Daddy, you must persevere. You are my great hero. Jiang Bei watched Yang Yang, took a deep breath, and moved closer to Su Wanrong, extending his stiff hand gently onto her back. Feeling his touch, Su Wanrong's body trembled slightly, and her sobs subsided. Just as she was about to lift her head to admonish him, Jiang Bei's other hand encircled her in an embrace. As Su Wanrong raised her head, she found herself resting against Jiang Bei's broad chest, his gentle patting soothing her. Wanrong, I am so sorry for both you and Yang Yang. I promised I would change, and I truly will. I will strive to be good to both of you. I will work hard to earn money, send Yang Yang to kindergarten, and secure a residence near Donghai's finest Hongqi primary school so that she can attend the best middle school. I will earn 100,000 yuan in the coming days to help pay off those fines. We will be all right. You can continue working at the chemical fiber factory. With your abilities, you can certainly become a workshop director, and then you can sit in the office and no longer feel exhausted from work. I can take good care of Yang Yang, escort her to school each day, and pick her up after class. Jiang Bei spoke softly, and as Su Wanrong had initially intended to push him away, she gradually loosened her grip upon hearing his words. He had truly changed, no longer pretending to care for her in order to extract money. Wanrong, please believe me, just this once, this final time. I will prove to you that I can be a responsible husband and a good father. As these simple yet heartfelt words reached her ears, Su Wanrong could no longer contain her emotions and cried upon Jiang Bei's shoulder. Why did it take you so long to change? Su Wanrong sobbed softly, inquiring despite the knowledge that no answer would come. It is my fault. I am not human. Jiang Bei raised his head, striving to suppress the tears welling in his eyes. He was a man. He could not afford to weep any longer, no matter the difficulties he faced. As long as Su Wanrong and Yang Yang remained by his side, he must not be defeated. Never, not even once. Perhaps influenced by Su Wanrong's emotions, Yang Yang's cherubic face was also streaked with tears. Yet, she wore a smile that radiated joy, her eyes shimmering with light, as if the tears were refracted by the fluorescent glow, or perhaps as if the hopes that had long resided within her heart had finally transformed into reality. She yearned for a complete family, longing for the day when her parents would bring her home upon her discharge. Could this dream be realized? Chapter 57. Has father succeeded? This version of Su Wanrong had never appeared in Jiang Bei's memories. He dared not reminisce about the sweet and tender moments they once shared. When one's heart is consumed by regret, the fleeting joys no longer offer solace, for he is incessantly reminded by his own conscience that he is a sinner. In his heart, Su Wanrong remained perpetually cold and indifferent, her demeanor toward him now scarcely resembling that of a stranger. Yet now, she had shed tears for him once more. Jiang Bei found himself ensnared in a tumult of emotions, uncertain whether to feel joy or sorrow. His words seemed to have deserted him. He struggled to find the means to comfort such a distraught Su Wanrong. All he could do was gently pat her, attempting to soothe her fraying emotions, gradually conveying through his actions that he had indeed changed. However, Su Wanrong's state did not last long. She soon gently pushed Jiang Bei away, and her tears had ceased. "Let us speak of future matters later," she said softly, shaking her head. Jiang Bei responded stiffly, his hands awkwardly resting on his thighs, feeling out of place. "Wanrong, let Su Dongliang accompany me from now on. He is quite intelligent and diligent. He could be of great assistance to me," Jiang Bei suddenly suggested. This way, Dongliang can earn a decent amount and save for his own house and wife. He understood that Su Dongliang and Su Wanrong shared a close sibling bond, and she genuinely cared for her brother. Thus, diverting the conversation to Su Dongliang seemed a prudent choice in Jiang Bei's eyes. Yet, Su Wanrong chose not to elaborate. She cast a glance at Jiang Bei and merely nodded in silence. She truly believed that Jiang Bei had undergone a transformation. Ever since he visited the hospital to see Yang Yang, and later learned from Su Dongliang about Jiang Bei's ventures in selling flowers and clothes. However, while this man had improved somewhat, his penchant for boasting remained unchanged, perhaps even intensified. Could he genuinely earn those 100,000 yuan by selling fruits? Such an outrageous wager seemed utterly implausible. When that day arrived, how could a mere 100,000 yuan ever suffice? Su Wanrong's mind was in disarray, yet she found herself at a loss for words in front of the man before her. "I will head back now. You should rest well," she said in a subdued tone. Then, as if a sudden thought struck her, she furrowed her brow, hesitated momentarily, and added, "Tomorrow is Saturday. It will likely be quite busy. If you find yourself overwhelmed, I can come and assist." After saying this, she gently patted Yang Yang's small head, uttering, "Mama is leaving. Yang Yang must be good and listen to Daddy," before preparing to depart. "I'll see you off," Jiang Bei suddenly declared. "There's no need," Su Wanrong replied, shaking her head. But Jiang Bei insisted on accompanying her without further protest. The two descended the stairs, walking in silence, yet the atmosphere was tinged with an undeniable subtlety. Their current relationship had become exceedingly intricate, neither ambiguous nor naive, but rather a situation where the man bore the weight of responsibility while the woman grappled with her acceptance of it. "Be careful on the way," Jiang Bei called out as he stood at the doorway, watching Su Wanrong grow increasingly distant. She turned to nod at him before departing without looking back. Jiang Bei's heart felt as if it were filled with warmth at her simple acknowledgement. He jogged back to the hospital and pushed open the door to the ward. At that moment, Yang Yang had also emerged from her blanket, her eyes brightening upon seeing Jiang Bei. "Daddy, did you succeed?" Chapter 58. Uneasy success in what? Jiang Bei paused, sitting on the edge of the bed and gently lifting Yang Yang onto his lap. "In bringing back Mama? Did you succeed?" Yang Yang asked with excitement. Jiang Bei looked at his daughter with a hint of helplessness. "Where did you learn such things? What do you mean by chasing?" He chuckled, shaking his head. "I heard on those television shows that men must chase women to marry them. So shouldn't Daddy chase after Mama? Did you ever chase her before?" Yang Yang queried, displaying a keen interest in such matters. "Well, in a way," Jiang Bei smiled faintly. "So, this time, did you succeed?" Yang Yang circled back to her original question, seemingly drawing Jiang Bei into her youthful curiosity. "Why is a little girl like you asking about these things?" Jiang Bei feigned irritation. Yang Yang burst into a fit of giggles, squirming in his embrace. "Daddy must have failed, right? Mama won tea let you catch her. But don't worry, Daddy. I can tell that Mama isn't going to divorce you. Once I'm discharged, we can go home, and you can try to chase her again. Keep up the effort." "Yes, and I promise to take you to the park." "Bringing Mama along as well," Jiang Bei replied with a smile, ruffling Yang Yang's hair. "All right, it's time for bed now. No kicking the covers tonight. Daddy should also sleep early. Tomorrow is the weekend, and it will be very busy. No kicking the covers. You mustn't kick either. Deal." Yang Yang extended her pinky finger. "Pinky promise." 100 years without changing. As dusk deepened, the day came to a close. Yang Yang's steady breathing resonated clearly in the tranquil hospital room. Jiang Bei stared blankly at the ceiling. He suddenly felt a sense of accomplishment, albeit incomplete, At least Su Wanrong was willing to accept his changes. She was willing to grant him another chance. Naturally, he would not disappoint her. Turning his head, he gazed at his sleeping daughter and broke into a smile. Indeed, he could not let his daughter down either. That night, Jiang Bei experienced a rare good dream. Though fragmented, he frequently rose to check if Yang was properly covered by her blanket. Yet, each fleeting fragment of the dream was imbued with warmth, a warmth he had never dared to imagine before. Early the next morning, around 6, Su Dongliang and Su Wanrong arrived at the hospital. Exhausted from the previous day, Su Dongliang also enjoyed a restful night, always appearing spirited regardless of the time. However, Su Wanrong had not slept a wink, evident from her pronounced dark circles. Jiang Bei greeted her before departing the hospital with Su Dongliang, heading towards the pedestrian street. Brother-in-law, what happened last night? I noticed my sister's eyes were swollen when she returned home, Su Dongliang suddenly inquired. He was certain his sister's tears were not from sadness. He could sense it. If Jiang Bei had indeed erred again, she would not have cried or cared at all. I don't know, brother-in-law. Did you manage to win my sister back? Su Dongliang couldn't help but ask. What nonsense are you spouting, child? Just focus on riding your bike, Jiang Bei chuckled. Brother-in-law, you're truly impressive. Not only are you adept in business, but you've also managed to charm someone like my sister back. Su Dongliang remarked with admiration. It's not that simple. Jiang Bei shook his head. He too sensed Su Wanrong's transformation, but it did not signify his complete success. She surely still harbored resentment about the bet he made with Song Chongqing, for he had always been prone to boastfulness, a flaw that even now led Su Wanrong to doubt his sincerity. By the way, has your sister mentioned anything about the factory lately? Jiang Bei suddenly asked. Not much. Su Dongliang pondered, shaking his head. He was well aware of the bet. Though Su Wanrong might not confide in their parents, Su Dongliang was her sole confidant. Her recent changes were undoubtedly influenced by his quiet support. Jiang Bei understood this implicitly. Yesterday, my sister seemed to mention that they would begin inspections over there. And many people want to be resting this weekend. He added. That will take a few days, Jiang Bei nodded. Brother-in-law, do you genuinely believe there will be issues with the chemical fiber factory's goods? It's a state-run factory, Su Dongliang asked, unable to fathom Jiang Bei's rationale for such a wager, which seemed so unrealistic. There will definitely be, Jiang Bei asserted suddenly. Why? Su Dongliang was taken aback, questioning him. Because if the goods from the chemical fiber factory are fine, then your sister will lose her job, and wouldn't that make her very unhappy? Indeed, she would be heartbroken. Su Dongliang nodded absent-mindedly, and, watching Jiang Bei speed away, called out, Brother-in-law, you still haven't told me why. Why are there so many questions? They did not head directly to the pedestrian street, but instead returned to Jiang Bei's home. After freshening up and changing clothes, they contemplated extending the rental of the tricycle. Notably, the shop owner felt somewhat embarrassed after already collecting so much rent, and, after receiving an additional 20 yuan from Jiang Bei, generously gifted him the vehicle. Nevertheless, Jiang Bei insisted on giving 50 yuan to take the tricycle, and while the owner felt awkward, he ultimately accepted the transaction based on the principle of renting versus selling. Subsequently, Su Dongliang and Jiang Bei proceeded to the pedestrian street to open their shop early and tidy up the premises. Due to it being Saturday, Jiang Bei had already pre-ordered today's stock. He had approximately 16,000 yuan remaining, and today's inventory would exhaust that entire amount. The effectiveness of the marketing strategy hinged on the outcomes of today and tomorrow. Jiang Bei was absolutely confident he could double yesterday's revenue. Although the foot traffic last night was impressive, it was merely inflated. Fridays and Saturdays belonged to entirely different leagues. If one were to pinpoint the eruption of this marketing strategy, it would likely occur on Sunday. Upon arriving at the pedestrian street, they found a sizable crowd gathered outside. Many offered to help clean the shop, while Jiang Bei and Su Dongliang organized the interior, reasoning that their assistance would allow the duo to work more efficiently when preparing fruit desserts. Su Dongliang wanted to decline, but Jiang Bei had already enlisted 4 individuals to assist with the cleaning. The compensation for their labor would be 1 serving of fruit dessert each. If we can save some energy, we should, Jiang Bei advised Su Dongliang. However, 4 servings of fruit dessert amounted to 40 yuan, with a production cost of 20. Thus, they would incur a loss of 60 yuan. Su Dongliang calculated with his fingers. Jiang Bei could only express helplessness in response to Su Dongliang's logic, offering a wry smile as he operated the ice machine. At 9 o'clock, the fruit arrived, and the sales surge commenced. Although the daytime traffic was less robust than the previous night, customers continued to arrive in steady numbers. Su Dongliang finally understood how crucial those moments of saved energy were. In stark contrast to the bustling success of Jiang Bei's enterprise, Song Chongqing faced a different reality. That night, He returned home only to be met with his father's furious reprimand. How could there possibly be issues with the factory's export goods? The deputy factory director, Wang Chuan, responsible for raw materials and product quality, had been his close friend for many years. Yet, after clarifying the wager, he reluctantly agreed. Today, Saturday, was designated for a large-scale inspection of the export items. Aside from the assembly line where Su Wanrong worked, the others were still racing to meet deadlines. Meanwhile, Factory Director Song did not overly concern himself with the matter. The task of overseeing this inspection fell to his son, Song Chongqing. Song Chongqing was profoundly dissatisfied with Jiang Bei's arrival that day. Firstly, because he was a scoundrel who abused his wife, and secondly, due to his arrogant remarks. At that moment, Song Chongqing was solely focused on obtaining the inspection report, envisioning the satisfaction of delivering a resounding slap to Jiang Bei's face. Naturally, production could not be halted due to Jiang Bei's words. Song Chongqing had never entertained the notion that there might be any issues with their products. After all, the factory had been operational for many years. How could there possibly be a problem? However, when he received the first inspection report after dinner on Saturday, he was utterly stunned. There was indeed a problem with the goods. After a long day of toil, Jiang Bei and Su Dongliang finally concluded their work at 7:30 in the evening. What? It sold out again? Just like yesterday, exclaimed a frustrated customer. Boss, can't you stock more goods? This is outrageous. I came yesterday, and it was sold out then too. My wife even had a quarrel with me when I got home. I arrived an hour early today for work, and now there's nothing left. Please, give us a clear answer. Until what time do you sell? Can't we just come earlier next time? This is simply unfair. I didn't TQ last night. I took my wife and children out for dinner, and by the time I returned, everything was gone. Faced with such inquiries, Jiang Bei could only apologize, as he had 2 days prior. I'm truly sorry, everyone. I never anticipated this outcome, and I can only ask you to come back tomorrow. Tomorrow, you must prepare plenty of fruit. We can sell until 9 without any issue. Jiang Bei replied earnestly. All right, I'll trust you this time. But wait, tomorrow is Sunday, and I have the day off. Boss, just don't run away tomorrow. I'll be here at 9 sharp. I want 5 portions. Su Dongliang watched the man in disbelief, his mind filled with questions. He could not fathom how Jiang Bei managed it all. His admiration for Jiang Bei's business acumen had evolved into respect for his stamina. He was on the verge of exhaustion, feeling that he could fall asleep the moment his head hit the pillow, while Jiang Bei continued to engage customers with ease. Of course, there was another question that lingered in his mind. It was only when he was riding home, having earned nearly 35,000 that day, that he voiced it. Brother-in-law, we have so much capital at hand. Why don't we just tell them to continue bringing in more stock? We could still sell at least 10,000 tonight. Su Dongliang inquired, puzzled. You want to sell? Jiang Bei scoffed. He felt as if his body no longer belonged to him. He was utterly fatigued. And he and Su Dongliang had only eaten a few bites of bread for lunch. I can hold on a bit longer, Su Dongliang replied hesitantly. You may be able to endure, but I cannot. Jiang Bei shook his head and continued. While we could procure stock with such small change, it would undoubtedly complicate the counting process and hinder our efficiency in business. Moreover, if they purchase today, what if they don't return tomorrow? This is called hunger marketing. Many people work overtime on Saturdays, but surely they will want to take their families out for a stroll on Sundays. Right now, we are in urgent need of funds. In the future, we will have many avenues for earning. Retail is merely a small profit. Small profit? Su Dongliang repeated in a daze. Indeed. What if we could establish a partnership with the kindergartens and boarding schools in the city to supply them with fruit bowls daily? Or perhaps, similar to milk, we could arrange for pre-orders that you would manage. Brother-in-law, what about you? He instinctively asked. Chapter 61. A thorough examination. Jiang Bei paused momentarily and replied, Of course. I am focused on my wife and children, enjoying the warmth of home. Ha ha ha. Now, let's head back to the hospital and surprise your sister. Brother-in-law, please don't frighten her. My sister asked me the other day if I had broken the law. Su Dongliang chuckled in response. By the way, brother-in-law, what do you mean by hunger marketing? Su Dongliang inquired again, feeling that during these brief 3 days with Jiang Bei, he had learned a great deal. In simple terms, it means not providing customers with sufficient stock, just like these past couple of days, Jiang Bei explained. Su Dongliang's eyes brightened. Then he hesitated. Brother-in-law, what are we facing tomorrow? I need to set aside 5,000 for rent, and the rest will be used for inventory. What? Su Dongliang exclaimed, quickly lowering his voice. Then we must procure. We need to bring in 30,000 worth of goods. Yes, we will indeed bring in 30,000 worth of goods. Jiang Bei affirmed. Su Dongliang shivered at the thought. He felt unaccustomed even to the 15,000 worth of goods from today. If it were 30,000, Yet, Jiang Bei's confidence suggested that this stock could genuinely be sold. That amounts to thousands of fruit bowls. Brother-in-law, can we actually sell that much? Su Dongliang couldn't help but ask. How many people didn't buy today will double their purchases tomorrow? And why is that? It's the psychology of stockpiling. After tasting it today, what if they crave it again tomorrow? Or what if their daughters or wives insist on having it? Is buying just enough for today truly satisfying? Wouldn't they want to avoid lining up again the day after? Jiang Bei countered with a smile. Su Dongliang nodded in a daze, then murmured, brother-in-law, won't we be exhausted? Should I call my parents to help? After all, my dad doesn't have work tomorrow. Jiang Bei hesitated slightly, as he had been swamped these past few days without a capable assistant. He had been deliberating this matter, but had no time to find help, especially when it came to managing the cash register. Initially, he considered asking Su Wanrong to come, but she couldn't leave Yangyang. This task will be entrusted to you. Perhaps your father could resign from his work at the construction site to assist you. This stall will be yours to manage moving forward, Jiang Bei said with a smile. The decision is yours. But no, this is your endeavor, brother-in-law. You should think about how to persuade my parents. Jiang Bei waved his hand, choosing not to elaborate further. I'll toss all this money onto the coffee table, then lay back on the sofa, and declare, your son is going to be exhausted. Will you help or not? Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Their hearty laughter resonated until they reached the hospital entrance. When Song Chongqing saw the report handed to him by his subordinate, he was utterly taken aback. Director, there is an issue with the goods from Workshop 1. It has been detected, the person said, looking anxious, as if he had lost his soul, his face ashen. If this shipment is dispatched and subsequently discovered, the consequences would be dire. Impossible, impossible. Song Chongqing shook his head vehemently, his expression gradually contorting into one of anguish. After all, the workshop in question was his own. It must be due to a malfunction in the machinery of Line 3 that has resulted in the subpar quality of the products. Song Chongqing bellowed, insisting on further inspections of the goods from other workshops. Line 3 is where Su Wanrong works. Now, Song Chongqing could only attribute the last shred of possibility to the machinery. Conduct a thorough inspection. I want it all checked. Very well, Director Song. The subordinate replied hastily before preparing to leave. Wait. Song Chongqing suddenly called out. Is there anything else, Director? Do not disclose this matter to anyone, nor let it leak outside. We shall investigate only after all goods have been examined. We must not overlook anything. Conduct the tests overnight. Chapter 62. Su Wanrong's shock. Once his subordinate had departed, Song Chongqing shakily lit a cigarette. Having quit smoking due to his wife's pregnancy, he found himself unable to resist this time. His eyes were bloodshot, and the hand holding the cigarette trembled slightly. There should be no issues. There must be no issues. The samples drawn this time are certainly from Line 3. The products from the synthetic fiber factory cannot possibly have problems. How could they? Uncle Wang is such a cautious man. How could he? Despite muttering reassurances, he could not help but feel that this might not be true. Yet, if he truly believed that, why would he exhibit such distress? Song Chongqing had already succumbed to doubt. Still, he could not resist clinging to that final shred of possibility. Humans are inherently reluctant to accept reality until the very last moment, always hoping, even if just a little. Glancing at the time, he noted it was nearly 8 o'clock. He picked up the landline, hesitated briefly, and then dialed the number of Deputy Director Wang Chuan. Beep, 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 no answer. A sheen of sweat appeared on Song Chongqing's forehead as he continued dialing. Still no answer. An unsettling thought suddenly crossed his mind. Could his father's good friend truly have absconded? No, that cannot be. Uncle Wang must have taken Aunt Zhang out shopping this evening. What's wrong? Is climbing the stairs too taxing? Jiang Bei chuckled, glancing back at his brother-in-law. Not at all. Su Dongliang straightened himself, but his pale complexion betrayed his current weakness. Gritting his teeth, he pressed on, continuing to ascend the stairs. When Su Wanrong finally spotted the two, they were seated in chairs outside the hospital room, panting heavily. What happened to you two? Su Wanrong could not help but inquire. Unbeknownst to her, her concern for Jiang Bei was instinctive, stemming from her worry for Su Dongliang. Sister, I can't take it anymore. I'm exhausted. Brother-in-law has really put me through the ringer. Su Dongliang exclaimed upon seeing Su Wanrong, unable to contain himself. Su Wanrong stared blankly at her brother, who was unafraid of hardship, before turning her gaze to Jiang Bei beside him. He wasn't in much better shape, appearing utterly frail. When he noticed her gaze, Jiang Bei turned his head, forcing a rather unappealing smile. Weren't you two supposed to be selling fruit? Su Wanrong inquired. Is selling fruit exhausting you to this extent? Big sister, you have no idea how much stock brother-in-law brought in today. Su Dongliang interjected before Jiang Bei could respond. How much did he bring in? 15,000 worth. I prepared so many fruit salads that even the sight of yogurt makes me nauseous. What? 15,000 in stock? Su Wanrong's eyes widened in disbelief. Unable to suppress her curiosity, how on earth can you sell all that? How could we possibly not sell it? Even if we add another 5,000 worth, it will all be gone. Those people treat money as if it were nothing. Su Dongliang lamented. Sister, tomorrow is Sunday. What am I to do? Su Dongliang pleaded again, his performance reaching a crescendo of desperation. What is going to happen tomorrow? Su Wanrong remained in a state of bewilderment. Brother-in-law said he plans to bring in 30,000 worth tomorrow. Isn't that asking for my life? Su Wanrong was left utterly speechless, and in this brief exchange, she failed to notice that Su Dongliang referred to Jiang Bei as brother-in-law, a title he had never used before. Perhaps subconsciously, Su Wanrong reaffirmed Jiang Bei's role in her mind. Yet, what was the situation now? Was Jiang Bei truly going to bring in 30,000 worth on a Sunday? Chapter 63. A reluctance to continue, but Su Dongliang had achieved his goal. After shocking Su Wanrong, he decided it was time to leave. Sister, I'll head back now, he suddenly announced. Huh. Su Wanrong appeared momentarily disoriented. Then watching Su Dongliang rise to leave, she couldn't help but say, Dongliang, wait for me. Let us go back together. Take your time. I want to see you off. Jiang Bei waved his hand from behind. Brother-in-law, just rest well. Tomorrow is the real battle. Su Dongliang called out. Glancing back at the still-dazed Su Wanrong, he chided, Sister, what are you dawdling for? Huh. To say goodbye to my brother-in-law. Oh right, goodbye. Su Wanrong dazedly turned to wave at Jiang Bei, and as if recalling something, she quickly spun around and hurried towards the staircase, as if fleeing. Seated against the wall, Jiang Bei observed the departing figures of Su Dongliang and Su Wanrong. He felt a sense of accomplishment, though it was a minor victory. The fact that he could influence Su Wanrong even slightly, helping her to regain a semblance of faith in herself amidst her seemingly indifferent demeanor, was a significant advancement. It seemed as if life was gradually improving, Jiang Bei mused. All he needed to do now was save enough money to pay the 100,000 fine for Su Wanrong. No, there was also that wager, which should soon come to fruition. When that time arrived, Su Wanrong would retain her job, and surely, she would find joy in that. A smile slowly crept across Jiang Bei's lips, a blend of ease and contentment. Su Wanrong sat in the back of Su Dongliang's tricycle, the summer breeze gently caressing her long hair, gradually bringing her to a state of awareness. Yet, she found herself even more bewildered. If we bring in 30,000 worth of goods in a day, how much do we need to sell it for? She could not help but inquire. The profit, well, it's fairly decent, replied Su Dongliang, pedaling with an inexplicable vigor. We make about a little over double. Su Wanrong was taken aback by his nonchalant response, leaving her feeling somewhat flustered. This casual remark effectively stifled any further questions she had intended to pose. The journey continued in silence, and upon arriving home, Su Wanrong truly grasped the significance of that slight increase in profit and pondered how much Su Dongliang and Jiang Bei had earned over the past 2 days. As the siblings entered, they called out, Dad, Mom, your son is at his wit's end. Su Dongliang, as he had jested with Jiang Bei, was indeed bold enough to express himself in front of his parents. Oh dear, take off your shoes, you little rascal. You've left muddy footprints everywhere. Zhang Hong exclaimed as she emerged from the house. Mom, Su Dongliang shouted, flinging his hefty bag onto the coffee table before collapsing onto the sofa. What's the matter? What happened? Su Guoliang stepped out, his face etched with concern as he gazed at his son. This kid. Dad, Mom, I'm utterly exhausted. I can't take it anymore. Working with my brother-in-law is far more tiring than being on the construction site. Su Dongliang lowered his head, struggling to suppress a laugh. Meanwhile, Su Mama had already settled by his feet, gently massaging his calves. Mom, it's my arms that hurt, not my legs. Ah, you. Su Mama looked at her son, a mix of amusement and exasperation in her expression, yet she dutifully continued to knead his sore arms. Su Wanrong, having removed her shoes, silently observed the farcical scene before her. I've always said that business is unreliable, but you never listen to me. If you want to quit, just say so, and I'll have a word with them. You can come back with me, Su Guoliang sighed. Wait, Dad, you should first see what's in that bag. Su Dongliang turned to his father, his expression conflicted. Chapter 64. The payment. Su Wanrong felt an unsettling familiarity with this scene and could easily surmise the contents of the bag. It was undoubtedly the money Su Dongliang and Jiang Bei had earned over the past few days. She had seen the money Jiang Bei had brought her that day, so her heart remained unperturbed. However, upon hearing this, coupled with Su Dongliang's demeanor, Su Guoliang had yet to comprehend the gravity of the situation. He settled onto the sofa, glanced at Su Dongliang, and shook his head gently, disregarding the wise words of the elders. And now you face the consequences, he mused. If only Su Dongliang had been diligent in his construction work, he would not be lamenting his fatigue today. Aside from the few complaints when he first began working 3 years ago, he had not uttered such words since. Su Guoliang sighed softly, then picked up the relatively light bag, slowly unzipping it. As the zipper was drawn open, his gaze instantly froze in astonishment. Even though Su Wanrong had mentally prepared herself, she was still taken aback. The moment the spring was released, a deluge of money surged forth. It was an overwhelming amount, entirely comprised of 5 and 10 yuan coins, filling an entire bag to the brim. It was a struggle just to fit all this cash into the backpack. While Su Wanrong had encountered 30,000 yuan before, she had never been so astounded by such a spectacle. Su Guoliang promptly suppressed the money back down and resecured the spring. Dongliang, what kind of money is this? Su Guoliang inquired in a hushed tone, his voice trembling slightly. Just moments earlier, he had been fretting over the 100,000 yuan compensation for Su Wanrong. It's the money my brother-in-law and I earned in the past few days, Su Dongliang replied, adjusting his position to sit upright, his expression still torn. His face reflected a tumult of emotions: worry over his parents' frowns, joy from the newfound wealth, and hesitation on how to ask for their assistance. The family fell into a heavy silence. Is business at the fruit stand that good? Have you really earned so much in just a few days? Su Guoliang could not help but ask. Today, we sold over 10,000 yuan worth of goods. This is the payment, around 35,000. Su Dongliang nodded earnestly in response. Wow. Su Guoliang gasped in disbelief. Although he had seen the long queue that day, he had never imagined it would be so lucrative. Dad, Mom, could you come help my brother-in-law and me tomorrow? Su Dongliang suddenly proposed. My sister has to stay at the hospital with Yang, and tomorrow is Sunday. My brother-in-law mentioned he would be quite busy. Su Guoliang hesitated before shaking his head. How can we interfere in your business? That wouldn't be right. Moreover, Dongliang, you must remember that you work for Jiang Bei. It's important to distinguish between priorities. Dad, my brother-in-law feels the same way. I understand this business belongs to him, and he treats me well. He won't shortchange me. Su Dongliang hurriedly defended Jiang Bei. Su Guoliang remained conflicted. Please, Dad and Mom, come help us tomorrow. I'm already exhausted today, and this 30,000 yuan is for tomorrow's goods. How can we sell it all? Wanrong, what do you think? Su Guoliang asked, lighting a cigarette and turning to her. Su Wanrong hesitated for a moment, but eventually nodded. As Jiang Bei's wife, she was the only one who could make this decision at this juncture. Sigh. Su Guoliang nodded helplessly. Yay, my sister is the best, Su Dongliang exclaimed, jumping up in excitement. Mom and Dad, I'll go back to the room and sort the money. He dashed back to his room with the bag. The 3 members of the Su family exchanged looks of resignation. Once Su Dongliang entered the house, Su Guoliang exhaled a thick cloud of smoke and turned to Su Wanrong. Daughter, what do you think? That boy has changed so much. Dad, doesn't he know how to advise you? But Yang cannot be without a father. And you cannot be without a husband. Chapter 65. A father's matter. Dad, I understand. Su Wanrong quietly nodded. Had this been a few days earlier, she would have undoubtedly refused such counsel from Su Guoliang. However, the recent behavior of Jiang Bei has convinced her that this man has truly changed, as if he has suddenly become a different person. Although he still possesses some bad habits, at the very least, he no longer drinks or gambles, and he treats her and her daughter with kindness. As for the amount of money he makes, she does not concern herself with that as much. Presently, Su Wanrong understands Su Guoliang's words. Her willingness to comply is no longer motivated by Yang or Su Dongliang, but rather for her own sake. She has made this decision anew, embracing the identity of Jiang Bei's wife. Su Guoliang lifted his head to gaze at his daughter, as if seeing a stranger, momentarily taken aback before nodding in silence. He took a few more puffs from his cigarette before extinguishing it and heading towards the bedroom. This time, my dear daughter, do not suffer in silence. If anything troubles you, speak to your mother. She will stand up for you. This will always be your home, Zhang Hong said softly. Following the tumult of the divorce, Zhang Hong seemed to have transformed her temperament, no longer exhibiting impatience. After all, children are a mother's flesh and blood. How could she bear to see her daughter endure hardship? Mom, I understand, Su Wanrong nodded. Our daughter has grown up. My dear, do not nag her any longer, Su Guoliang remarked as he turned back. Alas, Zhang Hong sighed, rising to follow Su Guoliang into the room. Though they are Su Wanrong's parents, they are not the ones who have shared daily life with Jiang Bei, and thus they cannot fully grasp the extent of Jiang Bei's past transgressions, nor can they comprehend Su Wanrong's current thoughts. For this family, which nearly fell apart, they can only offer their blessings, providing Su Wanrong with some reassurance, or perhaps a fallback. That evening in the hospital, Jiang Bei, as usual, accompanied his daughter, sharing the last portion of fruit salad with her and narrating bedtime stories. No matter how weary he felt at night, he would not allow himself to fall deeply asleep, for he needed to awaken to cover his daughter with a blanket. Yang was particularly joyful that day, having noticed the change in her parents' relationship. Though she was not yet 4 years old, she could sense this subtle transformation. She understood that the life she longed for was finally within reach. The next morning, she awoke early and played with Jiang Bei for a while. When Su Wanrong arrived, she waved goodbye to Jiang Bei. On this occasion, Su Wanrong did not repeat the previous day's awkwardness. She merely nodded at Jiang Bei and said she would return early in the evening. Mommy. Once Jiang Bei and Su Dongliang had departed, Yang cautiously called out to Su Wanrong. What is it? Why are you up so early today? Su Wanrong affectionately ruffled Yang's hair. How are you feeling? Did you kick off the blanket last night? Of course not. Yang is very well behaved. Yang proudly declared from her hospital bed. You are the most well behaved. Su Wanrong gently tapped Yang's little head and smiled, equally enjoying this lifestyle. By the way, Mommy, Yang leaped into Su Wanrong's embrace, gazing up at her mother. I want to tell you a secret, but you must promise not to tell anyone, okay? Yang suddenly asked with a hint of anxiety. It's fine. Mom definitely won't tell anyone, Su Wanrong replied with a smile. It's about Dad. Su Wanrong paused, clearly taken aback. However, recalling the decision made the previous night, she smiled and inquired, what about Dad? Dad? Oh, he can be quite embarrassing when he sleeps, Yang chuckled. This has been happening for a few days now. He seems to talk in his sleep every night, saying things like, Wanrong, forgive me, hee. And last night was no different. Mom, can you guess what Dad said? Yang asked mysteriously. What did he say? Su Wanrong instinctively probed. Oh, Mom, you're concerned about Dad too. Yang turned around, nestling his small body into Su Wanrong's embrace, closing his eyes like a little adult. You're just a child. Su Wanrong couldn't help but roll her eyes. Yet she supported him with her arms, preventing him from falling. Mom and Grandma are the same, just tough on the outside. I'm not a little kid anymore. I'll be 4 years old next month. In my eyes, you're still a child, Su Wanrong said, patting Yang's little head with a smile. Dad didn't talk in his sleep last night, Yang suddenly stated. Oh, it seems he dreamt of something. I woke up a bit earlier than him this morning and found him smiling, Yang recalled with a smile. Dad has been really tired lately. He can't spend much time with me and falls asleep quickly in bed. Mom, look at how hard Dad is working. Just live well with him, otherwise. How can you find such a good husband in the future? Mom understands. I won't divorce him, Su Wanrong sighed softly. The decision made last night was for herself. And today it was for Yang. He is her husband. He is also Yang's father. And he is a man who is gradually improving and becoming someone dependable. On the pedestrian street, the first batch of goods arrived at 7:30. Due to it being Sunday, Jiang Bei wasted no time. And even though there were fewer customers early in the morning, he needed time to make up for the chaos of the previous day and prepare stock. After giving each of the 2 truck drivers a box of Zhonghua cigarettes, Jiang Bei returned to organize the goods. Meanwhile, Su Dongliang was teaching Su Dad and Su Mom how to make fruit salad, which was actually quite simple. Just cut the fruit and fill a bag with 1 pound. With ample experience, Su Dongliang even explained how much of each fruit should be included to make exactly 1 pound, emphasizing that it was better to include a few extra pieces rather than risk shortchanging. As expected, Sunday business was as booming as Jiang Bei had predicted. Many customers rushed to purchase upon seeing that Jiang Bei's shop was open early in the morning. And the elderly couple from the Su family finally understood what it felt like to have their hands numb from counting money. The smiles on their faces gradually stiffened with the passage of time. In this era, while claiming daily sales of tens of thousands may sound exaggerated, achieving this is not difficult when there is sufficient foot traffic and no competition. Jiang Bei has seized this opportunity. Brother-in-law, if we continue this for a month, you could buy a grand villa, Su Dongliang remarked with a smile while working. It won't be that easy. We can only make money for another 3 days at most. Jiang Bei replied, shaking his head. Why not? Our business is booming, Su Dongliang exclaimed. Several shops nearby have already closed for renovations. They're likely trying to learn from our fruit salad sales, Jiang Bei said nonchalantly. Competing for business, while somewhat disreputable, who would turn away from profit. Some may even resort to unscrupulous tactics to undermine your business. Jiang Bei had witnessed countless instances of such intrigues in the business world. How can they do this? Su Dongliang said, suddenly agitated. What does it matter? We can sell, and so can they. Don't take it too seriously. Our signboard is already out there. As long as we maintain strict control over the quality of our fruit, there will be no issues, Jiang Bei assured with a smile. I understand, brother-in-law. Meanwhile, the elderly Su couple, having overheard the brief exchange, turned to face each other, their eyes filled with astonishment. In their eyes, Jiang Bei had once been a diligent and earnest child, later transforming into a slothful individual. But now this man, capable of analyzing the pros and cons of business so astutely, was he truly the Jiang Bei they once knew? Father, this kid feels like a completely different person. Zhang Hong whispered. I feel it too, but perhaps the divorce that day was a wake-up call for him. Su Guoyang replied, shaking his head. He firmly believed that a wayward son could eventually return to the right path, which is why he had neither encouraged nor opposed Su Wanrong's decision to divorce Jiang Bei. It was a choice she had to make for herself. Listening to others always leads to regret. Oh, but they say that men change for the worse when they acquire wealth. Will he still treat our girl well in the future? Zhang Hong asked hesitantly. No, that Jiang kid is not that kind of person, Su Guoyang responded with certainty. Let us hope so. Now, let's stop chatting and get back to work. There's a line forming over there, Zhang Hong said, clicking her tongue. How long has it been since we opened? And it's already like this? Everyone, please line up. The fruit salads are ready. They are 10 yuan for a pound. If you want to pick your own, you can come over here, Su Dongliang directed, calling out. Mom and Dad, let brother-in-law and me take over. You go collect the money up front. Don't work too hard. Your bodies can't handle it. Su Dongliang suggested as he turned around. You and your brother-in-law should also take care of yourselves, Su Guoyang said, patting his shoulder, not refusing his request. Hey, Dad, if you can, why don't you quit your job at the construction site and come help me? What nonsense are you talking about? At that moment, the chemical fiber factory was in complete disarray. The results from the sample tests of goods from all 4 workshops had come back, and they all had issues. Song Chongqing had sat in his office all night, smoking a whole box of cigarettes, his throat burning painfully. Especially his bloodshot eyes made him appear utterly deranged. You should head home now. Song Chongqing waved his hand dismissively at the assistant before him. Very well, Director Song, the assistant responded. Once the assistant had departed, Song Chongqing picked up the report. Indeed, the issue lay with the raw materials. He reached for the landline and dialed Wang Chuan's home. It was already 10 in the morning, yet there was no answer. Undoubtedly, this good brother of his father, the vice director of the chemical fiber plant, had absconded with the funds. At this moment, even if Wang Chuan were to deny the truth, it would matter not. He redialed his home, and after a moment, the call connected. Dad, Song Chongqing called out in a hoarse voice. There's really, truly a problem at the plant. Upon uttering these words, he felt utterly drained. As though all his remaining strength had been siphoned away. He slumped into a chair, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Do not panic, explain clearly. Came the voice of Song Jiangwo from the other end. Dad, there are indeed issues with our plant's goods. Every shipment from each workshop has problems. Song Chongqing's voice quivered with emotion. At this juncture, this man, now a director with his own family, had finally found his support. Yet, he also felt a creeping dread, fearing that this support might soon crumble. There was a prolonged silence on the line before his father finally responded, I understand. Wait for me at the plant. With that, the call abruptly ended. When Song Jiangwo arrived at Song Chongqing's office, he found his son asleep in his chair. Thus, he returned to his own office and promptly called the directors of each workshop, effective immediately, cease all production activities and await further instructions. After completing these tasks, Song Jiangwo exhaled deeply. The office door was gently knocked upon, and entering was the visibly distressed Song Chongqing. Dad, I called Uncle Wang, but there was no answer. What should we do? Chapter 68. The exhaustion is inevitable. He must have been plotting this for quite some time, absconding with the funds once the situation came to light. Song Jiangwo shook his head, casting a calm glance at his son, who had been in a state of panic throughout the night, and chose not to elaborate further. He bore no resentment for his son revealing the final outcome only now. After all, whether it was sooner or later made no substantial difference. What he truly wished to see was Song Chongqing grow from this experience. Dad, what should we do now? Song Chongqing could not help but inquire, his arms trembling slightly. Can this matter be suppressed? With a sudden clap, Song Jiangwo slammed his hand on the table, rising with fury as he glared at his son. What nonsense are you speaking? I had hoped you would gain some clarity from this ordeal overnight. Yet this is what you have come to. He scolded, his tone icy. Dad, Song Chongqing shivered at the harshness of his father's words. In his memory, although his father was strict, he had never spoken to him in such a manner. I will report this matter upwards and clarify all responsibilities, Song Jiangwo stated solemnly. Dad, what about this batch of goods? This batch cannot be exported any further. If something goes awry, it would not merely tarnish the reputation of the chemical fiber plant. How should we handle the goods from the previous batch that have already been dispatched? We await a response from above. Father, Song Chongqing was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated such a decision from his father, yet it was undeniably the most reasonable course of action. You should return for now. I will take care of this matter. Tomorrow, being Monday, commence a thorough inspection of this batch of goods to ascertain how many meet our quality standards. At this point, we have no other options. Remember this lesson. Now go. Song Jiangwo gestured dismissively, his gaze steady. Song Chongqing nodded in agreement and departed. However, the moment he turned away, the expression on Song Jiangwo's face gradually transformed into one of anguish, even contorted with rage. Dismissal was already a lenient punishment, given such a grave error. Even imprisonment would be justifiable. Yet, it was Wang Chuan, a childhood friend, who had led him into this predicament. They were childhood companions, classmates, and colleagues, both striving together in this modest factory, which felt like a second home. How could he have done this? Song Jiangwo looked at the product inspection report lying on the table, rose to his feet, but swayed slightly and collapsed back into his chair, gasping for breath. This matter could not be concealed, nor could it remain hidden. Clenching his fists tightly, he resolved that such a radical decision would bring tremendous losses to the chemical fiber factory, yet it was essential to preserve its integrity. He could not allow his factory to bear the disgrace of cutting corners and providing inferior products. As dusk deepened, the streetlights lining the pedestrian street illuminated the scene, where pedestrians flowed continuously. The two lines of customers at the corner not only attracted attention within the pedestrian area, but also appeared quite magnificent from the street beyond. As Jiang Bei had anticipated, today as customers purchasing fruit bowls were primarily buying in multiples. The consumer activity on this Sunday surpassed even that of Saturday. It is worth mentioning that today, he also paid the rent for these two shops. Around 10 o'clock in the evening, the day's fruit bowls were finally sold out. Apart from Mama Sue, who had been diligently managing the cash register, the other three were utterly exhausted, barely able to lift their arms. Dongliang, how did you and your brother-in-law manage to endure yesterday? Zhang Hong asked, concern etched on her face as she gently massaged Su Dongliang's arms. The prospect of earning that money was my motivation to persevere, Su Dongliang replied earnestly. Perhaps I should resign from my job to assist you, otherwise, you will inevitably wear yourself out. Su Guoliang sighed deeply. Chapter 69, 63,000. Dad, is that true? Su Dongliang exclaimed, jumping up with excitement. What else could it be? Should I just watch you work yourself to death? Su Guoliang could not help but sigh again. The thought of his son accompanying him in business was something he had never dared to imagine in over 50 years. Yet, witnessing today as seen and experiencing the labor firsthand, was it exhausting? Indeed, it was. Yet, the speed at which money was made was something he had never envisioned in his 5 decades. Merely selling fruit could yield such remarkable profits. Although Jiang Bei had mentioned that such a booming business would not last long, he understood that a venture does not simply vanish overnight. Setting aside future uncertainties, the multitude of returning customers was sufficient for the steady development of this establishment. Regarding Jiang Bei's insistence on maintaining stringent quality control over the fruits, that was a sentiment he wholeheartedly endorsed. Brother-in-law, my father has agreed to come help us, shouted Su Dongliang. Is that so? Jiang Bei wiped the sweat from his brow and approached with a smile, calling out, Dad. Su Guoliang responded somewhat awkwardly, not due to Jiang Bei's sudden business acumen or the substantial profits he was earning, but rather because of his transformation. He acknowledged this greeting as Dad for that very reason. Jiang Bei, you and Dongliang take good care of this stall. In the future, your mother and I will assist you as much as possible. Dongliang is here to work for you. If he does not perform well, you should let him know. Dad, what are you talking about? Jiang Bei chuckled as he pulled up a chair beside him. I had originally intended for Dongliang to take over this stall. What? And what about you? Su Guoliang was taken aback. As for me, Jiang Bei hesitated for a moment before replying. I plan to earn some money from this stall and then venture into another business. You need not worry about me and Wanrong. Just focus on saving for Dongliang's house and wedding. There's no need for that. In 5 or 6 years, Dongliang will be of age and will have saved enough money. Su Guoliang said, shaking his head as he lit a cigarette. Yang is still so young. In a few years, he will be starting school. And we will need significant funds then. Jiang Bei was at a loss for words. He could not tell Su Guoliang that in a few years, housing prices would likely triple, and that if they did not buy now, they would be unable to afford it later. Yet, with the current fruit stall, he felt confident he could uplift the Su family. At the very least, life could improve because of him. In his previous life, no matter what he did, the Su family had been unwilling to accept his generosity, a consequence of their hatred stemming from the untimely deaths of Su Wanrong and Yang. Dad, this stall 1T generate much profit next month. If I don't devise another plan, I might truly face starvation, Jiang Bei said half-jokingly. Jiang Bei, I may not understand business, but I fear you might think that money comes too easily now and become overly ambitious. You must remain grounded. Stabilizing this family is not an easy feat, Su Guoyang expressed with some concern. Don't worry, Dad, Jiang Bei replied with a smile, choosing not to elaborate further. Su Guoyang sensed that Jiang Bei had not fully absorbed his words, but at this moment, there was little else to be done. Brother-in-law, today we sold goods worth 63,000. After deducting costs, we made a net profit of 33,000, exclaimed Su Dongliang, counting the money beside them. How much? Su Guoyang's voice rose in pitch. He had just begun to prepare another admonition, emphasizing the importance of product quality, and that it was better to earn less than to forget that principle in business. He had been attentive to the fruit quality. Jiang Bei even arranged for the suppliers to deliver in batches to ensure freshness. But this 33,000 profit? Over 100% profit? It's 63,000, Dad. Chapter 70. Subtle Relationships. Su Guoyang was acutely aware that the money he had earned over the past few days was substantial. Just today, Jiang Bei had settled the rent for the month. However, the concept of earning over 30,000 yuan in a single day remained nebulous to him. He only recognized that today had been exhausting. Counting the cash had left his hands weary, and maintaining a smile for the customers had rendered his expression stiff. Moreover, his monthly salary was a mere 300 yuan. Dad, my brother-in-law, and I have been selling like this for the past few days. Today's sales were just unusually high, Su Dongliang remarked, scratching his head. This young man, not yet 20, had taken a recent delight in startling his parents and sister. We can't bring in this much stock again tomorrow. Whatever we don't sell by Monday, I think 10,000 yuan worth of goods would suffice, Jiang Bei interjected. After all, he had spent the last few days building the reputation of his fruit stand, and in a competitive void in Donghai City, it was his domain. He believed that he could still garner some profit during the next 4 working days before the 2 shops on the pedestrian street, which were preparing to reopen, would siphon off a significant portion of the foot traffic. However, he was confident they would not be left completely unsold. All right, brother-in-law. Su Dongliang nodded in agreement. As they departed from the pedestrian street, the scene took on an intriguing character. Su Guoyang and Zhang Hong returned home with Su Dongliang, while Jiang Bei rode his bike to the hospital. Despite Su Dongliang's reluctance to visit his niece, he acquiesced under Su Guoyang's stern gaze. The older generation often harbored their own perspectives. Although Su Guoyang was an ordinary man, he possessed a profound understanding of life. At this juncture, what purpose would it serve to involve himself in the couple's affairs? Even though Yang Yang was hospitalized, she was, after all, the daughter of Jiang Bei and Su Wanrong. His presence would likely complicate matters. Furthermore, the couple was in need of a process to rekindle their emotional connection. Jiang Bei was well aware of Su Guoyang's sentiments. He found himself caught between amusement and discomfort. The adage that a fair judge cannot resolve family disputes was not without merit. The relationship between him and Su Wanrong was in a particularly delicate state, one that could not be mended overnight. Thus, he ventured to the hospital alone, which added an element of awkwardness to the situation. The myriad thoughts that once flitted through his mind, if given a second chance at life, how he would cherish his wife and daughter, were now set aside due to this intricate relationship and the recent events that had transpired. Yet, the mundane aspects of life, such as the essentials of sustenance, were what truly constituted existence. Are you tired? Jiang Bei asked, entering the hospital room with a smile. Su Wanrong turned her head to face him, pressing her lips together before softly replying, not at all. Yang Yang has fallen asleep. Let us step outside, she suggested, slowly rising. Just then, the previously sleeping Yang Yang suddenly sat up, extending her arms towards Jiang Bei and exclaiming, Daddy. The astonished expression on Su Wanrong's face contrasted sharply with Yang Yang's crescent-shaped eyes, now wide open with excitement. Weren't you just asleep? Su Wanrong inquired, a hint of jealousy in her tone. Undoubtedly, her obedient daughter was merely feigning sleep, waiting for Jiang Bei. Oh, Yang Yang, dear. Jiang Bei approached, seated himself on the hospital bed, and cradled his daughter in his arms, a tender smile gracing his lips. Dare you pretend to sleep and deceive me? Su Wanrong furrowed her brows, reminiscent of the father who had forcibly taken Su Dongliang away moments ago. Yet, Yang Yang was unafraid. She made a face at Su Wanrong and remarked, Mom's stories are so boring. I almost fell asleep listening to them. Dad's tales are far more interesting. He has new ones every day, and doesn't he even read from a book? You should learn from Dad, Mom. Then tonight, I shall tell you a story about a fisherman and a giant, Jiang Bei said while gently patting Yang Yang's little head. Su Wanrong stared blankly at Yang Yang, then glanced at the fairy tale book in her hands. Chapter 71. The Incident at the Synthetic Fiber Factory. She knew that Jiang Bei told Yang Yang a bedtime story every night, but she had never considered that his stories did not originate from the book she held. Is Daddy tired today? Yang Yang suddenly inquired, looking up. Not at all. Your grandparents came to help me work today, Jiang Bei replied. Then can you tell me 2 stories tonight? Yang Yang asked eagerly. Of course, Jiang Bei chuckled, nodding in agreement. Daddy, tomorrow is Monday. The nurse said I need to have a few more days of 4, and I can be discharged on Friday, Yang Yang suddenly added. Is that so? Jiang Bei turned to Su Wanrong. Yes, she nodded, striving to keep her emotions in check. At that moment, her deliberately stern expression, combined with Yang Yang's pretense of sleep, made her appear somewhat endearing. Jiang Bei was taken aback. This was a side of his wife he felt he had never encountered before. Su Wanrong, realizing something, instinctively lowered her head. What are you looking at? No peeking. Hey, Mommy's blushing, Yang Yang exclaimed suddenly, turning to them. Su Wanrong shot her a stern glance before hastily standing up. I won't bother with you two. Let your good father keep you company, she said, making to leave. But just then, a hand grasped her arm. It was Jiang Bei. Don't rush off. Stay with Yang Yang a bit longer. You have work tomorrow, and can only come back at night, he suddenly stated, unsure where his courage stemmed from or if his actions were indeed appropriate. Yet, at least Su Wanrong did not object or pull away from him, warming his heart. Su Wanrong pondered, nodding slightly, gently withdrawing her arm from Jiang Bei's grasp. However, the atmosphere in the ward fell into silence. Yang Yang, nestled in Jiang Bei's embrace, had her big, dark eyes darting around, one moment glancing at her mother's slightly flushed cheeks, and the next, looking up at her father, who was struggling to suppress a smile. Suddenly, Yang Yang burst into laughter. Hee, Mommy and Daddy are so amusing. What is so amusing? Su Wanrong, feeling utterly embarrassed, finally found a vent for her frustration. Mommy only knows how to get mad at Yang Yang. Yang Yang won't pay any attention to her. Yang Yang turned her head away and nestled back into Jiang Bei's embrace. Wanrong, Yang Yang will be discharged this Friday. Once she's fully recovered, we shall return home, Jiang Bei suddenly remarked, shattering the awkward atmosphere. Su Wanrong responded softly. This atmosphere lingered until 9 in the evening, when Su Wanrong, due to work commitments, was finally able to leave the hospital. Jiang Bei escorted her to the hospital entrance. Watching her retreating figure, caught in a moment of hesitation, yet ultimately exhaling a sigh. Things are much better now. This life is something I never dared to dream of. Isn't it? The lingering knot in Su Wanrong's heart, she entrusted to him, allowing time to gradually smooth it over. At the very least, she was still willing to return to that home, the one that once harbored a demon. By Monday morning, upon arriving at work, Su Wanrong found herself somewhat bewildered. The third assembly line where she worked had halted operations due to machinery malfunctions, rendering her day a mere exercise in idleness while drawing a paycheck. However, to her astonishment, it was not only her assembly line that was inactive. The entire synthetic fiber factory had come to a standstill. It was as if some monumental upheaval had occurred. But what kind of upheaval could cause a factory employing thousands of workers to suddenly cease operations? It was essential to recognize that daily downtime resulted in immeasurable losses. Could it truly be a quality issue with the goods? Chapter 72. Grandiose claims. Could it be that the wager Jiang Bei made that day had truly come to fruition? For some reason, this thought suddenly sprang to Su Wanrong's mind. Perhaps it was Jiang Bei's recent transformations and the series of lofty promises he had fulfilled that had caught her attention. Yet now, only this final, most daunting claim remained. How could there possibly be an issue with the goods from the synthetic fiber factory? Yet, if there were no problems with the goods, why would the factory halt operations entirely? Her mind was a chaotic jumble, and yet she could not find another suitable explanation, not even a far-fetched one, to make sense of the current predicament. Hey, have you heard? It seems our factory is in big trouble. Isn't that the truth? It's not just our line that stopped. The whole factory is at a standstill. My niece came in for overtime yesterday. And do you know who she saw this morning? Who? Song Chongqing. Let me tell you. When my niece described Song Chongqing yesterday, I could hardly believe it. Shuijia, stop teasing and just tell me. Well, Song Chongqing, typically so composed, seemed utterly dazed yesterday. He was swaying as he walked, as if a gust of wind could knock him over, and it was clear he had spent the entire night in the office. Sporting dark circles under his eyes like a panda. No wonder we didn't see him at work today. The chatter of those nearby inevitably reached Su Wanrong's ears. Although she did not participate in the conversation, she had already surmised the cause. It must be related to the wager. Could it be that Song Chongqing had really sent the factory's goods for inspection? Due to the inspection of these goods, production has been delayed? If that is the case, then the fines to be paid will far exceed a mere 100,000. Upon contemplating this, Su Wanrong's complexion turned pale. I have indeed heard that there are issues with our factory's products. If this continues, our factory might face closure. At that moment, another voice chimed in. Sister Wang, who told you that? How could there be problems with our factory's goods? Indeed, our synthetic fiber factory has been operational for decades without any such issues. This time, it seems to be true. I've heard that a temporary task force has been established, and the results are already out. A voice, referred to as Sister Wang, murmured. Even Su Wanrong couldn't help but glance back. With the image of Song Chongqing freshly in their minds, everyone had already guessed the outcome. It must be someone unscrupulous manipulating the materials. Now, who knows how many will end up in prison, starting with Song Chongqing's father, someone remarked with a sense of schadenfreude. But if the factory shuts down because of this, what will happen to our jobs? A voice echoed, and in an instant, the lively discussions ceased. Indeed, while they could enjoy the spectacle as workers, if their own interests were threatened, the situation would be entirely different. No, I must demand an explanation. I will go too. I need to understand what is truly happening. I cannot lose my job. My child has just started elementary school. We are in dire need of money. Yes. After all these years of hard work, what else can we do if we lose our jobs? My husband doesn't earn much either. As they spoke, a throng of workers exited the workshop, leaving Su Wanrong alone inside. Others called out to her, but she shook her head, choosing to remain. After all, Su Wanrong had damaged the machine, and it was impossible for her to stay. It was said that if she couldn't come up with the compensation, the factory would take her to court. Who would want to associate with someone like her? However, once her colleagues had departed, Su Wanrong found herself in turmoil. Did the grandiose claims he made, once again, come to fruition? How did he know? Chapter 73. 100,000 Su Wanrong's mind was in disarray. She yearned to return and inquire with Jiang Bei about the matter, but rationality held her back. There was still no clear outcome, and she could only wait. Even if she saw Jiang Bei, she would remain silent. Su Wanrong was a remarkably resilient woman. Years of endurance had taught her to bottle up her feelings, ensuring her perceptive daughter remained unaware of her sorrow and preventing her parents from worrying about her. Yet now, she found herself at a loss. Although it was Monday, business at the fruit shop was still thriving. While the morning and afternoon crowds were somewhat diminished, the 2 hours during lunch yielded substantial profits for Jiang Bei. Especially in the evening, many people, after finishing work, made a special trip to purchase one or several servings of fruit, especially with Su Guoyang's assistance. The trio was able to prepare a multitude of fruit desserts before the surge in foot traffic, thus avoiding an overwhelming rush. However, this relative leisure was predicated upon the events of the previous day. The scene that unfolded yesterday was so astonishing that even a composed man like Su Guoyang found it hard to believe upon reflection. Today, Jiang Bei and his companions remained unhurried, departing only after selling out their stock of fruit desserts around 9 o'clock in the evening. The merchandise worth 10,000 yuan was completely sold, yielding a net profit in the range of 11 to 12,000 yuan. Presently, Jiang Bei's available capital had approached 80,000, and with just a couple more days of sales, he could amass 100,000 yuan. It is noteworthy that the other two shops on the pedestrian street were also actively preparing for business. In fact, today Jiang Bei even found time to visit, witnessing the final stages of renovation, indicating that they would likely open their doors within a few days. Undoubtedly, Jiang Bei harbored no illusions. The sudden decision of the competitor to close for renovations, especially during a weekend known for high foot traffic, spoke volumes about their intentions. However, such underhanded tactics were all too familiar to him, failing to pique his interest in the slightest. In contrast, Su Dongliang found himself somewhat troubled by this situation. Yet Jiang Bei chose not to offer further counsel, recognizing that personal growth was essential. Should Su Dongliang mature, he might very well establish numerous branches in Donghai City, based on his capabilities. Conversely, if he failed to develop, he would be confined to managing only the pedestrian street outlet, provided that Jiang Bei refrained from intervening. Meanwhile, Yang Yang's condition had significantly improved. Although she occasionally coughed lightly, she was deemed ready to be discharged early for home recuperation, as confirmed by the doctor during their visit today. In this era, the burden of daily hospitalizations and treatment costs was indeed insurmountable for an ordinary family. However, Su Wanrong and Jiang Bei unified in their stance, consistently rejecting any notion that the other might assist in reducing expenses. Their serious expressions mirrored each other perfectly. Despite Yang Yang's desire to return home sooner, she found herself negotiating for a promise of 3 bedtime stories in exchange for compliance, under the steadfast resolve of her parents. Thus, 2 fleeting days passed. Business on the pedestrian street remained steady. While not as bustling as on weekends, selling out the daily stock of 10,000 yuan was hardly a challenge. On Wednesday evening, the family gathered in the hospital room, reviewing the earnings accumulated over the past days, which could only be described as dreamlike. 8 bundles had been exchanged for 100 yuan bills, neatly tied and placed aside. In contrast, the sight of over 20,000 yuan in coinage remained strikingly ostentatious. Brother-in-law, 100,253. Su Dongliang exclaimed with a smile, his voice tinged with excitement. Keep your voice down, Su Guoliang interjected, furrowing his brows in discontent. Chapter 74. What to do about the payment. Brother-in-law, that's enough. Su Dongliang's voice quivered with exhilaration. We've truly saved up 100,000. Though they had been calculating for days how much longer it would take to amass the 100,000, each passing day brought them a step closer to that goal. However, when that sum was finally laid before them, the visual impact was overwhelming. Even Su Wanrong, who had been hearing these discussions daily, was taken aback. Had it not been for her father's words, she would scarcely have believed Su Dongliang's assertions. Now, as the money was presented before her, Su Wanrong could only stare in a daze. It was not just her. Su Dongliang, Su Guoliang, and Zhang Hong had never encountered such a vast amount of money. Even with the knowledge that this money would be handed over tomorrow, they still found it hard to fathom. Zhang Hong's eyes had turned red. She turned away to wipe the tears that had begun to spill from the corners of her eyes, then gently linked her arm with Su Wanrong's. My daughter, Zhang Hong whispered softly. Mom. Su Wanrong finally came to her senses and responded. With this money, we will be free of our troubles. Everything will be all right. We will find a way to handle future matters. Tears streamed down Zhang Hong's face. For so long, she had worried about her daughter. To ensure that her daughter could repay the debt to the synthetic fiber factory, she had even sold their home. She was a woman with a sharp tongue but a tender heart, having scolded her daughter more than once over her relationship with Jiang Bei. Yet when her daughter faced adversity, she transformed entirely. Mom. Su Wanrong's eyes also began to glisten with tears. It's all right now. Everything is going to be fine. The sight moved Su Dongliang and Su Guoliang, causing their eyes to moisten as well, yet their smiles remained genuine. Even the usually taciturn Su Guoliang wore a smile. He slowly turned away, rubbing his eyes, tears of joy escaping him uncontrollably. Dad, should we go outside to cry? Let us step out to talk, Su Dongliang suggested. Having stared at the ceiling for quite some time, seeing his father in such a state, he felt no shame. Come on, let's go outside to talk. Su Guoliang accepted his son's kind offer without hesitation. Dad, why is everyone crying? You made so much money these past few days, Yang, clinging to Jiang Bei's neck, asked in confusion. Because sometimes, when people are happy, they can't help but cry, Jiang Bei explained with a smile. Although the tender scene before him touched his heart, it did not penetrate the deeper layers of his emotions. He had seen too much wealth in his life. Yet the 100,000 laid out on the hospital bed signified the first step towards transformation for this family. He would ensure stability for this household. He would also provide a good life for Su Wanrong and Yang. This was merely the beginning. Jiang Bei, you've made something of yourself. I only hope you won't let our Wanrong down again, Zhang Hong suddenly turned to say. Su Wanrong, linked to her mother, felt a wave of panic at Zhang Hong's unexpected words. Mom, Su Wanrong gently called. Don't worry, I won't, Jiang Bei replied earnestly. Even if the sky were to fall, I would bear the burden for you both. His gaze fell upon Su Wanrong's exquisite face. On the day of his rebirth, when he first laid eyes on her, the imprint of his hand still lingered on her face. Yet now, she was willing to regard him directly, occasionally revealing that endearing, albeit awkward, expression. Mother, tomorrow I will accompany Wanrong to settle the payment. But what about the goods payment? Jiang Bei hesitated. Chapter 75. No choice with the 10,000 yuan that needed to be paid. Only a little over 2,000 remained. This was indeed a significant issue, one that even the 3 members of the Su family had not considered until Jiang Bei brought it up. Jiang Bei, it's fine. You should take this money to pay the fine, Zhang Hong quickly responded. This matter cannot be delayed any further. I have not slept well in days. As for the goods payment, your father and Dongliang received their wages last month. The construction site treated them well, and even upon leaving, they settled their wages, amounting to approximately 800 yuan. Adding the remaining amount, we can gather 3,000. After a moment's hesitation, Jiang Bei nodded in agreement. When Su Dongliang and Su Guoliang returned to the ward, Jiang Bei instructed, Dongliang, you should exchange the money first thing in the morning. We should be able to secure 3,000 worth of goods by noon. Then, use this sum to cover the evening's payment, and have them deliver twice. Don't forget to exchange for exact change in the afternoon. Make a few trips if necessary. Do not inconvenience the delivery men. I understand, brother-in-law, Su Dongliang replied affirmatively. Father, you and Dongliang may need to exert yourselves tomorrow. I will return from the synthetic fiber factory to assist you, Jiang Bei added. We'll manage just fine. Tomorrow is Thursday, so there shouldn't be too many customers. Su Guoyang nodded in agreement. By the way, brother-in-law, I noticed that the two neighboring businesses have hung their signboards. Will they open tomorrow? Su Dongliang began but hesitated. They likely will, but it's of no concern. As long as we maintain our quality. They want to capture many customers, Jiang Bei reassured him. Just be nimble on your feet, and do your best to prevent long queues. We can discuss future matters later. Jiang Bei concluded, shaking his head. Oh, okay, Su Dongliang replied, somewhat dazed, and refrained from saying more. That evening, as the Su family departed, a trace of worry etched itself onto Jiang Bei's brow. If it were merely a matter of competing for business, he would not be overly concerned, for he believed their reputation had already been established in Donghai over the past week. As he had mentioned, as long as they ensured quality, there would be no issues. However, in the realm of small businesses, what if the competitors resorted to underhanded tactics? Su Dongliang and his father might not foresee this. While Jiang Bei offered them some comforting words, they optimistically anticipated that tomorrow's business would proceed as usual, yet Jiang Bei could not help but ponder the darker possibilities. Regrettably, he was at a loss for solutions, confined to taking each step as it came. Father, why have you stopped speaking? Suddenly, Yang Yang inquired. Is there something troubling you? You can share it with Yang Yang. I can help you think of a solution. It's all because of you. When will your illness be completely cured? Once you return home, what delightful treats shall I prepare for you? Jiang Bei gently patted his daughter's head and inquired. What would you like to eat, Yang Yang? I want to eat spare ribs. She exclaimed. All right, we shall buy spare ribs. Yang Yang also desires roast chicken. Mommy loves roast chicken too. Last time we visited Grandma, she bought roast chicken, and Yang Yang noticed that Mommy relished it, yet she couldn't bear to eat any herself and gave it all to Yang Yang. Jiang Bei chuckled softly. Then we shall buy a roast chicken as well. How about I cook you a dish of beef? No. Last time Grandma mentioned that beef is expensive, but didn't you see last time? Daddy has earned quite a bit already, Jiang Bei replied with a smile. Well, then let us buy a little less. All right. We shall heed your wishes, Yang Yang. From now on, you shall be the new master of our home. What story shall Daddy tell you? Daddy's stories are always delightful. Ha ha. Laughter from both the big and small resonated within the ward, filling the typically silent night with joyous sounds. The following morning, upon Zhang Hong and Su Wanrong's arrival at the hospital, Jiang Bei was prepared with a sum of 100,000 yuan and accompanied Su Wanrong to the chemical fiber factory. Chapter 76. I come to pay. The suspension of operations at the chemical fiber factory persisted, resembling an endless plight that had incited considerable panic among many. Unfortunately, inquiries directed at the higher-ups yielded little clarity. However, it was widely known that there were indeed significant issues with the factory's products, particularly concerning the most critical raw materials, which had been tainted with a considerable amount of inferior materials. The ordinary workers could not discern the severity of the situation. But as these chemical fiber products were transformed into finished goods, the quality issues would inevitably become apparent over time. The mess left behind by Wang Chuan could hardly be resolved in just a few days. Song Chongqing and his son were already overwhelmed with the complications arising from this matter. They had no choice but to make the grim decision to thoroughly investigate the finished products at the factory, assessing how many remained usable and how many still met quality standards. They could only strive to minimize losses as much as possible. In recent days, Song Jiangwo had reported these issues comprehensively, including the matter involving Wang Chuan and his own negligence. Yet, who could assist him now? No one. He was the factory director. Even if he wished to appoint someone to take over his position amid this turmoil, it was entirely unfeasible. It was imperative that Song Jiangwo manage this situation effectively, awaiting the full exposure of subsequent issues before facing any definitive repercussions. At this moment, the most pressing concern surrounding Song Jiangwo was undoubtedly the retrieval of the previous batch of goods. If they attempted to reclaim them hastily, the factory would undoubtedly collapse. However, if they did not retrieve them and the situation came to light, it would pose significant problems. This predicament left Song Jiangwo in a state of extreme anxiety daily, as it was a decision that could alter the course of his life. If handled well, the best outcome would be the continuation of his role as factory director. But the worst-case scenario was utterly unpredictable. The possibility of imprisonment loomed large. Meanwhile, Jiang Bei remained unaware of the severity of the issues plaguing the chemical fiber factory, as his sole aim was simple: to secure his wife's job and ensure her peace of mind. When they arrived at the chemical fiber factory, it was still 8 in the morning. In stark contrast to the previously bustling atmosphere, the factory now displayed a scene of idleness, with workers engaged in casual conversations outside, showing no urgency to enter the workshop. Many were even late, arriving later than Jiang Bei and his companions, yet they appeared completely unbothered. As there was no work to be done, the chemical fiber factory had ceased operations. Wanrong, standing nearby, suddenly spoke up to explain the situation to Jiang Bei. Jiang Bei nodded, having anticipated the factory's shutdown. It seemed the inspection results had long been revealed. It was reported that there were indeed quality issues with the goods, particularly concerning the raw materials. How did you come to know this? Wanrong could no longer contain her curiosity. I had seen the fibers from the factory before, and it seemed the finished product had an off odor, Jiang Bei replied with a chuckle. Oh, Wanrong pursed her lips and refrained from saying more, quietly following Jiang Bei towards the office building. Soon, they arrived at Song Chongqing's office. Jiang Bei, what brings you here? Song Chongqing frowned the moment he saw Jiang Bei enter. His presence undoubtedly signaled an intent to mock him. To collect the payment, Jiang Bei said, lifting the bag in his hand with a nonchalant tone. What payment? Song Chongqing was momentarily taken aback, instinctively rising from his seat. The compensation for the halt of the production line caused by my wife, Jiang Bei answered. Wanrong observed the anxious Song Chongqing and then glanced at Jiang Bei, who remained calm while discussing his wife. He seemed to have transformed into someone almost unrecognizable. Chapter 77. Do you know Wang Chuan? Once, Song Chongqing was indeed a competent director. Although he benefited from his father's connections, he possessed the ability to manage a workshop efficiently. He was a consistently composed leader, decisive in his actions. Yet now, everything appeared to have changed. Song Chongqing locked eyes with Jiang Bei for a prolonged moment, then slumped despondently into his chair. The complete shutdown of the chemical fiber factory was indeed due to issues with the raw materials. You have won, Jiang Bei, he said slowly, lifting his head with a self-mocking smile. Are you here to use this small sum to humiliate me, to disgrace our factory? His voice was hoarse, and his gaze somewhat vacant. This tremendous setback had left him flustered for several days, and he still had no idea what fate awaited his support following this incident. His father had never discussed it with him. Jiang Bei smiled gently, then approached with an air of calm, placing the bag of money on Song Chongqing's desk and methodically laying out stacks of cash beside it. I do not intend to mock you. This is the compensation we owe, Jiang Bei suddenly declared. Song Chongqing's brow furrowed in confusion, even though the machinery on line 3 had not been damaged. The factory's closure was a result of their own product issues, while the halt on line 3 stemmed from his wife's mistake. The two matters were unrelated. I have expressed that we will naturally compensate the required amount. Jiang Bei shook his head. This was both his business principle and his personal principle. He would not allow the unforeseen incident at the synthetic fiber factory to overshadow his inherent responsibilities. Although 100,000 yuan is undeniably a substantial sum in this era, it pales in comparison to his sense of responsibility. I have but one request. We will cover this amount, but my wife should be allowed to continue working as before. Jiang Bei stated. Song Chongqing raised his head in astonishment. He was uncertain whether the situation could still be salvaged after such a grave incident. Yet Jiang Bei insisted on having Wanrong return to work. At this moment, his previous understanding of Jiang Bei had been completely upended. Very well, Song Chongqing replied. Steeling himself, he felt a tinge of shame, yet he was also filled with admiration for the man before him. Standing from another perspective, he realized he might not possess the same magnanimity as Jiang Bei. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed through the room. After Song Chongqing called for the person to enter, the office door swung open, revealing his father, Song Jiangwo. Dad, director, Song Chongqing stood abruptly, his gaze filled with urgency. However, Song Jiangwo glanced at Jiang Bei and the work-attired Wanrong. Director Song, Wanrong hastily interjected, feeling somewhat awkward. Do you still have matters to attend to? Resolve them first, then come out with me. Song Jiangwo gestured dismissively, standing to the side. His gaze inevitably fell upon the 100,000 yuan on the desk. Dad, allow me to introduce you. This is Jiang Bei, Song Chongqing began. He is the one who informed me about the issues with our factory's goods. At the mention, Song Jiangwo abruptly turned his head, his penetrating gaze fixed on Jiang Bei with an air of aggression. Hello, Director Song, Jiang Bei nodded. Do you know Wang Chuan? Song Jiangwo inquired, furrowing his brow. I do not, Jiang Bei replied lightly, shaking his head. The intensity of Song Jiangwo's gaze did not faze him. He remained composed, even gently holding Wanrong's hand to ease her tension. As Wanrong felt the warmth of his hand, She found herself gazing at Jiang Bei's profile in a daze. Chapter 78. Who is he? Her heart raced. She feared that Jiang Bei might expose the incident at the synthetic fiber factory, leading to further complications. The arrival of Song Jiangwo struck at the very core of her anxieties. Yet, Jiang Bei's hand provided her with an unexpected sense of reassurance, easing her unease. She felt that such a display might be inappropriate in front of others and attempted to withdraw her hand, but Jiang Bei's firm grip held her fast, leaving her with no choice but to relent. How did you come to know about the issues with the factory's goods? Song Jiangwo asked in a low voice. The raw materials are overseen by Deputy Director Wang Chuan. If you claim not to know him or the suppliers of substandard materials, I find that hard to believe. Song Jiangwo stepped closer to Jiang Bei, his penetrating gaze seeming to scrutinize him thoroughly. Yet, he found himself disheartened, for the man before him exhibited not a single flaw. However, the woman beside him was clearly trembling with fear. Do you need to know how I came by this information? Jiang Bei suddenly chuckled. I merely used this news to regain my wife's employment. Whether you choose to believe it or not, or what the results of the examination reveal, is entirely your concern. Even if you assert that I am acquainted with the Wang Chuan you mentioned, or any supplier, you must present some evidence, don't you think? Jiang Bei shrugged indifferently. If you truly do not know Wang Chuan, then I owe you my gratitude, Song Jiangwo remarked unexpectedly, the sharpness on his face dissipating into a gentle smile. There is no need. This is merely a simple wager, Jiang Bei replied with a smile. Song Jiangwo nodded and cast a glance towards Song Chongqing. Father, I'll take Mr. Jiang to settle the fine, Song Chongqing suddenly announced. All right, make haste and return swiftly, Song Jiangwo replied nonchalantly. Su Wanrong, however, did not accompany them. She remained in the office, only to suddenly regret her decision as Song Jiangwo was still there. Miss Su, may I inquire as to who your husband is? Song Jiangwo asked abruptly. He did not entirely trust Jiang Bei's words, and this moment of solitude seemed to be a premeditated maneuver between father and son. My husband. Su Wanrong hesitated, biting her lip, as if torn over how to articulate her thoughts. Yet she understood that Jiang Bei's sudden awareness of the issues at the synthetic fiber factory was indeed not a trivial matter. He previously had no job, but recently opened a fruit stall on the pedestrian street, and business has been quite good. The money we have is what we earned from that. Miss Su, is there nothing else? Song Jiangwo inquired kindly. Nothing more. To my knowledge, he does not associate with any prominent figures, Su Wanrong replied, shaking her head. Director Song, you must believe me. He is my husband, and I know him better than anyone else, she insisted. Despite the lingering distance between her and Jiang Bei, it did not prevent her from defending him in front of others. After all, as she stated, he was her husband. Very well, I understand, Song Jiangwo said with a nod. Although a smile remained on his face, his heart was laden with increasing doubt. This amounted to 100,000 yuan. And there was also a previous repair cost of 50,000 for the machinery that Song Chongqing had mentioned. Yet, Su Wanrong was merely an ordinary person. He could see that. So, how could that man possibly amass such a sum in such a short time? Was it truly as she claimed? That he earned it from a fruit stall in just a few days? That was utterly absurd. For the moment, he would not delve deeper into this matter. But once everything settled, he would ensure that the individuals behind the scenes were uncovered without exception. Those who dared to harm him would not escape his grasp. Outside, after settling the payment with Jiang Bei, Song Chongqing halted, his gaze conflicted as he looked at Jiang Bei. Director Song, is there anything else? Jiang Bei inquired with a smile. Chapter 79. Reassurance. Song Chongqing nodded, his expression fraught with uncertainty. In truth, though he did not articulate it, Jiang Bei had already surmised 8 out of 10 possibilities. It was merely a matter of inquiring about his perspective on the matter. After all, he was the one who had exposed it. It pertains to your father, does it not? Not entirely. Song Chongqing nodded, then shook his head. Oh, what are your thoughts on this matter? Is there a way to sustain the chemical fiber factory? Preserving the current situation is sufficient. This batch of goods will certainly not be shipped out, Song Chongqing replied. It appears your father is not foolish, Jiang Bei said with a smile, sparing no niceties. For if the Song father and son had still resolved to pass off inferior goods to avoid incurring losses, he would have ceased conversing with them altogether. Their decision to completely halt operations at the factory had already signified their stance. Moreover, for the sake of Su Wanrong's future, Jiang Bei felt compelled to assist them in stabilizing the factory. Song Chongqing harbored some anger, yet suddenly found himself at a loss for words. For that day, his intention had been to pass off substandard goods to maintain the current state and to thoroughly cover up the issue. Return and discuss it. I wish to hear your father's opinion on this matter. You cannot make this decision alone. Jiang Bei casually waved his hand and walked towards the office. Behind him, Song Chongqing clenched his fist, then relaxed it. There was nothing he could do at present. Is Director Song still here? Jiang Bei pushed open the door, smiling as he spoke. Yes, Song Jiangwo nodded, unsure of what attitude to adopt towards the young man before him. Though he had rendered significant assistance, he found himself grappling with suspicion towards Jiang Bei. Once clarity dawned upon him, a smile crept onto Song Jiangwo's face. Fortunately, his moment of hesitation had not lingered long enough to forfeit the requisite decorum. Regarding the situation at the chemical fiber factory, regardless of the outcome, I must extend my gratitude to you, Mr. Jiang, Song Jiangwo suddenly declared. No need for thanks. Assisting you also aids my wife. After all, she still needs to work here. Jiang Bei reciprocated with sincerity. His response was contingent upon the other's demeanor, and for the moment, Song Jiangwo's attitude was satisfactory. He would no longer dwell on his own uncertainties, as at least for now, Song Jiangwo had not revealed any further doubts, indicating that he was a man of wisdom. Have you two not yet dined? Would it be convenient to step out for lunch? Song Jiangwo inquired. Lunch is unnecessary. I must return shortly to sell fruits. Jiang Bei waved his hand, aware that Su Wanrong and Song Jiangwo had likely discussed matters while in the room. Is it convenient to converse? It won't take up much of your time, and there are no outsiders here, Song Jiangwo said as he lit a cigarette. Certainly, Jiang Bei nodded, taking a seat beside Su Wanrong. Song Chongqing and his father settled onto the sofa across from them. You must already be aware of the situation at the factory. I have a general understanding. I have reported the issue with the raw materials to the higher-ups, but I am still the one handling this matter entirely. This batch of goods will undoubtedly not be shipped out. Now it remains to be seen how much can be retained. Song Jiangwo exhaled a plume of smoke. Jiang Bei remained silent, patiently awaiting the continuation from Director Song. Su Wanrong, observing Jiang Bei in this situation where she could hardly interject, chose to draw closer to him. His presence provided her with a modicum of comfort. I shall speak plainly. Song Jiangwo extinguished his cigarette and suddenly lifted his head. Chapter 80. What Jiang Bei desired. Although Song Jiangwo endeavored to maintain an air of nonchalance, Jiang Bei discerned the turmoil within him. He adopted a dismissive attitude, indicating that he wouldn't mind departing if Song chose to remain silent. Finally, it seemed that Song had made a decision, and he spoke slowly. We still have some surplus from the previous batch, which has been tested. The goods still pose a problem. Song Jiangwo's voice grew increasingly somber. However, that batch had been dispatched 2 months prior. It was the largest shipment and was meant for export. If they attempted to reclaim those goods, the chemical fiber factory would likely not survive. So, you are aware that the batch cannot be retrieved. Why linger in this quandary? Jiang Bei retorted with a smile. At this moment, it would be no exaggeration to say he had awakened someone from a dream. Song Jiangwo's eyes suddenly gleamed. Mr. Jiang, please share your thoughts. He glanced at Su Wanrong but chose not to elaborate, as he was the one seeking assistance and had no reason to send Jiang Bei's wife away. How are negotiations with the supplier progressing? Jiang Bei inquired abruptly. Song Jiangwo replied. The negotiations are settled. New raw materials will arrive the day after tomorrow, and the factory can resume operations. However, Jiang Bei interjected, proceed with this plan. Song Jiangwo's willingness to continue purchasing raw materials for a new production cycle indicated his reluctance to succumb to the current predicament. Under these circumstances, negotiations will be more amenable. We must expedite the production of the new goods, working overtime to meet the necessary timeline. That aligns with my thoughts, Song Jiangwo nodded, though his brow furrowed slightly. But what if the previous batch of exported goods has quality issues? How can we account for the goods that have already been put to use? If testing is required, it would rely on the next batch, which fortunately does not have quality problems. To take a step back, whether the quality issue of the previous batch will be discovered remains to be seen. Jiang Bei smiled and said, So, your suggestion is to continue taking risks. Song Jiangwo narrowed his eyes. Do you have any alternatives? Then let us gamble once more. He clenched his fists. You shall prevail. In my previous life, the quality issues at the chemical fiber factory only emerged at the year's end. It is likely that these issues will only be discovered in this batch or the next, making this approach the most prudent course of action. However, the previous batch already has issues, and those above are aware of it. Why do you believe you can still occupy the director's position? Jiang Bei countered. Upon hearing this, Song Jiangwo lowered his head, lost in contemplation, clearly weighing the pros and cons. Indeed, if no incident occurs, then there is no issue. At least he would remain unscathed. Jiang Bei remained composed, gently holding Su Wanrong's hand as he awaited her response. He turned his head slightly to meet her gaze, offering a silent smile, as if to convey reassurance. Do not fear, I am here. Su Wanrong blushed and averted her gaze. I understand now, Mr. Jiang. Thank you for today, Song Jiangwo said, lifting his head with a serious expression. Though merely a simple conversation, it had brought him a clarity akin to dispelling the fog. He knew the course of action he must take. With no other options available, he was compelled to accept this high-stakes gamble. No need for thanks. I hope you navigate this challenge successfully. After all, my wife will be working here in the future. We shall take our leave now, Jiang Bei remarked. I also wish Miss Su a smooth journey at the chemical fiber factory. I have matters to attend to, so I won't see you off. Song Jiangwo replied with a smile and a nod, refraining from further comment. Jiang Bei chuckled. Song Jiangwo's final remark was precisely what he had hoped to hear. Chapter 81. Something awry. Though Su Wanrong was still somewhat bewildered, Jiang Bei had grasped the situation. After all, he had provided substantial assistance to Song Jiangwo, and in return, he would naturally expect some form of recompense. Jiang Bei had no doubt that Song Jiangwo would not hesitate to part with such resources. If victorious in his gamble, he was likely to remain the factory director. As for the future, maintaining his current position was already the most favorable outcome. Su Wanrong gently withdrew her hand from Jiang Bei's grasp, pursing her lips as she silently regarded him. What is it? Jiang Bei inquired softly. It's nothing. Su Wanrong replied, shaking her head. She was still somewhat dazed. Jiang Bei's transformation left her incredulous. It was more than just a matter of financial gain. It was the ease with which he conversed with someone of Song Jiangwo's stature that left her astounded. I must return to work. You should head to Dongliang. They may struggle to manage without you, Su Wanrong said quietly. All right. Jiang Bei nodded in agreement, watching her hurriedly retreating figure with a gentle smile. Tomorrow, Yang would be discharged from the hospital, and with this small venture, he could amass a few thousand more, expanding his possibilities. In Song Chongqing's office, after Jiang Bei and Su Wanrong departed, Song Jiangwo lit another cigarette, sitting there, smoking in silence. The brief interval of merely a minute seemed to transform him, stripping away the demeanor of the astute factory director he had just been. Song Chongqing, on the other hand, wore a face of suspicion and turmoil. Wanting to inquire, yet hesitating to voice his questions, left only to stand by in anticipation. The atmosphere in the office was palpably oppressive. As Song Jiangwo's cigarette dwindled to its end, he took a final deep drag, extinguished it, and stood up. Chongqing, this matter must not be disclosed. Father, I understand. Song Chongqing nodded, uncertain of how else he could assist his father. You should take a trip to the pedestrian street and investigate Jiang Bei's fruit business. There's no rush. The new materials won't arrive until the day after tomorrow. Ensure that the current batch of goods is thoroughly inspected as soon as possible. Song Jiangwo instructed. Those that remain within the quality threshold should be set aside, while the defective items must be uniformly destroyed tomorrow. As if recalling something important, he abruptly turned and added, there is one more task for you. Son, you must handle the destruction process. It cannot simply be overlooked. We need to arrange for someone to report on it. You may use my name, and ideally, it should be featured in the provincial newspaper. Understood, father. Song Chongqing replied with a nod. If we are to undertake this, let us do it thoroughly. This could even turn into a fortunate opportunity. Once we dispose of this batch, the dark can be transformed into light. Go ahead, he concluded, riding his tricycle towards the pedestrian street. Jiang Bei contemplated the recent business conditions of his fruit dessert venture. 2 more stores had opened on the pedestrian street, likely employing the same tactics as his own, one offering freshly squeezed juice and the other fruit desserts. It was evident they aimed to steal his clientele, which would inevitably reduce his daily earnings. Previously, he had been making approximately 12,000 yuan on weekdays, but today he estimated his earnings would drop to around 10,000 or 8,000 yuan. Once the weekend passed, he hoped to have at least 50,000 yuan on hand. With that amount, he could solidify his new business and finally hand over the stall to Su Dongliang, Jiang Bei planned in his mind. By the time Jiang Bei arrived at the pedestrian street, it was nearing noon, the prime time for his fruit dessert business during weekdays. However, as he approached, he sensed something amiss. Even with the opening of other fruit dessert stores, it shouldn't have completely siphoned off his customers, should it? The long queue that had formed yesterday afternoon seemed to have vanished today. Chapter 82. Store closure. Jiang Bei pedaled faster and abandoned his tricycle at the entrance of the pedestrian street. He hurried towards his shop, which was still open, but a crowd had gathered outside, murmuring and pointing towards the establishment. Without a doubt, the situation he dreaded most had come to pass. If competitors had decided to open a store to encroach upon his business, they certainly would not have delayed for so long unless there was a hidden agenda. Their prolonged silence was telling. This was no ordinary competition. It was a malicious suppression aimed at seizing the influence that his fruit desserts and freshly squeezed juices had garnered over the week, even attempting to usurp all of Jiang Bei's customers. Those gathered outside quickly informed Jiang Bei of the unfolding drama. "Brother, what is going on with this store? What happened to the fruit dessert shop? Why are there so many people inside?" "I don't know. It seems like someone reported them. I just got here myself. I heard they received a complaint this morning, and health officials came to investigate and are looking to shut them down. They can't possibly have any sanitation issues. I saw them throwing out spoiled fruit just the other day." "Exactly. I buy their fruit desserts for my daughter almost every day. We know what we're talking about. It seems they offended someone. Who can say for sure?" Jiang Bei's expression darkened progressively as he absorbed the gravity of the situation. Surrounded by a crowd, many recognized Jiang Bei as the owner of the store and approached him with inquiries. However, Jiang Bei was not in the mood to respond and merely smiled, assuring them that everything was fine before squeezing into the store. "What are you doing? What do you intend to do? Do not touch our fruits." The voice of Su Dongliang rang out simultaneously. "Wait. My brother-in-law will be back soon. We are not the owners of the shop. Please wait." "Brother-in-law." Su Dongliang suddenly spotted Jiang Bei approaching, and his face lit up with joy, the urgency in his expression dissipating significantly with Jiang Bei's arrival. "Dongliang, what is happening?" Jiang Bei inquired calmly. Although he was seething with anger, it was imperative to ascertain the situation, for he was currently without power or influence and could not contend with the opposing party. "I don't know. They just arrived and claimed there are issues with our fruits. Please do not move. My brother-in-law is back." At that moment, the four individuals clad in light blue short sleeves set down the fruits in their hands and turned to look. Despite their serious expressions, Jiang Bei noticed a flicker of mockery in one of their eyes upon his arrival. Indeed, they have come with a premeditated intent. "Gentlemen, I am the owner of this establishment," Jiang Bei stated as he stepped forward, striving to suppress his fury. It was evident that the four were merely enforcers. Expressing anger would be futile. "This is our work permit." The leader retrieved a document from his pocket, displaying it to Jiang Bei before stating solemnly, "We received a complaint this morning regarding significant sanitary issues in your establishment. We must take these fruits for quality inspection. You can see the items. Your actions are somewhat irregular." Jiang Bei's voice began to deepen. The presentation of the so-called complaint served as a pretext, indicating that they intended to engage him in a war of attrition. "What nonsense! Are we to allow your shop to continue operating? To continue endangering children?" One of them retorted coldly. "You certainly cannot sell today. Close the shop and await further notice." The leader interrupted his subordinate and added, "Moreover, the hygiene standards in your establishment are utterly inadequate. How can you allow fruits to be packed in boxes and directly thrown to the ground? Isn't this simply about closing the shop? Why cloak it in such grandiloquent terms?" Jiang Bei laughed in anger. Chapter 83. Bullying the innocent in this world. All competition is inherently unfair and unreasonable. Even the most equitable college entrance examinations see affluent families striving to provide their children with extensive tutoring. Jiang Bei had grasped this principle in his previous life. Particularly in the current realm of commercial competition, fairness is a mere illusion. He always sensed that their motives extended beyond simply opening a similar store to usurp his business. Today's outcome had already aligned with Jiang Bei's expectations, leading to a thorough siphoning of his clientele. Yet, the underhanded methods employed by the adversaries struck him as absurd. But was this not the simplest and most effective approach? Relying upon connections, they sought to exert pressure on him. If only they could delay for a few days and push this weekend through. The foot traffic on the pedestrian street would ultimately flow to the opposing side. Even if he were to return, the former glory would have faded. Yet, Jiang Bei had just recently returned from his rebirth, rendering him unable to resist. Is it merely a store closure? Why present it with such pompous rhetoric? Jiang Bei inquired with a smile. "Young man, what nonsense are you spouting?" One of the inspectors retorted with evident displeasure. "Oh, is there not to be a store closure?" Jiang Bei feigned astonishment. "There are hygiene issues with your establishment. A closure is inevitable. Once you rectify the problems and receive proper notification, you may reopen." The leader of the group glanced back at his subordinates. Even if the other party were to tear off the facade, they must cling to their own rationale, as they were merely executing orders from above. As for the allegations of reporting, such claims are as fluid as one chooses to make them. "Very well." Jiang Bei chuckled softly, opting not to elaborate further. "Brother-in-law, they intend to shut down our store." Su Dongliang exclaimed anxiously, his forehead slick with sweat, his eyes ablaze with fury. Had it not been for Su Guiliang's restraint, he might have resorted to violence. Yet he held on to his last shred of composure, awaiting his brother-in-law's arrival. However, upon Jiang Bei's appearance, It seemed he had made no impact whatsoever. Brother-in-law, what shall we do? We cannot allow them to take our fruit. Su Dongliang persisted, his urgency palpable. Yet Jiang Bei paid him no heed, turning instead to the individuals clad in light blue short sleeves, who were preparing to carry the fruit boxes away. Gentlemen, grant us a moment. The fruit you see is all fresh, just delivered this morning, and we have employed eyes to ensure its freshness. As for your demand to place it on the ground, we have yet to procure shelves, but we have laid down some cushioning. I will purchase the shelves this afternoon. Could you kindly refrain from closing our store for now? Dongliang, go to the phone booth and call the supplier. Cancel the deliveries for this afternoon and evening. I will handle matters here. It will be all right, Jiang Bei suddenly declared. At barely 20, Su Dongliang had toiled in jobs, earning a living through sheer strength. He had never encountered such a situation before. In fact, he was convinced that their fruit had indeed caused someone's stomach distress, desperately defending himself. Observing the scene before him, Jiang Bei felt a tinge of sorrow. In these times, it is often the honest and diligent who suffer the most. Regrettably, he was not among them. Brother-in-law, Su Dongliang wiped away the tears pooling at the corners of his eyes, looking at Jiang Bei with a pained expression. Fear not, leave it to your brother-in-law. You go on ahead, Jiang Bei reassured him, patting Su Dongliang's shoulder. All right, Su Dongliang nodded, casting a lingering glance at the fruit laid out on the ground before departing without a backward glance. Father, stay back. I don't want them to bump into you while moving the goods, Jiang Bei cautioned Su Guoliang. Su Guoliang merely nodded at his son-in-law, saying nothing further. Gentlemen, please proceed. Jiang Bei offered a smile and gestured for them to continue. The numerous boxes of fruit did not seem to inspire him to lend a hand. Chapter 84, it was all their doing. Su Guoliang contemplated speaking up, instinctively wanting to assist as he observed others at work. He hoped to alter the 4 staff members' perceptions of them, preventing any future harassment. He understood that the other party was seeking trouble, yet aside from his own strength, he had little else to offer Jiang Bei. However, Jiang Bei obstructed him, shaking his head. What are you standing there for? Move it. He gestured towards the fruit. The young man shot Jiang Bei an irritated glance. It's merely 3,000 yuan worth of fruit. Take your time moving it. I suspect your little van won't accommodate it all, so you'll need another trip. Jiang Bei chuckled innocently, though his gaze was chilling, an icy contrast to the sweltering heat of the summer. As for the handcart, we don't have one, so we must trouble you, Jiang Bei acknowledged, then retrieved a plastic stool. Dad, let us take a seat. He grabbed another stool for himself, perched lazily with his legs crossed, and began to fan himself leisurely. He regarded the 4 individuals, who had previously clamored about moving the fruit, but now appeared somewhat flustered. Move, the leader commanded. Be sure to take everything, otherwise, you might overlook the inferior quality during inspection. Jiang Bei interjected. The 3 younger ones glared at Jiang Bei with ire. Unfazed, Jiang Bei smiled, continuing to observe the unfolding drama. Now, they had to face the consequences of their actions. Who could have predicted that this fruit store would stock such an extravagant inventory, worth thousands upon entry? Particularly as they transported the goods, they were met with the jeers of those blocking the store's entrance. Comments like the money you earn isn't even worth feeding to dogs, and a disgraceful sight, doing nothing of substance, echoed harshly. Su Guoliang glanced at Jiang Bei, then at the few individuals hauling the fruit, his expression a mix of conflict, ultimately culminating in a soft sigh. Soon after, Su Dongliang returned, clearly indifferent to assisting them, merely observing coldly with a mix of anger and sympathy. Around 12:30, half of the fruit was finally removed. Just as Jiang Bei had predicted, their small van could not accommodate it all. Another trip would be necessary. The middle-aged leader remained inside the store, casually pulling up a chair to sit. His expression was troubled as he regarded Jiang Bei. Young brother, you might want to consider whether you have offended someone. Your store could be shut for several days. It's all a matter of a word from above. I understand, Jiang Bei nodded, refraining from further comment. In this situation, seeking assistance is futile. The other party holds significant influence. If things become untenable, perhaps relocating your store would be advisable. That's about all I can advise, the middle-aged man added, disregarding Jiang Bei's demeanor. Then turned his gaze outside. Thank you, Jiang Bei acknowledged with a nod. After the last shipment had been taken away, the small shop in Jiang Bei was finally empty. Brother-in-law, what shall we do about our shop? We have done no one any wrong. Su Dongliang could no longer contain himself and asked anxiously. It's not that we have offended anyone. They are simply envious of our flourishing business, Jiang Bei replied, shaking his head. Upon stepping outside, he noticed a newly opened fruit shop bustling with customers, even though it was merely 3 in the afternoon. In stark contrast, Jiang Bei's establishment had lost its patrons, who would remain a loyal customer solely for a bowl of fruit from Jiang Bei. As the saying goes, when the tea is cold, the guests have departed. Suddenly, Su Dongliang had a realization and shouted, "It's all they're doing. They are behind this." As he spoke, he made to rush over. "Calm down," Jiang Bei said sharply. Su Dongliang, with a pained expression, halted and turned, his eyes misty with emotion. "Brother-in-law, the shop has been closed. What are we to do? What good will it do to confront them? Do you have any evidence? After a confrontation, will you not only be beaten but also arrested?" Su Dongliang, bewildered, shook his head. "I don't intend to fight. I merely want an explanation. How can they just close our shop without cause? We haven't antagonized them. They seek profit. And to do so, they must eliminate any obstacles. Our business has already drawn their ire. If they do not remove us, they cannot earn," Jiang Bei said calmly, observing the two shops not far away, which mirrored his own in concept. However, while others took their time to establish connections before opening, they had orchestrated the downfall of his shop on the very day they launched. "Stay composed. This is commonplace in business." Jiang Bei gently patted Su Dongliang on the shoulder before riding the overturned tricycle that had been carelessly discarded nearby, preparing to leave. Su Guoyang remained silent, observing the disparity in how his son and son-in-law handled the situation, as if the moment laid bare their differences. However, he could not comprehend Jiang Bei's transformation. Yet, he realized that any action he might consider at this juncture would only complicate matters further. "Father, Dongliang, let us return for now. A solution will arise," Jiang Bei said as he turned. "Agreed," Su Guoyang nodded, offering no further comments. When Song Chongqing arrived, he was met with the sight of a shuttered shop and Jiang Bei and his companions preparing to depart. The anger and resentment etched on the young man's face beside Jiang Bei spoke volumes about the predicament they faced. "Director Song," Jiang Bei noticed Song Chongqing and stepped out of the vehicle to greet him. "Yes, what brings you here?" Song Chongqing hesitated. "Oh, it's nothing. Just a minor issue with the shop. But what has prompted you to come this way?" Jiang Bei asked, feigning ignorance. "I came to purchase a few items and happened to see you," Song Chongqing replied casually. In truth, he had arranged for a local television report earlier in the day and had specifically come to check on Jiang Bei's situation in the afternoon. After all, both he and Song Jiangwo harbored some doubts. 100,000 yuan was no trifling sum. Su Wanrong claimed it was earned from her fruit shop in recent days. But who would believe such a tale? However, upon arriving, he found no bustling crowds queuing to purchase fruits. The shop in Jiang Bei had been shut down. Jiang Bei nodded, refraining from further discussion. With the issues at the chemical fiber factory resolved, he had little reason to rely on Song Chongqing any longer. What was going on? The shop was sealed? Song Chongqing discerned Jiang Bei's reluctance to elaborate, yet he pressed for answers. "It was that place. They saw our business thriving and used connections to have our shop shut down. They claimed someone reported us for poor hygiene. We only use the freshest fruits." Su Dongliang interjected, unable to conceal his fury. "Do not speak without evidence." Jiang Bei shot a glance at Su Dongliang, yet allowed him to finish. He had no intention of seeking assistance from Song Chongqing, but he did not mind letting Su Dongliang convey the full story. Someone of Song Chongqing's stature should understand the intricacies of such commercial rivalry. It was clear to Jiang Bei. "Who came to seal it?" Song Chongqing asked, visibly troubled. "The health department can easily label us as a food service and shut us down at will," Jiang Bei replied with a dismissive smile. He did not expect Song Chongqing to assist him. After making his own decisions, he exhibited an indifferent demeanor. The gratitude owed to Song Chongqing and his son could be sufficiently expressed through the care shown to Su Wanrong. Demanding too many favors could hinder Su Wanrong's future prospects at the chemical fiber factory. Even for her sake, he could not afford to leverage that goodwill just yet. Song Chongqing's brow slowly furrowed, as if weighing his options. "The health department is indeed challenging to deal with, but if you require, I can inform my father. He should be able to clarify the situation for you," he offered. If, as Jiang Bei suggested, this small stall had generated a profit of 100,000 yuan within a week, then both logically and emotionally, Jiang Bei would have cause to seek assistance from him. However, Jiang Bei's current demeanor struck Song Chongqing as exceedingly peculiar, so much so that he could not fathom the absence of Jiang Bei's usual eagerness when seeking help. "No need, Director Song. I can handle this myself," Jiang Bei replied with a smile, shaking his head. "And how do you plan to manage it?" Song Chongqing could not help but inquire. If it were Song Jiangwo, he would never pose such an insipid question, but Song Chongqing had grown up under his father's guidance and lacked the same acumen. "We will respond to them in kind. We cannot simply endure their bullying and relocate, can we?" Jiang Bei retorted with a smile. Yet, upon hearing this, Song Chongqing's brow furrowed again. "Do you have connections at the health department?" "None. Why can he find someone to force me to close my door? Yet I cannot employ my own means to compel him to do the same?" Oftentimes, it is not merely through connections that one can achieve their goals. Jiang Bei responded directly. The other party may resort to underhanded tactics, and he too can certainly adopt even more unscrupulous methods. By the way, have you decided how to handle the issue with the chemical fiber factory? Have you reached out to the local media? Jiang Bei inquired, revealing a hint of his predatory nature, precisely what he desired, assistance without cost. Song Chongqing appeared momentarily taken aback, confusion swirling within him. How did Jiang Bei know he had approached the media? Yet, he instinctively nodded in acknowledgement. I just went to consult the local media. This matter deserves coverage. And who knows what other benefits may arise, Song Chongqing replied. Jiang Bei thought to himself, as expected, that reporting on the quality issues of the chemical fiber factory would not only fail to tarnish the factory's reputation, but could also demonstrate their decisiveness in addressing such matters. Many losses would be swiftly resolved through this report, a testament to the wisdom one would expect from a factory director. Director Song, I do require your assistance with something, Jiang Bei suddenly said with a smile. Oh, Mr. Jiang, if there is any way I can assist, I would be more than willing, Song Chongqing nodded in agreement. If Song Chongqing were to reach out to his father to leverage connections for assistance from the health authorities and fail to secure help, it could jeopardize the amicable relationship between them. Even if they succeeded and the shop was reopened, Jiang Bei would not achieve the desired effect. At present, Jiang Bei was subtly suggesting to Song Chongqing that he needed to assist him in establishing connections, yet Jiang Bei had declined. However, by taking a step back, Jiang Bei would render the entire situation considerably simpler. For Song Chongqing, it was merely a matter of little effort. Tomorrow, after the reporters cover the destruction of the defective products at the chemical fiber factory, can they accompany me to the hospital to report on the situation? Jiang Bei asked somewhat bashfully. Chapter 87. His shop could not continue to operate. Song Chongqing appeared distinctly startled. He had not anticipated Jiang Bei's request would be so uncomplicated, just as Jiang Bei had foreseen. The crux of his previous dilemma revolved around whether to leverage connections to seek help from the health authorities. Yet now, it was merely a matter of bringing a reporter along to cover a news story. Was it truly that simple? Mr. Jiang, you merely wish to bring a reporter to report on the situation? Indeed, Jiang Bei affirmed with a nod. It is quite simple. But do you intend to report on the unsavory details behind the closure of your shop? Song Chongqing's expression gradually turned grave. The audacity to seal Jiang Bei's shop certainly indicated powerful connections behind the scenes, not to mention the potential repercussions of such a report. Whether the media would even agree to cover it remained uncertain. Not at all. I merely wished to take them to the hospital to discuss the recent incidents of gastrointestinal distress caused by the fruit salad, Jiang Bei replied with a smile. Before he could elaborate further, an irate voice interrupted from nearby. Damn it, this shop is truly exploitative. The fruit has been left out in the sun and is no longer fresh. Alas, my dear proprietor, what on earth is the matter with your establishment? When will it finally open? That other shop is nothing but a scam. The fruits they use are all overripe, and the strawberries are utterly mushy. Fear not, dear friends, for it shall be operational in a few days. Jiang Bei smiled at these individuals before redirecting his gaze towards Song Chongqing. He had surmised correctly, at this hour, around 4 in the afternoon, selling fruit salads would be quite a challenge, given that it was a weekday and foot traffic on the pedestrian street was scarce. Furthermore, during this sweltering summer, leaving fruits exposed outside would inevitably compromise their freshness. The other party had not taken timely measures to address this issue or replace the produce. Coincidentally, tomorrow being a Friday, should this matter be reported, success would be nearly guaranteed. I see. Song Chongqing's eyes suddenly sparkled with realization. It appeared Jiang Bei intended to seize upon this very point, employing the same hygiene concerns to retaliate against his adversary, and with media coverage, once it graced the newspapers, the other party would find themselves utterly speechless. This matter would indeed require Director Song's assistance. Not at all, it is merely a trifling task. Song Chongqing nodded with a smile, and having spoken, he departed the pedestrian street. Brother-in-law, can our shop still open? After Song Chongqing had left, Su Dongliang finally posed the question. He had been eager to ask earlier, having discerned that Director Song had a cordial relationship with his brother-in-law. Yet he could not fathom why his brother-in-law refrained from enlisting his help. It is uncertain, Jiang Bei replied, shaking his head. Jiang Bei, what are your thoughts on this matter? Su Guoyang, who had remained silent, suddenly inquired. My shop has been shuttered. His establishment cannot possibly thrive either. Jiang Bei stated with a calm demeanor. Such trivial competition fails to pique his interest. The other party's tactics were too underhanded and crude. In comparison, Jiang Bei had encountered far more insidious methods. Su Guoyang nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. He cast a glance at Jiang Bei, then at Su Dongliang. his expression momentarily betraying a flicker of concern. The children had grown, and he had aged. Even if he wished to assist, he found himself powerless. As for Jiang Bei's decisions and actions, he could only silently pray for their safety. Indeed, brother-in-law, how can they justify shutting down our shop while profiting so heartlessly? Do they not fear nightmares as they sleep? Su Dongliang exclaimed with indignation. To obstruct someone's livelihood is akin to murder. This sentiment holds true everywhere. Even the youthful Su Dongliang's eyes ignited with fiery rage. Father, Dongliang, you both appear worn out. Allow me to handle this matter while you take a brief respite. Jiang Bei turned to say. Chapter 88. Reparation. Meanwhile, on the other side, Song Chongqing was also contemplating Jiang Bei's situation. Upon returning to the chemical fiber factory and discussing the reporter's arrangements for the following day with Song Jiangwo, he merely mentioned Jiang Bei's shop, noting that he had seen it selling a new product called fruit salad on the pedestrian street. However, he refrained from stating his intention to assist Jiang Bei. After all, in Song Chongqing's eyes, introducing a reporter to Jiang Bei for coverage was an exceedingly simple endeavor. Song Jiangwo did not pursue the matter further, as he was already overwhelmed by the troubles at the chemical fiber factory. Meanwhile, Jiang Bei had taken over Zhang Hong's shift and returned to the hospital to care for his daughter. Daddy, why are you back so early today? The joy on Yang Yang's face was unmistakable. Tomorrow, Yang Yang would be discharged from the hospital, and her father had come to spend more time with her. Zhang Hong, reminded by Yang Yang, became aware of something, especially after hearing Su Dongliang speak repeatedly about someone opening a new store to compete for business. Jiang Bei, has that store opened yet? Zhang Hong inquired. Yes, Jiang Bei replied nonchalantly, then shifted the topic. Mom, you should go home now. I'll stay with Yang Yang, and Wanrong will come by after work. All right. Zhang Hong hesitated for a moment, gently ruffling Yang Yang's hair as she said, when little Yang Yang is discharged, come visit Grandma. I'll make you delicious food. Jiang Bei, Yang Yang will be discharged tomorrow. You all take care. Mom, you can rest assured, Jiang Bei assured her solemnly. After Zhang Hong left the hospital, Yang Yang's excitement returned. Daddy hug. Of course, Jiang Bei smiled, sitting on the edge of the bed and embracing little Yang Yang. Daddy, I can leave the hospital tomorrow. You promised to take me to the park this weekend. As Yang Yang was speaking, Su Wanrong entered the room, visibly surprised to see Jiang Bei there. Mommy. Yang Yang's eyes sparkled with joy. Oh, Su Wanrong acknowledged, then turned to Jiang Bei, asking, why did you come so early today? She was unaware of the issues with the fruit store. Well, I had nothing to do, so I came over early. Is it because it's Thursday and not many people are around? Su Wanrong asked as she took Yang Yang from Jiang Bei's arms. Something like that, Jiang Bei nodded. That's good. While making money is beneficial, don't overexert yourself. Once Yang Yang is discharged, if you find yourself too busy, let my mom help you. After saying this, Su Wanrong couldn't help but lower her head to glance at her daughter, as if she couldn't bear Jiang Bei's gaze. She was worried about him. However, their relationship was no longer the sweet bond it had once been at the beginning of their marriage. Instead, it had evolved into a form of respect that had not existed before. What? Su Wanrong lifted her head. Nothing. Everything is fine, Jiang Bei replied with a gentle smile. Watching as Su Wanrong lowered her head again to tend to their daughter's hair, with the obedient and adorable Yang Yang in her arms. For a moment, Jiang Bei felt as if his heart was filled with something, yet a heaviness lingered in his chest. I need to step outside for a bit, Jiang Bei said, then exited the room. The corridor was well ventilated, and after taking a few deep breaths, Jiang Bei leaned against a bench, closing his eyes to calculate carefully. The 3,000 yuan worth of goods had nearly depleted all the savings they had accumulated over this period. Meanwhile, those who had taken advantage of them continued to operate their store, profiting from the business that rightfully belonged to them through such underhanded means. If Jiang Bei felt a sense of suffocation, one could only imagine how the Su family was faring at that moment. But for now, he felt powerless. Tomorrow, I demand you repay what is owed. Jiang Bei clenched his fist and murmured softly. Chapter 89. Apology. Upon hearing the news, Zhang Hong plummeted to the ground, her eyes vacant as she stared ahead. The father-son duo, Su Guoyang and Su Dongliang, had just lost their jobs, only to assist with this venture. Yet now, the business was gone, and the other party wielded such power that they summoned officials from the sanitation department to shut down their establishment. What were they to do? The 3,000 yuan worth of goods from that noon seemed to be the final straw that broke the camel's back. Having just navigated through a difficult period, they found themselves with nothing left. Mom, it's all right, your brother-in-law will handle it, Su Dongliang urged as he gently helped Zhang Hong to her feet, his voice soothing. His own mental state was far from stable. Overwhelming anger and concern for his mother left him breathless. Your brother-in-law doesn't he even know those people? What can he do? Dear, at your age, try not to worry so much. At least we've overcome our hardships. Isn't that something to be grateful for? Su Guoliang spoke in a deep tone. He felt powerless to help, so he aimed to alleviate the burden on his family, wishing to spare his children from worrying about their elders. Su Guoliang, it's easy for you to say that. If the house collapses, what will happen when Yang goes to school? In a few years, Dongliang will need to marry and buy a house. Have you thought about that? Of course I have. But does lamenting help us? Su Guoliang replied. It doesn't help at all. What sins have I committed? I am utterly useless. Zhang Hong sobbed quietly on the sofa. The two men exchanged glances, their silence heavy with unspoken concern. Mom, Su Dongliang finally could no longer contain himself. Why call me again? I might as well die. So you wouldn't have to worry. Mom, let us trust your brother-in-law. He is already looking for help, and today we met the director of the chemical fiber factory, who promised to assist us. Oh, and what about your sister? Zhang Hong inquired. It's fine. Your brother-in-law has settled all the payments, Su Dongliang replied. If Jiang Bei hadn't mentioned it to his daughter, let us not bring it up. Did you hear that? Don't cry tonight. And refrain from dwelling on this matter. It's not easy for this family to find stability, Su Guoliang interjected suddenly. I understand. I won't cry anymore. Zhang Hong wiped her tears away. When Su Wanrong returned home that evening, the atmosphere remained unchanged. Yet, being naturally perceptive, she noticed that her brother and mother appeared somewhat off. Mom, what's wrong? Has something happened at home? Su Wanrong asked. No, nothing at all, Zhang Hong replied. Panic creeping in. Are you worried about what happened today? Was the money paid? And what did the factory say? Su Guoliang feigned ignorance, knowing full well the situation. Didn't Jiang Bei tell you? Su Wanrong pursed her lips and continued. There were indeed issues with the goods at the chemical fiber factory, but they've assured me I can return to work. Really? Zhang Hong exclaimed, her heart lifting at the news, the only glimmer of hope she had received that day. Of course, Mom. Please don't worry about me. Su Wanrong smiled and glanced again at Su Dongliang, whose gaze remained somewhat vacant, forcing a smile without uttering another word. She dismissed it as a mere figment of her imagination, perhaps a result of her family's concern for her future. The following morning at 10 o'clock, all employees of the chemical fiber factory gathered in the open space outside the plant, with several journalists equipped with cameras standing nearby. In front of them lay a multitude of finished goods, sufficient to fill several shipping containers. The results of the product inspection were disheartening. Revealing less than 10% of the goods were acceptable, the remainder was destined for destruction. At that moment, Song Jiangwo stepped forward, microphone in hand, proclaiming, the Donghai Chemical Fiber Factory has been in operation for 43 years without a single quality issue. Today, I extend my sincerest apologies to all employees and to our customers who utilize products from our factory. The sound of cameras clicking filled the air as he continued. Due to my negligence, Deputy Plant Manager Wang Chuan manipulated the raw materials, resulting in the quality issues of the goods before you. As the plant manager, I bear an undeniable responsibility. Today, in front of so many esteemed journalists, I will ensure the complete destruction of these defective products. As for the delays incurred and the resulting losses, we shall bear the consequences ourselves. We shall not permit any substandard goods to enter the market. Donghai City must not suffer disgrace due to our factory. New raw materials will arrive tomorrow, and I, Song Jiangwo, earnestly request everyone's assistance in working overtime to expedite the production of these goods. I will stand shoulder to shoulder with you all on the front lines. Thank you. Dear colleagues of the chemical fiber factory. Upon finishing, Song Jiangwo bowed deeply at a 90-degree angle. Instantly, the crowd erupted in enthusiastic applause, with many wiping away tears, exclaiming, I knew our factory could not possibly have quality issues. Someone must have tampered with the materials. It's all right. Production will resume tomorrow. I told you there would be no problems. We are too large a factory for that. Working overtime is fine, but surely we will receive extra pay for it. Bah. Who cares about 30 or 50 bucks at a time like this? If the factory collapses because of this, where will you find work? The gravity of the situation weighed heavily on some, leaving others bewildered. Once the destruction ceremony concluded, and after expressing gratitude to the journalists, Song Jiangwo finally sighed in relief and returned to his office. His speech that day was a blend of truth and deception. He was well aware that the previous batch had its own issues, yet he refrained from recalling them. He could absorb the losses from this batch, but a recall would spell disaster. He had to gamble according to Jiang Bei's counsel. Meanwhile, Song Chongqing took over his father's responsibilities, engaging journalists in discussions about the forthcoming matters. Subsequently, Song Chongqing led the journalist who had agreed to stay to his office, where Mr. Jiang Bei had been waiting since early morning. Mr. Jiang, I am Yang Jijia, a reporter from Donghai Daily. Director Song has just spoken with me. Jiang Bei stood up and shook hands with him. You two carry on. I have some matters to attend to, Song Changqing remarked. Of course, Director Song. Jiang Bei nodded and then turned to Yang Jijia. How about this, young reporter? As noon approaches, let me treat you to a meal. And we can discuss matters over lunch. That sounds fine, Yang Jijia replied. Before long, the two settled at a small restaurant outside the chemical fiber factory. I hear from Director Song that you wish to report on food-related issues? Yang Jijia inquired with a smile. Yes and no. Jiang Bei nodded but then shook his head abruptly. Oh, Yang Jijia responded, somewhat taken aback. Jiang Bei discreetly slid a red envelope across the table. Just a small gesture. Yang Gu, please accept it. The information I wish to report is not difficult. I am a businessman. Inside was 500 yuan, his last remaining funds. As Yang Jijia felt the envelope, he noted it was neither too thick nor too thin, likely 5 100 yuan notes. It was more than his 2-month salary. He felt a stir of emotions. However, given that Jiang Bei was willing to offer such a substantial sum, could the situation truly be so straightforward? What I need from you, Yang Gu, is merely a few photographs to be published in tomorrow's paper. It shouldn't be too challenging, right? Jiang Bei alleviated Yang Jijia's doubts. Chapter 91. Timing is everything. For Yang Gu, this task was but a minor effort, but for me, it feels like a last resort, Jiang Bei sighed. Once he spoke those words, Yang Jijia gently pressed down on the envelope, awaiting Jiang Bei's further explanation. He did not tuck it away, but rather contemplated whether this impending task was indeed as simple as it appeared and whether he should accept the money. Recently, a fruit shop had opened on the pedestrian street, offering rather unremarkable produce. I planned to take some photographs at the hospital and feature them in the newspaper, Jiang Bei said cheerfully. Upon hearing this, Yang Jijia's expression changed immediately. Are you intending to undermine his business? He asked, frowning. No, Yang Gu, you misunderstand. He was the one who ruined my business first, Jiang Bei clarified, shaking his head. Yang Jijia felt conflicted. He did not wish to involve himself in such commercial rivalry. How about this, Yang Gu? Let us visit the pedestrian street this afternoon. If the fruits are indeed satisfactory, we shall let the matter rest. However, if the produce is indeed subpar, you may report on it. What do you say? Jiang Bei inquired with a smile. After all, who would turn away from money? This statement completely dispelled Yang Jijia's hesitation. Jiang Bei lightly patted Yang Jijia's hand that rested upon the envelope and added, Yang Gu, if this does not come to fruition, consider this money a gesture of my apology. After pondering for a moment, Yang Jijia reluctantly agreed, very well. If the goods are fine, reporting on this would be a dereliction of my duty, and I could lose my job. However, if there is indeed a problem, it would serve the public good. I hope Mr. Jiang can understand. I understand, Yang. After having dinner, I will visit the hospital to see my daughter. Let us head to the pedestrian street in the afternoon. I have no objections. After the meal, Jiang Bei brought the reporter to the hospital, and upon entering the ward, he found Yang, who had not taken a nap that day. Yang, how is your health? Jiang Bei inquired with a smile as he approached. Daddy, are you here to take me home? Yang asked eagerly, her face bright with anticipation. The nurse said I'm fine now. I just need another for this afternoon. And then I can be discharged at any time. We will return home together once your mother finishes work tonight, Jiang Bei reassured her, lifting Yang into his arms. He then turned to the reporter, Yang Jijia, and said with a smile, Mr. Yang, this is my daughter. What a lovely little girl. What brings her to the hospital? Yang Jijia asked as he stepped closer. I caught a cold and developed a fever. I tend to kick off my blanket at night, Yang pouted. If it weren't for my impulsiveness that day, I might have gone home already. As others brought up the matter, she felt a bit aggrieved and quickly hugged Jiang Bei's neck. Yang, could you please take a picture of my daughter later? Just make sure not to capture her face, Jiang Bei softly requested. He then sat beside his daughter, gradually soothing her to sleep. When the nurse came to administer the four, Yang Jijia seized the opportunity to take a candid shot. Mr. Jiang, what do you think of this one? The photograph captured a small arm with a needle on the back of the hand, simple yet unmistakably depicting a child in the hospital. Jiang Bei was unconcerned with the photographic technique. Seeing that his daughter's face was not exposed, he nodded in satisfaction. As for the reason behind Jiang Bei's daughter being hospitalized, whether it was due to spoiled fruit or her kicking off the blanket, it was beyond Yang Jijia's concern. He would not elaborate on the matter. In his eyes, spending 500 yuan for such a photograph, which might even end up in the newspaper, was trivial, provided the fruit in question truly posed an issue. By nearly 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Jiang Bei took Yang Jijia to the pedestrian street. He aimed to time their arrival for 4:30, just before the crowd surged and while the stale fruit was still available. Chapter 92. Objective achieved upon reaching the pedestrian street around 4:30. Jiang Bei pointed to a shop not far away and said, Mr. Yang, take this 10 yuan and purchase a fruit salad. You will understand. Understood. Yang Zhijia nodded and walked toward the shop. At that hour, the street was devoid of people, and the fruits displayed outside were struggling against the sun with little moisture. When Yang Zhijia arrived, he frowned slightly. The fruit was indeed not very fresh. Boss, I'd like a fruit salad, please, Yang Zhijia said, not elaborating further, and after purchasing the 10 yuan fruit salad, he left. As Jiang Bei observed Yang Zhijia approaching with a furrowed brow, he couldn't help but form a conjecture in his mind. How is it, Brother Yang? Jiang Bei inquired. The fruit is indeed not fresh. It could easily upset one's stomach, but it has not yet spoiled. It's still edible. Yang Zhijia provided an objective assessment. However, it was merely limited to being consumable. Jiang Bei nodded in acknowledgement. In the shaded area nearby, someone noticed Yang Zhijia purchasing a fruit salad and couldn't resist shaking their head. If it's convenient, could we interview some customers who bought the fruit salad? Jiang Bei suggested. That works. These interviews can be directly published in the newspaper, Yang Zhijia agreed, indicating his decision to proceed with the publication. Yet, before Yang Zhijia could conduct the interviews, a few individuals, upon spotting Jiang Bei, brightened and approached him. Boss, what's going on with your shop? When will it reopen? We finished work early, but we don't dare buy from that place. The fruit is simply not fresh. One middle-aged man said, somewhat anxiously. It will be soon. We should be reopening in a few days, Jiang Bei replied with a smile. The man then glanced at the fruit salad in Yang Zhijia's hands, expressing regret. Brother, is this your first time buying a fruit salad? Let me tell you, you should purchase from this little boss's shop. The fruit from that other place is not fresh at all, especially in the afternoons. They only replace the fruit after selling it all by evening. What if you end up with an upset stomach? Yang Zhijia countered. Are you also waiting for fresh fruit? Yes, I bought it for my daughter. If a child gets an upset stomach, it can be quite troublesome and disrupt her schooling. At least this little boss knows how to run a business. Whenever the fruit is not fresh, he simply discards it. Now that's integrity. Yang Zhijia cast a surprised glance at Jiang Bei, but refrained from saying more. I suspect it was that other shop trying to monopolize the market that caused your store to be shut down. But don't blame us, little boss. No one else is selling fruit salads right now. My daughter insists on having them after trying once. In this sweltering summer, it's impossible to buy so many varieties of fruit to prepare at home. The man scratched his head while speaking to Jiang Bei. That's all right. I completely understand. Jiang Bei nodded. At this moment, Yang Zhijia had come to a full realization. It appeared that Jiang Bei was merely seizing the opportune moment. Such matters could go either way in terms of reporting, but the 500 yuan Jiang Bei had provided in advance was of paramount importance. Mr. Jiang, could you hold this fruit salad for me? Yang Zhijia requested. He then used a disposable fork to stir it slightly, pushing some noticeably soft fruit to the top before taking a photograph, followed by a shot of the storefront. Once everything was completed, Yang Zhijia remarked, Mr. Jiang, this matter will appear in tomorrow's newspaper. Thank you, Jiang Bei nodded. If you ever wish to enjoy a fruit salad again, it's on me. Haha. Then I shall thank you in advance, Boss Jiang. Yang Zhijia laughed, waving goodbye as he departed from the pedestrian street. Chapter 93. Pressure. After Yang Zhijia left, Jiang Bei also took his leave. He pedaled his tricycle towards the synthetic fiber factory, embarking on an endeavor he had not undertaken in many years, picking Su Wanrong up from work. In August, the days are long, even at 6 in the evening. It still feels like broad daylight. When Su Wanrong emerged, she immediately spotted Jiang Bei standing at the entrance. A hint of embarrassment washed over her, prompting her to quicken her pace. As she grasped Jiang Bei's arm, she inquired, What brings you here? I came to pick you up, Jiang Bei replied. Observing the faint blush on Su Wanrong's cheeks and feigning ignorance, he asked, Why the rush? It's just people, what does it matter? Su Wanrong shot him a glance, her displeasure evident. Wanrong, why not come home tonight? Jiang Bei proposed suddenly. Su Wanrong halted, slowly lifting her gaze to meet Jiang Bei's earnest eyes. After a moment of inner conflict, she finally nodded. All right, let's go. Hop in. I'll take you to get Yang Yang, Jiang Bei urged, patting the tricycle. Noticing Su Wanrong's hesitation, he couldn't help but slap his forehead. It felt rather shabby. After all, people often assert that they would rather cry in a BMW than laugh on a bicycle. Yet here he was, lacking even a proper bicycle. However, at that moment, Su Wanrong relaxed her furrowed brow and gently took a seat in the back of the tricycle. Let us go back to the hospital, she said. She did not care about the mode of transport. Her agreement signified that she had truly forgiven Jiang Bei. She was willing to embrace a future together, raising their daughter side by side. Jiang Bei stood momentarily stunned, gazing at his wife seated behind him, unsure of what to say. Should he feel moved or joyful? Should he laugh or cry? Why look so miserable? My colleagues have all finished work. It would be embarrassing for them to see you like this. Let's hurry. Su Wanrong could not help but remark. All right. Jiang Bei quickly mounted the tricycle, feeling invigorated as he pedaled towards the hospital. Wanrong, shall we take Yang to the park tomorrow? He asked. Su Wanrong responded softly. On Sunday, our machinery will be returned, and I'll need to work overtime. That works out. Tomorrow is Saturday. We can take Yang to the park. She has been looking forward to it for quite some time. She mentioned it to me during lunch today, Jiang Bei said with a smile. Lunch. Su Wanrong paused, though she wasn't particularly invested in Jiang Bei's business. Her curiosity got the better of her. What about the fruit shop? How's that going? Why have you been coming home so early these past few days? It's Friday. Isn't it usually busy on weekends? Will you be able to leave tomorrow? Nothing to worry about, Jiang Bei replied dismissively. All right, Su Wanrong conceded, wisely choosing not to press further. She had already realized that the shop's business might have declined due to a new competitor nearby. Even if she inquired further, it would not yield any fruitful answers. By the way, Yang is nearly 4 years old. We've delayed this for too long. Now that we have the means, we should enroll her in kindergarten. She needs to interact with other children. It can be quite dull without that, even if she doesn't express it, Su Wanrong remarked. On Monday, I will go to see if there is anything suitable. For now, I will accompany Yang. Jiang Bei replied. A sigh escaped Jiang Bei's lips, as an overwhelming sense of pressure enveloped him once more. Yang was about to start kindergarten, which entailed a significant financial commitment, and there could be no further delays. At the very least, tuition for half a year needed to be paid up front. Presently, after giving Yang Jijia the money, Jiang Bei found himself with less than 100 yuan to his name. Before long, he mounted his bicycle, with Su Wanrong riding alongside him. And they arrived at the hospital. Chapter 94, The Ace Up One's Sleeve. Su Wanrong disembarked, casting a somewhat anxious glance at Jiang Bei. Without waiting for him to secure the bicycle, she hurried towards the ward building. Whether in eagerness to see her daughter or to avoid Jiang Bei remained unclear. After locking the bicycle, Jiang Bei ascended the stairs, reminiscent of the days just a fortnight prior, when he had been utterly destitute. However, the restoration of his family brought a satisfaction that mere financial gain could never yield. His daughter and wife would no longer be at risk of departing from his life, and their home remained intact. When Jiang Bei truly transformed, gradually revealing a new self to Su Wanrong, she, for the sake of Yang, once again granted him an opportunity. He seized this chance. Her anticipation for his metamorphosis was not driven by a desire for monetary gain, but rather for the smile of Yang. Jiang Bei understood all this. Yet, the weight of masculine responsibility struck him unexpectedly. With his fruit salad business shut down and devoid of capital, where could he possibly seek to earn money? With a resigned shake of his head, Jiang Bei arrived at the ward on the 4th floor. Inside, Yang had changed into her little outfit, and upon seeing her daughter, Zhang Hong's face brightened with a smile. Jiang Bei, observing them for a moment at the doorway, eventually stepped inside. Daddy, Yang as always, abandoned Su Wanrong's embrace and extended her arms towards Jiang Bei. You only know to look for your father, Su Wanrong chided gently, tapping Yang's small head. It is said that daughters are their parents' little darlings. Does that mean you are solely your father's little darling? Once Jiang Bei cradled Yang in his arms. She turned to Su Wanrong and playfully stuck out her tongue, her mischievous demeanor evoking both love and exasperation from Su Wanrong. The nurse just came by and said Yang is fine now and can be discharged at any time. But please be cautious over the next few days and ensure she does not catch a chill again, Zhang Hong remarked. Don't worry, Grandma. Last time, it was Yang who deliberately kicked off the blanket. You see, if Yang hadn't stayed in the hospital a few extra days, how could Mama ever forgive Daddy? Yang said with a beaming smile, seemingly reveling in her cleverness. However, you mustn't do that again, understand? When you fall ill, everyone worries, Zhang Hong replied, patting Yang's small head. I know, Grandma, Yang responded in a cheerful, bright voice. You too should return and live well. And refrain from constantly coming to see me every few days. If you come back again, I shall not concern myself with you. Jiang Bei has changed now. He knows how to cherish his family. In time, everything will be all right. Zhang Hong could not help but admonish Su Wanrong once more. Yet the trace of sorrow etched between her brows was difficult to conceal. I understand, Mother, Su Wanrong nodded. Your father and Dong Liang have been overseeing the fruit shop these past few days. There's nothing to worry about. Jiang Bei, you should spend more time at home with Yang, Zhang Hong added. Su Wanrong paused momentarily, glancing up at Jiang Bei, who remained silent, merely nodding in agreement. She had never considered that the fruit shop's business might encounter troubles. Jiang Bei, being well-versed in the tempests of life, comprehended the intricacies of commerce. He merely needed to bide his time. In his estimation, by tomorrow at the latest, the rival store would be shut down. In this era, mobile phones were not yet smartphones, and the new media industry would not flourish for several years. Thus, newspapers became the vital conduit through which families learned about the outside world and local news. It is no exaggeration to say that the Donghai Daily was Jiang Bei's trump card. Remarkably, this advantage cost him a mere 500 yuan. Chapter 95. Su Wanrong's breakdown. Later that evening, Jiang Bei rode a tricycle home with Yang and Su Wanrong. "Wait for me a moment. I need to buy some vegetables," Jiang Bei announced. Su Wanrong intended to call out to him, but he had already departed. Shortly after, Jiang Bei returned from the market with meat, eggs, and vegetables. Having washed her hands and donned an apron, Su Wanrong was about to take the groceries when Jiang Bei grasped her hand firmly. "What are you doing?" Su Wanrong asked, taken aback. At that moment, Jiang Bei had already moved behind her, gently untying her apron. To her astonishment, he began to wear it himself. "Wanrong, I acknowledge my past mistakes. In the days to come, I will care for you and Yang. Grant me this final opportunity, and I shall not disappoint you again," Jiang Bei declared earnestly. Su Wanrong's face flushed crimson, and instinctively, she withdrew her hand from his grasp. Who said I would give you another chance?" she murmured softly. "That's merely a chance I am granting myself," Jiang Bei replied with a smile. "The child is still here, do be mindful." Su Wanrong turned her head away, no longer looking at Jiang Bei. Meanwhile, Yang covered her eyes with her hands. Peeking through her fingers at the tender scene between her parents, a smile gracing her face. This was the life she yearned for. "I'll go keep Yang company," Su Wanrong suddenly exclaimed, darting back to the living room. Jiang Bei chuckled, carrying the groceries into the kitchen. Before long, the sound of Su Wanrong scolding Yang could be heard. "What are you looking at, you little rascal? Mommy, have you and Daddy made up? Hey, Mommy, why is your face so red? Are you feeling unwell?" "I'm not. You're really going to drive me crazy. Hee, Mommy is just shy, isn't she?" As the sizzling sounds of cooking filled the kitchen, Su Wanrong's heart stirred. When had he learned to cook? Yet the enticing aroma wafting from the kitchen was undeniably alluring. Soon, Jiang Bei began to place dishes upon the dining table. "Do try it. Scrambled eggs with tomatoes, stir-fried celery with meat, and peas. Make sure to indulge in the peas. They are excellent for beauty and complexion. Did you make these?" Although Su Wanrong knew the answer, she could not help but ask. The sight before her still struck her as somewhat unbelievable. Just moments ago, she had contemplated entering the kitchen to assist Jiang Bei, fearing he might ruin the dishes. However, she hesitated, feeling somewhat constrained, and ultimately allowed him to take charge. Initially, she thought that as long as Jiang Bei, who claimed to be inept in the kitchen, produced something edible, it would suffice. Yet, remarkably, the aroma wafting from his creations was irresistible. She found herself swallowing hard, her appetite awakened. Could it be that the food had descended from the heavens? Jiang Bei inquired with a smile. At that moment, Yang picked up her tiny spoon and took a bite of the eggs, promptly uttering a statement that left Su Wanrong even more flustered. "Mom, you should try it. Dad's cooking is tastier than yours." Just as she settled down, Su Wanrong felt as though she could no longer grip her chopsticks. "If you enjoy it, I shall make it for you every day," Jiang Bei cheerfully declared as he returned to the kitchen to serve rice. Meanwhile, Su Wanrong gazed at the array of dishes before her, her emotions a tumultuous storm. "Mom, you should learn from Dad next time. I've cooked for you for years. Yet Dad's meal is still superior." Su Wanrong shot a pointed glance at her daughter. "Mom, you must try it. Only then will you understand," Yang urged, shaking Su Wanrong's arm with eager anticipation. Observing her daughter's enthusiasm, the anger Su Wanrong had carefully cultivated began to dissipate. Hesitantly, she picked up her chopsticks and placed a piece of the egg in her mouth. "Mom, isn't Dad's cooking better than yours?" Yang asked excitedly. Chapter 96. A tinge of jealousy. Such delicious food, and you still find it hard to keep quiet. Su Wanrong glared at Yang. She could not help but click her tongue, pondering. When did he become adept at cooking? Rice is served. Before long, Jiang Bei returned with a bowl of rice. Noticing the clearly disturbed chopsticks, and could not resist asking, "Wanrong, how does it taste?" "Dad, please don't ask Mom," Yang interjected, tugging at Jiang Bei's arm. "Oh, what's wrong?" Jiang Bei appeared momentarily taken aback, as he was a novice when it came to navigating the emotional landscape between his wife and daughter. "Mom is upset because your cooking is better than hers," Yang whispered. Jiang Bei turned sharply, his face a mask of surprise as he looked at Su Wanrong across the table. "I'm not upset. The food is delightful, Su Wanrong replied, pursing her lips. Although it was clear she was holding something back, she then turned to Yang Yang. You talk too much. Hurry and eat. Jiang Bei could not help but chuckle. What are you laughing at? Su Wanrong retorted, though she quickly chastised herself for her tone and attempted to suppress her smile. I want to laugh anymore. I want to laugh anymore. Let us eat. Jiang Bei hastily lowered his head. After the meal, Jiang Bei took it upon himself to wash the dishes. Although they still slept in separate rooms that evening, compared to the earlier days, Jiang Bei's heart felt considerably lighter. This was the essence of home. In 2 lifetimes, he had never experienced the warmth of home, yet he was determined to provide the best life for the mother and daughter. Dad. Just as Jiang Bei was lost in thought, Yang Yang entered the room. Dear, what time is it? Why aren't you asleep? Jiang Bei inquired with a smile, glancing at his daughter standing at the doorway. Behind her, Su Wanrong appeared, clad in her nightgown, her gentle oval face now marked by a hint of frost. She insisted on coming to find you at this late hour, hoping you would tell her a story, Su Wanrong remarked coolly. She had initially resolved to divorce this man and raise their daughter independently. Yet, now he seemed transformed, earning a living and exhibiting a newfound stability. His flaws had been rectified, and he was fulfilling his promises. Most importantly, he had begun to show genuine concern for both her and their daughter. It appeared that divorce was no longer an option. Logically, this should be a positive development, but upon returning home, all she could hear from her daughter was how wonderful Daddy was. Jealousy stirred within Su Wanrong. I've heard all the stories from Mommy multiple times, unlike Daddy. He tells new tales every day, Yang Yang chimed in. Then, will she stay with me tonight? Jiang Bei turned to Su Wanrong, wishing to invite her to stay as well, yet the words stuck in his throat. Su Wanrong took a deep breath and replied with irritation, from now on. She will stay with you. It will make things easier for me. Remember to cover her with a blanket at least 3 times during the night. Jiang Bei scratched his head, momentarily unsure of how to navigate the situation. However, Su Wanrong offered him no respite, turning on her heel and retreating to her room. Dad, you don't need to worry. Yang Yang won't kick off the blanket tonight, Yang Yang whispered softly. Jiang Bei gazed at Su Wanrong's retreating figure and then at his daughter, who stood by the bed with a hopeful expression, and he couldn't help but smile wryly. What story shall I tell you tonight? Perhaps the tale of Thumbelina? He suggested as he cradled Yang Yang in his arms. Dad, is she really the size of a thumb? Yang Yang asked, measuring her thumb with her fingers. You'll find out soon, he replied. As night deepened, with Yang Yang's steady breathing beside him, Jiang Bei lay awake, staring at the ceiling, finding it difficult to sleep. He turned onto his side and gently stroked his daughter's hair. Tomorrow, everything would come to a conclusion. Chapter 97. Awaiting the ceiling at dawn, Jiang Bei rose early, purchasing breakfast for Yang Yang and Su Wanrong before heading to the pedestrian street. He had yet to receive any news regarding the inspection of the fruits in his shop. Jiang Bei was certain that there could be no issues with his produce. The newly opened fruit shop on the street, however, was bustling with activity. Looking at the seal on his shop's door and then at the thriving business next door, Jiang Bei felt his gaze grow increasingly cold. When the morning newspaper arrived, announcing the suspension of operations, he bought a copy and stood in the shade, reading it intently. The incident of the synthetic fiber factory destroying defective products was swiftly reported, gracing the front page of today's newspaper, accompanied by striking photographs. Meanwhile, Jiang Bei discovered his ace. 3 photographs for which he had spent 500 yuan, one depicting a small hand receiving and 4 in a hospital, another showcasing a shop sign, and a black and white image of a not-so-fresh fruit salad. Normally, such images would serve as a conventional means to enhance a store's visibility. However, in this case, the notoriety had taken a turn for the worse, signaling a grave situation. With just a few strokes of his pen, Yang Jijia turned the entire narrative upside down. He commenced with the perils of spoiled fruit, subsequently imposing the dire consequence of a child's hospitalization. This resembled the tactics of unscrupulous editors in later times, who present a few images and rely on fabricated narratives to attract traffic. Yet, it cannot be denied that such tactics have always proven remarkably effective. Now, this newspaper, with its modest column, had become a lethal blow, striking directly at the opponent's Achilles heel. Regardless of the connections the other party might possess, they were rendered powerless. That photograph of the fruit salad served as irrefutable evidence. Jiang Bei was more than willing to stoke the flames further. He approached the fruit salad shop with the newspaper in hand, waiting to purchase a fruit salad while perusing the paper. Sunshine fruit salad? Oh, isn't that the very establishment? Jiang Bei exclaimed with sudden suspicion. What's the big news today, brother? The synthetic fiber factory had a defect and destroyed some products. But look at this, my friend. Isn't this the same shop? Jiang Bei leaned towards a nearby individual. Indeed, it's this very shop, came the response. Yikes. Their fruit is problematic. Look at the photograph up top. A child ended up in the hospital. Jiang Bei pointed emphatically at the newspaper. Impossible? It seems fine. Another person interjected. But isn't that the case? On weekends, their sales are brisk, yet during regular days, even if the fruit is not fresh, they simply don't discard it. No way. I won't buy it anymore. Such earnings lack conscience. The fruit appears fine now, but what if it's rotten inside? I'd rather go home and buy a few items to prepare for my daughter myself. What if this shopkeeper tries to deceive people with subpar goods? Who are we buying the fruit salad for? Most of it is for our daughters and wives. After many had caught wind of the news, Jiang Bei finally departed from the pedestrian street. Although the fruit salad shop still attracted a crowd, no one was making purchases. People began to share their sentiments about the shop's unscrupulous practices, claiming that the fruits used were of inferior quality. What? You don't believe it? Just look, it's glaringly written in the newspaper. They noted that such news would soon reach the Industrial and Commercial Bureau, leading to an inspection that would likely seal the shop. Jiang Bei merely had to bide his time. Given the uproar, such a closure would be far more severe than any health inspection. Health authorities might seal a shop for a week at most before reopening it. The adversary is employing such trivial schemes, first seizing all the business opportunities in Jiang Bei, then gradually toying with him, occasionally sending a few people to create disturbances, rendering his business untenable, compelling him to retreat in the face of difficulties. However, should the authorities arrive to seal off the establishment, it would not merely be a matter of a few days before resuming operations. Chapter 98. The weight of burden. Su Wanrong had long awoken. Before leaving in the morning, Jiang Bei had carried their daughter back to her room, and thereafter, she found herself unable to return to slumber, gazing at the serene visage of Yang, who was peacefully asleep. The jealousy she had harbored through the night suddenly dissipated. Children are indeed flesh of their mother's flesh. How could a mother not cherish her child? Su Wanrong gently tidied the disheveled strands of hair from Yang's forehead, sweeping them back and allowing a smile to grace her face. That man had changed. The household had finally settled into a semblance of stability. Once Yang grew older, she hoped to find herself in a more relaxed state. Mommy. Yang slowly opened her eyes and met her mother's gaze. Oh. Su Wanrong smiled softly in response. Where's Daddy? Your father isn't coming back. He has gone out to sell fruit. Su Wanrong lightly tapped Yang's little head with a hint of exasperation. Humph, Mommy is deceiving Yang. Daddy hasn't brought any fruit for Yang these past few days. Yang pouted, resembling a miniature adult. Before Su Wanrong could ponder further, the sound of a door creaking open reached her ears. Daddy is back. Yang struggled to rise, eager to leap from the bed, yet her small stature hindered her, leaving her to call out anxiously, Mommy. Mommy, you truly are my little ancestor. Su Wanrong sighed softly, picking up Yang and stepping outside. Daddy, where did you go this morning? Yang, nestled in her mother's arms, still waved her little hand towards Jiang Bei. I just took a quick glance at the fruit shop. Jiang Bei replied with a smile. As it happens, the weather outside is delightful today. We should take Yang to the park for a stroll. Our little girl has just recovered from her illness and deserves to bask in the sunlight. He then glanced at the table where the soy milk and youtiao had undoubtedly cooled, saying, the soy milk and youtiao have gone cold. Let me warm them up for you. But Su Wanrong opened her mouth to speak, only to be silenced by Yang's tiny hand pressing against her lips, forcing her to swallow her words. Shoo, Mommy is obviously very happy, so let us not say such insincere things. Yang's south eyes narrowed into crescent shapes, mercilessly exposing her mother's true feelings. After a busy week, Jiang Bei finally found respite on this Saturday, cherishing the time spent with his wife and child, which became his utmost priority. Once Su Wanrong had dressed Yang, a radiant smile adorned her face, not to mention the unrestrained joy Yang exhibited outdoors, alternating between demanding her father's embrace and her mother's, creating a lively atmosphere. After a while, Su Wanrong sat beneath a tree's shade with Yang in her arms, wiping the sweat from her brow. I've inquired about something. What is it? Jiang Bei turned to her, momentarily taken aback. It concerns Yang's enrollment in kindergarten, Su Wanrong explained. The nearby Liangliang kindergarten is still accepting children, but I feel it may be a bit late for Yang to start now. Su Wanrong hesitated for a moment before continuing. There is a newly opened kindergarten next to the International Hotel, set to commence operations on Monday. Many of my colleagues plan to enroll their children there. However, it is quite expensive. The monthly fee is substantial. Money should not be a concern, Wanrong. From now on, do not worry about finances. Jiang Bei suddenly interjected. his expression serious. I am a man, your husband, and Yang Yang's father. I will earn the money and shoulder the responsibilities of this family. As long as it is good for Yang Yang and you, we should not be concerned about the cost. I will find ways to earn, ensuring you both live well. Su Wanrong gazed at Jiang Bei, momentarily taken aback. She then instinctively lowered her head to gently stroke Yang Yang's small head. Such heartfelt words she had heard many times recently, yet never had they stirred her as deeply as they did now. Chapter 99. A man's responsibility. That place is indeed too expensive. Su Wanrong shook her head. The kindergarten nearby, Liangliang Kindergarten, charges only 120 yuan a month. However, the one next to the International Hotel is bilingual, charging 500 a month and requires a half-year payment up front, which totals 3,000 yuan. Su Wanrong felt conflicted. Although she had witnessed Jiang Bei earn a substantial amount of money recently, providing her with 100,000 yuan to alleviate her difficulties in just a week. She felt gratitude, but no inclination to indulge in luxuries like fine clothing or handbags. In the heart of this ordinary woman, even a month's salary could not cover the kindergarten fees, which seemed exorbitant. Yet, before she could contemplate the details of comparing the kindergartens, she heard Jiang Bei exclaim, "Bilingual is excellent. This is the one." Su Wanrong looked up, perplexed. What is the difference? Her eyes reflected confusion. How could Jiang Bei understand kindergartens? Daddy, what does bilingual mean? Yang Yang could not help but ask, her large eyes filled with anticipation. As Su Wanrong mentioned, little Yang Yang was already 4 years old. Her peers were already attending kindergarten, and she too wished to meet other children and have playmates her age. With the family now financially stable, this matter could not be delayed any longer. It means you will learn 2 languages there. The teachers at the kindergarten will teach you to speak English, Jiang Bei explained, pinching Yang Yang's cheek. Oh, Yang Yang can also speak English. Apple is called apa, she exclaimed excitedly. Jiang Bei smiled and gave her a thumbs up. You're amazing, Yang Yang. Jiang Bei, is that really useful? Don't they teach English in elementary school too? Besides, we won't be going abroad or anything. Why should she learn their language at such a young age? Su Wanrong questioned, feeling conflicted. It is useful, not just a gimmick, Jiang Bei asserted, straightening himself. Su Wanrong's gaze remained somewhat bewildered. Clearly, she did not grasp the implications. If they advertised as a bilingual kindergarten, it undoubtedly implied that the teachers possessed sufficient qualifications to educate the children effectively. Otherwise, in other kindergartens, the quality of the teachers varies significantly. What if the children cry and the teachers resort to hitting them? These are matters beyond our observation. The higher fees of esteemed kindergartens are justified by various factors, including the environment and the educational qualifications of the teachers, which ensure that Yang Yang receives a superior education, something that cannot be quantified by mere monetary value. Jiang Bei stated with a serious expression. Wanrong, consider this. We cannot always accompany our child in the future. Yet we must ensure that our daughter does not lag behind from the very start. Su Wanrong bit her lip and nodded, unable to offer further rebuttal. However, regarding finances, Wanrong, you must remember, never worry about money in the future, Jiang Bei reassured her. Su Wanrong stared blankly at Jiang Bei, evading his gaze, before softly agreeing, all right. Jiang Bei then settled beside Su Wanrong, pondering the closure of the fruit shop and the uncertainty of its reopening, which rendered the prospect of affording Yang Yang's kindergarten fees a significant concern. Indeed, his burdens were immense. He was not only responsible for his own family, but also for the Su family. After all, Su Guoyang and his son had resigned from their construction jobs to assist him. Nevertheless, these were the responsibilities a man ought to bear, and the sight of the mother and daughter beside him made him willingly shoulder such burdens. Chapter 100. Quality issues. By 10 o'clock in the morning, the weather was gradually warming up. Jiang Bei rented a swan boat for 5 yuan, and the family of 3 floated serenely on the lake. Yang Yang, cradled in Su Wanrong's arms, had played until exhaustion and drifted into slumber. Jiang Bei pedaled the boat slowly, enjoying the tranquil weekend moments alongside Su Wanrong. Are you tired of holding her? Shall I take over for a while? Jiang Bei turned with a smile. I'm not tired. Let me hold her. Please don't wake Yang Yang. She just fell asleep, Su Wanrong whispered. Your work situation has stabilized for now. I will take Yang Yang to kindergarten on Monday and drop her off. Our Yang Yang is sensible. She won't cause trouble for the teachers in the little class. Jiang Bei remarked with a smile. Yes, my parents are free now. They can help at the shop with the fruit salads, Su Wanrong added. Everything will turn out well. Jiang Bei turned to admire Su Wanrong's beautiful profile. Su Wanrong lowered her head, responding softly. Jiang Bei chuckled gently, choosing not to speak further as he continued to pedal, the white swan boat gliding gracefully across the shimmering lake, reflecting the tender scene of their family reunited in harmony. After breakfast, Su Guoyang routinely went downstairs to purchase the day's newspaper, settling into the sofa to read. The family of three sat together in the living room, each wearing a troubled expression. The promising days ahead seemed so close, yet they were now marred by the actions of others. "Old man, what shall we do in the days to come?" Zhang Hong gently wiped away tears from the corners of her eyes, having cried more than once over this matter in recent days. Yet, she felt helpless. The only thing she could do was to pretend as if nothing had happened in front of her daughter. "Mom, please don't worry so much, all right? Days have passed. Yet what good is your weeping? It has been said that your brother-in-law will resolve the matter," Su Dongliang remarked with some impatience, but after venting his frustrations, he could only sigh in resignation. He was well aware that his mother had a tendency to be overly chatty, yet her behavior was beginning to wear on his nerves. He will find a solution, trust him. What solutions could he possibly devise? Zhang Hong wiped away her tears, unable to contain herself. Just when a glimmer of hope appeared, it was swiftly overshadowed. "Look at this." Suddenly, Su Guoyang interrupted Zhang Hong's incessant murmurs. "What?" Zhang Hong turned her head to see Su Guoyang standing up, retrieving his glasses case from beneath the television cabinet. After donning his spectacles, he returned to examine the newspaper. "Look at this report." Su Guoyang pointed to a modest section in the corner. "Dongliang, didn't your brother-in-law ask Director Song to help find a journalist that day?" Su Guoyang inquired. "I believe so," Su Dongliang nodded, suddenly realizing something and moved closer. The three photographs instantly captured the attention of the Su family. "Isn't that Yang?" Zhang Hong exclaimed in surprise, as she had indeed seen the journalist whom Jiang Bei brought that day. "Isn't this my brother-in-law?" Su Dongliang was momentarily stunned. "Don't speak carelessly," Su Guoyang admonished in a hushed tone. "This is excellent news. He truly accomplished it." Su Guoyang slapped his thigh, eyes wide with astonishment. "But does this matter?" "It's not genuine," Zhang Hong questioned, puzzled. "Once this newspaper is published, their store will undoubtedly be investigated for a few days. Those fruit photographs are not fabricated. Their produce has quality issues," Su Guoyang replied, shaking his head. At that moment, he had yet to grasp the gravity of the situation. Even assuming their adversary's establishment would face scrutiny similar to Jiang Bei's, reopening after a few days. However, genuine food safety issues are never so easily resolved. "Dongliang, let us go to the pedestrian street," Su Guoyang declared, setting the newspaper aside and rising. "I will accompany you." Zhang Hong also stood up. Chapter 101, Public Reporting. "What did your brother-in-law say the other day? How many days until our store can reopen?" Su Guoyang inquired during their journey. "He mentioned that the health department can only shut us down for a maximum of 7 days. They have no substantial evidence against us, merely stating they would investigate further. And we should be able to reopen in no more than a week," Su Dongliang responded. The issues identified by the health department were not related to the fruit itself, and the alleged reports of wrongdoing were utterly baseless. The so-called minor infraction by Jiang Bei, which involved placing crates of fruit on the ground, could easily be rectified. No matter how powerful the opposing party may be, it is unreasonable for them to completely shut down their operations. Upon hearing this, Su Guoyang nodded, his expression somewhat grave. "Father, it will be fine. Once our store reopens, we will be back on our feet and earning again," Su Dongliang said with a smile. Having seen his brother-in-law's efforts in getting the story published, Su Dongliang began to comprehend the situation, yet he remained too youthful to fully grasp the complexities at play. Su Guoyang remained silent, his eyes still filled with worry. What if this made the news? What if they couldn't defeat their adversaries? Would they be shut down for 7 days? Their opponent had connections. They might get back to business in a matter of days. What if they retaliated even more fiercely afterward? A mere 7 days could cripple their operations. He was not particularly concerned about his own fate, as he was of an age where retirement loomed on the horizon. He wanted to assist his son in accumulating some savings while he still had the strength. But what about the future? What would his son do? Would he merely follow in Jiang Bei's footsteps in business? That 100,000 had indeed ignited a glimmer of hope. But such money came swiftly and vanished just as quickly. No savings were made. The precarious nature of living day by day was something the older generation had always despised. However, upon reaching the pedestrian street, he dispelled his lingering concerns. In the distance, he could see a crowd gathered at the center of the pedestrian street. It was the location of the newly opened fruit shop, where many people were milling about, shouting in confusion. "Hey, their shop must be in trouble." Su Dongliang felt a surge of joy and quickly took hold of Zhang Hong's arm. "Mom, be careful. There are too many people. Don't get knocked over." "Dongliang, what is going on?" Zhang Hong inquired. "It must be that brother-in-law reported their stale fruit. Now someone is here to handle it," Su Dongliang replied. Dad, Mom, let us go take a look. But let us keep quiet and avoid causing trouble, Su Guoyang advised. Don't worry, Dad. It's about time they were shut down. Yesterday afternoon, I didn't even dare to buy fruit from them. It was all spoiled. Why is it that as soon as they opened, the little shop at the corner got investigated? They say there are quality issues. What quality issues? Every morning, before the fruit even arrives, you can see them cleaning up. These unscrupulous merchants are at fault. They don't throw away rotten fruit. Don't they have nightmares about the ill-gotten money they earn? Good. They deserve to be shut down. Such shops should never have been allowed to open. As they approached, the cacophony of insults surged from the crowd. Many who had come to buy fruit were also curious about the commotion, quickly learning about the newspaper report and joining in the boycott. Consequently, after Jiang Bei's arrival that morning, not a single serving of fruit had been sold at that shop. Similarly, throughout the morning, the Industrial and Commercial Bureau received an overwhelming number of phone complaints. Some were bewildered but had no choice but to send a colleague to investigate, having heard that it had been reported in the press. When the officials arrived, their expressions darkened. Chapter 102. Learn well from your brother-in-law. The fruit on display bore an uncanny resemblance to the photos in the newspaper. Yet, the store staff, faced with the customer's ire, remained defiantly unyielding. Buy it or don't. You're all just making noise. How can this fruit be good? If it doesn't sell, we can't possibly replace it. If you want tea, buy ours. Go buy from someone else. When the officials approached, the staff were left in utter disbelief. As soon as the clerk caught sight of the documents presented from across the counter, he realized that the situation was far from simple. To make matters worse, the boss was absent from Donghai, having ventured to Linshur to conduct business. Brother, this is not a matter for you to concern yourself with. We have been wronged. Once our boss returns tomorrow, everything will be resolved. The clerk, being a relative of the owner, was well aware of the family's influence. Resolved? Are you selling this fruit? What if someone gets sick from it? The expression of the industrial and commercial personnel had darkened significantly. What can we do? In this sweltering heat, no fruit can withstand the blazing sun, and yet these people are here cursing us without making a purchase. We are powerless, brother, the clerk replied nonchalantly, even offering a cigarette to the officials. Come, seize his business license and shut down the store. Wait, brother, what do you mean by that? Is there no room for reason? I've already stated that when my boss returns, there will be no issues. Do you not understand? The official, equally irate, retorted. I do not care who you know. If you sell this fruit, who else should we shut down if not your store? It doesn't matter who your boss is. The officials were already in a foul mood, having been summoned at midday without having had their lunch. Now, provoked further, their tempers flared. Dare to sell such fruit? Even if your boss were a deity, it would make no difference. Unable to contain himself, the clerk shouted, Everyone, stay put. I will call my boss. My boss is Bai Pengwei. He is brothers with your director Zhang. My director's surname is Wang, and my deputy's surname is Li. If your store isn't closed today, I will write my name backward. Enough. Let go of me. The farce unfolded accordingly. Su Guoyang, witnessing this scene, was momentarily taken aback. Dad, what is happening? Su Dongliang was equally bewildered. It seems the industrial and commercial personnel are sealing our store. Is it for health reasons? Su Guoyang muttered. Suddenly, cheers erupted nearby. Good. Seal it well. Such scoundrels should have had their stores shut down long ago. Hey, the industrial and commercial officials are here. How will this store continue to operate? It might as well be closed for good. If that small boss's store is unsealed in a few days, we'll be able to buy fresh fruit again. He has been wronged. It will be resolved in no more than 7 days. This place will not be reopening. The surrounding chatter clarified the situation for the Su father and son. The personnel sealing the store had changed, and so had the nature of the sealing. The involvement of the industrial and commercial authorities meant this was not a mere temporary closure. Su Guoyang's eyes widened in astonishment. Dad, my brother-in-law really succeeded. Su Dongliang exclaimed with excitement. Indeed, Su Guoyang nodded, gazing at his son, whose face was brimming with joy. After a moment, he said, Dongliang, listen well and learn from your brother-in-law. Make something of yourself. I know, I will definitely earn a fortune alongside my brother-in-law. Su Dongliang replied emphatically. Su Guoyang regarded him with a deep gaze, choosing not to say more, yet a relaxed smile graced his face. In the afternoon, Jiang Bei returned home with his wife and daughter, oblivious to the happenings at the pedestrian street. However, he was well aware that even if there were no closures today, tomorrow would undoubtedly bring restrictions. He merely needed to await the reopening of his shop, after which everything would fall into place. That moment would arrive soon. Chapter 103. Entering the garden on this Sunday, Su Wanrong rose early to work overtime at the synthetic fiber factory, while Jiang Bei took Yang Yang out. Although he had made a decision in his heart, He first led Yang Yang to a few nearby kindergartens. Unfortunately, the results were not as he had hoped. While the affordable prices were an advantage, they were met with Jiang Bei, who wished to provide everything for his wife and daughter. The location of the International Hotel was undoubtedly the epicenter of Donghai City. To establish a kindergarten in such a prestigious area attested to the ambition and capabilities of its owner. "Dad, this place seems quite expensive," Yang Yang remarked nervously, tugging at Jiang Bei's sleeve as she surveyed the opulent kindergarten. Yet, within her gaze, anxiety and anticipation coexisted. She yearned to attend kindergarten and make friends her age. But she was also concerned about becoming a burden to her father due to the steep tuition fees. She had overheard her father's conversations with the principals of the other kindergartens they had visited. "Don't worry about it," Jiang Bei reassured her with a smile, lifting her into his arms. "You are just a child. There's no need to concern yourself with money. Daddy is here for you." Once they entered the kindergarten, a staff member came to greet them, and Jiang Bei was escorted to the director's office on the second floor. The fees were clear, 500 yuan per month, which included meals. Moreover, the quality of teachers was a significant consideration for Jiang Bei. Here, it was evident that there was a noticeable improvement, as each class required its head teacher to possess at least a bachelor's degree. Each class would also be staffed with 3 educators, a lead teacher, an assistant, and a caregiver, each fulfilling their own responsibilities, an arrangement that starkly contrasted with the cheaper kindergartens. Although the price here is somewhat higher, the education your child receives is distinctly different, the middle-aged man across from him remarked. "I can assure you that the principal of our Blue Sky kindergarten is the wife of the International Hotel owner. So the quality of food provided for the children is on par with that of the hotel." "That is indeed reassuring," Jiang Bei acknowledged. Placing the document he held on the table, he felt quite satisfied with this kindergarten. At that moment, the director glanced at Jiang Bei and added, "Although we have just opened, we have nearly filled our current slots. If you wish for your daughter to attend, you must act swiftly. Classes commence on Monday. And after another week, we likely will not be accepting new students. We maintain a strict limit of 25 children per class. I genuinely wish to enroll my daughter here." Jiang Bei stated. "Is it a matter of price?" The director inquired, furrowing his brow. "This fee is quite reasonable. You may not be aware of the advantages and costs associated with bilingual kindergartens. In large cities, facilities of this caliber often charge 800 per month. This price is indeed fair." Jiang Bei nodded in agreement. "However, I am uncertain if my daughter is suited for this environment. Do you offer trial classes?" The regulations allow for a trial class lasting 1 week. The master hesitated momentarily before nodding in agreement. Through Jiang Bei's attire, he could ascertain that he was not a wealthy individual. However, he did not exhibit the demeanor typical of an ordinary citizen. Upon seeing him and the accompanying price, one would expect an air of discomfort to manifest. In recent days, he had attended to parents from average families. Yet when confronted with such pricing, these parents seldom voiced a desire for a trial class. Conversely, those who did express such a wish were generally inclined to enroll their children. "That works perfectly. If my daughter finds this place suitable, I shall complete the tuition payment by next Friday." Jiang Bei nodded with a smile. "Please assist me in processing my daughter's enrollment procedures." Upon learning that the principal was the wife of the International Hotel owner, Jiang Bei suddenly recalled something. It seemed he could acquire additional partners. Chapter 104. A new business venture prior to this year. The International Hotel held an unequivocal dominance in the Donghai hospitality sector. However, since then, its standing had plummeted dramatically. This decline stemmed not only from external competitive pressures, but also from internal shortcomings. It was rumored that the hotel had disastrously managed a banquet for a prominent figure, tarnishing its reputation as a result. If Jiang Bei's memory served him correctly, this incident had transpired in recent days, primarily due to issues with the kitchen's electrical wiring that caused a power outage. Given that it was the sweltering summer, one could only imagine the state of the fruit platters that followed. Preserving freshness was already a commendable outcome, but serving a collection of lukewarm fruits in such heat? It would have been far better to offer chilled watermelon. Moreover, today Jiang Bei discovered that the principal of this kindergarten was married to the owner of the International Hotel, which clarified his earlier perplexities. Although this ambitious bilingual kindergarten had not suffered significant repercussions, it had ceased its vigorous attempts to seize the Donghai market. Thus, the inability of the large-scale Blue Sky kindergarten to further expand was undoubtedly linked to the decline of the International Hotel. Casting a glance at the hotel in the distance, Jiang Bei departed with Yang Yang, determined to assist the hotel's owner in making Yang Yang's experience at kindergarten more comfortable. Not to mention, he had been contemplating potential collaborations with various hotels and kindergartens in the future. As for how to leverage his limited memories for some purpose, Jiang Bei had already devised a plan in his mind. Around 6 o'clock, Su Wanrong returned home from work, only to be greeted by an enchanting aroma wafting through the house. "Wanrong, please have a drink first. I've placed 2 bottles of beverages in the refrigerator. It's swelteringly hot, so take a moment to rest. Dinner will be ready shortly." Jiang Bei's voice resonated from the kitchen. At that moment, Yang Yang came bounding into the room. "Mom, let me help you with your bag. You sit down and rest." Su Wanrong handed her small bag to Yang Yang, removed her shoes, and sat on the living room bench with Yang Yang in her arms, unable to resist inquiring, "Why are you so obedient today? Did you do something wrong?" "Not at all. Today, my father took me to kindergarten, and tomorrow I will begin school," Yang Yang said with a smile. "Oh, Yang Yang must be obedient and not make the teacher angry," Su Wanrong replied, momentarily surprised, then broke into a smile. "I know." Although Su Wanrong found it puzzling that Jiang Bei chose not to visit the fruit shop, instead spending these days accompanying Yang Yang, she attributed it to his desire to spend more time with her and did not dwell on it further. After all, their daughter had spent half a month in the hospital, and someone needed to be there for her. "The dishes are ready." While Su Wanrong was lost in thought, Jiang Bei emerged from the kitchen, carrying plates of food. Today he prepared stir-fried pork with green peppers and dry tofu, opting for a modest amount since the summer heat could spoil the food. Jiang Bei wiped the sweat from his forehead and asked, "How was work today? Were you tired?" "It was fine. The factory has resumed production," Su Wanrong replied, then put down her chopsticks and couldn't help but ask, "By the way, have you decided which kindergarten to send Yang Yang to?" She had contemplated this matter today as well. What if Yang Yang struggled to adapt to a prestigious kindergarten? After all, she was just a child from an ordinary family, not one of the affluent. What if she faced bullying? The fees for such an institution would be beyond the reach of a typical family. Yet, she felt a twinge of reluctance. For Jiang Bei's analysis was also valid. Expensive options often come with their own merits. This internal conflict accompanied her throughout the day. "Yes, as you suggested, the bilingual one," Jiang Bei replied. Upon hearing his answer, Su Wanrong felt a sense of reassurance wash over her. She was uncertain why his response brought her such relief, especially as she had been preoccupied with concerns about the costs involved. Deep down, she did not truly wish for Yang Yang to attend that bilingual kindergarten. The price was merely one aspect. The environment was of utmost importance. How could children from wealthy families coexist harmoniously with Yang Yang? What Su Wanrong failed to notice was that she had gradually made room in her heart for Jiang Bei, along with the promise he had made to her. He had assured her just yesterday that he would enroll Yang Yang in the finest kindergarten, ensuring a quality learning environment. This realization was the true source of her newfound sense of security. After a moment's hesitation, Su Wanrong responded, "I've completed Yang Yang's enrollment. Tomorrow morning, I'll take her to school. And I will pick her up in the evening," Jiang Bei explained. "That's good." Su Wanrong nodded, not saying more, as she continued to pick at her food. She remained that gentle yet slightly aloof person, a demeanor undoubtedly influenced by Jiang Bei's behavior over the years. A person's character does not transform overnight. And at least for now, Su Wanrong was not able to interact with Jiang Bei as sweetly as she once did. Meanwhile, little Yang Yang, with her large, curious eyes, flitted her gaze between her father and her quietly eating mother. The night had deepened, and although the couple slept in separate rooms, an unprecedented atmosphere of harmony enveloped them, one that had not been experienced in years. Yang Yang had, after provoking a moment of ire from Su Wanrong, compelled her to concede that Jiang Bei's fairy tales were indeed more captivating than her own. Reluctantly, she allowed Yang Yang to spend the night with Jiang Bei. It was high time to procure a new fairy tale book, lest the daughter she had painstakingly nurtured would grow fond of her father instead. Lying on her side in bed, Su Wanrong was lost in thought. The silvery moonlight seeped through the gaps in the curtains, casting a serene glow upon the floor. After a moment's contemplation, a smile, long absent, graced her face. The sound of Yang Yang's cheerful laughter emanating from the adjacent room finally lulled her into slumber. In the morning, the trio resembled a family that one might envy. Jiang Bei had prepared breakfast, awaiting his wife's awakening. As they shared the meal, Su Wanrong prepared to leave for work, while Jiang Bei planned to take Yang Yang to kindergarten before tending to his own matters. As Su Wanrong was about to depart, she couldn't help but remind him, "I will be late returning from work today. Remember to pick up Yang Yang. She will soon begin school. So please take good care of your business. Dong Liang often speaks highly of you. Do share your knowledge with him." "I understand. Drive safely," Jiang Bei replied with a gentle smile, waving his hand. "Do take care as well," Su Wanrong affirmed, and with that, she hurriedly exited the house, closing the door behind her. However, as she stepped outside, she bit her lip, as if having made a significant decision. Her cheeks flushed slightly. But after taking a few deep breaths and clenching her fists, she descended the stairs. Mama's been very happy these days, Yang remarked. How did you come to that conclusion, my dear? Jiang Bei asked, momentarily taken aback. He had not noticed the change, but he could sense a shift in Su Wanrong's demeanor. Yang, though unsure, replied, I can just feel it. After a brief pause, she added, I think Dad is happy too. Jiang Bei chuckled softly at her observation. Chapter 106. A proposal for cooperation. Once Yang was safely delivered to kindergarten, Jiang Bei departed. Instead of returning home, he made his way to a nearby international hotel, surveying the scene with keen interest. The entrance was adorned with 3 grand rainbow arches, a testament to the distinguished family of the couple about to wed. After pondering for a moment, he entered the hotel lobby. Inside, a sign caught Jiang Bei's eye. The Bei family wedding begins at 12:58 p.m. Location: VIP room number 1 on the 2nd floor. Groom: Bai Dongjia. Bride: Zhang Shaoxian. Jiang Bei reflected for a moment, recalling what the Bei family represented. Though not a prominent lineage, they had engaged in commerce for 3 generations and were certainly no ordinary family. In this era, possessing assets in the hundreds of millions placed them at the pinnacle of Donghai City's social hierarchy. The grand wedding of the Bei family's eldest son had attracted nearly every notable figure in Donghai to celebrate this occasion. Most importantly, today's wedding banquet of the Bei family is precisely the one that the International Hotel in Jiang Bei disastrously mishandled. Such a high-profile event. The Bei family undoubtedly has ample financial resources. Exquisite wines and lavish dishes are expected. However, if the hotel falters in certain aspects, it tarnishes its reputation. And in front of so many distinguished guests, it is a self-inflicted blow to its own prestige. Now, it is already 9:30 in the morning. Jiang Bei sits leisurely in the lobby's lounge area, sipping the complimentary barley tea offered by the hotel. Although his attire does not suggest that he belongs to the class of patrons who frequent such establishments, and he lacks any designer labels, the staff in this grand hotel would not dare to chase him away, provided he does not cause a disturbance. At this moment, several managers in white shirts suddenly appeared at the front desk, hurrying towards the kitchen. Clearly, a crisis had arisen. Jiang Bei remained unperturbed. He understood that it was not yet the opportune moment for him to intervene. Meanwhile, chaos erupted in the kitchen of the International Hotel as electrical cables failed. Several managers rushed in, only to breathe a sigh of relief upon realizing that the banquet's dishes were not affected. Preparations were already underway. Mr. Wang, the dishes will be fine and unaffected by the power outage in the refrigeration unit. But what about the fruits that just arrived? Inquired the head chef responsible for today's banquet. Fruit platters? Mr. Wang's brow furrowed, clearly recognizing the gravity of the situation. In this sweltering summer heat, who truly cares about the taste of the dishes? It is not an exaggeration to say that, although merely a post-meal treat, the significance of the fruit is on par with the main courses. If measures are not taken promptly, the fruits will spoil, and that would be a considerable problem. Furthermore, today's wedding banquet was personally entrusted by the boss and absolutely must not falter. The boss would even be attending this banquet. Jiang Bei slowly rose to his feet and called out to a hurried young manager rushing towards the kitchen. Hello, sir. The manager paused momentarily, but still responded politely, though beads of sweat had started to form on his forehead, indicating his urgency. I would like to discuss a potential collaboration regarding the fruits with your general manager. Is now a convenient time? I have a new fruit product that guarantees coolness and freshness, and the quantities are substantial, Jiang Bei stated. I'm sorry, but we do not require that, the manager said, a flicker of disdain crossing his eyes as he appraised Jiang Bei. He shook his head, bluntly adding, Sir, if you truly wish to discuss a partnership, I would suggest dressing more appropriately next time. The International Hotel does not seek partners of insignificant scale. With that, the manager turned on his heel and hurried back to the kitchen. Chapter 107. Are you amused at my expense? Jiang Bei glanced at his attire and let out a wry smile, shaking his head. He simply could not afford a decent outfit. Even his vehicle was merely a second-hand tricycle he purchased for 50 yuan. However, upon entering the kitchen, Manager Zhang was met with the furious reprimands of their general manager. Wang Haipeng, you're all a bunch of useless fools. The cable has been repaired, and the moment has passed. General Manager Wang, shall I instruct my team to procure the fruits immediately? A member of the kitchen staff inquired earnestly. Where shall we go to purchase the fruits? How much do we need? How many stores must we visit? And what about the cherries that were just prepared yesterday? Along with the imported red grapes, where do you expect us to source such quantities? They will need to be chopped and plated. Will there be enough time? Use your head and contemplate how we can ensure the fruits remain fresh. How can we guarantee their taste, providing coolness and refreshment? The kitchen staff collectively bowed their heads in submission. Yet, what can we do in this sweltering heat? If we resort to ice to forcefully cool them, over time, it will undoubtedly compromise the fruit's flavor. Especially with these expensive varieties, they are particularly delicate. After just a few hours, while the fruits may still be edible, their taste will surely be off, and they will not deliver the anticipated refreshing and thirst-quenching experience. Upon hearing this, the newly arrived manager Zhang appeared momentarily stunned. General Manager Wang, someone outside just mentioned that they have a large quantity of fruits available and can guarantee absolute freshness. They wish to discuss a collaboration. What? Wang Haiping was visibly taken aback. The procurement issue was precisely due to the volume constraints, and if we visit multiple fruit markets, we risk encountering inconsistent quality. For those imported fruits, even if they are not as refreshing, it is feasible to mix them in as long as we preserve their taste. Where is he? Take me to him. General Manager Wang, I just turned him down. Cold sweat trickled down the manager's back. He was unsure if the individual had already left. Go chase after him. If he has departed, you may as well leave too. Wang Haiping strode out decisively. Meanwhile, Jiang Bei, who had arrived at the hotel early in the morning, would not easily relinquish this business opportunity. One reason was to facilitate collaboration with the Blue Sky Kindergarten and the International Hotel. Another was to leverage this wedding banquet to establish a reputation for his fruit delicacies. Before long, Wang Haiping and the young manager hurriedly emerged from the kitchen. General Manager Wang, that is the one seated over there. The young manager's eyes lit up upon spotting Jiang Bei. Him? Wang Haiping halted his steps, scrutinizing Jiang Bei, yet chose to approach silently, showing no overt disdain for Jiang Bei's attire. However, doubts began to stir within him. Why? At a time when the International Hotel was grappling with electrical issues, would someone come seeking a partnership regarding fruits? Is this not a tad too coincidental? Nevertheless, having already committed significant resources to resolve this matter, Wang Haiping had to set aside his suspicions. Even if the other party demands exorbitant prices, he must endure and settle accounts later. Hello, sir, I am Wang Haiping, the general manager of the International Hotel. Wang Haiping sat across from Jiang Bei, his expression grave. Greetings, General Manager Wang. My name is Jiang Bei, and I am in the fruit delicacy business. Jiang Bei nodded and set his teacup down. Do you have a substantial supply of fresh fruits? When can you provide them? Wang Haiping cut straight to the chase, omitting any superfluous dialogue, showing indifference to the slight variation between fruits and fruit delicacies. Anytime you need. Jiang Bei chuckled, yet suddenly hesitated, saying, but the issue at hand is that I currently have no fruit. Are you mocking me? Wang Haiping stood up, his expression growing increasingly somber. Chapter 108. I shall provide you with a satisfactory answer. Although he discerned from Jiang Bei's attire that he did not resemble a wealthy individual or a typical businessman, he pondered, if one were not genuinely facing difficulties, who would willingly place their dwindling hopes in such a person? Even if the individual was a fraud who had rushed over with some news, they ought to present a modicum of sincerity, perhaps by providing some fruit. Yet, paradoxically, this young man before him was utterly unwilling to offer anything, brazenly declaring that he had no fruit at all. What sort of business discussion was this? Wang Haiping found himself both amused and infuriated. No, General Manager Wang, I believe you should take a seat so we may converse at length. Perhaps my approach can assist your hotel in overcoming this predicament? Jiang Bei smiled and shook his head. You claim to be a fruit merchant, yet you have no fruit to offer? Wang Haiping, unwilling to squander any more time with Jiang Bei, thought it prudent to seek alternative solutions. I feel we have no further need to continue. Please, do as you wish. With that, Wang Haiping turned to leave. Mr. Wang, I think you may have misunderstood. I said I am in the fruit dessert business, not merely selling fruit. Jiang Bei's words halted Wang Haiping in his tracks. He turned back to focus on the man still seated before him, a smile gracing his face. His brows slowly knitted together. Fruit dessert? Indeed, fruit dessert. Jiang Bei affirmed with a nod. What is that? Is it not still fruit? It is fruit, yet it is a creation made from fruit. If you are interested, we can continue our discussion. Wang Haiping deliberated for a moment before taking a seat once more across from Jiang Bei. He took a deep breath, suppressing his rising agitation, and said, Speak. Upon witnessing Wang Haiping resuming his seat, Jiang Bei recognized his success. Had he not come, the options left for the International Hotel, or rather for Wang Haiping, would have been limited to two dire paths. The first, to frantically procure fresh fruit from the wholesale market. Yet it was highly unlikely they would find the large quantities of expensive fruit they required. The second, to resort to hastily cooling the fruit with ice, which would severely compromise its quality. The solution is rather simple. Process it with yogurt, Jiang Bei proposed. So you are here to sell yogurt? Wang Haiping instinctively retorted. I do not possess yogurt, but surely your hotel has an ample supply? Jiang Bei inquired. Wang Haiping nodded, still somewhat perplexed about Jiang Bei's true intentions. Was he not merely seizing the opportunity presented by the hotel's sudden predicament for personal gain? In that case, I can assist you in navigating today's challenges. I can create a satisfying fruit dessert using your fruit and yogurt, guaranteeing freshness. Jiang Bei smiled. Why should I trust you? Wang Haiping's brow was furrowed into a knot. Of course, if Mr. Wang had other alternatives, it would be as if I had never come. In business matters, I would never impose my will. Jiang Bei stood up, adopting a posture that suggested he was ready to depart at any moment. Wang Haiping did not attempt to retain him. Instead, he lifted his gaze to Jiang Bei, his eyes profound, as if he sought to penetrate the very essence of this young man before him. What is your true intention? Wang Haiping could no longer contain his curiosity. He realized that he could not quite decipher this individual, and coupled with the unforeseen circumstances of the day, he found himself in a precarious position. Naturally, it is to collaborate with the hotel, Jiang Bei replied with a smile. If Mr. Wang believes that my fruit salad is suitable for your establishment, we could embark on a long-term partnership. If your fruit salad can indeed help me navigate today's predicament, I can offer you a response that will undoubtedly satisfy you. Chapter 109. Leave it to me, Jiang Bei chuckled. Those in such esteemed positions who are solely concerned with immediate gains, and who forget those who assisted them once they have weathered their storms, could hardly maintain their standing. Admittedly, such individuals do exist, though they are few. At least, the current Wang Haiping did not appear to be one of those petty souls. Moreover, an international hotel would typically procure fruits in large quantities, encompassing a wide variety. They could certainly prepare fruit salads themselves if they so desired. Securing a contract with an international hotel would indeed be advantageous, yet if it were unattainable, it would not be of great concern, as the other party would undoubtedly owe him a favor. However, Jiang Bei's true objective lay beyond this. It was centered on the subsequent blue sky kindergarten. While hotels could purchase a plethora of fruits daily, kindergartens could hardly do the same. Mr. Jiang, how do you intend to secure this contract with the international hotel? Wang Haiping inquired gravely. Transform all the fruits your hotel has prepared into fruit salads, Jiang Bei suggested. What if the guests are dissatisfied? They desire fruit platters, not what you refer to as fruit salads. Wang Haiping hesitated visibly. I believe this matter should be discussed with the customers rather than me. Wouldn't you agree? Jiang Bei inquired with a smile. Wang Haiping was taken aback for a moment, but ultimately conceded. Very well, let us proceed with the fruit salads. As long as we can ensure the fruit's taste and freshness, whether it is a fruit platter or a fruit salad, is inconsequential. Such unexpected occurrences should be understandable to the guests. We could also offer the final fruit salad as a complimentary gift. This matter could simply require him to make a phone call to the customers, and all would be well. As for the rest, I will leave that to you, Mr. Wang. Please, take me to the kitchen, Jiang Bei said with a smile. Mr. Jiang, right this way, Wang Haiping nodded in agreement. Upon reaching the hotel kitchen, Jiang Bei could not help but frown at the fruits that had already been prepared. Mr. Wang, we should use ice to maintain the fruit's temperature. Mr. Jiang, if we forcefully cool them with ice, it will compromise their freshness and affect the flavor, especially since many of these fruits are quite expensive, Wang Haiping replied, his expression doubtful. If it were truly that simple, he would not have been so agitated earlier. Thus, you will move these fruits into an empty room, surrounding them with ice to lower the temperature. There is no need to overdo it. Then, venture out to procure copious amounts of chilled yogurt. Although this may slightly affect the flavor of the fruits, it is unlikely to be significant. Are we using yogurt for the fruit salad? Wang Haiping pondered aloud. Indeed. After a moment of hesitation, Wang Haiping recognized that since the task had been entrusted to Jiang Bei before him, he should refrain from interjecting. Very well, Mr. Jiang. I leave this to you. I shall arrange for the procurement and communicate with Mr. Bei over there. If the gamble pays off, a smooth path lies ahead. If it fails, the outcome remains unchanged. It all hinges on what this so-called fruit salad entails. As the chilled yogurt was finally acquired, midday approached. The fruits, having softened slightly due to the lack of refrigeration, posed no significant issue. Jiang Bei promptly began directing several kitchen staff in the preparation of the fruit salad. Their efficiency was commendable, and the addition of the yogurt thoroughly masked any subtle differences in the texture of the fruits with its refreshing chill. At that moment, Su Wanrong, who was on her afternoon break, chose not to dine at the factory canteen, but hurried home instead. The house was empty. Yang had already been taken to kindergarten by Jiang Bei, who was nowhere to be found, donning an apron and carrying the freshly purchased ingredients. Su Wanrong stepped into the kitchen to prepare a meal for her brother, parents, and that man. Chapter 110. Su Wanrong's tears. Su Wanrong was uncertain about her own thoughts. It felt almost as if a mysterious force compelled her to rush home right after finishing her morning work. As she approached her home, she began to reassure herself. She was merely concerned that her parents might not be having a nutritious meal on the pedestrian street, as dietary balance was particularly crucial for those of advancing age. She would need to remind her parents not to hesitate in consuming the fruits at the shop. Selling a little less each day would not matter. As for Jiang Bei, it was simply convenient to bring him a portion as well. Yes, that was it. She would not so easily show kindness to this man. For in the years of their marriage, she had never felt his concern. Only recently had there been a slight improvement. While lost in thought, Wanrong entered the kitchen, and soon the aroma of cooked dishes wafted through the air. Once 3 plates of food were ready and the rice was cooked, she wiped the sweat from her brow, hastily packed everything into containers, placed them in a cloth bag, and left her home for the pedestrian street. Even as she passed by a store, she took a moment to buy a few bottles of chilled beverages. However, upon arriving at the pedestrian street and seeing the shop at the corner, her mind went blank. The door was closed. As she approached, the 2 interlaced seals on the door revealed the unfortunate truth of what had transpired. Wanrong felt a wave of dizziness, nearly losing her balance, and quickly steadied herself against the nearby wall to prevent a fall. "Excuse me, miss, do you know what happened to this shop? Why has it been sealed?" Wanrong urgently stopped a middle-aged woman to inquire. "You have come to purchase fruit salad, haven't you?" The woman scrutinized Wanrong, and before she could respond, she continued, "This shop was shut down last week. I heard it was due to health violations. On that morning, 2 trucks of fruit were removed. When I came here on Friday night, I couldn't buy anything. However, there is a newly opened shop on the pedestrian street that, for some reason, has also been closed and made the news. It seems they are all doomed. Nowadays, business people act without conscience. It is better for us to buy some fruit ourselves and prepare it at home for the children. At least it brings peace of mind." After finishing her words, the woman noticed Wanrong's dazed expression and chose to say no more, walking away. With a thud, the cloth bag in Wanrong's hand fell to the ground, spilling the several white steel lunchboxes everywhere. She stared blankly at the storefront, at the seal on the door, the date inscribed, and the red stamp that indicated it had been 5 days since last Thursday. She was utterly unaware. Moreover, last Thursday was the very day Jiang Bei took her to pay that hefty fine of 100,000 yuan. Wanrong was a meticulous thinker. Even amidst her chaotic thoughts, she quickly grasped something. Aside from the fine, there was no money left at home, including the funds that were supposed to be used for purchasing goods on Thursday. She recalled Su Dongliang mentioning that if they calculated the salaries just received by him and his father, they would have a little over 3,000 yuan, which would only suffice for the midday stock. But the shop was closed in the morning, and that woman had just mentioned that 2 trucks of fruit had been taken away, clearly referring to that very morning. The 3,000 yuan worth of goods was gone. What about Yang kindergarten tuition? How was Jiang Bei planning to pay? And all those reassurances telling her there was nothing to worry about. That business was thriving. Where did those words come from? No wonder he had been so free lately, spending time with Yang. Wanrong stared blankly at the firmly shut storefront. And in that moment, feelings of grievance and helplessness flooded her heart. 2 streams of silent tears cascaded down her exquisite face. Chapter 111. Very satisfied a deceiver. A deceiver. He had once again deceived her. Wanrong's heart was in turmoil. Everything seemed to be progressing positively. But now, why did it all turn out like this? She wiped the tears from her face and bent down to gather the scattered food on the ground. Yet, these remnants felt like shards of glass, continuously engraving into her already numbed heart. Time passed without her noticing, and her face no longer bore tears. She discarded the food from the lunchboxes, but when she turned back to glance at the sealed shop door, the anguish on her face had transformed into a calm acceptance. How absurd it was. She had risen early for work. The synthetic fiber factory had increased her workload significantly to meet deadlines. Yet, despite this, she still yearned to return home, racing against time to prepare meals for them. She even found herself hoping that they could all sit down for dinner together, no matter how simple, as long as they were united as a family. However, this seemingly simple and even hurried lunch is precisely what Wanrong had longed for, what she wished to witness on such an ordinary day. Such gatherings had seemingly been absent for years. Yet he has changed so much recently. Her parents, along with Su Dongliang, who had always been dissatisfied with Jiang Bei, have altered their perspectives. He has truly transformed, becoming more family-oriented, showing concern for her, and learning to care for Yang. In fact, the fairy tales he narrates to Yang surpass her own storytelling abilities. Just last night, she had contemplated visiting the bookstore to purchase a new fairy tale book if she finished work early. The family's circumstances have improved significantly, and everything seems to be on the mend. Yet, he has still deceived her. While she may not contribute much to the store, what about Yang? What about her daughter's kindergarten fees? And the attitude he has displayed in recent days, suggesting that everything is manageable. It's all a deception. Su Wanrong was uncertain how she returned to the factory, her entire afternoon spent in a haze of numbness. Meanwhile, Jiang Bei had completed the preparation of the fruit salad. And the Bai family indeed holds considerable influence in Donghai, hosting nearly 40 tables for the wedding banquet. The final dish served was the fruit salad. At this moment, Wang Haiping clenched his fists, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He had already tasted the fruit salad, and it was indeed delicious. He had not detected any change in the texture of the fruit. The refreshing yogurt masked everything, and the texture of the fruit remained unaffected by the preservation methods employed. Finally, seizing the last moment, Wang Haiping stepped inside to congratulate the newlyweds. Come, Mr. Bai, let me introduce you to our hotel's general manager, Wang Haiping. Chairman Zhang Tianwei, upon seeing Wang Haiping, even waved his hand in greeting. He was in good spirits, as the fruit salad, which had just been served, garnered praise from nearly everyone present. Earlier that morning, he had been somewhat concerned about the kitchen's power cable malfunction, but unexpectedly, Wang Haiping had navigated the situation flawlessly, achieving even better results than before. Hello, Mr. Bai. On behalf of the staff at the International Hotel, I extend heartfelt congratulations to the newlyweds. Wang Haiping wore a sincere smile as he turned to Bai Dongjia and his wife. Young Master Bai, may you both enjoy a harmonious union and soon be blessed with children. Thank you for your well wishes, Mr. Wang. Bai Dongjia, sitting opposite, displayed no arrogance. Instead, he stood up with a smile and nodded. Mr. Bai, why don't we sit down together and share a drink? Haiping, Mr. Bai just praised your impromptu fruit salad. Everyone appreciated it. Yes, the fruit salad is indeed delightful, a fresh approach. It's my first time tasting such a dish, Mr. Bai replied with a smile. By the way, I was just curious, where did you learn this skill? Zhang Tianwei inquired with a smile. Actually, I learned this fruit salad technique from someone else. Wang Haiping replied with an innocent grin. Chapter 112, An Unreasonable Collaboration. Oh, Zhang Tianwei appeared momentarily taken aback. Though one might jest at the absurdity of the situation, I must confess that an unexpected incident transpired in the kitchen today. A severed electrical cable resulted in the inability to preserve the fruits, raising concerns about the quality of our offerings. By serendipity, I encountered a young gentleman who proposed an ingenious idea, which I endeavored to implement with remarkable success, a fact that our esteemed colleague, Mr. Bai, is well aware of. With a jovial chuckle, Wang Haiping scratched his head and remarked, Indeed, I am a results-oriented individual. Today's fruit medley far surpasses the fruit platter we had originally ordered. Mr. Bai responded with a hearty laugh. Rest assured, the fruits here are precisely those that ought to be included in the platter. Given your years of dedication under Mr. Zhang, when I eventually have the means to open a hotel, I might just seek your expertise, haha. Mr. Bai's jest elicited a subtle grin from Wang Haiping. This seemingly harmonious exchange, however, was laced with an undercurrent of insincerity, known only to the participants of this discourse. The business world is fraught with complexities, and Wang Haiping dared not elaborate further on such matters. In truth, had it not been for Jiang Bei's assistance today, the business of the International Hotel could have plummeted due to the last fruit platter for Mr. Bai's wedding banquet. Of course, Mr. Bai would not publicly disclose such information, nor would he entertain further guests after the incident. It was certain that the affluent individuals of Donghai would discreetly uncover the details. Yet, the nature of friendships forged in the realm of commerce remains enigmatic. For the moment, the immediate crisis appears to have been resolved. Meanwhile, Jiang Bei, who had significantly influenced the future trajectory of the International Hotel, sat languidly in the lobby, sipping tea with an indifferent demeanor, awaiting subsequent business opportunities or a satisfactory resolution. Once the wedding banquet in the VIP hall concluded, the chairman of the International Hotel, Zhang Tianwei, departed with Wang Haiping to his office. Wang, what was the story behind today's fruit medley? Zhang Tianwei inquired, his interest piqued by the underlying business prospects. A gentleman named Jiang Bei approached me for collaboration and introduced this method for preparing the fruit medley, which, while seemingly simple, merely mixing fruits with a light dressing, poses a challenge for typical establishments due to the difficulty in acquiring such a diverse array of fruits in one purchase, correct? After taking a sip of tea, Zhang Tianwei recognized the opportunity that lay before him. However, this approach is more suited for small enterprises seeking modest profits, and it is easily replicable. As long as the quality of the fruits is exceptional, establishing a significant brand presence would be arduous. Furthermore, He understood that the hotel could easily produce such a fruit medley with its own supply. Thus, collaborating with this Mr. Jiang would appear rather illogical. I concur. Wang Haiping nodded. Then what was his intention in presenting this method? Surely, he cannot be genuinely altruistic? Zhang Tianwei waved his hand dismissively and inquired directly. There is no such thing as a free lunch. I am well aware of this principle. He wishes to partner with us, Wang Haiping replied. Please have him come over. Today's matters have been handled quite well, and we can extend a contract to him. This assistance is something we must acknowledge, Zhang Tianwei remarked. Understood, Chairman. I shall go to the lobby to summon him, Wang Haiping responded, surprised that the chairman wished to meet Jiang Bei in person. Yet he refrained from voicing his astonishment and instead promptly left to fetch him. Before long, Wang Haiping re-encountered Jiang Bei in the lounge, his demeanor relaxed and smiling. Mr. Jiang, has the wedding concluded on that side? He inquired. Thanks to your assistance, the banquet proceeded smoothly, with no significant issues. And the guests were quite pleased with the final fruit platter, Wang Haiping replied with a grin. That is splendid, Jiang Bei smiled in return. Please follow me, Mr. Jiang. Our chairman wishes to meet you. Certainly, Jiang Bei nodded, feeling no trepidation at the prospect of meeting the chairman of the International Hotel. However, he couldn't deny a sense of surprise within him. Yet, this scenario was somewhat anticipated. If the chairman sought to meet him, it implied a potential collaboration with the International Hotel, a partnership Jiang Bei did not genuinely desire. It felt more akin to a charitable gesture. After some time, once this collaboration concluded, he could leverage his capabilities to secure a partnership with Blue Sky Kindergarten, which was his true aspiration. The direct meeting indicated that the chairman was not inclined to engage him in collaboration with the hotel, but rather with the kindergarten. A situation that represented the most favorable approach to conducting this business and also conferred upon him ample respect. Jiang Bei couldn't help but silently nod in approval, developing an innate fondness for the hotel proprietor he was about to meet. Shortly thereafter, Jiang Bei followed Wang Haiping to the chairman's office. Knock, knock, knock. After Wang Haiping rapped on the door, a resonant, middle-aged voice called from within. Come in. Hello, Mr. Jiang. Upon entering, Jiang Bei beheld a middle-aged man seated on the sofa, wearing a warm smile. He gradually rose to his feet and gestured invitingly. You must be Mr. Jiang. Please, have a seat. I am Zhang Tianwei, the chairman of the International Hotel. Greetings, Chairman Zhang. Jiang Bei nodded, maintaining a natural composure. Zhang Tianwei, after observing Jiang Bei in silence, took his seat first. I understand that you are here to discuss a collaboration with our hotel regarding your fruit platter? He inquired. Indeed, Jiang Bei replied directly. As you are likely aware, for a hotel of our magnitude, the daily fruit supply is substantial, and we can adeptly address the primary concern regarding the variety for the fruit platter, Zhang Tianwei stated. Indeed, Chairman Zhang, while it may seem somewhat ungracious to say, the International Hotel does not have a pressing need to procure fruit from your establishment, and the preparation of the fruit platter is rather straightforward, Zhang Tianwei remarked, his gaze penetrating as he regarded Jiang Bei. That is true. However, collaboration necessitates mutual intent. It cannot be a one-sided endeavor. Coercive dealings are undesirable. Jiang Bei responded with ease. Zhang Tianwei's gaze was distinctly surprised. In this theatrical scene, it seemed as if his acting had become somewhat more unrefined. Yet the brief performance of his partner indeed brought him satisfaction. Mr. Jiang, I shall speak plainly. While I am grateful for your assistance with the International Hotel today, as you mentioned, the matter of collaboration depends on both parties' intentions. Although the International Hotel does not require such a partnership, I am aware of a place that is in dire need of your fruit delicacies, Zhang Tianwei remarked with a smile. Oh, I would be keen to hear more. Jiang Bei feigned surprise. Blue Sky Kindergarten, I wonder if you have heard of it. It is a newly established kindergarten under my wife's name. The project would be more suited to you, and it is not significantly smaller than the International Hotel's endeavor. I wonder if you would find this satisfactory? Zhang Tianwei continued. I have heard of this kindergarten, and my daughter is enrolled there. I am quite pleased, and I thank Chairman Zhang for his affirmation, Jiang Bei replied with a smile. A balanced demeanor is essential for a businessman. He must showcase his worth without resorting to flattery, as mere compliments will not coax money from anyone's pocket. As the saying goes, one must be strong to forge iron. How fortuitous. Given this, allow me to preemptively wish for a pleasant collaboration. Mr. Jiang, please wait a moment while I have someone prepare the contract. My wife will be arriving shortly, Zhang Tianwei said as he rose from his seat. Then I must trouble you, Chairman Zhang. Jiang Bei also stood in response. Chapter 114. The Uncontrollable. In the afternoon, Jiang Bei found himself seated in Zhang Tianwei's office, awaiting the arrival of his wife. Mr. Jiang, Have you considered using this fruit delicacy to conduct some business of your own? Zhang Tianwei inquired. I already have. I opened a small shop on the pedestrian street, and the business is doing reasonably well, Jiang Bei replied. Oh, so this time you aim to promote your fruit delicacies? Zhang Tianwei's eyes brightened. He had not anticipated that this young man possessed such astute business acumen. It appeared he intended to leverage the international hotel as a springboard to gradually promote his fruit delicacies. And Zhang Tianwei was willing to wager that Jiang Bei's fruit shop had not been in operation for long. May I ask how long your shop has been open? Zhang Tianwei probed. Not long, just a little over a week, Jiang Bei answered. Zhang Tianwei nodded, secretly acknowledging the truth of his assumption. He found himself increasingly intrigued by Jiang Bei, believing that if this young man could be of use to him, it would be advantageous, not merely because of a fruit delicacy, but due to the commercial insight he displayed, which Zhang Tianwei truly admired at that moment. How has it been recently? Surely, others must be eager to seize this business opportunity. However, Mr. Jiang, your vision is commendable. You are not overly concerned with immediate profits. Zhang Tianwei remarked with a smile. Indeed, there are others following suit. I must confess, my shop has been shut down by the health department, Jiang Bei replied candidly. Oh, Zhang Tianwei straightened his posture, his gaze deepening as he continued. The health department has closed your shop, Mr. Jiang? What gives you the confidence to discuss collaboration with us at the International Hotel? A sudden and inexplicable aura of authority began to rise at that moment. Zhang Tianwei gazed at Jiang Beidao and remarked, Mr. Jiang, I trust you are aware that our hotel places the utmost importance on hygiene and quality. Given that you currently do not even possess a store, how can I continue to place my faith in you? Jiang Bei, maintaining his composure, replied, It is merely a matter of an unsubstantiated report. By this Thursday, my establishment will be reinstated. He remained unfazed by Zhang Tianwei's demeanor, exuding an air of nonchalance. True magnates are invariably affable, while Zhang Tianwei's shifting manner was clearly a test. Yet, Jiang Bei was not someone easily intimidated. And Zhang Tianwei's position was insufficient to rattle him. And how can I ensure that your establishment will not face further closures, Mr. Jiang? Zhang Tianwei inquired with a smile, feeling as though he had taken command of the conversation. If things continued at this pace, it was conceivable that this young man before him might indeed end up working for him. Moreover, enduring a week under the scrutiny of the health department implied a lack of substantial backing. However, neither party delved deeper into these implications. Jiang Bei interjected. The fruit shop on the pedestrian street has also been closed and, regrettably, cannot be reopened in the near term. Zhang Tianwei visibly paused, quickly grasping the reality of the situation. In that case, Mr. Jiang's store will be safe for the time being, he said with a smile. That seems likely. But I will be handing over the management of this store to someone else. I am considering pursuing other ventures, Jiang Bei replied. At that moment, Zhang Tianwei abandoned any thoughts of bringing the young man into his fold. Jiang Bei was ambitious and astute, not easily manipulated. Then I shall rest easy, Zhang Tianwei said with a smile, reverting to his previously amiable demeanor, as if the authoritative presence that had just manifested was not his own. Jiang Bei, in turn, seemed unperturbed, as if he had not noticed the shift at all. Before long, a knock echoed through the office. Chapter 115. Partnership established. The office door swung open to reveal a well-preserved middle-aged woman, dressed modestly yet elegantly. The watch on her wrist and the necklace around her neck appeared to be of considerable value, yet such adornments seemed perfectly befitting her presence, as if her very essence harmonized with them. Mr. Jiang, allow me to introduce you to my wife, who is also the partner I wish to present to you. Li Qingyun. Greetings, General Manager Li, Jiang Bei said promptly, rising to extend his greetings. This is the esteemed Jiang, who has just assisted me in resolving a significant dilemma. Jiang Bei, it is fortuitous for you to meet him. His products are exceptionally suited for your kindergarten, Zhang Tianwei stated. I must treat this busy individual's willingness to invest time in discussing business with the utmost seriousness, Li Qingyun remarked as she approached and extended her hand. Thank you for your affirmation, General Manager Li, Jiang Bei replied, reciprocating the handshake. Oh, I forgot to mention, Mr. Jiang's daughter is enrolled at the Blue Sky Kindergarten. Zhang Tianwei suddenly remarked, and this statement helped to bridge the gap between the two individuals. Oh, Li Qingyun clearly expressed her surprise. Indeed, my daughter is named Jiang Xinyang. She was just enrolled yesterday, Jiang Bei replied with a smile. Li Qingyun continued, I see. Since President Jiang is a partner recommended by my husband, it indicates that this product is indeed suitable for our kindergarten. Furthermore, if President Jiang's daughter is also attending our institution, I have no reservations left. I am well informed about the general situation, so let us proceed directly to discuss our collaboration. All right, Jiang Bei agreed. By the time he departed from the hotel that afternoon, the contract had already been secured. Starting next Monday, Jiang Bei would provide fruit salads for lunchtime at the Blue Sky Kindergarten. The quantity was modest, with each child receiving approximately 150 to 170 grams of fruit, meaning that 1 pound of fruit salad would suffice for 3 children. With 10 classes at Blue Sky Kindergarten, around 80 pounds of fruit salad would need to be supplied daily. Moreover, due to the long-term nature of this partnership, Jiang Bei inevitably had to offer some discounts. The price per pound of fruit salad would be set at 8 yuan, while his cost hovered around 5 yuan. When factoring in labor and delivery expenses, the actual costs were significantly higher. Due to the absence of a vehicle, Jiang Bei also mentioned that the kindergarten would need to pick up the goods daily. Although Li Qingyun was somewhat perplexed as to why the kindergarten had to take on this detail, she agreed upon considering the reduced labor costs. Before parting, she playfully teased Jiang Bei regarding his business acumen, to which he could only smile wryly in response. Although the direct profit from such an order was limited, amounting to roughly 200 yuan daily, he still felt a sense of joy. This was merely the first step toward penetrating the East Sea kindergarten market. The advantage lay in the fact that with the prestigious Blue Sky Kindergarten purchasing his fruit salad, Jiang Bei would find it considerably easier to negotiate partnerships with other kindergartens in the future. Furthermore, as bilingual kindergartens proliferated over time, his prospects would only improve. As for his own shop, the seal would automatically become void by Thursday, and the health department would have no reason to investigate him further. On that day, he could simply tear off the seal and grandly commence operations. Everything would be resolved by Thursday, allowing him to gather the funds for Yangyang's kindergarten fees from the profits of Thursday and Friday. Jiang Bei left the hotel around 4 o'clock. There were not many appealing destinations at that hour, so he rode directly to the kindergarten. By 5 o'clock, as the kindergarten dismissed its students, he saw the little ones being escorted out by their teachers, among them his daughter, Yangyang, who wore a beaming smile. Chapter 116. Another deception. The entrance of Blue Sky Kindergarten was already surrounded by numerous vehicles. In this era, families capable of affording such an expensive kindergarten could generally afford a car. Although most vehicles were Santanas, there were a few crown sedans parked ostentatiously along the street, compelling passers-by to navigate carefully around them. A considerable number of young individuals gazed at the cars with fervent eyes, for in this era, the crown could be deemed the ideal vehicle for all. Dad. Yangyang spotted Jiang Bei in the crowd and hurried towards him. Jiang Bei crouched down and embraced little Yangyang. How was your day at kindergarten? Were you well behaved? Jiang Bei inquired with a smile. Of course I was. The teacher praised me for being understanding. I even ate lunch all by myself, making it easier for her. Yangyang replied. And how did you get along with the other children? Jiang Bei asked as he carried Yangyang back to his tricycle, pedaling home. All of them were great. Do you like it here? I do. The teachers are amazing and they even speak English, and the other kids are quite fun. Yangyang beamed. Their laughter gradually faded as they strolled down the street. Upon returning home, Jiang Bei first called the Su family to inform them of the day's events before entering the kitchen to prepare dinner. Meanwhile, Jiang Bei remained enveloped in joy, utterly oblivious to the fact that Su Wanrong had visited the pedestrian street that day and discovered his deception. He had never considered the implications of being found out. Perhaps he was somewhat patriarchal, but his intention was to spare Su Wanrong from worry over matters beyond her control, issues that he believed should be resolved by him alone, and for which he felt responsible. To Jiang Bei, this did not constitute deceit, for he possessed the capacity to withstand these challenges and assist his family through their trials. However, he was unaware of Su Wanrong's perspective. Her concern did not lie in his capabilities, but rather in the notion that they were a family, a unity, and that he ought not to hide or deceive her. When Su Wanrong returned home from work, the gentle smile she had worn the previous day was conspicuously absent. Her complexion appeared pale, and her eyes seemed to lack their usual sparkle. She entered the house, gently closed the door, hung up her small bag, and sat alone on the long bench in the living room, lost in thought. Wanrong, you're back? The kitchen exhaust fan was rather noisy, and Jiang Bei, unable to discern whether he had heard the door open, called out loudly. Yet, Su Wanrong did not respond, seemingly oblivious to his voice. In truth, she had contemplated much that day, reminding herself that the fruit shop had been shut down, and even if Jiang Bei informed her, it would be of no help. Perhaps he meant well, recognizing the turmoil of recent events and wishing to shield her from further concern. Nevertheless, no matter how she soothed herself, she could not overcome the emotional turmoil within, for the betrayal was indeed real. Had he not promised her? Had he not made countless assurances? He had undergone significant changes. So why resort to deception? Was she not already suffering enough from his betrayal? Time and again, even when she had mustered the courage to mend her heart. All she received in return was another instance of deceit. Wanrong. Jiang Bei's voice called out once more, but Su Wanrong remained entranced, gazing blankly ahead, as if she could not hear him. At that moment, Yang Yang emerged from the room, calling out Mom. She hurried over with a hint of joy. As Yang Yang approached, she was met with the sight of Su Wanrong's pallid face, devoid of color, and her vacant eyes. Gently, she inquired, Mom, what's wrong? This time, Su Wanrong finally lowered her head to gaze at her daughter. Yang Yang's words seemed to ignite the last spark of her pent-up grievances, and silent tears began to cascade down her cheeks. Jiang Bei, hearing Yang Yang's voice, also stepped out from the kitchen. Wanrong. Chapter 117. Am I not your wife? Wanrong. Jiang Bei called out to the slender figure seated on the bench. He felt somewhat dazed, uncertain of what had transpired. Yet he immediately recognized that Su Wanrong's demeanor was distinctly off today. Wanrong, what happened? Is something wrong? Jiang Bei approached, his brow furrowed with concern. However, as he reached Su Wanrong, she slowly lifted her head. In that instant, Jiang Bei felt as though his heart had been struck with force, nearly shattering. The two streams of tears on Su Wanrong's face further pierced his already fragile heart. Suddenly, Jiang Bei realized something. Had he erred in some way? Su Wanrong was a rational individual. Especially now that life was finally looking up, she would not let tears flow over work or other minor frustrations. He was all too familiar with such tears, those of regret that had haunted him for 2 decades, tears filled with heartbreak, despair, and coldness. A sense of panic overwhelmed Jiang Bei. He looked at Su Wanrong, utterly at a loss for words, ruminating in his mind whether he had indeed made another mistake. But he was certain he had done nothing wrong. Was it because of the fruit shop issue? Had he concealed something from her? Jiang Bei, did you not promise me? At that moment, Su Wanrong finally spoke. Her voice was devoid of emotion, and Jiang Bei met her unyielding gaze. Wanrong, I, Jiang Bei. Did you not promise me that you would never deceive me again? Why? What have I done wrong? Can you tell me? Why do you repeatedly give me hope only to plunge me into despair? She continued, her voice steady, yet devoid of feeling, striking at Jiang Bei's heart and hastening its impending rupture. All these years, I've contemplated divorce more than once, but you reassured me time and again. And I believed you each time. That day, I could no longer bear it. Do you understand? I have made my decision. I will no longer grant you any opportunities. Nor will I trust you again. Su Wanrong's words flowed softly, devoid of emotional fluctuation, like a machine delivering its lines, yet they brutally stimulated Jiang Bei's heart, pushing it closer to its breaking point. Tears streamed down her face, dripping gently onto the floor. The sound of their descent echoed like the tolling of a temple bell, forcing Jiang Bei, the miscreant, to bow his head in remorse, unable to utter a single retort. It seemed Su Wanrong remained oblivious to Jiang Bei's reaction, continuing to speak to herself. But do you know? You have changed remarkably lately, as if you have transformed into an entirely different person. Even Dong Liang has remarked upon your prowess, and my father has echoed similar sentiments, suggesting that Dong Liang can learn much from you, far more than he could gain from working alongside him. You have amassed considerable wealth, using your earnings to secure my position at the factory, and for that, I am profoundly grateful and elated. You did not boast that time. It was I who misunderstood you, and I wish to extend my sincerest apologies. You will also care for Yang Yang. I still recall your demeanor in the hospital that day, which brings me a sense of comfort upon reflection. You have finally begun to care for our daughter after all these years, and for me as well, have you not? In the midst of speaking, Su Wanrong suddenly broke into a smile, as though a delightful thought had crossed her mind, her beauty illuminated by joy. Yet, this smile was marred by the tears upon her cheeks, a testament to the human condition, where despair coexists with fleeting moments of happiness. But why must you still deceive me? Am I not your wife? Su Wanrong seemed to collapse under the weight of her emotions, covering her face with her hands and bowing her head. Chapter 118. Explanation, am I not your wife? This question detonated like the final spark igniting a powder keg, shattering Jiang Bei's already fragile heart into countless pieces. His face drained of color, he stood there, utterly at a loss. Surely, Su Wanrong must have discovered something. Did he visit the pedestrian street today? How did she come to be there? At this hour, she should have just returned from work. Where would she find the time? Suddenly, Jiang Bei recalled something. While preparing dinner, he had noticed signs of someone having used the kitchen. He had been curious then, wondering if Su Wanrong had returned for lunch. But now, observing the cloth bag discarded at the door, he noted it contained several stainless steel lunchboxes. Jiang Bei's pupils dilated in shock. She must have rushed home during her break to prepare a meal and then delivered it to the shop. She feared they might not have time for lunch or that takeout would be unsanitary, so she made the effort to cook. But what could she have witnessed at the pedestrian street, and what state would she have been in at that moment? Jiang Bei dared not dwell on that thought, unable to fathom the depth of Su Wanrong's despair. Wanrong, I should not have concealed this from you. I was wrong. Jiang Bei approached, murmuring softly. Don't come any closer. Su Wanrong abruptly lifted her head, her eyes filled with pain as she gazed at Jiang Bei, her voice raised. Wanrong. Jiang Bei stood frozen. The man who had confidently conversed with the boss in the afternoon was now a mere shadow of himself, as if two entirely different individuals had exchanged places. He did not dare to reach out to his wife, afraid of uttering anything further that might further wound this strong, yet deeply scarred woman. Jiang Bei, can we simply talk for a moment? Su Wanrong wiped away her tears, managing a faint smile. All right. Jiang Bei swallowed hard, nodding with difficulty. But Su Wanrong's state left him uncertain of how to proceed, and he could only acquiesce. Even Yang, cradled in Su Wanrong's arms, was at a loss for words, unaware of what misstep her father had committed or why her mother was suddenly engulfed in sorrow. With a gentle gesture, Yang reached out to wipe the tears from Su Wanrong's face. Mother, I went to kindergarten today. It was wonderful. The teachers are all remarkable. I also made many new friends, like Tang Wei, Yin Yun, and another little girl named Song Xinyang, which is quite similar to my name, though I am Jiang Xinyang. Is that so? Are you happy, Yang? Su Wanrong inquired softly, momentarily disregarding Jiang Bei. I am very happy. I love going to kindergarten. That means Daddy and Mommy 1T have to stay with me all day, Yang replied with a smile. But what about the tuition for kindergarten? Where will it come from? Su Wanrong looked up at Jiang Bei, her expression earnest. Do you still have money to send Yang to school? Please, do not deceive me. Wanrong, the payment is due on Friday. The kindergarten allows a trial week, Jiang Bei explained, forcing himself to remain steadfast. However, upon hearing this, Su Wanrong suddenly laughed, albeit bitterly. Jiang Bei, do you recall what you told me back then? You said we had the means and wouldn't skimp on Yang's education. Yet, here we are, lacking the funds for her tuition. Where will we find the money by Friday? Did you not assure me that everything was arranged? Although I know the fruit shop has been shuttered, I am willing to assist you. We may not be affluent, but I can teach Yang at home as well. Yet, you continue to deceive me, time and again. What am I to do? Can you please tell me? Wanrong, listen to me. Just hear me out, Jiang Bei said urgently, his heart racing as he struggled to soothe Su Wanrong's crumbling emotions. Yet, the situation had already transpired, and even if granted another chance, he was unsure how to navigate it. Deep down, he did not wish for Su Wanrong to bear such burdens. He believed he could shoulder everything for their family. Yet, he had overlooked the feelings within Su Wanrong's heart. What more do you have to say, Jiang Bei? Are you going to tell me that what I witnessed today was all a fabrication? No. Jiang Bei shook his head in bewilderment, pressing on with his explanation. The fruit shop will be fine. By this Thursday, it will have been a week, and we can reopen. Then we can use the profits from that day to pay for Yang's kindergarten fees. We will have the money. Everything will be all right. I have already completed the registration for Yang's kindergarten. Once we pay the fees, all will be well. Su Wanrong offered a silent, pained smile. Believe me, Wanrong, everything will turn out well. I will earn the tuition. I will. Jiang Bei's voice faltered, as if something was lodged in his throat, rendering him speechless. The piercing tears and bitter smile of Su Wanrong made it difficult for him to breathe. Yet at that moment, Jiang Bei suddenly comprehended a profound truth. In the end, was it not all his fault? He had no means to send Yang to kindergarten, and possessed nothing, yet he still affirmed these matters. His lies were undeniably real. Even though every situation had a solution. I'm sorry, Wanrong, Jiang Bei murmured, lowering his head in a powerless apology. I do not blame you. I am merely weary. Su Wanrong replied, shaking her head slowly. Mom, please don't cry, Yang said, perched on Su Wanrong's lap, gazing at her father, who had his head bowed. Then looking back up at her mother. She was at a loss for how to assist her father, and Jiang Bei, too, was unsure of what to do. He was no longer the astute businessman he once was, but rather resembled a child who had erred. The atmosphere in the living room fell into a heavy silence, the oppressive mood rendering Jiang Bei's entire body numb. He feared that Su Wanrong might once again make that fateful decision at this moment. I am tired, Jiang Bei. You should have dinner with Yang first, Su Wanrong said, rising slowly. Jiang Bei opened his mouth, watching her retreat into the room, longing to call her back, yet found himself at a loss for words. He was uncertain of what he could say, despite having meticulously planned everything. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Jiang Bei sighed and turned to open it. As the door swung open, the figures outside came into view. Father, Mother Dongliang, what brings you here? Jiang Bei asked, somewhat surprised. Upon hearing Jiang Bei's voice, Su Wanrong halted, standing at the bedroom door, glancing back momentarily before continuing into the room. This old man claims to be in high spirits today, and even insisted I buy some cooked food and bring wine for everyone to enjoy a meal together. Truly, what is there to be so cheerful about? Zhang Hong remarked with a pout, her dissatisfaction evident, although the smile she struggled to contain was also apparent. Grandma, Grandpa, Uncle, you're here, Yang Yang exclaimed, leaping from the bench to greet the newcomers with a bright voice. Ah, little Yang Yang, how was kindergarten today? Su Dongliang asked, lifting Yang Yang into his arms with a smile. Meanwhile, Su Guoliang inquired, where's Wanrong? Is she still at work? As they spoke, the members of the Su family filed into the house. She's in the room. She's feeling a bit unwell today, Jiang Bei replied, not anticipating the visit from Su Guoliang and the others. Recently, he had been rather idle. The fruit shop having little to do since the shady business behind the scenes had been shut down, and with the news that he would be collaborating with the kindergarten. It was indeed a reason to celebrate. He intended to share this good news with Su Wanrong. Mom just had a quarrel with Dad. Uncle, could you please persuade her? Yang Yang whispered into Su Dongliang's ear as he held her close. Oh, Su Dongliang paused for a moment, then turned his gaze toward the inner room where Su Wanrong resided. It is not that your uncle is unwilling to assist you. This matter must be addressed by your father himself. Su Dongliang gently pinched Yang Yang's small nose and spoke softly. What are you two whispering about? Zhang Hong, having changed into her slippers, approached from behind. Nothing, nothing, Su Dongliang hurriedly replied. Are you hiding something from me again? I shall go inside to check on Wanrong. Why is she suddenly unwell? Zhang Hong disregarded him and headed towards the room. At that moment, Yang Yang nudged Jiang Bei's arm and whispered, Daddy, hurry and comfort Mommy. She will surely appreciate it. Jiang Bei looked at his daughter with a wry smile, feeling helpless, but ultimately stood up to intercept Zhang Hong. Mom, let me take a look. Zhang Hong hesitated for a moment, then pursed her lips, saying, Fine. But you two shouldn't always make us worry. I have no desire to meddle in your affairs. As she spoke, her attention turned to Su Dongliang. Have you washed your hands before holding Yang Yang? Yang Yang, would you like Grandma to hold you? Okay. Yang Yang's eyes squinted into crescent moons. Meanwhile, Jiang Bei entered Su Wanrong's bedroom. Observing the serene woman sitting quietly on the bed, he gently closed the door behind him and took a seat beside her, all the while noting the subtle changes in her demeanor. However, she seemed unresponsive to his presence. Wanrong, Mom and Dad are here, Jiang Bei suddenly declared. Su Wanrong nodded slightly. You may go out first. I will join you shortly. Is there something else, Wanrong? Su Wanrong turned her head, her gaze still somewhat distant. Had this occurred a few days prior, Jiang Bei would have stifled his remaining words, but Yang Yang's final encouragement echoed in his mind. Yes, Jiang Bei affirmed with a firm nod. The fruit shop was shut down by the health department, as you know. Su Wanrong remained silent, but nodded in acknowledgement. In truth, the closure was not due to any issues with our fruits. It was the result of foul play. A competing fruit shop opened on the pedestrian street, intent on stealing our customers, and they undoubtedly resorted to underhanded tactics to undermine us, Jiang Bei explained. Su Wanrong appeared momentarily stunned. She had not anticipated this matter to have such deeper implications. There's little we can do, such is the nature of business. When we profit, envy inevitably arises. Jiang Bei said with a wry chuckle. Su Wanrong glanced at Jiang Bei, bit her lip, and instinctively inquired, what happened next? Well, that day, Song Chongqing sought out the media for coverage, so I borrowed a reporter to follow me and report on that fruit shop. Jiang Bei replied with a smile. Guess what? Su Wanrong abruptly turned her head. This man truly was insatiable. That shop's fruit indeed had quality issues. Their produce was no longer fresh. Jiang Bei feigned surprise. What are you two dawdling about in there? Came Zhang Hong's voice from outside. Mom, we'll be out shortly, Jiang Bei called out, raising his voice. Hurry up. In Jiang Bei, the recently prepared dishes would soon lose their allure if allowed to cool. Wanrong, how are you? Are you feeling fatigued from work today? Su Guoliang's voice echoed. Why are you pulling me? Really, I just need to slice the pork knuckle I bought. You're the one who insisted on coming over at this late hour. Otherwise, we would have finished dinner at home by now. Hey, isn't this delightful? Hurry and slice it. Don't keep them waiting. I know. Zhang Hong replied impatiently to Su Guoliang, her voice gradually fading away. The atmosphere in the room had significantly improved, as Su Wanrong was no longer as frigid as before. Wanrong, can you guess what happened to that shop later? Jiang Bei inquired. Su Wanrong had come to some realizations, having spent the afternoon comforting herself. She understood that she could not assist in this matter, and it was reasonable for Jiang Bei not to confide in her. However, upon returning home and seeing Jiang Bei and their daughter, her emotions crumbled. Lies had surfaced, Yet Jiang Bei's sudden arrival and his willingness to share the details stirred something within her. Forgiving him was challenging, as he had deceived her. Presently, Su Wanrong's demeanor reflected her inner turmoil, teetering on the edge of forgiveness. Taking a deep breath, she finally spoke. It was shut down. I learned about it when I went today. With that, she turned her head aside, refusing to let Jiang Bei see her profile. Yet, Jiang Bei felt a flicker of joy. Su Wanrong was still willing to converse with him, indicating she had partially forgiven him. At least, she was open to hearing his explanation regarding the situation. Of course, the unexpected arrival of their parents had contributed to this change. However, it was not so straightforward. Jiang Bei suddenly feigned mystery, saying, "You see, the reporter I contacted published an article about that shop's fruit the next day. And then the industry and commerce officials went over to seize their business license. If they wish to reopen, it will be quite difficult. Wanrong, trust me. By Thursday, when our fruit shop reopens, everything will be fine. I can cover Yangyang's kindergarten fees, and our business is still quite profitable for the time being. I have resolved everything. There will be no issues." Jiang Bei assured her. "You should leave." Su Wanrong abruptly turned her head to say, "Wanrong, truly, everything is improving. Our fruit shop will be open again on Thursday," Jiang Bei urged, growing anxious. "Just go out first. I need to change my clothes before I leave." Su Wanrong feigned displeasure. Huh. Jiang Bei was momentarily taken aback, realizing she was still wearing her light blue work uniform. He nodded vigorously. "All right, I'll step out now. Please hurry. The dishes will get cold." With that, he didn't give Su Wanrong a chance to respond, leaping from the bed and dashing out. As if he had accomplished something he had long desired, brimming with childlike joy. Su Wanrong gazed at Jiang Bei's retreating figure, her expression oddly contorted. Yet a faint dimple graced her cheek. It seemed as if she suddenly recalled the fluctuations of her own emotions, and she could not help but swiftly compose her features, letting out a soft hum before she began to change her attire. Chapter 122. Too generous with him. Plates of food were brought to the dining table. Awaiting the gathering of all before they commenced the meal, Su Guoyang sat by the table, uncorking a bottle of wine, inhaling deeply from the bottle's opening, revealing a look of indulgence. "I truly cannot comprehend you. What is there to drink in that?" "Humph. I shall permit you this once, but do limit your consumption, understood?" Zhang Hong remarked. "Understood, understood," Jiang Bei replied. Meanwhile, he sat on a long bench, with his daughter nestled beside him, leaning against his thigh. "Daddy, how is Mommy?" Yang inquired softly, her eyes brimming with concern. "Your mother is fine now," Jiang Bei reassured, gently pinching his daughter's cheek with a smile. "Mommy cried so sadly today. And you clearly did nothing wrong, so why is she like this?" "But Daddy, you must do your best tonight to cheer Mommy up," Yang encouraged, shaking her tiny fist. "Brother-in-law, does my sister know something? We have been concealing the matters regarding her shop these past few days. But since you have resolved everything, shouldn't she be informed?" Su Dongliang added from the side. "Yes, but there is nothing to worry about." Jiang Bei nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. Su Dongliang refrained from pressing further, his thoughts now consumed by business matters. Su Guoyang was similarly preoccupied. Upon hearing that Jiang Bei had connections with the owner of the international hotel and had secured some form of collaboration, a bright smile illuminated his face. Su Dongliang, upon hearing this, could hardly contain his excitement, practically leaping 3 feet in joy. Thus, the family found themselves gathered together. Before long, Su Wanrong emerged, her visage evidently having been stained by tears, her eyes slightly puffy, with traces of tears still visible. "Oh dear, what's wrong, daughter? Have you been crying? Who has upset you?" Zhang Hong exclaimed, immediately setting aside what she was holding upon seeing her daughter. Su Wanrong bit her lip, gesturing towards Jiang Bei on the long bench in the living room before retreating into the restroom. "What on earth happened here?" Zhang Hong questioned, bewildered. Meanwhile, Su Guoyang stood by, chuckling to himself. As a father, it would indeed be strange if he were oblivious to his own daughter's feelings. Yet the demeanor Su Wanrong exhibited, along with her earlier gesture, clearly indicated that whatever had transpired was now in the past. As for what could have occurred, it was undoubtedly related to the closure of the fruit dessert shop, which she had not been informed about. From their perspective, it truly could not be blamed on Jiang Bei. "It's nothing, Mom. I've just made some mistakes these past few days." Jiang Bei scratched his head, not bothering to elaborate further. "Dear, please do not meddle unnecessarily. They are a young couple. What business is it of yours? Your daughter is grown. Do you intend to worry for another 20 years? Zhang Hong retorted. "What? No matter how old Wanrong gets, she will always be my daughter. You seem to take everything so lightly." Zhang Hong expressed her dissatisfaction. Su Guoyang shook his head in resignation, then returned to the dining table, awaiting the meal to commence. Tonight, You may have just this one cup. Do not think to drink more. My dear wife, let my father indulge in a few more drinks. It seems he has not experienced such joy in a long while. Su Dongliang chuckled heartily. Just 1.5 cups. If you keep nagging, I'll make sure you have none at all. In the restroom, Su Wanrong gently patted her face, washing away the traces of tears. She gazed into the mirror, presenting a smile before quickly adopting a serious demeanor once more. The memory of her earlier actions caused a slight flush to rise in her cheeks. Her fists clenched tightly as she muttered under her breath, "To forgive him so easily is truly too lenient. Indeed, I must not show him any kindness, otherwise. What if he deceives me again in the future?" Comforting herself with these thoughts, Su Wanrong exited the restroom. In the adjacent living room, the family had gathered around the octagonal table, leaving a seat beside Jiang Bei for her. Upon seeing Su Wanrong emerge, Su Dongliang eagerly beckoned her. "Sister, come here quickly. You have no idea what has transpired, do you? Today, brother-in-law has formed a partnership with the owner of the International Hotel." "What?" Su Wanrong, having just reached the table, was momentarily taken aback, her gaze instinctively shifting to Jiang Bei. "Don't pay attention to Dongliang's exaggerations. It's not that significant," Jiang Bei said with a light chuckle. "Not significant? Brother-in-law is truly deceiving you." Su Dongliang, ever the instigator, was eager to share his knowledge. "You went to the International Hotel to pursue a fruit platter, didn't you?" Su Wanrong's eyes widened in disbelief. The International Hotel, what a place that was. Such an establishment was far beyond the reach of ordinary folk. Had they continued on their previous path, the Su family would never have had the chance to set foot there, perhaps due to the differences in their social standings. They had never harbored any aspirations for such places. Yet now, Jiang Bei had collaborated with the owner of the International Hotel, staring at Jiang Bei in astonishment. Su Wanrong's face was a canvas of incredulity. "Well, Dongliang has miscommunicated. It is not with the owner himself. For a hotel of that caliber would hardly concern itself with our fruit platters." Jiang Bei smiled. "It is with the owner's wife, who happens to be the principal of Yangyang's kindergarten. I have signed a contract with the kindergarten to provide fruit platters daily." At this revelation, Su Wanrong was even more astonished. Had Jiang Bei merely claimed he would partner with such a prominent figure, she might have dismissed it as mere boasting. However, with her parents and brother gathered to celebrate this momentous occasion, the truth was undeniable. "So, sister, if brother-in-law has erred in any way or caused you displeasure, you must surely forgive him. Now you two are speaking on his behalf, are you? Whose brother are you, mine or his?" Su Wanrong retorted with mock annoyance, expertly pinching Su Dongliang's ear. "Ouch, sister, that hurts. I am your biological brother." Su Dongliang exclaimed loudly, and once she released her grip, he added, "But I am also brother-in-law's little brother." As Su Wanrong cast a sharp glance, Su Dongliang hurriedly shifted his chair, inching closer to Zhang Hong's side. "All right, enough of the antics." Su Guoliang finally spoke, instinctively glancing at Zhang Hong, who still wore a smile. He then raised his glass. "Recently, there have been some issues with the fruit shop, and it's not just Jiang Bei who has been concealing this from you. If you're upset with him about it, we all share the responsibility. However, my dear daughter, Jiang Bei has resolved the matter, and your bright days lie ahead. If you're angry, wouldn't you also be angry with your mother and me?" Su Guoliang inquired with a smile. "Dad, what are you saying?" Su Wanrong sighed lightly. "Let us not dwell on it today. Our Su family is about to become a well-off household. Ha! Cheers." Su Guoliang laughed heartily. After downing a shot of liquor, he contentedly smirked. "Dad, I've prepared the payment for the fruit delivery this Thursday in advance, so you needn't worry. Furthermore, next Monday, we will begin supplying the kindergarten, so you all will have to work a bit harder then," Jiang Bei remarked. "Rest assured, your mother will come to help." Su Guoliang nodded. "As long as you two are doing well, that is all that matters. Also, regarding future matters, Dongliang, you should spend more time at the kindergartens in the city during the day. Next month, you should consider getting a driver's license. It will be useful for deliveries," Jiang Bei advised, looking at Su Dongliang. "What about you, brother-in-law?" Su Dongliang asked instinctively. "I had mentioned before that this business is yours and Dad's. Once I save up a few thousand, I will venture into other businesses," Jiang Bei replied with a smile. Chapter 124. When to have a second child. Jiang Bei. "We mustn't act recklessly. We need to think this through. We currently have a business running quite well." Su Guoliang set down his glass, frowning. "I can't advise you much. You have the capability, but you must consider it carefully." Meanwhile, Su Wanrong looked at her father and then at Jiang Bei. What did he mean by having capability? What had transpired in recent days? Why did her father's words leave her feeling perplexed? "Dad, don't worry. I have some ideas in mind to earn money," Jiang Bei said with a smile. Su Guoliang nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. He had witnessed how Jiang Bei handled recent troubles and countered them, leaving him in awe. "Brother-in-law, Let us clarify this. This business belongs to you, and I am merely working for you. We must not let things get muddled. As the saying goes, even among brothers, accounts must be clear, Su Dongliang suddenly interjected. Jiang Bei looked at the slightly awkward Su Dongliang and chuckled. Dongliang is right. This venture is indeed yours, while I am just an employee. Su Guoliang concurred. After all, a married daughter is like water poured out. Although the two families are currently close, the accounts must still be clear. I am aware, father. I had previously discussed with Dongliang about him coming to assist me, and I assured him that he would not be disadvantaged. His salary would be 10,000 yuan a month, along with a 10% share of the profits. While he is still young, he should save up for a house, marriage, and children, all of which require financial resources. Dongliang is a diligent young man. Brother-in-law, I see that he is already 20. Dongliang scratched his head and remarked. The salary for our parents will depend on how you, as the store manager, arrange it. Jiang Bei chuckled as he patted Su Dongliang on the shoulder. No, your mother and I shall forego our salaries. The money we have accumulated throughout our lives is for you. Su Guoliang suddenly declared with seriousness. Jiang Bei was visibly taken aback for a moment, then nodded, without further reluctance regarding such trivial matters. After all, in his heart, the fruit salad business not only allowed him to swiftly earn his first pot of gold during the market's favorable period, but also served to support the family. Dongliang, let us gather more funds, and we shall purchase this storefront. Having our own premises will bring us stability, Jiang Bei stated. Aware that with several large shopping malls moving into the pedestrian street area, it would soon transform into a commercial street. At that time, the prices of the shops here would soar. Although such money would seem trivial to him then, he still needed to consider the family's welfare. Furthermore, a business like fruit salad, no matter how large it grows, has its limitations, if all goes as expected. There are already numerous individuals in Donghai preparing to enter the fruit salad trade. This is a serious matter, Dongliang. Do not merely indulge in eating. Have you taken note of what your brother-in-law has said? I understand, father. Why are you so talkative today? Have you had too much to drink? You rascal. Mother, my father is about to hit me. Quickly, intervene. Do not pour him any more of that remaining half-cup of liquor. Ha ha. The cheerful laughter echoed throughout Jiang Bei's humble abode. Little Yang Yang, cradled in arms, wore a smile as she relished this harmonious atmosphere, listening to the jovial banter of her elders. Meanwhile, the sharp-tongued yet tender-hearted Zhang Hong did not attempt to restrain Su Guoliang from his clandestine refills. She merely cast a glance and silently diverted her attention to amuse little Yang Yang. Su Guoliang was indeed inebriated. He later furrowed his brows, slammed the table, and directly inquired of Jiang Bei and Su Wanrong, now that the family's circumstances have improved, when they plan to have a second child. After all, in this era, if the firstborn is a girl, many would desire a second child. Su Wanrong, who had initially felt detached from the matter, suddenly flushed crimson. Chapter 125. Mother. Like a child. What second child? Su Wanrong stammered, turning her head away. Unbeknownst to her, Jiang Bei was right beside her, and upon turning, their eyes met. In an instant, Su Wanrong felt an overwhelming embarrassment, akin to an ostrich burying its head in the sand. Look at my sister's head lowered. She must be shy, Su Dongliang exclaimed. Clapping his hands, his face flushed from the drink. What nonsense are you spouting? Your sister and brother-in-law are already an old married couple. What is there for her to be shy about? Su Guoliang interjected with a frown, displeased. The matter of a second child must be prioritized. Ultimately, it was Su Guoliang who made the final decision. Whether the conditions have improved is not the focus now. Rather, it is Jiang Bei's relentless pursuit of wealth that stands out. One could say that he could easily afford not only a second child, but even an entire football team. Inquisitively, Yang Yang chimed in. Mom, what is a second child? Su Wanrong's hand trembled, nearly sending Yang Yang tumbling into Jiang Bei's embrace. By 8 o'clock that evening, the Su family prepared to leave, escorted by Jiang Bei, of course. Having consumed quite a bit of alcohol, the Su father and son were not in the best condition to walk home. Jiang Bei, concerned for their safety, insisted on driving them back. As soon as they departed, Su Wanrong busied herself with clearing the remnants of their meal from the table. Meanwhile, Yang Yang sat patiently on the living room bench, waiting for her mother to finish. Observing her mother's demeanor, she remarked, Mom, you seem very happy today. Su Wanrong's movements froze momentarily, as if struck by an unspoken truth, and she retorted, What are you babbling about? Who's happy here? Mom is happy. Just now you were smiling, and your face turned red during dinner, Yang Yang argued, shaking her head. I was not, Su Wanrong replied, a hint of annoyance creeping into her voice. Yes, you were. Can't you see that you're tired? When will Dad be back? He just left a few minutes ago. Are you eager to see him? Have I raised you for nothing? Su Wanrong responded, a touch of jealousy lacing her words. Yang Yang nodded, no longer wanting to press the issue, turning her head away. Su Wanrong, meanwhile, continued her task, unperturbed. Yang Yang rested her chin on her little hands, her bright eyes swirling with thoughts. She recalled an incident from kindergarten, where a self-introduction segment had caught her attention. One child had proudly declared that he could sleep alone, receiving praise from the teacher for his accomplishment. Yang Yang pondered how her mother had seemed sad after work today, though she could not quite grasp why. She merely sensed the shift in her mother's mood. Another child had cried during nap time, prompting the teacher to comfort him for quite a while until he stopped and sought his mother. Mom is just like a child sometimes, Yang Yang mused. Should I also try to sleep by myself? Perhaps I can get Dad to soothe Mom tonight. With newfound determination, she turned to her busy mother and said, Mom, can you help me wash my face? I'm sleepy. Su Wanrong, seemingly unaware of the deeper implications, glanced at the unfinished table, then at Yang Yang, wiping the sweat from her brow. All right, you are truly my little darling. With that, she scooped Yang Yang up and carried her to the bathroom to wash up. Once finished, Yang Yang ventured into Jiang Bei's bedroom, waving to her mother. Mom, you can keep cleaning, don't worry about me. Okay, just wait a moment. And I'll be done soon, Su Wanrong responded with a smile, feeling grateful for her thoughtful daughter. But just as she was lost in her thoughts, the bedroom door suddenly slammed shut, accompanied by the unmistakable sound of it being locked from the inside. Yin Yang, Yin Yang. Su Wanrong heard the commotion and promptly set aside what she was holding, rushing to the door. She twisted the doorknob, only to discover that it was indeed locked from within. Bang, bang, bang. Yin Yang, open the door. Why did you lock it? Su Wanrong called out anxiously. Mom, Yin Yang is tired. I'm going to sleep now. Today Yin Yang wants to sleep alone, and I'll tell the kindergarten teacher tomorrow, came Yin Yang's voice from inside. No, Yin Yang. Please unlock the door first. I need to open the window for you. It gets stifling at night, and it's too hot outside, Su Wanrong pleaded, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. Mom, it's all right. The window is already open, Yin Yang replied. Yin Yang, please open the door for Mommy, she urged. Mommy, keep your voice down. Yin Yang is trying to sleep and doesn't want to get up to open the door. I'm falling asleep now, Yin Yang exclaimed, straining to climb onto her bed. She pulled the summer blanket over her small belly, a smile gracing her face as two shallow dimples appeared, her large eyes sparkling mischievously in the moonlight. As she listened to the sounds outside gradually fade away, Yin Yang's eyes began to close into crescent shapes. Meanwhile, Su Wanrong stood outside the door, teetering on the brink of frustration. There was no spare key in the house. Who would have anticipated such a situation? It was absurd to think that being locked inside would prevent her from getting out. Now, the only way for anyone to enter was if Yin Yang unlocked the door herself. Surely, she couldn't wait for Jiang Bei to return and force the door open, could she? As this thought crossed her mind, Su Wanrong suddenly froze, glancing instinctively at the closed door. What if Jiang Bei came back? She rubbed her temples in annoyance for having let her guard down with Yin Yang, but helplessly continued tidying up the dining table. When Jiang Bei returned after dropping off Su's family, he paused at the entrance. Su Wanrong sat expressionlessly on the long bench in the living room, her gaze icy, not even turning to acknowledge him. Where's our daughter? What happened to Yin Yang? Jiang Bei's heart sank. He noticed the tightly shut door of their room and, as he slipped off his shoes, began piecing together the situation. It was likely that Yin Yang had upset Su Wanrong, and now she was sulking. Jiang Bei smirked to himself, amused. Wanrong, where's Yin Yang? He inquired softly. However, at that moment, Su Wanrong felt a mix of embarrassment and anger. Jiang Bei's question ignited her frustration like a powder keg. Oh, your precious daughter has gone to sleep, Su Wanrong replied, her smile devoid of warmth. It wasn't that she didn't want to give Jiang Bei a pleasant response, but she genuinely struggled to determine how to face him, especially while admonishing herself internally that she couldn't simply forgive him. After all, he had just deceived her. Really? Jiang Bei was taken aback. She went asleep? He quietly approached his bedroom door, intending to open it, only to find it locked from the inside by Yin Yang. Jiang Bei turned in astonishment to Su Wanrong, silently pointing at the door lock. Su Wanrong appeared to concede, casting a somewhat resentful glance toward Jiang Bei. Your daughter has now learned to lock the door, she sighed. I truly owe you both. Jiang Bei was taken aback, realizing that this behavior stemmed from what the kindergarten teacher had said about praising children who sleep well. It seems she has taken that to heart, Su Wanrong remarked lightly. Jiang Bei stared blankly at the door before turning back to Su Wanrong. Then let her sleep on her own, he suggested, feeling somewhat helpless as he ambled over to the bench and sat down. The atmosphere suddenly fell into a heavy silence. and the air within the room began to grow increasingly stifling. Tonight, they both uttered in unison. Well, Wanrong, where am I supposed to sleep tonight? Jiang Bei asked with a dry chuckle, patting the hard chair beneath him. This isn't a suitable place for slumber. You have work tomorrow, and I need to earn a living. Whether I catch a cold from sleeping in such discomfort is one thing, but what if I wake up with a stiff neck? How am I to earn a living then? Su Wanrong's brow slowly furrowed, her gaze growing deliberately cold and expressionless as she regarded Jiang Bei. Where do you wish to sleep? She inquired with a firm tone, as if Jiang Bei's suggestion to share a room would displease her. They had not shared a room for quite some time. Ever since Yang was born, she had moved to another room to care for the child, and Jiang Bei had seemingly transformed into a different person. Once Su Wanrong completed her confinement, she never returned to their shared space. However, now that their relationship had warmed, it seemed inevitable that they would eventually share a room again. Moreover, Yang was growing up, and some parenting books suggested that children around the age of 3 or 4 should begin to sleep independently. Yet, the prospect of suddenly cohabiting again without prior preparation was daunting for Su Wanrong, particularly since she had not indicated that she would forgive Jiang Bei for his deceit. Though she had internally absolved him to a large extent, she felt compelled to maintain a facade, in case this rascal deceived her once more in the future. That room. Jiang Bei pointed towards Su Wanrong's bedroom. Absolutely not. Su Wanrong immediately shook her head. Why don't you sleep in that room, and I'll take the living room? Yet, having painstakingly rekindled his relationship with his wife and daughter, Jiang Bei could not let such a fortuitous opportunity slip away. No, you cannot sleep here. What about work tomorrow? If you wake up with a stiff neck, I would be heartbroken, Jiang Bei insisted earnestly, gazing at Su Wanrong. Su Wanrong's face flushed crimson. She turned her head away in frustration, refusing to look at Jiang Bei or engage in conversation, as if her silent protest might yield some result. In truth, it was futile. Jiang Bei was not about to forsake the invaluable support his daughter had provided him today. The two sat together in the living room for over an hour, and Su Wanrong felt her entire body growing sore and numb. Finally, she could no longer endure it. She slowly rose and headed toward the bathroom. I'm going to wash up and sleep. You can come if you wish. I can't control you anyway, she declared, then firmly shut the bathroom door behind her. She turned on the faucet and splashed water onto her face. Gazing at her reflection in the mirror, droplets glistening on her skin, she muttered to herself, almost in a fit of pique. Su Wanrong, have you never tasted sweetness? He changed just a little, treated you well for merely a few days, and you have already agreed to share a room with him? What will you do if he mistreats you again? Despite her words, throughout the past hour, Su Wanrong had been mentally preparing herself. After all, they were married, and Yang was their biological daughter. Such matters seemed only natural. Yet, they had not been together for years, and the bond between husband and wife had been nearly obliterated by Jiang Bei. Now, suddenly, they found themselves in this situation, and Su Wanrong's heart raced with palpable anxiety. In the living room, Jiang Bei stared blankly at the tightly closed bathroom door, his smile gradually transforming into clarity. When Su Wanrong awkwardly emerged from the bathroom, he took his turn to brush his teeth and freshen up. Once he completed his routine, he gently pushed open the door to Su Wanrong's room and beheld the sight of the woman clad in a nightgown, her delicate shoulders exposed, turned away from him. Hearing the creak of the door, Su Wanrong's shoulders visibly tensed. At that moment, Jiang Bei instinctively held his breath. He approached quietly, moving to the other side of the bed, which was precisely the angle at which Su Wanrong lay. If he were to recline there, her gaze would inevitably fall upon him. Su Wanrong's body felt rigid as she slowly lay flat, her large eyes fixated on the ceiling. Her exquisitely shaped face was now marred by tension. It was peculiar that after 5 years of marriage, Su Wanrong felt an unusual anxiety in her heart, and she endeavored to steady her breathing. Meanwhile, Jiang Bei's breath grew increasingly labored. He was equally apprehensive. Unlike Su Wanrong, he had returned from 20 years in the past, finally reuniting with the wife and daughter he had longed for, and resolving the regrets born from a life-altering accident. Gradually, he had begun to mend their relationship, and at this moment, he could lie in bed alongside her like any other couple. Thus, he cherished this life, savoring every second with a greedy heart. Yet, the delicate atmosphere made it difficult for Jiang Bei to fathom. He was indeed a titan in the business world, capable of discerning his competitors' thoughts and analyzing their weaknesses to triumph over them one by one. However, while he could surmise his wife's feelings to some extent, he was instinctively cautious, unwilling to inflict further hurt upon her. Lying flat on the bed, he hesitated before softly calling out, "Wanrong." Su Wanrong replied, her voice muffled. "Are you still angry with me today?" Jiang Bei inquired, But the moment the words left his lips, he felt regret. Su Wanrong had clearly moved past her anger. Why was he bringing up such a foolish question? Was he merely prompting her to recall the deception he had inflicted upon her? I did not intend to. Jiang Bei explained somewhat hurriedly. I am angry, Su Wanrong replied calmly, but as if conceding to something, added, however, today. Let us say your merits and faults have been balanced. I am not blind. I can see your transformation. But in the future, please do not hide anything from me. All right, I will try. Jiang Bei responded straightforwardly. Su Wanrong immediately turned her head, looking at him with a hint of annoyance. Jiang Bei mirrored her action, their gazes locking. He looked at his wife with a tinge of shame, assuring himself that life would improve and their business would flourish. There were many matters he wished to shield her from, not wanting her to worry. He had repeatedly questioned himself, even just moments ago, if another business issue arose. One that Su Wanrong could not assist him with, such as the store being shut down. Would he disclose it to her? Even knowing that his concealment would anger her, the answer remained a resolute no. He did not want Su Wanrong to fret over him or his business. He wished to provide her and their child with the finest things within his means. Some troubles do little more than cause you unnecessary worry, but Wanrong, trust me, I will handle everything, Jiang Bei explained, a hint of urgency in his tone. Humph, Su Wanrong scoffed, turning her head away once more to gaze at the ceiling. Her cool demeanor betraying a subtle joy. At that moment, Jiang Bei shifted slightly, admiring the delicate profile of Su Wanrong. He reached out hesitantly, then withdrew his hand. Aside from those matters I cannot assist you with, you must not deceive me. Su Wanrong's calm, yet compromising voice reached his ears. I will no longer deceive you. Jiang Bei replied, his eyes moist, a firm promise. He extended his arm, gently encircling Su Wanrong's slender waist. Chapter 129. Holding the one in his arms, feeling the warmth of his embrace from behind, Su Wanrong's body quivered slightly. Why you? Let go. I have not forgiven you yet, she said, her voice a bit rushed, her once steady breaths now faltering. Her heart raced, the sound echoing in her ears. Yet this time, Jiang Bei was not foolish. Holding his wife brought a sense of fulfillment he had long dared not dream of. I will not let go. Su Wanrong bit her silver teeth, attempting to pry Jiang Bei's arm away, but her strength paled in comparison to his. Wanrong, let me hold you for a moment, he whispered softly. He felt as if he were on the brink of surrender, not driven by primal urges, but by a profound need for emotional solace, a longing that had become his greatest desire in this lifetime. Su Wanrong finally ceased her struggle against his arm, lying quietly with her back to him, allowing him to embrace her. The warmth radiating from Jiang Bei's chest gradually eased the tension in her heart. The room fell into a serene silence. The atmosphere was so tranquil that even the sound of their breathing was audible. The warm breath caressed Su Wanrong's nape, causing her body to tense up. Jiang Bei, please let me go. Haven't you held me long enough? Su Wanrong spoke with a hint of discomfort. Not enough, Jiang Bei replied softly. The unusual sensation beneath him made Su Wanrong quickly realize the implications, her cheeks flushing slightly as she murmured, not tonight. It's that time of the month. Jiang Bei was momentarily taken aback, only then acknowledging his own primal desires alongside the satisfaction in his heart. He tightened his embrace around Su Wanrong, saying, it's fine, I won't move. Just holding you. As the night deepened, Su Wanrong's thoughts became a tangled mess. With her eyes wide open, she stared blankly ahead, while the rhythmic sound of Jiang Bei's steady breathing indicated that he had fallen asleep. She gently attempted to push Jiang Bei's arm away, for she found it impossible to drift off like this. Yet, after hesitating, she lowered his arm back down, a wry smile of resignation crossing her face. She shifted her position slightly, feeling a tingling sensation in her right arm from maintaining her side posture. Ultimately, she merely adjusted her arm's position and allowed Jiang Bei to continue holding her. His breath sent shivers along her neck. Yet enduring this for an entire night was not a viable option. She couldn't possibly stay awake all night, could she? Su Wanrong felt a conflict brewing within her. Really? It's been less than a month, she mumbled softly, a mix of shame and indignation washing over her, as if she had made a decision. Just as she was about to turn around, a low murmur from behind halted her movements completely. Wanrong, don't go. Tears welled up in Su Wanrong's eyes, a profound sorrow making them glisten. She reflected on the years of her tumultuous marriage, recalling the wretch who had been a drunkard, a gambler, and an abuser, contrasted with the man who now embraced her in slumber. He had truly changed. Su Wanrong felt as if she were caught between reality and illusion, fearing that if she fell asleep, she might awaken to find that the experiences of recent days were merely a dream. Yet, her thoughts gradually drifted away, and she found herself relishing the warmth of his embrace. Jiang Bei was lost in a beautiful dream. It seemed as though past and present intertwined. He once again became a renowned entrepreneur. Yet, the scenes shifted as he anxiously drove to pick up his daughter from school. He had canceled an important meeting to leave work early, celebrating his wedding anniversary with his wife. It felt as if he had fulfilled his deepest desires, giving everything he had to his wife and daughter. He held the person in his arms tightly. Chapter 130. I can no longer manage you. All the sun is shining bright. Mom and Dad, wake up. The early morning sun streamed into the room, accompanied by the sweet, youthful voice of their daughter. Wanrong rubbed her slightly sore eyes, gazing at the figure standing at the foot of her bed. Yinyang, why are you up so early? She reached out to pat Yinyang's head, just as she felt the large hand still resting on her waist. With a huff, she withdrew her hand, a slight pout forming on Wanrong's lips, tinged with a hint of vexation. Yet, two shallow dimples emerged on her exquisitely oval face, seemingly betraying her true feelings. It's getting late. Yang shook his head. Daddy and Mommy are such lazybones. I still have to go to kindergarten today. Wanrong felt an unusual heaviness in her slumber, as though she hadn't slept so soundly in ages. Glancing at the wall clock, she noted it was only 7 o'clock. Surely, she hadn't overslept that extravagantly? Rubbing her temples, she turned to the man who was gazing at her with a cheerful smile. When did you wake up? Wanrong asked, somewhat dazed. I just woke up too. I slept quite well, Jiang Bei replied with a smile as he sat up. Yang slept soundly as well, but it's better to sleep alone. There are no stories from Daddy. Yang, nestled in Wanrong's arms, pouted. Then Mommy will tell you a story tonight, Wanrong said, gently brushing back Yang's hair. No, Mommy's stories aren't good. I want Daddy, Yang exclaimed, already climbing over to Jiang Bei's side, eager for his embrace. Right, only your daddy is good. You little ingrate, Wanrong remarked, playfully tapping Yang's forehead. Daddy's stories are better than Mommy's. Yang stuck out his tongue, already in Jiang Bei's arms. Humph, Wanrong huffed. This ongoing battle between the two had become frequent, and Wanrong found herself at a loss when it came to her daughter. Perfect. You can keep her company tonight and tell her stories. It'll save me some worry, Wanrong quipped coldly to Jiang Bei. However, Jiang Bei could hardly accept this. Having savored the tranquility of the previous night, he was reluctant to part with it. Though he silently admonished himself for possibly being too demanding, fearing Wanrong's displeasure. He gradually placed Yang aside, sitting up straight and gazing earnestly at Wanrong. Just as she began to wonder if she was being unreasonable, Jiang Bei slowly stated, Wanrong, I believe Yang is already a big girl and should learn to sleep on her own. At her age, it's crucial to foster her independence. What will happen in the future if we don't? Besides, when we purchased this home, we chose a 2-bedroom layout precisely so Yang would have her own space. She can't be sleeping with us forever. What do you mean by us? Wanrong silently countered in her mind. Since Yang managed to sleep alone well last night, I think it's best we continue this way. It's quite good, Jiang Bei asserted with righteous conviction, professing concern for their daughter. Yet, Wanrong could read between the lines of his intentions. Unfortunately, his words left her without a solid rebuttal. Regarding the storytelling, I'll soothe our daughter to sleep each night before I return to bed, Jiang Bei stated earnestly. Wanrong's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at Jiang Bei, stunned for a moment before she stepped off the bed, leaving with a huff and a parting remark. I can't manage you too. Daddy successfully calmed Mommy down. Hooray! Yang laughed as she leaped into Jiang Bei's embrace. The joyful sounds of father and daughter caused Wanrong, who had just entered the bathroom, to stomp her foot in dissatisfaction. Chapter 131 now. Tearing away yesterday's calendar revealed a pristine new page. August 22nd, Tuesday. With merely 2 days remaining until the shop's reopening on Thursday, Jiang Bei found himself short on funds, lacking even the money necessary for inventory on opening day. Moreover, he needed to pay the kindergarten fees for Yang on Friday, an entire 3,000 yuan. The last of his funds had been squandered the previous Thursday. Jiang Bei furrowed his brow. There were numerous ways to earn money, yet he required a quick influx of cash with minimal investment. Dad, what are you thinking about? Yang, freshly washed, emerged from the bathroom and approached Jiang Bei, waving her little hand in inquiry. Nothing, Jiang Bei replied with a smile, choosing to set aside his worries. After the family finished their meal, Wanrong departed for her shift at the chemical fiber factory, while Jiang Bei took on the responsibility of escorting Yang to kindergarten. Due to his intention to earn money today, the task of picking Yang up from school in the evening fell to Wanrong. Although she needed to leave work early, Jiang Bei's assistance to Song Chongqing had made her workload considerably lighter than before. She did not inquire further into Jiang Bei's plans, but nodded in agreement. This family, once nearly fragmented, had finally begun to find harmony and stability after Jiang Bei's tireless efforts over the past month and a half. Notably, as he dropped Yang off at kindergarten, Jiang Bei overheard a conversation among several parents. It seemed that a small amusement park within Central Park was set to open soon, featuring attractions akin to bumper cars and pirate ships. While not as exhilarating as some of the larger amusement parks, these rides were particularly beloved by young children. Many parents expressed their intentions to take their children to see it that evening. This sparked an idea in Jiang Bei, although the event appeared to be widely promoted. He had been so engrossed in business matters lately that he had neglected to keep abreast of such developments. As he rode home, he contemplated the feasibility of his plan, which gradually took shape in his mind. Before long, a comprehensive proposal had crystallized. Upon returning home, Jiang Bei promptly picked up the landline to call Su's family. Before long, the call connected. "Hello, brother-in-law. Dongliang. May I inquire if you still have any funds available?" Jiang Bei asked, a hint of embarrassment in his voice. "We have some left. How much do you need? Are you planning to venture into business?" Su Dongliang inquired with enthusiasm, aware of Jiang Bei's capabilities, especially during such a critical moment. They needed to prepare for the necessary funds. His father had been fretting over this very issue that morning. He had just commented, "With a brother-in-law like him, why worry?" "Indeed, here I am," Jiang Bei responded. "Well, I heard that the park will be quite lively tonight," he added. "Brother-in-law, I heard that too. I was actually going to ask if you wanted to take Yang, but I forgot to mention it yesterday," Su Dongliang said cheerfully. Brother-in-law, didn't you say you were going out for business today? Why are we heading to the park instead?" Su Dongliang suddenly realized something. "You aren't planning to conduct business in the park, are you? What's wrong with that? Where there are crowds, there are opportunities. We could venture into the children's market this time," Jiang Bei replied. "How much do we have left, Dad? How much do you have on you?" "Brother-in-law, there are only 200 yuan left on Dad's side, which isn't enough. I've run out," Su Dongliang said helplessly. "Isn't that too little for our business?" "That's sufficient," Jiang Bei asserted confidently, although he felt quite awkward about it. Having once been a scoundrel who took and deceived money from Su Wanrong, he had genuinely changed. Yet, he still needed to ask Su Guoyang for funds. Otherwise, he wouldn't have a penny to invest in the business. After some rustling on the other end of the phone, Su Dongliang's voice came through again. "Brother-in-law, I'm coming over for that 200 yuan. When shall we start our business?" "Right now." Chapter 132. By the time Su Dongliang pedaled his tricycle to Jiang Bei, it was already past 9 in the morning. He appeared far more excited than Jiang Bei. After all, running a business had always been Su Dongliang's dream, now made possible with Jiang Bei's assistance. Moreover, having followed Jiang Bei for some time, he had learned a few business skills. However, he still found it hard to fathom how they would turn 200 yuan into enough to cover Thursday's expenses. Even if they managed to earn that day's payment, it would still amount to 3,000 yuan, right? The shop had been closed for a week, which would certainly have some impact. Even if they made half of that, earning 1,500 would be challenging. "Brother-in-law, what business are we starting this time?" Su Dongliang asked as he entered. "We're selling fish," Jiang Bei replied with a smile. "What?" Su Dongliang, who had been mulling over the situation, was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Jiang Bei's business venture would involve selling fish. Shouldn't that be done at the market? What were they doing at the park? This answer left him momentarily speechless. "Stop overthinking it. Just follow me," Jiang Bei said with a grin. The fish he referred to was not the kind one would find at a market, but rather a popular fishing game that had recently gained traction. This was something he had encountered before, and he had observed many engaging, kid-friendly games that had caught his attention. However, this particular venture suited their current budget the best. Brother-in-law, where are we going now?" Su Dongliang asked, still in a daze. "To buy fish, of course." This marked Jiang Bei's second visit to the flower and bird market since his rebirth. The last time, he had purchased wholesale roses. This time, he was acquiring koi fry. The vibrant, multicolored koi fish were quite eye-catching and reasonably priced at 10 cents each. Jiang Bei bought a quantity of them, along with a few ordinary glass fish tanks and 2 large buckets for clean water and the fry. Su Dongliang was utterly bewildered. He had assumed they would be selling fish, but who would actually buy such things? Who would be foolish enough to purchase these small fish? If they were bought for 10 cents each, could they really sell them for 50 cents? A 5-fold profit? The catch, however, was that Jiang Bei had only invested 50 yuan in the fry. Do not speak of quintuple returns. Even a 10-fold return would merely amount to 500 yuan. Observing his brother-in-law's demeanor, Jiang Bei couldn't suppress a sense of mischief. Regardless of how many inquiries Su Dongliang made, he simply refrained from divulging any information. Afterward, Jiang Bei procured several small fishing nets and wholesale glutinous rice paper and plastic bags from a nearby market. By the time he completed these purchases, it was around 3 in the afternoon. Su Dongliang, perplexed, inquired, "Brother-in-law, is this truly feasible? How much profit can we possibly make if we sell out?" He trailed behind Jiang Bei on a tricycle, persistently questioning, "How many times have you repeated this all afternoon? How can one know it won't work without trying?" Jiang Bei replied with a smile. Su Dongliang fell silent once more. Despite his attempts to reassure himself, he couldn't shake the feeling that this venture was utterly ludicrous, so absurd that it was beyond imagination. If a fruit catch yielded a profit of just 100%, what could possibly be garnered from 50 yuan's worth of fish fry? What multiple could that entail? However, he didn't entirely abandon hope. Perhaps, just perhaps, it might actually succeed. Before long, the duo arrived at the park, where numerous parents had already brought their children to enjoy the amusement facilities. Donghai was unlike those large cities. There had been no amusement parks before this. Not only were there many visitors, but several vendors had also set up stalls outside this small amusement area, selling beverages and snacks. Jiang Bei found a suitable spot, arranged the fish tanks he had bought, filled them with water, and then scooped some fish fry from the large bucket that Su Dongliang had carried, placing them into the tanks. He then set down 2 stools and seated himself comfortably. "Brother-in-law, should I call out to attract customers?" Su Dongliang asked, wiping the sweat from his brow. "Call out for what? People will come shortly," Jiang Bei responded, then began crafting simple fishing nets from the glutinous rice paper. "Brother-in-law, these fish fry aren't worth much. Are they? Just for display?" Su Dongliang inquired, his confusion growing. By now, it was around 4 in the afternoon, and the number of children in the park had steadily increased. Although it was merely a Wednesday, the opening of the amusement park had drawn in even more visitors than a typical Sunday. This hour coincided with the time many children were dismissed from school. Numerous elementary school students in uniforms, along with kindergarten children just released for the day, filled the area. "Brother-in-law, aren't you going to pick up Yang Yang today?" Su Dongliang asked, somewhat dazed. "No, your sister is picking her up today," Jiang Bei replied. Su Dongliang felt a jolt of realization. It seemed his brother-in-law had meticulously planned this out. Yet soon, the trepidation in Su Dongliang's heart was eclipsed by astonishment. Their stall was positioned close to the amusement area, making it visible to many children. "Daddy, I want a little fish." Some children, their eyes gleaming with excitement, tugged at their parents' hands, eager to approach. Compared to the 5 or 10 yuan spent on fleeting amusement rides, adults were inherently more interested in items they could take home. "Boss, how much are these fish?" Soon, a considerable crowd gathered at the small stall in Jiang Bei. Su Dongliang's gaze turned towards Jiang Bei, awaiting his explanation of the unfolding events. "The fish are caught. 1 net costs 5 yuan, 3 nets for 10 yuan, and the quantity you can haul depends on your skill," Jiang Bei replied, rising to address the onlookers. "Oh." The man who inquired brightened at this revelation. "If I were to take all the fish, wouldn't you incur a loss?" He challenged. "Why not give it a try? This fishing net is quite fragile," Jiang Bei responded with a smile. "Daddy, I want those little fish," a young boy exclaimed, tugging at the man's hand with impatience. "Let me have 3 nets to try," the man said, producing a 10 yuan note from his wallet. The boy attempted twice without success. While the man discerned the trick, the net was delicate when wet and required a deft touch and timing to succeed. "Daddy," the boy said, feeling a bit disheartened as he gazed at his last fishing net, hesitant to try again. "If I fail once more, there will be none left. Let me handle it," the man said, taking the net and seizing the moment to quickly catch a fish. However, in his eagerness to continue, he accidentally tore the net. "Boss, give me 3 more nets," the man requested, handing over another 10 yuan. He then crouched down and affectionately ruffled the boy's hair, saying, "Shao Jia, you must take your time. Let Daddy teach you." "Wow, Daddy is amazing." Soon, the air was filled with the boy's excited shouts and the man's hearty laughter. As more people gathered around Jiang Bei's stall, Su Dongliang's eyes widened in astonishment, observing the throng clamoring to try their hand at fishing, as if money had lost its significance. "What are you waiting for? Hurry, make more nets," someone urged. All right." The summer days were long, and even at 8 o'clock, the sky had not fully darkened. Jiang Bei, unreluctant to part with his nets, folded each one with 2 sheets of sticky rice paper, ensuring that with a little care, each net could catch small fish. For skilled adults, capturing 2 fish was not a daunting task. Seeing other children successfully catch fish, several adults were also eager to participate. The newly opened amusement park nearby, despite its large attractions, earned less than this modest fish stall. Su Dongliang's hands grew numb from the repetitive task of making nets, and he found himself mechanically repeating the process. At times, just as he thought to pause for a sip of water, someone would hastily urge him to pick up the pace. He longed to ask, "Do you not realize that these fry are hardly worth anything?" Chapter 134. My brother-in-law is impressive in truth. These adults were well aware of the value of the fish. However, Jiang Bei's fishing game captivated not merely the children's affection for the little fish, but also the adults' desire to spend money on leisure while bringing home tangible rewards. It resembled a parent-child game, where adults first grasped how to play and then taught their children. Due to their limited time spent with their children, adults found a sense of admiration from their kids through such games, while the children experienced joy and the thrill of catching fish. Jiang Bei, in turn, reaped financial rewards. As for Su Dongliang, who was diligently engaged in crafting fishing nets, he could hardly contain his joy. The reason for his exuberance eluded those around him. The night had fully descended, and the large barrel of fish fry was now empty, leaving the park gradually desolate. Brother-in-law, you are truly remarkable, Su Dongliang exclaimed, bouncing with excitement, displaying the exuberance of a youth approaching his 20s. What are you so happy about? There's still tomorrow, Jiang Bei chuckled. Brother-in-law, how much did we earn? Su Dongliang eagerly inquired, rubbing his hands together in anticipation. Take a guess, Jiang Bei replied playfully. At least 2,000. Su Dongliang exclaimed confidently. Are you foolish? Do you not know how many nets you have made? Guess higher, Jiang Bei laughed. How could I keep track? My hands are sore from making fishing nets. 3,000. Su Dongliang ventured hesitantly. Close enough, around 3,000. We'll need to count when we get home. Jiang Bei nodded. All right, stop dawdling. Let us tidy up. We still have tomorrow, Jiang Bei instructed. Understood, Su Dongliang replied, shaking off the numbness in his hands before resuming his work. When Jiang Bei and Su Dongliang returned that evening, Su Wanrong had already prepared dinner. However, the dishes on the table remained untouched, clearly waiting for Jiang Bei to return to dine together. Su Wanrong sat quietly on the bench, her expression tinged with worry. Sister, Su Dongliang shouted as he entered with the large water bucket. What have you two been up to? Su Wanrong asked, standing up in her slippers, her surprise replacing her earlier concern. Sister, you won't believe how amazing brother-in-law was today. We went to the park to sell fish. Guess how much we made? Su Dongliang exclaimed, placing the bucket aside and putting his hands on his hips, brimming with pride. What is there to guess? Let me inside first, Jiang Bei retorted. Entering with the large bucket, Su Dongliang jumped aside, urgently asking, Sister, take a guess. Why are you just standing there? Keep your voice down. Yang Yang is asleep. You'll wake her up, Su Wanrong cautioned. Are we not keeping the fish tank? Hurry up and get it. What's with this nonsense? Jiang Bei urged quietly. Oh, Su Dongliang sighed, his enthusiasm waning as he trudged back outside. Such a big child, still so impulsive, Jiang Bei remarked with a dry chuckle, turning to Su Wanrong. I'll reheat the food. What time is it? You didn't even let me know you were coming back, Su Wanrong said. I'll handle it. You take a break and change your clothes. You're soaked, she added, turning towards the kitchen. Jiang Bei scratched his head, glancing at the untouched food on the table, a smile creeping back onto his face. After several trips, Su Dongliang finally brought in the fish tanks, just as Su Wanrong finished reheating the meal. The three of them sat down to enjoy the freshly warmed dishes. Sister, let me tell you, brother-in-law and I went to the park today, and he made some fishing nets out of glutinous rice paper. That thing leaks as soon as it hits the water. He charged people 10 yuan to use the net to catch fish. Su Dongliang animatedly recounted, gesturing as he spoke. And the fish? They were just tiny fry, worth a mere dime each. Can anyone really come to catch them? Su Wanrong asked instinctively. Chapter 135. It's time to engage in business. Su Wanrong wore an expression of disbelief. A mere penny for a small fish fry. And yet the selling price was so exorbitant. Moreover, they expected individuals to catch them using a net that leaked at the slightest touch of water. How could one possibly manage that? Today, the amusement park in the park had opened, attracting a multitude of visitors. Su Dongliang slapped his thigh. Sister, the people at the park today were like they had gone mad, treating money as if it were worthless. They were even urging me to make fishing nets. I can hardly keep up, he exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Brother-in-law is truly remarkable. If only you had seen it. Sister, what a pity. Su Wanrong glanced at her brother and then at Jiang Bei, who was sitting nearby, cheerfully enjoying his meal. She couldn't help but roll her eyes. Jiang Bei had transformed significantly, but her brother had changed just as much, as if he were under a spell. Not long ago, he had harbored a fierce resentment towards Jiang Bei, constantly urging her to divorce him. Yet, how quickly things had shifted. It hadn't even been a month. And now he was incessantly talking about how wonderful her brother-in-law was. She had lost count of how many times she'd heard such remarks, to the point where her ears felt calloused. Sister, can you guess how much we earned today? Brother-in-law and I only spent 200 yuan. Su Dongliang suddenly lowered his voice. I won't guess. Just tell me, Su Wanrong replied, a hint of irritation in her tone. Then, he mysteriously raised 3 fingers. 3,000. Su Wanrong was momentarily taken aback, and Su Dongliang nodded enthusiastically. Indeed, we earned 3,000. Su Wanrong found herself at a loss, not even remembering how she finished her meal or at what time Su Dongliang had left. Selling fruit bowls was something she had witnessed developing gradually, but that required a storefront and a steady foot traffic to thrive. Yet today, Su Dongliang and Jiang Bei had ventured to the park with just 200 yuan and returned with 3,000? It seemed utterly ludicrous. Don't listen to Dongliang's tall tales. It's merely a stroke of quick fortune that won't last, Jiang Bei interjected with a smile. Perfect timing. Help me gather the change. I need to go to the bank to exchange it for larger bills, to prepare for the payment due on Thursday. Oh, all right, Su Wanrong nodded, watching as Jiang Bei retrieved a small bag from the side. With a swift motion, he opened it, revealing it brimming with coins. Just as Su Wanrong regained her composure, she was once again engulfed in confusion. That evening, the couple busied themselves organizing the money late into the night. Their child, Yang, had not slept well at kindergarten that day and had gone to bed early, thus not disturbing them. The total from the day's sales amounted to 3,050 yuan, aligning with Jiang Bei's expectations. As the night deepened, everything remained unchanged from the previous night, as if time had stood still. However, compared to yesterday, Su Wanrong seemed to carry a hint of resignation, though not as rigid as before. Yet, early the next morning, she was once again roused from her slumber. This time, it was not Yang calling her, but the sound of knocking at the door. Rising to open it, Su Wanrong's anger flared, and she promptly shut Su Dongliang outside. It isn't even 7 o'clock yet. What on earth is this young man doing knocking on her door? Has he lost his mind? Who is it? Jiang Bei inquired with a smile, observing Su Wanrong's comings and goings. Fool. Su Wanrong flopped back onto the bed, seeking to reclaim her slumber. For reasons unknown, this girl, who had never been one to indulge in late mornings, had suddenly developed an aversion to rising early in recent days. Perhaps the demands of work had begun to weigh upon her? Jiang Bei soon realized who this fool was. He helplessly rubbed his temples before finally descending to open the door. Upon opening the door, he found Su Dongliang standing there, his face a picture of grievance. Hesitating to knock. Brother-in-law. Su Dongliang's eyes lit up upon seeing Jiang Bei. What brings you here so early? Jiang Bei yawned. There's something important. Brother-in-law. We need to go into business. Chapter 136. The fool has arrived. What business? Jiang Bei's mind momentarily struggled to comprehend. Moreover, he had not mentioned anything about taking Su Dongliang anywhere the previous day, had he? And what sort of lucrative venture required such an early start? Surely, it would be far more pleasurable to remain at home, nestled in bed with his wife. We're going to sell fish, brother-in-law, Su Dongliang exclaimed eagerly. Last night, he had excitedly recounted the events of the previous day to his parents, even eliciting a look of shock from Su Guoyang. As night fell, Su Dongliang had hardly slept, driven by the anticipation of returning for another go today. If all went well, he and his brother-in-law could earn nearly 6,000 yuan in just 2 days. How could he not be anxious about such a profitable endeavor? Besides, leaving early simply meant more potential earnings, did it not? Jiang Bei's lips twitched slightly, realizing he was at a loss for words. Bang! He promptly shut the door again. Su Dongliang stood there, dumbfounded, scratching his head in confusion, unable to comprehend the situation. Were this couple truly foregoing money? What was he to do now? Would knocking again result in a reprimand? After some contemplation, Su Dongliang dashed down the stairs. Jiang Bei returned to the room, observing Su Wanrong, who was preparing to sink back into her slumber. He quietly lay down on the other side and expertly wrapped his arms around her waist, pulling her close. At that moment, Yang, rubbing her sleepy eyes, entered Su Wanrong's bedroom. Oh, is mommy scared at night? Does she need daddy to hold her while she sleeps? The child was taken aback. Su Wanrong's eyes widened in shock, and in a fit of irritation, she forcefully flung Jiang Bei's hand away. Huh, mommy is awake. Yang approached, attempting to climb onto the bed, her face brimming with curiosity. Why is mommy's face red again? Daddy, look at mommy. Yang, like a climber scaling a mountain, maneuvered over Su Wanrong and nestled herself between Jiang Bei and Su Wanrong. Shoo, your mother is experiencing morning irritability. Jiang Bei gestured for silence and whispered. Oh, daddy, what is morning irritability? Yang asked, puzzled. It's when we both risk getting scolded, Jiang Bei replied after a moment of thought. Beside them, Su Wanrong felt increasingly out of place within the room, as if she could no longer endure the atmosphere. She promptly rose and retreated to the restroom for some personal care. The prospect of a nap had lost its allure, and even her cherished comfort was beginning to feel drafty. While Su Wanrong freshened up, Jiang Bei continued to amuse Yang in the living room. Upon her return, her demeanor was as frosty as ever. Still playing? What will happen if you're late for school? Hurry, wash your face and brush your teeth, Su Wanrong said coldly. Yang, immediately deflated like a wilting plant, hurriedly scrambled off the couch. Jiang Bei, unable to suppress his smile, was met with Su Wanrong's sharp retort. And you? What is there to laugh about? With that, she took Yang into the restroom. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed through the door. Jiang Bei stretched lazily and went to answer it, revealing Su Dongliang. The young man, not one to be outdone, had just returned from purchasing breakfast for the trio. And it seemed unkind to leave him outside, especially with that earnest smile plastered across his face. Brother-in-law, you and my sister Haven Tea had breakfast yet, right? Perfect timing. I just bought some soy milk and fried dough sticks, Su Dongliang said with a forced chuckle. Come in, Jiang Bei replied, discreetly rubbing his forehead. During breakfast, aside from Yang, conversation was sparse, particularly from Su Dongliang, who felt it would have been better to remain standing at the door. He couldn't comprehend his sister's chilliness so early in the day. Today, Su Wanrong was tasked with taking Yang to preschool. Once the mother and daughter departed, only Jiang Bei and Su Dongliang remained in the house. Brother-in-law, let us go. Chapter 137. A fresh start first. Go check how crowded the park is. Then return and let me know. Jiang Bei gestured dismissively. All right, Su Dongliang nodded and left. By the time he returned, it was already 8:30 in the morning. But he brought back good news. There are indeed quite a few people, brother-in-law, Su Dongliang said, scratching his head awkwardly. Oh, who are they? Jiang Bei inquired with a smile. Just some elderly folks taking a stroll in the park, Su Dongliang replied, slumping into a chair. Then let us wait until the afternoon. In business, it's vital to understand who your clientele is. Precise targeting is essential, lest we waste our time, Jiang Bei chuckled. I understand, brother-in-law. After lunch, Jiang Bei took Su Dongliang out to purchase fish fry, and with large buckets and fish tanks in tow, they made their way back to the park. A new day of business was about to commence. Ah, brother-in-law, how wonderful it would be if this became a lasting enterprise, Su Dongliang mused. Don't let the prospect of profit lead you astray. Let us not forget the initial reasons we ventured into this business, Jiang Bei cautioned. I understand, brother-in-law. Su Dongliang nodded earnestly before resuming his work on the fishing nets. The circumstances mirrored those of the previous day. The adults who had brought their children the day before were unlikely to return. Nevertheless, this nascent fishing game remained an intriguing novelty, and most importantly, there were currently no competitors in sight. It may be tomorrow or the day after that when competitors arrive to vie for business. At that point, they will struggle to stand out and gain strength, inevitably leading to the division of this lucrative pie. After closing up that evening, the small change filled the cloth bag once more. Although it was slightly less than yesterday, it still amounted to approximately 2,500 yuan, considering yesterday's earnings. In just 2 short days, they had amassed over 5,000 yuan through this new venture, sufficient for tomorrow's inventory costs. That night, Jiang Bei shared the news with Su Wanrong, who smiled in response, preemptively wishing him great success for the opening the next day. What opening? This is merely a release from confinement, Jiang Bei chuckled. However, that night, Su Wanrong adamantly refused to let Jiang Bei hold her, fearing that Yang might mock her the following morning. Yet, under Jiang Bei's strong insistence and reassurances, she reluctantly agreed to a brief embrace, planning to withdraw once she fell asleep. This brief moment extended into the early hours of the next day. Once again, the scene from the previous morning unfolded, with Yang's gaze laced with disdain. Su Wanrong's expression was a medley of emotions, annoyance, regret, and anger. Ever since her relationship with Jiang Bei had begun to mend, she found herself mired in such feelings daily. Nonetheless, at least their home finally bore some semblance of a family. Tomorrow, we need to pay Yang's kindergarten fees, right? Su Wanrong inquired as they ate. Yes, we must go tomorrow, Jiang Bei nodded in response. Be cautious, don't let business delay the kindergarten fees, Su Wanrong advised. Rest assured, I will be mindful of that. You should also take care not to overexert yourself with work, Jiang Bei replied. Su Wanrong nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. She was a wise woman who knew better than to meddle in Jiang Bei's business affairs. After dropping Yang off at kindergarten, Jiang Bei finally departed home, heading towards the pedestrian street. Today marked the reopening of his shop. It was already 8:30, and the Su family had arrived, their eagerness palpable. Typically, only the father and son from the Su family would assist during weekdays, while the mother would join on busier weekends. However, today, the entire family's presence spoke volumes. Brother-in-law, Su Dongliang exclaimed loudly upon seeing Jiang Bei. Go check how many people are in the park, then return to inform me, Jiang Bei gestured. All right. Su Dongliang nodded and set off. By the time he returned, it was already 8:30 in the morning, and he brought back encouraging news. There are quite a few people. Brother-in-law, Su Dongliang said, scratching his head awkwardly. Oh, who are they? Jiang Bei inquired with a smile. Just some elderly folks taking a stroll in the park. Su Dongliang replied, sitting wearily on a chair. So, let us wait until the afternoon to go. In business, it's crucial to understand who your customers are and to identify your target market. Otherwise, it would merely be a waste of time, Jiang Bei remarked with a smile. I understand, brother-in-law. After lunch in the afternoon, Jiang Bei took Su Dongliang out to purchase fish fry, and then, equipped with a large bucket and fish tank, they made their way to the park once more. A new day of business commenced. Ah, brother-in-law, how wonderful it would be if this business could last long. Su Dongliang remarked with a tinge of nostalgia. Don't let the prospect of money cloud your judgment. Have you forgotten why we embarked on this venture in the first place? Jiang Bei replied. I understand, brother-in-law. Su Dongliang nodded, resuming his work on the fishing nets. The situation mirrored that of the previous day, as the adults who had visited with their children yesterday were unlikely to return today. Yet, this newly emerged fishing game remained extraordinarily captivating. Most importantly, there were currently no competitors. However, it was possible that by tomorrow or the day after, rivals would appear to vie for the business. At that point, they would struggle to stand out and grow stronger, inevitably leading to the division of their profits. That evening, after closing up shop, their small change filled the cloth bag once more. Although it was slightly less than the previous day, they still managed to gather around 2,500 yuan, not counting yesterday's earnings. In just 2 short days, they had amassed over 5,000 yuan through this new game. This was more than sufficient to cover the costs for tomorrow. That night, Jiang Bei shared the news with Su Wanrong, who smiled in response. I wish you great success in your business tomorrow, she exclaimed. What business? This is merely a release from the competition, Jiang Bei chuckled. Later that evening, however, Su Wanrong refused to let Jiang Bei hold her, fearing that Yang Yang would come by the next morning to tease her. Yet, under Jiang Bei's earnest insistence and reassurances, she reluctantly agreed to a brief embrace, promising to withdraw once she fell asleep. This brief moment extended into the following morning. The scene from yesterday morning replayed itself, with Yang Yang's eyes reflecting disdain. Su Wanrong's gaze was a kaleidoscope of emotions, frustration, regret, and anger. Ever since her relationship with Jiang Bei had begun to mend, she found herself enveloped in this tumultuous emotional state daily. Nevertheless, at the very least, their home had begun to resemble a family. Tomorrow, you need to pay Yang Yang's kindergarten fees, right? Su Wanrong inquired as they ate. Yes, I will go tomorrow, Jiang Bei nodded. Be careful not to delay the kindergarten fees for the sake of business, Su Wanrong cautioned. Rest assured, I will be mindful. You too should take care not to overwork yourself, Jiang Bei replied. Su Wanrong nodded in agreement, choosing not to elaborate further. She was a wise woman and refrained from interfering in Jiang Bei's business affairs. After dropping Yang Yang off at kindergarten, Jiang Bei finally left home, heading towards the pedestrian street. Today marked the reopening of his shop. It was already 8:30, and the Su family had arrived, displaying a sense of urgency. Typically, only Su Dongliang and his father would come to help during weekdays, while Su's mother would join on weekends when they were busier. Today, the entire family had come, which spoke volumes. Brother-in-law, Su Dongliang called out loudly upon spotting Jiang Bei. Chapter 139. Birthday compared to a week ago, business has significantly declined. Even Su Dongliang, who regularly discards unsold fresh fruits, felt a pang of sorrow, yet he persevered in his duties. Dongliang, wait a moment, let me have a couple more pieces. These fruits are still edible, Zhang Hong interjected, a hint of urgency in her voice. Mom, didn't we agree? If they don't sell during the day, you can eat some if you're thirsty, Jiang Bei replied, somewhat helplessly. How can we waste such fine produce? It's a shame to watch it go to waste. Zhang Hong sighed. Meanwhile, Su Guoyang stepped out of the shop, lighting a cigarette and smoking in a nonchalant manner. By noon, as foot traffic increased, they managed to sell off most of the first batch of fruits that had arrived in the morning. The remaining stock would suffice for the afternoon's business. As evening approached, sales finally picked up. Many strolled through the pedestrian street, and, upon seeing Jiang Bei's shop reopening, eagerly rushed to make purchases. Some even expressed nostalgia, remarking on the recent openings of other fruit salad shops, but asserting that none compared to the freshness and quality of this establishment. Grateful for the support, Jiang Bei acknowledged their kind words. By 9 o'clock that night, the entire inventory of fruits, totaling 3,000 yuan, had been sold, yielding a net profit close to 3,000 yuan. Such encouraging news brought a sense of calm to the Su family, who had been anxious earlier in the day. At the very least, this venture remained profitable. The following morning, Jiang Bei took Yang to kindergarten, paying the 3,000 yuan tuition fee, which finally eased Su Wanrong's worries. Over the past few days, Jiang Bei shared updates about the business with her. They had invested 5,000 yuan in fruits on Friday, yielding a commendable profit. By Monday, Yang would be able to enjoy their fruit salads at school. Business over the weekend was predictably busier, as many fruit salad enthusiasts returned to Jiang Bei's shop. In just 4 days since reopening, they had transformed an initial capital of 5,000 yuan into nearly 40,000. If this trend continued, it would not be long before Jiang Bei could step away from the shop and pursue other business ventures. Yang, who had longed for fruit salads, finally indulged again. Particularly, when she learned that the kindergarten would serve fruit salad for lunch that day, her eyes sparkled with excitement. Monday arrived. Business during the week was quieter. Zhang Hong, feeling somewhat bored at home, recalled Jiang Bei's reassurances that he and Su Dongliang could manage the shop alone. He had invited his parents to come help in the afternoons or evenings if they wished, as they could handle the workload together. Nonetheless, being of advanced age, they were eager to assist, rising early to accompany Su Dongliang once more. Dad, Mom, I might need to head back a bit earlier today, Jiang Bei said. Su Guoliang paused for a moment and then remarked, if I calculate the days, Yang's birthday is approaching, isn't it? It seems it's coming up quite soon. In previous years, Yang always celebrated her birthday at our home. Brother-in-law, you must take good care of her this year, Su Dongliang remarked with a smile. Dad, when is Yang's birthday? Su Guoliang replied. Yang's birthday falls on the first day of the 8th lunar month, which is tomorrow. Su Guoliang glanced at Su Dongliang and then at Jiang Bei, who appeared somewhat awkward following Su Dongliang's comment. Unable to resist, Su Dongliang added, I need to think about what to buy for the little girl. Jiang Bei, you should return home early these next few days to accompany Yang. The shop will be fine with us here. There's no need for concern, Su Guoliang said. Chapter 140. Snatching fruit salads. Jiang Bei felt a heaviness in his heart. It was not solely due to Su Dongliang's words, but rather the fact that Yang was already 4 years old, and he had never celebrated a birthday with her. This was a hurdle he found difficult to overcome. Although he was not particularly wealthy relying solely on the fruit salad stand, he could at least take his daughter and wife out for a nice meal. Tomorrow, we want to be going over, Su Guoliang suddenly declared. Before Jiang Bei could respond, Su Dongliang appeared somewhat anxious, but at that moment, Su Guoliang shot him a glance that silenced him. You two should celebrate Yang's birthday properly. We want to complicate things. The family has settled down, and while financial struggles are a constant, you young ones often speak of romance, don't you? Especially you and Wanrong, Su Guoliang said with a smile. I understand, Dad, Jiang Bei nodded. By noon, the delivery truck from the kindergarten arrived, transporting the 80 prepared fruit salads. The collaboration with Blue Sky Kindergarten officially commenced today. Starting tomorrow, Su Dongliang would visit other kindergartens in the city to negotiate partnerships. Armed with the contract from Blue Sky Kindergarten as leverage, making it easier to secure additional agreements. Around 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Jiang Bei finally departed. The thought of his daughter enjoying fruit salad at kindergarten brought him satisfaction. Notably, following the incident at the synthetic fiber factory, Su Wanrong's work had become less demanding due to Song Changqing's assistance. Although there were plenty of rumors, few dared to provoke Su Wanrong. With the fruit salad shop reopening, Jiang Bei occasionally found it difficult to leave. Thus the task of picking up Yang from school fell to Su Wanrong. However, today, eager to return home to his wife and daughter, Jiang Bei decided to wait at the kindergarten for Su Wanrong. Su Wanrong was always punctual, preferring to arrive early rather than risk being late, which would cause Yang unnecessary worry. He figured he would encounter Su Wanrong if he arrived at that time. At the kindergarten entrance, a rotund man and a plump woman were pointing and whispering at the pale-faced Su Wanrong. Su Wanrong had already picked up her daughter, who had been released early due to an incident, and in her arms, Yang clung tightly to Su Wanrong's sleeve, visibly frightened. A number of parents nearby were observing the unfolding scene, while the kindergarten teacher stood alongside the hefty couple, speaking to Su Wanrong. In her grasp was a rather plump little boy, presumably the offspring of the couple. The teacher's alignment with the couple was straightforward, as they leaned against a black Santana. Beside the Santana lay an overturned bicycle, equipped with a child seat, and a minor scratch marred the car's surface, likely inflicted by the fallen bicycle. The overweight woman bore several blemishes on her face, which suggested a lack of restraint in her youth. Upon seeing Su Wanrong, jealousy of her beauty ignited a fierce reprimand from her. I apologize, Su Wanrong murmured, having just scratched the woman's vehicle. The blustery weather had contributed to her failure to park adequately. Is "I'm sorry" sufficient? What kind of mother raises such a child? It's truly unfortunate that my son is in the same class as yours. Where do you even find the money to send your child to kindergarten? And your child dares to compete with my son for fruit? Humph. You mustn't speak ill of my mother. P.S. The one who bullies me. He stole my fruit. At that moment, Yang, cradled in Su Wanrong's arms, suddenly shouted, struggling to leap down. Chapter 141. With Daddy present. Yang. Su Wanrong found it difficult to hold on to her daughter and thus set her down. Once on the ground, Yang transformed from her earlier fear into a protective stance, standing in front of Su Wanrong as if to shield her mother. You're speaking nonsense. The money for my kindergarten is earned by my father. The fruit I have is rightfully mine. He simply doesn't have enough and seeks to take mine. I am not in the wrong. You mustn't speak ill of my mother. Though fear lingered in Yang's eyes, she understood that in her father's absence, it was her duty to protect her mother from harm. The little boy, witnessing Yang's defiance, took a step back, revealing a small red mark on his face, likely a scratch inflicted by Yang. You insolent child. My son would compete with you for fruit? How absurd. What kind of fruit could we possibly not afford? Only children from families like yours would cherish a mere piece of fruit, the overweight woman retorted with disdain. And you, teacherly, can't we provide a bit more fruit every day? How about we add an extra 200 yuan to the monthly food budget? This matter falls within our kindergarten's purview. We shall ensure there is an ample supply of fruit for the children, teacherly quickly responded. Yang's eyes brimmed with confusion. Clearly, it was the chubby boy who had bullied her and seized her fruit. Yet why did the teacher not speak up for her, but rather smiled at the others? She was not the one at fault. But at merely 4 years old, Yang was oblivious to the complexities of adult interactions and the darkness of societal selfishness. Miss Su, shall we now discuss compensation for the car and my son's medical expenses? The man approached, his belly protruding, yet he spoke courteously, intent on leaving a favorable impression on the beautiful Su Wanrong. Why are you being so polite to her? Isn't she the one who should compensate? The woman interjected, her dissatisfaction palpable. Let me tell you, if you can't produce 5,000 today, you won't be leaving. Do you have any idea how much this car costs? Humph. With a loud crash, she continued, a minor scratch shouldn't require 5,000, right? At that moment, a deep voice resonated through the air. The woman lifted her gaze to the side, where a tall man with a grim expression approached, accompanied by an overturned tricycle. Any flicker of fear that had briefly surfaced in her heart vanished entirely. She had anticipated a figure of authority to mediate, only to find a pauper instead. Daddy, Yang, still on the ground, ran towards Jiang Bei, her pent-up grievances breaking free as tears streamed down her cheeks. Meanwhile, upon seeing Jiang Bei, Su Wanrong felt an inexplicable sense of calm wash over her. Wanrong, it's all right. Leave this to me, Jiang Bei said as he carried Yang in his arms, positioning Su Wanrong behind him. It was as if his mere presence commanded the atmosphere, asserting control over the situation. Yet, the overweight woman remained undeterred. Just because you say it's fine doesn't mean it is. Huh. I've dealt with plenty of big talkers. If you don't compensate today, no one is leaving. Filthy scoundrels. Truly, like parent, like child. She mocked coldly. Jiang Bei clenched his fist, the knuckles cracking audibly, yet he restrained his fury, striving to maintain a composed demeanor. Yang, tell Daddy what happened today, he urged softly. Don't worry, with Daddy here, no one dares to bully you and Mommy, he reassured her gently. What happened? The woman dragged her child forward, pointing at the bruise on his face. Look, this is the unfortunate child from your family who did this. Chapter 142. Unyielding Injustice. Silence. Jiang Bei commanded coldly. His voice was not loud, but the icy glare in his eyes caused the chattering woman to instinctively take a step back, her words faltering. It was as if she sensed that should she continue her tirade, dire consequences might ensue. Yang, please tell Daddy what truly transpired, Jiang Bei asked in a gentle tone. The shift in his demeanor was an effort to suppress his rising anger. This afternoon, the kindergarten prepared fruit salad for us, but before I could even start eating mine, he snatched it away. Yang sobbed, tears cascading down her cheeks. In front of her mother, she felt compelled to be brave, to protect her from any wrongdoing. Yet, in her father's presence, she could be vulnerable, knowing he would shield her and never let her down. The tears she had held back for so long could only flow freely in the presence of Jiang Bei, unabashedly streaming down her face. Teacherly, is that true? Jiang Bei suddenly turned to the nearby Teacherly, seeking confirmation. Indeed, it is not. Teacherly suddenly felt a pang of anxiety. The man before her appeared quite ordinary, and she was well aware of the modest circumstances of Yang's family. That day, she had quizzed her students about the type of vehicle their families owned, under the guise of enhancing their expressive skills, yet it was a covert inquiry into their socioeconomic backgrounds. Yang Yang's response, of course, was that they had a tricycle in Jiang Bei, and she relished the moments spent in the back of the vehicle, clutching her father's waist. It was then that Teacher Li comprehended the family's financial struggles. While she held no ill will towards the considerate and amiable Yang Yang, when faced with a wealthier family opposing her, she unhesitatingly aligned herself with the more affluent side. Today, Jiang Bei indeed arrived on a tricycle. He had never anticipated that his child would face such unfair treatment in kindergarten, and the reason was none other than him. Yet, upon witnessing the scene before him, he grasped the entirety of the situation. What is this? Teacher Li, can you provide me with an answer? Jiang Bei's voice was devoid of emotion, his gaze coldly fixed upon Teacher Li. She began to avert her eyes, unable to meet the gaze of this unremarkable man. Despite his arrival on a dilapidated tricycle, she could only attribute everything to her own sense of guilt. It was indeed Yang Yang who had suffered today. That plump boy had struck her, and in stark contrast to the minor injury on the boy's face, Yang Yang had vomited up her lunch. However, the boy's family wielded greater influence and wealth. Yet what of it? The stout woman could no longer contain herself. Upon realizing that she felt intimidated by Jiang Bei's presence, she erupted in fury. My son desires fruit. What of it if he took from your child? I will share some fruit with you, but first, you must consider how to treat this wound. What if it leads to disfigurement in the future? And about my vehicle, does your wife not know how to ride? She scraped our car. It needs to be taken to the repair shop, do you understand? It must be repainted. The stout woman sneered at Jiang Bei, as though in the next moment, she would witness this ordinary man pleading for her mercy due to his inability to compensate for the damages. Having been pampered since childhood, she seized the opportunity to press her advantage mercilessly. Meanwhile, the stout man, observing this scene, did not display any overt reaction, merely letting out a soft sigh, clearly displeased with his wife's demeanor, yet feeling powerless to intervene. Jiang Bei, yes, it was my fault for not noticing the vehicle coming and scraping theirs. Su Wanrong gently tugged at Jiang Bei's arm, her voice timid. When Jiang Bei turned to her, he caught sight of a wound on her other arm, bright red and glaring. Wanrong, how did this happen? It's nothing. I was just careless. Su Wanrong shook her head, because she had scratched someone else's car. The trepidation in her heart had supplanted any physical pain. She did not regard her minor injuries as significant. Jiang Bei felt his breath stutter, one arm cradling Yang Yang, while his other hand gently grasped Su Wanrong's right hand. Instinctively, Su Wanrong attempted to withdraw, twisting her arm to conceal the wound from Jiang Bei, wishing to avoid any further discord between him and the couple involved. Yet, her efforts were in vain. As Jiang Bei lifted her arm, the wound, already seeping with blood, pierced his vision painfully. Does it hurt, Wanrong? Jiang Bei's voice trembled, as if the injury resided not upon her arm, but within his own heart. He had failed to protect her. Moments ago, she had been bullied, her complexion pale with evident fright. She was merely an ordinary woman. And in the face of such adversity, her first concern was not whether the other party was at fault, but rather that she had collided with their car and would need to compensate. Though their financial situation had improved, Jiang Bei had reassured her just yesterday that there was no need for worry as business was thriving. Such matters involving cars were beyond Su Wanrong's contemplation. It doesn't hurt, she murmured, shaking her head. Mom, you're hurt. Yang Yang had seen the wound, and the tears that had momentarily ceased began to fall again. Su Wanrong had concealed her injury well. Even Yang Yang had not noticed. But now, all her facades were stripped away. Jiang Bei, can we go home? Let us just go home, Su Wanrong blurted out, desperate to leave the scene. Go home. Not until we are compensated for this. I'll see who can leave. The hefty woman retorted sharply. She had witnessed the moment she longed for, the vulnerability of the beautiful woman before her, serving as an ideal outlet for her frustrations. She bellowed, for our car and my son's injury, unless you pay us at least 10,000 yuan, none of you are going anywhere. Jiang Bei seemed oblivious to her taunts, his focus solely on the wound on Su Wanrong's arm, his eyes filled with fury. Can I handle this for you, Wanrong? Jiang Bei took a deep breath, his voice soft yet strained, as he endeavored to suppress the anger within him and calm his emotions. Jiang Bei, Su Wanrong wished to say more, but his gaze silenced her. Could she truly entrust this matter to him? Would he be able to resolve it? The opposing party was evidently formidable, affluent, and well-dressed, with the kindergarten teacher standing by their side. Hadn't she been at fault? Aside from compensation, how else could this situation be managed? Would Yang Yang still be able to attend this kindergarten in the future? Su Wanrong's thoughts were a tumultuous whirl. Yet the towering figure before her seemed to shield her from the chaos. as if he could hold up the sky itself. Strangely, her heart began to steady. Jiang Bei gently placed Yang Yang on the ground, tenderly stroking her small head, offering comfort. Don't cry, Yang Yang. Daddy is here. They have erred, and I shall ensure that neither you nor your mother suffers. Yang Yang sniffled and nodded earnestly. At that moment, a smile finally graced Jiang Bei's face. However, as he unstrapped the cloth bag from his back and extracted a stack of 100 yuan notes, his expression gradually turned icy. I possess 10,000 yuan, he declared, slapping the money into his palm, his smile now glaringly bright. Yet, I must ascertain whether this sum is rightfully yours. If my eyes do not deceive me. This does not appear to be a designated parking area, Jiang Bei sneered. Chapter 144. The sequence of events. This incident transpired right at the entrance of the kindergarten. How could vehicles be permitted to stop here? Especially individuals like Su Wanrong. After nearly being struck by a truck during her last visit to her parental home with Yang Yang, she had become exceedingly cautious. This was a point Jiang Bei found perplexing. Moreover, it was crucial to note that no vehicles should traverse this area, as it lies directly in front of the kindergarten. It was not a parking spot. Had he not witnessed the trouble befalling Su Wanrong and Yang Yang, he would have prudently parked his car at a distance before approaching, wary of disturbing other children. Yet, this overweight couple had the audacity to drive directly to the kindergarten's entrance, nearly knocking down Su Wanrong, who was riding her bicycle. The scene was starkly polarized. Numerous parents gathered at the kindergarten's entrance, pointing and laughing at the unfolding spectacle. However, when Jiang Bei produced the 10,000 yuan, their expressions became somewhat frozen. Although they were willing to send their children to such a kindergarten, the mere act of producing this sum, while it may not carry the same weight as the affluent households of the 80s and 90s, was enough to drop many jaws in astonishment. A few men, however, exhibited little change in expression upon seeing Jiang Bei reveal the money, having not previously pointed fingers at the scene. It was as if Jiang Bei's calm demeanor and analytical approach to the situation resonated with their tacit understanding of his current action. The overweight woman, upon witnessing the 10,000 yuan, widened her eyes in surprise. She yearned for this man to plead with her, perhaps even to kneel for the sake of that money. Her shock quickly faded, replaced by a mix of indignation and embarrassment as she remarked, "Who would have thought, a bit of cash? I wonder if it's clean. If it's not, we certainly cannot accept it. The money is clean, and I can reimburse you, but you must provide me with a valid reason," Jiang Bei replied, shaking his head. "A reason? That wretched child scratched my son's face. And that vile woman." The overweight woman's words were abruptly cut off as a slap landed across her face. Jiang Bei shook his hand and regarded her with indifferent eyes, coldly stating, "If you cannot articulate yourself properly, then kindly keep your mouth shut." After Jiang Bei finished speaking, he shifted his gaze to the somewhat timid man before him. The man wore an expression of utter disbelief, clearly taken aback by the audacity of his opponent to act so brazenly in front of so many witnesses. The onlookers, momentarily struck dumb, widened their eyes in astonishment at Jiang Bei's sudden gesture. However, two individuals clad in white shirts, who had been observing the situation with detached interest, began to murmur amongst themselves. "Interesting fellow, this man," one remarked. "Yet, it seems he is merely a nouveau riche, daring to provoke by Pengjiu." While Yang Jiao continues to demonstrate her unrelenting foolishness, the observer noted the man's escalating desperation, reasoning that he had lost his composure in front of so many witnesses. Yet, having struck Yang Jiao, the consequences of his actions were likely to be severe. Indeed, who could disagree? "I heard from my father that the Yang family is poised to enter the Donghai market. If I were in his shoes today, I would have to swallow my pride and bear the financial burden. No matter the millions this nouveau riche possesses, it would all come crashing down." The bystander mused, intrigued by the unfolding drama. The plump woman, clearly dazed from the blow, took a moment before lunging at Jiang Bei with claws bared. Jiang Bei firmly seized her approaching hand and delivered a swift kick, causing her to retch violently, nearly expelling the acidic contents of her stomach. In that moment, she seemed to remember the man beside her, unleashing a shrill scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig. "Why, Pengjiu, are you utterly useless? This brute has struck me. Can't you see? Do you desire to endanger your own life?" Chapter 145. Intriguing Yang Jiao's cries drew a deep furrow across by Pengjiu's brow. His instincts warned him that Jiang Bei was not to be trifled with, yet he could no longer afford to remain passive. Although he harbored no affection for Yang Jiao, she was nonetheless his wife. The other man's demeanor indicated a lack of recognition of his identity, but surely he understood the value of his own vehicle. Furthermore, the confidence displayed in his arrival and the casual withdrawal of 10,000 yuan from his bag spoke volumes of his self-assurance. It was evident that Yang Jiao had instigated this chaos, and they were not in the right. As Bai Pengju pondered how to appropriately defuse the situation, Jiang Bei clenched his fists, the sound of cracking knuckles reverberating in the air as he stepped forward. I have stated that if you provide me with a valid reason, I may relinquish this 10,000 yuan. You have just assaulted my wife. Bai Pengju's expression darkened as he swiftly seized upon this new justification, sidestepping Jiang Bei's inquiry. In stark contrast to his earlier timid demeanor, Bai Pengju now projected an aura that was both menacing and cunning, a true wolf in sheep's clothing. Is that so? Pray, enlighten me as to why I should refrain from striking her, Jiang Bei retorted with a sudden, cold smile. You drove your vehicle into my wife. Your child seized my daughter as fruit dessert, threatening her for compensation. And you believe this matter can simply be dismissed? I struck her for her foul mouth. Without awaiting a reply, Jiang Bei provided his own answer, his smile gradually morphing into an icy glare. The East Sea should not be associated with your surname, should it? What do you intend to do? I acknowledge our faults in today's incident, yet you too resorted to violence. Bai Pengju suddenly felt that this matter was becoming increasingly difficult to handle. The demeanor of the other party bore a striking resemblance to Yang Jiao from earlier. Moreover, this truly exemplified the notion of being unyielding in righteousness. Not far away, a well-preserved middle-aged woman emerged from the kindergarten. If Jiang Bei were to glance back now, he would undoubtedly recognize her as Li Qingyun, the principal of the kindergarten. Upon witnessing the commotion at the kindergarten entrance, she paused momentarily, but quickly turned aside to conceal her presence, opting not to intervene in the fray. She recognized both parties involved, furrowing her brows as she promptly took out her phone to contact Zhang Tianwei. What do I intend to do? Jiang Bei spoke in a low voice. Apologize to my wife. Bai Pengju's complexion fluctuated between red and white. Although he had anticipated that today's situation would be challenging to navigate, he had not expected the other party to be so resolute, regardless of whether Yang Jiao would apologize. If she did, Bai Pengju's reputation in the East Sea would be tarnished by morning. Bai Pengju suddenly chuckled coldly, suggesting that Jiang Bei should inquire elsewhere. In the East Sea, how many could compel Bai Pengju to apologize? At that moment, revealing his name was intended to prompt the other party to recognize their place. This matter escalating would yield no benefits for anyone. Yet, he was confronted by Jiang Bei, a business magnate intent on seeking justice for his wife and daughter. Why would he fear a figure like Bai Pengju? Furthermore, if the other party truly wielded such influence in the East Sea, Jiang Bei would have recognized him by now. However, when the other party introduced himself, Jiang Bei visibly paused for a moment. Bai Pengju? Jiang Bei suddenly smiled, finding the situation amusing. What do you mean? Bai Pengju frowned slightly. I merely wish to convey that your name holds no weight here. Today, you must either apologize or I shall contact the authorities. Your choice. Jiang Bei stated calmly, my act of violence and your reckless driving leading to injury, followed by threats and extortion, surely do not equate in severity, do they? He seemed to recall something. Indeed, there exists a Bai family in the East Sea. Chapter 146. Zhang Tianwei enters the fray. This is a memory from long ago, back when Jiang Bei had yet to accumulate his wealth. The Bai family of the East Sea has been engaged in commerce for 3 generations and is a notable family with considerable influence, though their business was in the food industry, which had no connection to Jiang Bei. In due course, having gained strength, Jiang Bei grew disinterested in attending various business associations in the East Sea. Even his pursuit of profit had become a matter of indifference, let alone mingling in social circles with forced smiles. However, he had indeed heard of the Bai family. Both sons were rather astute, particularly the eldest, Bai Pengju. Yet, shortly after the Yang family entered the East Sea, the Bai family inexplicably fell into decline. Subsequently, the Yang family also faced setbacks in the East Sea market. Suffering significant losses and returning to Lin City, Liuzhou, he recalled hearing mention of this once. This Yang family from Liuzhou must surely be the support of that plump woman. Jiang Bei delved into his memories, swiftly discerning the root of the other party's brazen arrogance. What intrigued him the most was that the eldest son of the Bai family was none other than Bai Pengju, while the second son was named Bai Pengwei, the very same Bai Pengwei who had resorted to underhanded tactics to shut down his store for an entire week. A smile adorned Jiang Bei's face, exuding a warmth akin to a gentle spring breeze. Yet this very smile sent a chill down Bai Pengju's spine. He had encountered numerous influential figures, and he knew that those most ruthless often wore a mask of calm indifference, much like his own father. There were even those who, upon realizing they were about to absorb another enterprise, felt no remorse for the devastation they wrought upon their adversaries, often smiling as they made their decisions. This man before him evoked that same unsettling sensation in Bai Pengju. At last, Jiang Bei shifted his gaze from Bai Pengju to the somewhat bewildered Teacher Li beside him and spoke with a smile. Teacher Li, I forgot to mention. The fruit salads at your kindergarten are supplied by me. If possible, I hope the children from that family can enjoy their own fruit salads to their heart's content. Though directed at Li Qingyun, the words were equally intended for Bai Pengju. Oh. Teacher Li nodded numbly, as if enchanted by some unseen force. Jiang Bei's words instilled in her a sense of helplessness against resistance. Indeed, upon hearing this, Bai Pengju's expression darkened. Recently, his brother had mentioned the fruit salad incident to him. If he was not mistaken, it was this very individual who orchestrated the mischief. The ruthless methods employed had left him gasping in shock at the time. Meanwhile, Su Wanrong, holding Yang Yang's hand, felt utterly out of her depth in this situation. Several times, she had contemplated intervening with Jiang Bei, wishing to let the matter rest. However, he seemed utterly disinclined to heed her. It was as though that seemingly inconsequential apology held monumental significance. Was it not better that she simply not compensate for the damage to the other party's car? Su Wanrong mused internally. Just then, a crown sedan came to a halt in the distance, and a man dressed in a deep blue shirt and dark sunglasses emerged from the vehicle. I'm here to pick up my wife. What is going on here, gentlemen? Zhang Tianwei inquired with a smile. Director Zhang, we've encountered a minor issue, Bai Pengju responded, familiar with Zhang Tianwei. He hit my wife, Jiang Bei stated matter-of-factly. It's merely a misunderstanding, Bai Pengju replied with a genial smile. There's no misunderstanding. If this matter remains unresolved, I fear my wife will have trouble sleeping tonight. Jiang Bei insisted, shaking his head and offering no regard for the niceties. Zhang Tianwei, who had an understanding of Jiang Bei's character, was taken aback by his lack of deference. He found himself in a difficult position. What misunderstanding? He just struck me. Yang Jiao, who had earlier been shrieking like a slaughtered pig, softened her tone upon seeing Zhang Tianwei arrive. A conspicuous handprint marked her face, and a large footprint marred her clothing. Zhang Tianwei's gaze narrowed. He had just overlooked that Yang Jiao was also present. No wonder Li Qingyun had expressed such urgency over the phone, urging him to intervene. This situation was troublesome. In the 147th chapter, My Patience is Limited, during the phone call, Li Qingyun, pressed by the gravity of the situation and her own lack of clarity regarding the events, had failed to articulate the details. She merely mentioned that Bai Pengju and Jiang Bei had clashed at the kindergarten entrance, and it was quite serious, requesting his assistance to resolve it. At that moment, Zhang Tianwei did not anticipate any significant turmoil, as he was familiar with both individuals, particularly Jiang Bei, whom he perceived to be a person capable of restraint, yet undeniably ambitious. The very traits Zhang valued the most in Jiang Bei were exemplified to the utmost. However, the current scenario had escalated into genuine trouble. He had not anticipated that Jiang Bei would stand his ground so firmly, displaying an intention to engage in a fierce confrontation. The sole possibility for Jiang Bei's uncharacteristic demeanor could only be attributed to the injury sustained by his wife. Zhang Tianwei suddenly came to this realization. Moreover, the location of the accident clearly indicated that it was due to the actions of Bai Pengju and his wife. Now, Zhang Tianwei found himself regretting his involvement in this matter. Gentlemen, for my sake, let this go. Bai Laodi scratched Jiang Madam's vehicle. And did not Jiang Laodi also act against Miss Yang? He suggested. But they just threatened my wife, demanding compensation of 10,000 yuan. How do we resolve this? Jiang Bei retorted with a smile. He was well aware of Zhang Tianwei's purpose. However, such conciliatory behavior seemed unwise in the current circumstances, especially since this was his own kindergarten. Yet Zhang Tianwei remained oblivious to the grievances between him and the Bai brothers. They had caused trouble for his fruit shop and left Su Wanrong in distress. Jiang Bei was intent on settling the score with the Bai family. Meanwhile, Bai Pengju was somewhat bewildered. He knew Zhang Tianwei all too well, yet found him being so courteous to Jiang Bei. Did Jiang Bei truly wield such influence? Moreover, fundamentally, they were in the wrong. Zhang Tianwei clearly did not expect Jiang Bei to be so unyielding, and thus found himself reluctant to intervene. If this was the case, he preferred to remain a spectator, avoiding conflict with either party. And if pressed to choose, he could not in good conscience side with Yang Jiao. Yet he was equally disinclined to assist Jiang Bei. What do you intend to do? Bai Pengju inquired with a stern countenance. What do you think? Jiang Bei replied with a smile. He understood what Zhang Tianwei's current attitude signified and weighed the pros and cons in his mind. Contemplating how to seek justice for Su Wanrong, she might choose to forego it, but he could not. He had vowed to protect her. I do not require your apology. Let this matter conclude with the 10,000 yuan as medical expenses for my wife, Jiang Bei stated coolly. This was his bottom line. For even if today's events escalated further, no favorable outcome would arise. After all, he had to consider Zhang Tianwei's position and avoid putting him in a difficult situation. As these words fell, Bai Pengju's expression darkened entirely. Of course, you may choose not to comply, and I could always report this matter. Your son's minor injury could easily be worth 5,000. My wife, being far more delicate than your son, must surely be valued at no less than 50,000. Scoundrel, what are you saying? The wretched Yang Jiao attempted to speak again, but was silenced by a single glare from Jiang Bei, retreating in fear. She had just uttered such insults, and that slap had been dealt in kind. Even now, the sting remained acutely painful. You have the option, my patience is limited. Jiang Bei remarked coolly. Very well, I shall pay this sum. Bai Pengju bit out the words through clenched teeth. However, if you wish to continue doing business in Donghai, then I shall take your surname. I can issue threats as well, Mr. Bai. You are quite the grown man and need not resort to such childishness. Whether my business can continue is not for you to decide, Jiang Bei replied with a smile, shaking his head. Bai Pengju, how dare you? Yang Jiao shouted. Silence. Bai Pengju's cold reprimand left Yang Jiao stunned. She could not comprehend how he dared to raise his voice at her, nor how he could defy her wishes to hand over money. By what right? Yet in that moment, she could no longer intervene. Bai Pengju cast a deep glance at Jiang Bei before turning towards the car, retrieving the neatly wrapped sum of 10,000. This is 10,000. Let today's affair be put to rest, he stated solemnly. He had yet to express the remainder of his thoughts, but regardless, he would not allow today's incident to pass so easily, nor would he swallow this bitter loss without recourse. Well, that is settled. Ha. Brother Bai, Brother Jiang. If there is nothing further for me here, I shall take my wife and leave, Zhang Tianwei said with a grin, appearing utterly oblivious to the current situation. This was true wisdom disguised as folly. Both parties avoided offense, extricated themselves from the matter, and seized the opportunity to depart. There is one more thing, Principal Li. Jiang Bei suddenly interjected, altering his address, no longer referring to Li Qingyun as sister or sister-in-law. What is it, General Jiang? Li Qingyun halted her steps, mirroring the change in formality. I wish to transfer my daughter to a different class. This teacher has been somewhat unjust in her dealings, Jiang Bei stated flatly. At that moment, Li Qingyun noticed the pale-faced teacher Li standing nearby, clearly aligned with the monetary side of the matter. Frowning slightly, she replied, Rest assured, General Jiang. It is not necessary for Yang to change classes. Teacher Li, you may proceed to settle your salary with the finance department tomorrow and then take your leave. As for Mr. Bai's child, I will personally arrange for a class transfer tomorrow. Thank you very much, Jiang Bei replied with an appreciative nod. It is my duty, Li Qingyun responded. Jiang Bei's concession did not press Bai Pengju for an apology any longer. As for Bai Pengju, he was left with no recourse. If this matter escalated and reached the authorities, no matter his connections, he would undoubtedly face repercussions. If the other party were indeed powerful, things could turn dire. His younger brother's fruit business, though merely a trivial venture meant for amusement, faced ruthless tactics from the opposing side, who directly sought the intervention of the industry and commerce authorities to shut it down. He did not delve into the details of the matter, and Bai Pengwei, out of concern for face, refrained from elaborating. His agreement to settle the issue with 10,000 yuan could be seen as a gesture of goodwill towards Zhang Tianwei. Upon returning, he intended to thoroughly investigate Jiang Bei's background. As for the future, he was resolute in not allowing Jiang Bei to escape so easily. Bai Pengju, you are courting death. As Bai Pengju handed over the 10,000 yuan, Yang Jiao's eyes brimmed with tears. Yet, after relinquishing the money, Bai Pengju returned to the car in silence, starting the engine and preparing to depart. Yang Jiao, caught in indecision, could neither approach nor withdraw, ultimately uttering a powerless threat to Jiang Bei before hastily entering the vehicle. Her hasty retreat appeared both disheveled and forlorn. As the black Santana slowly drove away, the smile on Jiang Bei's face faded entirely. Hooray! Daddy chased away the bad guys, Yang exclaimed, clinging to Jiang Bei's leg, her smile radiant despite the remnants of dried tears on her cheeks. The shadow of gloom in Jiang Bei's eyes vanished in an instant as he crouched down to meet Yang's gaze, his smile returning with gentle warmth. Daddy is a great hero, Yang declared. Let us go home, sweetheart, Jiang Bei said, lifting Yang into his arms, rising to take Su Wanrong's hand. Yet, she recoiled as if pricked by a needle, instantly pulling away. At that moment, Jiang Bei noticed the confusion in her eyes. Chapter 149, Daddy is not wrong. Su Wanrong's eyes were filled with bewilderment. It was as if she were seeing Jiang Bei for the first time, standing there in a daze without uttering a word. A glaring wound marred her arm, the blood long dried. Jiang Bei felt an inexplicable tightness in his heart as he struggled to maintain his smile. Wanrong, shall we go home? He asked. Su Wanrong did not respond. Her lifeless eyes appeared to recall something, and without hesitation, she snatched their daughter from Jiang Bei's embrace. Her slender frame swayed slightly before she resolutely moved forward, disregarding the pain in her arm. One hand held Yang Yang while the other struggled to lift the fallen bicycle. She seemed to exert great effort, and when Jiang Bei offered his assistance, she accepted without protest, yet remained silent. Once the bicycle was upright, Su Wanrong placed Yang Yang in the child seat of the rear, then mounted the bicycle and slowly departed. A sense of panic washed over Jiang Bei. He opened his mouth but could not find the words to say, hastily mounting his tricycle to follow her. Su Wanrong appeared anxious, but when the traffic light turned red, she quickly applied the brakes to stop. At that moment, Jiang Bei finally caught up. Wanrong, what's wrong? Can you please talk to me? Jiang Bei spoke with urgency, bloodshot eyes betraying his distress. The anger, indifference, and calm demeanor of the man from moments before had vanished. Jiang Bei, I feel as though I no longer recognize you. Su Wanrong gazed at him blankly, and after a long pause, uttered those words. Yet, this seemingly simple statement nearly shattered Jiang Bei's emotional defenses. What should he do now? Why did you have to offend such a person? He clearly appears to be a significant figure, doesn't he? Su Wanrong spoke with an unusual calmness, a stark contrast to her earlier flustered demeanor, as if she had transformed entirely. In contrast, Jiang Bei was left in a state of confusion. That by Pengjiu. He is the brother of the one who recently closed your fruit shop, right? Hasn't this matter already passed? Isn't our current life good enough? Jiang Bei, do you truly wish to ruin everything? Su Wanrong inquired softly. Not far away, the traffic light turned green again. Su Wanrong chose not to engage Jiang Bei further, mounting her bicycle and slowly departing with Yang Yang. Meanwhile, Jiang Bei remained rooted to the spot, as if struck by an unseen force. After a moment, he finally turned around, watching the bicycle that had already crossed the intersection, gritting his teeth as he pedaled after her. It was as though fate conspired against Jiang Bei. Thereafter, no red lights appeared, nor did he have another opportunity to converse with Su Wanrong. Silently, Jiang Bei followed Su Wanrong upstairs. Yang Yang stood at the door, somewhat at a loss, gazing at Su Wanrong's retreating figure. Wanrong, Jiang Bei called out anxiously. However, after changing her shoes, Su Wanrong seemed to disregard him. Heading into the room, with a resounding thud, she shut the door. What happened to Mommy and Daddy? You chased away the bad guy today. Mommy should be very happy, right? Yang Yang asked, her eyes brimming with confusion as she weakly sought answers from her seemingly omnipotent father. Yet how could Jiang Bei respond? He had forgotten Su Wanrong's feelings. She was merely an ordinary person, having never dealt with someone like Bai Pengjiu. He could dismiss Bai Pengjiu's threats without concern, for he possessed intellect and resources to confront such challenges, even if the Bai family loomed as a formidable entity compared to him. However, Su Wanrong believed in that threat, and he did not see himself as the victorious party. Instead, he felt that Jiang Bei had provoked a powerful figure, someone he should not have crossed, jeopardizing their once harmonious family. He had amended his tendency to boast, ceased deceiving others, yet had he become unrecognizable simply because he had earned some money? This must have been what lingered in Su Wanrong's mind. It was father's fault, Jiang Bei spoke softly. No, Daddy is not at fault. Daddy protected Yang Yang and Mommy. Yang Yang vehemently shook her head. It was Daddy's fault. He didn't take good care of Mommy, Jiang Bei quietly asserted. He sat with Yang Yang on a bench, his face etched with remorse. He felt timid, unsure how to face the woman in that bedroom. She must be heartbroken right now, yet he found himself unable to explain anything. If one were to align with Su Wanrong's perspective, it was indeed true that he had acted impulsively today. However, he dared to believe that any genuine man, when faced with the bullying of his wife and daughter, would not remain idle, even if it meant fighting desperately, just as he had done back then. Little did he know that Su Wanrong had been considering him as well. These were her reasons for her earlier panic. She discerned that the other party was a significant figure, along with that woman and the husband of the kindergarten principal, Zhang Tianwei, who arrived later. She understood that Jiang Bei could not possibly wield as much influence as they did. After all, they had previously sealed Jiang Bei's establishment. Would they not do so again? What if they, like Jiang Bei, found someone in the business sector to completely shut down the store? What would they do then? The question of whether the store could be profitable was no longer within Su Wanrong's considerations. Her concern lay with the future. Would the other party easily let Jiang Bei go? Perhaps they were struggling even in Donghai. Su Wanrong sat quietly at the edge of the bed, gazing out the window with vacant eyes. Jiang Bei felt similarly, his gaze filled with turmoil. The two were separated by merely a door, yet were still preoccupied with thoughts of each other. Dad, could you please go in and persuade Mom? She will listen to your explanation, Yang said softly. Wait, Jiang Bei hesitated, unsure of how to face Su Wanrong, or how to explain things to her. Even Yang noticed Jiang Bei's despondency, yet she was at a loss on how to assist her father. Dad, how about I go and talk to Mom for you? Yang suddenly suggested, without waiting for Jiang Bei to respond. She jumped off the bench and dashed towards Su Wanrong's bedroom. Yang, Jiang Bei called out, standing up. But Yang had already reached the door to Su Wanrong's room. She tiptoed and gently pushed the door open, then squeezed her small frame through the gap. Just before the door closed, she flashed Jiang Bei a bright smile, as if to say, Don't worry, Dad, I've got this. In that moment, it felt as if the skies had cleared. Mom Jiang Bei heard Yang's innocent voice just before the door shut. The anguish in his heart felt alleviated by some unseen force. Although his steps were heavy, he pressed on towards Su Wanrong's room. Yet, when he reached the door, his hand, poised to push it open, froze in midair. Inside, Yang's tender voice echoed, Mom, please don't be angry with Dad. He only reacted that way because he saw you being bullied today. It wasn't intentional. Didn't you see Dad's expression? It looked like he was about to breathe fire. I saw everything. In truth, Dad just wants to protect you. I understand this. Why don't you? Mom, please say something. While Yang was perceptive, having grown accustomed to her parents' quarrels, she understood everything. She knew why her mother was behaving so coldly, and she comprehended her father's helplessness. Jiang Bei leaned against the wall, believing he knew his wife and daughter well enough, but that was not the case. His breathing grew heavy, and after taking several deep breaths, he returned to his room, retrieving the gauze and alcohol Su Wanrong had bought. With these supplies in hand, he no longer hesitated and slowly pushed open Su Wanrong's door. Chapter 151, An Urgent Desire. Dad, Yang exclaimed, her eyes brightening upon seeing Jiang Bei enter. Jiang Bei smiled at Yang and approached the bedside. At that moment, Su Wanrong finally lifted her head, pursing her lips as she looked at Jiang Bei. It was evident that she had just been worn down by their daughter. If even Yang could comprehend this truth, how could she not? Yet, she was reluctant to acknowledge it. Meanwhile, Yang remained unaware of certain circumstances beyond the protection her father provided for her mother, such as the recent closure of their favorite fruit shop. However, Su Wanrong was acutely aware that it was she who had been bullied today, and it was Jiang Bei who came to her defense. Unfortunately, by doing so, Jiang Bei had offended a powerful and wealthy figure. Su Wanrong's anger stemmed from Jiang Bei's failure to consider the consequences of his actions. If she could foresee the implications of the situation, how could he be oblivious? He was undoubtedly intelligent, but how could he possibly contend with someone like Bai Pengju? Su Wanrong found herself at a loss. Wanrong, let me tend to your wound first, Jiang Bei said softly. He carefully settled beside Su Wanrong, his cautious demeanor evoking a pang of sympathy within her. Gently, he took hold of her arm, and this time, she did not resist. His gaze fell upon the injury on her arm. Though it was not large, it was glaringly vivid, the crimson blood causing a tightening sensation in his chest. Does it hurt? Jiang Bei inquired, looking at Su Wanrong's exquisite profile. After a moment's hesitation, Su Wanrong replied, It doesn't hurt. The alcohol may sting a bit. Bear with it. It will be over quickly. No need. Su Wanrong instinctively attempted to pull her hand away. But Jiang Bei's strong grip held her arm firmly in place, rendering her immobile. She ceased her struggle. Jiang Bei gently retrieved the alcohol and cotton balls, meticulously cleaning the coagulated blood around her wound. Su Wanrong gasped, her arm trembling slightly. Mom, does it hurt? Yang's eyes were filled with concern. No. Mom is fine, Su Wanrong reassured her, gently stroking Yang's little head. As Jiang Bei's heart mirrored the bloodstains upon her wounds, the pain within him gradually faded away. Yet, the deeper wound in his heart required time to heal. If given the choice again, he would still choose to protect his wife and daughter. The fault lay with him, yet it was not entirely his own. It stemmed from his lack of strength to safeguard them, strength that Su Wanrong could see and touch. He couldn't help but ponder how the day's events might have unfolded differently if he possessed Bai Pengju's power. What if he were the one driving a Santana, while the other party was merely a minor character? Would Su Wanrong still hold him accountable for stepping in? Given her nature, she would likely avoid confrontation, letting bygones be bygones. However, had he offended an ordinary person rather than someone like Bai Pengju, she would not have blamed him. This marked the first time since his rebirth that Jiang Bei felt an urgent desire for strength. He had to strive, not only for himself, but for his wife and daughter as well. The scar on Su Wanrong's arm served as a poignant reminder to him. Not only did he have a wife and daughter, a family to cherish, but he also bore the solemn responsibility of ensuring their future safety. Such incidents must never recur. Jiang Bei, Su Wanrong suddenly spoke, prompting him to halt his actions and slowly lift his gaze. Can we refrain from this in the future? She inquired softly, her eyes revealing a hint of turmoil. I can endure some hardship. Today's assailants were undoubtedly formidable. Once they return. However, before she could finish, Jiang Bei gently shook his head. Wanrong, I apologize. Jiang Bei murmured, expressing regret for his inability to acquiesce to her plea. He had consulted his own heart and knew that, if faced with the same situation again, he would unhesitatingly place himself before her. He avoided her gaze and resumed cleaning her wound with a cotton ball. Yet, Su Wanrong abruptly withdrew her hand. Jiang Bei, why must you act this way? She exclaimed, her voice rising in pitch, a sharp inquiry laced with urgency. Is this not enough? Is this not sufficient? Her expression grew increasingly anxious, worry for Jiang Bei evident, though her approach was somewhat extreme. Mommy, interjected Yang, her voice tinged with tears. If someone bullied me, would you ignore me? Of course not. How could a mother disregard her child? Su Wanrong hastily replied. Then how could a father possibly neglect a mother? Yang looked up, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Su Wanrong fell silent, comprehending her daughter's implication. She understood fully, yet could not overcome the emotional hurdle that troubled her. What would become of their family? As if sensing her turmoil, Jiang Bei spoke up, Wanrong. Do not fret about the store, everything will be fine. Regardless of how powerful Bai Pengju may be, we shall not be harmed. Turning to face Jiang Bei, Su Wanrong noted his unwavering conviction. She opened her mouth to speak, but ultimately silenced herself. Did Yang hold the same significance in her heart as she did in Jiang Bei's? At that moment, Jiang Bei resumed his gentle ministrations on her arm, and Su Wanrong no longer resisted. The atmosphere in the room grew heavy with tension, yet Yang's tears remained unshed. A smile graced her face, her eyes curving like crescent moons, as she perceived that although her mother remained silent, she had already forgiven her father and ceased her inquiries. It was evident she had embraced it all. Jiang Bei, too, fell into silence, continuing his task with care. Su Wanrong discreetly observed him out of the corner of her eye, noting his earnest demeanor as he focused on her wound, each movement executed delicately, as if fearful of causing her pain. The alcohol stung, yet Su Wanrong remained silent, allowing Jiang Bei to tend to her. Gradually, her head turned to behold the man diligently attending to her injury. Sensing a shift, Jiang Bei lifted his gaze. Su Wanrong noticed the lingering concern in his gaze and quickly turned her head away. Yet, her neck still bore a faint blush, as if out of embarrassment or anger, leading her to avoid looking at him. At last, once the wound was tended to and the bandage securely wrapped, an uncomfortable silence enveloped the room. You should take Yang home to sleep and read her a story, Su Wanrong said flatly. Just as Jiang Bei was about to respond, she had already risen and left to freshen up. Daddy, Yang looked at Jiang Bei with a pitiful expression. What's wrong, my dear daughter? Jiang Bei lifted Yang onto his lap and gently inquired. Is mommy still angry with you? Why did she send you out to sleep? Jiang Bei stood frozen, unsure of how to reply. What are you thinking? Your mother is fine, he said with a bitter smile. Really? Indeed. Then daddy needs to work hard, so he can come back to sleep soon, Yang said, patting the bed. Jiang Bei rubbed his forehead, realizing how much his daughter had grown. At that moment, he recalled something. Sweetheart, do you know that your birthday is tomorrow? Tomorrow? Yang's eyes instantly sparkled. Daddy, I've already thought of my birthday wish. Yang suddenly exclaimed. What is it? Jiang Bei affectionately patted her head. I wish our family could always be happy together. Daddy and mommy should be like Snow White and her prince, forever happy together. Yang's tender, clear voice reached his ears, and Jiang Bei's hand paused momentarily. I will help you fulfill that wish, he replied softly. He lifted his daughter and returned to the room, narrating new fairy tales, his mind brimming with countless stories until Yang grew weary of them. As night deepened, Jiang Bei returned to his own room, reminiscent of the past. However, unlike a month ago, he was now accompanied by his daughter. There was also a woman in another room, who would be concerned for her well-being. But how was he to protect them both? Yang drifted off to sleep, while he remained troubled, deep in thought about strategies. The events of the day had unfolded so unexpectedly, and he finally recalled the connection between Bai Pengju and the former Bai Pengwei. He had long desired revenge. The closure of his shop had nearly cost him his business, and such a grudge could not be left unaddressed. As the saying goes, severing someone's means of livelihood is akin to taking their parents' life. While the Bai family's influence in Donghai was not exaggerated, It loomed large over his current predicament. Just a trifling scoundrel like Bai Pengwei, who had whimsically opened a shop to snatch away business, had nearly driven Jiang Bei to bankruptcy. What would happen when Bai Pengju decided to intervene personally? With new grievances added to old resentments, he had evidently become a target that Bai Pengju would seek to eliminate. It is not an exaggeration to say that should Bai Pengju desire to disrupt his business, it would be an effortless endeavor. With the Bai family's stature and Yang Jiao's backing, even Donghai's business authorities would have to show him some respect. Establishing a store in Jiang Bei does not require substantial investment. Rather, it can foster friendships with both the Yang and Bai families. Currently, the situation is one of an overt enemy, while I remain concealed in the shadows. Furthermore, Yang's seemingly naive and simple birthday wish is urging Jiang Bei to act swiftly. Jiang Bei slowly closed his eyes, concealing a glimmer of ferocity behind his eyelids. He had devised a plan. The following morning, Jiang Bei rose early to prepare breakfast for Su Wanrong and Yang, skillfully frying tender and delectable eggs. Upon awakening and seeing Jiang Bei, Su Wanrong said nothing. She quietly entered the bathroom to wash up, as if the events of the previous night had not left an impression on her. Wanrong, I'm heading out. I have matters to attend to today, Jiang Bei announced abruptly. Su Wanrong responded softly with an She refrained from inquiring further, knowing that Jiang Bei was certainly contemplating a solution to the previous day's issues. By the way, Yang is still asleep. Could you wish her a happy birthday for me? I'll come home early after work to pick her up, and then we can go out for dinner to celebrate her birthday properly, Jiang Bei added. Okay. Su Wanrong hesitated for a moment before nodding, suppressing her unspoken thoughts. She was uncertain of Jiang Bei's intentions. She was not foolish. She understood that if Jiang Bei were entirely confident, he would share his thoughts with her, such as the gradual improvement in business at the store or Yang's recent growth. Yet last night, he had surprisingly refrained from offering explanations, and even now, he remained silent. If he wished to speak, he would not require her to prompt him. Gradually, she began to understand this transformed Jiang Bei. She gazed blankly at his tall figure until he opened the door and turned back to her, prompting her to hurriedly avert her gaze. Wanrong, I'm leaving now. You need not worry about yesterday's events. I assure you, nothing will happen, Jiang Bei suddenly declared. Chapter 154. Overwhelmed by attention, I understand, Su Wanrong replied, slightly flustered, as if her innermost thoughts had been laid bare. She did not meet Jiang Bei's gaze. And once he closed the door, she turned her head back to face it, her eyes revealing a hint of turmoil. Would Jiang Bei encounter any danger? He had offended someone gravely, particularly Bai Pengju and Yang Jiao, who had lost face at the kindergarten entrance yesterday. Their gazes were as if they could devour him whole. They would undoubtedly seek retribution against Jiang Bei. But could he truly handle it? Sitting on the long bench in the living room, Su Wanrong felt her mind swirling chaotically. Mom. Before long, Yang emerged, rubbing her sleepy eyes. Mom, where's Dad? You'll know when you get up to look for him, Su Wanrong replied, unable to suppress a sigh. Even she found herself concerned for Jiang Bei. What kind of magic had he employed to change so much in just over half a month? Although she was frustrated by Jiang Bei's confrontation with Bai Pengju, she recognized that he was acting to protect her and their daughter. Mom, were you also thinking about Dad? Yang exerted herself to climb onto the bench, a cunning smile gracing her face. Her cleverness allowed her to perceive everything. Su Wanrong was taken aback, unable to resist glancing at her daughter. Jiang Xingyang, what nonsense are you spouting? Su Wanrong abruptly stood, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush. Mother is getting anxious. Yang teased, sticking out her tongue. Today is my birthday, and if you scold me, I will be heartbroken. You truly are my little ancestor. I must owe everything to you both, Su Wanrong sighed, lifting Yang into her arms and heading to the restroom. Mother is the best. Yang laughed in Su Wanrong's embrace. I'm not that great. Your father is, Su Wanrong replied with a hint of exasperation, though a fleeting shadow of sorrow crossed her eyes, quickly masked. The incident from yesterday, where Yang was bullied by other children, still loomed over them. And Jiang Bei's final words had determined the fate of that teacher, Li. A teacher who violated professional ethics could not possibly remain at Blue Sky Kindergarten. Such news would severely tarnish the institution's reputation. Early that morning, as Su Wanrong accompanied Yang to kindergarten, she encountered the director. The director had also heard of the previous day's events and realized that Yang, alongside her seemingly ordinary father, possessed considerable influence. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to confront someone like Bai Pengju. Consequently, Yang remained in her original class, while the child who had bullied her, Bai Pengju's offspring, was transferred to another class, with a new teacher assigned promptly. Upon hearing of this arrangement, Su Wanrong finally felt a sense of relief. Just as she intended to express her gratitude to the director, the latter stood up to apologize profusely, leaving Su Wanrong somewhat taken aback. Meanwhile, Jiang Bei proceeded to the fruit shop to open for business as usual. When Su Dongliang and the elder Su family members arrived, he refrained from mentioning the matter regarding Bai Pengju, instead leaving the pedestrian street early at Su Guiliang's urging. He carried with him 10,000 yuan, the very sum belonging to Bai Pengju from the previous day. Such money was not something he could bear to spend. It represented the grievances endured by his wife and daughter, and he intended to use it to alleviate their distress. He headed directly to the Donghai daily newspaper office. At that moment, it was 9 in the morning. "Excuse me, is journalist Yang available?" Yang Jijia, Jiang Bei inquired kindly upon entering the office. "What do you need?" The security guard asked, somewhat suspiciously. "I would like to speak with journalist Yang. My surname is Jiang." "Thank you for your trouble," Jiang Bei responded with humility. As the security guard was about to reply, he noticed an unopened box of Zhonghua cigarettes placed before him. Swiftly, he tucked it into his pocket, then changed his tone. Smiling, "Mr. Jiang, please wait a moment. I will call journalist Yang upstairs." Chapter 155. The editor-in-chief of the newspaper, such is the nature of small figures. They are accustomed to exercising whatever limited power they possess to its fullest extent. However, when someone is willing to offer an appropriate price, they will not hesitate to retract their authority. Take the security guard before him, for instance. Jiang Bei had never wished to waste words with such individuals. Before long, Yang Jijia made his way down. As he descended the staircase, he pondered which individual with the surname Jiang had specifically requested his presence. It was important to note that he was not the most distinguished reporter at the newspaper, even during the last assignment at the chemical fiber factory. It had been a group effort. Could it be Jiang Bei? Upon encountering Jiang Bei, Yang Jijia's eyes gleamed with recognition. The last time had been effortless, earning him 500 yuan. It seemed fortune was smiling upon him once more. "Brother Yang, would it be convenient for us to step outside and converse?" Jiang Bei inquired with a proactive demeanor. Yang Jijia hesitated for a moment, considering that it was still working hours. However, the prospect of a more substantial reward compelled him to agree without further ado. "Certainly, there is not much urgency with work," Yang Jijia replied, adding the latter part merely to bolster his own justification for stepping out. "It will be worth your while, Brother Yang," Jiang Bei remarked with a light chuckle. Yang Jijia's expression brightened, yet he refrained from elaborating further within the confines of the office. Shortly thereafter, the two arrived at a nearby cafe. "I prefer black coffee," Jiang Bei stated. "Then let us have 2 cups of black coffee," Yang Jijia responded. It was evident that he seldom frequented such establishments, as the prices felt somewhat extravagant and ostentatious to him. Nonetheless, he had to admit that the tranquil ambience made it an excellent venue for business discussions. Jiang Bei discreetly produced a red envelope from beneath the table and extended it towards Yang Jijia. Sensing something was amiss, Yang instinctively accepted it. Upon gently squeezing the envelope, he discovered it contained another 500 yuan. The generosity was remarkable. This amount had become a standard for Jiang Bei's dealings. Had he not previously witnessed the significant impact of that 500 yuan, Yang Jijia might have dismissed it as the folly of a wealthy individual. "Mr. Jiang, may I inquire what you need me to do this time?" Yang Jijia's demeanor shifted from casual to respectful upon receiving the money. "I require a front-page headline," Jiang Bei replied softly. Yang Jijia's expression grew conflicted, yet after a brief moment of contemplation, he responded directly, "Mr. Jiang, I am unable to assist with that." He ventured a bold inquiry. "What exactly are you aiming to accomplish, if I may ask?" Yang Jijia was reluctant to forfeit the 500 yuan, so within reasonable limits. He was willing to offer Jiang Bei some assistance, albeit not excessively, as long as he could provide some aid. There was no justification for Jiang Bei to reclaim the money. This little calculation was evidently within Jiang Bei's purview. Had he not disbursed the funds first, Yang Jijia might not have been so amenable. Furthermore, the terms of their business dealings had been established from the outset. Often, it was not merely a matter of the amount of money involved, but rather the appropriateness of the transaction. "Advertising," Jiang Bei stated directly. "Ah." Yang Jijia instinctively inhaled sharply. To use a front-page headline for advertising? That was an arduous task. Typically, only news of considerable weight would grace the front page, and local events in Donghai were seldom given such prominence. The previous incident at the chemical fiber factory, where defective products were destroyed and an apology was issued to the public, had indeed qualified for such coverage. However, as advertisements were being discussed, Yang Jijia silently extended 5 fingers. "Mr. Jiang," he said, "as far as I know, the front page requires at least this amount, and your advertisement must be sufficiently reasonable." Jiang Bei nodded with a smile, fully aware of this definition of reasonableness. If the weight is insufficient, one must pave the way with money. He was well prepared for this. Moreover, during this period, his store, or rather, the novel delicacy of fruit salad, had gained enough influence in Donghai to be deemed reasonable. I can help you contact the editor-in-chief of the newspaper. He is my uncle, Yang Jijia suddenly offered. This revelation was also the reason Jiang Bei was willing to extend so many favors to Yang Jijia. Upon hearing this, Jiang Bei chuckled. When he first met Yang Jijia, he questioned why, among the 3 journalists at the chemical fiber factory, it was Song Chongqing who introduced him to Yang Jijia. At that time, Jiang Bei had his suspicions. Without some connections, it would be quite challenging for someone of Yang Jijia's junior status to become acquainted with Song Chongqing, unless Yang Jijia's benefactor was acquainted with Song Chongqing's father. And this uncle was precisely the answer Jiang Bei sought. It's still early, so let me explain the intricacies to Mr. Jiang. Yang Jijia took a deep breath, knowing that by disclosing this information, he had secured that 500 yuan. Furthermore, he anticipated that the next collaboration would yield even more. People are inherently greedy, and Yang Jijia was no exception. He was showcasing the power he possessed behind the scenes. The front page typically does not accommodate advertisements unless the product is exceptionally popular and has already impacted the market, Yang Jijia continued. Moreover, to place an advertisement under reasonable circumstances, it would require at least 5,000 yuan. I believe Mr. Jiang understands that advertisements can pose significant risks to the sales of the newspaper on that day. I understand, Jiang Bei nodded. Yang Jijia's gaze momentarily faltered as he awaited Jiang Bei's next words, which Jiang Bei did not keep him waiting for long. There must be many fruit salad shops in Donghai City by now, right? This product should appeal to all age groups, so placing such an advertisement shouldn't pose a problem, particularly since fruit salad has been featured in the newspaper once already. It is indeed within a reasonable range, Yang Jijia remarked with a smile. In that case, I shall await the arrival of Uncle Yang, Jiang Bei replied with a nod. Mr. Jiang need not return to prepare, Yang Jijia paused, surprised. It is already prepared, Jiang Bei said, patting the bag beside him with a smile. Yang Jijia was taken aback, but chose not to press further. From then on, their conversation flowed without interruption. Yet they refrained from mentioning money, instead engaging like 2 old friends reconnecting after a long time, sipping the somewhat bitter coffee. Yang Jijia expressed his bewilderment at what was enjoyable about such an unnutritious beverage. Therefore, I still prefer tea, Jiang Bei responded. Time passed swiftly. At midday, the 2 men departed for the newspaper office. Yang Jijia ascended the stairs to seek out his uncle and explain the situation. Subsequently, the trio made their way to a nearby restaurant and took their seats. I am Yang Luzhong. A pleasure to meet you, General Jiang, Yang Luzhong declared cheerfully upon sitting. Yang Shu, it is a pleasure. My friend Yang Laoj and I are acquainted, Jiang Bei responded with a smile. Yang Luzhong was not particularly astute in business, as his avarice became apparent shortly after he took his seat. During the meal, he brought up business matters on 2 occasions, only to be deftly redirected by Jiang Bei. With Yang Jijia present, many discussions were constrained, and Jiang Bei preferred direct interaction with Yang Luzhong. In the realm of commerce, individuals lacking value are mercilessly discarded. The moment Yang Jijia relinquished Yang Luzhong's trump card for 500 yuan, his fate was sealed. As the meal progressed, Yang Luzhong began to grasp the situation and said, Shao Jia, once you've finished eating, you should head back. I need to discuss business with General Jiang. Without hesitation, Yang Jijia stood to take his leave. He had been anticipating this moment. Inside the private room, only Jiang Bei and Yang Luzhong remained. General Jiang, Shao Jia must have mentioned the requirements for the front page headline. I wonder if your advertisement is sufficiently reasonable? Yang Luzhong inquired. My advertisement should be quite reasonable, Jiang Bei replied with a smile. Editor Yang, I trust you are aware of the popularity of the fruit salad product. It is all the rage in Donghai, is it not? Indeed, Yang Luzhong seemed increasingly anxious, sensing that Jiang Bei should understand the implications. It was evident that such a lucrative opportunity was unlikely to materialize for him, yet he possessed the authority, albeit just barely touching upon it. The determination of what constituted reasonability hinged upon what the other party was willing to invest, namely, his profit. In Yang Luzhong's fervent gaze, Jiang Bei finally made his move. He leisurely retrieved a cloth bag from beside him and extracted a neatly wrapped bundle, revealing a stack of cash. If we add this, it should be quite reasonable, Jiang Bei stated, placing the bundle on the table and gently pushing it toward Yang Luzhong. Yang Luzhong could no longer conceal the fire in his eyes, fixating intently on the stack of money. 10,000 yuan. Such a thick stack of cash. It must be 10,000. Indeed, this was Jiang Bei's proposed reasonable remuneration for Yang Luzhong. Although he had already paid 500 to Yang Jijia for this arrangement, he was poised to reel in a substantial catch in Yang Luzhong. He relished collaborating with the greedy, like Yang Jijia, but preferred working with those who were not only greedy but also powerful, like the Yang Luzhong before him. As Jiang Bei slowly pushed the money to the forefront of Yang Luzhong's space and withdrew his hand, Yang Luzhong gently clasped the cash. He lifted his gaze, an amiable smile adorning his face as he addressed Jiang Bei. General Jiang, utilizing the fruit salad product for the front page headline is indeed quite reasonable. Although his eyes were fixed on Jiang Bei, he gradually slid the money down until it nestled in his lap, finally pocketing it, his smile becoming even more genuine. Afterward, he gently tore a corner of the white paper package, revealing a neat stack of dazzling blue $100 bills within. General Jiang, now we can discuss our collaboration. Rest assured, the editorial department of Donghai Daily is thoroughly professional. It need not be so complicated, Jiang Bei replied with a smile. Oh, please, General Jiang, go ahead. Yang Luzhong gestured invitingly. With such a substantial sum, even if Jiang Bei requested an interview solely focused on him, it could easily be arranged. All that was required was for Editor-in-Chief Yang to have a reporter take a few photographs outside my store, accompanied by some text discussing the recent emergence of fruit desserts, to help educate the citizens of Donghai. Is it truly that simple? Yang Luzhong appeared momentarily taken aback. Calculating strictly, apart from those few photographs, this hardly constituted an advertisement. The ease with which this money was acquired left Yang Luzhong feeling somewhat astonished. Indeed, it is that straightforward, Jiang Bei affirmed with a smile. However, I require expediency. The sooner, the better. Ideally, it should be published by tomorrow. As his demands grew increasingly simple, they also became more unreasonable, which, paradoxically, allowed Yang Luzhong to finally exhale in relief when this request was made. Now that is more like it. Such a sum warrants such demands. Yang Luzhong's expression revealed a hint of difficulty. General Jiang should be aware that the front page stories of newspapers are typically predetermined. Jiang Bei remained silent, still wearing a smile. Yet, in order to foster this friendship with you, I shall acquiesce. Yang Luzhong suddenly gritted his teeth, as if making a challenging decision. I am grateful for your assistance, Editor-in-Chief Yang. Jiang Bei chuckled. To a pleasant collaboration. To a pleasant collaboration, they said in unison, gently shaking hands before Jiang Bei settled the bill and departed. Now, he could only await the morrow. Chapter 158. The Choices of a Child Upon Returning Home Yesterday. Bai Pengzhu and Yang Jiao had an explosive argument. The cause was Bai Pengzhu's unexpected outburst at the door, marking his first display of such impropriety. Having been pampered since childhood, Yang Jiao could hardly let this incident pass without a fuss. Once home, she resorted to tears, tantrums, and threats to return to her parental home. Bai Pengzhu, already simmering with pent-up frustration, found no outlet for his anger. He had long been aware of the Yang family's schemes, including their plans to penetrate Donghai, and he even suspected that his union with Yang Jiao was merely a stepping stone for the Yangs to gain a foothold in Donghai. For years, the Yang family had quietly consolidated their market in Liuzhou, but now their predatory nature was beginning to show. If any trouble arose that reached the Yang family, the Bai family would be in peril. Eventually, after much coaxing, Bai Pengzhu managed to calm Yang Jiao down. The first thing she proposed was to undermine Jiang Bei's business. Whatever he is doing, it cannot be allowed to flourish. When Bai Pengzhu mentioned the recent incident involving his brother Bai Pengwei, Yang Jiao finally grasped the reality. It turned out he was merely selling fruit desserts. Just a single store, a recent upstart. At this moment, Yang Jiao finally realized the situation. How did Bai Pengwei fall into the hands of such individuals? After expressing these thoughts, Yang Jiao understood that Jiang Bei had merely stumbled upon extraordinary luck. Bai Pengwei's goods had become stale and had been reported, even making it to the newspapers. It was only fitting that his shop was shut down. Was this all there was to it? Her acquaintance with Zhang Tianwei was merely due to a collaboration with the kindergarten, and frankly, the Yang family had no reason to fear him. Tomorrow, you must go find the business regulators. Have his store shut down. If you won't go, I will, Yang Jiao declared before returning to her room. There was little affection between Bai Pengzhu and Yang Jiao. Yet he didn't mind taking this action to bring her some joy, as well as to vent his own frustrations. He certainly couldn't just throw away that 10,000 yuan without cause. Seated in his study, Bai Pengzhu processed documents, a cold smile creeping across his face. He did not regard this matter as particularly significant. He had his own work to attend to, and his food company was on the verge of signing contracts with suppliers. He simply did not have the energy to concern himself with a trivial shop in Jiang Bei. However, he would not let this issue slide. Later, he planned to invite the business regulators for a meal, engage in casual conversation, and subtly mention the fruit shop, Surely they would grasp the implication. Indeed, Bai Pengju acted upon this plan later that day. The business representative he contacted, while not the top authority, could easily close down a small shop with just a word. Especially with the phrase, I, Bai Pengju, owe you a personal favor, he felt almost buoyant. This matter would be resolved by the following day. Meanwhile, Jiang Bei picked up Yang from kindergarten. Upon arriving home, he discovered that Su Wanrong had already returned, having just tied on her apron, presumably to prepare dinner. Mom, Yang exclaimed as he dashed into the house. Today, Dad brought fruit salad again. It was so delicious. What else with the apron? Jiang Bei approached, circumventing Su Wanrong to gently untie her apron from behind. I told you, today we're taking Yang out to eat. What's wrong with the food from outside? Su Wanrong frowned. I've ordered a birthday cake to surprise Yang. Jiang Bei whispered into her ear. Su Wanrong instinctively took a step back, then nodded silently. Dad, Mom, what are you talking about? Why can't I hear? Yang interjected. It's nothing, little one. You shouldn't pry into adult conversations. Jiang Bei affectionately ruffled Yang's hair. Now, what do you want to eat tonight? I want KFC. Yang replied earnestly, exchanging a glance filled with bittersweet amusement. Jiang Bei and Su Wanrong realized that when it came to letting children choose, the results often surprised them. All right, Jiang Bei said with a smile. Chapter 159. Children's food that evening. Jiang Bei took Yang to KFC. However, it seemed quite rare for anyone to bring a birthday cake to such a fast food establishment. It was merely a casual dining option. Children loved it, but adults typically had little interest in such offerings. Having packed a children's meal, Jiang Bei made his way to the only Western restaurant in Donghai. Although the prices were steep, the establishment exuded a certain elegance, making it a preferred choice for business discussions and gatherings, thus ranking among the few high-end dining venues in Donghai. Despite Su Wanrong's evident reluctance, she could not resist Jiang Bei's insistence and followed him inside. She appeared somewhat out of place, while Jiang Bei patiently explained things to her. In his past life, he had indulged in everything that money could buy in this world, yet Su Wanrong had not. Upon being seated, the server presented the pre-ordered cake, and Yang finally set aside her original flavored chicken. Daddy, is this cake for me? She exclaimed. Do you like it? Jiang Bei asked. I'll light the candles for you. It was Yang's first experience with such a large cake, and her face radiated excitement. Jiang Bei took a deep breath, a bittersweet smile gracing his lips. Often, he did not dwell on these moments until they unfolded before him. However, his daughter's joy and his wife's discomfort pricked at his heart. They, too, deserved to revel in such delights. In the future, if Yang wants to eat it, Daddy will buy it for you, Jiang Bei said gently, stroking Yang's little head. Wanrong, let me cut the steak for you. No need, Su Wanrong quickly replied, grasping the knife and fork in her hands. It was her first time at such a place, and she had never used such cutlery before. She hesitantly inquired, Jiang Bei, how is business going? Don't worry, I've already taken care of everything regarding Bai Pengju. They cannot shut down our restaurant, Jiang Bei reassured her, shaking his head. He then proceeded to explain what he had done that day. Su Wanrong's brow furrowed in confusion. But how does advertising for your restaurant relate to Bai Pengju trying to shut us down? Isn't that just wasting a lot of money? Public opinion is crucial, Jiang Bei replied with a smile. Su Wanrong was not well versed in business matters. The concept of public opinion was difficult to grasp before witnessing the scene. Yet Jiang Bei's proactive explanations warmed her heart. Waiter, could you please light the candles? Jiang Bei turned to the staff. Once Yang blew out the candles and made her wish, she opened her eyes, sparkling with joy. Mommy, my birthday wish is for you and Daddy to always be together, like Snow White and her prince, living happily ever after, she said earnestly. What kind of birthday wish is that? Su Wanrong's cheeks flushed, and she quickly turned her head away. Next time, don't always bring Yang to places like this. We're just an ordinary family. Visiting such places once is enough, she told Jiang Bei, seemingly at a loss for words. Jiang Bei merely smiled and nodded, offering no reply. As dusk settled, the last gentle rays of sunlight bathed the streets of Donghai. Jiang Bei held his daughter in his arms, with his wife by his side. They walked home together, hand in hand. He gently took Su Wanrong's hand, and though she instinctively flinched, he still held on. A triumphant smile appeared on Jiang Bei's face, mingled with a sense of satisfaction. The following morning, after celebrating his daughter's birthday, Jiang Bei was finally ready to devote his full attention to his business endeavors. The fruit parlor had accumulated a modest sum of capital, enabling him to embark on a more ambitious venture. After a night of profound contemplation, he had resolved to venture into the realm of children's food. The rationale was singular. This was the industry in which the Bai family thrived. Chapter 160. Clarity of purpose. Jiang Bei delved into his memories of Bai Pengju. This small family business, now in its third generation, had amassed considerable wealth. While they had never garnered much fame, their enterprise was substantial, particularly in the domain of children's food in Donghai, where they were unparalleled. Most of the children's snacks available on the market bore the trademark of Dapeng Foods, a testament to the Bei family's influence. These snacks, typically priced at 50 cents or 1 yuan, underscored the undeniable potential of this industry. After leaving home today, Jiang Bei engaged in market research. With Su Dongliang managing the fruit parlor, it was stable enough for the time being. However, he was aware that embarking on such a grand business venture required prudence. The fruit parlor industry, with the passage of time, would face increasing competitive pressure, and the quality of fruit was merely a foundational aspect. Even if he could not present a particularly alluring proposition, it was destined not to expand significantly. Making quick money would merely sustain the Su family's livelihood, aligning with Jiang Bei's original intent in establishing the shop. Yet, the children's food sector was entirely different. It represented a vast industry. If he could monopolize Donghai, or even the entire province, that would constitute true wealth and the possibility of securing a leading position in future times. Jiang Bei was not rashly eager to engage in a commercial war with the Bei family. He intended to devise a thorough plan. Causing a food factory worth millions to go bankrupt would be a mere trifle for the former Jiang Bei, yet that was predicated on a robust economic foundation. In this life, the fruit parlor could only provide him with an initial capital of a mere 100,000 yuan. This amount was insufficient even for purchasing production line equipment, let alone renting a factory space. Renting a factory was far from the simplicity of leasing a storefront. Without substantial funds, no one would consider renting out a factory space. Jiang Bei furrowed his brow, sensing that the fruit parlor's contribution of 100,000 yuan was likely the zenith of its potential. He harbored a premonition that the fruit parlor business was on the brink of a significant decline. Previously, Bai Pengwei had whimsically opened a shop, only to face the consequences of his folly, resulting in losses that he had been too embarrassed to disclose to his brother, Bai Pengju. However, now that the matter had come to light, it was likely that Bai Pengju would intervene personally. If he intended to close the shop, it would be an impossible feat. Therefore, Bai Pengju would undoubtedly consider a strategic retreat, accepting Bai Pengwei's shop on the pedestrian street, and opening a fruit parlor under the auspices of Dapeng Foods. Although Jiang Bei has been operating here for quite some time, the reputation of Dapeng remains resoundingly prominent in the East China Sea. Coupled with the superior quality of fruits, it is certain that a significant portion of customers will be drawn away. At this juncture, relying solely on signed contracts to sustain current revenue is utterly inadequate. While it may not lead to the immediate closure of the fruit shop, the contrast with the daily earnings that could reach several thousand or even tens of thousands is starkly impossible. Furthermore, time is not on Jiang Bei's side. He must devise his own solutions. Moreover, he must contemplate the subsequent matters himself, renting a factory space, renovations, purchasing equipment, hiring workers, and recruiting a manager, all of which demand substantial financial investment. That evening, upon returning home, Bai Pengju was met with a sharp slap from Yang Jiao. Bai Pengju, do you think I am someone to be trifled with? Bai Pengju was taken aback. The pain from the slap resonated, yet his mind remained momentarily unresponsive. However, Yang Jiao was not one to conceal her emotions and shouted, Bai Pengju, what happened to what you said you would take care of? That so-called Jiang Bei. That ridiculous fruit shop is still operating. What have you been doing? Are you eating shit? Or do you think I can be easily bullied? Have my words fallen on deaf ears? Bai Pengju, you have changed, haven't you? Now that you have money, you forget the pitiful state you were in when we first met, begging my family to let me marry you. And now, when I, Yang Jiao, am wronged, I cannot even turn to you for resolution? Her voice became increasingly shrill, piercing Bai Pengju's ears, but he finally began to comprehend the situation. That fruit shop had not been shut down. Bai Pengju furrowed his brow. He had consulted the deputy head of the industrial department yesterday, who had assured him that the shop would surely be closed today. No matter who intervened, Jiang Bei would not be able to continue operations. How could this be? He exclaimed. Are you serious? You think I can be easily deceived? Has that flirtatious woman cast some spell over you? No wonder you were captivated that day, staring at her for so long. Yang Jiao mocked, her voice rising further, exuding a brazen demeanor. She still harbored resentment over Su Wanrong's beauty, and even the slightest hint of Bai Pengju's wandering gaze towards another woman would ignite fierce arguments, especially since their marriage. Be quiet, Bai Pengju retorted sharply, his brow still furrowed as he pondered the matter. How could the deputy head not close a small shop if the authorities sought to cause trouble? Even the smallest infraction could serve as grounds for closure. As Yang Jiao observed the sullen expression on Bai Pengju's face, She was momentarily taken aback, her own features oscillating between crimson and pallor. The memory of that day, when Bai Pengju had acted violently before a throng at the kindergarten gate, surged to the forefront of her mind. Bai Pengju. Yang Jiao suddenly lunged at him, as if she intended to devour him whole. Bai Pengju finally regained his composure, forcefully pushing her away and snapping, "Calm down. I've already contacted everyone. He should be sealed today, without a doubt. Call that person. Do it now." Yang Jiao shouted vehemently. As was his custom, Bai Pengju offered no rebuttal. He retrieved his phone from his pocket and dialed the number. The call connected swiftly. "Mr. Bai, this is Yang Wei," came the voice on the other end, noticeably awkward and stiff, clearly tinged with embarrassment over the failure to seal the establishment. The formality of addressing him as Mr. Bai spoke volumes. "I heard that the fruit shop hasn't been sealed yet. Is today inconvenient?" Bai Pengju sought to keep his tone as soothing as possible. Despite his simmering rage upon learning of this news, his fists clenched tightly. He endeavored to emulate the demeanor of the powerful, maintaining his composure amidst adversity. The other party fell into a contemplative silence, failing to respond. "It's no issue. It can be sealed tomorrow just as easily," Bai Pengju stated with an air of indifference. However, as soon as he uttered those words, a more conflicted voice emanated from the phone. "Mr. Bai, is there anything else?" Bai Pengju's tone grew increasingly frigid, taken aback that such a trivial matter required negotiation. "What I meant to say is, that shop can no longer be sealed." "What?" Bai Pengju was momentarily stunned, disbelief etched across his features. "Mr. Bai, that shop can no longer be sealed. If it's convenient for you, you might want to check today's Donghai Daily, and you will understand." Chapter 162. Directly crush him. "What did you say?" Bai Pengju furrowed his brow. "Mr. Bai, you might want to take a look at today's Donghai Daily. If you have any further questions, feel free to call me. I apologize for today's events. If there is nothing else, I'll hang up now." Beep, beep, beep. Before Bai Pengju could respond, the call was abruptly terminated. A flicker of irritation crossed his eyes, yet he managed to suppress it effectively. "What did he say?" Yang Jiao inquired, sensing an unsettling shift in Bai Pengju's demeanor that reminded her of that day at the kindergarten gate, prompting her to instinctively temper her own ire. She was keen to avoid another slap. "Speak, Bai Pengju. Have you lost your voice?" Yang Jiao's petulance momentarily overrode her rationality as she shouted. "The shop cannot be sealed," Bai Pengju replied in a low voice. "What did you say?" Yang Jiao exclaimed, disbelief painted across her face. "Bai Pengju, do you take my words lightly? As long as you've contacted the right people, what shop cannot be sealed?" Her outburst reverberated in Bai Pengju's mind, reigniting the fury in his gaze. Yang Jiao instinctively recoiled slightly, yet she called out, "Bai Pengju, speak up. I will make another call. You need not worry about this matter. I will certainly find a way. There is no way I will allow Jiang Bei to have it easy." Bai Pengju coldly responded, dialing another number and instructing, "Purchase a copy of today's Donghai Daily and have it delivered to my home." With that, he hung up the phone. As time passed, Bai Pengju locked himself in his study, attending to various work-related matters in a quiet and oppressive atmosphere. After perusing some documents, he seemed to seek an outlet for his frustration, tearing the stack of papers before him to shreds. He then shouted into the phone, "Who prepared this research report? Tell them not to come to work tomorrow." Knock, knock, knock. At last, a knock echoed through the room. Bai Pengju rubbed his temples and rose to open the door. Upon doing so, he found his assistant standing there, who dared not disobey Bai Pengju's orders, even though it was after hours. "Mr. Bai, here is today's Donghai Daily." "All right. You may return now," Bai Pengju replied before shutting the door again. At that moment, Yang Jiao emerged. "I want to see how this store cannot be shut down," she scoffed, defiantly taking a seat on the sofa. Bai Pengju had no choice but to sit beside her. However, the moment he laid eyes on the newspaper, his gaze froze, turning icy and furious, as if two flames were about to erupt and incinerate the paper completely. The headline content rendered Bai Pengju's face a shade of deep anger. Quite resourceful, capturing the headline so swiftly, he clenched his fists and slammed them onto the coffee table. "Bai Pengju, what is this?" Yang Jiao exclaimed, still not comprehending the gravity of the situation. "Isn't it just an advertisement? How can it lead to the closure of his store? What kind of people are you employing?" she questioned. "What do you understand?" Bai Pengju shot her a glance before turning his head away. "What do I not understand?" "Bai Pengju, I am speaking to you. That Jiang Bei has seized the front page of the newspaper. Do you think such matters are easily handled? Is it merely about having money? Look closely, this is not just an advertisement. This is a promotion for what fruit salad truly is. When citizens wish to try this delicacy and find the store closed on the pedestrian street, what do you think will happen? With your limited intellect, think of the consequences. In this situation, even if the industry and commerce folks had 8 lives, they would not dare to shut it down. To suppress someone like him, one must crush him outright. Did you not see the mistakes of Bai Pengwei? Foolishness. Bai Pengju retorted coldly. Yang Jiao stared wide-eyed, speechless. Chapter 163. A method to seize business. Yang Jiao felt somewhat dazed after Bai Pengju's scolding. Her gaze lingered on the newspaper resting on the coffee table. Although it gained prominence through promoting fruit salad, the influence was undeniably vast. The large photograph served as a natural advertisement. The myriad of fruits and the accompanying yogurt awakened one's appetite at first glance. Even her son adored it. The store cannot be closed anymore. Yang Jiao was taken aback. Does this mean that all the grievances she endured that day were in vain? Thinking of this, Yang Jiao became agitated once more. Bai Pengju, you useless wretch. What good are you? Her sudden outburst caught Bai Pengju off guard, as her plump form bore down upon him, tugging at his hair with force. Yang Jiao, are you out of your mind? He exclaimed. You dare to insult me. You even dare to strike me. We can no longer go on like this. In a fit of rage, Yang Jiao scratched Bai Pengju, leaving 2 bloody marks on his face, his hair in disarray, and his once pristine shirt now in shambles. The living room a complete mess. Finally, Yang Jiao calmed down, sitting there weeping and lamenting her desire to return home. Bai Pengju, thoroughly vexed by the chaos, finally found a moment of peace. Silently, he sat on the sofa, picked up a fallen cushion, lit a cigarette, and began to smoke, his brow furrowed. There must be another way. I cannot let Jiang Bei off the hook, Bai Pengju suddenly declared. What? Yang Jiao exclaimed, raising her head sharply. Jiang Bei and Su Wanrong had evidently become her obsession. If I can't find someone to close his store, I shall personally ruin it. Bai Pengju sneered. Isn't it just fruit salad? Anyone with hands can make that. As he spoke, he took out his phone and dialed Bai Pengwei. Soon, the call connected. Xiaowei, you need to turn over your fruit salad shop. I intend to use the company's name to open one. Let us see what tricks he has left this time. After a day of market research, Jiang Bei returned to the shop. The weekday evening was still bustling. More hands meant more strength. Allowing the elderly couple a chance to rest. Brother-in-law, Su Dongliang called out loudly upon seeing Jiang Bei. Jiang Bei glanced at Bai Pengwei's shop and smiled as he walked towards Su Dongliang, his momentary worry dissipating. He had anticipated all of Bai Pengju's moves. Regardless of the circumstances, no one could touch his store. He was quite pleased with the front-page headline in the Donghai Daily. The only remaining concern was Bai Pengwei's recently shut shop, which occupied a far superior location than Jiang Bei's. Moreover, Bai Pengju was quite capable. If he attempted to take away business, it could indeed pose a challenge. Although Jiang Bei had no prior experience in the food industry, today's market research and price analysis had granted him a certain understanding of the field. However, he was still troubled by the factory issue. Conservatively speaking, even without accounting for the wages owed to employees that month, he would need at least 300,000 to get the factory operational. If the fruit salad shop could open normally, that sum would be manageable, allowing Jiang Bei time to prepare. Yet, Bai Pengju would undoubtedly not relinquish his revenge easily. And it was clear that Yang Jiao was no pushover either. To speak of fear is undoubtedly a fallacy, yet should Bai Pengju take action, it would indeed render his business exceedingly challenging. He could even conceive several effective methods of retaliation, ways to seize market share from Bai Pengju. Chapter 164. Reclaiming some interest. If capital seeks to operate, the ultimate aim invariably revolves around profit. For instance, the customary tactic of inflating market prices. However, when capital desires to compete, the most effective strategy often turns into an all-out price war. Indeed, this is the most effective approach Jiang Bei has devised for Bai Pengju. And it is the course Bai Pengju is most likely to pursue. With his several million in assets, he could easily suppress Jiang Bei's modest fruit business, which Jiang Bei could not sustain for long. If he cannot even muster 300,000, the notion of establishing a factory to undermine another's food production facility is nothing short of fanciful. Contemplating such formidable challenges, Jiang Bei surprisingly broke into a smile. Having weathered numerous storms, he had not engaged in such a David versus Goliath struggle for quite some time. Upon entering the store, he cheerfully inquired, "Dad, Mom, how has business been today?" "It's been quite good. We have many customers every day," Su Guoyang replied with a smile, while Zhang Hong also wore a pleased expression. They were unaware of Bai Pengju's situation, and Jiang Bei felt no need to burden them with unnecessary worries. "What is so good about it?" Su Dongliang interjected suddenly. "What's wrong?" Jiang Bei maintained his light-hearted demeanor. "Brother-in-law, don't mention it. Our business has been dismal lately, worse each day. Even though it's a weekday, it has never been this poor before. Earning anything is better than nothing. Business is quite satisfactory, so why can't you be content?" Su Guoyang asked sternly. "Dad, it's different." Su Dongliang shook his head. Ambition is commendable. Dongliang is still young and should try various things. Jiang Bei responded with a smile, pulling up a chair. Dongliang, tell me what has been happening lately. Brother-in-law, I've noticed that several new fruit stores have opened in Donghai, though there aren't too many near the pedestrian street. Although our business isn't as booming as before, it remains decent. Yet today, I don't know what happened. There were many more customers at noon, and they were all unfamiliar faces. They all said they came because they read about us in the newspaper, trying fruit desserts for the first time. We made it to the newspaper, Jiang Bei explained. I spent a little money to promote our store. So it was you who did that, brother-in-law. Su Dongliang's eyes brightened. Yes, anything that aids business must be pursued. Jiang Bei, you're not planning. Su Guoyang looked at Jiang Bei with some trepidation, knowing that his son-in-law had long harbored ambitions of venturing into something more substantial. If it were to happen, it would likely be in the coming days. Yes, Dad. I plan to establish a food factory in the near future, Jiang Bei declared suddenly. Brother-in-law, what kind of food factory? Su Dongliang exclaimed with excitement, as the idea of starting a factory had never even crossed his mind before, let alone engaging in business. However, alongside Jiang Bei, he has witnessed a glimpse of the world, understanding that it is indeed possible to earn 10,000 yuan in a single day through business ventures, particularly in the realm of children's food. Jiang Bei remarked, if I find myself in need of assistance, I might just call upon you. Count on me, brother-in-law. Su Dongliang is always ready to spring into action, Su Dongliang exclaimed, abruptly rising with a resounding clap of his thighs, standing upright with remarkable poise. What are you doing? Hurry and cut the fruit, Su Guoyang interjected with dissatisfaction, yet his gaze shifted back to Jiang Bei, inquiring, Jiang Bei, I trust you with the food industry. We cannot compromise our integrity for profit. When do you plan to embark on this endeavor? In due time. Establishing a factory cannot be rushed. I must first focus on making this store successful, Jiang Bei replied with a smile. His decision not to press Bai Pengju for an apology that day stemmed from his awareness that he would eventually utter those words himself. Many individuals are like that, shedding no tears until faced with the grave, so he did not mind allowing Bai Pengju to experience a bit of hardship first, seeking to reclaim some interest for his wife and daughter, beginning with this soon-to-open storefront. Chapter 165. Su Wanrong's decision after enduring 2 days of decline. The fruit salad shop finally experienced a resurgence today. Jiang Bei's advertisement had not only succeeded in irritating Bai Pengju, but had also elevated the shop's profile. The profits reaped this evening were evident. Jiang Bei returned home late, where Su Wanrong had prepared dinner and awaited his arrival. Daddy! Yang joyfully rushed to him as he entered, wrapping her arms around his leg. Be good, Yang. Daddy will hold you, Jiang Bei chuckled, cradling his daughter in his arms. Why are you so late today? Su Wanrong queried, brushing back some unruly strands of hair from her forehead. This man seemed to possess some sort of enchantment. Despite having disappointed her on multiple occasions, she could not help but worry for him. Would the matter with Bai Pengju truly resolve as easily as Jiang Bei suggested? She was skeptical. Business has been thriving at the fruit salad shop. My parents are overwhelmed, and we had to rush to replenish the fruits again tonight, Jiang Bei explained. He felt like a novice in romance, despite being married for quite some time, as if he were only just beginning to grasp how to interact with Su Wanrong. She was astute and seldom asked questions directly, yet when he understood how to navigate certain situations with a high degree of certainty, he would willingly share with her, lest she become anxious. If something significant were to occur during this period, instilling fear, much like the presence of someone like Bai Pengju, her concerns would undoubtedly escalate. I fear Bai Pengju may cause trouble for our shop. Yesterday, I spent some money to get us featured on the front page of the newspaper, and today, business has improved. Did you not notice? Jiang Bei inquired with a smile. No. Today Yang learned to paint at kindergarten and came home, insisting I join her in her art, Su Wanrong replied, glancing at Yang in Jiang Bei's arms with a resigned expression. And what about the shop? Su Wanrong pressed further. Now, the citizens of Donghai are all aware of our fruit salad shop, and I can only imagine the situation with the Bai couple upon their return home. They can no longer shut down the store. The influence of public opinion is too significant, Jiang Bei commented casually. That's good, Su Wanrong sighed in relief. Jiang Bei chose not to elaborate on subsequent matters, convinced that Bai Pengju would indeed act as anticipated, even in the realm of price wars. He possessed strategies to counter any challenges. However, some matters need not be articulated before they transpire, as this would only incite worry in Su Wanrong. Nevertheless, I plan to open a factory in a while, once the fruit dessert shop has made some profit, Jiang Bei suddenly declared. Yes, if you find yourself short-staffed. Do remember to inform me, Su Wanrong said, her gaze lowered in contemplation. Finally, she met Jiang Bei's eyes with a serious demeanor. I could help you. Jiang Bei appeared momentarily taken aback, staring blankly at Su Wanrong as if he had misheard her words. Wanrong, what did you just say? I didn't say anything. Su Wanrong quickly averted her gaze. She was indeed concerned about her job, but for Jiang Bei, she could make certain sacrifices. It wasn't solely about him advancing. She was progressing as well. She had not anticipated that this man would exhibit such a foolish attitude. Mom said she would help you. Dad, are you also going to start a big company? Yang chimed in with a beaming smile. Well, it's still in the planning stages. I need to save up some more money, Jiang Bei replied. He had not expected Su Wanrong to make such a decision so suddenly, and it seemed she had resolved it almost instantaneously. Moreover, she showed no concern for whether he would succeed in running the factory or worry about losing the profits from the fruit dessert shop. Chapter 166. The ace up his sleeve to describe Jiang Bei's feelings towards Bai Pengju. The word hatred alone would be woefully insufficient. He and his wife had bullied Su Wanrong, intimidated Yang, and instilled fear in them. Furthermore, the current tension between Jiang Bei and Su Wanrong was not unrelated to Bai Pengju. Especially after nightfall, Jiang Bei found himself confined to his room, cradling his daughter as he slept. Whenever he thought of his wife in the other room, his heart felt as if it were being scratched by a cat. Yet, after experiencing certain things, one can become exceedingly greedy. Just the thought of holding Su Wanrong, inhaling the fragrant scent of her hair as he drifted off to sleep, held an irresistible allure for Jiang Bei. It was a feeling he had almost forgotten. He knew it was beautiful, and upon his rebirth, he came to understand the essence of cherishing such moments. However, given the current circumstances, Dad, are you unable to go back? Yang asked with wide, innocent eyes and a cheerful expression. Ha ha ha. Dad was also sent away by Mom, just like Wang Jiming's father. Yang laughed at Jiang Bei's bewilderment. Who is Wang Jiming? He's a little friend from kindergarten. He told us that whenever his mom gets angry, she kicks his dad out to sleep with him, even though he can sleep by himself. Jiang Bei experienced a chill for a moment, then hurriedly sat up, his expression earnest as he inquired, My dear daughter, am I good to you? Yang pondered for a moment before nodding and cheerfully replied, Yes. Jiang Bei pressed on. Then you mustn't tell the kindergarten friends about me being kicked out by your mother, all right? Yang, intrigued, gazed at Jiang Bei. Is this a secret of Daddy's? Sort of, Jiang Bei thought to himself as he adjusted his forehead. All right then, Yang can keep it a secret for Daddy, but if Daddy earns some money, he must take Yang to eat KFC, okay? Mommy said last time that KFC is not good, and we can't go there all the time. But I want to eat it. Tomorrow night, I will take you. Jiang Bei promised. And you mustn't tell Mommy. This is our secret, okay? It's a promise. Jiang Bei said with a smile. With that promise, Jiang Bei gently cradled Yang's little head as she drifted off to sleep. It was not solely because Jiang Bei was beside her. Yang had a tendency to be quite restless. In fact, she even ended up resting her head directly on Jiang Bei's arm as she slept. As night deepened, Jiang Bei remained awake. Not due to the weight of his daughter on his arm, but because his mind was troubled. Soon, when the price war commenced, he would be away from home for several days. Undoubtedly, if he stubbornly engaged in such a battle, Jiang Bei would be among the first to falter. Once he ultimately failed, all his customers would flock to Bai Pengju. The only solution to salvage this predicament was to introduce a new product. However, there was one other product Jiang Bei had previously considered but lacked the means to pursue, one that shared a common audience with fruit teas and juices, milk tea. The milk tea business required capital for bulk purchasing of ingredients and tapioca pearls. Although the milk tea industry had yet to flourish on the mainland, it was already booming on the island. Therefore, if Jiang Bei aimed to enter the price war, he needed to prepare in advance. The introduction of milk tea would serve as a powerful weapon, catching Bai Pengju off guard. Even if the opponent swiftly adapted and also began selling milk tea, it would be too late. By that time, Jiang Bei would have already secured the necessary funds to confront his rival's food factory head-on. Chapter 167. I understand now. The following morning, after sending Yang to kindergarten, Jiang Bei proceeded to the pedestrian street to open his shop, as usual. To his astonishment, Bai Pengju's previous establishment had reopened, undergoing renovations and preparing for a grand reopening. Even the seal on the door had been removed, and of course, the sign was nowhere to be found. It was Bai Pengju at work. Given his capabilities, it was not surprising that he managed to resolve matters with the business authorities so swiftly, and everything from Bai Pengju's former shop could be directly utilized by him. He now only lacked the final preparations and was likely to open tomorrow, just in time to launch the first wave of pressure against Jiang Bei on Friday. This weekend would not be easy. Jiang Bei furrowed his brow, then relaxed, maintaining a demeanor of nonchalance. When the Su family arrived, Su Dongliang's expression was already furrowed in distress. Brother-in-law, something has happened. As Su Dongliang stepped through the door, he exclaimed loudly, fearing that Jiang Bei might not hear him. Wasn't it just the reopening of that Bei family store? Was it really such a big deal? Jiang Bei chuckled nonchalantly. Brother-in-law, you saw it too. Su Dongliang despondently pulled over a chair. Yes, Mom and Dad. It's all right. I'm aware of the situation. Jiang Bei glanced at the worried, elderly couple. Smiling gently. Brother-in-law, what should we do? Didn't we say last time that the business was shut down by the Industrial and Commercial Bureau? How could they reopen? Su Dongliang was becoming anxious. They've changed management. What is the big deal? Su Dongliang was momentarily taken aback. Well, Dongliang, I have to leave the day after tomorrow. You'll need to keep an eye on the store this weekend. I estimate I'll be back in about 3 or 4 days, possibly as soon as Monday. Brother-in-law, where are you going? Su Dongliang was stunned. Jiang Bei waved his hand. Don't interrupt. By the way, we should have around 100,000 yuan on hand, right? Yes, 100,000 and 3,000, Su Dongliang replied. Tomorrow, I'll take 53,000. The remaining 50,000 should be reserved for the weekend and the Monday payment. The new store will likely make a strong entrance, and they'll probably lower the prices of the fruit bowls. Just remember, no matter how much they sell theirs for, you should match their price, understood? I understand, Su Dongliang replied, though he sounded somewhat conflicted. No need for hesitation, just follow my lead. However, we can't only match their prices. You need to ensure that each serving of fruit bowl has a little extra. Remember, it doesn't have to be excessive, just enough for customers to notice that our fruit is slightly more abundant. If they continue to lower their prices, we will too. They will likely run some promotion under the guise of a grand opening, and we can do something similar, like a summer appreciation sale with discounted fruit bowls. This afternoon, you can make a sign, and we can write the prices ourselves. If both sides employ similar tactics, customers will naturally gravitate toward us, understood? Jiang Bei inquired. Brother-in-law, I understand. Su Dongliang's eyes finally sparkled with realization. By Tuesday, I suspect we won't be able to hold out much longer. And the price of our fruit bowls will likely drop to the cost price, or even start incurring losses. Brother-in-law, why would they be willing to lose money? Su Dongliang was puzzled. To attract customers, Jiang Bei replied succinctly. There are many ways to compete in business. Price slashing is the most effective tactic for larger capital to undermine smaller businesses. You'll see this soon enough. So what should we do? How can we compete with them? Su Dongliang, instead of feeling anxious, seemed eager to engage in the competition. As he began to realize that his brother-in-law was not one to back down. Let us just give it a try, Jiang Bei chuckled. Brother-in-law, you must have a plan, right? I see it now. Su Dongliang keenly grasped the essence of the situation, grinning as he began to anticipate how Jiang Bei would navigate this commercial conflict. Chapter 168, By Peng Wei's Provocation. Where do you think all these solutions are coming from? Jiang Bei said with mock irritation. Meanwhile, Su Guoyang and Zhang Hong couldn't help but smile, suddenly feeling that this was all rather trivial. Observing the two children engrossed in their research, they found it quite intriguing, despite the conversation being somewhat nebulous to them. At that moment, a young man approached. He appeared to be in his early 20s, not much older than Su Dongliang. Of modest height, clad in a Nike t-shirt, and donning black sunglasses, projecting the image of a wealthy heir. Customer, would you like to buy some fruit salad? Su Dongliang promptly inquired with a smile. Although they were peers, Su Dongliang maintained a commendable attitude, taking pride in his own efforts without feeling inferior in the presence of affluence. The young man did not respond to his question. Instead, he stood before the fruit salad stall, peering down at the fruits with a disdainful expression before removing his sunglasses. At that moment, Jiang Bei recognized a resemblance between him and Bei Pengju. Are you Jiang Bei? The young man suddenly asked. Brother-in-law? Su Dongliang was momentarily bewildered, instinctively turning to Jiang Bei. Jiang Bei slowly rose, advancing at a measured pace. I am Jiang Bei. The young man scrutinized Jiang Bei from head to toe before bursting into laughter. I thought Jiang Bei would be some formidable figure. Turns out it's just you. Nothing special, is it? Apologies, but I sell fruit salad here, and cleanliness is paramount. Jiang Bei replied with a sheepish smile. What do you mean by that? The young man sensed something amiss and instinctively questioned. Your mouth seems rather foul. Perhaps you've dined on something unpleasant. You are not welcome here. Kindly leave. Jiang Bei said with a smile. The young man was momentarily stunned, then suddenly smirked darkly, his expression turning grim. I am Bei Peng Wei. The use of am instead of I'm called indicated his confidence. Who? Jiang Bei appeared taken aback. Since the young man had come to flaunt, he saw no harm in indulging him, having encountered many similar individuals before. However, he did not anticipate Bei Peng Wei's unexpected visit. It matters not if you do not recognize me. My brother is Bai Pengjiu, whom you must have met, Bai Pengwei said with a smirk. Oh, Bai Pengjiu, I know him. He once gifted me 10,000 yuan. He is a good person, Jiang Bei chuckled. Are you perhaps related? I am his younger brother. Are you here to give away money too? Jiang Bei's eyes visibly brightened, while Su Dongliang nearby could no longer suppress his amusement. Brother-in-law, are all the Bai family members this generous? Indeed, once you meet Bai Pengjiu, you might find he'll bestow more gifts upon you, Jiang Bei replied. Jiang Bei, let me make this clear. Your time is up. My brother's influence will ensure your failure. Your shop will not survive, Bai Pengwei shouted, unable to contain his frustration. He had come to assist his brother with the shop, and, upon seeing Jiang Bei, could not resist the urge to humiliate him, only to find himself humiliated instead. Is there anything else? If not, I won't hold you up. Do come back to donate next time, Jiang Bei waved dismissively. Just wait. The Bai family will crush you with money. Bai Pengwei has indeed departed, for Jiang Bei has grown weary of acknowledging him. He came over, seeking amusement, yet felt a profound sense of frustration within. Who is this Bai Pengwei, brother-in-law? And who exactly is Bai Pengjiu? Why did he even send you 10,000 yuan? Su Dongliang inquired once Bai Pengwei had taken his leave. The fruit shop is his establishment, Jiang Bei elucidated. Su Dongliang paused, momentarily taken aback. Then he will undoubtedly send you more money this time, he chuckled. Do not let your guard down, Jiang Bei cautioned. Chapter 169. Zhang Tianwei's call. Jiang Bei refrained from disclosing the matter of Su Wanrong being bullied. Such incidents were best kept to himself, allowing him to seek justice on her behalf without further burdening the Su elders. After imparting a few words of advice to Su Dongliang, he departed from the pedestrian street. Jiang Bei first visited an internet cafe to check on flights to Jianya. In his recollection, this southern metropolis should have already seen a proliferation of milk tea shops, along with specialized suppliers of milk tea ingredients. Rather than heading to the Bay Island, it would be more prudent to go directly to Jianya. That evening, Jiang Bei dined at KFC with Yang Yang and thoughtfully brought back dinner for Su Wanrong. The father and daughter coordinated splendidly, managing to deceive those around them. However, a phone call shattered the tranquility of the night. Hello, Brother Jiang, it's Zhang Tianwei. Brother Zhang? What brings you to call at such a late hour? Jiang Bei was momentarily taken aback. I've heard that Bai Pengjiu is about to take action, Zhang Tianwei inquired. Jiang Bei pondered for a moment before responding. He has opened a fruit shop and intends to compete with me. It's nothing of great concern. It did not surprise him that someone like Zhang Tianwei would be privy to news regarding Bai Pengjiu. Perhaps he perceived the commercial battle as arduous. Yet to someone like Bai Pengjiu, it was merely trivial skirmishing, fodder for casual conversation. What astonished Jiang Bei was Zhang Tianwei's initiative in reaching out to him upon learning this news. In his view, the attributes he exhibited, be it his so-called business acumen or other qualities, were confined to his persona alone. Even if a connection were to be forged, he did not expect it to manifest in such a manner. The previous encounter at the kindergarten gate, where Zhang Tianwei neither offered assistance nor familial support, was a more typical response. Thus, his current demeanor felt somewhat out of character. I understand. I encountered Bai Pengwei today, Jiang Bei replied, his brow furrowed. At that moment, Su Wanrong had seated herself beside him, her gaze filled with concern for Jiang Bei. I've also heard some things tonight. Brother Jiang, you must prepare yourself. After all, you know I have great faith in you, Zhang Tianwei suddenly declared. If you cannot withstand Bai Pengjiu's pressure, and should the fruit shop falter, you are more than welcome to come work for me. I can offer you a managerial position, Zhang Tianwei proclaimed cheerfully. Of course, if you manage to hold your ground. Then I believe there will be ample opportunities for collaboration between you and our international hotel in the future. Now the reason became clear to Jiang Bei. Zhang Tianwei was attempting to recruit him? Rest assured, Brother Jiang, I will not shortchange you in terms of compensation. I am aware that Brother Zhang is quite affluent. However, I have no desire to toil in employment. Haha, Jiang Bei replied with a smile. By the way, it would be prudent for you to prepare ample funds. From what I understand, Bai Pengjiu is certainly gearing up for a price war against you. Zhang Tianwei's voice suddenly grew somber, as he recognized the implications of a price war for Jiang Bei. The mere information from Brother Zhang is already immensely valuable, Jiang Bei remarked with a hint of nostalgia. However, the assistance you rendered me back then was equally precious, and I find it worth disclosing this information to you, even at the risk of offending Bai Pengjiu. Well, regardless of the outcome, I have nothing to lose, do I? Zhang Tianwei countered with a smile. Indeed. Well then, Jiang Bei, I wish you good fortune. The call ended. Jiang Bei rubbed his temples. Although Zhang Tianwei's call was well-intentioned, meant to caution him about the impending price war, the final flippant wish of good luck revealed Zhang Tianwei's true sentiments. Even if he was willing to offer a lucrative salary for Jiang Bei to work for him and made this call to extend goodwill, he still did not believe that he could truly emerge victorious in this commercial battle. As for Bai Pengwei today, his confidence, after witnessing Jiang Bei's methods, stemmed merely from the assurance that my brother has intervened. After all, with Bai Pengju's wealth amounting to millions, he could easily outlast Jiang Bei's modest enterprise through financial attrition alone. Chapter 170. Yang Yang's subtle thoughts. Does he believe that winning relies solely on luck? Jiang Bei chuckled softly. Not to mention the ace up his sleeve, the pearl milk tea. Even if he were completely uninformed, his understanding of business would enable him to navigate this challenge with finesse. Whose call was that? Su Wanrong inquired. Zhang Tianwei, the chairman of the International Hotel. Jiang Bei replied, opening his eyes and smiling. Su Wanrong furrowed her brow, somewhat puzzled. He mentioned that Bai Pengju intends to crush me with a price war, which coincidentally is what I wanted to discuss with you. Jiang Bei straightened his posture. What do you plan to do? Su Wanrong understood that a price war is brutal, especially when Jiang Bei faces someone like Bai Pengju. Just his car alone is an unattainable dream for them, not to mention his direct confrontation with Jiang Bei. Worry filled Su Wanrong's gaze. However, if Jiang Bei did not possess a solution, he would not have brought this up with Su Wanrong. To extricate oneself from the price war, one must temporarily abandon the fruit salad business and introduce a new product, Jiang Bei explained. Do you already have a plan? Su Wanrong was taken aback. Yes, I intend to travel south tomorrow. I have already decided what to introduce. Don't worry, everything will turn out well. Jiang Bei responded with a light-hearted smile. That's good to hear. Su Wanrong sighed in relief, no longer pressing for details. When will you return? She inquired. In 3 days. I am to be back by Monday. Please take good care of our daughter during these days. I understand. I will do my best to ensure everything is ready. Su Wanrong expressed with a hint of concern. Is there anything else? Every day, remember to call home. Or else I will worry about you suddenly venturing so far for business, especially since you know no one there, Su Wanrong murmured. I will, he replied. A warm current coursed through Jiang Bei's heart. Although they had long been a married couple, dialogues of this nature with Su Wanrong were but faint echoes in his memory. And even those memories had long since blurred. Jiang Bei gazed at Su Wanrong, his eyes somewhat lost in thought. Su Wanrong, feeling inexplicably flustered, refrained from speaking further, as if regretting her earlier words, and hurriedly rose to return to her room, leaving Jiang Bei in the living room. Of course, there was also Yang Yang. Daddy, are you going on a trip? Yang Yang asked with a hint of anticipation. Not a trip, but a business venture, Jiang Bei replied, lifting his daughter onto his lap. This journey would last 3 days. For over 20 years, he had lived this way. Yet now, 3 days felt particularly arduous. He attributed this burden to Bai Pengju. Then, Daddy, you must come back early, okay? Yang Yang insisted. Why do you want me to return early? Jiang Bei inquired. Yang Yang pondered for a moment before responding. Because Daddy can take Yang Yang to eat KFC. Is that all? Jiang Bei paused, then chuckled. It's not just that. Yang Yang clarified. Daddy used to be rarely home. And now that he is back every day, it's wonderful. The weekend is approaching, and kindergarten will be on break. I want to go out and play with both Daddy and Mommy. Also, I want to hear the stories Daddy tells at night. Yang Yang lifted her head, attempting to smile. But Jiang Bei noticed a flicker of disappointment in her gaze. When Daddy returns, I'll take you and Mommy out to play, tell you stories every day, and take you to KFC, all right? Jiang Bei affectionately patted Yang Yang's little head. Okay. Chapter 171. The milk tea shop. The next morning, Jiang Bei tucked his daughter in. And after washing up, he checked his luggage. The 50,000 yuan in his bag was reserved for business negotiations and purchasing raw materials. The remaining 3,000 yuan was allocated for his travel expenses and ticket. Glancing at the time, he noted it was still early, just after 6 o'clock, with Su Wanrong and Yang Yang still asleep. There was still time. So Jiang Bei went downstairs to buy meat buns and soybean milk, unable to resist. He returned to the room to plant a kiss on Yang Yang's little face before leaving home. However, as soon as he closed the door, Yang Yang scrambled out of bed. Struggling slightly, she got to her feet and stepped out of her room, just as Su Wanrong emerged as well. Mommy, why are you awake? Yang Yang asked, having felt a gentle kiss and then the sound of the door closing, realizing it was Daddy who had left. She would not see him for 3 days, and she wanted to rush out to bid him farewell. I need to help you get washed up. I'll take you to kindergarten soon, Su Wanrong replied. She had awakened when Jiang Bei first left, not anticipating that his departure would evoke such a sense of unease, even if only for 3 days. When Jiang Bei departed for the second time, she chose to remain seated, unwilling to confront the sorrow of parting, even if it were fleeting. Moreover, She was apprehensive about inadvertently voicing an abundance of admonitions, which had already been expressed the previous day. A faint flush adorned Su Wanrong's neck as she stared blankly at the doorway. Mom, weren't you supposed to help Yang get ready? Why are you just standing there in a daze? Are you missing Dad? How can you be so weak, Mom? Dad just left, and you're already like this. Yang pouted, adopting a disdainful expression reminiscent of a miniature adult. I do not. I don't miss him. Stop saying such things. Su Wanrong widened her eyes, glaring at Yang. Humph. Mom definitely misses Dad. I do not. I do not. Su Wanrong stamped her foot in frustration. I want to listen to you. If you don't help me get ready, then I'll do it myself. As Yang spoke, she resolutely fetched a plastic stool, laboriously maneuvering it to the bathroom, attempting to stand atop it to wash up. I truly cannot comprehend you all. Su Wanrong ruffled her somewhat disheveled hair, adopting an expression of helplessness as she entered the bathroom. On the other hand, having left home, Jiang Bei did not return to the pedestrian street to assess the situation. It was not due to any foresight on his part, but rather the limitations of someone like Bai Pengjiu, whose capabilities were rather predictable. Additionally, Zhang Tianwei had informed him of the circumstances the previous night. The price war unfolded as Jiang Bei had anticipated. However, he had adequately prepared for his own store, even leaving 50,000 yuan in goods for Su Dongliang, sufficient to sustain operations until his return. Jiang Bei made his way directly to Donghai Railway Station, purchasing a ticket to the provincial capital, Shenzhen. The journey was brief, and he arrived around 9:30. He then took a taxi to catch the 11 o'clock direct flight to Jianya. By approximately 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Jiang Bei disembarked from the plane, heading straight for Xinjiku. As the future city center of Jianya, the current housing prices hovered around 2,000 to 3,000 yuan per square meter. In just a decade, property values would surge tenfold. Even in the year 2000, this area was beginning to show promise, with 2 bubble tea shops already in operation, thriving with customers even in the afternoon. When the shop finally experienced a lull, Jiang Bei entered to purchase a cup of bubble tea, settling onto a nearby small stool to sip contentedly. The variety of bubble tea was still limited, featuring only pearl milk tea, yet for Jiang Bei in this moment, it was more than sufficient. Boss, where do you source your bubble tea from? Jiang Bei inquired with a smile, observing the proprietor tidying up. In the Donghai pedestrian street, the price war had finally ignited. Su Dongliang had risen early to reach the store, and before long, the neighboring establishment had opened its doors. Dapeng fruit mix. The 5 large characters emblazoned on the sign heralded a steady influx of customers. Although the name Dapeng Foods might not be renowned beyond the locality, it was one of the titans of the food industry within Donghai City, particularly dominating the children's food sector. However, Su Dongliang remained entirely unperturbed. Early in the morning, he watched eagerly as the opening ceremony commenced. Before long, he witnessed the scene he had longed to see. Firecrackers were set off, and a grand opening ceremony was in full swing. What caught his eye was Bai Pengwei, who had faced humiliation at Su's store just the day before, now emerging with a plaque in hand. He positioned it prominently, adorned with glaring characters proclaiming, "Grand Opening Celebration. Fruit desserts for 6 yuan a serving. Freshly squeezed juice for 3 yuan a cup." Compared to the prices at the Jiang Bei store, these were nearly half off. Amidst the crowd, Bai Pengwei spotted Su Dongliang, a cold smirk spreading across his face. Yet, he was baffled. Why did Su seem so oblivious? Witnessing the price war unfold, how could he still appear so cheerful? Though Bai could not comprehend it at that moment, he dismissed it, believing that in the face of true capital, everything else was futile. As morning progressed, the influx of customers seeking fruit desserts was hardly noticeable. The opening ceremony concluded swiftly, and Bai Pengwei managed to sell only a little over 20 servings. Then, matters took a turn. First, consider the geographical distinction between the 2 establishments. The Jiang Bei shop was located at a street corner, which, by conventional standards, was not ideal. However, this location also granted an advantage. Once it gained popularity, it could effectively divert customers from Bai's shop. In contrast, Bai Pengwei's store was situated in the heart of a pedestrian street, necessitating that potential customers first pass by the Jiang Bei shop to reach him. Consequently, those desiring fruit desserts gravitated directly toward Jiang Bei. By noon, Bai's store was devoid of customers. Having operated a fruit dessert shop for several days prior, he understood that midday was peak traffic time. Yet, it was inexplicable. How could no one be inclined to purchase when his prices were so enticing? Venturing outside for a glimpse only deepened his confusion. At the street corner, the Jiang Bei shop was bustling with patrons. He instructed his staff to check the situation, and when they returned with the news, he was left in disbelief. Skeptical, he dashed over himself to investigate. "Ah, Bai, are you here to donate money or to buy fruit desserts?" Su Dongliang beamed, his smile radiating sincerity. He held no regard for Bai Pengwei's status, considering him merely a man of affluence. Perhaps this was the audacity of youth, undaunted by the formidable, as he perceived everything to be cushioned by his brother-in-law's support. Yet, Bai Pengwei's complexion darkened, resembling the bottom of a pot. He no longer wished to engage with Su's taunts. Instead, his gaze fixated on the conspicuous red plaque displayed at the entrance, strikingly similar to his own. It read, "Due to the scorching weather, in gratitude to our customers, we are hosting a 3-day grand discount event. Fruit desserts for 6 yuan a serving, freshly squeezed juice for 3 yuan a serving." Bai Pengwei felt a tightness in his chest, nearly choking on the blood that threatened to surge forth. "What are you staring at, little Bai?" Su Dongliang cheerfully emerged. In the eyes of Su Guoyang and Zhang Hong, there was a hint of helplessness, yet they did not impede the situation, for it was evident that only one of their establishments could thrive. Chapter 173. A lucrative deal. Honest individuals are not merely submissive. When their interests are encroached upon, they can equally rise in defiance. Not to mention that Bai Pengwei had previously employed underhanded tactics, causing trouble once before, when Su Dongliang was merely an innocent child, oblivious to the ways of the world. However, he had indeed matured since then, gaining a deeper understanding of numerous truths. He realized that fairness is a mere illusion in society, and the marketplace is a ruthless entity that devours without remorse. Now, with Jiang Bei heading south to negotiate business, it fell upon Su Dongliang to uphold the family's honor. "Humph, I wonder how long you can revel in your triumph. Just a band of buffoons," Bai Pengwei sneered. It is noteworthy that, under circumstances of equal pricing, customers would undoubtedly prefer to make their purchases from Jiang Bei, at least on this particular day. This preference stemmed from the fact that Bai Pengwei's previous establishment had utilized inferior fruit, resulting in its closure by regulatory authorities. Although he had rebranded and returned, who could guarantee the quality of his new offerings? Even if the fruit appeared appealing, its true condition remained a mystery. This reflects a natural consumer psychology. Regular patrons had lost their trust in Bai's establishment. Yet, Bai Pengwei remained unperturbed, as Jiang Bei resolutely committed to engaging in this price war. One of the reasons Bai Pengwei felt emboldened was his brother, Bai Pengju's, formidable influence. Additionally, one must not forget the strength of the Bai family itself. After all, the name of his shop was Dapeng, and it occupied the most advantageous location on the pedestrian street. Furthermore, Jiang Bei's prior advertisements had drawn a considerable number of customers specifically seeking fruit desserts to the pedestrian street. For instance, during midday today, although the initial wave of customers was intercepted by Jiang Bei's shop, a segment still flowed into Bai Pengwei's establishment. This price war was not merely a fleeting contest of victory or defeat, but a test of endurance. "Dad, there are quite a few people over there again. What are they doing?" Su Dongliang expressed his urgency. "Do not concern yourself with them. We shall continue to sell, as we have been. We can still earn a profit of at least 1 yuan, Su Guoyang replied in a hushed tone. Under the pressure of competitive pricing, the sales volume of fruit desserts surged significantly. Even with the Bai family in contention, the quantity sold during this particular lunchtime exceeded that of previous days. As Jiang Bei had anticipated, the Bai family was not inclined to relent so easily. Once midday passed, the Bai family once again adjusted their prices to 4 yuan per jean. Gritting his teeth, Su Dongliang followed suit. Selling fruit desserts now meant incurring losses. However, he felt powerless. Each sale felt like a stab to his heart, yet he had no choice but to heed Jiang Bei's words. It was imperative to retain the customers. Once the price war commenced, only the customers would reap the benefits. Meanwhile, Jiang Bei had begun conversing with the owner of a milk tea shop. This milk tea, freshly imported from the Bei Island, was a delightful treat. The proprietor, though not particularly tall, exuded a refreshing candor characteristic of northerners. "Young man, did you come from the north?" he inquired. "I hail from the East Sea," replied Jiang Bei. Having heard of this beverage known as milk tea, I ventured to Jianya to explore. The boss felt a sense of relief. As long as the newcomer posed no threat to his business, he was more than willing to offer some introductions. When Jiang Bei inquired about the supplier of milk tea ingredients, the proprietor readily shared his source without hesitation. In the afternoon, Jiang Bei paid a visit to the newly opened milk tea ingredient factory. The owner of this establishment had also recognized the lucrative potential of milk tea and had specifically acquired technology from the Bei Islands to produce milk tea ingredients and pearls on an assembly line. The 50,000 yuan Jiang Bei brought was already considered a substantial order for this factory. In Jianya, a cup of milk tea was sold for 8 yuan. If compared to consumption patterns, it could only fetch around 6 yuan back in the East Sea. Yet, The cost was equally astonishing, even with the addition of pearls. The raw material cost for a cup of milk tea was less than 2 yuan. When factoring in the cost of cups, the total production cost hovered around 2 yuan. This substantial profit margin, coupled with the difficulty of imitation unlike fruit salads and freshly squeezed juices, was the primary reason Jiang Bei decided to engage in a price war with Bai Pengju to retain his customers. Jiang Bei did not linger long in Jianya. On Saturday, he signed a contract with the supplier. By Sunday, the raw materials were packed and sent to the logistics company right before Jiang Bei's eyes, dispatched to the East Sea, after which he settled the payment. At this stage, caution was paramount. On Monday morning, Jiang Bei boarded an early flight back to Shenzhen. Meanwhile, over the weekend, the price war between Bai Pengwei and Su Dongliang escalated dramatically. The Bai brothers had initially underestimated Jiang Bei's tenacity, resulting in a starting price that was too low. Any subsequent attempts to raise prices would inevitably lead to a loss of clientele. The combined cost of fruits and yogurt was merely 5 yuan per pound. If they undercut this price, it would essentially be cheaper than supermarket offerings. While this would not impact the entirety of the East Sea's fruit market, it raised concerns about the future of their fruit salad business. After all, today one might sell at a few yuan per pound, only to see it flip to 10 yuan the next day. Customers would develop a natural aversion, feeling they had been cheated rather than realizing they had secured a bargain. Such malicious price wars leave no room for retreat until the very end, inevitably leading to a portion of the fruit salad's clientele being lost. Ultimately, the price of the fruit salad was set at 3 yuan per serving. This price attracted numerous elderly patrons who queued eagerly in the early morning as if it were free. Su Dongliang returned home each night utterly exhausted, his spirit dimmed. In the past, in the absence of competition, selling over 10,000 yuan worth of fruit in a single day, even on weekends, was quite commendable, resulting in a profit of over 10,000 yuan. However, now, from dawn till dusk, under the scorching sun, making just a mere 10,000 yuan from fruit sales often incurs a loss of several thousand, not to mention the rent. Although Jiang Bei left him with 50,000 yuan in goods to help him hold on, Su Dongliang could clearly see the increasing foot traffic on the pedestrian street this weekend. Particularly, the Daping fruit parlor was thriving, rivaling his own business. It seemed as though everyone had truly forgotten his once stale fruit. If it were not for the task Jiang Bei entrusted to him, Su Dongliang might have already given up, let alone engage in such costly endeavors to attract customers. The duration of this grand opening promotion and the so-called fan appreciation event remained an elusive mystery. Furthermore, that fellow, Bai Pengwei, would frequently come over to mock him, casually sipping on the iced fruit juice that Su Dongliang could rarely afford. On the other side, they had hired staff specifically for making fruit desserts and juices, while Su Dongliang had to rely on himself and his parents. The very thought of Bai Pengwei purchasing fruit desserts from him ignited a surge of anger within Su Dongliang. Yet, when he saw the worry etched on his parents' faces, he swallowed his frustration. Although it pained him, he continually reassured himself that it would be all right. After all, his brother-in-law would be returning soon. He was uncertain of what his brother-in-law would bring back, but he was certain it would surpass anything from the Bai family. Let Bai Pengwei relish his moment of glory for now. However, what if his brother-in-law returned empty-handed? It was already Monday, and those 50,000 yuan left behind would be entirely depleted in just half a month. Dongliang, your brother-in-law is back, Su Guoliang suddenly announced, rising to his feet. What? Su Dongliang was momentarily taken aback, feeling as though he had been hearing this phrase in a daze for days. Following his father's gaze, he turned to see a tall young man in a white t-shirt approaching. A wave of emotion washed over Su Dongliang, and he felt the weight of the grievances he had endured in recent days. Brother-in-law, what is going on? Who has been bullying you? Jiang Bei joked lightly. He glanced at the sign outside their door, which read fruit desserts, 3 yuan each, freshly squeezed juice, 15 yuan each. Jiang Bei quickly understood. However, this pricing was in line with his expectations. If it had been reduced to a mere 1 yuan per serving, it would have been tantamount to giving it away. And a person like Bai Pengju would never engage in such folly, risking the viability of future business. Who could bully me? Su Dongliang scoffed, unable to contain his excitement. Brother-in-law, you're back. What is the news? Any progress? No need to rush, Jiang Bei smiled. Dad, Mom, the materials for the milk tea are already on their way to us. Soon, everything will be just fine, he added cheerfully. Jiang Bei, at this moment, Su Guoliang could not help but inquire. If even he was unwilling to continue selling in such a manner, what could be expected from Su Dongliang? We must endure for one more day, at the latest until Thursday, when we will unveil our new products, Jiang Bei remarked. What will be the price of the fruit dessert then? Su Dongliang's eyes sparkled with excitement. The fruit dessert will still be sold. albeit at a modest daily revenue of around 1 to 2,000. We merely need to maintain our customer base, and we will only sell it in the evening. Leaving White Pengju to manage his affairs as he pleases, Jiang Bei chuckled. Brother-in-law, what if that White Pengju learns about our new product, the milk tea? Su Dongliang could not suppress his curiosity. Let him learn, it is of no consequence. By Thursday, we will let the milk tea business gain traction. By the time he senses something amiss, it will already be Friday, and we will capitalize on the weekend sales to secure a substantial profit. Even if White Pengju realizes what is happening, he will remain oblivious to our sourcing channels. Furthermore, milk tea, crafted from milk powder and tea powder, offers a completely different taste compared to the pearl milk tea made from original milk tea powder. Even if White Pengju finds a supplier for the milk tea and travels south, by then, it will be too late for him. At that point, I shall simply absorb his food factory, Jiang Bei remarked with a grin. Even Su Dongliang found it hard to believe that Jiang Bei truly possessed such capability. Dismissing it as a jest, brother-in-law, the Bei family is worth millions. It is not so easily manageable, Su Dongliang scoffed. Enough talk. Let us focus on our work. Maintaining our composure is paramount. Getting through these few days is far more important than anything else. Very well. The fruit dessert shop continued its unprofitable venture. Yet the mindsets of Bai Pengwei and Su Dongliang were entirely different. After all, he need not lift a finger or spend any money, with his brother Bai Pengju around. All he had to do was wait for that day when he could witness Jiang Bei's shop crumble, and that would suffice. That evening, Jiang Bei finally returned home. Su Wanrong's heart was finally at ease. Jiang Bei sat on the bench, cradling his daughter, sharing tales from their trip to Jianya, recounting amusing incidents from the south. Along with his business endeavors, Su Wanrong was a perceptive woman, yet her intelligence could also be a double-edged sword, if she refrained from asking at times. Many matters would weigh heavily on her heart, and over time, such understanding could lead to complications. However, it is undeniable that Su Wanrong was also Jiang Bei's virtuous partner. She managed the household impeccably, caring for their daughter and everything else, allowing Jiang Bei to pursue his ambitions without worry. That night, Jiang Bei lay beside his daughter, recounting fairy tales to make up for the 3 days he had been away. Yet, Yang Yang seemed utterly untroubled by fatigue, snuggling in Jiang Bei's embrace, eagerly listening to story after story. Such days were ordinary, yet profoundly genuine. On Wednesday, the milk tea ingredients dispatched from Jianya finally arrived in Donghai. Chapter 176. Who would purchase this wretched thing? Box after box of milk tea ingredients were moved into the store by Jiang Bei and Su Dongliang under the cover of night. Subsequently, the store underwent a transformation overnight, necessitated by the introduction of freshly squeezed fruit juice. Many items, such as disposable plastic cups and sealing machines, were already prepared. Dongliang, why don't you try making 2 cups of milk tea? Jiang Bei suggested, seated on a stool and wiping the sweat from his brow. All right, Dongliang replied. Despite it being late in the evening, the weather remained oppressively humid. The texture of the milk tea was far from the silky smoothness one might expect 2 decades hence, as it was merely a concoction of mixed milk tea powder. Not only had Dongliang never tasted milk tea before, but even Jiang Bei found the flavor somewhat peculiar. Brother-in-law, can anyone actually buy this? Dongliang, who had always held unwavering faith in his brother-in-law, almost blindly so, could no longer suppress his doubts. Is this the result of your trip to Jianya? What is this nonsense? What does it taste like? Jiang Bei asked with a smile. Dongliang furrowed his brow tightly, mustering the courage to take another sip, subsequently contorting his face in extreme disapproval. No, I can't take it, brother-in-law. This thing tastes utterly bizarre. Dongliang waved his hands dismissively. What do you mean by what does it taste like? You can't even articulate it. Jiang Bei retorted, also setting down his cup. Objectively speaking, the milk tea was not entirely undrinkable. However, the temperature made it less palatable. Milk tea, when served at room temperature, was hardly enjoyable, as it was meant to be savored hot in winter and cold in summer. Dongliang clicked his tongue, forcing a smile that resembled a grimace. Brother-in-law, this concoction is quite peculiar. What else is there? Jiang Bei's lips twitched, yet he managed to smile. The issue of the peculiar taste could be resolved with ice. It's overly sweet and hardly enjoyable. Who in their right mind would drink this in the sweltering summer? Dongliang exclaimed. Brother-in-law, did you really spend 50,000 on materials? And this is what you got? Realizing the gravity of the situation, Dongliang's eyes widened in disbelief as he posed the question. Receiving no answer from Jiang Bei, the astute Dongliang decided to pivot. Brother-in-law, how much is this a cup? It's tentatively set at 6 yuan. What? Dongliang was taken aback. Yes, 6 yuan a cup. No way, brother-in-law. That's simply outrageous. For 6 yuan a cup, I might as well buy a bottle of cola and still have a yuan left for an ice cream. In terms of Dong Liang's reasoning, if one were to describe it with the language of 2 decades in the future, Jiang Bei could only categorize him as a typical straight man. Moreover, in his recollection, milk tea had never been predominantly favored by men. Men enjoyed cola even in the dead of winter. It was women who seemed indifferent to the weather's whims. No woman can resist milk tea. You don't understand. People will buy it. Jiang Bei waved his hand dismissively. That's certainly true. Dong Liang nodded, exuding an air of belief, yet the words that followed were laced with skepticism. There will definitely be some fools who come to try it, only to realize they've been duped. Dong Liang grimaced at the cup of milk tea in his hand with evident disdain. Brother-in-law, he couldn't help but speak up again. What is it? Jiang Bei had lost his patience with Su Dong Liang, realizing that $6 had merely garnered him such a lackluster evaluation. Wouldn't it be more pleasurable to return home and spend time with his wife and children? Suddenly, Su Dong Liang snapped back to reality, aware that he could no longer dampen Jiang Bei's spirits. Yet, his expression was unmistakably one of desperation, as if he would do anything for this bubble tea to sell. I'm leaving, heading home. Jiang Bei secured the door and casually discarded the half-finished cup of bubble tea into the trash. Chapter 177, The Invitation from Zhang Tianwei. Brother-in-law, you criticize me, yet you don't even enjoy it yourself. Su Dong Liang exclaimed, fuming with indignation. This stuff truly lacks appeal, Jiang Bei replied, grimacing at the flavor. However, he could not deny that such beverages certainly had their market. Brother-in-law, you still find this amusing? The sky is about to fall. Su Dong Liang lamented, his despondency evident. This amusing scene, however, might lead to the complete closure of the shop, leaving no chance for redemption. How is this selling over in Jianya? Su Dong Liang inquired. Quite well, actually. Women seem to enjoy it, Jiang Bei responded. Women, such a perplexing species, Su Dong Liang sighed. The thought of marriage and children in the future made his head ache. What is the big deal? Let's not dwell on your past with my sister. Just recently, brother-in-law. How many times have you two quarreled? When my parents and I visited your home last time, we could see it clearly, Su Dong Liang remarked. Jiang Bei paused, recollecting that incident outside the kindergarten when he had offended by Pengju, causing Su Wanrong to worry. Life is all about these quarrels, Jiang Bei chuckled softly. Such bickering, along with companionship and jointly nurturing their daughter, was what Jiang Bei yearned for most in his 2 lifetimes. Unfortunately, Su Dong Liang, being of a younger age, could not comprehend this yet. As night fell, the nightlife for the affluent was just beginning. After returning home and playing with his daughter, Jiang Bei received a phone call. Hello? Jiang, what are you busy with? It was Zhang Tianwei on the line. Interestingly, Zhang Tianwei, a mogul worth millions, was equally intrigued by the commercial conflict between Jiang Bei and Bai Pengju, keeping a close watch on the developments. He anticipated Jiang Bei's counterattack, fully aware that Jiang Bei had not been in Donghai that weekend. According to his assumptions, a response from Jiang Bei was imminent, but it was now Wednesday, and there had been no sign of activity. The fruit shop continued to incur losses daily, yet Jiang Bei appeared unfazed, sitting idly in the shop, seemingly squandering money. This scene resembled a small capitalist making a final, fearless stand, but Jiang Bei was evidently not that type of person. If there were truly no prospects for a turnaround, he would not engage in such a futile persistence. However, if he possessed the means to turn the situation around, why had he allowed the shop to bleed money for so many days without taking action? Zhang Tianwei was perplexed. He could not fathom what Jiang Bei could possibly produce to turn the tide. Even if new products were to be introduced, it would not instill such calm in him. In his view, any product aligning with Jiang Bei's business model must cater to a broad audience, yet fruit saloons had already reached its zenith. Moreover, his relationship with Jiang Bei was merely one of admiration for this talent, while his ties with Bai Pengju, or rather, his connection with the Liu family of Liuzhou, were considerably closer. Given the Liu family's aspirations to penetrate the Donghai market, a certain degree of collaboration with him was inevitable. Rather than witnessing Jiang Bei personally dismantled by Pengju, Zhang Tianwei felt compelled to take a stand. Though this sentiment seemed absurd, he believed his intuition would not fail him. His assent to this point was largely attributed to his instincts. Aware that the call was somewhat impolite, he dialed nonetheless. Brother Zhang, I'm not doing much. Just spending time at home with my daughter, Jiang Bei responded, somewhat bewildered by Zhang Tianwei's call, wondering why a hotelier would reach out to him so often. Hey, if you're not busy, why not come out for a drink? I can introduce you to a few friends, Zhang Tianwei suggested. All right, Jiang Bei replied with a smile. Just take a taxi to my hotel. We're in room 302. Chapter 178. That kid is quite ruthless. Inside the private room 302 of the International Hotel, A rotund middle-aged man inquired. Mr. Jiang, who have you called? There's no one with the surname Jiang here, is there? Jiang Tianwei pointed to his head, wearing a mysterious expression, a new friend, very talented. Although Jiang Tianwei offered such praise of Jiang Bei, the interest of those at the table was not as piqued as anticipated. His words subconsciously conveyed to them that this was merely one of his subordinates. Indeed, after hanging up, Jiang Tianwei found his earlier concerns rather ludicrous. A fruit vendor, currently incurring losses and unable to produce even 100,000. What could he achieve by introducing new products? If Bai Pengju was resolute in continuing this commercial battle, relentlessly pursuing new products and driving prices down, how could Jiang Bei possibly have a chance for a comeback? He shook his head lightly. Let us drink. You will meet him soon. Hey, old Bai has heard we're here and is also coming over. Tonight, Brother Jiang must bring out some good wine, someone suddenly remarked. Old Bai has not been in the best spirits lately. He's come to drown his sorrows. Who? Jiang Tianwei's arm trembled. Bai Pengju. What's wrong? Mister. Jiang wouldn't be unwelcoming, would he? I'll quickly call him and tell him not to come. The individual pretended to reach for his phone. How could I not welcome him? We are all brothers. Manager Wang, go fetch that fine bottle of wine I brought back from Yinjing last week. Jiang Tianwei called out, though his heart sank. Why was Bai Pengju suddenly coming? Everyone, please enjoy your drinks. I'll step outside to make a call. Jiang Tianwei abruptly rose, maintaining an untroubled facade. This is indeed the last one, Jiang Dong. Drinking is simply drinking. One cannot be on the phone incessantly, someone feigned displeasure remarked. All right. Jiang Tianwei chuckled and stepped out. In the corridor, Jiang Tianwei cast an anxious glance at his phone. Finally, the call was connected. On the other end was a gentle female voice. Hello? Who is this? Sister-in-law, this is Jiang Tianwei. May I ask where Jiang Bei is? Jiang Dong. Jiang Bei just stepped out. Su Wanrong replied. Oh, what is his phone number? I'll give him a call. He doesn't have a phone. Jiang Tianwei returned to the private room with a fake smile. Lu Zong, have you heard? Lao Bai recently got involved with a young man, the one running the fruit shop. I've heard. I know about this matter well. Lao Bai's brother, Bai Pengwei, was dealt a harsh blow by that young man. His methods were quite ruthless, and the shop was shut down. Later, Lao Bai found someone to back him, and he opened a new shop under the company's name, aiming to crush him. I've heard there's more to this story. That young man seems to have a grudge against Lao Bai. Jiang Dong. Isn't he the one who caused a scene at the kindergarten entrance? The two of them clashed? The gaze finally fell upon Jiang Tianwei. It's not that serious. It was merely a misunderstanding. Jiang Tianwei chuckled awkwardly, though his palms were already sweating. This situation was difficult to manage, and he was currently unable to extricate himself. If Jiang Bei were to leave as he came, that would be unacceptable. But what would happen if Bai Pengju encountered Jiang Bei, along with this entire table of people? That was truly unpredictable. It's hardly a mere misunderstanding. This is a conversation only among us. Let us not spread it outside. The fruit vendor is no ordinary character. He made Lao Bai cough up 10,000 on the spot. The next day, he used that money to advertise his shop. Lao Bai tried to sabotage his shop, but couldn't he manage it himself? Wow, is that really the case? The young and inexperienced are fearless. Interesting. Yet another rising star to be crushed by Lao Bai. Lao Lu, it's better if you don't pretend to be a big shot with your limited education. Let us drink, Let us drink. Oh, quite lively here, huh? Drinking late at night without inviting me? Chapter 179. Entrance. Am I no longer worthy to drink with you all? Bai Pengju entered with a cold smile. How could that be? We were just afraid of your family member, old Lu quipped, raising his eyebrows. At that moment, the cold smile faded from Bai Pengju's face, replaced by a hearty laugh. Don't even mention it. My spouse has been acting up again these past few days. Damn it. She caused a scene with me late at night, driving me mad. You truly are unaware of the blessings you possess. Once the Yang family enters Donghai, your position, Bai Zong, will surely rise as well. Don't forget to promote little Lu here, Lu Zong winked. However, at that moment, Jiang Tianwei's expression shifted, and he instinctively glanced at his watch. Lao Bai, has that little imp been crushed yet? The portly middle-aged man inquired. Huangjie, is it true that even such fragrant wine cannot silence you? Why bring up matters that should remain unmentioned? Bai Pengju retorted with irritation. Old Bai, how have you been? Do share with us, urged General Lu. It's almost done. The brat who could make Bai Pengju stumble hasn't been born yet, Bai Pengju replied, taking a sip of his white liquor with a nonchalant air. He hardly regarded Jiang Bei. As long as the price war commenced and the opponent engaged, victory was assured for him. I told you, who dares to provoke our boss Bai will surely meet a grim fate. Bai Pengju laughed heartily. Yet a fleeting shadow crossed his eyes. He hadn't anticipated that upon arriving here, he would need to address this bothersome matter. In truth, he was indifferent to what Jiang Bei could conjure. However, the disturbances that arose from Yang Jiao due to Jiang Bei had troubled him greatly in recent days. Yet he dared not confront Yang Jiao. Since that slap, he had been unable to find peace, and all this turmoil could be attributed to Jiang Bei. "Let us drink." Bai Pengju poured himself another glass and then turned his gaze to Zhang Tianwei, who occupied the main seat. "Director Zhang, what's the matter? Why so silent?" Bai Pengju inquired with a smile. Regarding the incident, he held no grievances against Zhang Tianwei for his neutrality. After all, his status dictated such restraint. It was indeed Yang Jiao's fault. Causing a ruckus after an accident and encountering someone as reckless as Jiang Bei was unexpected. However, it surprised him that Zhang Tianwei knew Jiang Bei, though it was of little consequence. "It's fine. Someone will arrive shortly. Let us wait for them," Zhang Tianwei replied with a forced smile. Jiang Bei was already in deep trouble, and he hoped there would be no misunderstandings. Furthermore, Bai Pengju's sudden involvement could potentially fracture his relationship with Jiang Bei entirely. If that individual became unmanageable, it would indeed be regrettable. Yet, a truly astute individual should discern the necessity of choices, Zhang Tianwei mused inwardly. Soon, the sound of footsteps echoed from the corridor. It was not the crisp sound of polished shoes worn by successful individuals. Zhang Tianwei's expression remained unchanged, but his heart raced with the rhythm of the approaching footsteps, hoping the forthcoming scene would not prove too difficult for him. Even in this international hotel, his domain. Among the many entrepreneurs, these individuals might not necessarily show him any deference, particularly with Bai Pengju present. There came a gentle knock at the door. Huang Jie, seated near the entrance, opened it slightly. What greeted him was a tall young man clad in a simple white t-shirt, wearing a faint smile. As he entered, he noticed Bai Pengju's glass suspended in midair, and their eyes met, causing Bai Pengju's expression to darken. However, Jiang Bei showed no sign of acknowledgement and turned directly towards Zhang Tianwei, seated opposite the door. "Brother Zhang, you've arrived a bit late. I've kept you waiting," Jiang Bei remarked with a light chuckle. "No trouble at all. Please, have a seat," Zhang Tianwei replied with a hearty laugh, gesturing to the space beside him. As Bai Pengju observed this scene, his expression darkened ominously, akin to a cloudburst. The others in the room promptly suppressed their smiles, directing their earnest gazes toward the newly arrived stranger. Chapter 180. Is this not amiss? At the banquet table, particularly one straddling the realms of camaraderie and business, decorum is of paramount importance, and entrepreneurs typically place great emphasis on this. Moreover, Zhang Tianwei, who operates a hotel, ought to be particularly mindful of such etiquette. He occupied the esteemed position at the opposite end of the table without question, yet, in the context of a gathering among friends, the seats flanking him should rightfully belong to two elder acquaintances. To his left sat Sun Xiang, who spoke little, undoubtedly of sufficient age, but Jiang Bei was not. Conversely, from a business perspective, the seat to his left ought to be designated for the guest of honor. The most distinguished attendee of the evening, Sun Xiang certainly fit that bill, given his stature within the Donghai Chamber of Commerce. The position on Zhang Tianwei's right was equally significant. It was known as the secondary guest of honor, intended for someone of a rank just below Sun Xiang. Even if this position were to be slightly inferior, it would not be by much. Yet now, this seat had been allocated to the young man, which was inappropriate both in sentiment and reason. Upon entering, he had been thoroughly appraised by everyone present, including Sun Xiang, who cast him a deep glance. Had this young man not attended, the position of secondary guest would likely have remained vacant, with the evening's focus resting solely on Sun Xiang and Zhang Tianwei. Jiang Bei, appearing as naive as a novice, had brazenly seated himself in that spot. Moreover, this decision had inflicted a severe blow to Bai Pengju. "Allow me to introduce my new friend, Jiang Bei," Zhang Tianwei declared with a smile. Jiang Bei felt a flicker of suspicion within his heart. He could not fathom Zhang Tianwei's motives for orchestrating this arrangement, nor could he comprehend why Bai Pengju was present. If Zhang Tianwei possessed even an ounce of foresight, he would never have paired the two of them together. Yet, not only had they been brought together, but this position, more emblematic of status than Bai Pengju's, had been bestowed upon him. The doubts in Jiang Bei's eyes flickered momentarily. Following Zhang Tianwei's announcement, he noted the expressions of astonishment, delight, and shock that danced across the faces of the others. "So, the young friend is Jiang Bei. I have long admired your reputation," Sun Xiang, seated on the opposite side, suddenly interjected. He appeared to be in his 40s, slightly older than Zhang Tianwei, yet spoke with a calm demeanor. "Brother Jiang, let me introduce you. This is Sun Xiang, Mr. Sun, a supplier of labor protection products in Donghai City." He raised his thumb in approval. Jiang Bei nodded with a smile, then produced an unopened bottle of beer, pouring it into a glass. Mr. Sun, it is a pleasure to finally meet you. He had previously crossed paths with Sun Xiang. While he could not categorize him as good, he was certainly not bad either. Sun Xiang's approach to the social fabric of their world was marked by a unique perspective. At this moment, while everyone remained reticent, he alone broke the silence. His uncertainty regarding Jiang Bei's true nature compelled him to adopt a cautious demeanor, a choice shaped by age and character. The clinking of wine glasses echoed as Jiang Bei downed his drink in one go, then promptly filled his glass once more, directing his gaze towards Zhang Tianwei. Brother Zhang, my apologies for arriving late. Allow me to drink a cup in penance. Please, no need for such formalities in my presence. Zhang Tianwei chuckled, if you insist. Wouldn't he that mean president, I must also atone? He smiled, elucidating why Bai Pengju had unexpectedly graced the gathering. Since you have already poured the wine, it would be remiss of me as your elder brother not to join you. Come, let us raise a toast. Zhang Tianwei proclaimed, downing another glass. Jiang Bei, unfazed, poured himself a third drink. I am Jiang Bei, I run a small business, and I wish to toast everyone here, he added. Why is it, President Jiang, that you and Directors Sun and Zhang are sipping one cup after another, yet we here are left with naught but an empty glass? Do you think so little of us that we cannot share a drink? A figure seated beside Bai Pengju interjected. President Jiang, this hardly seems fair. Chapter 181. A loss of dignity. No sooner had the words left his lips than a palpable tension enveloped the room. The speaker, Lu Yongtao, possessed a background comparable to Bai Pengju's. However, due to the Yang family's impending entry into Donghai, he had seemingly aligned himself with Bai. He harbored hopes of partaking in the ensuing opportunities. Though the conflict between Jiang Bei and Bai Pengju had yet to surface, Lu's comments unmistakably positioned Jiang Bei as their adversary. Zhang Tianwei remained silent, a benign smile gracing his lips as he observed the unfolding drama. Jiang Bei had shown him respect upon entry, refraining from openly expressing discontent towards Bai Pengju, and Zhang was content to afford him a degree of stature, allowing him a slight advantage in the forthcoming exchanges, albeit a mere seating arrangement. Sun Xiang, too, watched with an amused expression as silence reigned among the group. Meanwhile, the remaining individuals scrutinized Jiang Bei, their eyes glinting with derision. Lu Yongtao, already plotting in his mind, thought that if Jiang Bei, succumbing to pressure, acquiesced to his demand for a drink each, he would simply switch to stronger liquor, considering he faced a mere small cup, while Jiang Bei wielded a sizable beer glass. Jiang Bei nodded in acknowledgement. Lu Yongtao's victorious smile began to materialize, but just as he was about to speak, Jiang Bei set his glass down on the table. After a moment's reflection, he stated, "You are indeed not worthy of my toast. I apologize for my earlier rudeness. Given this, there is no need for a toast. Let us simply sit, enjoy our meal, and engage in conversation." With that, Jiang Bei discerned the dynamics of the gathering within moments of his arrival. Aside from Zhang Tianwei and Sun Xiang, who maintained neutrality, the rest were clearly reveling in his predicament. Yet, he had no intention of becoming a mere source of amusement, regardless of his current standing. What do you mean by that? Lu Yongtao exclaimed, slamming his hand upon the table and rising to his feet, a flicker of anger flashing in his eyes. Such behavior at the banquet is quite inappropriate. However, in his attempt to tease Jiang Bei, he has unwittingly embroiled himself in trouble. Does Jiang Bei truly believe that merely having a seat grants him any authority? Zhang Tianwei may have bestowed upon him a high position, yet it is contingent upon their acknowledgement. With nothing to his name, what gives him the audacity to act so brazenly? Jiang Bei's words are clearly offensive not only to Lu Yongtao, but to the 3 or 4 others present, whose expressions reflect similar indignation. As for Bai Pengju, his demeanor has notably calmed, seemingly finding amusement in Jiang Bei's ability to offend so many upon his arrival. It is rather trivial. Jiang Bei maintains his nonchalant facade. Since this toast is no longer required, he leisurely sips his drink. You seek your own demise. Lu Yongtao glares at Jiang Bei, his expression dark and menacing. Being disregarded in such a manner seems to him the utmost insult. Hearing this, Jiang Bei finally lifts his gaze towards Lu Yongtao, a fleeting glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. In response, Lu Yongtao instinctively shifts his right foot back slightly. There's no need to look at me like that. I'm just an ordinary person. You possess countless ways to annihilate me, don't you? Jiang Bei suddenly chuckles. Since he is here, he intends to remain composed. He has never feared these so-called prominent figures. He has encountered far more formidable individuals along his journey. With a sip of his drink, Jiang Bei's gaze sweeps across the faces before him, one by one, finally resting on the smiling Bai Pengju, who appears to be enjoying the spectacle. However, Bai Pengju's grin finally fades as he turns his attention to Jiang Bei, and though his demeanor seems relaxed, his fists beneath the table are clenched tightly, producing a cracking sound. Now that you are here, pretending to be something you're not is rather pointless. Wouldn't you agree? Jiang Bei remarks with a sudden light laugh. With the conclusion of his words, the smile on his face vanishes. Clap, clap, clap. How intriguing, Mr. Jiang. Bai Pengju suddenly applauds softly. You are quite accomplished at a young age. Today, it appears we have lost our composure in your presence. Chapter 182. The business of fruit salads can be returned to you. I never said that. Jiang Bei replies coolly, simultaneously lifting a small half-glass of beer. If we are to count, I should indeed share a drink with Mr. Bai, whom I have met previously. Jiang Bei smiles, indifferent to whether the other party reciprocates. He drinks the small glass as if quenching a thirst. Mr. Jiang, take your time. There's no rush, Zhang Tianwei interjects with a smile, attempting to smooth over the situation. Meanwhile, across the table, Bai Pengju's complexion has turned a deep shade of anger, although it is meant as a toast. He hasn't even consumed half a glass and can't even be bothered to stand. Jiang Bei's intentions were never to offer a toast. He merely uttered the words. In just a few exchanges, both he and his companions have been thoroughly subdued by Jiang Bei. TSK, sharp-tongued, Bai Pengju sneers coldly. It would be unwise for you to say that, young Bai. After all, Mr. Jiang is a guest of Chairman Jiang today, Sun Xiang interjects with a smile. Chairman Sun, you may not fully grasp who Jiang Bei is, but allow me to elaborate. Lu Yongtao suddenly speaks up. They had exchanged a few words earlier. But before the conversation could continue, Bai Pengju had intruded. Now it is indeed amusing to speak of this in front of Jiang Bei. In this world, there are always those who overestimate themselves, believing they can strike a stone with an egg, only to find themselves in a situation where everything is lost. Lu Yongtao remarked with a sneer, Mr. Jiang, do you currently possess at least 100,000 in assets? Ha! With this statement, he burst into laughter. And even Bai Pengju cast a cold glance at Jiang Bei. Not quite 100,000, I'm afraid. 50,000. Well, that is also out of reach. I might have around 30,000 left. Jiang Bei maintained his indifferent demeanor, which only served to aggravate those around him. What? Only 30,000 remaining? How will you compete in this price war with Mr. Bai? Ha. It seems you're not far from bankruptcy. Huang Jie chuckled, clearly surprised by Jiang Bei's candid admission. Let us hang on for a few more days and see. If it doesn't work out, I suppose I'll stop selling fruit salads. Jiang Bei laughed in response. Compared to his earlier assertiveness, he now appeared as the object of ridicule among the crowd. However, Zhang Tianwei and Sun Xiang exchanged a glance, and Sun Xiang subtly shook his head, unwilling to involve himself in this matter. He believed that someone invited by Zhang Tianwei, who offered a secondary position, would not be foolish. Oh, Mr. Jiang is quite magnanimous. With 30,000 in the bank, you could still earn a few thousand each year. If you're frugal, that should suffice for living. But wait, I almost forgot. You've enrolled your daughter in Sister Qin Yun's kindergarten, which isn't cheap at all. If you're willing, I have a security job that I could arrange for you, and I could pay you 500 a month without any issue. Lu Yongtao said with a smile. 500 is not insignificant. Jiang Bei nodded earnestly. However, while I may indeed be somewhat impoverished, I cannot allow my dignity to suffer. If Mr. Lu is willing to assist me, it need not be a complicated task, simply standing at the entrance holding a sign. I would offer you 5,000 a month. How does that sound? It would be a shame not to utilize Mr. Jiang's eloquence. Laughter erupted among the crowd, who did not seem to regard Jiang Bei's retort as impressive. Once he acknowledged his 3,000 in assets, he had already been deemed a failure. Surely, after today, he would cling to that sum, eventually facing a dead end. The mere thought of such a spectacle was amusing. At that moment, Bai Pengju suddenly tapped the table, signaling for silence. He regarded Jiang Bei and slowly said, Jiang Bei, I've thought about it, and I really have no significant grudge against you. I, Bai Pengju, do not covet your trivial fruit salad business. As you can see, it would be quite simple for me to ruin you. Therefore, if you were to kneel and bow a few times, holding a sign at the pedestrian street proclaiming Jiang Bei is a failure, I would forgive you. Wouldn't that elevate the stakes of the game? Bai Pengju inquired with a smile. Chapter 183. What if it were true? Oh, Mr. Bai. What a grand gesture. In this past month, a business that could yield 200,000 to 300,000 was easily dismissed. Jiang Bei feigned astonishment. Are you truly so oblivious to your own worth after earning just a few thousand? Lu Yongtao chuckled coldly. I surmise you are not privy to our circle, so I shall not hesitate to disclose that Mr. Bai is already negotiating collaboration with suppliers in Xinjiang. Furthermore, the Yang family is poised to enter the Donghai market. A mere few 100,000? In due time, Mr. Bai seeks business worth millions monthly. Allow me to congratulate Mr. Bai in advance, Jiang Bei said, clasping his fists together with a sincere smile. Of course, I genuinely wish for Mr. Bai's business to endure until that day. Bai Pengju had encountered threats before. Yet this one was absurdly peculiar. Did I mishear? Are you threatening me? Bai Pengju inquired, scratching his ear and gazing at Jiang Bei with an indifferent expression. Certainly not. It is a heartfelt wish, Jiang Bei replied with a smile. With that, he paid no further heed to Bai Pengju's reaction and leisurely began to eat. Ah, do indulge. For I reckon this may well be the finest meal you experience in your lifetime, Lu Yongtao scoffed. Jiang Bei did not lift his gaze. Seemingly entranced by the delectable dishes before him, the atmosphere became rather peculiar. Ever since Jiang Bei entered, no one in the private room had touched their chopsticks. Now that Jiang Bei was feasting without a care, the others were left uncertain about how to proceed. Perhaps Bai Pengju and his companions felt that dining with someone like Jiang Bei, who merely spouted empty words, was an affront to their status. As for Sun Xiang and Zhang Tianwei, they refrained from eating, for they had yet to witness the conclusion of this spectacle. It was a duel between Jiang Bei and Bai Pengju, not their turn to partake. What Zhang Tianwei did not expect was Jiang Bei's composure. Even as his business appeared to be crumbling, was he truly prepared with a trump card? It was difficult to fathom. Finally, after enduring 5 tense minutes, Jiang Bei lifted his head, dabbed at the corner of his mouth with a napkin, and said, "Gentlemen, I have finished my meal. I have matters to attend to this evening, so I shall take my leave. Thank you, Brother Zhang, for your hospitality." Jiang Bei smiled. "Not at all. You are always welcome," Zhang Tianwei responded with a smile of his own. What a delusion. Does he truly believe himself to be someone of significance? Once the door was gently closed behind Jiang Bei, Lu Yongtao's dissatisfied voice emerged. Indeed, it is utterly absurd. With assets of merely 30,000, he dares to threaten Mr. Bai? Quite amusing. Ah, to bring about another's downfall, one must first drive them to madness. Who said that? Huang Jie chimed in. How many days remain? At most. It won't take more than 10, and then Jiang Bei shall close his doors for good. Zhang, do you truly believe Jiang Bei possesses any potential? Lu Yongtao suddenly scrutinized Zhang Tianwei with unease. Then, with sudden clarity, he remarked, I see now. You have merely granted him this position to allow the jester to dance more exuberantly, haven't you? Zhang Tianwei merely smiled in acknowledgement, offering no further reply. Yet in his eyes, the sight of Bai Pengju, seated there with a sullen expression, inexplicably elicited a smile. Naturally, he perceived Jiang Bei as merely boasting, trying to maintain a facade, which was not particularly astute on Jiang Bei's part. Nevertheless, this behavior rendered him more akin to an ordinary, spirited young man. Otherwise, the composure he had previously displayed would have been somewhat inscrutable. But what if his claims were genuine? What if he truly possessed a means to render Bai Pengju's factory incapable of enduring even these few months with a mere 30,000 yuan? Zhang Tianwei dared not contemplate further. Chapter 184. Trust me, the unexpected encounter between Jiang Bei and Bai Pengju had altered the atmosphere of the gathering. Zhang Tianwei, however, had made his stance clear. He refrained from intervening in the grievances between Jiang Bei and Bai Pengju at the table, but granted Jiang Bei a seat, ensuring he would not be completely marginalized in this social setting. Yet, what lay ahead? From a businessman's perspective, one could not indulge in deep contemplation. This seemingly supportive gesture was, in fact, Zhang Tianwei's rightful concession, a retreat before Bai Pengju and his associates. After offering assistance to Jiang Bei at the table, he would not extend further aid. As for Jiang Bei's fate, it bore no consequence for Zhang Tianwei. Should Jiang Bei succeed in toppling Bai Pengju, he would merely be astonished and extend his congratulations. The rising Jiang Bei would not perceive a lack of support as detrimental. He would remember the small assistance he had received at the table. Conversely, if Jiang Bei were to falter against Bai Pengju, Zhang Tianwei would be utterly unsurprised, for his views aligned closely with those of Bai Pengju's supporters. This was not a conflict of equal standing. The likelihood of Jiang Bei's victory was virtually negligible. At that juncture, he would offer Jiang Bei an olive branch, and Jiang Bei would likely accept this invitation. Influenced by the assistance he had received from Zhang Tianwei that day, such was the simple reciprocity engendered by a mere seat at the table. Of course, all of this was merely Zhang Tianwei's conjecture. He was primarily concerned with what he might gain should the latter outcome materialize. As for the former outcome, could Jiang Bei genuinely unseat Bai Pengju? Frankly, he held little faith in that possibility. Bai, my brother, come, let us drink, Zhang Tianwei said with a smile. Bai Pengju also managed a slight grin, raising his glass, declaring there was no need to allow a mere clown to disrupt their camaraderie. Let us finish our meal and depart. It does carry a certain flavor, doesn't it? Ha ha. Lu Yongtao, seated nearby, joined in the laughter. Zhang Tianwei maintained his smile, refraining from speaking at that moment, as he was portrayed as a friend of Jiang Bei, yet he was also a friend of Bai Pengju. Businessmen are adept at navigating complexities, especially someone like Zhang Tianwei, who thrived in the hotel industry, a testament to his innate capabilities. Walking along the streets of Donghai, Jiang Bei could not help but wear a self-deprecating smile. In comparison to being mocked and derided by enemies now, it was far better than the time in his previous life when he dared not return home and could only find refuge in parks, was it not? He is a man easily contented, for within his heart lies a compelling reason to strive. He seeks to vindicate justice for his wife and daughter. Is this not a marked improvement over his previous life of emotional numbness? Upon pushing open the door to his home, Jiang Bei beheld Su Wanrong seated on the bench, her gaze still lingering with concern. She rose to her feet as he entered. Jiang Bei, are you all right? Su Wanrong inquired suddenly. I'm fine. I merely stepped out for a meal. What could possibly be amiss? Jiang Bei replied with a smile. A sigh of relief escaped Su Wanrong's lips. You had barely left when Zhang Tianwei called again, expressing a desire to speak with you. I feared that something might have gone awry. Her sensitivity stemmed from the fragility of their current life. Despite Jiang Bei's newfound capabilities, dining alongside affluent individuals like Zhang Tianwei only heightened her apprehension. Everything is fine, Jiang Bei reassured gently. Tomorrow, the fruit shop will begin to thrive. Do not worry. I am not worried, Su Wanrong replied, shaking her head softly. If we truly cannot contend with them, then perhaps we should relinquish the shop. My work is beginning to improve. In due time, you can find a job as well. And we will still be able to support Yang Yang. By the second half of the year, we can transfer him to a better kindergarten. We will manage. Trust me, I shall not fail, Jiang Bei interjected softly, his eyes brimming with determination. Chapter 185. An embrace of love. Jiang Bei, Su Wanrong said, her brow furrowing slightly as she gazed at him, uncertain of how to articulate her thoughts. She understood the adversary he intended to confront in this business battle. It was Bai Pengwei, returning with renewed vigor, and Bai Pengju had personally entered the fray. But could Jiang Bei truly prevail with merely the milk tea he had brought back from Jianya? Yet, as she gazed into his earnest eyes, her doubts remained unspoken. Jiang Bei, I believe in you. But promise me, you must not come to harm. I promise, Jiang Bei replied with a smile. Suddenly, he stepped closer and enveloped Su Wanrong in his embrace. The moment was abrupt, and instinctively she attempted to push him away but was unable to do so. She felt much like every time she had been wronged by him before, passively enduring. Her once indifferent gaze now reflected worry. What is it? Is something wrong? Su Wanrong asked softly. And no, nothing is wrong. Jiang Bei's voice faltered slightly. I simply wanted to hold you. He struggled to articulate this sentiment. No longer the boisterous man from half an hour prior, nor the indifferent figure mocked by so-called dignitaries. He resembled a child who had endured unfairness. Wanrong, it is enough for me to hold you like this, Jiang Bei murmured gently. Su Wanrong hesitated, her arms hovering in midair, but ultimately, she placed them upon Jiang Bei's back, offering a gentle embrace. Everything will be all right, she whispered soothingly. I understand what you wish to achieve. Feel free to pursue your endeavors. I believe you will succeed. Unbeknownst to her, the true force driving Jiang Bei to the brink was not Bai Pengju, but rather himself. As he grappled with his own frustrations, if he could not conquer even someone as inconsequential as Bai Pengju, how could he possibly protect these two women? Regardless of the challenges ahead, he felt compelled to fight. At last, Jiang Bei released Su Wanrong, his gaze imbued with solemn determination. I will succeed, he declared. Did I not say that I believe in you? Su Wanrong replied softly, a gentle smile gracing her lips, revealing two delicate dimples. As night deepened, Jiang Bei tenderly embraced his daughter, who had already succumbed to slumber. Gazing out into the inky night sky, where the moon hung high and stars twinkled like distant diamonds, Jiang Bei took a deep breath and finally closed his eyes. Tomorrow marked the first battle. He hoped for a favorable outcome. Having already devised a strategic plan, he anticipated a significant drop in the supply of fruit desserts today. However, in order to sustain the customer base generated by this business, Jiang Bei felt compelled to continue sourcing fruit. Under the oppression of Bai Pengju, he found himself nearly cornered. Both the fruit desserts and freshly squeezed juices were operating at a loss. Yet, fortuitously, despite a loss of nearly 20,000 yuan over the past few days, he managed to retain customers, and the results surpassed those of Bai Pengju's establishment. Naturally, Bai Pengwei did not harbor resentment over the rival shop's superior business. On the contrary, he relished it. After all, if everyone was losing money, wouldn't it be preferable for others to lose even more? Ultimately, no one wishes to contest with money. While the daily losses weighed heavily on him, the thought of Jiang Bei nearing collapse filled him with anticipation. Morning arrived, and Jiang Bei promptly took Su Dongliang to the pedestrian street to open their shop. Why the long face? Jiang Bei inquired cheerfully. Although he had been preoccupied with business and had not slept much the previous night, his sleep quality had been surprisingly good. It seemed he would need a daily dose of affection. Looking at Su Dongliang's pronounced dark circles, Jiang Bei surmised that this young man had likely slept even less. Perhaps not at all. Brother-in-law, are we truly finished? Maybe you should say something to prepare me psychologically, Su Dongliang lamented, his expression one of despair. Chapter 186. Not a single cup sold. Stop with the nonsense. Hurry and open the shop. Jiang Bei gently nudged Su Dongliang with his foot. Oh, heaven is blind, Su Dongliang wailed. Yet he obediently went to unlock the door. Before long, the 1,000 yuan worth of fruit arrived at the shop. And Jiang Bei pondered how to market these fruit desserts, or how to make his milk tea more palatable to the public. Indeed, there was a shared demographic among customers of both milk tea and fruit desserts, predominantly women. However, this did not necessarily imply that all women would be inclined to try milk tea. We could organize a limited-time promotion, Jiang Bei mumbled to himself. What, brother-in-law? A promotion? Su Dongliang exclaimed, his back prickling with apprehension at the unexpected suggestion. Let us not worry about that for now. What about our parents? Jiang Bei asked. I'm afraid their hearts might not withstand the shock, so I didn't bring them. I'll bear this burden myself, Su Dongliang replied. Su Dongliang clutched his heart. A pained expression etched across his face. Brother-in-law, I feel as though I am beginning to suffer from angina. Perhaps we should just close the doors and consume these fruits ourselves. Ridiculous. How can you know without trying? What if it actually works? Jiang Bei retorted, his tone lacking any warmth. Do you truly believe that? Su Dongliang muttered under his breath, casting a disdainful glance at the boxes of milk tea powder stacked in the room. What are you mumbling about? Nothing. Nothing at all. Su Dongliang hastily retreated. Despite his verbal contempt for Jiang Bei's new product line, his body betrayed him with eagerness. Having been engaged in business with Jiang Bei for nearly a month, Su Dongliang had grown somewhat wiser. He recognized that milk tea had yet to be tested in the market. It could very well succeed, even though neither he nor his brother-in-law particularly enjoyed it. After organizing the milk tea powder and tools, Jiang Bei stated, Dongliang, today's fruit salad will not be sold to the public. What? Su Dongliang immediately set down what he was holding, staring blankly at Jiang Bei. Brother-in-law, then how will we sell these fruits? We will bundle them with the sales, Jiang Bei replied. Su Dongliang furrowed his brow, pondering the implications for a moment before suddenly looking up. Jiang Bei's face broke into a smile of reassurance, as if he had found a promising pupil. I don't understand, Su Dongliang stated with certainty. To put it simply, Jiang Bei explained, when customers purchase 2 cups of milk tea, we will gift them a portion of fruit salad. The cost of 2 cups of milk tea is approximately 4 yuan, yet they can be sold for 12. Even if a portion of fruit salad is given away for free, the total cost amounts to only 9 yuan, resulting in a net profit of 3 yuan. Moreover, this promotional activity will not last indefinitely. Even without the pressure from Bai Pengjiu, fruit salad products will gradually be phased out as Jiang Bei's establishment expands, especially with increasing competition from more fruit salad outlets in Donghai. Conversely, with the establishment of their own food factory, milk tea will develop its unique characteristics and potential for growth. Boss, I'll have a portion of fruit salad. A middle-aged man approached the door, a regular patron of Jiang Bei's shop. Apologies, but we are not selling fruit salad today, Jiang Bei replied with a smile. What? I just saw you receive a large shipment of fruit. Why not sell it? The man looked puzzled. We're now offering milk tea, the newly popular pearl milk tea from the Bei Island. Jiang Bei gestured toward a small advertisement nearby. Buy 2 cups of milk tea and receive a portion of fruit salad for free. The milk tea is 6 yuan per cup. The middle-aged man frowned, evidently resistant to the high price of this new beverage. Ultimately, he turned and left, heading to Bai Pengjiu's store instead. I knew it. A sigh came from nearby. Belonging to Bai Pengjiu, he had lost all motivation to cut fruit. The 1,000 yuan worth of fruit would go to waste by noon. This scene was not isolated. Throughout the morning, Jiang Bei had not sold a single cup of milk tea. Chapter 187. Customer targeting. Yet Jiang Bei remained unperturbed, for it was Thursday. On regular weekdays, young people seldom seek out fruit salad. The clientele typically consists of middle-aged and elderly individuals. It is the young crowd that arrives during lunchtime and in the evening after work. At that moment, it was Jiang Bei's opportunity to shine. Brother-in-law, I told you, no one is buying this. Su Dongliang lamented, his expression one of exasperation. He had been sitting idly for an entire morning, not even cutting any fruit. which inadvertently saved Jiang Bei a considerable amount of produce. Meanwhile, Bai Pengju's shop was bustling with customers that morning, even more than usual. As the clientele from Jiang Bei had been drawn in, Bai Pengwei was on the verge of tears over his losses. Look, it's nearly noon. Why the rush? Jiang Bei chuckled. All right, let's cut the fruit. Brother-in-law, are you serious? Su Dongliang hesitated, knowing that if the fruit were cut, it would likely be consumed by him and Jiang Bei. Cut it. Jiang Bei insisted firmly. Sighing, Su Dongliang, despite his evident reluctance, complied with Jiang Bei's wishes. Even though he found it hard to believe that anyone would actually come to buy milk tea. Yet, hadn't his brother-in-law previously mentioned something about customer demographics, terms that were beyond his comprehension? The gist seemed to imply that their milk tea was primarily favored by young women. Could there truly be girls who enjoy such a thing? Su Dongliang scoffed inwardly, shaking his head awkwardly. After all, his brother-in-law had never sold anything before. How could he possibly know? Just as Su Dongliang was about to slice the fruit, a bright, melodious voice interrupted him. Hey boss, what is this? A girl asked cheerfully. He instinctively turned to see two girls standing at the entrance of their shop. The girl who spoke appeared somewhat petite, her slightly chubby round face adding a certain charm, while the other girl, though more ordinary, stood beside her, shy yet curiously gazing at the advertisement. This is milk tea, just arrived from the Bay Island. I'm the first in Donghai to sell it, Jiang Bei explained. How much is a cup? The curious girl inquired. At home, her father often enjoyed tea, and she had gradually developed a taste for it herself. Now, hearing about tea blended with milk piqued her interest. 6 yuan per cup, Jiang Bei replied with a smile. That's so expensive, the girl exclaimed, hesitating. Though she was eager to try a cup, the price gave her pause. It's not pricey, down south. It's 8 yuan a cup for the same thing, Jiang Bei clarified. Then, Lily, maybe you shouldn't buy it. It's too expensive, the other girl said, tugging at her arm. All right then, boss, I'll take a fruit salad. By the way, it's 3 yuan for a serving, right? Lily asked. I'm sorry, but we might not sell fruit salads anymore. These fruits will be used as complimentary items. If you buy 2 cups of milk tea, you can get a fruit salad for free. Doesn't tea that make it a better deal? Jiang Bei inquired with a grin. Wow, boss, you're quite the businessman. Aren't you just forcing us to buy milk tea? Lily feigned annoyance, hands on her hips. Upon closer inspection, she was not overly plump. Rather, her weight seemed to settle in her face, making her pouting expression somewhat endearing. Though still in the bloom of youth, likely of an age comparable to Su Dongliang, the latter appeared momentarily dazed, even forgetting to cut the fruit. Trust me, you will fall in love with this milk tea, Jiang Bei remarked with a smile. Very well, let us purchase 2 cups. It's on me today, Xiaoling, Lily said to the girl beside her. Chapter 188. The surge of hormones, Xiaoling did not refuse. Clearly intrigued by the milk tea, but hesitant due to its price. With someone offering to treat, she graciously accepted. What are you standing there staring for? Cut the fruit. Jiang Bei chided, noticing Su Dongliang's foolish grin. Oh, Lily chimed in, her laughter melodious, reminiscent of silver bells. In an instant, Su Dongliang's face flushed a deep crimson, and he dared not look up again. You two can come in and sit, as there's no one else around. Jiang Bei gestured toward the interior. The shop had undergone a transformation. Although it was a store, it was a dual-purpose establishment. Jiang Bei had decided to gradually shift away from the fruit salad business, placing several tables and chairs inside, reminiscent of the larger milk tea shops where patrons could sip their beverages while engaging in casual conversation. Just don't steal glances at me, Lily playfully instructed, pointing at Su Dongliang, who was still engrossed in cutting fruit. Ha! Did you hear that, Dongliang? Jiang Bei laughed heartily. Su Dongliang stammered in response, yet obediently refrained from looking back, focusing instead on his task. Yet, in this vibrant season of youth and burgeoning hormones, Su Dongliang's heart raced. As he turned to fetch fresh fruit, he stole a glance and was met with a radiant smile from the girl, causing his face to flush all the way to his neck. He quickly turned away, resembling a guilty child caught in a moment of mischief. Hey boss, your little brother is peeking at me again, Lily exclaimed. What should we do about that? Young lady, you cannot solely blame my little brother. You must also reflect on your own allure. If you weren't so charming, Dongliang wouldn't he dare to glance your way? Jiang Bei chuckled. After a moment of contemplation, he added, how about this? These 2 cups of milk tea are on the house. He had no qualms about facilitating a budding romance. In a past life, Su Dongliang toiled for his parents, and just months before Jiang Bei's untimely demise, he had secretly visited him at the construction site. At that time, Su Dongliang appeared weary. A man of 40 who seemed to carry the weight of 50 years, more aged than Jiang Bei, who had endured 2 decades of hardship. It was said that his later years were not filled with joy, Su Dongliang had hastily married a woman, leading a stable yet unremarkable life. His existence seemed solely dedicated to the service of others. Now, should Su Dongliang genuinely harbor feelings for the young lady before him, Jiang Bei would be more than willing to lend a hand. Rolling her eyes, Lily turned to Su Dongliang, who had his back to her, and inquired, "All right then, what is your name?" I am Su Dongliang," he replied, somewhat bashfully. "Your brother-in-law has just brought us 2 cups of milk tea. You may gaze upon them without the need for furtive glances," she said, suppressing a smile with a feigned seriousness. Yet, Jiang Bei could discern the mirth in her eyes, clearly teasing Su Dongliang, who seemed to pique her interest, though it had not yet escalated to genuine affection. Oh, Su Dongliang responded somewhat reluctantly, though this time he consciously refrained from looking. "The milk tea is ready. Do give it a try," Jiang Bei announced, approaching with 2 cups of chilled milk tea, and cheerfully inquired, "Ladies, since this delightful treat is complimentary, would it be unreasonable to solicit your feedback?" "Not at all," Lily replied, taking the milk tea and straw. After one sip, her bright, expressive eyes widened in astonishment. She murmured, a hint of urgency in her demeanor, unable to articulate further while still savoring the drink. Once she managed to swallow, she exclaimed, "Delicious." The girl named Lingling nodded in enthusiastic agreement. Su Dongliang's eyes brimmed with confusion. What was so delightful about this beverage? He glanced at the freshly cut fruit in his hands, gradually sinking into bewilderment. Nevertheless, he kept his head down and made his way over. The fruit salad was also ready. Chapter 189, What's awry? What's wrong with your neck? Lily asked, looking at Su Dongliang with curiosity. "Nothing." Su Dongliang abruptly raised his head, his expression serious. Hearty laughter erupted from Lily, seemingly taking joy in having successfully teased Su Dongliang, which filled her with a sense of accomplishment. This tall young man appeared imposing, yet was surprisingly shy. "What are you laughing at?" Su Dongliang placed the fruit salad on the table, scratching his head in confusion. He was perplexed by girls. He simply found Lily, the girl before him, quite attractive, though her playful jests left him feeling somewhat embarrassed. "Nothing," she giggled, covering her mouth. The quiet girl beside her also revealed a smile. By now it was midday, and the foot traffic on the pedestrian street had evidently increased. Many middle-aged individuals, seeking affordable fruit salads, turned to Bai Pengju's shop upon discovering that this one no longer sold them, showing no hesitation. They were unwilling to pay for what seemed to them an odd concoction of milk tea. Conversely, the younger crowd, particularly the girls, exhibited keen curiosity towards this drink. At that moment, the 2 girls in the shop had unwittingly become natural advertisements, especially with the half-empty cups of milk tea in their hands and the expressions on their faces prompting contemplation. Could it truly be that delectable? When someone posed the question, Lily readily responded, "It's genuinely delicious. For just 6 yuan, you won't regret it." Consequently, a second customer appeared, then a third, and a fourth. Some entered the shop to relish the leisurely afternoon, basking in the cool breeze from the fan while sipping the silky, chilled milk tea, while others opted to take theirs away, eager to share the experience with friends. At this juncture, a pattern began to emerge. The middle-aged clientele predominantly congregated around Bai Pengju's establishment, while Jiang Bei's shop attracted a youthful crowd, predominantly comprised of young women. This naturally attracted many single boys to come in and buy milk tea. Of course, there were also several young couples who took advantage of their lunch break, initially intending to purchase a fruit bowl, but ultimately succumbed to their girlfriends' requests for milk tea. Surprisingly, by the end of the afternoon, the earnings were not significantly less than when they solely sold fruit bowls and freshly squeezed juices. Su Dongliang felt numb, with a stiff smile. He handed the prepared fruit bowls to customers, feeling as if his arms were about to go numb as well. Regret washed over him. Perhaps he should have summoned his father to help. He even felt as if he were on the verge of a heart attack. Why was this happening? Su Dongliang silently screamed within himself. How could something be so delectable? Just last night it nearly wrecked his throat, yet now so many people were buying it? In the scorching summer heat, it hardly quenched one's thirst. Not only did Su Dongliang fail to comprehend this, but even Jiang Bei could not fathom it either. Perhaps women were inherently unable to resist such a beverage, even when marketing accounts occasionally posted sensational articles, like shocking. After reading this article, would you still dare to drink milk tea? It never seemed to affect the sales of milk tea. Jiang Bei cheerfully collected money, preparing cup after cup of milk tea. Meanwhile, Su Dongliang continued to chop fruit incessantly, stealing glances at Lily whenever he delivered fruit bowls to customers. He genuinely wished to inquire about her name, but felt a bit shy, especially with so many people present. Bai Pengju sensed something was amiss today. Why were there so many customers? Moreover, the lunch break had begun. Daily, There were numerous attractive young women, yet today they were remarkably scarce. He pondered this, deciding to abandon the electric fan and stepped outside to glance at the shop around the corner. His eyes widened in astonishment. Chapter 190. Something happened. What is going on? Bai Pengwei could hardly contain his surprise. He initially thought that Jiang Bei's closure was the reason for the influx of customers at his own shop. But it appeared that the competitor was operating smoothly. Why hadn't they closed down? How could Jiang Bei sustain such losses for long? Turning back, he noticed that his shop also had a fair number of customers buying fruit bowls, yet something still felt off. Unable to suppress his curiosity, he slowly made his way toward Jiang Bei's shop. However, midway, he realized something was amiss. The age of the customers was concerning. His own shop was filled with middle-aged and elderly patrons, albeit with a few young men, while Jiang Bei's clientele consisted entirely of youthful individuals, predominantly young women. An instinctive feeling told him that something was definitely wrong, prompting him to quicken his pace toward the other shop. Upon reaching the entrance, Bai Pengwei was completely taken aback. Bei Island Pearl Milk Tea? What on earth is this? He glanced at the advertisement board, unable to suppress a murmur of disbelief. Once again, he beheld the transformed interior of the establishment, where numerous young girls clutched cups in their hands, their faces alight with joy as they savored the milk tea within. Beside them lay untouched servings of fruit salad. What was the story here? In that moment, he also overheard the chatter of those waiting in line. Zhangna, what exactly is this milk tea? Is it truly that delightful? The owner claims it has become popular from the Bei Island. Aren't we the first in Donghai? I have no idea, but surely not everyone is just a hired promoter, right? Let us buy a cup and try it. Well, just this once. Let us see what this trendy milk tea tastes like. A bottle of drink is merely 2.5 yuan, and the bottle can be sold as scrap. Even if this is the current trend, 6 yuan feels rather exorbitant. I fear you might grow fond of it. Look at those customers. The owner is quite the businessman. Having stopped selling fruit salad entirely to focus on milk tea. To promote the milk tea, they are giving away the previously 10 yuan fruit salad for free. I cannot afford to fall in love with milk tea. If I were to buy one every day, that would amount to 180 yuan a month. A substantial portion of my salary. My mother would surely scold me if she found out. Ah, we're almost there. Owner, 2 cups of milk tea. And is there a complimentary fruit salad? Piecing together the snippets of conversation, Bai Pengwei finally grasped what was transpiring. When he glanced back at the advertisement board, his eyes widened in disbelief. That seemingly unremarkable cup of milk tea was priced at 6 yuan. Even with his affluent background, he found the price astonishingly inflated. It was unfathomable that anyone would purchase it. Yet, the evidence was before his eyes, undeniably real. He instinctively pinched his thigh, the sharp pain confirming this was no dream. At that moment, Bai Pengwei stood in a corner, unnoticed by Su Dongliang and Jiang Bei. He was eager to buy a cup and experience the sensation for himself. Driven by curiosity, yet pride held him back, prompting him to rush back and hire a staff member to stand in line for him. Approximately 15 minutes later, the employee returned, drenched in sweat, clutching a cup of the milk tea he had just seen. Bai Pengwei took the straw, frowning as he sipped. Perhaps it was his inherent curiosity that had set his expectations too high. Upon tasting it, he found it was not as delectable as he had envisioned. It was overly sweet and lacked the refreshing quality of bottled drinks sold outside. Yet, why were so many still purchasing it? He was perplexed. Thus, Bai Pengwei picked up his phone and dialed his brother Bai Pengju's number. He needed to share this development. The call connected swiftly. Hello, brother. Something's happened. Bai Pengwei spoke with a hint of urgency. Chapter 191. It truly isn't that good. This morning, Bai Pengju had gone to the company, preparing for an upcoming collaboration with suppliers from Xincheng. As for the provocation from Jiang Bei the previous night, he had dismissed it entirely. In his eyes, Jiang Bei was nothing more than a clown, easily crushable at his whim. As for his fruit store, which was evidently operating at a loss, it merely served as an outlet for his pent-up frustration. After all, how many times had he been scolded by Yang Jiao at home? The mere thought of Jiang Bei made Bai Pengju's teeth clench with ire. If he did not eliminate him, Bai Pengju felt he would not even sleep soundly. Yet, following yesterday's events, Bai Pengju found himself surprisingly indifferent. In fact, he hoped Jiang Bei would squander his remaining 30,000 yuan in a futile struggle against him. Whether it was sooner or later, the store would inevitably close its doors, and the losses incurred would eventually be recouped. However, the phone call from Bai Pengwei at noon left Bai Pengju momentarily stunned. What had transpired? Speak slowly, he urged, striving to maintain his composure, though suspicion gnawed at him. Bai Pengwei had been neglecting everything lately, merely stationed at the fruit store, unable to quell his resentment towards Jiang Bei. After all, Jiang Bei had employed such malicious tactics to sabotage his business. Some individuals inherently believe themselves to be superior. At such a moment, they fail to recognize their own provocation, only lamenting their losses without a shred of remorse. Bai Pengwei was likely one of those individuals. Yet, he still relied on his brother's influence to stage a comeback. Unlike many others who were not so fortunate. At that moment, Bai Pengju realized that the reason Bai Pengwei was exclaiming that something had gone awry was most likely due to Jiang Bei. Had that scoundrel, in a fit of rage, resorted to some reckless act today? This should not be the case. Bai Pengju furrowed his brow, awaiting further information from Bai Pengwei. He was prepared to strike decisively at Jiang Bei at the slightest hint of an opportunity. Brother, Bai Pengwei's voice came through the phone, somewhat breathless, as if he struggled to articulate the situation, meticulously arranging his thoughts. That Jiang Bei, it's him. What has happened? Bai Pengju internally acknowledged the gravity of the situation, his voice gradually growing somber. His store has become bustling with customers. He introduced some milk tea, the Bay Island Pearl milk tea, and people are flocking to buy it. Bai Pengwei finally elucidated, his tone tinged with urgency. It was as though witnessing Jiang Bei's resurgence was akin to having a piece of his flesh severed. He wished for the rival to meet his demise post-haste. What milk tea? Did you see it? Bai Pengju inquired directly. I saw it. I even bought a cup. It sells for 6 yuan, and it's utterly unpalatable, Bai Pengwei replied. Brother, how could that scoundrel manage to sell such a subpar product at such a high price? And those women are genuinely willing to spend money on it. Bai Pengju remained silent. His brow was no longer furrowed. He had no doubt in his brother's words. But to claim that an unappetizing beverage could fetch 6 yuan per cup seemed rather implausible. Away, do not concern yourself with Jiang Bei, nor fret over who crafted that milk tea. Taste it again, and describe how it feels to drink it. Bai Pengju endeavored to cultivate patience within himself. If the business was indeed thriving, it was likely Bai Pengwei's anxious disposition that had colored his evaluation. Understood, Bai Pengwei responded. After a moment's contemplation, he replied, Brother, this concoction is excessively sweet and truly unpalatable. I would rather drink mineral water than this, and as for those black pearls, I have no idea what they are. Chewing them is quite the effort. At this point, Bai Pengju found himself perplexed. According to Bai Pengwei, it was merely a worthless product being sold at an exorbitant price. Yet it had inexplicably become a sensation. Bai Pengju furrowed his brow, for this was fundamentally illogical, an impossibility. Moreover, this so-called pearl milk tea had only just begun selling in Jiang Bei today. In other words, the moment it was launched, it had become wildly popular within just one afternoon. Why, then, would Bai Pengwei refer to the product as garbage? Although Bai Pengwei could be rather frivolous at times, he would not speak so lightly in such matters. Brother, what should we do? Do you think this fellow is merely putting on a show? Bai Pengwei inquired. It's hard to say, Bai Pengju replied solemnly. However, there is a possibility. Last night, we encountered Zhang Tianwei at a dinner party, and he boasted about wanting to take over my factory. Such a fool. He dares to utter grandiose claims. Yet, I suspect he simply hired actors to stage this charade. As you mentioned, those buying the milk tea are mostly young people. So it's likely just as I surmise. Jiang Bei must be spending extravagantly to create this illusion. As for why he is paying people to act as decoys, I cannot fathom. Brother, are we still selling our fruit bowls? Jiang Bei no longer sells fruit bowls, Bai Pengwei remarked. Yes, but we will raise our prices this evening. Starting at 5 yuan. Let Jiang Bei earn nothing. He will inevitably close his doors, Bai Pengju replied nonchalantly. Rest assured, the quality of a product will not deceive true customers. Now, I must promptly attend to some paperwork. With that, he ended the call. He still needed to prepare for further negotiations with suppliers in Shenzhen. And he had no time to concern himself with Jiang Bei. As for the antics he concocted, they were merely attempts to instill anxiety, but what purpose did that serve? After hanging up, Bai Pengwei tossed the milk tea into the trash bin, exclaiming, What a ridiculous item. Young boss, is this milk tea not to your taste? A middle-aged man inquired. Not at all. This wretched drink is cloyingly sweet, far inferior to cola, Bai Pengwei replied darkly, resembling someone who had just squandered 6 yuan on rubbish. I maintain that today's youth are all style without substance. How could this concoction possibly be good? Either drink milk or tea. What even is this milk tea? Bai Pengwei nodded in agreement. After concluding his call with his brother, his mood gradually improved. Glancing toward the street corner, he smirked coldly. The throngs queuing to purchase were merely falling for Jiang Bei's self-serving tricks. Did they truly believe he was losing money on fruit bowls? Yet, he was clever enough to entice those unaware of the product's true nature to buy 2 cups of milk tea and receive a fruit bowl as a bonus, thus likely turning a small profit. As for those seated inside sipping milk tea, they were undoubtedly just for show. Upon this realization, Bai Pengwei entered the shop to continue enjoying the fan's cool breeze. Thank you for the milk tea, boss. Having finished her drink, Lily stood up beside the girl and cheerfully greeted Jiang Bei. So soon? Take care and do come again. Jiang Bei replied, simultaneously attending to his work. I will. Lily nodded and then turned to Su Dongliang beside her. I'm leaving now, Su Dongliang. Su Dongliang looked up, bewildered, as if to question why she was informing him of her departure. Clearing her throat, she disdainfully remarked, my name is Lu Li. Oh, Lu Li. Nice to meet you, Su Dongliang stammered, still in a daze. However, Lu Li merely curled her lip, pulling the arm of the girl next to her, as she departed exclaiming, what a bore. Let us go, Xiaoling, we won't be returning tomorrow. Instantly, Su Dongliang appeared as wilted as a frostbitten eggplant. Chapter 193. Do you believe in love at first sight? What's wrong? Jiang Bei inquired with a smile. She said she won't come back tomorrow. Su Dongliang instinctively replied. At that moment, Su Dongliang's expression was rather amusing, as he pouted and sighed over a mere comment from Lu Li that had seemingly flustered him. Oh, if she doesn't come back, then so be it. There are plenty of customers here. Jiang Bei's interest piqued further. Although he didn't fully grasp the complexities of youthful romances, it was evident to him that Su Dongliang's demeanor was influenced by more than just the absence of a customer. It's nothing. Su Dongliang seemed to finally grasp something, abruptly straightening his posture and shaking his head vigorously. The blush on his face, which had surged from his eagerness to defend himself, only prompted Jiang Bei to stifle a laugh. Really? There's nothing at all? I don't recall saying anything. Jiang Bei feigned surprise. Su Dongliang sighed, casting a look of deep melancholy at Jiang Bei, akin to a child whose secret had been revealed, now bereft of any justification. Brother-in-law, what's wrong? Jiang Bei asked. How did you and my sister get together? What's the trick? Can you teach me? Su Dongliang scratched his head in inquiry. You've asked the wrong person. Jiang Bei thought to himself. Well, you could find out where she works and perhaps send her a cup of milk tea, Jiang Bei suggested with a grin. Good idea. Su Dongliang's eyes lit up, but then he sighed. But brother-in-law, wouldn't that be embarrassing if her colleagues saw? Are you interested in her? That Lu Li? Jiang Bei raised an eyebrow. I. Su Dongliang's face flushed again. He nodded hesitantly before instantly shaking his head. Yes or no? He instinctively began to squirm, appearing reluctant to admit the truth. Brother-in-law, do you believe in love at first sight? Su Dongliang asked cautiously. What love at first sight? I suspect you're merely infatuated, Jiang Bei chuckled. Su Dongliang, feeling stifled, finally spoke. Brother-in-law, when you were courting my sister, was it not merely lust that drove you? After all, my sister is far more beautiful than that Lu Li. Watch your mouth, or I'll teach you a lesson. Jiang Bei retorted with irritation. How can you say such things? Su Dongliang scoffed, then fell silent. As the midday hours passed, the patrons of the milk tea shop had all departed, leaving it devoid of the queues that had once thronged its entrance, as though the previous bustle had been an illusion. In contrast, the fruit dessert shop run by Pengju continued to thrive, even at the peak of the afternoon heat. Numerous elderly patrons were still purchasing their fruit bowls, some of whom had calculated that the cost for a serving was 5 yuan, yet it was now being sold for merely 3. They braved the sweltering sun to indulge. However, at that moment, Bai Pengwei removed the sign advertising the low price and announced to the waiting customers, from now on, the fruit bowls will no longer be 3 yuan. They will be 5 yuan per pound. Upon hearing this, the elderly patrons in line erupted in outrage. What nonsense is this? How can you conduct business like this? We waited in line for ages, only for you to raise the price? Exactly. Just moments ago, it was 3 yuan. Why does it suddenly cost 5 when it reaches me? This is utterly unscrupulous. You think we're easy to bully because of our age, don't you? What a disgrace. This fellow has no conscience. He sold inferior fruit before, and when his shop was shut down, he rebranded and opened again. Only to raise the prices now? Let us go. We want to buy from him. Right. We want to put up with this nonsense. Let us go to the market for fresh fruit instead. Chapter 194. What if it's true? Bai Pengwei was taken aback by their words. Watching the elderly patrons turn away, still grumbling and pointing fingers at him, a surge of anger welled within him. Was he to incur losses in his business? Did they truly think he was a charitable organization? To undermine Jiang Bei, he might engage in a price war, even at a loss. But the objective was to crush Jiang Bei. However, now that he had raised the price to cover costs, it was unacceptable. This price didn't even account for labor and overhead. These people were furious that they could no longer purchase cheap fruit bowls, yet they accused him of being heartless? Did they expect him to perpetually operate at a loss? What kind of logic was that? Had he not feared that his outburst might cause any elderly patron to suffer a heart attack on the spot, he would have long since lost his temper. Of course, He understood that if he restored the fruit bowl to its original price of 10 yuan, no one would buy it. They would prefer to spend 12 yuan on 2 cups of milk tea and receive a fruit bowl for free. Damn it, a bunch of old geezers. Bai Pengwei cursed under his breath, then turned his gaze back towards Jiang Bei's direction. There, the atmosphere could only be described as desolate. It had transformed entirely from just 10 minutes prior, with no customers in sight. Bai Pengwei's fury gradually dissipated. Initially, he opened a fruit dessert shop as a casual venture to earn some extra cash. However, after the establishment was shut down by that unscrupulous Jiang Bei, his return was solely for the sake of vengeance. He possessed ample time and resources. The current desolation in Jiang Bei corroborated his brother's words. It was indeed a place where money was squandered on deceptive ventures. Contemplating this, Bai Pengwei turned back into the shop, resuming his respite under the fan. After a moment's reflection, he called Bai Pengju to discuss the matter. Unsurprisingly, he received no conclusive response. Bai Pengju merely advised him to disregard Jiang Bei. It would soon meet its ruin. As for the pricing of the fruit desserts, there was no need for concern. Maintaining the cost price was sufficient to avoid daily losses that could amount to thousands. Even Bai Pengwei, who had invested, felt uneasy about the substantial sums being squandered. With such money, he could indulge in a more extravagant lifestyle. Nevertheless, the fruit desserts at cost price still brought some delight. Yet, come evening, the scene mirrored that of midday once again. Like an unexpected surge, as soon as the workday concluded, Jiang Bei's shop became bustling with patrons. Once more, it was predominantly young women making purchases, many of whom had just been there earlier. Bai Pengwei scoffed internally. The expenses for employing hired help, coupled with the cost of the inferior milk tea, surely outweighed the losses incurred from selling fruit desserts at a loss. Even if this charade managed to deceive some into buying, he would never recoup his losses, though he had already formed a conclusion in his mind. Witnessing the throngs outside his shop, juxtaposed with the fact that he was earning nothing while incurring labor and overhead costs, left him feeling somewhat disheartened. Even knowing the rival's success was merely a facade, there lingered the possibility of genuine appeal to many. What if this popularity was indeed authentic? Just because he did not enjoy it, did not mean others shared his sentiment towards that overly sweet milk tea. Standing at the entrance, his expression soured. Although his brother remained indifferent, Bai Pengwei did not wish to see Jiang Bei continue to thrive. Ugh, what a ripoff. 6 yuan for a cup. Are these youngsters daft? With that money, they could buy 2 bags of milk instead. It's far more nutritious. A middle-aged man caught Bai Pengwei's attention as he approached, carrying 2 cups of milk tea and a serving of fruit dessert. Chapter 195. The cost of milk tea. With a smile, Bai Pengwei walked over. Hey sir, you bought that milk tea too? Is it any good? Not at all. It's utterly disappointing. Just a deception. Overly sweet, the man lamented, looking as if he had made a regrettable mistake. I can't fathom why so many people are buying it. It's just wasted money. With that cash, I could have purchased another serving of fruit dessert. The middle-aged man appeared to be lamenting his poor choice. Ah, young man, although you've raised your prices, it's still quite reasonable compared to that place, which claims to offer it for free, yet charges 3 yuan a cup for that milk tea. Nothing to worry about. I suspect that shop has hired someone specifically to deceive people like you into making purchases, Bai Pengwei remarked with a jovial laugh. You are absolutely right. How shameless. The middle-aged man concurred immediately. Ah, this price war in Jiang Bei cannot last. Now they've concocted this so-called milk tea, which is undoubtedly a ruse, Bai Pengwei disparaged inwardly. This brief exchange of dialogue dispelled the last vestiges of doubt in Bai Pengwei's mind. After finalizing his business, he departed from the shop. Bai Pengwei was known for his playful nature. When he first opened the store, he was hardly ever seen. Yet his commitment to visiting daily now was already a significant concession to Jiang Bei. Little did he know that the following day, this middle-aged man would return to purchase milk tea again, as the cup he brought home was adored by both his daughter and wife. And it even came with complimentary fruit toppings. They had prepared a total of 1,000 yuan worth of fruit for the day, but before 6 o'clock, all the fruit toppings had already been given away. Initially, Su Dongliang believed that their business would plummet due to the absence of this complimentary item, considering the milk tea was priced at 6 yuan a cup and was not particularly remarkable. However, the current situation left Su Dongliang perplexed. While the business did experience some impact, they were still exceedingly busy. Occasionally, a scene would unfold where a young girl waiting in line would wish to purchase 2 cups of milk tea. But upon learning that the fruit toppings were no longer available, she deemed the milk tea too expensive and left. Yet, shortly thereafter, she would be spotted again at the shop's entrance, purchasing a cup of milk tea. This was something Su Dongliang found utterly incomprehensible. Why would you return after leaving? He queried, gazing at Jiang Bei with confusion. Do you really think I could afford to hire someone? Do you believe I have that kind of money? Jiang Bei retorted with a smile. Su Dongliang, still bewildered, nodded in agreement and fell silent. Nevertheless, the day's business instilled a profound sense of hope within him. They were no longer incurring losses. Although the fruit toppings were a complimentary offering, their quantity was limited, and as long as the cost of the milk tea remained below 3 yuan, they would not face any losses even while giving away the fruit toppings. That evening, as they closed the shop, Su Dongliang and Jiang Bei rode their bikes home, with Su Dongliang's excitement causing him to nearly stand up while pedaling. Isn't 6 yuan a cup for this milk tea a bit pricey? Today, I noticed many people refrained from buying milk tea because the fruit toppings were no longer included. Su Dongliang earnestly expressed, suppressing his exhilaration. It's not expensive. 6 yuan a cup is quite reasonable. The milk tea shops in Jianye use the same ingredients, and they charge 8 yuan a cup. This is the kind of explosive scene that any product experiences upon its initial launch, Jiang Bei replied with a chuckle. What? They sell that rubbish for 8 yuan over there? Su Dongliang's eyes widened in disbelief. Although Jianye was undoubtedly a major city compared to Donghai, Su Dongliang did not find it to be as exaggerated as others might. So, we are still 2 yuan cheaper than them? Su Dongliang asked, puzzled. Then glanced around before lowering his voice to inquire, brother-in-law, could you tell me the cost of this milk tea? How much does it cost to make a cup? Chapter 196. Frantic thoughts. Jiang Bei raised 2 fingers. $2? No, that's impossible. Su Dongliang shook his head vigorously. What is impossible? It's indeed $2 per cup, Jiang Bei replied with a smile. Moreover, based on his calculations, even if the milk tea powder was sourced from suppliers, a single serving could yield no less than 50 cents in profit. After all, the once immensely popular Yulamai milk tea powder could be purchased online for just over $1 a bag. 3 times the profit? Su Dongliang's eyes widened in astonishment, unable to contain his exclamation, quickly covering his mouth with one hand. Jiang Bei nodded, smiling. What if that Bai Pengju also seeks out this milk tea? What should we do then? Su Dongliang suddenly recalled. Indeed, you've already anticipated this step. That's progress. Jiang Bei remarked, casting a slightly surprised glance at Su Dongliang. Hey, Su Dongliang scratched his head, having settled back onto the seat of the tricycle. Slowly pedaling behind Jiang Bei. I've been in business with you for a month. How could I not progress at all? Actually, your concerns are quite unnecessary, Jiang Bei inquired. Have you calculated how much we earned today? Well, we sold over 1,000 cups of milk tea today. If we earn $4 per cup, wow. After deducting the cost for the fruit, we still have 3,000 left. And this is just the first day? Su Dongliang grinned widely. Yes, approximately, Jiang Bei nodded. Tomorrow is Friday, followed by the weekend, which will surely see a substantial increase in revenue. I invested 50,000 in goods. If we sell out, that would amount to 150,000, in addition to the 30,000 we already have. Do you think we need to fear them? Jiang Bei asked with a smile. Brother-in-law, with so much money, are we not going to continue the milk tea business? What else should we do? Su Dongliang questioned. But how can we relent? After finally discovering a path to profit, we can't let Bai Pengwei push us back down. I refuse to accept that, he added, a hint of grievance in his voice. Refusal won't change our circumstances. We cannot afford to exhaust ourselves against them. Jiang Bei shook his head. That is also why I opened the shop on Thursday. If they seek milk tea ingredients now, even if they manage to transport them back, the earliest they could do so would be Monday. By then, if business is sufficiently good, I could rent a factory, Jiang Bei said, his gaze sharp as he looked ahead. Brother-in-law you. Su Dongliang paused. He recalled Jiang Bei's earlier mention of plans to open a factory. But now, was this dream about to be realized so swiftly? I need not concern myself with what methods the Bai family may employ against me. I will surely engulf them. Jiang Bei declared calmly. Su Dongliang gazed at Jiang Bei's profile, inexplicably shivering. The Bai family's Dapeng Foods was a factory worth millions. Suddenly, Su Dongliang found Jiang Bei to be somewhat intimidating, yet he also felt an inexplicable thrill. Just as the previous night, after experiencing the milk tea firsthand, he had envisioned a bleak future for their business. However, he was surprised to discover today that Jiang Bei's insights on customer targeting had taught him a valuable lesson. Just because he himself did not enjoy this beverage did not imply that others shared his sentiments. Those young ladies are nearly obsessed with this. They are willing to purchase a drink costing 6 yuan. Isn't that madness? This left him perplexed as to why such fervor existed, yet it simultaneously deepened his belief in Jiang Bei's capabilities, especially after hearing him speak in such a manner. A similarly wild thought emerged in Su Dongliang's mind. He began to feel that his brother-in-law's ambition to acquire Dapeng Foods was not merely a boastful claim. He glanced at Jiang Bei. Brother-in-law, he said, you didn't decide to enter the milk tea business merely to make a quick buck, did you? Su Dongliang asked in a hushed voice, trembling slightly. He had previously collaborated with Jiang Bei and was aware of his past ventures, selling flowers, couples' outfits, and even participating in fishing games at the park, methods of earning quick money that were difficult to fathom. However, this milk tea business appeared to possess sustainability, potentially more enduring than fruit desserts. No, Jiang Bei replied, shaking his head. Although Su Dongliang's inquiry was dismissed, he felt a sense of relief. At least his brother-in-law was not a monster. If this business were genuinely intended for quick profits, it would indeed be overwhelming. Once I absorb the Bei family's enterprise, no one in Donghai will be able to compete with me in the milk tea market. At that point, it shall once again belong to me. Jiang Bei remarked with a smile. Su Dongliang's lips twitched slightly as he realized he had perhaps celebrated prematurely. This was not simply a scheme to make a quick fortune. His brother-in-law aimed to seize the Bei family's business and then circle back to the milk tea venture. Su Dongliang shuddered violently. What are you still doing with me? Jiang Bei turned to glance at Su Dongliang. Ah, what? Su Dongliang was momentarily taken aback, only then realizing he had strayed off course. He quickly chuckled awkwardly. I'll just head back now, brother-in-law. Go on then. Jiang Bei waved his hand, continuing on his way home. By the time Jiang Bei arrived home, it was already past 9 in the evening. He pushed the door open and found Su Wanrong sitting on the long bench, the untouched dinner spread out on the table. Why are you still waiting for me? It's so late. Next time, let me know in advance so I can return earlier, Jiang Bei said softly. Yang might have already gone to bed. Otherwise, he would have hurried over upon hearing the door. It's all right. You returning late is always around this time. Su Wanrong replied, pursing her lips, appearing to have something on her mind. Is something the matter? Jiang Bei pulled over a chair and sat down, his concern evident. No, I just don't know if what I did was right, Su Wanrong responded vaguely. Tell me about it. I can help you analyze it. I'll heat up the food. Let us eat first and discuss afterwards. Su Wanrong hesitated before agreeing. All right. After warming the food, Su Wanrong returned to the dining table. Is it about the factory? Jiang Bei inquired proactively, noting that his late return indicated successful business. Aside from that, the only other thing that might worry Su Wanrong would be work-related issues. Yes, Su Wanrong nodded. Has something happened at the chemical fiber factory? No. It is merely that I, Su Wanrong, find myself in a quandary. Jiang Bei has not pressed me. Yet after a moment of hesitation, I explained, it is Song Chongqing. Today he intends to promote me to the position of deputy director of the workshop, which would grant me an office and spare me from laboring in the workshop. Furthermore, my salary would see a modest increase to 900 yuan. This is indeed a positive development. Jiang Bei understood the situation. Ever since the chemical fiber factory encountered such a grave issue, both Song Chongqing and Song Jiangwo have lived in trepidation, especially since the previous batch of defective goods had not been recalled. Should any further misfortune arise, Song Jiangwo's position as factory director would be jeopardized. However, as more than half a month has passed, the Song father and son have upheld their initial promise, and naturally, they would extend certain privileges to Su Wanrong, such as allowing her to leave work early to pick up Yang, a decision now seemingly secure from complications, leading to her promotion to deputy director. Yet I declined. Su Wanrong pursed her lips as she spoke. Chapter 198. Preparing for a second child beforehand. Oh, why did you refuse? Jiang Bei inquired, somewhat perplexed. Simultaneously, Su Wanrong observed Jiang Bei's expression, noting his lack of dissatisfaction, which allowed her to breathe a sigh of relief, as if fearing her refusal would displease him. She was aware that this position was procured through Jiang Bei's efforts following a wager with Song Chongqing, during which she had misjudged him. Her current ease at the chemical fiber factory was also a result of Jiang Bei's diligence. Yet now, by rejecting the promotion from the Song family, it felt akin to undermining Jiang Bei's earlier endeavors. I fear that by accepting this, you may incur a debt of gratitude to them. And should any issues arise in the future, it might place you in a difficult position. Moreover, I am aware of your intentions to establish a factory, and I worry that you may find yourself short-handed, needing to employ them. Currently, I am a contracted worker at the chemical fiber factory. Resigning would pose no problem. But if I were to become deputy director, it would not be as convenient. Su Wanrong expressed her uncertainty. If work becomes too demanding, I may lack the time to care for Yang. Witnessing Su Wanrong's cautious demeanor, a warm current flowed through Jiang Bei's heart. Su Wanrong's earlier words were not mere rhetoric. Even now, faced with a promotion to deputy director and the prospect of occupying an office coveted by many young professionals, she unhesitatingly declined. He was not oblivious. Although he often felt inexperienced in matters of the heart, he could certainly discern her concerns for herself and her daughter. And what else? Jiang Bei asked, taken aback. I feel embarrassed to assume the role of deputy director, considering I leave work early each day, Su Wanrong murmured softly. Ha ha. Jiang Bei chuckled gently. What are you laughing at? Su Wanrong frowned, initially believing he would reproach her, only to be met with laughter when she had been so anxious. No, it's nothing. Let us eat first. Su Wanrong puffed up her cheeks, picked up her chopsticks, and took a large mouthful of food, as if venting her inner discontent. Indeed, resigning from the job at the synthetic fiber factory turned out to be quite fortuitous. You could assist me in overseeing the milk tea shop's operations while I accompanied Dong Liang to the new factory, Jiang Bei remarked, suppressing a smile. Oh, I almost forgot. Jiang Bei exclaimed, slapping his forehead as he stood up and approached the shelf by the door, retrieving a black plastic bag. What is this? You should try it. It's the milk tea I've brought in these past few days. The tea is served with ice, but given the scorching heat and the journey back. Not to mention that I nearly forgot it. The ice has melted, yet it remains refreshingly cool. Su Wanrong rarely indulged in beverages, primarily due to their expense, and she had little inclination towards such treats. However, this time she inserted a straw and took a sip, her expression of delight rivaling that of the customers in the shop today. This milk tea business must be thriving. It's absolutely delicious, Su Wanrong said earnestly. The business is indeed flourishing, but you should moderate your consumption. Too much can lead to weight gain, Jiang Bei chuckled. However, a little now one tea hurt. You are rather slender at the moment. It's essential to nourish yourself. If you plan to have a second child in the future, it won't pose any issues. Otherwise, I will worry about your health. What nonsensical talk. Su Wanrong shot Jiang Bei a glare before returning to her milk tea. The playful pouting on her face made Jiang Bei's heart race. Wanrong, Yang has already fallen asleep. If I go inside, I might wake her, Jiang Bei said. Bracing himself, Su Wanrong reluctantly set down her milk tea. No way, don't even think about it. I have yet to forgive you. With that, she resumed sipping her milk tea, neglecting her meal entirely. The insincere words, coupled with her feigned stern expression and the delight on her face while drinking the tea, appeared extraordinarily endearing to Jiang Bei. Naturally, he internally berated the Bai family. By the way, Jiang Bei, Su Wanrong suddenly lifted her head, growing serious. What is the matter? Jiang Bei also sobered, his smile fading. Regarding business matters, if you encounter any difficulties, do not conceal them from me, or I will be concerned, Su Wanrong spoke softly. I understand. This time, Jiang Bei did not hesitate and readily agreed. On Friday, the milk tea shop's business remained consistent. During the day, it was largely ignored. Yet come noon and evening, it burst into fervent activity, which puzzled many, especially Bai Pengwei. Nonetheless, having already formed a preconceived notion that Jiang Bei merely hired a facade to deceive, Bai Pengwei refrained from taking further action, even neglecting to call Bai Pengjiu. While he did not reach out to Bai Pengjiu, on the other hand, initiated a call to him. Throughout the day, Bai Pengjiu had been troubled over the collaboration with suppliers in Shuncheng, as the profits they offered were meager, compelling him to weigh his options carefully. Upon returning home that evening, he discovered Yang Jiao seated there, sipping from a plastic cup filled with a milky beverage. This beverage, without a doubt, is milk tea. Although Yang Jiao possesses a fiery temperament, she is not entirely ignorant. Born into the Yang family of Liuzhou, a lineage of commerce, she has been subtly influenced by her surroundings since childhood. Bai Pengjiu, come over and give this a try, Yang Jiao called out cheerfully upon seeing him return. What is this? Bai Pengjiu furrowed his brow. I went out to play mahjong today, and that girl from the Li family brought it for us. She claims it's milk tea and said it's quite delicious, Yang Jiao replied. You should taste it. I find it quite enjoyable. Can your factory possibly figure out a way to produce the ingredients? If it sells well, I reckon we could make a substantial profit, she analyzed. Bai Pengjiu felt a twinge of skepticism. Wasn't this the same milk tea his brother Bai Pengwei had mentioned just the day before? It was supposedly a new product being sold in Jiang Bei, and it seemed like a dubious venture. Bai Pengwei had tried it and asserted that it was far from palatable and priced exorbitantly. I'll give it a try. He approached, took the cup, and sipped cautiously. He frowned slightly, feeling that it lacked novelty. He enjoyed tea, yet this so-called milk tea bore little essence of tea and insufficient creaminess, leaving him with a rather cloying sensation. Do you genuinely think this is good? How can it be unpalatable? Yang Jiao's expression darkened instantly. We have several people here today, none of whom share your sentiment. They all say it's delicious. Bai Pengjiu, what do you want? Do you see me as unwell? I'll tell you, if I'm unwell, we shall divorce. Without clarity in her words, Yang Jiao's temper flared. Bai Pengjiu furrowed his brow tightly, but refrained from responding to her outburst, ignoring her outstretched hand that sought to reclaim the milk tea. He fixated intently on the plastic cup. This is produced by Jiang Bei, Bai Pengjiu stated in a low voice. What? Yang Jiao's eyes widened suddenly. It's made in Jiang Bei. I heard Li Yingying mention today that their milk tea shop is thriving. She stood in line for quite a while during lunch. Oh. She also brought us 2 servings of fruit salad. Yang Jiao's voice escalated, clearly realizing the implications. I'll consider it, Bai Pengju gestured dismissively. And at the mere mention of Jiang Bei, Yang Jiao fell silent. Could it be that his business was genuinely flourishing? Bai Pengju pondered quietly. Do you know how much this milk tea costs? He inquired abruptly. No, I don't. Yang Jiao shook her head. This cup is priced at 6 yuan. My brother bought it yesterday and said the taste was rather unimpressive, suggesting it would be better to purchase a chilled drink instead. What? 6 yuan. Yang Jiao's eyes widened in disbelief. Although she often spent money liberally, it did not imply she was oblivious to financial matters. This price was indeed a bit steep. But this milk tea is evidently delightful. If this milk tea were not sold by Jiang Bei, would you consider buying it tomorrow? Bai Pengju finally voiced his deepest concern. Chapter 200. Unbelievable. Little did he know that Yang Jiao had long since made up her mind. Tomorrow, she would send someone to procure it for her. Even though she was aware that this milk tea was sold in Jiang Bei, she hesitated. However, when a person hesitates, as long as it is not a complete negation, the ultimate conclusion will often align with their prior thoughts. If it were not for Jiang Bei, I would definitely go buy it. Without much hesitation, Yang Jiao responded. Leaving the remaining half of her sentence unspoken, regardless of its origin, she would indeed purchase it tomorrow. After just one sip, she felt as though she had fallen in love with this new beverage. Compared to sodas and iced red teas, she preferred the sweetness and the chewy texture of the pearls in the milk tea. Bai Pengju inhaled sharply, his brow furrowing deeply as he suddenly remarked. No wonder Jiang Bei dares to act so boldly. It seems problems have indeed arisen. He placed the milk tea cup on the coffee table and entered his study. Beep, beep, beep. After several attempts, no one answered on the other end. Glancing at the clock, Bai Pengju noted that it was already 8 o'clock in the evening and decided against making further calls. Instead, he returned to his desk to tackle paperwork. Though the tension in his furrowed brow indicated that his mind was far from the task at hand. Casting aside the documents, he clenched his fists in anticipation, his eyes betraying his palpable anger. He recalled Wednesday night, when Jiang Bei had spoken disrespectfully before him, never expecting such a product was in the works. But what of it? Did he truly believe that a new product could deter him? Bai Pengju scoffed. He had ample funds to engage Jiang Bei in this game. Even if Jiang Bei could make a profit from this milk tea venture, once he was crushed beneath by Pengju's weight, that business would belong to him. No one would go to such lengths out of mere hatred, especially not the shrewdest of businessmen. Yet Bai Pengju's willingness to act against Jiang Bei stemmed from one motive: money. By vanquishing Jiang Bei, he could not only exact revenge, but also seize control of the fruit-flavored dessert business on Walking Street. Currently, Jiang Bei had introduced this novel milk tea, which was not as easily replicated as the fruit dessert. Thus, should Bai Pengju invest a greater sum, he would equally claim the milk tea enterprise. In any scenario, he would profit. To Bai Pengju, this was merely an investment, one with minimal risk. All he needed to do was mirror Jiang Bei's actions and then utilize his capital to crush him. This was the simplest form of suppression that those in high positions wielded over small business owners. A sinister smile played upon Bai Pengju's lips. At last, the phone rang. It was his brother Bai Pengwei, who had finally noticed the missed call. Hello, brother. The noise on the other end suggested that Bai Pengwei was out enjoying himself. Where are you? Bai Pengju's voice was somewhat heavy. Brother, I'm out drinking. What's up? Hold on. It's a bit loud here. Let me step outside to talk. After a while, the noise on the other end finally subsided. Brother, is something amiss? The milk tea in Jiang Bei has truly become a sensation. You should inquire about its source, Bai Pengju stated gravely. What? Bai Pengwei on the other end of the line was clearly taken aback. Brother, how is that possible? You should have seen the scene. Even compared to when he first sold fruit salads, the crowds are equally impressive. Moreover, this milk tea costs 6 yuan a cup. How much profit must he be making? Bai Pengwei's voice instinctively rose, a chill creeping over him, as the alcohol he'd consumed suddenly felt like it was wearing off. He could hardly believe it. Chapter 201. The good times are few. What kind of customers does your milk tea attract? Bai Pengju suddenly inquired. Mostly young people, particularly women. Brother, what's the matter? Bai Pengwei responded, puzzled. What is the matter? Your sister-in-law just had some milk tea at home. Just because you don't enjoy it doesn't mean others don't. Bai Pengju exclaimed, frustration evident in his tone. We were mistaken. Their business is genuinely flourishing. Damn it. He slammed his fist onto the table, anger etched on his face. Brother, it's called Bei Island Pearl Milk Tea. It may have been sourced from Bei Island. Bai Pengwei said, somewhat conflicted. Foolish. Just because it's called Bei Island doesn't mean it must be sourced from there. Here is the plan. I'll find someone to investigate potential suppliers. Trust me, once I have the information, you should fly over to negotiate a partnership without delay. All right. After hanging up, Bai Pengwei suddenly felt a shiver run down his spine, and he hesitated to contemplate the implications. Similarly, Bai Pengju's expression turned grim. He was fortunate to have discovered this early. Otherwise, if they had dragged their feet for another month, the small amount of money accumulated in Jiang Bei would have posed a significant problem. He dialed several suppliers of raw materials he was familiar with, inquiring one after another. If this milk tea was indeed as popular as claimed, it was impossible that Jiang Bei had managed to bring it back from Bei Island. He simply lacked the capacity and resources for such an endeavor. It was clear that the trend had already ignited elsewhere, with suppliers established who were already purchasing the ingredients. Bai Pengju's quick thinking allowed him to deduce key elements. However, after making several calls, he found that suppliers within the province had never heard of this milk tea. This included the supplier from Xinjiang with whom he was about to collaborate. Nonetheless, there were some gains. Thanks to Bai Pengju's connections, he managed to obtain contact information for several suppliers from the south, including major factories in Jiangsu and Fujian provinces. Ultimately, he discovered that this product had only just arrived on the mainland. Not only was it scarce in the north, but even in the south, there were very few established milk tea factories. However, some large cities had open milk tea shops that were thriving, while local food factories might not disclose such information. Given the distance from Donghai, they took the opportunity to inform Bai Pengju. Originally in Jiang Bei, it appears that Bai Pengju possesses quite a bit of cunning. Rubbing his temples, Bai Pengju searched online for flights to Jianya for the following day, only to discover, regrettably, that no tickets were available. The earliest flight to Jianya would not depart until Sunday afternoon, meaning he would not arrive until evening. And any discussions regarding collaboration would have to wait until Monday at the earliest. If all went smoothly, Bai Pengwei's round trip would take at least 3 days. And it remained uncertain when the ingredients for the milk tea would be delivered. Embracing a somewhat lackadaisical attitude towards the milk tea business, Jiang Bei found himself unexpectedly content. Notably, last night, upon hearing from Su Dongliang that business had become bustling once again, particularly with the introduction of a new item called pearl milk tea, the elderly Su couple reprimanded him, and today they hurried over to lend a hand. In this regard, Su Dongliang felt quite innocent. He was merely concerned that his parents might suffer a health scare upon witnessing their milk tea being dismissed. Meanwhile, Jiang Bei, reveling in his leisurely existence, returned home early to spend time with Yang Yang and prepare dinner for Su Wanrong. This life, filled with the warmth of family, had become the greatest satisfaction for this commercial magnate. However, such days were numbered. Chapter 202. A firm hand. Jiang Bei understood that even if Bai Pengju refrained from taking action yesterday, he would inevitably strike today. The exact moment he would begin to encroach upon Jiang Bei's milk tea business remained uncertain. As for the subsequent ingredients such as coconut jelly and pudding, which could be procured from various food factories in Donghai, Jiang Bei had lost interest. Once Bai Pengju employed antiquated tactics to suppress the milk tea trade, Jiang Bei resolved not to persist foolishly any longer. While other small ventures could still be pursued, dragging this out paled in comparison to establishing a factory, where his ruthless business acumen could swiftly devour the likes of the Bai family. Later, Jiang Bei sat on a bench with Su Wanrong, listening to Yang Yang share amusing tales from kindergarten, recounting what he had for lunch and how a classmate cried during nap time. Jiang Bei also shared the day's successes in his milk tea shop, mentioning that although he returned home early, a long queue had formed outside the store. Fortunately, due to the numerous tables and chairs inside, the space was adequate, especially with his parents and Dongliang present. Seemingly indifferent to Jiang Bei's business, Su Wanrong merely nodded in response. Yet, it was clear that she had made plans. Once Jiang Bei's factory commenced operations, she intended to resign from what she deemed an exceedingly important job to assist him. Slowly turning her gaze towards Jiang Bei, who was playfully engaging with Yang Yang, a look of trust and joy illuminated her eyes. She softly called out, "What's the matter?" Jiang Bei lifted Yang Yang onto his lap, smiling as he inquired, "Is everything all right?" "Oh, nothing. I just wanted to call out to you. I suddenly forgot what I wanted to say." Su Wanrong quickly corrected herself, but all of it had already registered in Jiang Bei's ears. As she gazed at his smile, Su Wanrong felt her face flush with warmth. "Oh, Daddy, look. What happened to Mommy's face?" Yang Yang inquired with curiosity. "Is it like a monkey's bottom?" Jiang Xinyang. Su Wanrong, feigning anger, stood up and faced Jiang Bei, towering over the daughter nestled in his embrace. Mommy, what are you going to do?" Yang Yang shrank back in Jiang Bei's arms. "Daddy, Mommy's bullying me. You should spank her tonight." Jiang Xinyang. "You." Su Wanrong's face instantly turned crimson. "Ha ha." Jiang Bei laughed heartily. "What are you laughing at?" Su Wanrong felt an overwhelming urge to disappear into the ground, never imagining she would be outwitted by her daughter today. After 2 days of anticipation, Saturday arrived, and the bubble tea business finally exploded. Throughout the morning, the bubble tea shop was perpetually bustling with customers. Bai Pengwei paced anxiously within the shop. Just yesterday, he thought Jiang Bei's booming business was merely an illusion, but now, after hearing his brother's sentiments, he realized this scene was indeed genuine. Moreover, he had witnessed firsthand how Jiang Bei's business had gradually gained momentum over the past few days. He couldn't help but feel a wave of indignation, recalling how he and his brother had suspected Jiang Bei was merely putting on a show by hiring actors. However, he found himself powerless to act, even knowing that the bubble tea was being transported from Jianya. He was unable to go there himself. The flight was scheduled for tomorrow afternoon. Bai Pengwei tugged at his half-long hair, his expression contorted as he glanced outside, where even the customers waiting to buy fruit desserts were looking at him in astonishment, pointing and whispering. They were likely commenting on the sudden price hike of the fruit desserts on this Saturday, labeling him a heartless businessman. What are you staring at? If you don't want to buy, then get lost. Bai Pengwei snapped. In Chapter 203, Su Wanrong's anticipation, the earnings for Thursday and Friday totaled 30,000 yuan. On Saturday alone, Jiang Bei's earnings reached another 30,000 yuan, and it was anticipated that Sunday would bring even more astonishing figures. Thanks to the low costs and an irresistible flavor that women simply could not refuse, such exorbitant profits were easily achieved. It must be said that the bubble tea business was indeed more astounding than the fruit dessert venture. Despite both being newly introduced products in the Donghai market, the issue of fruit desserts being easily imitated by other merchants was overshadowed by the higher customer loyalty for bubble tea. Many women, upon first encountering this delightful beverage, found themselves wanting to indulge in a cup, or even two, every single day. As for the price, in this era, a young girl does not bear much of the family burden. With the trend of raising sons in poverty while nurturing daughters in wealth becoming commonplace, the approach to child rearing has shifted. Young women, earning their own wages without the constraints of family or children, tend to spend their earnings on themselves. Although 6 yuan for a cup of bubble tea might seem steep, it is certainly not unaffordable. On Sunday, as anticipated, the bubble tea business soared to new heights. Witnessing this firsthand, Bai Pengwei gritted his teeth and boarded a train to Shenzhen, where he would catch a flight to Jianya. The Jiang Bei store was sealed off. Aided by his brother Bai Pengju, he merely needed to watch Jiang Bei gradually succumb. However, unbeknownst to both him and Bai Pengju, on that Sunday, Jiang Bei recorded an impressive revenue of 50,000 yuan. From its inception until now, solely through the sale of milk tea, the total revenue had reached an astonishing 110,000 yuan. Excluding the remaining costs of milk tea ingredients, at this moment, Jiang Bei possessed nearly 150,000 yuan. Should he manage to sell the last of the milk tea, he would approach 200,000. Previously, whenever Su Wanrong heard such news of thriving business, her eyes would shine with delight and satisfaction. Yet now, there was an added glimmer of admiration within her gaze. Once business slows down tomorrow, I plan to rent a factory, Jiang Bei declared. Have you done your research? Su Wanrong inquired. Running a factory is quite different from managing a small business. How do you intend to compete with the Bai family? She recognized Jiang Bei's grand ambitions. Albeit tempered by a modest aim, he merely sought to reclaim what he had lost from the Bai family. Nevertheless, Su Wanrong also understood that Jiang Bei wished to procure an apology from Bai Pengju for the debts owed. I plan to establish a food factory. To rival the Bai family's company, I must produce similar products. This is the most expedient and direct approach to achieving my goals, Jiang Bei elucidated. This was the first time Su Wanrong had heard such intentions, and she stood momentarily speechless. Yet, wasn't the children's food market in Donghai already monopolized by the Bai family? Life had improved somewhat, allowing her to purchase items for Yang without the previous constraints. Recently, she had observed in several small shops that Bai's Peng food products were ubiquitous, even having dedicated storefronts in wholesale markets, with store owners continually coming to restock, underscoring their monopolistic status. Though the prices of each food item were not exorbitant, like spicy strips and small bags of puffed snacks, often labeled as junk food by parents, costing merely 50 cents to 1 yuan per bag, children possessed ample purchasing power. This amount should not be underestimated. Due to production and sales volume, Peng Food still accrued considerable profits monthly. Yes, this battle must be fought gradually. Jiang Bei nodded in agreement. I have clarified the details regarding renting a factory. 100,000 yuan is sufficient. The remaining issue pertains to recruitment. What do you plan to do? Do you want me to assist you? Su Wanrong ventured. Her eyes filled with anticipation. Jiang Bei nodded earnestly. For reasons unknown, Su Wanrong felt a sense of relief upon witnessing his demeanor. Truth be told, she felt a twinge of reluctance to part with her job at the synthetic fiber factory, which she had held for 6 years. It was a state-owned enterprise. Even as a contracted employee, it represented a secure position. Furthermore, Song Chongqing had informed her that although she did not currently desire the deputy director position, it would be reserved for her should she ever wish to return, providing her with true stability. However, from another perspective, while Su Wanrong harbored a deep-seated belief in Jiang Bei, she could not dismiss the possibility of failure. He had chosen the most extreme path to conquer the children's food industry, aiming to outmaneuver the dominant Bei family of Donghai. Even if she was inclined to trust Jiang Bei, she had to contemplate the ramifications of failure. Losing her position at the chemical fiber factory would mean the household would have no source of income, leaving her with no alternative but to join Jiang Bei in seeking employment elsewhere. Thus, both emotionally and rationally, she felt it prudent not to abandon her job. In truth, even if Jiang Bei achieved nothing, as long as he was willing to settle down and work diligently as he once did, even if his earnings were modest, Su Wanrong would be content. Yet, having made her decision, she resolved not to waver. My wife has been working on the assembly line for so long, and she is on the verge of becoming the deputy director. If she comes to assist me, it would be remiss not to offer her a suitable position. Jiang Bei remarked, half-jokingly. How about the assistant to the chairman, also serving as the board secretary, making you the third in command? Let us set your salary at 10,000 a month. Bah, secretary and assistant? ISNT that just like being your nanny in the past? And now we're talking about a board. Su Wanrong rolled her eyes, feigning indifference. However, deep down, she felt a surge of delight at Jiang Bei's words, as his acknowledgement of her contributions brought her a sense of satisfaction, a subtle shift that even Su Wanrong herself failed to recognize. Once we have absorbed the Bei family, we will establish a firm foothold in Donghai, and then we shall advance into the entire food industry, solidifying our dominance in Donghai. At that point, you shall be the foremost lady of Donghai, Jiang Bei proclaimed with a smile. I have no intention of being any kind of lady, Su Wanrong replied with a smirk, though her heart brimmed with joy as she perceived Jiang Bei's playful banter. Meanwhile, Yang, listening to the exchange between Jiang Bei and Su Wanrong, gazed with wide eyes, shifting her attention between her father and her slightly flustered mother. Daddy, what is a lady? Yang inquired, perplexed. Jiang Bei affectionately ruffled his daughter's hair and pondered before responding. Well, someone like your mother, whom we shall refer to as a lady from now on. Really? Then ladies must be very beautiful. I want to be a lady too, Yang exclaimed. Don't say such things. You'll spoil our daughter, Su Wanrong feigned annoyance. I'm leaving you two to sleep now. Daddy, is mommy shy again? Yang looked up at Jiang Bei with wide eyes, just as Su Wanrong turned the doorknob. Her hand trembled slightly. The night deepened. After Jiang Bei had resolved all the troubles, whether Bai Pengju would take further action against him became inconsequential. Even if Bai Pengwei began selling milk tea tomorrow, undercutting prices to hinder him, it would not matter. Yet, ironically, despite his efforts to economize on factory operations, Jiang Bei was taken aback by the pleasant surprise Bai Pengju had in store for him. When he dropped Yang off that morning and took a stroll down the pedestrian street, he discovered that the Bai family's stores still sold fruit bowls at cost price. Just as before, if that were the case, his available funds would increase significantly, with less than 20,000 yuan worth of milk tea ingredients remaining. As long as he can hold on until tomorrow, the milk tea business will yield approximately 50,000 yuan in returns. With this 50,000, everything will be manageable. Chapter 205. Renting a factory, however, due to it being Monday, business is far from the bustling activity of the weekend. According to Jiang Bei's estimation, the remaining 17,000 yuan worth of milk tea ingredients will not sell out so quickly. He should be able to last for at least 2 days. In fact, even less than 2 days will suffice. If Bai Pengju takes a bit longer, each additional day will significantly enhance Jiang Bei's earnings. To establish a factory, one needs around 100,000 yuan, and even the rent for the factory space poses a challenge. However, if there were 200,000 yuan, everything would become considerably easier. Even if he falls short, Jiang Bei can devise ways to make up the difference. On Monday morning, Jiang Bei consolidated his funds of 150,000 yuan at the bank and then left home with his bank card, heading north to where factory spaces were available for rent. In this era, rental prices for factory spaces are not exorbitant, especially in a small city like Donghai. For instance, the factory Jiang Bei has his eye on lately charges approximately 20 yuan per square meter. Of course, higher-priced factories generally indicate larger overall space and better internal conditions. Those willing to rent larger factories are typically individuals planning to engage in substantial business, and thus naturally opt for better premises. Jiang Bei had previously contacted the landlord and arranged to meet at the factory's entrance at 10 o'clock. Shortly after 10, he was greeted by a lean middle-aged man, who arrived a few minutes late, appearing somewhat apologetic. "Ah, you must be Boss Jiang? I am Li Muqiao. I was a bit rushed this morning, hence my tardiness. Have you had breakfast yet? Allow me to treat you to lunch. If we successfully negotiate the factory today, consider it my apology," the man said. This gesture easily fosters goodwill towards this polite middle-aged gentleman, although he was a few minutes late, which shows a lack of respect for their agreement. The offer of a meal could swiftly bridge their acquaintance. However, Jiang Bei shook his head. "Boss Li, I prefer not to eat before discussing business." "It's better to keep it brief," Jiang Bei replied with a hearty smile. Many deals can be finalized in the warmth of a meal, as those who can sign substantial contracts often have excellent drinking skills. Conversely, female managers who lack such abilities typically have an assistant to handle the drinking. "Since that is the case, let us first take a look at the factory," Li Muqiao said, his smile faltering for a moment before returning to its previous warmth. Jiang Bei observed all of this, but seemed unconcerned. The other man opened the large factory door and led Jiang Bei inside for a tour. This was already a sizable factory. While it may not compare to Bai's, it certainly did not fall short by much. "Boss Jiang, please take a look. The factory is quite clean, and there is a small office building as well. The space is ample, around 2,000 square meters. For the rent, we can calculate it based on 2,000 square meters. May I ask what Boss Jiang intends to do here?" Li Muqiao inquired. Upon discerning the intentions behind Jiang Bei's venture, he could articulate the advantages of his factory premises with greater clarity. Unsurprisingly, he recited the familiar sales pitch he had previously employed. "I intend to establish a food processing plant," Jiang Bei responded without hesitation. "Ah, a food factory? In that case, Mr. Jiang, this factory space is indeed indispensable for you," the interlocutor remarked, his eyes lighting up as he began to elaborate on the merits of the premises. He extolled the ample space within the factory, its suitability for assembly lines, and its pristine condition. "Mr. Li, I have inspected numerous factories, and I am truly satisfied with yours. However, my budget is somewhat constrained. And while the factory appears spacious, the office area is rather small. Additionally, the high ceilings in the factory present a challenge," Jiang Bei interjected unexpectedly. "Please, Mr. Jiang, do not rush to conclusions. Allow me to show you the office space. It is, in fact, quite generous," Li Muqiao urged, a hint of urgency in his tone. Jiang Bei noted this urgency, recognizing that the factory had remained unleased for an extended period, which posed a significant problem. If it remained vacant much longer, his other factory would inevitably face operational difficulties due to slow external payments. Yet, after viewing the premises, Jiang Bei maintained his demeanor, appearing intrigued but still somewhat dissatisfied. "Let us consider a rental of 500 square meters. A considerable portion of the land within the factory cannot be utilized for food production," Jiang Bei articulated, calculating accordingly. This would result in a rental fee of merely 30,000 yuan per month, a sum that was a quarter less than Li Muqiao had anticipated. "This price seems rather inappropriate," Li Muqiao admitted. "I acknowledge the land usage issues, but Mr. Zhang's offer is excessively stringent. I cannot agree to such terms." "Then it must be so," Jiang Bei nodded, showing no further hesitation. However, noticing Jiang Bei's readiness to depart without a second thought, Li Muqiao hesitated and inquired, "Mr. Jiang, might I ask how long you intend to lease this factory?" Conventionally, factory leases are long-term commitments, typically a minimum of 6 months, with the initial payment covering approximately 1/4. Yet, Li Muqiao was in dire need of this income to salvage his business. "Let us proceed with a 1-year lease," Jiang Bei stated directly, then added with a smile, "for I anticipate that by the end of the year, I will have acquired this factory." Li Muqiao's gaze shifted as he scrutinized Jiang Bei anew. The young man's audacity suggested he hailed from a well-to-do family, as such confidence was not easily cultivated. It was worth noting that acquiring this factory would require at least 3 to 4 million yuan. The notion of earning 3 million in a year, especially from the food industry, nearly provoked a laugh from Li Muqiao. Yet, he maintained a serious facade and replied, "In that case, I could offer you a concession, Mr. Jiang. How does 110,000 for a quarter sound?" Li Muqiao's expression bore the marks of reluctance. 100,000. We can sign the contract now, and I can transfer the funds to you today, Jiang Bei asserted. After a moment of hesitation, Li Muqiao smiled, conceding, "Mr. Jiang is indeed a shrewd businessman. I agree. The contract for this year has been signed. However, what if Boss Jiang defaults? You could add a penalty clause of 100,000. Jiang Bei responded nonchalantly. Very well. That's settled. Last night, Bai Pengwei arrived in Jianya, and with the assistance of Bai Pengju, he quickly got in touch with the owner of the milk tea supply factory. Bai Pengwei was quite generous and treated everyone to dinner. Indeed, upon inquiry, it was revealed that a person from Donghai had come a few days prior to purchase milk tea supplies, and without a doubt, that was Jiang Bei. Through their subsequent casual conversation, Bai Pengwei learned that the milk tea business was surprisingly lucrative. Just by reselling the raw materials, Jiang Bei could earn so much. He bought the ingredients for 2 yuan and sold them for 4, which could hardly be described as merely unscrupulous. Bai Pengwei was filled with urgency, fueled by his resentment towards Jiang Bei and his fervor for this business. The next morning, Bai Pengwei personally witnessed the train departing Jianya, and he also settled the payment for the raw materials. However, he forgot to inquire whether Jiang Bei had placed any orders after the initial batch of 50,000 yuan worth of milk tea ingredients. For a business magnate with 2 decades of experience, this monthly profit of several 100,000 yuan seemed appealing. Yet, compared to establishing a factory and directly consuming the Bai family assets, this method felt excessively slow. Chapter 207. Recruiting talent on Monday afternoon. Bai Pengwei purchased a return ticket and, upon landing, immediately took a train to Donghai. If all went as planned, the milk tea would arrive on Wednesday morning, allowing him to commence this venture by Wednesday noon. At that moment, Xinjiang Food Company, Limited? Su Wanrong looked up, somewhat surprised at Jiang Bei. Why did you name it after your daughter? Su Wanrong's expression reflected confusion. Is that not appropriate? Jiang Bei replied with a smile. How about I name the company Wanrong Foods instead? Oh no, I wouldn't want that. Xinjiang sounds much better, Su Wanrong quickly interjected. Ha! Jiang Bei laughed heartily, while Yangyang curiously observed her parents. Dad, what are you holding? Why is it named after me? Yangyang inquired with curiosity. It's Dad's new company, and we're deciding to use your name. Soon, not just in Donghai, but throughout the entire province, all children's food will bear your name. Jiang Bei gently caressed his daughter's face. In the past month, although little Yangyang spent half a month in the hospital, with Jiang Bei's return, their household had not experienced any financial difficulties, and Yangyang had grown chubbier, particularly her already plump baby cheeks, making her appear even more adorable. Dad, please stop rubbing my face. Yangyang protested. Dad, does this mean I can eat snacks with my name on them in the future? Indeed, Jiang Bei replied with a smile. By the way, I resigned from my job today, Su Wanrong suddenly announced. That is quite good. You can enjoy some leisure at home. If I am busy and unable to return in the evening, you can take Yangyang to my parents' place for dinner. Let us wait until the weekend. I estimate that by then, at the latest, I will have recruited most of the staff, and we can officially open the doors. With the company just starting, it will undoubtedly be hectic, Jiang Bei remarked. What do you plan to do? Are you truly confident in defeating the Bai family? Su Wanrong could not help but inquire. Well, I am confident. As for how to proceed, we will have to see what follows. However, since they have resolved to engage in a price war with us, I shall also partake in this battle, Jiang Bei replied with a smile. Su Wanrong was taken aback. In her eyes, a price war required a substantial amount of money. But where would Jiang Bei acquire such funds? Mrs. Jiang, please refrain from overthinking. Just wait to be my secretary and witness the victorious outcome, Jiang Bei said with a grin. What nonsense. Who is Mrs. Jiang? Su Wanrong mumbled softly. Yet despite her words, her cheeks flushed slightly at such remarks. Their domestic life was harmonious and joyful. On that Tuesday, Bai Pengwei once again visited the fruit shop, watching in frustration as Jiang Bei's milk tea business thrived. Every customer purchasing milk tea ought to be his. Yet, he could not foresee that this maddening scene would soon come to a complete halt. He was even more oblivious to the fact that Jiang Bei had already begun poaching his brother's employees. Shihai Cafe, a well-known establishment in Donghai City, renowned for its ambience and sophistication, had become the preferred venue for business discussions. At this moment, Jiang Bei, dressed in an appropriate attire, sat within. Across from him was a young man, Li Zirwei, a product manager at Doping Foods, whose gaze was filled with suspicion. Hello, allow me to introduce myself. I am Jiang Bei, the chairman of Xinjiang Foods, Jiang Bei stated with an air of calm. Greetings, I am Li Zirwei. He appeared quite youthful, likely around the same age as Jiang Bei. However, what is Xinjiang Foods? If it were a food factory within Donghai City, I would have certainly heard of it. Li Zirwei pondered internally. But as Jiang Bei continued speaking, Li Zirwei's confusion transformed into astonishment. Xinjiang Foods was established only yesterday. With its initial focus on children's food, Jiang Bei said nonchalantly. Chapter 208. Li Zirwei what? Li Zirwei's eyes nearly bulged out, staring wide-eyed at Jiang Bei. He had initially thought that Xinjiang Foods would be involved in a variety of products, but it could not possibly be focused on children's food. For the market in Donghai City had been entirely monopolized by the Bei family. Li Zhiwei was unaware of Jiang Bei's identity, nor did he know of the conflict between him and Bai Pengjiu, a matter not known to those merely working. That was Bai Pengjiu's sore spot. Indeed, the positioning is children's food, Jiang Bei replied with a light laugh, nodding affirmatively. Such a definitive answer left Li Zhiwei dumbfounded for nearly half a minute. He swallowed hard before finally voicing his most perplexing question. Does Director Jiang not know? Has the children's food market in Donghai been monopolized by the Bai family? He doesn't even care why this suddenly emerging Jiang Bei would stop him at noon and invite him to such an opulent cafe. He merely wishes to ascertain whether the individual before him is a fool. In Donghai, anyone who dares to confront the Bai family in the realm of children's food must be mentally unhinged. Li Zhiwei could fathom no other explanation. I am aware. Thus I intend to seize this market, Jiang Bei remarked with a smile. Then why specifically children's food? Li Zhiwei's voice involuntarily rose a pitch. I have conducted my research. Presently, the children's food sector is the only industry under monopolistic control. To swiftly ascend as a leader in any industry, one must devour a company that holds a monopoly. Jiang Bei's nonchalant demeanor instilled in Li Zhiwei a sense of disbelief. He even found himself discreetly pinching himself, questioning whether he was ensnared in a dream. What absurdity is this person uttering in broad daylight? And why did Director Jiang invite me here? Li Zhiwei could not help but inquire. From Jiang Bei's discourse, he developed an instinct that this individual was not merely boasting. Thus, two possibilities emerged. Firstly, Jiang Bei might be an ignorant scion of wealth, dabbling in business with a fraction of his family's funds, lost in his fanciful imaginings. Secondly, he could be attempting to leverage his family's influence to forcibly usurp the Bai family. Where, then, had this Jiang Bei come from? Did he truly grasp the implications of challenging the Bai family? Li Zhiwei yearned to ask, but refrained, understanding that prying too deeply would be inappropriate. I believe you are a talent. In the 21st century, talent is of utmost importance, Jiang Bei remarked with a grin. He recognized that Li Zhiwei was indeed an exceptional individual. In his previous life, Li Zhiwei had already made a name for himself in the Donghai Chamber of Commerce, having amassed millions before the age of 30. He was astute, brimming with ideas due to his youth, and possessed the audacity to act. After the downfall of Dapeng Foods, he established his own company and successfully reclaimed a significant share of the industry. Although he did not achieve the level of monopoly that Dapeng had, he elevated the market share of children's food to new heights, a remarkable feat in itself. Moreover, Jiang Bei's choice to approach him stemmed from Li Zhiwei's understanding of Dapeng Foods. Most crucially, he was aware that Li Zhiwei was not content working within the Bai family's company. In a conversation during their previous lives, Li Zhiwei had confided to the yet-to-be ascendant Jiang Bei that had it not been for his ailing mother, he would have ventured into entrepreneurship long ago and would not have languished within Dapeng. That period of employment was the most arduous time in Li Zhiwei's memory, marred by oppression and hardship. Yet, at that time, Dapeng was willing to offer him a meager salary of 1,000 yuan, leaving him with no alternative. Thank you for your affirmation, Director Jiang, Li Zhiwei said with a feigned smile, already discerning Jiang Bei's intentions. It was evident he wished to entice him away, yet unfortunately, he could not depart. I apologize, Director Jiang, but I am quite content in my position at Dapeng. A flicker of hesitation passed through Li Zhiwei's eyes, yet he spoke nonetheless. Chapter 209, Devouring This Market. Will Manager Li not consider the offer I presented? Jiang Bei inquired, remaining seated with a smile. No need, Li Zhiwei replied, already rising to his feet and shaking his head. Shall we engage in a brief discussion? You still have some time before the afternoon shift, don't you? Jiang Bei suggested with a grin. Even if you cannot be persuaded to join us, it would be worthwhile to make a friend, wouldn't it? I genuinely admire your talents, Manager Li. Very well, Li Zhiwei conceded after a moment's contemplation, resuming his seat and taking a generous sip of coffee, as if to reinforce his resolve. Do you believe the market in Donghai is sufficiently mature? Jiang Bei suddenly posed. I am referring specifically to the children's food sector. Not at all mature, Li Zhiwei responded with a definitive shake of his head. In truth, many food products could be significantly improved to spark consumer interest. Not all items need to be priced at 50 cents or $1 to attract buyers. Times have changed. Parents are increasingly inclined to label Dapeng's offerings as junk food, which is why the company finds itself in its current predicament. Li Zhiwei grimaced, realizing he had perhaps spoken too freely, and fell silent. Are you suggesting that its market has yet to be fully developed? Jiang Bei inquired with a chuckle. Dapeng has barely tapped into 10% of its potential. Li Zhiwei scoffed, unable to contain his disdain. If I were in charge, I would not be bound by Dapeng's traditions. I would adopt a broader perspective. Such a model cannot sustain itself. Prices from a decade ago may appear stable and appealing today, but what about 10 years from now? 20 years hence? With the current rate of inflation, Dapeng is destined for obsolescence. Quite intriguing, Jiang Bei's eyes sparkled with interest. Although he lacked familiarity with the contemporary children's food market, he possessed an advanced foresight regarding the future and an understanding of children's preferences. However, I believe Dapeng's true dilemma lies not here, but rather in its market share. It has stifled other products, rendering it a lifeless enterprise. Jiang Bei smiled. Li Zhiwei's gaze grew somewhat bewildered, yet he had achieved a monopoly in the children's food sector. Its monopoly extends only to Donghai. I am speaking of the entirety of Huaxia. The atmosphere in the cafe suddenly intensified. Initially, it was Li Zhiwei discussing the intricacies of Donghai's children's food market, elaborating on the strengths and weaknesses of Dapeng's products. However, as Jiang Bei shifted his focus to the broader landscape of Huaxia and even the international market, Li Zhiwei found himself struggling to keep pace. Ultimately, it was Jiang Bei who dominated the conversation, while Li Zhiwei listened. Although he occasionally interjected with questions, he found himself perplexed by Jiang Bei's esoteric explanations and could only nod in acknowledgement. The discussion flowed from overall market shares to internal comparisons within Donghai, traversing contemporary advanced marketing strategies to Dapeng's outdated methods, and even delving into the variety of snacks and the market positioning of individual products. Jiang Bei even drew parallels with the current trends in fruit mixes and milk tea as examples. This seemingly casual conversation was, in fact, a profound exchange of wisdom. Li Zhiwei listened intently, while Jiang Bei articulated his thoughts with great care. Though many concepts remained somewhat nebulous even to Jiang Bei himself, engaging with a recent university graduate like Li Zhiwei was a manageable task. After all, the current Li Zhiwei lacked even the courage to sever ties with Dapeng Foods. Gradually, Li Zhiwei's perception of Jiang Bei began to transform. Initially, he had regarded him as nothing more than a wealthy heir, prone to extravagance and grandiloquent speech. However, after their discussion, he found Jiang Bei to be remarkably impressive, perhaps even more so than himself. It is a rare feat for one genius to admire another. And while Li Zhiwei was undoubtedly proud, encountering Jiang Bei felt akin to meeting a mentor capable of overshadowing him. This moment bore a striking resemblance to their previous lives conversations. Li Zhiwei's face flushed slightly, as if he were grappling with a challenging decision. Managerly, I wonder if you would consider leaving Dapeng to conquer this market with me? Jiang Bei inquired suddenly. Chapter 210. I did it, Mr. Jiang. I still need to contemplate this further, Li Zhiwei replied, shaking his head, visibly conflicted. The fervor in his eyes had dimmed. He understood that Jiang Bei's proposed salary was likely to exceed that of Dapeng, but he could not disregard future considerations. Though Dapeng seemed to lack prospects, it offered a semblance of stability. At least, it appeared that way for now. Up until this point, no company had posed a genuine threat to Dapeng, as children remained fond of its snacks, primarily due to their affordability. However, as Jiang Bei pointed out, without capturing the adult market, this sector would remain forever elusive. Thus, from Li Zhiwei's perspective, even if Jiang Bei truly possessed remarkable capabilities, he doubted whether he could effectively assimilate Dapeng into his fold. He was not willing to gamble. What if he rashly departed from Dapeng, only to find Jiang Bei's venture unsuccessful? He would have no path back. And which other companies would be willing to offer him such a generous salary? Is it a matter of salary? Jiang Bei suddenly inquired. Not entirely, Li Zhiwei replied, shaking his head, although he yearned to leave. Another concern loomed. If he joined a new company, would he merely become a lowly product manager again? Would he be forced to remain constrained? Despite the seemingly fruitful dialogue with Mr. Jiang, the outcome remained uncertain. What could someone so formidable possibly see in him? He had long aspired to launch his own enterprise, to manage a large factory and test his own capabilities. I can offer you the position of general manager, Jiang Bei stated abruptly. What? Li Zhiwei's head shot up in astonishment, his expression one of disbelief as he gazed at Jiang Bei. I can offer you the position of general manager, Jiang Bei reiterated, his tone resolute. Are you joking with me? Li Zhiwei stammered, momentarily dazed, yet he clearly grasped the gravity of the statement. He had shifted from addressing Jiang Bei as you with a hint of reverence, and the notion of becoming general manager was utterly staggering. Is Jiang Bei jesting with me? Does Manager Li truly believe that I invited you over in the middle of the day merely to instruct you on the art of business? Did I spend a few dozen yuan on a cup of coffee simply to engage in lighthearted banter? Suddenly, Jiang Bei burst into laughter. He recognized that Li Zhiwei was driven by ambition, yet constrained by familial obligations. Li Zhiwei instinctively shook his head. Indeed, if the other party were merely toying with him, there would be no need for such theatrics. He might as well have told him that he won 5 million on a lottery ticket yesterday. How much can you offer me? At Dapeng, I earn a mere 1,000 a month, Li Zhiwei asked through clenched teeth. In truth, he had already resolved that even if the other party doubled his salary, he would not accept. His mother still required financial support, and this need was ongoing. His current salary sufficed, and he could not gamble on a fleetingly higher wage at the expense of stability. 5,000, Jiang Bei replied nonchalantly. During the 3-month probationary period. Should you pass, I can offer you 1% of the shares. Do not underestimate that 1%. With it, you could ascend to become a billionaire, I assure you. And the duration will not be prolonged. Consider this. You would be a coordinator, leading a factory of nearly 1,000 employees, akin to Dapeng. And this is merely a temporary arrangement. Do you not believe in your own capabilities? Did you not frequently criticize Dapeng's outdated thinking? Jiang Bei understood that this was the crux of Li Zhiwei's concerns. He was ambitious and yearned to accomplish much. Li Zhiwei found himself rendered speechless, as Jiang Bei's words seemed to possess a magical quality, burrowing into his mind and taking root. He had no further hesitations. I will do it, Li Zhiwei declared, clenching his fists. Very well, let us sign the contract, Jiang Bei replied with a smile, retrieving a document from his small bag amidst Li Zhiwei's astonished gaze. Chapter 211. Spotting you in the crowd from this day forth. Li Zong shall be the general manager of our Xinjiang Food Company, Jiang Bei said, neatly putting away the stack of contracts with a smile. Li Zhiwei appeared to finally grasp the situation, jolting upright. He watched Jiang Bei secure the contract, realizing that it was too late to backtrack. How could he have signed it? Li Zhiwei, oh Li Zhiwei, have you been dazzled by the title of general manager and the allure of a 5,000 yuan salary? You have not even visited the company. Excuse me, Chairman Jiang. May I pose a question? Li Zhiwei suddenly asked, mustering his courage. Oh, Mr. Li, please proceed. Jiang Bei gestured invitingly, unable to conceal his delight. It was a remarkable opportunity to have someone capable of rising from nothing in just a few years to manage the Donghai children's food industry work for him. Naturally, he felt justified in offering Li Zhiwei 1% of the shares. Li Zhiwei's expression grew somewhat awkward as he glanced at his watch, realizing that the afternoon work hours were fast approaching, yet he had lost all desire to return to the office. Chairman Jiang, did you know me before? He inquired. Not recognizing him, Jiang Bei was momentarily taken aback. Why did you choose me then? Surely there are many university graduates like me at Dapeng? Indeed. Li Zhiwei pondered for a while. His sole commendable asset was his academic degree, a mere undergraduate from a second-tier institution. It was hardly extraordinary, especially considering that, apart from the assembly line workers and the seasoned employees, the majority at Dapeng were also university graduates. Why is that a good question? Jiang Bei mused, stroking his chin, contemplating a suitably plausible reason. After all, he couldn't just say, I foresee you becoming a millionaire. Li Zhiwei would hardly believe such a claim. Finally, inspiration struck Jiang Bei. Mr. Li, I merely discovered you amidst the masses, captivated by your exceptional demeanor. Otherwise, I would not have chosen you. Please, Mr. Jiang. Spare me the jest, Li Zhiwei replied with a wry smile. Do you think there could be another possibility? Jiang Bei retorted cheerfully. Li Zhiwei found himself at a loss for words. Could it be that Jiang Bei, whose true capabilities remained concealed, had appointed him as the general manager solely based on his handsome appearance? It seemed utterly implausible, yet no other rationale appeared to exist. Mr. Jiang, may I visit the company this afternoon? Li Zhiwei asked, steeling himself. He sensed something was amiss with the company, and the issues seemed significant. It could very well be a shell corporation. He was even worried about his mother's medication expenses for the month. Contrary to his expectations of Jiang Bei's reluctance, the response was quite different. Of course, no problem. After you resign, I'll take you over there. Don't worry, Mr. Li. Shall I advance you 1,000 yuan as your salary? Jiang Bei teased lightly. No, that's unnecessary. The mention of money relieved Li Zhiwei somewhat, at least. The Xinjiang company seemed to possess a factory facility. Yet, he couldn't shake off the notion that Jiang Bei had indeed singled him out from the crowd. However, upon hastily completing his resignation and following Chairman Jiang to the company's location in the north of the city, Li Zhiwei was utterly astonished. He beheld the newly purchased brooms, mops, and buckets, and, oh yes, that tricycle which looked as though it had endured countless years of use, its bell long silenced. What kind of affluent air was this? He accepted all of it, yet he couldn't fathom what kind of factory this was. Chapter 212. A lack of funds. If one were to describe the scene in a single phrase, it would be desolate. A place devoid of life. a barren land where not even birds would lay eggs, resembling an abandoned factory. The weeds in the yard had grown to an alarming height. Mr. Jiang. Li Ziru's lips twitched as he stared incredulously at the ambitious Jiang Bei beside him. What is it? This is our company. Is there a problem? Jiang Bei inquired with a smile. I mentioned that my Xinyang food factory is of a scale comparable to Depong, albeit with a slightly smaller office building. Jiang Bei remarked, stroking his chin. Are you implying that the area is the same size? Li Ziru's eyes began to twitch in disbelief. What else could it be? General Manager Jiang, I believe you are deceiving me, Li Ziru stated with a serious expression. Deceiving? Grab your tools. It's time to get to work, Jiang Bei exclaimed, tossing the broom and mop to Li Ziru before heading into the factory with his own equipment. Li Ziru felt utterly despondent, but could only grit his teeth and follow. Today marks the inaugural day of our company. Let's ensure we maintain cleanliness, Jiang Bei said with a grin. What reason do I have left to refuse? Li Ziru shook his head, forcing a bitter smile. He felt as though he had boarded a pirate ship. At this rate, it was questionable whether the company could withstand a few months, let alone swallow Dapeng. Fortunately, Jiang Bei did not overly burden Li Ziru, and the two managed to tidy up the small office building, which was merely 4 stories tall. I must say, Chairman Jiang, I have just realized why. Despite being the general manager, I am still relegated to cleaning duties, Li Ziru remarked, placing the broom in the corner and pulling over a blue plastic chair to sit down, looking quite disgruntled. Jiang Bei handed him a bottle of Waham mineral water, and after some hesitation, Li Ziru twisted off the cap and took a sip. Because it's just the two of us in the company, Jiang Bei said with a laugh. Splutter. Cough, cough, cough. Li Ziru nearly choked on the water, spraying it everywhere in response to Jiang Bei's comment. My apologies, there are others here. I was just teasing you, Jiang Bei quickly replied, concerned that Li Ziru might suddenly have an outburst. Who else is there? Li Ziru's face flushed, clearly affected by the choking incident, and he bent over in pain, asking with a pained expression. He hoped for a pleasant surprise. Well, the assistant to the chairman and the board secretary have already been selected, as well as the vice general manager, Jiang Bei informed him. Oh, Li Ziru's eyes lit up. Typically, such high-level positions are the hardest to fill, but in the next moment, he became perplexed. Could it be that Jiang Bei had found 2 unreliable individuals again? He believed himself to be quite dependable. It was just the manner in which he was recruited that seemed questionable. Well, my wife and my brother-in-law, Jiang Bei replied with a slight smile, entirely unfazed. But that leaves one position unfilled, Li Ziru thought increasingly uneasily, realizing there were 3 roles to be filled, but only 2 individuals named. Oh, my wife is taking on the roles of both assistant to the chairman and board secretary, Jiang Bei explained. Are you pulling my leg? Is it too late for me to resign now? Li Ziru asked with a grimace. It's too late. If you resign now, you'll have to pay a penalty, Jiang Bei said with a faint smile. What about that advance on my salary you mentioned earlier? Li Ziru gritted his teeth and inquired, feeling frustrated with the company, which, while slightly better than a failed one, was still far from impressive. Including himself, there were only 4 people in the entire company, and the other 2 were relatives he had yet to meet. He had resolved to secure that 1,000 yuan first, as he couldn't afford to work for a month without compensation. Regarding that, I considered the operational needs of the company, and unfortunately, that 1,000 yuan cannot be dispensed at this moment, Jiang Bei replied without a hint of remorse. Chapter 213. Are you really not a fraud? Li Ziru was utterly bewildered. Brother, how much money do you have on hand now? What about the factory equipment? Funds for hiring workers? And the raw materials? What will happen to all that money? My heart sank completely as I posed this final question. A nagging suspicion crept in. Was Jiang Bei merely attempting to deceive me, to trick me into signing a contract only to profit from my breach of it? But he had miscalculated. Li Ziru was broke. Perhaps around 100,000, Jiang Bei pondered before responding. This figure included the money made from selling milk tea yesterday and today. Otherwise, he would only have 50,000 left. This number only solidified my growing conviction. I felt a surge of anguish and began to gulp down the mineral water, consuming nearly half a bottle in one go. What's wrong? Jiang Bei asked, rising with curiosity. Don't come any closer. I reacted like a startled rabbit, jumping back. Jiang Bei looked at me as if I were a fool. After all, I was just a recent graduate, and the inevitable collapse of Dapeng was still some time away. Eventually, I would have to venture out and fend for myself. At that moment, I was merely a young man who had recently lost a stable job, unable to conceal my inner turmoil. Brother, have I ever wronged you? What enmity exists between us? I spoke, my voice trembling with emotion, and I couldn't help but break into tears. Hey, please don't cry, Jiang Bei said, momentarily taken aback. It is said that a woman's tears are her most potent weapon, yet witnessing a man cry can be equally devastating. What about my mother's illness? How will I earn money in the future? Can I just stand by helplessly while she goes without medicine, suffering? He understood my predicament. Yet he was equally constrained by the palpable lack of funds. Every penny was precious and not to be squandered. The age-old adage that a single coin can thwart a hero resonated profoundly within my plight. I possessed confidence in my talents, yet I feared my inability to earn money. Even if it were merely 1,000 a month, the discomfort of my situation was unbearable. But now, upon realizing that the lofty aspirations I held were nothing more than a deceitful illusion, I could no longer restrain my tears. Come on, let us go, Jiang Bei sighed, placing a comforting hand on my shoulder. Where to? I lifted my head, my eyes red and glistening with tears, evoking a sense of pity. I'll lend you 1,000. You've misunderstood. I'm not a fraud, Jiang Bei stated, a hint of exasperation in his tone. Not a fraud. You have just this one factory. You possess nothing, I exclaimed, my agitation rising. Yet, I have not deceived you. Whatever is lacking, I will find a way to address. At the very least, I have already spent a significant sum to secure the most challenging aspect, a factory space, haven't I? A full 100,000. Jiang Bei replied with a smile. Li Ziru fell into silence, as if he could not discern the truth from the facade presented by the man before him. Are you truly willing to advance me 1,000 yuan from my salary? Li Ziru inquired tentatively. Certainly. After all, you are the general manager of this company. Jiang Bei replied with a nod. Then why did you say otherwise before? Li Ziru pressed on. Because I only have 100,000 yuan in hand. And every cent must be spent judiciously, Jiang Bei stated with an air of indifference. You're genuinely not a fraud? Li Ziru gazed at Jiang Bei, his uncertainty palpable. Chapter 214. In 1 month, devouring the great Peng Jiang Bei playfully slapped Li Ziru on the head, feigning anger as he exclaimed. I spent 100,000 yuan renting this factory, treated you to exquisite coffee, and even helped you clean up. Was it all merely to deceive you? Big brother. Please don't be angry. Let me think for a moment, Li Ziru responded. He remained silent for an extended period before finally raising his head. That 1,000 yuan. I no longer need it. Oh, why is that? Jiang Bei asked, a hint of surprise in his voice. If you truly are not a fraud, then you must be in a difficult position now. With only 100,000 yuan left, and given how much more the factory requires, that amount is surely insufficient. Who knows where you might have to go to find additional funds, Li Ziru articulated, having grasped the essence of Jiang Bei's situation. It became clear to him that Jiang Bei was merely a young man with a bit of money, impulsively venturing into the factory business, perhaps not even a wealthy second generation, let alone someone with connections. Those with connections would not resort to such tactics to lure him in, would they? Ironically, he had fallen for Jiang Bei's nonsensical claims earlier in the afternoon, about seeing him in a crowd, and now it felt somewhat embarrassing to recall. Jiang Bei, taken aback by Li Ziru's response, found himself momentarily speechless. Once he regained his composure, he chuckled. If you let this opportunity slip by, it may never return. Wait, let me reconsider. After all, Peng just settled my wages today. But don't think about my money. It is my mother's medication for next month. Li Ziru continued. If you truly wish to run the factory, I will join you in this endeavor. Worst case, I can seek another job, for I am a university graduate. Rest assured, you shall become a billionaire with that 1% share, Jiang Bei replied with a knowing smile. Humph, Li Ziru scoffed, pursing his lips. What about the employees? A sudden realization struck Li Ziru. There is no other option. If we do not achieve results within this month, the factory will inevitably collapse, and the employees' wages will be moot. But fret not, I will reserve your 5,000 yuan, Jiang Bei remarked nonchalantly. I must be out of my mind, Li Ziru lamented, grasping his hair in frustration. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he looked at Jiang Bei, astonished. Are you truly intent on devouring Peng within a month? How will we know unless we try? Jiang Bei countered. Li Ziru found himself at a loss for words. He had always considered his thoughts to be rather audacious. Yet in comparison to this young man before him, whose age was not vastly different from his own, his ideas seemed almost childlike. What could possibly be more ludicrous than a mere shell company, devoid of any personnel, aspiring to engulf a multi-million-dollar enterprise within the span of a month? Of course, if Mr. Li had suitable acquaintances, he could certainly arrange for their involvement. However, Li Zirai repeatedly waved his hands in refusal, exclaiming, "This is out of the question. I, Li Zirai, will not engage in such deceptive schemes." His head shook vigorously, reminiscent of a rattle drum. He could no longer envision a bright future for himself. Yet he seemed to foresee the spectacle that would unfold in a month, with a throng of individuals from the factory besieging Jiang Bei, demanding their wages. What perplexed Li Zirai was that earlier in the afternoon, Jiang Bei had exhibited a level of sophistication that left him in awe. He found it hard to believe that he was dealing with someone of questionable intellect. Perhaps it was futile to comprehend. After all, he could not jeopardize his friends. As it happens, we shall head to the talent market tomorrow morning. I will accompany you to select candidates, Jiang Bei remarked with a smile. Oh, I will be at the entrance of the talent market at 8 in the morning. Li Zirai nodded in agreement. Now that he had boarded this proverbial ship of thieves, there was no turning back. Yet, a flicker of doubt lingered in his mind. Could Jiang Bei's confidence be justified? As he descended the stairs behind Jiang Bei, Li Zirai found himself lost in such musings, only to snap out of it, shaking his head vigorously. Was he also losing his sanity? Chapter 215. Can you not hold on a little longer? Later, Jiang Bei made his way to the pedestrian street to assess the performance of his milk tea shop. To his amusement, he discovered that Bai Pengju's establishment was still operational, albeit with no milk tea sold yet, though that was likely to change soon. Inside his own shop, he encountered a familiar face, Lu Li, the girl who had previously rendered Su Dongliang's face crimson. At that moment, Su Dongliang was busy preparing milk tea while Lu Li sat quietly beside him, seemingly having just arrived. It was only 5 o'clock, and the pedestrian street had yet to fill with patrons. Her early arrival might have been due to her proximity to her workplace. With both Su Guoyang and Zhang Hong present in the shop, she appeared particularly subdued, reminiscent of a daughter-in-law meeting her in-laws. She sat there like a little kitten, while Su Dongliang couldn't help but glance her way from time to time. The elder Su couple occasionally murmured to each other, indicating that Lu Li was not a stranger to the scene, as they had noted Su Dongliang's awkward demeanor whenever she was around. The milk tea preparation seems to be losing its efficiency, one might think. Brother-in-law, Su Dongliang exclaimed upon spotting Jiang Bei. Ah, Dad, Mom. Jiang Bei acknowledged them with a nod and then inquired, Dongliang, are there still sufficient milk tea supplies? This was his primary concern. If they sold out, he could amass a sum of 100,000 yuan. Not much left, just 1.5 boxes remaining. We might not even get through it tonight. Brother-in-law, will the supplies arrive tomorrow? Su Dongliang asked anxiously. They won't be arriving. I haven't ordered any milk tea supplies. Jiang Bei replied, shaking his head as he pulled out a chair to sit down. What? Su Dongliang was left utterly stunned. Brother-in-law, shall we cease our bubble tea business? Upon hearing this, Lu Li turned her head in confusion, looking towards Jiang Bei, straining to catch every word. For now, let's allow our parents to continue selling fruit bowls. After all, don't we need to supply the kindergarten at noon? We can explore other options once the Blue Sky kindergarten no longer requires our services next month. Jiang Bei replied with a smile. Why is that? Lu Li inquired. I suspect the Bai family is also venturing into the bubble tea business, and we cannot afford to compete with them. Su Dongliang, feeling deflated like a punctured balloon, found himself speechless after Jiang Bei made his decision. Even Su Guoyang and Zhang Hong, who were nearby, were taken aback by this news, yet they were reluctant to interfere in the young people's business, especially since the Bai family had relinquished this opportunity. Su Guoyang, with a more open-minded perspective, recognized that if the two families continued to clash over this business, he feared the Bai family might resort to unscrupulous tactics against these young individuals. It was better to withdraw early, especially since they had already made a decent profit. The world can indeed be quite chaotic. All right, let's get on with the bubble tea. Don't you see the crowd? Jiang Bei chuckled, giving Su Dongliang a friendly pat on the shoulder. He then pulled up a chair and sat not far from Lu Li. Are you not selling bubble tea tomorrow? Lu Li suddenly asked. Yes, we won't be selling anymore. We can't compete with them, Jiang Bei replied with a smile. How can that be? You were just so disappointed. Didn't you engage in a price war with that shop when you were selling fruit bowls? Lu Li was clearly referring to Su Dongliang. She was one of those individuals who felt that life was lacking without bubble tea for even a day. What should we do then? Engaging in a price war could easily undermine the bubble tea market, Jiang Bei responded with a nonchalant smile. I may not understand the market, but you can't just let such a good business slip away. I don't know how much you earn each day, but it must be substantial. Can't you hold on a little longer for the sake of that profit? Lu Li asked anxiously. We're not holding on anymore, Jiang Bei stretched lazily, as if he had already relinquished the idea. Lu Li pouted, feeling frustrated but lacking a legitimate standing to persuade Jiang Bei, so she simmered in silence. She dared not express her feelings too overtly, especially with Su Guoyang and Zhang Hong still present. However, I have already set up a factory. I'll have Dongliang come help me. Once the factory is up and running, it will surely offer more growth than selling bubble tea, Jiang Bei suddenly remarked. Chapter 216. A fine young woman, eh? I still don't know where you work, Jiang Bei turned to ask again. I work at the bakery behind the pedestrian street. Lu Li replied, slightly miffed. So if Su Dongliang goes to the new factory, this place will only be left to Su Guoyang and Zhang Hong. And there won't be any bubble tea, Jiang Bei observed. What do you do there? He continued, as if conducting an interrogation. I'm on the assembly line, handling packaging. She explained. Do you earn much each month? Jiang Bei inquired. Well, I receive 450 yuan a month, but I have fewer days off. I can only take 4 days off in a month. In the course of their casual conversation, Jiang Bei discovered that Lu Li had indeed completed high school, attending the finest institution in Donghai, where she excelled academically. However, during the college entrance examination, she faltered. A promising candidate for a first-tier university ultimately settling for a second-tier one, due to the presence of a younger brother. The family chose not to have her repeat the year or pursue further studies, a situation not uncommon in this era. Thus, she and Su Dongliang were of similar age. Jiang Bei was inclined to facilitate a budding connection between them, contingent upon the young lady's willingness. Are you considering a job change? I happen to be hiring. Jiang Bei inquired abruptly. Lu Li seemed taken aback for a moment, yet quickly responded with a smile. Changing jobs isn't out of the question. After all, the bread factory isn't the best place, but it depends on the salary you offer. What salary do you expect? Jiang Bei retorted. Let's set aside the salary for now. What position would he hold? Would he be on the assembly line? I noticed he works quite efficiently. Lu Li suddenly shifted the topic. For Dongliang, I plan to have him learn a bit more first, perhaps starting as an assistant general manager, Jiang Bei replied with a grin. Then I want the position of general manager. If you grant me that title, I will join you. He's clumsy and not suited for business. I can't be under his command, she countered. Weren't you just saying he worked efficiently? Jiang Bei expressed surprise. I never said that, she retorted. I could accept a role as the assistant to the general manager, as it would involve overseeing packaging, which aligns with my experience. What? An assistant? Huh. I won't go for any amount. I'm doing quite well at the bread factory, Lu Li scoffed. 1,000 a month, with weekends off, Jiang Bei proposed. Lu Li's interest was evidently piqued, yet her previous statement about not accepting any offer now seemed to cause her inner conflict. Brother-in-law, what are you discussing? Su Dongliang, taking advantage of the departure of 2 customers, glanced back to find Jiang Bei engaged in conversation with Lu Li, who appeared somewhat conflicted. Oh, nothing much. I found you an assistant, Jiang Bei replied cheerfully. I haven't agreed yet. Lu Li exclaimed suddenly, flustered. Have you made your decision yet? Jiang Bei inquired with a smile. Adept at navigating the whims of youth. Lu Li glanced at Jiang Bei's beaming face and then at the perplexed Su Dongliang, before abruptly standing up, stamping her foot, and rushing out, leaving behind the declaration, I'm only going for the money. Once outside, she seemed to remember something, hurriedly returning to retrieve her half-finished cup of milk tea. Tomorrow morning at 8, we meet at the entrance of the talent market. Understood. Lu Li confirmed. Brother-in-law, what's going on? Su Dongliang questioned, confused. Jiang Bei, indifferent to his inquiry, remarked, Dad, Mom, that might be your future daughter-in-law. I've been keeping an eye on her for several days. She's a fine young lady. I think she's quite good as well. Zhang Hong nodded in agreement. Dad, Mom, brother-in-law, Su Dongliang's face flushed crimson. Chapter 217. No young and beautiful secretary Su Dongliang had believed he had concealed his intentions quite well, yet it appeared that his facade had been completely unraveled. By the way, Jiang Bei, what was that company you just mentioned? Are we no longer pursuing the milk tea business? Su Guoyang inquired as he took a seat beside him. Indeed, I have established a factory and plan to take Dongliang along, Jiang Bei replied with a nod. I just heard you mention a position for him as vice general manager. Jiang Bei, that might not be appropriate. Su Guoyang hesitated, reflecting on the boy's qualifications. After all, he had merely graduated from a vocational school before entering the workforce. How can you speak of your own son in that manner? Su Dongliang frowned. What's wrong with you? Get back to selling milk tea. Is it still profitable? Every day counts. Su Guoyang lowered his voice. Oh, Jiang Bei chuckled. The vice general manager title isn't of much consequence. Sending him there is primarily to learn from the general manager, who is quite talented. Once we have dealt with the Bai family, we can then consider how to manage the milk tea shop, perhaps even allowing Dongliang to return to continue operating it. Su Guoyang nodded in agreement. Choosing not to elaborate further, he preferred to refrain from interfering in his children's affairs, be it business or other matters. As long as they remained safe, all would be well. Just be cautious while striving out there. Avoid taking unnecessary risks, he advised cautiously. I understand, Dad, Jiang Bei replied with a gentle nod. Following this, Su Guoyang fell silent. As for the milk tea sales, they were progressing as Su Dongliang had indicated. Before 8 o'clock, the remaining stock of milk tea ingredients had been sold out. The final 50,000 yuan in payment was now firmly in Jiang Bei's possession. Naturally, this unusual scene went unnoticed by Bai Pengwei, who had gone out to enjoy himself that evening, eagerly anticipating tomorrow's arrival of milk tea, when he could thoroughly deal with Jiang Bei. You'll have to get to work this weekend, Jiang Bei remarked with a smile as he sat on the couch beside Su Wanrong. Are you truly planning for me to be your secretary? Su Wanrong furrowed her brow, feigning discontent. It's not merely about being my secretary. You will be the board's secretary. An absolute executive within the company, Jiang Bei explained. But isn't the board just you? So am I the board's secretary, or merely your secretary? What is the difference? Yang, curious, looked at his parents and finally spoke up. Dad, one of my classmates has a similar situation. He said his parents have been arguing recently over a secretary. Is it because his mother wasn't diligent in her work as a secretary? What exactly is a secretary? Su Wanrong suddenly turned her head, her expression cautious. Jiang Bei, if I were to stop working in the future, you must not hire young and beautiful girls as secretaries. Jiang Bei was momentarily taken aback before bursting into laughter. What are you thinking? Rest assured, even if I were to betray the world, I would never betray you, he said softly. Yuck, Dad, that's embarrassing. Yang stuck out his tongue. Su Wanrong's face flushed with embarrassment. She scolded, what nonsense are you saying? The child is right here. She wondered what the child could possibly know. Jiang Bei chuckled at the exchange. Today, I ventured to the vicinity of Daping and encountered an individual of considerable intellect. Jiang Bei recounted today's events, sharing amusing anecdotes about how he had deceived Li Ziru, which elicited a gentle laugh from Su Wanrong. However, after a moment of contemplation, she furrowed her brow, expressing concern that if the factory's development faltered, Li Ziru might lose his job, jeopardizing his ability to earn money for his mother's medication. Rest assured, I shall not disappoint anyone again, he assured her. Su Wanrong opened her mouth, seemingly inclined to voice further thoughts, yet ultimately nodded in affirmation. Chapter 218. 600 a month. Su Wanrong was acutely aware of the extent of Jiang Bei's preparations to establish this enterprise. Beyond the rent for the factory space, he was left with merely 100,000 yuan. With such a limited sum, aside from contending with the Bai family's fierce price competition, procuring the necessary production line equipment, raw materials, and compensating the workers posed significant challenges. Nevertheless, she refrained from questioning him. Since Jiang Bei had resolved from the outset to utilize this money to launch the factory, she had chosen not to interfere, in fact, to support him. She had resigned from her position at the chemical fiber factory and would no longer harbor doubts about his intentions. Her utmost support lay in his aspirations, and she was unwavering in her belief that he could realize them. All she could offer was steadfast faith in him, ready to assist whenever he required help, no matter how trivial it might seem. Yet, Jiang Bei still found himself unable to enter Su Wanrong's room. This seemed to weigh heavily on his mind. However, given their agreement to devour the Bai family before sharing a residence, he felt no need to force the issue. He cherished this hard-won relationship as much as Su Wanrong did. The following morning, after breakfast with Su Wanrong and Yang, she took her daughter to kindergarten while Jiang Bei made his way to the talent market at the eastern edge of the city. He had arranged to meet Li Ziru here at 8 o'clock. During the days when he could not afford a mobile phone, he made do with whatever means available. Naturally, Lu Li also arrived that morning. Good morning. Jiang Bei greeted the two individuals standing at the entrance with a smile. Good morning, Director Jiang. Li Ziru replied with a wry smile, sporting noticeable dark circles under his eyes from a restless night of contemplation. No matter how he thought about it, he felt trapped. He no longer viewed Jiang Bei as a fraud. After all, since they had agreed upon a salary of 5,000 yuan, he had no further concerns. However, he now regarded Jiang Bei as somewhat foolish. Isn't it a workday? Why have you brought me to the talent market? Lu Li inquired, not one to be easily fooled. As it was Wednesday, she should have been at work, but she had taken a timely leave to uncover the truth of the situation. Nevertheless, driven by her trust in Su Dongliang, she had made up her mind. If this endeavor proved viable, she would join them here, especially since the salary was more attractive. This is Li Ziru, Lu Li remarked, casting a surprised glance at him. It was no exaggeration to say that Lu Li was quite the beauty, with a distinctive and endearing charm. A newcomer. Jiang Bei smiled as he spoke, but as Li Ziru displayed a look of confusion, Jiang Bei added, my sister-in-law. The assistant to the vice president. I knew Li Ziru would struggle to continue the conversation. Who is your sister-in-law? In the absence of the Su family elders and Su Dongliang, Lu Li revealed her assertive side, ruthlessly exposing Jiang Bei's deception. Then do you not wish to be my sister-in-law? Jiang Bei asked, somewhat surprised. What does it matter to you? She muttered softly, yet fell silent, seemingly aware that regardless of the banter or any other form of exchange, she could not compete with this man, whom even Su Dongliang mentioned daily. In just a few exchanges, the conversation revolved around how impressive my brother-in-law is. What shall we do now? Li Zhiwei could not help but inquire. Recruit people. It's hard to find a three-legged frog, but there are plenty of two-legged individuals. Jiang Bei chuckled, then retrieved a sign from his securely locked tricycle. New food factory hiring on the assembly line. Monthly salary 600. 600. At the sight of that number, even Lu Li gasped in astonishment. Employees at places like the synthetic fiber factory barely earn 500 a month. And such ordinary jobs are generally easy to perform, albeit tedious. However, 600 exceeded Lu Li's comprehension. Previously, at the bakery, she only earned 450 a month. And that was due to her quick hands and feet. In contrast, when Li Zhiwei saw that figure, his mouth twitched uncontrollably. Chapter 219, Hiring Employees. Was Jiang Bei truly prepared to abandon all restraint? Did he genuinely intend to lure employees with such a salary? Come on, what are you dawdling for? Just put up the sign. There will surely be people. Before Jiang Bei could finish his sentence, a middle-aged woman approached. Young man, what is this about hiring on the assembly line for 600 a month? The food factory works from 8 to 6 with weekends off. Jiang Bei replied with a smile. No, we're not scammers. How can there be an assembly line offering such a high salary? It's a new factory, and they need talent desperately. Once they have enough staff, getting in will be a challenge. Let me introduce you. This is our company's general manager, who has come personally to recruit today. Is there any doubt? General manager? You're the boss? The woman turned to Li Zhiwei, who wore a bewildered expression, his smile strained. I'm just a worker. Oh, you're also a worker? Then what is your salary as a general manager? The woman inquired. 5,000, Li Zhiwei replied, glancing at Jiang Bei, whose gaze bore an intimidating undertone, yet he answered resolutely. It seems this factory is quite prosperous. Count me in. The woman exclaimed eagerly. All right. The factory is located in the north of the city, called Xinyang Food Factory. Just gather there at 8 tomorrow morning. The official start date is next Monday. So there's no rush. Sure. The woman nodded cheerfully and left without entering the talent market any further. This scene immediately attracted the attention of several onlookers, who gathered around, drawn to the conspicuous sign beside Jiang Bei. Assembly line, 600. A sudden exclamation erupted from the crowd, followed by a flurry of inquiries regarding the specifics. Jiang Bei, however, lacked the patience to elucidate matters under the sweltering sun and instead relished the sight of things progressing smoothly from his shaded perch nearby. Alas, it was poor Li Zhiwei who bore the brunt of this charade. He was acutely aware that the entire affair was a deception, yet he felt compelled to assist Jiang Bei in this endeavor. Admittedly, his performance was rather clumsy, but such a production line attracted workers of a similar caliber, desperate for mundane employment. In these times, companies frequently succumb to closure, leaving a multitude of workers to wander aimlessly without jobs. The concerns of these individuals were simple. First, was there truly a factory? Second, was the salary advertised on the sign real? Both assertions were indeed factual, and even Li Zhiwei could not contest them. However, he was at a loss to describe the state of the factory, and he harbored grave doubts about Jiang Bei's ability to disperse the promised 600 yuan to employees a month later. He believed there was a 99% chance that the wages would remain unpaid. Nevertheless, he found himself swept up in Jiang Bei's fervor. Resigned to the situation, what if it actually succeeded? By midday, they had successfully recruited 500 workers, sufficiently staffing the production line. Furthermore, Jiang Bei had brought on board 5 experienced managers, curiously lacking impressive academic credentials and not particularly young. This left Li Zhiwei somewhat perplexed. If Jiang Bei was not prioritizing academic achievements, why bestow upon him the position of general manager? Why adopt such a strategy in hiring other managers? Was this not contradictory? As for the departments that required oversight, Jiang Bei had yet to find suitable personnel. The company had just commenced operations, and the business would not be overwhelmingly busy at the outset. The immediate priority was to get the production line operational, with the remaining positions to be filled gradually. Moreover, if they could successfully absorb Dapeng, would not the talent there be at Jiang Bei's discretion? As noon approached, Bai Pengwei headed to the pedestrian street with supplies for his milk tea. Today marked the commencement of sales for his pearl milk tea. He was even prepared for a price war. Yet, upon arriving at the pedestrian street, he found himself utterly bewildered. At the corner store, a throng had gathered. But the scene was peculiar. Despite the midday hour, there were hardly any customers. Even those milling about showed no intent to purchase milk tea. Shortly thereafter, several delivery trucks from nearby kindergartens arrived to collect their daily orders of fruit bowls, closing the shop in the process. Bai Pengwei rubbed his eyes in disbelief and hurried over. Indeed, the store was shut. To claim there were personal matters at home could not justify a midday closure for fruit bowls, could it? The shop had been open, yet was now refusing to conduct business. What logic was this? A crowd lingered outside, creating a cacophony. What was going on with this milk tea shop? Why had it closed today? I have just arrived, and I was contemplating indulging in a cup of milk tea. I noticed that the uncle from the Su family had just departed on his bicycle. Did he just close the door? Has something happened? Will they still be open tomorrow? I hope they haven't been shut down again. That shop in the street truly lacks integrity. They only resort to such despicable tactics. Indeed, previously, when one shop sold fruit desserts, the other followed suit, and now that they see milk tea being sold, they have become envious once more. Let us refrain from speculation. I just arrived and overheard the uncle mention that they will temporarily cease operations. What? They are halting such a lucrative business? Why is that? Is it true that that shop intends to sell milk tea? That shouldn't be the case. Didn't these two shops previously engage in a price war to attract customers? Could it be that they can no longer compete? During the fruit dessert phase, they were selling at a loss. Bai Pengwei had listened for quite a while and finally grasped the situation. It seems that Jiang Bei, having learned from an unknown source that he too would sell milk tea, decided to stop business entirely, fleeing the scene. If this is the case, then the business of both fruit desserts and milk tea would belong entirely to him. It feels as if he is living in a dream. Bai Pengwei pinched his own face gently. It hurt. He had initially thought it would take a long time to outmaneuver Jiang Bei and completely absorb the foot traffic of the pedestrian street. But now, an even more exhilarating prospect had emerged. Jiang Bei had even lost the courage to engage in a price war with him. He hurried back to his shop, discarded the sign he had prepared to lower the milk tea prices, and quickly retrieved his phone to call Bai Pengju. Brother, has the milk tea arrived? What is the situation? Bai Pengju asked without any surprise. Brother, Jiang Bei has backed down. Bai Pengwei exclaimed with excitement. What do you mean, backed down? Bai Pengju was momentarily perplexed. Jiang Bei has fled. He has ceased operations. Today, upon seeing me selling milk tea, he immediately closed his shop and stopped doing business. He backed down, unwilling to engage in a price war with us. Now, all the customers on the pedestrian street are mine. Both fruit desserts and milk tea can only be sold by us. Oh, is there such good fortune? Bai Pengju was evidently taken aback for a moment, then burst into laughter. I thought Jiang Bei had some capabilities, but it turns out he is merely a coward. This is for the best. It saves us from continuing to play his game. However, he does have a bit of money now. Let us see what his next move will be. I intend to force this waste to reveal himself in Donghai. By the way, this weekend, Donghai will host a commercial gala, and all the prominent figures in Donghai will attend, many of whom are from the business association. Make sure to tidy yourself up. I will take you along. I was initially considering inviting Jiang Bei as well, but that is no longer necessary. Bai Pengju sneered. He is nothing more than a clown. Wait, brother. Let him come too. He is Boss Jiang after all. Bai Pengwei's smile grew wider. Shall I inquire of him then? Ha. Chapter 221. Jiang Bei's consolation. I genuinely wish to see what kind of demeanor Jiang Bei will exhibit upon attending. Bai Pengwei also laughed, as if he could already envision the scene he most desired to witness. The proprietor Jiang, who resorted to unscrupulous means to shutter his establishment, might find himself utterly out of place at such a gathering, shouldn't he? Meanwhile, Bai Pengju gradually tempered his mirth and remarked, away. Do temper your demeanor when the time comes. Bai Pengwei could not refrain from inquiring, brother, what manner of individuals attend this commercial banquet you speak of? The fact that his elder brother felt compelled to caution him indicated that this event would undoubtedly be anything but trivial. I cannot say for certain, but to my knowledge, the attendees are titans of the business world, and alongside members of the business association, there will be executives from state-owned enterprises. Therefore, do exercise caution once you arrive. It is my first time attending an event of such caliber as well, yet the benefits are numerous, and you shall come to understand this in due time. Bai Pengju advised. I understand, brother. Bai Pengwei felt his heart racing with anticipation. All right, let us not dwell on this. I have matters to attend to. The recruitment at the talent market is nearly concluded. Elder brother, what exactly are your intentions? Li Zhiwei inquired patiently. Jiang Bei's stipulations had not yet pushed Li Zhiwei to the brink of desperation. Otherwise, it would not be surprising if he were to act impulsively. Little did he anticipate that accompanying Jiang Bei at the talent market for an entire morning equated to a solitary day spent under the sun, culminating in a meager lunch of 2 plates of dishes from a roadside eatery, none even containing minced meat. After a morning of labor, Lu Li, who had been reduced to free labor, had already departed. Dining in this stifling little restaurant was far less appealing than returning home to enjoy a breeze from the electric fan. Yet, Li Zhiwei found himself trapped. He had not dared to inform his family that he had resigned from his job, fearing it would cause them undue distress. Did you not see? The recruitment has concluded today, and work commences next Monday. Jiang Bei chuckled awkwardly. You have secured personnel, but what of the equipment? The raw materials? Do you expect them to conjure snacks from thin air? Li Zhiwei's mind was filled with questions. Moreover, my dear Jiang, surely you must have some semblance of a plan? You did not present it this way when you lured me yesterday. If, a month from now, you cannot consume Dupont, will you truly withhold employee wages? Have you resolved to flee? Candidly, he stated, to dislodge Dupont, which dominates the market, through mere price wars at the terminal sales level. I cannot conceive of any alternative approach. Li Zhiwei had pondered this overnight. Although he worked on product development at Dupont, he had attended university and studied management, thus possessing a fair understanding of the market. Indeed, no other methods existed, yet Jiang must not have heard a particular adage, which he found profoundly insightful. Jiang Bei, engrossed in his meal, absent-mindedly picked up a piece of dried tofu, seemingly indifferent to Li Zhiwei's grievances. What adage? Li Zhiwei instinctively inquired, mentally bracing himself. No matter what Jiang Bei might utter, he resolved never to believe him again. These past couple of days had rendered him a fool. Yet, he could not help but admire Jiang Bei. Regardless of the folly or recklessness that might cloud his judgment, Jiang Bei boldly dared to invest 200,000. Establishing a factory. This was the audacity he could only look up to. Such a person, once successful, would be truly formidable. Li Zhiwei furrowed his brow. After Jiang Bei swallowed the dry tofu, he wiped his mouth with a napkin, then lifted his gaze to meet Li Zhiwei's conflicted expression, and slowly remarked, when the boat reaches the bridge, it will naturally straighten. When the cart arrives at the mountain, a road will surely appear. Following his words, Jiang Bei grinned, clearly not convinced by his own childish platitudes. Li Zhiwei stared at Jiang Bei, rendered speechless. He could hardly believe that someone with the audacity to stake 200,000 would utter such a phrase. Was this meant to reassure him? Or was it an invitation to despair? Chapter 222. What kind of family is this? Having said all this, Jiang Bei paid no further attention to him, continuing to focus on his meal, as he had other matters to attend to in the afternoon. Observing this, Li Zhiwei found himself at a loss. He had already mentally categorized this unreliable individual into his blacklist. Nonetheless, he had promised that the 5,000 yuan salary would be dispersed, and absent any alternatives. He found it difficult to place his hopes on someone like Jiang Bei. Embracing a mindset of indifference toward this job and the difficulty of finding another, he resigned himself to the situation. What are you planning to do about the assembly line equipment? You've hired 500 people. He pressed. Will the remaining 100,000 be enough to purchase new equipment? Oh no, I mean 95,000, since you promised to reserve my salary. Halfway through the meal, Li Zhiwei inquired once more, as he realized that with no way out, he would have to tackle the immediate predicament bit by bit. Jiang Bei looked up, somewhat surprised by his persistence. No wonder you're a self-made magnate. Your mindset is commendable. Most would have thrown in the towel by now, Jiang Bei thought to himself. 100,000 certainly isn't sufficient to install a whole new set of factory equipment. What are you thinking? We aim to build a factory as large as Dupont. Jiang Bei chuckled. Li Zhiwei found himself at a loss for words, even contemplating the idea of simply coasting through. But we could purchase secondhand. He retorted. What kind of household is this? Still yearning to buy new equipment with such a meager sum? Li Zhiwei suddenly raised his head. There's a food factory in Liuzhou that's south about to close down. You can come with me tomorrow to help transport the equipment. By the time we make the round trip, it will surely be Friday, Jiang Bei said with a smile. How do you know this? Li Zhiwei asked, bewildered. Does it matter? Jiang Bei replied. Liuzhou, the home of Yang Jiao's family, had indeed stirred quite a commotion when this food factory announced its impending closure. The connection between Jiang Bei's knowledge and the subsequent downfall of Dupont was significant, as the closure of this food factory was largely orchestrated by the Yang family behind the scenes. The Yang family has recognized that the market for children's food in Donghai remains largely untapped. To penetrate this market, they must possess significant leverage. And the most expedient way to acquire a well-established food factory is through acquisition. However, why did the Yang family wait several months to make their move? The answer lies with the factory itself. The owner of this food factory is indeed a formidable character. After the Yang family orchestrated its bankruptcy, he resolutely dismantled all the equipment and sold it as scrap metal, thus thwarting the Yang family's opportunity for a bargain acquisition. At that time, it was common knowledge in Liuzhou that the Yang family was behind the factory's downfall, and their intentions were as transparent as the day. Who would dare to purchase second-hand production line equipment without incurring the Yang family's wrath? The owner's ruthless decision left the Yang family without a complete factory, compelling them to take additional time for preparations. Now, Jiang Bei aims to seize the opportunity presented by the impending closure of the factory to intercept the Yang family's efforts. Had he not been aware of this situation, Jiang Bei would not have ventured out with only 200,000 to establish a factory. Nor would he have allowed the factory to remain idle for such an extended period before commencing operations. Li Ziru, after a moment of contemplation, finally uttered 2 words. That's impressive. If they are considering second-hand equipment, that should suffice, he added. Approximately 30,000 should be adequate. So inexpensive? Li Ziru's eyes widened in disbelief. Surely, that is preferable to selling scrap metal? Jiang Bei chuckled awkwardly and uttered a phrase that Li Ziru did not quite grasp. Have you gathered all the necessary information? Pretty much, Jiang Bei replied with a smile. Chapter 223. Serving tea and water. Li Ziru's rare inclination to take things easy was shattered by Jiang Bei's casual remarks. He began to wonder if this young man had not acted impulsively in starting a factory. Did he possess the capability to absorb doping? But then, a shiver ran down his spine, making him question whether he was celebrating prematurely. What about your raw materials? Li Ziru posed the next question. According to my estimates, it will take at least half a month to receive payment from suppliers. How can you possibly make a profit in that time? He continued. Moreover, as a new factory, why would suppliers be willing to provide you with raw materials up front? Having enjoyed a hearty lunch, Jiang Bei was pleased to share a few insights with this not yet emerged business magnate. It's simple. There are numerous raw material companies. If one is unwilling, we can simply switch to another. If we can't find any, then we might as well close up shop and forget about starting a factory altogether, Jiang Bei replied rather brusquely. Li Ziru offered a sheepish smile, realizing that his previous concern seemed somewhat foolish. However, your other point is valid regarding the payment issue. Yet, half a month is still sufficient, he conceded. What about pricing? Besides offering discounts to end distributors, how do you plan to compete with Dapeng in the market? Can you ensure that your products will be more popular than theirs? They are an established factory with years of reputation, well recognized by children. Li Ziru could not help but interject. A price war is inevitable. As for everything else, haven't I mentioned? Where there's a will, there's a way. Why dwell on it so much? Doesn't that tire you? Jiang Bei retorted. As a proprietor, I hardly take your musings into consideration. Jiang Bei stood up with a smile. Boss, let's settle the bill. With plans to depart for Liuzhou the following afternoon, Jiang Bei had no inclination to engage in business matters during the remaining half of the day. He had already completed his necessary tasks. To fully operationalize the assembly line, it would inevitably have to wait until Monday. Although the aspiration to consume Dapeng within a month appeared somewhat unrealistic, Jiang Bei had never fought a battle without assurance. Every endeavor was not confined to the present moment. Everything resided in his mind, enriched by 2 decades of commercial experience. Countless business cases had become tools to numb himself through countless nights. With a starting capital of 200,000 already secured, the task was far from daunting. In the afternoon, after picking up Yang, he took the mother and daughter directly to the Su family. Naturally, he purchased a fine bottle of liquor and some prepared food beforehand. Su Wanrong was genuinely delighted, as this simple and harmonious life was what she had always yearned for. Meanwhile, Yang missed her grandparents after several days apart. Why bring all these things? You could have given me a heads up. Zhang Hong feigned dissatisfaction. Upon seeing the liquor in Jiang Bei's hand, Su Guoyang could not help but chuckle. Next time, just bring some wine. If you want to eat something, let your mother prepare it in advance, he remarked with a smile, then muttered softly under his breath, just a bit of wine will suffice. He was quite strictly managed at home by Zhang Hong. This business can be abandoned at a whim. I'm feeling a bit out of sorts today, Zhang Hong expressed. I even prepared a fruit salad for the kindergarten this noon, Jiang Bei. When will the shop reopen? She lamented. A day without work makes me feel like I'm rusting. No rush to reopen. You two should take a good rest at home. It'll be only a month at most. Brother-in-law, how is your factory doing? Is that Luli really going to work? Su Dongliang feigned indifference despite his clear anticipation. Very well. Remember to come to my house at 7:30 tomorrow morning. We'll head to the factory together and tidy up the office building, Jiang Bei replied cheerfully. Great, great. Su Guoyang nodded with a smile. Let Dongliang accompany you. He can learn a lot. Father, what is so great about it? Jiang Bei wants me to be his secretary. I resigned from the chemical fiber factory, only to serve him tea and water. Su Wanrong pouted. Oh, haha. I don't care about your little couple-s affairs. If you've resigned from the chemical fiber factory, then so be it, Su Guoyang chuckled. The family shared a hearty laugh, especially Su Dongliang, who couldn't help but imagine Lu Li serving him tea in the future. Chapter 224. The company established, is it merely to serve you tea and water? Jiang Bei grasped Su Wanrong's hand. Observing her hand, which should have been delicate, but bore numerous scars from years of labor on the assembly line. He felt a pang of sympathy. Su Wanrong did not resist. Although her face displayed a hint of dissatisfaction regarding the position, the joy in her eyes was unmistakable. You will be the board's secretary. Your years of experience at the chemical fiber factory will undoubtedly be advantageous. When the time comes, please assist me in monitoring the assembly line and overseeing production. We must ensure that those individuals do not merely collect their salaries without contributing. If it weren't for me, Wanrong would now be the deputy director sitting in an office. Jiang Bei chuckled awkwardly. Why say such things? Su Wanrong playfully chided. Brother-in-law, what about me? Am I not the deputy general manager? What is the purpose of my position? Su Dongliang quickly inquired. Your role is to learn. Tomorrow you will meet the general manager. So take the opportunity to learn from him. In the future, you will be able to manage independently, Jiang Bei replied. As for what you will do, you will help me with finance. Your previous work with the financials for the fruit dessert and milk tea was commendable. Jiang Bei smiled. The fruit dessert was a small business. I could easily calculate daily sales. But with such a large factory, I wouldn't dare to make arbitrary decisions. Su Dongliang promptly shook his head in refusal. No worries, just do it with confidence. Jiang Bei gently patted Su Dongliang's shoulder. Su Wanrong, however, felt somewhat perplexed. Although such tasks are typically assigned to women due to their meticulous nature, she considered that overseeing the assembly line might suit her better. So she refrained from contesting the financial responsibilities. The reasoning behind assigning Su Dongliang to manage finances instead of Su Wanrong was rather straightforward. To outmaneuver Depeng, the first step is to eliminate the Bei family's presence in the market. This endeavor is undoubtedly challenging, as Depeng holds an almost monopolistic position in the local children's food industry in Donghai. To displace such a dominant force, as Li Ziru stated, a price war must be waged. Indeed, this is the only path available, with no alternatives. A price war entails significant financial expenditure, especially with the factory just commencing operations and bulk shipments underway. Not only is profitability unlikely, but the extent of potential losses remains an unpredictable figure. Jiang Bei feared that if Su Wanrong were to see these accounts, she might become anxious. As for Su Dongliang, his greatest asset is his carefree nature. As long as he receives timely reassurance and clear communication, everything will be manageable. After all, this young man has been engaged in business with the Bei family since the fruit dessert venture, navigating both profitable and loss-making enterprises. He should be able to endure. Moreover, the person managing finances must be someone he trusts implicitly. Given the company's precarious early stage, if anyone were to engage in greed, it could deplete the meager profits and bring the factory perilously close to closure. In the early phase of the company, and during the critical mid-stage of stable development, the emergence of any fraudulent activity must be avoided. Jiang Bei smiled as he looked at Su Dongliang. Brother-in-law, shall I take on this role? If I cannot comprehend the accounts, you cannot hold it against me. Su Dongliang expressed with hesitation. Go ahead, do it boldly. If it does not work out, I can always sell you to settle the debts, Jiang Bei replied with a grin. The following morning, Su Dongliang rose early and arrived at Jiang Bei's home, as he had arranged with the employees to gather at the company by 8 o'clock. Thus, he needed to ensure that Yang Yang was delivered to kindergarten promptly. Subsequently, Jiang Bei, along with Su Wanrong and Su Dongliang, proceeded to the factory in the northern part of the city. The company sign that was ordered has been completed and is now affixed at the entrance, draped in red cloth, awaiting its unveiling by Jiang Bei today. Upon witnessing the grandeur of the factory, even with his mental preparation, Su Dongliang could not help but draw in a sharp breath. Beside him, Su Wanrong also wore an expression of astonishment. Selling fruit desserts and milk tea may yield considerable profits, yet they merely constitute small business ventures. However, this factory, teeming with bustling individuals, signifies the initiation of a substantial enterprise. Chapter 225. Chaos unfolds. Why are there so many people, brother-in-law? How many employees have you hired? Su Dongliang inquired, a hint of anxiety evident in his voice. The thought of soon becoming the company's vice president left him feeling somewhat dizzy. Jiang Bei, is this truly your factory? Su Wanrong instinctively grasped Jiang Bei's arm. Amidst the simultaneous inquiries from the siblings, Jiang Bei chose to respond to Su Wanrong first. Indeed, all the necessary paperwork is ready, and we can commence operations next Monday, he affirmed with a nod, subsequently addressing Su Dongliang's question. I've hired 500 assembly line workers. 500. Su Dongliang was taken aback. Brother-in-law, what will the monthly payroll for these workers amount to? 600 yuan a month? Without offering better compensation, how can one possibly recruit so many? Jiang Bei replied with a smile. Well, 600 yuan means a monthly wage of 300,000. Do you have the funds to pay them, brother-in-law? Su Dongliang asked, his face reflecting shock. Su Wanrong's expression shifted as she registered Su Dongliang's words. Rest assured, I have my methods, Jiang Bei responded casually. You must not engage in illegal activities, Su Wanrong cautioned softly. I'll do my best, Jiang Bei winked, his tone half joking. Su Wanrong's eyes widened, clearly disapproving of his jest. At that moment, a voice broke through the tension. Director Jiang, Li Ziru, who had arrived early at the company and was anxiously awaiting Jiang Bei's arrival, brightened at the sight of him, relieved that he had come. Jiang Bei mentally commended Li Ziru. Regardless of the factory's future, the assistance he provided today was worth 5,000 yuan alone. Otherwise, it would have been challenging to explain to Su Wanrong how to manage payroll, though he claimed he would outdo De Peng within a month, excluding the costs for equipment. The price war had yet to commence, and his company might already be on the brink of bankruptcy. Thus, he needed to devise strategies to secure external funding. My esteemed Chairman Jiang, you have finally arrived, Li Ziru exclaimed, hurrying over, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, uncertain whether it was from the heat or his anxiety. Wanrong, Dongliang, allow me to introduce you. This is our company's general manager, Li Ziru. This is my brother-in-law, Su Dongliang. Please guide him. And this is my wife, Su Wanrong, Jiang Bei introduced nonchalantly. Li Ziru merely cast a cursory glance at Su Dongliang, nodding slightly without uttering a word. Regarding the somewhat excessive Su Dongliang, he inwardly mused that indeed, it was only through connections that one could arrive here. As for Su Wanrong, apart from her beauty, he found little to commend. The notion of currying favor with the boss's relatives was beyond him. His purpose for being here was solely to earn money. If the company were to go bankrupt, it would bear no consequence for him. He would simply take what was rightfully his. Director Jiang, the situation among the employees over there is rather chaotic. You should hasten over to ascertain what is amiss. They just ventured into the factory and found it completely empty, now doubting whether they have been deceived. Li Ziru expressed with urgency. I have explained myself, yet they refuse to listen, insisting they must see the boss. I shall take a look, Jiang Bei replied, his expression unchanging, his tone calm. Wanrong, Dongliang, please proceed to the office building and wait for me. I have other matters to attend to this afternoon. With that, Jiang Bei followed Li Ziru towards the factory. At the factory entrance, a considerable crowd had gathered, their voices raised in uproar. However, Su Dongliang and Su Wanrong did not heed Jiang Bei's words. They trailed behind and approached as well. Director Jiang, please observe. I have explained that the machinery will arrive on Friday, and operations will commence next Monday. But it is of no use, Li Ziru insisted. Chapter 226. There will be no delay in pay. What a wretched place. They claimed we were coming to work on the assembly line. Yet where is the assembly line? Am I blind or what? Damn it. I sensed something was off the moment I arrived this morning. This dismal company is a farce. The weeds are still towering high. Are we here to work on the assembly line or to play janitors? Where's the equipment? Where's the boss? That general manager is utterly useless. Merely another cog in the machine. What good is he? Where's the boss? Didn't he say he would be here this morning? Li General Manager, where's the boss? Is this young man the boss? At last, someone in the crowd caught sight of Li Ziru and the young man beside him. Silence. I am the owner of this company. If you have inquiries, direct them to me. Anyone who dares to raise their voice again, consider themselves dismissed, Jiang Bei declared sternly. In an instant, the previously raucous crowd grew silent, as if a sudden downpour had extinguished a roaring fire. One by one, the employees turned to Jiang Bei, their expressions filled with suspicion. Finally, a young man stepped forward. Are you the owner of this factory? I am, Jiang Bei replied in a low tone. You hired us as assembly line workers. Yet where is the assembly line? Where is the equipment? Why is there nothing here? Are you deceiving us? The employees began to murmur once more, though their chatter was far more subdued, for the boss stood before them. How intriguing. What exactly do you believe I have deceived you about? Jiang Bei suddenly chuckled coldly. Have I extorted any money from you? Perhaps you merely covered the bus fare? If anyone feels deceived, you are free to leave, and I will reimburse your fare. Is it that Li General Manager's explanation was unclear? Let me make this clear. From today onwards, should anyone dare defy Li General Manager's instructions, do not expect any leniency from me. After Jiang Bei finished speaking, he made no indication of leaving, for the wages here were indeed high, catering to those who labored. What has he got, anyway? Someone mumbled quietly. You leave this place. Jiang Bei pointed decisively. What is wrong with me? The man raised his head defiantly, his lean frame accentuated by bleached hair. Nothing much. But our company does not require disobedient employees, Jiang Bei replied with indifference. Get lost. Su Wanrong gazed in a daze at the man's back, feeling a twinge of discomfort. Sister, was brother-in-law like this before? Su Dongliang inquired. Su Wanrong shook her head gently without answering. I feel like brother-in-law has changed so much. He used to be quite affable when he was running the business in the shop. It's different now. As a factory leader, if he doesn't exert some authority, how can he manage the subordinates? Your brother-in-law is establishing his dominance over General Manager Li. Didn't you see how the employees disregarded even the General Manager's words? Su Wanrong murmured softly. Su Dongliang nodded, unable to contain his admiration. Sister, brother-in-law is so imposing now, truly resembling a big boss. When will I ever be like him? Why think so much? You're still quite young. Focus on learning from General Manager Li, Su Wanrong advised, her gaze unwavering, though a flicker of concern briefly crossed her eyes. Under Jiang Bei's pressure, the man with bleached hair eventually left, as he was merely a petty thug who had decided to work. In this era, ordinary people fear the unruly, while the unruly fear the wealthy. After the dismissal of one audacious individual, no one dared to murmur about General Manager Li any longer. The informal opening ceremony could finally proceed. Jiang Bei stood before the 500 employees and declared loudly, first and foremost, the Xinjiang Food Limited Liability Company is officially open today. I am offering salaries and benefits that surpass even those of state-owned enterprises in the entire Donghai region. And I hope each of you will take this job seriously. As for the matter most concerning to you all, the assembly line equipment will arrive on Friday. And on Monday, when you start work, further arrangements will be made. Lastly, rest assured, I, Jiang Bei, will not fail to pay your wages. Chapter 227. Jiang Bei's words were earnest and sincere. At least these 500 employees no longer harbored doubts about this seemingly unimpressive factory. They had not been deceived in such a manner before. Those who fail to pay wages are typically on the brink of collapse. But they had never heard of a newly opened factory unable to pay its employees. Meanwhile, Li Zhiwei, standing to the side, could not help but press his forehead in disbelief. He was well aware of Jiang Bei's true nature and understood that Jiang Bei could not even afford to pay for raw materials, let alone engage in a price war. Moreover, he lacked the ability to secure a bank loan, while the Peng's side could at least mortgage the factory if pushed to the brink. What could they possibly contend with? Indeed, Li Zhiwei harbored a sense of gratitude towards Jiang Bei for helping him establish his authority today. A manager's greatest fear is not the employee's occasional idleness, for such thoughts are common among them. However, disobedience poses a far more significant issue. Once the opening ceremony concluded, the newly appointed managers gathered in the office for a meeting. The agenda revolved around the perennial topic of task delegation. Lu Li, having previously worked on the assembly line, was assigned to report to Su Wanrong, overseeing production matters. After their departure, only Jiang Bei and Su Wanrong remained in the room. In the afternoon, Jiang Bei suddenly announced, I have to step out with Director Li for a trip to Liuzhou, and we should return by Friday. Su Wanrong furrowed her brow slightly, inquiring, will you be gone for 2 days? Yes, we need to procure assembly line equipment. It should take no more than 2 days, Jiang Bei replied softly. Things will get quite busy. Once production begins, Yangyang may need to trouble your parents. If you find yourself with little to do here, feel free to leave early to pick up our daughter. Your workload isn't too heavy, and Lu Li and Dongliang can manage for a bit longer. Acknowledging him with a nod, Su Wanrong pressed her lips together. Jiang Bei reached out a hand, hesitating before withdrawing it. Yet Su Wanrong had already embraced him. Jiang Bei felt a moment of stiffness, but he reciprocated the embrace, his heart feeling a sense of calm. Take care of yourself while you're away, she said, looking up at him with her bright, almond-shaped eyes filled with tenderness. You need not worry about Yangyang. I can take good care of her. Moreover, her words trailed off as Jiang Bei silenced her with a kiss. Her eyes widened in surprise, and instinctively she pushed him away, taking a few steps back. The fleeting contact flushed her cheeks, and her involuntary reaction stirred a pang of regret within her. You are becoming too bold. Jiang Bei stood still, scratching his head and grinning foolishly, a stark contrast to the imposing figure he had been moments before. Fool, Su Wanrong playfully chided. Just like last time. You must call me in the evening when you arrive. I will, he assured her, nodding attentively, undeterred by her gentle admonitions. After a few more reminders from Su Wanrong, Jiang Bei suddenly asked, Are you finished? She nodded, but before she knew it, he pulled her into an embrace once more, kissing her fervently. He greedily sought to extract every ounce of the pent-up emotions that had accumulated over the past 2 decades. Yet, Su Wanrong did not resist. She gently held him, her face gradually flushing deeper shades of crimson. After a prolonged moment, she exclaimed, What are you doing in broad daylight? Breathless, she exerted all her strength to push him away, feeling utterly weakened. Wife, I must take my leave. Jiang Bei chuckled as he opened the door to depart. Chapter 228. The urgency of intelligence. Su Wanrong parted her lips, only to exhale a soft sigh in the end. This was not the first time Jiang Bei had to leave for a few days due to business, yet she felt a twinge of reluctance. Jiang Bei shared the same sentiment. Throughout his life, he had only lived for two names, Su Wanrong and Yang. Consequently, he was determined to provide all the finest things in the world for these two women. However, he required funds for this endeavor. He aspired for Yang not to be just the daughter of an ordinary family, and for Su Wanrong to be spared from the ridicule and disdain of the affluent. Mr. Jiang, you may come out now. Outside the door, Li Zhiwei was pacing anxiously. Upon seeing Jiang Bei emerge, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. What is the rush? Did we not agree to leave in the afternoon? Jiang Bei inquired, somewhat perplexed. Mr. Jiang, are you even here to conduct business? Aren't you anxious about this matter? Wouldn't it be better to head out early for more possibilities? How can you be so sure that the owner of that food factory won't sell the equipment to someone else today? If I were you, I would be waiting at his doorstep every day, Li Zhiwei exclaimed, his urgency palpable. Jiang Bei silently reasoned that the owner had not yet reached a point of no return. Let us go. It's better to arrive at the right moment than too early. I feel it's still too soon for us. Jiang Bei chuckled awkwardly. Mr. Jiang. Li Zhiwei stomped his foot in frustration. So what do we do now? Let us head to the train station. We'll grab a bite to eat first, then proceed. Jiang Bei suggested. Can you still think of eating? Li Zhiwei retorted. People are iron, and food is steel. If you skip a meal, you'll feel famished. Haven't you heard that old saying? As Jiang Bei had mentioned, after arriving at the train station, he purchased tickets and immediately went to a small restaurant outside for a meal. Li Zhiwei could hardly eat, his anxiety consuming him. If they failed to procure the second-hand assembly line equipment, not only would the issue of workers' wages be moot, the factory would face imminent closure. How could they afford to play tough with a mere 100,000 yuan? Stealing a glance at Jiang Bei, who was enjoying his meal across the table, Li Zhiwei thought to himself, are you not eating? Jiang Bei looked up and asked, please eat on your own. I can't stomach anything at this time. Li Zhiwei replied, pouting, when will you learn to be more composed? Jiang Bei chuckled and returned to his noodles. Li Zhiwei wanted to say something, but held back his words. However, once on the train, his complexion began to pale significantly. What is the matter? Jiang Bei asked, turning around in confusion. I didn't eat breakfast. Li Zhiwei curled up in pain. Then why didn't you eat just now? Jiang Bei questioned, exasperated. I was anxious and angry, Li Zhiwei admitted. Why are you angry with me? Jiang Bei asked, taken aback. Brother, could you help me find some paper? I need to relieve myself. Li Zhiwei was on the verge of tears. By the time they reached Liuzhou, Li Zhiwei looked as pale as a sheet. Given his condition, it was evident that he could hardly manage to walk, let alone visit the soon-to-be defunct food factory. Thus, Jiang Bei had no choice but to hail a taxi and take Li Zhiwei to a hotel first. Would you like me to get you something to eat? Jiang Bei inquired, observing Li Zhiwei curled up on the bed. Mr. Jiang, could you please fetch me some hot water? Li Zhiwei extended his hand, his expression filled with difficulty. After that, you need not concern yourself with me. I implore you to hasten to the factory and ascertain the current situation. Please do not delay any longer. My worry is genuine. What if we are unable to procure that second-hand equipment? Li Zhiwei articulated his concerns with a hint of anxiety. Oh, you can articulate quite fluently, can't you? Jiang Bei raised an eyebrow, amusement evident, though his intellect was somewhat exasperating. What? It's nearly 6 o'clock. Doesn't the boss intend to leave for home? Chapter 229. Huang Hanliang. Li Zhiwei felt a surge of frustration, nearly choking on his own blood. However, reflecting on Jiang Bei's words, he realized there was merit in them. They had just disembarked from the train around 4, and had it not been for his delays, they would not still be ensconced in the hotel at this hour. Yet, just as a flicker of guilt began to surface, it was swiftly extinguished by Jiang Bei's indifferent smile. This individual still found time to revel in his misfortunes. Very well, I shall procure some medicine for you. Once you recover from this malaise, we must assist in moving the equipment tomorrow. Jiang Bei waved his hand and departed after preparing the hot water. Observing Jiang Bei, whose approach to business seemed almost trivial, Li Zhiwei felt a mix of urgency and frustration, even as his body felt weak and beads of sweat formed on his forehead. All he could do was hope for a smooth turn of events, wishing he would at least be able to rise from bed the following day. In a dilapidated neighborhood of Liuzhou, a residence from decades past, this was one of the earliest residential complexes built during the city's initial boom. Huang Hanliang's family resided here, though it was once his childhood home. Since the age of 20, he had moved on to a better place. acquiring a residence in the finest neighborhood of Liuzhou. Yet, over 20 years later, he found himself back in these familiar surroundings. Hanliang, how did things go at the factory today? Did you inquire outside? Is anyone willing to take over? A middle-aged woman, upon seeing Huang Hanliang at the door, hastily rose from her old wooden chair. She bombarded him with questions, her face etched with worry. At that moment, Huang Hanliang's eyes appeared sunken, dark circles accentuating his visage, suggesting he hadn't enjoyed a good night's sleep in quite some time. Indeed, that was the case. He was the current owner of the Liangxin food factory, potentially its last proprietor. This factory, established by his father before his birth, had endured for over 40 years. In recent years, though modestly successful, it still managed to generate some profit. However, recently, he had incurred the wrath of the Yang family. For reasons unbeknownst to him, his factory had become the target of a concerted effort to undermine it. After years of collaboration with suppliers and major supermarket distribution channels, everything suddenly seemed to unravel. Coincidentally, the Yang family was the leading giant in the Liuzhou supermarket industry. Shortly after the troubles began, Huang Hanliang realized that the Yang family was orchestrating this attack, employing increasingly unscrupulous tactics. He sold his car, sold his house, striving to persevere, but ultimately to no avail. The Yang family was resolute in their vendetta against him. He wished to confront the Yang family for an explanation, yet lacked the means. He longed for a powerful friend to intercede on his behalf, even seeking assistance from his elders. Upon hearing that the Yang family was behind his misfortune, everyone abruptly distanced themselves from him. In a single night, due to the influence of the Yang family, he found himself devoid of friends in the vast city of Liuzhou. However, there was one steadfast companion from his childhood who, upon witnessing his plight, offered him a position as a waiter at a barbecue restaurant. This friend's circumstances were comparatively better, and their camaraderie had always been rooted in admiration for his generosity and strength. There were those who genuinely cared for him, yet their counsel amounted to little more than urging him to surrender and use whatever funds he had to start anew. Yet, he could not resign himself to such a fate. Huang Hanliang entered his home with a furrowed brow, feeling as though all strength had been drained from him. He collapsed into a chair, his gaze lifelessly fixed on the ceiling. His wife, Jiang Bei, approached him with a worried look, which soon transformed into determination. Hanliang, whatever decision you make, I will support you. If you don't want to sell the factory, then don't. Fight against the Yang family. I know you cannot bear to lose your business in such a humiliating manner, Jiang Bei said earnestly. In the 230th chapter, do you not remember? Huang Hanliang's gaze finally regained a glimmer of clarity, only to be followed by an overwhelming wave of anguish. It's all right, we have our health. Daong has entered university now, and I haven't disclosed our situation to him. He is sensible and won't squander money unnecessarily. Although we have lost our factory, we both have the ability to work and can still support him. If necessary, we can leave Liuzhou, take Dad to the East Sea or to some smaller cities in the south, sell this house at a lower price, and buy a modest one to ensure a comfortable life for him in his old age. You have been a factory owner with management experience. Although your education may not match that of today's graduates, there will certainly be many places willing to offer you a substantial salary, Jiang Bei reassured him softly. The factory is in ruins now. I won't stand in your way. I know you are unwilling to accept this. Pursue whatever you desire. Even if we cannot bring the Yang family down with us, at the very least, we must make them feel the sting of our loss, mustn't we? She said with a gentle smile, as if the loss of the factory and the years of a lavish lifestyle did not cause her any pain. She leaned against Huang Hanliang, intertwining her arm with his. Wife, Huang Hanliang called out. I'm here. Thank you. But I cannot accept this. He suddenly covered his face, tears streaming down his cheeks. It's all right. Huang Hanliang's mother had passed away early, and his father was his sole support. Yet, now he had lost the factory entrusted to him by his father. Anyone would find it unbearable. He was acutely aware that selling the factory to the Yang family at a bargain price was his only escape. But the offer they presented was nothing short of an affront. He had to consider his son, who had just begun his university journey, and his elderly father. Today, he reached out to friends in other food factories in Liuzhou, inquiring if they would be willing to take over his production line equipment. Yet, no one showed interest. Those individuals wore expressions of amusement, observing his downfall with glee. To them, Huang Hanliang's collapse was merely the removal of a rival, allowing the Yang family to prosper even further. Yet, at this juncture, who would dare to seize such trifling advantages? Acquiring Huang Hanliang's equipment would mean incurring the wrath of the Yang family. What, then, was the purpose behind the Yang family's formidable resolve? Was it not to drive Huang Hanliang into a corner, ultimately seizing his factory at a low price? Despite Huang Hanliang's concessions, Tonight's unforeseen events and his wife's attitude solidified his determination to extract a substantial retribution from the Yang family. The Yang family's quest to undermine him would not be an effortless endeavor. After their triumph, they would gain nothing. In this moment of turmoil, an elderly voice broke through the silence, reaching Huang Hanliang's ears. "Father?" He abruptly turned to see the frail figure of his father emerging from the inner room, hastily wiping away the tears from his face. The elder, with his head crowned in white hair and a somewhat gaunt appearance, exuded an undeniable vigor. Seemingly untouched by the impending loss of the factory, Huang Hanliang rose to assist his father, but the old man gently pushed him away. Leaning on his cane as he approached and settled into a chair, his gaze fixed ahead. "Hanliang." His voice bore a weight, reminiscent of a reprimand. "Father." In that moment, Huang Hanliang appeared less like a man in his 40s and more like a child who had erred. "I'm sorry, Father. I failed to protect the factory. I have disappointed you." He trembled as he spoke, visibly anxious. "You should be apologizing to me," the elder replied, turning to face Huang Hanliang, yet shaking his head. "However, you need not apologize for the factory's loss. Hanliang, have you forgotten what I instructed you on the day you took over the factory?" Chapter 231. The problem is not significant, Father. The elder sighed softly. "I told you that the business world is ruthless. There are no friends here, only interests. I advised you that no matter the setbacks you face, you must not weep. You are a man, the owner of this factory. As a leader, you must never reveal your vulnerabilities to your adversaries." With that, he stood once more and approached the television cabinet, opening a drawer. "This is the deed to the property. And here is 100,000 yuan. Take it. Father, this is your retirement fund." Huang Hanliang vehemently shook his head. "Hanliang," the elder implored, "tell me, will this money allow you to extract a piece of flesh from the Yang family?" He struck the ground with his cane, the sound reverberating within Huang Hanliang's heart. Huang Hanliang clenched his fists. "Father, I do not want your money. Even without it, I can still take a bite out of the Yang family." "Good. Now that is my son." Huang Hanliang understood that even with this additional sum, his food factory would not endure for long. His adversary was not merely a competitor of equal stature, it was the Yang family. Thus, he must absolutely refrain from touching the funds. He must complete those final tasks he previously dared not undertake. In this moment, he is not a businessman, but rather a man driven to madness by dire necessity. Were it not for the presence of his wife, son, and father, he might have followed the path of a bankrupt entrepreneur, leaping from heights in despair. Such individuals are numerous, and Huang Hanliang is merely one of the somewhat fortunate among them. As night deepens, Huang Hanliang lies in bed beside his peacefully slumbering wife, and he too gradually succumbs to sleep. Meanwhile, within a modest inn, Li Zhiwei has taken his medication and feels considerably better. The following morning, Jiang Bei, accompanied by Li Zhiwei, makes his way directly to the Conscience Food Factory. Although he does not know Huang Hanliang, he admires his fortitude when faced with the Yang family. He proved to be a man of iron resolve. However, it appears that the Conscience Food Factory is now on the brink of collapse. With supplies cut off and external payments temporarily stalled, he must contend with mounting costs for raw materials as well as the wages of the workers. Perhaps these are indeed the factory's final days. Upon arriving at the factory, Jiang Bei is immediately struck by an overwhelming sense of desolation. The security guard at the entrance has vanished, and the employees inside are languidly loitering, clearly devoid of any work to do. They all understand that the factory can no longer dispatch goods and is nearing its end. With production halted, they have come merely to pass the time. It certainly looks like a place on the verge of bankruptcy. Li Zhiwei cannot help but remark. Jiang Bei refrains from engaging with this comment and casually approaches an employee, inquiring, "Excuse me, I am looking for your manager. Is he available?" "Who are you?" The young man assesses Jiang Bei with a scrutinizing glance. "A businessman." "Huh. This factory is on the brink of collapse, and you think you can conduct business here?" The young man's disdain is palpable, and he seems reluctant to continue the conversation. "If you wish to receive your salary this month, I'd advise against wasting time with me. Are you truly here to do business? Can you save our factory?" He regards Jiang Bei with a hint of skepticism. "I cannot save it, but I can ensure your boss disperses your wages." "Very well, I will take you to him." Huang Hanliang is in his office. Before long, the three of them arrive at the door of Huang Hanliang's office. "You must persuade our boss. He has never withheld wages over the years. We hope he won't tarnish his reputation in the end," the young man advises. "Understood." After Jiang Bei nods, the young man departs. After all, with the situation as it is, one might as well attempt a desperate gamble. Can they really sell for 30,000? I just glanced at the equipment near the workshop entrance. It seemed quite decent. Even secondhand, it would not go for less than 50,000. Li Zhiwei pulls at Jiang Bei's arm. The issue is manageable. Jiang Bei responds vaguely, then knocks on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. A deep yet commanding voice emanates from within. Upon entering, Jiang Bei finds Huang, who aligns with his expectations, contrary to the impending doom of the factory. He appears far from despondent. Rather, he seems almost predatory. And you are? I do not recall employing anyone by your name in this factory. Huang Hanliang furrowed his brows. I am not an employee. I wish to discuss a business venture with you, Mr. Huang, Jiang Bei said with a smile, comfortably settling onto the sofa beside the office. Discuss business? Given the current dire state of the company, on the brink of collapse, what business can be discussed? Huang Hanliang chuckled indifferently, though a hint of despondency flickered in his eyes. A typical CEO would exhibit keen interest upon hearing about potential business opportunities, yet Huang merely jested, acknowledging the inevitable demise of his company due to the Yang family's influence, asserting there was no recourse. You know the Yang family dares to act? Jiang Bei queried. Nodding with a smile, I am Jiang Bei, operating a food factory over in Donghai, and this is the general manager of our factory, Li Zhiwei. Our purpose for visiting is regarding your production line equipment. The equipment in this office building is quite commendable. Should you be willing, I can take it all in a package. He continued with a grin, rest assured, my prices and terms will undoubtedly meet your satisfaction. Upon hearing this, Huang Hanliang's expression shifted noticeably. Clearly, at such a critical juncture, Jiang Bei's reasonable offer to purchase the equipment could indeed be a lifeline. However, he had only just resolved not to sell. I'm sorry, but it's not for sale. Huang Hanliang shook his head. Oh, Jiang Bei appeared taken aback. From his understanding, Huang Hanliang had previously dismantled the equipment to sell as scrap metal when sales were sluggish. Why the sudden refusal now? This seemed rather illogical. Unbeknownst to him, after last night's events, many matters had become far more complex than they appeared, and Jiang Bei had never before interacted with Huang Hanliang in his previous life. Yet, Jiang Bei swiftly adapted, smiling as he inquired, is Mr. Huang contemplating one last desperate attempt to retaliate against the Yang family? Huang Hanliang remained silent, and his silence spoke volumes. If Mr. Jiang has no further matters, I suggest you leave. There will be no business conducted for the time being, Huang Hanliang stated coolly. I believe you are an astute individual, Mr. Huang, Jiang Bei suddenly remarked. Huang Hanliang's brow tightened. No one relishes hearing disparaging remarks. To put it bluntly, had Jiang Bei arrived yesterday, he might have indeed sold the equipment, but now, even if he could not vanquish the Yang family, he could not afford to appear weak. Otherwise, he would become a laughingstock. Despite the futility of such stubbornness, he had already become a joke. Perhaps it is too late. I, Huang Hanliang, have become a mere jest, he laughed bitterly. Do you not wish to hear my offer? Jiang Bei pressed on. Will you not consider your family? For your children, wife, and parents? If the factory collapses, what then? Will they endure a life of poverty with you? Even if they are willing, can you bear it? Huang Hanliang felt as if he had been sharply pierced by a thought. Unable to shake off the memory of his elderly father presenting the property deed and savings book for retirement before him last night. His breath hitched. One path led to standing firm, the other to kneeling in submission. Huang Hanliang's eyes brimmed with hesitation as he remained silent. Jiang Bei remained unhurried, observing Huang Hanliang as he retrieved a pack of red pagoda cigarettes from his pocket, lighting one and taking a deep drag. When he lifted his gaze once more, his eyes were already bloodshot. What price are you willing to offer me? Huang Hanliang asked in a low voice. Chapter 233. The betting contract. Upon uttering those words, Huang Hanliang's eyes glimmered with a fervent intensity. It seemed as though this young man before him had become his last lifeline, reflecting the confidence he once possessed in his youth. He relished engaging with the younger generation, as it made him feel youthful once more. 30,000. Including the contents of this office building, I'll take it all for 35,000, Jiang Bei stated, eyeing Huang Hanliang's computer with interest. What did you say? Huang Hanliang's voice inexplicably rose a few notches. He chuckled in disbelief. Mr. Jiang, if you specifically came here to mock me or to witness a spectacle, there's no need. You will soon see the punchline of this joke. Huang Hanliang shook his head resolutely. He had made up his mind. Even if it meant discarding the equipment as scrap metal, he would not sell to these bloodsuckers. What price did the Yang family offer you? Jiang Bei inquired, assuming it should not be higher than what he had proposed. 28,000, Huang Hanliang replied mockingly. It seems that my mere increase of 2,000 is indeed insufficient. Jiang Bei admitted with a sheepish shake of his head. Meanwhile, Li Zhiwei was growing anxious. This isn't what we agreed upon. Isn't this a factory on the verge of collapse? Yet, their equipment is so good. If we could acquire it for 50,000, that would still be feasible. He tugged at Jiang Bei's arm. The intention clear. Add another 2,000. Although he was unclear about the Yang family's situation or why Huang Hanliang was reluctant to sell the equipment, adding 2,000 would not be a loss for them. However, if they raised the offer by that amount, how would Jiang Bei proceed afterward? Mr. Jiang, if there's nothing else, please leave my office, Huang Hanliang reiterated, dismissing him once more. There's no rush, Jiang Bei replied nonchalantly. He actually stood up, gazing enviously at Huang Hanliang's computer. Mr. Huang, how about I propose a condition? What condition? Huang Hanliang reflexively inquired. Where do you plan to go once this factory shuts down? Jiang Bei asked, surprisingly composed. To the south, to care for my father. Working there to earn money for my son's college education, Huang Hanliang answered without hesitation. If it's for retirement, Donghai is also a splendid place, by the sea. Huang Hanliang nodded in agreement, remaining silent. Mr. Huang, you might want to consider Donghai. I could offer you the position of production director. Huh, Mr. Jiang's factory must be newly established, isn't it? You're seeking to buy second-hand, low-priced assembly line equipment. And you believe a production director's position could compensate for such a significant loss? Huang Hanliang scoffed, having discerned Jiang Bei's true nature, dismissing the modest title of production director. Plus a betting condition, Jiang Bei suddenly added. What betting contract? Within a year, I will bring the Yang family to ruin. What do you say? Huang Hanliang abruptly stood up, instinctively doubting if Jiang Bei had any backing. Yet he shook his head self-deprecatingly. Acquiring equipment meant settling for second-hand goods. And at such a low price. Who would believe he had support? Nevertheless, the prospect of causing the Yang family's downfall intrigued him. What if you fail? If I fail, the factory is yours. Jiang Bei replied with a nonchalant smile, stipulating that Huang should sell him the equipment for 35,000 yuan and work for him for 3 years. Huang Hanliang might not be adept at starting a business, but he certainly had the capability to maintain one. He sought little, merely stability in production. Everything else was negotiable. What did you say? When Huang Hanliang repeated the question, his voice instinctively rose a few notches, even doubting if he had misheard. You heard correctly. If I cannot succeed, the factory will belong to you. Jiang Bei remarked with a light chuckle. Li Zhiwei instinctively tugged at Jiang Bei's arm, wishing to pull him aside and inquire why it felt as though it was Jiang Bei's mind that had faltered today, considering his own troubles yesterday. Chapter 234, The Gamble. The Yang family did not seem like an entity to be trifled with. They had managed to force this food factory into closure. With a factory on the brink of bankruptcy within a month, not even the Bai family could contend, let alone the Yang family. Wait a moment. The Yang family, wasn't that Bai Pengju's in-laws? Bai Pengju's support? The Yang family from Liuzhou? Li Zhiwei was utterly dumbfounded, his mind struggling to comprehend. So how about it? Are you satisfied with this condition, Mr. Huang? Jiang Bei leaned over the desk, exuding an intense pressure as he gazed at Huang Hanliang. Huang Hanliang was clearly taken aback by such terms, instinctively retreating a step to the windowsill, gasping for air. I am willing to take the risk. The assembly line equipment for 30,000, I need this sum. As for the office building, take what you like. Consider it a gift from me, Huang Hanliang. Splendid. Jiang Bei did not haggle. Any savings, even 5,000, were welcome. Li Zhiwei, fetch the contract. After signing, Jiang Bei handwrote another document, and both parties affixed their signatures and seals. At that moment, this wager was established. Of course, Jiang Bei was confident he could achieve this. Yet to Huang Hanliang and Li Zhiwei, the terms were astonishingly shocking. To relinquish the factory over a disagreement? Moreover, Mr. Huang, 3 days should suffice for you to handle the aftermath, correct? Complete the payment by tomorrow, and it will be settled. I refer not only to this factory, but also to your family, as Mr. Huang will be accompanying me to Donghai. I hope you can report to work on Monday. A monthly salary of 2,000 yuan for the production manager should be satisfactory? That should suffice. Huang Hanliang nodded. While the salary was not particularly high, his objective was to witness the downfall of the Yang family. Just 1 year. If Jiang Bei failed to deliver, he would not suffer a loss. He could always seek a fresh start elsewhere. Thus, it is settled. On Monday, you shall commence your duties at the Xinyang food factory in the northern part of the city. Chairman Huang has provided me with a bank account number, and I will transfer the funds to him. As for the equipment, I will hire a few vehicles and begin the relocation in the afternoon. All right. Once Jiang Bei has departed, Huang Hanliang gazed upon the familiar office, feeling as if he barely recognized it. Suddenly, he slapped himself. It hurt. This was not a dream. The contract lay before him, affirming that all that had just transpired was indeed real. Truly, someone was willing to assist him in toppling the Yang family. Huang Hanliang retrieved his phone and dialed his home number. Dear, it seems we have hope. His voice quivered, causing Zhang Min on the other end to be momentarily taken aback. Has something happened to Hanliang? Were you deceived? She gently inquired. No. Huang Hanliang hurriedly replied. Where's Dad? Is he napping? He's listening to the radio, she responded. Please call him. I need to speak with him. Okay, Dad. Hanliang wants to talk to you. Hello? Hanliang, has something occurred? Old Master Huang activated the speakerphone, leaning back in his chair, his expression unchanged. Dad, came Huang Hanliang's trembling voice through the line. It's nothing. Take your time to explain. Have you forgotten what I told you last night? Old Master Huang replied calmly. His son had not yet weathered much hardship. Such a minor setback could easily extinguish his fighting spirit. Compared to lacking money, a man who succumbs to despair is truly the most disappointing. Dad, who has reached out to you? Old Master Huang inquired directly, having grasped the essence of the matter. Something fortunate must have occurred for Huang Hanliang to be so animated. Chapter 235, Quite Ordinary. There is a businessman from Donghai named Jiang Bei. He has offered 30,000 yuan for my production line equipment, and I have agreed. Huang Hanliang's voice was slightly hurried, trembling with excitement. Old Master Huang remained silent, understanding that his son would not be so foolish. 30,000 yuan was trivial compared to the current losses. There was no reason for Huang Hanliang to be elated over such a sum, and his agreement must stem from some other reason that instilled him with hope. Thus, Old Master Huang awaited that revelation. Dad, I have made a contract with Jiang Bei. If he cannot bankrupt the Yang family within a year, then he loses. Moreover, his food factory will belong to me, provided I work for him in Donghai for 3 years. Dad, I have consented. Old Master Huang did not respond. He found it hard to believe what Huang Hanliang had just said. How could he dare to sign such a contract? Only someone with significant backing would be bold enough to do so. He was fully aware of the Yang family's stature. But if there was indeed such substantial support, why then would they purchase Huang Hanliang's old equipment? Though the machinery had been replaced just a few years prior, if they had resolved to establish a factory, it seemed illogical to skimp on this expenditure. Undoubtedly, Jiang Bei must have signed this contract with Huang Hanliang to save on equipment costs, a notion that the elder Huang fails to comprehend. He believes that someone capable of accumulating funds and establishing a factory would never act so foolishly. Father, let us tidy up in the next few days. We shall head to Donghai on Sunday. I had previously contemplated taking you to Donghai or the southern regions after the factory's closure, Huang Hanliang stated. Hanliang, you are no longer a child. You should make your own decisions. I am growing old, the elder Huang replied calmly. Father, I will return home first to show you the contract. Please help me examine it for any issues, Huang Hanliang responded. All right, came the reply before the call ended. Huang Hanliang slumped in his office chair, tightly clutching the final signed contract, gasping for breath. This was all real. He stood up, dismissed the factory employees, assuring them that their wages would be settled. Thus, at that moment, the Liangxin food factory officially declared its closure. Wait for Jiang Bei to arrive. Let him take whatever he wants without concern. Just assist him in dismantling the assembly line equipment. Huang Hanliang instructed several factory workers. Today's wages will be calculated separately, with an additional 50 for each of you. After conveying these instructions, Huang Hanliang departed the company with the 2 contracts in hand. In a hurry, he opted for a taxi instead of taking the bus. Returning home directly, before long, he reached home. Father, take a look. Huang Hanliang exclaimed anxiously. You are being quite reckless, the elder Huang replied disapprovingly. While Huang Hanliang obediently stood by, handing over the 2 contracts without uttering another word. With his reading glasses on, the elder Huang scrutinized the documents meticulously. Upon reaching the straightforward contract, he became even more engrossed. After a moment's pause, he exhaled deeply, declaring that the contract was in order. If you cannot bankrupt the Yang family this year, this Xinjiang food factory will belong to you, it clearly stated. Thus, the contract held validity. At this revelation, Huang Hanliang felt a complete sense of relief. Although he had already verified the details, hearing these words from his father seemed to imbue them with greater authority. As for Jiang Bei, what do you think? The elder Huang inquired. At this moment, Huang Hanliang returned to his thoughts. After a brief contemplation, he replied, quite ordinary. In terms of attire and other aspects, he appears rather unremarkable. He does not seem like a member of a prominent family or possess any significant backing. Yet, he exudes a certain confidence, which I can sense. Huang Hanliang furrowed his brow, suddenly recalling a detail. By the way, father, he initially intended to pay 30,000 for the assembly line equipment and an additional 5,000 for the office items. However, when the contract was discussed, I casually offered the office items for free, and he did not refuse. It seems he is not well versed in social etiquette, Huang Hanliang concluded. Then there is no issue. The elder Huang responded with a slight shake of his head. He does not lack understanding of social conventions. He simply lacks funds and is merely attempting to save money. Is it truly because purchasing old equipment from me is economical that this contract was established? Huang Hanliang felt a surge of confusion. While in the factory, he had not perceived any issue. Yet now, standing before his father, he was struck by a sense of dread. Old Master Huang nodded, offering no response. He even requested that I introduce suppliers, which implies he currently possesses nothing. At the very least, he should have a factory, a substantial investment that must have cost him dearly, and he needs to reserve funds for inventory and employee salaries. It seems he must be left with very little. Old Master Huang replied, indeed, he possesses minimal funds for inventory, barely enough. Aside from acquiring equipment, the more capital allocated for raw materials, the more effectively one can analyze market trends. This is indisputable. With these data points, Jiang Bei can deduce various insights and strategically plan the subsequent path of acquisition. But why would he sign this contract? Huang Hanliang might disregard others' words, yet his father's reasoning is irrefutable. He held a near-blind admiration for his father, who once commanded great influence. Even the Yang family could not claim absolute dominance over the food factory. However, the decline of the factory stemmed from numerous factors, including what you mentioned, his overwhelming confidence. Old Master Huang remarked nonchalantly, to achieve great things, one must dare to act, possessing the mentality that failure is merely a stepping stone. Yet, how could this be accomplished in a year? Huang Hanliang shook his head vigorously. Even a deity would find such a statement astonishing, let alone his father, who had yet to witness Jiang Bei. In a year? There are countless individuals who earn hundreds of millions, Old Master Huang chuckled. However, since it is a gamble, even in failure, you stand to lose nothing. Just go there and perform well. Remember why you are going. Huang Hanliang suddenly paused. Until now, he had focused solely on the idea that if Jiang Bei failed, the contract would come into effect, allowing him to seize Jiang Bei's factory. But what was his true purpose for going? Was it not to dismantle the Yang family within a year? How could he make such a blunder? He should not covet another's factory. In that moment, he felt overwhelming shame. Dad, I understand now, Huang Hanliang spoke gravely. Old Master Huang finally smiled, reminiscent of a youthful spirit. Jiang Bei must be quite young, right? Very young. Seemingly only 24 or 25, Huang Hanliang nodded. Go forth. Young people focus on results, not processes. If he claims he can achieve it, he must have the confidence to do so. With the audacity to gamble, he harbors the ambition to conquer the Yang family. Why should you not dare? Perhaps he truly can succeed. Old Master Huang chuckled. Chapter 237. A living specter. Although Old Master Huang himself harbored doubts, having ambition and the courage to act is undoubtedly commendable. The greatest advantage of youth lies in their exuberance. Huang Hanliang was evidently inspired. Dad, I understand. I'm heading back to the factory. What are you returning for? He helped him move things. After all, I will be his employee in the future. And the factory's general manager is also there assisting. Huang Hanliang spoke earnestly. Go ahead. The old gentleman Huang nodded with a smile. Several trucks were already parked downstairs, evidently there to transport equipment. Huang Hanliang said nothing and even took the initiative to offer cigarettes to the drivers. However, when Huang Hanliang returned to his office, he was bewildered. Not only was the computer on his desk gone, but even the desk and chair had been removed. At that moment, Jiang Bei and Li Zirai stood in the office, surveying the only remaining empty cabinet. Did Chairman Jiang move this too? Indeed. Jiang Bei replied affirmatively. What a household. How could such a fine cabinet be discarded? Although he had been a successful businessman in his previous life, in this life, he aimed to adopt an unprecedented mindset toward entrepreneurship. This was far more motivating than the numbness of his past endeavors, for he could see hope. The sound of the door caught his attention, and Jiang Bei turned around, smiling warmly at Huang Hanliang. Ah, General Huang, you're back? At this moment, General Huang had transitioned from the former General Manager Huang to Director Huang. Ah, Jiang, Chairman Jiang. Huang Hanliang nodded blankly. I came to help you all move, after all. I will be working for you in Donghai in the future, he said somewhat awkwardly. It's no problem, we are all family now. Jiang Bei replied with a gentle smile. However, inwardly, he admired Huang Hanliang for quickly recognizing his new role, clearly having moved past the most painful phase. Beside them, Li Zirai cast a somewhat awkward glance at Huang Hanliang. Huang Hanliang could not decipher the meaning behind that look, but felt it was strange. He suspected that once he joined them in Donghai and understood what kind of factory it was, he would comprehend the nature of Li Zirai's gaze. At this moment, Huang Hanliang had genuinely adjusted his attitude, no longer considering himself a boss, but rather working alongside the laborers, moving the office as if a locust plague had swept through, leaving no trace behind. The office resembled a disaster zone, and the production workshop appeared as if it were the end of the world. All the equipment was undoubtedly taken away, but even some daily essentials, such as brooms, mops, and various containers, were meticulously packed by Jiang Bei. At the end of the day, the expenses for hiring drivers and moving amounted to 3,000 yuan. Meanwhile, Jiang Bei still had 67,000 yuan at hand. Out of this sum, 60,000 yuan was reserved for suppliers, while the remainder was to cover other expenses for the factory, such as equipment maintenance and repairs. The entire day passed swiftly. On Saturday, Jiang Bei proceeded directly to several raw material processing factories recommended by Huang Hanliang to discuss collaboration. After comparing the offerings of 3 suppliers, Jiang Bei decided to partner with a man named Zhang Dongxing. As it was the opening of a new factory, the other party expressed full understanding. The more significant reason was that Jiang Bei presented them with a substantial contract, ultimately agreeing to pay 1/3 of the total amount up front, with the remaining payment for each batch to be settled within 20 days. The substantial contract at hand involves raw materials worth 200,000. As for when the next batch will arrive, that hinges on how swiftly Jiang Bei can secure half of the market. By then, the price war is likely to have escalated significantly. Li Ziru witnessed the entire collaboration process, and as he departed from the processing plant, his eyes twitched as he regarded Jiang Bei with an expression of disbelief. Chapter 238, I have returned. What is that expression? Jiang Bei suddenly inquired. Big brother. 6,000 yuan. You just offered it without hesitation? I truly am. Li Ziru looked at Jiang Bei with a sense of discomfort. At times, he perceived Jiang Bei as exceptionally stingy, especially when he saw those machines, and his eyes sparkled with desire to take them all away. Yet, there were moments when Jiang Bei displayed remarkable generosity. For instance, during their recent negotiation, he unreservedly committed to such a substantial sum, alongside promises regarding wages and positions. This duality in Jiang Bei's character left Li Ziru somewhat perplexed, unable to discern the true nature of the man. At times, it is essential to demonstrate a certain level of confidence, Jiang Bei remarked with a smile. Indeed, you possess confidence, Li Ziru replied. But what next? Do you still have any funds left? 3,000 yuan spent on equipment, hiring numerous trains for transportation, and just now, 6,000 for raw materials. What will you use to? Li Ziru expressed his unease. Have you ever heard the saying? Jiang Bei interjected. What? The bigger the undertaking, the sooner the resolution. Now let's head back, get some rest, and return home tomorrow. Jiang Bei stretched lazily. He had indeed worn himself out over the past few days. However, the thought of his wife and daughter waiting for him at home filled him with renewed energy. Naturally, he longed to return home, embrace his daughter, and perhaps, if the atmosphere permitted, share a tender moment with Su Wanrong. After ending the call from Jiang Bei that evening, Su Wanrong exhaled a sigh of relief. Fortunately, everything had proceeded smoothly over the past couple of days, yet she understood that many burdens were borne solely by Jiang Bei. She refrained from probing him about the matters that troubled him. Gently, she lifted her daughter Yang, saying, Daddy will be home tomorrow. Have you missed him? Of course. Doesn't Mommy miss Daddy too? I do not. Su Wanrong's cheeks flushed suddenly. Yang, noticing her mother's embarrassment, giggled. Mommy is so shy, turning red. Jiang Bei's repeated departures had not allowed Su Wanrong to grow accustomed to them. Instead, they amplified her sense of emptiness. She couldn't help but ponder whether, had she resolutely divorced Jiang Bei and raised Yang alone, her life might resemble its current state. However, there would be no one out there managing business who would call her every night to assure her of his safety. Lost in thought, Su Wanrong noticed Yang's drowsiness. The little one snuggled closer to her, silently cherishing the rare tranquility. After a moment, Yang finally voiced, Mommy, I'm sleepy. Let us get you to bed. Su Wanrong replied as she returned to reality, tenderly stroking her daughter's hair. No, Mommy, I want to sleep by myself. I'm all grown up now. As I awaited my father's return, I suggested he share a bed with you, for Yang is already quite grown up. It is only the little ones who require the comfort of their parents. Is this what the teacher said? Indeed. Yang nodded earnestly. Just wait until next month. You are still too small. Su Wanrong responded with irritation, yet the thought of next month quickened her heartbeat. Oh, Yang pouted, not daring to retort against her suddenly irate mother, and chose to obediently comply. On this Sunday, Jiang Bei finally returned to Donghai. There was little preparation left at the factory. All the assembly line equipment would have to wait until Monday when the employees arrived, for many hands make light work. Attempting to complete the tasks with just himself and Li Ziru would be futile. It would be easier to simply surrender his life instead. However, Jiang Bei's intentions were entirely pure. He merely longed to return home to be with his wife and child. Wife, I am home, Jiang Bei exclaimed upon entering. Shoo, Yang has just fallen asleep. Su Wanrong's words came too late, for Yang Yang had already burst from the room. With eyes wide open, she tossed aside the covers, leaped from the bed, and dashed out in one fluid motion. Daddy! A radiant smile spread across Yang Yang's face as she ran towards Jiang Bei, arms outstretched, calling out cheerfully. Ah, my precious daughter. Have you missed your father? Jiang Bei squatted down to embrace Yang Yang. I have. Can I give Daddy a kiss? Of course. Jiang Bei chuckled heartily, then turned to regard Su Wanrong, who wore a stern expression, her profile turned away from him, seemingly irked or perhaps envious. Wife, have you missed your husband? Jiang Bei repeated the earlier exchange, cradling Yang Yang as he approached her. Uft, who would care to miss you? Su Wanrong retorted, casting an eye roll at Jiang Bei before turning away, clearly disinterested in engaging with him. Mother is lying. Just yesterday, you blushed thinking of him. Yang Yang's sudden remark caused Su Wanrong's face to flush again. Unperturbed by the embarrassment, Jiang Bei settled beside Su Wanrong, placing Yang Yang next to him, and then unexpectedly wrapped his arms around her. What are you doing? Su Wanrong exclaimed in surprise. Yet, at that very moment she turned her head, Jiang Bei captured her lips in a fervent and greedy kiss. Su Wanrong protested, finally managing to push him away. Her face was a deep crimson, and her hand extended to point shakily behind him. Your daughter is watching. If you wish to behave, you mustn't. Su Wanrong admonished. Mother, I did not see you being kissed, Yang Yang replied with utmost seriousness, covering her eyes, though her fingers were parted, allowing her large eyes to peek through. Su Wanrong was left utterly speechless. Her chest heaved with emotion, as if trying to calm herself. This man was becoming increasingly audacious. The more she contemplated, the more her anger simmered, and curiously, she realized that she did not seem to feel anger towards his recent actions at all. Upon reflecting on this, Su Wanrong's face was a canvas of both embarrassment and anger. What is the matter, my dear? Jiang Bei waved his hand in front of Su Wanrong's eyes, finally drawing her gaze back into focus. She parted her lips, poised to explain, yet realized that no explanation was necessary. I'm fine, she exclaimed, a hint of agitation in her voice. Jiang Bei appeared startled, rendered momentarily speechless. After a pause, Su Wanrong exhaled deeply, seemingly recalling something important. Zhang Tianwei had called last night. When was this? Jiang Bei inquired. It was shortly after you hung up last night, when I returned the call. You had already left, Su Wanrong replied, pursing her lips. He mentioned that you should call him back as there might be something quite significant to discuss. Please do so quickly, and let us not linger. We should take Yang Yang out this afternoon, she suggested quietly. All right, let us go. I'll take you back to rest. Jiang Xinyang, you've become quite audacious, pretending to be asleep to deceive me. Su Wanrong suddenly glared at the little Yang Yang beside Jiang Bei, her expression stern. Mom, I didn't mean to look. Truly, I didn't. The clever Yang Yang had already grasped the crux of the matter. However, unbeknownst to him, this confession only served to further ignite Su Wanrong's ire. Let us go. It's time for bed. Without further ado, Su Wanrong scooped Yang Yang into her arms. At this moment, although Yang Yang still yearned for his father, he dared not provoke his mother's fiery temper and resigned himself to his fate. Jiang Bei observed the scene with a warm smile, feeling a profound sense of fulfillment. This was his home. Those two women were the ones he would protect with his very life. What are you standing there for? Have you called him yet? After a while, Su Wanrong emerged, her brow furrowed in inquiry. I was just thinking of you, Jiang Bei replied with a goofy grin. How shameless, Su Wanrong rolled her eyes, unwilling to entertain Jiang Bei further. He was indeed a man who pressed his advantage. Jiang Bei, not one to seek further embarrassment, dialed Zhang Tianwei's number. Before long, Zhang Tianwei's hearty voice resonated through the line. Hello? Jiang, my brother, are you back? Yes, I've been quite busy with business. I just returned from Liuzhou, Jiang Bei answered, his tone cheerful. Liuzhou is wonderful. By the way, Jiang, there's a commercial banquet tonight, and many people are hoping you can attend, Zhang Tianwei suddenly stated, his demeanor shifting to a more serious note. He seemed conflicted, as Jiang Bei's standing hardly warranted an invitation to such an event. What banquet? Jiang Bei furrowed his brow, unfamiliar with this particular gathering. He was aware of the Donghai Chamber of Commerce's annual meeting, which took place at the end of the year. Our Donghai has a tradition of hosting a commercial banquet once a year. Attending could be quite beneficial for networking. You might even meet a future friend. Some members from the Donghai Chamber will be present, including the gentleman you met that night, Mr. Sun Xiang. I see. Where will it be held? Jiang Bei inquired. At my hotel, at 8 this evening. Jiang Bei pondered for a moment, realizing the true intent behind the call. The last time Zhang Tianwei had invited him to dinner, He had inadvertently offended a number of individuals and had boldly proclaimed his intention to dismantle the Bei family. This time, the other party merely wished for him to play the fool on a grander stage. Yet, Jiang Bei desperately needed this opportunity, an occasion to make a resounding name for himself in Donghai. Very well, I shall attend, Jiang Bei replied. By the way, brother Jiang, will Bai Pengju be present? He should be, came the response before the call ended. Jiang Bei's gaze turned somewhat somber, and even Su Wanrong, who sat beside him, felt a twinge of unease upon witnessing his demeanor. She had overheard snippets of their conversation. Bai Pengju would indeed be attending this commercial banquet. It's nothing to worry about. This banquet is quite beneficial for me, Jiang Bei suddenly declared with a smile. Beneficial? Su Wanrong struggled to comprehend. Jiang Bei proceeded to elucidate. Essentially, it resembles a grand feast where individuals from various sectors gather to dine together, followed by speeches from prominent figures in the business community. To speak of Zhang Tianwei, he stands to gain immensely by hosting this banquet. This tradition has endured for 2 or 3 decades, and as the largest hotel in Donghai, Zhang Tianwei's establishment is naturally the chosen venue. With no remnants of past grievances, Zhang Tianwei's aspirations to join the Donghai Chamber of Commerce are within reach. I see, Su Wanrong replied, though a flicker of concern lingered in her eyes. She dreaded the thought of witnessing a confrontation between Jiang Bei and Bai Pengju. As for Bai Pengju, he was merely a vanquished adversary, Jiang Bei remarked with a smile. Everything is prepared at the factory. Should a conflict arise, Bai Pengju is bound to lose. Su Wanrong nodded gently. But you must promise me not to engage in any conflict. You'll have to keep an eye on me. I fear that upon seeing Bai Pengju, I might impulsively hurl a wine bottle at him, Jiang Bei joked. What? Am I to attend as well? Su Wanrong's eyes widened in disbelief. Did you not know? Jiang Bei inquired with curiosity. Know what? Such banquets invariably require a companion. If I do not bring you, who else could I possibly bring? Jiang Bei asked with a light chuckle. What if I embarrass you? Su Wanrong felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. Chapter 241, A Warning. Observing Su Wanrong's anxious demeanor, Jiang Bei quelled his laughter. He understood that for someone like Su Wanrong, who had lived a mundane life, encountering such grandeur would undoubtedly invoke considerable trepidation. Those who attended such banquets were typically individuals of prominence. Not only would there be private entrepreneurs like Bai Pengju and Zhang Tianwei, but it was highly likely that executives from state-owned enterprises would also be present. Although state-owned enterprises had undergone reforms, these individuals still wielded significant influence. When facing these formidable figures, he could maintain his composure, but what of Su Wanrong? Particularly with Bai Pengju, the very specter that instilled fear within her, also in attendance. He nearly forgot these realities, and a pang of guilt struck Jiang Bei. In that moment, he recognized the disparity in mindset between himself and Su Wanrong. In his previous life, he had been a tycoon with a fortune in the billions, while Su Wanrong remained quite ordinary. He often spoke of wanting to compensate his wife and daughter, vowing to do everything to make them proud, but in truth, he always falls short, leaving her feeling wronged and distressed. Jiang Bei suppressed some of the smile on his face, yet he still appeared relaxed, unwilling to let Su Wanrong perceive the changes within him. You needn't worry, he reassured her. Su Wanrong pursed her lips, remaining silent. However, an unexpected scene unfolded before her eyes. Suddenly, Jiang Bei stood up and approached her, scrutinizing her from head to toe. Unexpectedly, he burst into laughter. What are you looking at? Are you laughing at me? Su Wanrong puffed up her cheeks, gazing at Jiang Bei with annoyance. I'm not laughing. I won't laugh anymore, Jiang Bei insisted, waving his hands in dismissal. Although he wore a smile, there was no joy in his heart. I was merely contemplating how stunning my wife truly is, he remarked with a hint of sentiment, nodding as if to affirm his thoughts. Indeed, Su Wanrong was remarkably beautiful. Even without adornment, her bright almond-shaped eyes and the 2 dimples that appeared when she smiled radiated warmth akin to the winter sun. Her distinctive oval face added an enchanting softness to her allure. As Jiang Bei gazed at her intently, he gradually forgot his previous thoughts, becoming entranced by her visage. Su Wanrong had intended to say something, but upon witnessing Jiang Bei's expression, words escaped her. Under his gaze, she felt a mix of shyness and delight. Don't look at me like that. She finally turned away, casting him a playful glance. Following this moment, the tension in her heart began to dissipate, leaving Jiang Bei's prepared words unspoken. Eventually, Jiang Bei regained his composure, returning to the bench and gently taking Su Wanrong's hand, softly caressing it. Su Wanrong trembled slightly, yet she did not withdraw her hand. With a wife as beautiful as you, it's the others who should be nervous, Jiang Bei said with a smile. Su Wanrong bit her lip, replying softly, "But I've never been to such places, and I don't understand the customs. What if I make a mistake and embarrass you? Don't overthink it. If you don't understand the customs, do you think I do? I'm not afraid. So why should you be?" Jiang Bei winked. "Well, it's not that simple. I don't believe it's as easy as you say it is. Especially regarding improving our meals." Wanrong opened her mouth to express her doubts. However, Jiang Bei suddenly sat up straight, assuming a warning demeanor. Chapter 242. Jiang Bei softened. Wanrong promptly became serious, resembling a diligent student attentively listening to a teacher. "But even if we are poor, you mustn't bring any leftovers back. That would be too embarrassing." Jiang Bei insisted with utmost seriousness. Wanrong's eyes widened in shock as she stared at Jiang Bei. "I wouldn't be so foolish," she murmured, casting him a look of mild disdain. "Are you concerned about Baipengju?" Jiang Bei asked softly. Wanrong was momentarily taken aback, yet she silently nodded. "There's no need to worry. I promised you, did I not? The factory is already up and running. Give me a month, and I will ensure the Bai family faces bankruptcy. Is it really that simple?" "It is indeed that simple. You must have faith in your husband's intellect." "Bah, you're starting to boast again." Wanrong scoffed, but she did not allow herself to feel displeased by his bravado. She understood he was striving to reassure her. "Whether it's boasting or not, you'll find out in due time. However, my wife must not feel anxious merely because of a trivial business dinner. Look at you, so beautiful. Your presence would outshine all the other women." "That's not quite right." Jiang Bei suddenly turned to Wanrong. "I say, Jiang Bei, you should go alone. What if I embarrass you? That could affect your career." Wanrong quickly replied. No, that's not what I mean." Jiang Bei chuckled, shaking his head. "Well then, you lack suitable attire. As the saying goes, clothes make the man. If a dog wears a bell, it runs merrily. My wife certainly deserves to purchase something beautiful, and with the money you've earned. How can you not indulge a little?" Jiang Bei continued with a smile. "There isn't a woman who doesn't enjoy shopping," he added. Wanrong felt the same. The reason she hadn't bought new clothes in years was due to financial constraints. Upon hearing Jiang Bei mention it, a flicker of anticipation sparkled in her eyes. But she quickly concealed it before he could notice. "I won't buy anything." Wanrong shook her head firmly. "What's the matter?" Jiang Bei was momentarily stunned. "We've earned 200,000 this month. How can we not celebrate with a new outfit? This decision is mine. Jiang Bei, you've rented the factory, hired employees, and need to purchase raw materials. Is your budget sufficient? If not wearing new clothes would bring you shame, then you should go alone, all right?" Wanrong asked gently. Her concern for embarrassment was not paramount. She also wished to experience such a business dinner. However, she did not want to spend frivolously during Jiang Bei's challenging times. After all, they had persevered together for so many years, and as long as their family remained harmonious, she felt content. "Absolutely not. If I don't take you, I would be the one embarrassed. Bringing a partner is the custom. If you refuse to go, then I shall not attend either," Jiang Bei insisted firmly. "But if you go without wearing nice clothes, that would truly bring me shame." Wanrong was caught in a dilemma, clearly torn by the enticing yet challenging choice Jiang Bei presented. Just as she sought an alternative, she noticed Jiang Bei, who had been resolute moments ago, suddenly soften. He placed her hand on his chest and, with a sorrowful expression, implored, "My dear, let us go buy some new clothes, shall we? The factory is doing well. You need not worry. Just consider it a reward for my hard work to dress my wife beautifully." Wanrong gazed at Jiang Bei with a look of melancholy. The man's duality left her feeling somewhat powerless to criticize. Yet, seeing Jiang Bei in a softened demeanor, almost pleading, she found it hard to refuse him again. A sudden giggle escaped her as she observed Jiang Bei's aggrieved expression. Chapter 243. Shopping. After Wanrong acquiesced to Jiang Bei's request, the one who felt the most disheartened was undoubtedly Yang. Their promised afternoon stroll after her nap had vanished. Naturally, with Jiang Bei's return, Yang could hardly sleep. She tiptoed to the door, eavesdropping on the conversation between Wanrong and Jiang Bei, before suddenly peeking her head out and chirping, "Mommy, Daddy, are you going out to buy new clothes? I want new clothes too. These are too small. You're pretending to sleep to trick me." Wanrong's expression immediately turned cold. Upon having her little scheme unveiled, Yang merely stuck out her tongue, too timid to speak, feeling utterly wronged. She quickly dashed over, circumventing the coffee table to reach Jiang Bei, exclaiming, "Daddy, Mommy is bullying me. You must protect your obedient daughter. I wish you would protect me too. When your mother is angry, I cannot stop her," Jiang Bei replied with a smile. "Why do I appear as a fierce tigress in your eyes?" Wanrong said with an arched brow, visibly displeased. "Daddy, look, isn't that a fierce tigress?" Yang retorted immediately. Su Wanrong was so incensed that her chest heaved with frustration, rendering her speechless. Daddy, I want to wear new clothes too. I want to go shopping with you both. Yang looked up at Jiang Bei, resembling a little pest. Go where? Soon, you'll be sent to Grandma's house. Su Wanrong huffed coldly. Don't worry. I will buy you something tonight, Jiang Bei assured with a smile. All right then, Yang pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. After all, her primary goal was to don new attire. You only know how to spoil her, Su Wanrong sighed again. I've told you, as long as I'm here, you will never have to worry about money. You will be the most esteemed lady in Donghai, Jiang Bei said with a grin. Mom, did you hear that? You are the most esteemed lady in Donghai. In the afternoon, Jiang Bei finally delivered his daughter to Su Guoyang's place. He then took Su Wanrong to the shopping mall near the pedestrian street. The Donghai pedestrian street had taken shape, resembling a burgeoning commercial center of the future. Here, there were not only ordinary, reasonably priced shops, but also luxurious brands like Chanel and Givenchy. Women, after all, have a penchant for shopping, especially when accompanied by a husband or boyfriend, which brings a unique sense of happiness. Although Su Wanrong was concerned about spending, the sparkle in her eyes betrayed her excitement. As she gazed at the dazzling array of clothes and skirts, she yearned to buy them, yet hesitated over the prices, leading her to stroll back and forth. Wishing to see more, Jiang Bei patiently accompanied her, showing no signs of fatigue as he guided her from one store to another. Before long, they arrived at the Chanel boutique. The prices here are rather steep, aren't they? Su Wanrong gazed at the Chanel counter before her, feeling a twinge of reluctance. She was unfamiliar with the brand, yet it emanated an air of exclusivity. Let us see what they have, Jiang Bei suggested with a light chuckle, guiding Su Wanrong into the boutique. Welcome to Chanel, greeted a young saleswoman with a warm smile. Displaying no hint of condescension despite Jiang Bei and Su Wanrong's modest attire. However, an older, more seasoned woman seated nearby cast a fleeting glance, her demeanor suggesting that she deemed the couple unlikely to afford such luxurious apparel. Jiang Bei, this is quite a prestigious brand. Isn't it? Su Wanrong whispered. Chanel is a renowned French luxury brand, specializing in women's clothing, dresses, perfumes, and more, the saleswoman replied with a smile. It's all right. Let us see if you find something you like, Jiang Bei encouraged. Su Wanrong hesitated momentarily, but, adhering to the notion of merely browsing, sauntered over to the dresses. Almost instantly, her eyes fell upon a white gown, and Jiang Bei could distinctly perceive the sparkle of excitement in her gaze. I shall fetch a suitable size for you, the young saleswoman offered cheerfully. No, thank you. I prefer the dresses at the other store. This place doesn't quite suit me, Su Wanrong quickly responded. Chapter 244. A return journey. This was because, upon picking up the dress, her immediate focus was not on how it would look on her, but rather on the price tag. Over 3,000 yuan. For such a simple dress, the cost was astonishing. Without a moment's hesitation, she placed the garment back on its rack, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment at the youthful enthusiasm that had welcomed her. Jiang Bei, this place is too expensive. Let us leave, Su Wanrong asserted, grasping Jiang Bei's arm and pulling him toward the exit. Jiang Bei merely sighed softly. In truth, even if he were short on funds at the moment, he would have willingly purchased it for her. His desire to compensate her went far beyond mere finances. As for his business, he had numerous ways to rejuvenate it. Jiang Bei, this store is incredibly pricey, Su Wanrong remarked, her hand resting against her chest, visibly startled by the earlier price. If you like it, we can buy it. It's only 3,000 yuan. Your husband is wealthy, Jiang Bei teased lightly. What could I possibly do with over 3,000 yuan? Buy a dress? The other store sells them for only 50, Su Wanrong retorted, her tone exasperated. Jiang Bei simply chuckled, offering no reply. Once they had walked a distance away, Jiang Bei said, Wanrong, wait for me here. I'll make a quick trip to the restroom. All right, she replied. Inside the Chanel boutique, the older woman observed the young sales associate, who was still busy arranging dresses. Xiao, I've told you before, when attending to customers, you must be discerning. Recognize who is worth serving and who is not. Investing your energy on such individuals is futile, don't you understand? She expressed with a hint of irritation. Yet, the girl known as Xiao sighed quietly. How could she not comprehend these truths? It was not surprising that the salespeople in her class had already seized the opportunity when they saw affluent customers entering, even snatching away those who should have been her clients without a hint of remorse. Yet, as a salesperson, she believed in treating every customer with courtesy. Her financial struggles were evident. Otherwise, as a fresh graduate, she would not have chosen such a high-commission sales job. Sister Xia, I understand, she nodded. I truly don't know how to express my feelings. You work the hardest every day, yet earn the least. Sister Xia shook her head in response. At that moment, another customer entered the store. When Xiaona looked up, she was surprised to see the same ordinary-looking man from before returning. Sir. Xiaona greeted him with a radiant smile, her demeanor unchanged despite the weariness that had begun to creep into her eyes after Jiang Bei's earlier departure. Could you help me find a white dress my wife just saw, in her size? Jiang Bei replied matter-of-factly. Ah, certainly. Xiaona responded quickly. And this one too. Jiang Bei pointed to another pale yellow dress hanging on the rack. She remembered that this was the only other dress Su Wanrong had shown interest in upon entering the store. All right, sir. The total is 5,700. Will you be paying by card or cash? By card, he replied. Sister Xia could not help but widen her eyes. Selling these two dresses would yield a commission of 200 to 300, although it was not a substantial amount. It made her feel a bit embarrassed when she recalled her earlier conversation with Zhang. As Jiang Bei left with 2 bags in hand, he did not forget to remove the price tags, discarding them along with the receipt into the trash. Once he departed, a genuine excitement spread across Xiaona's face. Sometimes, perseverance does lead to unexpected surprises. When Su Wanrong saw Jiang Bei return, bags in hand, she began to realize something. Jiang Bei, didn't I tell you? I don't like this, she said anxiously. I bought something too. Jiang Bei raised an eyebrow, adopting a teasing expression. No, you must return with me. We need to return these. This is equivalent to half a year's salary at the chemical fiber factory. Just listen to me. Jiang Bei grasped Su Wanrong's hand and asked, Isn't tonight's business banquet important? Although Su Wanrong was uncertain of his intentions, she nodded nonetheless. Since it's such an important banquet, shouldn't we wear new clothes? Yes, but can't we just buy something for 100 or so? Su Wanrong replied, pursing her lips, appearing somewhat displeased. How could that be? My wife deserves more than just $100 dress. Don't forget, your husband is about to become the man who will take over the Bai family, Jiang Bei declared with confidence. Huh. Su Wanrong suddenly burst into laughter, unable to hold it in, though she quickly composed her expression. You do know how to flatter. But you bought this dress, Jiang Bei. Why did you buy 2 dresses? Su Wanrong exclaimed, finally noticing the 2 bags Jiang Bei was holding. She glared at Jiang Bei, clearly frustrated. Despite her previous concession to agree to buy a dress to wear that evening, she felt embarrassed at the thought of not wanting to shame him. But I think the other dress looks good on my wife as well. We can take turns wearing it, Jiang Bei said with a sincere smile, taking Su Wanrong's hand and continuing their shopping. We're not shopping anymore, she exclaimed. I was thinking, do we still need to buy a pair of shoes? And perhaps a necklace? We definitely need shoes. Should we get a platinum necklace, or? Jiang Bei, how dare you? Su Wanrong was now completely at a loss. She couldn't help but glance down at her worn sandals that she had been wearing for 3 years. She didn't want to embarrass Jiang Bei, but she also didn't want to spend any more money. What's wrong? Jiang Bei asked cheerfully. I want to buy a pair of shoes. But no necklaces allowed. I don't like that kind of thing, Su Wanrong said anxiously. All right, let us each give a little. No necklace, but the dress cannot be returned, Jiang Bei declared earnestly. Finally, Su Wanrong grasped the situation. Jiang Bei was merely trying to intimidate her. He presented a more daunting request first, only to back down, thereby ensuring they would still purchase an additional dress. Su Wanrong felt a mixture of annoyance and bewilderment, realizing she couldn't truly be angry at Jiang Bei for such tactics. In fact, she felt a strange joy at his concern for her. She was angry with herself. Oh, Su Wanrong, why are you so easily swayed? She thought, unable to suppress a stomp of her foot. Jiang Bei, observing the changing colors on her face, couldn't help but laugh. Let us go buy those shoes. He held her hand as they made their way to the shoe store in the mall. However, under Su Wanrong's careful watch, Jiang Bei ultimately conceded and settled on a pair of sandals priced at 300 yuan, which she adored. They spent over an hour just on these shoes. She aimed for something affordable and suitable, but Jiang Bei disagreed. Conversely, he wanted to buy a pair that cost over 1,000 yuan, which she rejected. In the end, he softened once more. And Su Wanrong did not consider 300 yuan to be cheap, especially since it was only under Jiang Bei's gentle pressure that they made the purchase. As for Jiang Bei's own shopping, it was much simpler. He bought a pair of jeans and a shirt, taking just 5 minutes and spending less than 100 yuan. Su Wanrong frowned at him, unsure of what to say. Of course, Jiang Bei also remembered to buy 2 new outfits for their daughter. That afternoon alone, their shopping expenses totaled 6,500 yuan, leaving them with only a few hundred remaining. Yet Jiang Bei felt no concern. Instead, he couldn't help but smile at Su Wanrong. By 5 in the afternoon, Jiang Bei took Su Wanrong to the Su family residence, placing their numerous bags down. As the start of the evening banquet approached, Chapter 246, The extravagance Jiang Bei, those who attend such gatherings must be big bosses, right? Su Guoyang could not help but inquire. Well, somewhat, Jiang Bei nodded. In truth, he did not care much for such distinctions. As for why he sought to partake in such festivities, he had his own underlying motives. Did the Bai family say anything during your visit? Su Guoyang, possessing an insightful demeanor, understood many matters simply through contemplation. The animosity between the Bai family and Jiang Bei had long since become irreconcilable. Yet, he remained concerned for Jiang Bei and Su Wanrong. Perhaps, but even if the Bai family were to attend, they are not of significant stature, Jiang Bei replied lightly. At that time, keep your words to a minimum and avoid any conflicts, Su Guoyang advised, sighing inwardly. He was not a person of notable standing and had never participated in such gatherings. Even now, with the small shop on the pedestrian street temporarily closed, he felt no particular distress. Previously, Su Dongliang had successfully negotiated collaborations with several respectable kindergartens, yielding a monthly income of 2,000 yuan, which Su Guoliang deemed quite satisfactory. However, as Jiang Bei and Su Wanrong were preparing to attend such a soiree, he hesitated to offer excessive advice, fearing that his humble perspective might be misplaced in such a setting. Rest assured, Dad, there will be no issues, Jiang Bei asserted with a solemn nod. Su Guoliang replied, lighting a cigarette and refraining from further comment on the matter. Jiang Bei. At that moment, Su Wanrong's voice pierced through the air, tinged with a hint of anger. Jiang Bei turned in confusion, finding Su Wanrong seated on the sofa, surrounded by shopping bags from that afternoon. She glared at him with a countenance that suggested she felt deeply wronged. Beside her, Su Guoliang, Zhang Hong, and Su Dongliang exchanged puzzled glances. As in this household, while anyone else's anger could be managed, Su Wanrong's fury was the most challenging to navigate. What has happened? Su Dongliang mused, glancing between his sister and Jiang Bei, utterly baffled. Yet, the elder members of the Su family discerned that Su Wanrong was not genuinely angry, particularly old Su, who unexpectedly broke into a chuckle. Dad, what is happening? This is quite frightening. She resembles a mother tiger, Yang Yang remarked cautiously. Although his voice was low, it reached Su Wanrong's ears, but she had no time to attend to her little brother's playful commentary. Jiang Bei, where are the price tags? Where's the receipt? She exclaimed, flustered and urgent, pointing at the two bags, her wide-eyed expression almost endearing. Jiang Bei hesitated for a moment before comprehending the situation, but his subsequent demeanor left others perplexed. Instead of becoming submissively accommodating due to Su Wanrong's ire, he raised his voice even higher than hers. I threw them away, Jiang Bei retorted defiantly. Su Wanrong was rendered speechless. Her words caught in her throat. Jiang Bei regarded her with a smirk, curious about how her eyes could widen so dramatically. Did she plan to sneakily return the items? Huh. Su Wanrong, do you take me for a fool? I'll tell you this. Whatever I have purchased, you shall wear it obediently. In this household, I possess the means to provide for all of you, rendering your attempts at frugality unnecessary. Do not even mention the acquisition of a mere 2 garments, a year hence. Should you find a store to your liking during your shopping excursions, I shall procure whatever you desire without a moment's hesitation. Su Wanrong was utterly speechless, feeling as if the words had escaped her. Sister, brother-in-law has purchased you 2 dresses. Simply wear them. Why contemplate returning anything? Su Dongliang expressed his confusion. Indeed, dear daughter, Jiang Bei is quite remarkable. When gifts are bestowed upon you, graciously accept them. Why entertain the notion of surreptitious returns? That would surely sadden him. Zhang Hong admonished with a hint of displeasure. Su Wanrong found herself at a loss for words, hoping her father might intercede on her behalf. Yet, to her dismay,